This one strike was enough to destroy thousands of miles of land. Chu Dian had a blank expression on his face. The thousand-year-old black eyes around him melted instantly. He raised his hand and lightly tapped it. In an instant, time and space collapsed. It's been 3 years. Can you three come up with something new? Chapter 224. One punch. 300 billion time is running out. 3 chapters are combined into one. I want to be the big brother too. Huai Mei screamed, her whole body glowing. The eye of heaven between her eyebrows opened, reaching a terrifying 97%, close to the actual condensation level. Seeing Chu Dian break the ice blockade of St. Hillian, his body instantly turned into 9 phantoms, each of which was like a real entity, rushing towards Chu Dian from all directions at the same time, blocking Chu Dian's movements and preventing Chu Dian from counter-attacking St. Hillian. 3 years have passed, and under the strict encouragement of Tianyan Daozhen, his strength has also made great progress. Not only has his mental concentration been greatly improved, but he has also broken through the fusion realm. His body is full of secret treasures, like dead stars, there are at least tens of thousands of them. His strength is terrifying and boundless. He is much stronger than the holy maiden Hillian who has long occupied the first place on the earth list 3 years ago. The reason why the three of them joined forces and besieged Chu Dian in almost a sneak attack. It was because 3 years ago, after coming to the Hengtian Ancestral Temple, I don't know whether it was to prevent Chu Dian from relaxing and put pressure on him, or to inspire other young generations in the Hengtian world to learn from Chu Dian. King Hengkong made a promise to them that as long as they could defeat Chu Dian, no matter what method they used, they would be able to choose from the Ancestral Court's supreme elixir, top-level magical powers, and even the most precious treasures. The human King Hengkong is the undisputed leader of the Hengtian realm and is also the strongest person among the top 50 on the heavenly ranking. His promise immediately made the young disciples of the Hengtian Ancestral Court and the Sihang Holy Sect excited. Huai Mei even shouted that the reward was not important, what mattered was that she wanted to be the big brother, and to form an alliance with St. Hillian and the evildoer from the Heng family to besiege Chu Dian. Over the past 3 years, the three of them have often teamed up to challenge Chu Dian, using various methods, including sneak attacks, formations, freezing, and so on. After dozens and hundreds of battles over the past 3 years, the coordination of the three people's magical powers has become almost perfect. Seeing Chu Dian pointing his finger to shatter time and space, he had to first suppress the holy maiden Hillian, who had the weakest physical strength but the strongest magical power. Huai Mei directly blocked the attack, and the 9 clones restricted Chu Dian's next move. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Dian's power to tear apart time and space instantly tore Huai Mei's 9 clones apart and turned them into foam. But then, St. Hillian's magical powers were immediately brewing. An icy blue light flashed on her beautiful face, and the eye of heaven opened between her eyebrows. Her mental power was directly amplified 5 times, and a surge of icy Dao essence swept out. She said coldly. Heavenly divine power, absolute freezing, buzz. A small world with bone-chilling cold and biting winds suddenly descended, trapping Chu Dian inside. 99 strange ice beasts stood up in it, reaching thousands of feet high, reaching from heaven to earth. This is actually a top-level magical power that has reached the extraordinary realm. The temperature reached minus 100,000 degrees in an instant. What's even more terrifying is that these 99 ice dragons and ice phoenixes all possess powerful divine powers. When they bar their fangs and claws and flap their wings, their strength can reach 30 million kilograms. Combined with the brutal extreme cold, each one of them can fight against the peak of the divine realm. 3 years later, Holy Maiden Hillian, who had long occupied the first place on the earth ranking, successfully survived the monstrous heavenly tribulation with the help of the thunder liquid given by Chu Dian, and her strength has greatly improved. Although Huai Mei has not broken through the divine realm, her monstrous talent is undoubtedly revealed. She is not weaker than King Ming at all, and is even stronger. Her control over her magical powers is unparalleled, and her physical body is also incredibly strong, having reached a strength of tens of millions of pounds and enough to carry a mountain. Moreover, because of the strong pressure from Chu Dian, which helped them comprehend the Eye of Heaven, their strength was more than 10 times stronger than that in the same period of time in the original plot. Phantom free step. Huai Mei shouted loudly and instantly turned into 99 phantoms, entering the frozen world to besiege Chu Dian together. Each of them had the same strength as his original body. The phantom dragon technique he practiced had actually led him to a path of his own. Not only was his speed as fast as a ghost, but he also possessed a formidable attacking and killing power. I haven't been here for 3 months. It turns out he was in the extraordinary realm of comprehending supernatural powers. Chu Dian's expression was calm, with chaotic light and extreme cold power flowing around him, which couldn't even penetrate his protective shield. No matter what magical powers Huai Mei used, she couldn't make him move even a little bit. Are there no other tricks? He actually understood the purpose of the Hengkong Human King setting up this test, which was to motivate the most outstanding monsters in the Hengtian realm and make them work harder. The main purpose is to make the Hillian Saints stronger so that they can provide him with greater help in the 9 realms competition. After all, this time, the danger faced by Hengtian realm is unprecedented, especially the dragon monsters will help Yangyang realm to suppress Hengtian realm. As a result, there have been many debates in the past 3 years about whether to allow their own monsters to participate in the 9 realms competition. Therefore, Chu Dian also intended to polish Huai Mei, Holy Maiden Hillian and other evildoers, put pressure on them, but at the same time control the degree and not let them despair. Over the past 3 years, the effect has been obvious. The strength of Huai Mei and Hillian Saint is at least 10 times stronger than in the original plot. Moreover, they have already comprehended the supernatural powers to the extraordinary level and walked their own paths, which did not exist in the original plot. Boom, boom, boom. 99 phantoms of Huai Mei attacked Chu Dian frantically, causing the sky to collapse and the small ice world to shake, but they could not make Chu Dian move at all. This made the little bald man a little collapsed, and he shouted angrily. Brother, your Chaos Demon body and the Chaos Golden Dragon shield give you an incredibly strong defense. Even a peak-level God Realm warrior would be slain by this attack, but I can't even break your defense. St. Hillian was surrounded by cold air and her face was icy. She tried her best to condense the ice beasts into 299. Her face turned pale. It was obvious that this had reached her limit. But when she saw Chu Dian still motionless, with the dragon halo spinning behind his head, like an ancient god coming to the world, motionless forever, she almost collapsed. Huai Mei yelled angrily, Hengchong, where's that ultimate move you promised? You haven't used it in so long. If this were a life and death battle in the 9 realms tournament, my cousin and I would have been beaten to death 1,000 times. It turns out we can't count on you. Hengchong, you still haven't fully grasped your Hengtian magical power. When you're attacking and killing, the feeling of time stretching out is almost zero. Chu Dian's face was calm as he turned to look at the grandson of the Hengkong Human King, the demon who had beaten the protagonist Yi Fan in the original plot. He said calmly, Hengtian's magical power emphasizes the weight of time. It is inexhaustible and never-ending. Although you have comprehended the realm of great success, you wield it like a mountain, completely unable to unleash its true power. If you can perfectly control the Hengtian magical power, even if you can't reach the extraordinary realm, its power will definitely not be weaker than Huai Mei and Hillian's extraordinary magical powers. As Chu Dian waved his hand, a mirror appeared. It was the Hengtian magical power that he had realized in the extraordinary realm, the Red Dust realm. Time is endless, and when you see through the world, you will realize that everything is illusory. A mighty force of the mortal world emerged, sweeping away the frozen world in an instant. More than 200 ice beasts and the 99 phantoms evolved by Huai Mei were swept away in an instant. Chu Dian, that's enough. Hengchong's eyes were bloodshot, and he held the thick Feng Tian Hua Jihai in his hand. A huge aura of destruction spread out, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. Don't act like an elder in front of me. Heaven fights Xuanwang. Kill. The Fang Tianhua burst out with endless blood-red light, illuminating the sky. It was swung down with a loud bang, like a blood-red giant peak thousands of feet high. It broke all the laws with one force and distorted time and space. The force of this blow reached a terrifying 100 billion pounds, which could destroy everything and even shatter stars. Even if I haven't mastered the essence of Heng Tian's magical power, my Tianjiao tactics have already evolved to the extraordinary realm. This attack, combined with my ancestors' Heng Tian magical power, can still crush you. Heng Chang shouted, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. I admit that you are very strong and excellent, but before you break through the divine realm, in the 9 realms competition, you must obey me in everything. Kneel down. Boom, boom, boom. A 1,000-mile-long crack appeared in the sky. The formation pattern of the Sutra library was directly activated. The universe twisted, and the 4 people appeared directly above the Heng Tian ancestral court. After all, if such a terrifying battle accidentally destroyed a large number of Heng family's treasured scriptures and magical powers, it would be a huge loss. The most powerful magical power of the Heavenly Blood War King has been comprehended by Heng Chang to an extraordinary level. In the distant sky, Tianyan Daozhen was amazed and turned to Heng Tian Human King and said, Human King, you have given birth to an extraordinary grandson with such amazing talent. The Heavenly Blood Battle King is ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking. Although he is not as powerful as the Emperor Heng Tian, his magical powers are also mysterious and infinite. His heavenly tactics evolve the attacking and killing magical powers of the heavens, which are extremely powerful. Combined with your supreme treasure, the heavenly battle halberd, even the powerful gods will retreat and dare not confront it head-on. With such a strong talent, it's no wonder Heng Chang has always been dissatisfied with Chu Dian and wants to compete with him for the position of leader of the younger generation in the 9 realms competition. King Chu, with his white hair fluttering beside him, also nodded slightly, praising Heng Chang's powerful talent and combatability. A hint of satisfaction flashed across the turbid eyes of the Heng Kong Human King, and he said, it seems that Chu Dian will also feel pressure in this battle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky collapsed and blood bloomed, like a huge mountain with scorching sun, pressing down the heavens and instantly squeezing the area around Chu Dian into the void. At the same time, Huaimei and Holy Maiden Hylian also attacked at the same time. Even though their strength had been greatly depleted and their faces were pale, they once again evolved extraordinary magical powers and cooperated with Heng to attack Chu Dian. For a moment, the ice world descended again, and many ice beasts condensed and attacked Chu Dian. The terrible cold once again froze Chu Dian into an iceberg. Huaimei's whole body was glowing, and 99 phantoms evolved into 5 major visions at the same time, attacking Chu Dian with all her strength. Even if they were outnumbered, they didn't care. As the top genius and evildoer in the Heng Tian realm, Chu Dian easily resolved and beat them up in various sieges over the past 3 years, which made them very determined. This time, they wanted to take down Chu Dian in one fell swoop and prove their own strength. This kid has actually comprehended 2 more great visions, and he even hid it from me. Tianyan Daozhen took a breath, and then a look of deep surprise emerged in his eyes. The Heng Kong Human King also clapped his hands in praise. In this 9 realms competition, my Heng Tian realm has a greater chance. King Chu Dian smiled and said, it's not in vain that we've spent so many resources in the past few years. Huaimei used to be lazy and not dedicated to her studies. After being suppressed by Xiaodian for 3 years, her progress is beyond our expectations. Kang Ming, who awakened the Chaos Dragon, has opened over 30,000 secret treasures. Combined with his innate magical powers, he has only comprehended 3 great phenomena. This kid is definitely not weaker than Kang Ming. Tianyan Daozhen also nodded and sighed, saying, Heavenly King, it's all thanks to your son. Even I didn't expect that this kid's talent could be so strong. At this time, Chu Dian's calm voice resounded through the void. It seems that you have all made great progress in the past 3 years. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The strange vision of the vermilion bird penetrated the heaven and earth, spreading its wings and striking across the 3,000 worlds. One of the vermilion birds let out a long roar, bathing in the fire of nirvana, and instantly melted the ice world. But it's been 3 years. You wouldn't think that I'm still the same person I was before, would you? Chu Dian's hair fluttered in the wind, his face was calm, and endless divine light burst out from his whole body. Secret realms, one after another, began to bloom with chaotic brilliance like stars in the sky, illuminating the world. In an instant, time and space were frozen, and more than 200 ice beasts were wiped out. The Fang Tianhua wielded by Heng Chang seemed to be stuck in the quagmire of time and space. Under the divine aura hidden in Chu Dian's body, he could not move an inch. 73,135 secret treasures. Tianyan Daozhen trembled all over, his pupils contracted violently, and blurted out immediately. For the past 3 years, this kid has been constantly comprehending magical powers and helping your Heng family perfect those broken top-level magical powers. He has never fully retreated to practice breaking the secret treasures. Why? King Heng Kong and King Shudian also had their pupils wide open and were stunned. King Shudian had already uncovered more than 10,000 secret treasures. Even the King of Heng Kong only has a little over 20,000 of them. And Shudian is already 3 or 4 times as many as them. More than 70,000 secret treasures, what a concept. The Dragon Clan is one of the dominant clans in the universe, and their bloodline is extraordinary, but it is rumored that there are only 84,000 secret treasures in total. It is said that when the Destiny Dragon Emperor reached the fusion state, he opened more than 60,000 secret treasures. As for Chu Dian, there are now more than 70,000. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every pore on Chu Dian's body was glowing. He walked out step by step, came to the frozen Huaimei, and flicked his fingers directly on his smooth head. With a loud bang, like the sound of stars shattering, Huaimei let out a shrill scream and flew backwards for thousands of miles, directly crushing a 1,000-foot-high mountain with smoke and dust billowing. The 5 major visions were instantly wiped out and disappeared. In this attack, Chu Dian didn't even use his spirit or supernatural powers, relying solely on his secrets and physical strength. If you want to be the big brother, you're still a long way off. Chu Dian's face was calm as he turned to look at Holy Maiden Hylian. 2 chaotic divine rays shot out from his eyes like lightning, directly piercing through the ice world, piercing through her shoulders and bringing up a large blood mist. Puff, Saint Hylian vomited blood, and even a crack appeared on the eye of heaven between her eyebrows. Chu Dian's actual mental attack actually directly damaged her soul and spirit, causing her to lose all her fighting power in an instant and fall from midair. You're still a long way from defeating me. Chu Dian turned to look at Heng Chang, whose eyes were bloodshot and unyielding, with a calm expression, I know you don't accept me. In the original plot, Heng Chang was indeed a first-rate monster. When the Shangxian sect collectively dragged their feet and directly withdrew from the 9 realms competition, he led the Heng Tian realm geniuses in a bloody battle to the end. He was beaten to the point that his soul was shattered, his spirit collapsed, and his muscles and veins were all broken. Only then was he forced to withdraw from the 9 realms competition by the Heng Tian realm geniuses. However, this battle seriously damaged his foundation, causing him to be lost in the crowd and be surpassed and crushed by the protagonist Yi Fan and even Yi Feng. Until the end of the original plot, he was unable to break through the realm of the God King. Chu Dian understood that this guy was filled with pride and indomitable spirit as a descendant of the Heng family. Therefore, over the past 3 years, he has been intentionally guiding him and even passed on to him the Heng Tian magical powers passed down by Emperor Heng Tian, so as to prevent him from being crippled again in the 9 realms competition. I refuse to accept this, I simply refuse to accept it. Hang Chong roared, I am the most outstanding descendant of the Hang family today, the next generation of human king, who will lead the Hang Tian realm to unify the 9 realms. How could I possibly obey your command in the 9 realms competition? Your courage is commendable, but it's a pity you are too weak. Chu Dian took a step forward, the red dust mirror hung above his head, and ripples of the ears and red dust were cast on his arms. 100 billion pounds of strength, is that very strong? Chu Dian threw a punch slowly, as if it was light and floating. He still did not use his spirit in the eye of heaven, and only used the red dust mirror as his magical power. But in an instant, time and space stopped, and the surrounding 3,000 miles instantly became a vacuum. A huge chaotic fist spanned 3,000 feet, like a huge chaotic peak, dropping rolling chaotic energy and crushing the heavens. This punch, with the help of the hidden power, directly broke through 300 billion. Hang Chong's pupils contracted violently, and the blood-colored Feng Tian Huaji flew out of his hand. Blood was squeezed out of every pore on his body, and his facial features were bleeding. Then, the chaos fist pressed him down from the sky and pressed him into the ground for an unknown number of feet. Click, click, click. The earth shattered, and cracks spread out for thousands of miles. The chaos fist was like a pillar of heaven, pressing into the ground, and a destructive aura filled the air. Chu Dian, in the 9 realms competition, I will definitely prove that I am stronger than you. Hang Chong's heart-wrenching roar resounded throughout the heavens as he was pressed into the ground. When the devastating aura of chaos dissipated, the chaos fist disappeared, leaving behind a huge hole 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet deep, with billowing smoke and dust and a terrifying aura in the air. At the bottom of the big hole, Hang Chong had become a bloody man, his body twisted, his bones shattered, his figure twisted, almost into a ball of meat paste. If Chu Dian had not stopped at the last moment, he would have been killed directly. Hang Chong, this is the last lesson I will teach you. In the face of absolute power, tough talk is useless. Chu Dian's face was calm, the light around him dimmed, and he turned and flew in front of Hang Kong Tianwang and the other two. Dad, Chu Dian saluted King Chu Dian first, and then saluted King Hang Kong and Taoist Master Tianyan. Chu Dian, I pay my respects to King Hang Kong and Saint Master Tianyan. Xiao Dian, how strong is your physical strength now? King Chu Dian had been very quiet in recent years because of his deep guilt towards his children, but he couldn't help but ask at this moment. Hang Kong Human King and Tianyan Daozen, who were standing aside, were still in shock and had not yet recovered. One could imagine the impact that Chu Dian's punch had brought to them. Because they understand that Chu Dian's most powerful thing is not just his body, but also his spirit. Even the 3-legged 10,000 Dao Cauldron is his strongest killing move. With the realm of refining the spirit, he crossed the great realm and sublimated the 10,000 Dao Cauldron to the utmost. With one blow, he killed Kang Ming, who had already begun to condense his soul and ignite the divine fire. This was said to have shocked the 9 realms. Over the past 3 years, because of that final blow, Chu Dian's reputation has spread throughout the 9 human realms, and he is even known as the most powerful demon genius of the contemporary human race. In the 9 realms, many evil geniuses even declared that they would suppress Chu Dian in the 9 realms competition, and regarded suppressing Chu Dian as the goal of proving themselves. This attack is probably still far from forcing Chu Dian to reveal his trump card. I'm afraid that if Huai Mei, Hillian, and Hang Chong had not all comprehended extraordinary magical powers, they would not even be able to force Chu Dian to launch this attack. That's why they were so shocked. 3 years have passed. How powerful has Chu Dian become? For the past 3 years, I have focused most of my energy on comprehending my magical powers, and my physical strength has been neglected. Now it has only reached 150 million kilograms. Chu Dian's expression was calm, and his words were not boastful, but the truth. Because he had been concentrating on cultivating his supernatural powers for 3 years, his physical strength had increased. This was simply the result of breaking through the secret treasure and allowing the boundary bead to absorb the original power, which was a natural increase. If he focused on polishing his body and absorbing the medicinal liquid, his current physical strength would at least double. But as soon as these words were spoken, King Chu Dian, King Hang Kong Ren, and Taoist Master Tianyan froze in place, stunned. Only 150 million jin. Taoist Tianyan repeated it again and said, Chu Dian, do you know what you are talking about? Physical strength exceeds 100 million. They knew that Chu Dian's body was very strong, extremely strong. After all, if his body was not abnormally strong, it would be impossible for him to bathe in the sea of thunder and condense the thunder liquid under the monstrous heavenly tribulation. But I never thought it would be so perverted. Huai Mei is already a monster, with a strong body that can even rival the top monsters of the dragon clan with true dragon blood, but it only weighs 10 million pounds. 150 million, what kind of concept is this? Father, Human King, Daozen, the saintess of the Heart Demon sect of Moyang County, Ren Yushuan, sent me a message, asking me to come over. Earth slave, Chu Dian didn't wait for them to recover from their shock. He said hello and asked Dinu to take him to Moyang County. It was originally agreed that 2 years would be enough time to build the altar and open the Tianxing Shimo ruins. But for some unknown reason, Ren Yuxin didn't notify him to go until 3 days ago, when there were only 10 days left before the 9 realms competition. In Moyang County, deep underground in the county sea, there was a dark and endless sea of blood that submerged the ground. The boiling blood was bubbling like magma. On the altar in the center of the sea of blood, Ren Yushuan was wearing a blood-red long dress, outlining her fiery figure, charming yet cold, with 3 men and 1 woman standing beside her. We've already notified him 3 days ago, and he still hasn't arrived. The speaker was a tall, purple-haired young man with dark red eyes. His voice was indifferent. Princess, I don't think we need to wait for him. It's just the Hang Tian realm. Even if we don't wait for him, a saint son of a small human sect, what can they do to us? The tiny human race is not worthy of cooperating with my great heart demon clan. A graceful witch next to them also spoke coldly. Chapter 225 give you 2 choices. Shui Jihan, this is the ancient human world, the home of the Hang Tian human race. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Ren Yushuan's enchanting eyes flickered with demonic intent as she stared at the tall, purple-haired man. She then turned to look at the woman beside her. Bitch, you'd better stop calling me a lowly human. Remember, you haven't even earned the status of a member of my inner demon clan yet. Shui Jihan, take care of the stupid slave who worships you. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the purple-haired man and the woman instantly turned gloomy, but before they could reply, an invisible power suddenly spread down from the sky. Buzz. Above the sea of blood, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. 10 men wearing pitch-black robes and blood-red devil masks walked out of the crack. They were members of the ground group of the Chu family's death squad, and each of them was a terrifying death squad at the level of a god king. They looked reverent as they half knelt in the void. Then a palace carriage shone with golden light flew out from the void. The dark golden divine chain made a clattering sound, which was breathtaking. There were dense runes on it, and it was pulled by 9 one-horned dragons in the realm of God King. These 9 dragons are actually the powerful ones of the dragon clan in the Holy Heaven Lake. This is the divine dragon chariot that only the leader and deputy leader of the Shengxian sect can ride. It was allocated to Chu Dian in advance by Chu Tianxing. What a grand display in airs. The charming woman sneered softly, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. If it weren't for my master's help, his Shengxian sect might now be. Your mouth really stinks. Didn't Jia Wuya teach you that when you go out, people often die because of their smelly mouths? Ren Yuxuan's dark red eyes flashed with a cold murderous intent. She then turned to look at the dragon's carriage. Her face instantly changed into a 3-part charming and 7-part cute expression. She flew towards the dragon's carriage and said, "Little man, you really made me wait so long." "Young master, we're here." In front of the dragon's chariot, the veiled slave respectfully opened the palace door. As Chu Dian's slender body walked out of the palace, a fragrant breeze blew over him, and Ren Yuxuan's arms wrapped around his neck, looking at him tenderly. "I haven't seen you for nearly 3 years. My dear husband, you have grown a lot. Your physique is no less impressive than that of some adult men in my demon clan." Ren Yuxuan licked her red lips, as if she wanted to eat Chu Dian immediately. "Ren Yuxuan, you'd better explain to me why the opening of the ruins has been delayed for a year." Chu Dian's expression was calm as he landed on the altar with Ren Yuxuan. He just glanced at the 3 men and 1 woman. "It's because 3 years ago, someone asked the Heart Demon Holy Land to help your Shengxian sect. Now they are asking for benefits, so it has been delayed for a year." Ren Yuxuan pouted, her beautiful eyes misted over, and she said aggrievedly, "Let me introduce these people to you. This purple-haired demon is Shui Jihan, the second son of the bloodthirsty demon king. He is a renowned evildoer of our demon clan and has awakened some of the blood of the Tianxin demon ancestor. This time, he hopes to enter the ruins and obtain the demon ancestor's inheritance. My father ordered him to wait, and I had no choice but to obey." The middle-aged demon next to him is Shui Jihan's protector. "As for the human man and woman who practice the heritage of my Heart Demon clan, they are the Holy Sun Mo Wuan of the Heart Demon Holy Land of your human race's eternal realm, and this bitch is the Holy Maiden Yululi. Last time, Jiaoyu was so cooperative and secretly helped your sect, little man. So this time when you asked to let 2 disciples enter the ruins, it was naturally embarrassing for him to refuse." Ren Yuxin stared with her eyes wide open and spoke angrily, like a wronged little woman, as if to say, "You misunderstood me, she is very angry and doesn't want to pay attention to you anymore." Chu Dian ignored the 1,000 change which and looked at Shui Jihan calmly, then glanced at the Heart Demon Saint Son and Saint Daughter. "Holy son of the ancient human clan, this prince consents that you are very strong, extremely strong." The purple-haired man, Shui Jihan, did not display his previous domineering attitude or contempt for the human race. Instead, he smiled faintly at Chu Dian, seemingly well-mannered. "My demon race has always respected the strong. Perhaps we can become friends." "There's no need to be friends." Chu Dian's face was calm. He raised his hand and held up 2 fingers. "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, get out of here immediately. 2, I'll suppress you and your protector together with my Tianzong and imprison you in the Sin domain. These 2 guys from the Heart Demon Holy Land can follow me into the ruins, but you can't." As soon as these words came out, Shui Jihan's face instantly darkened. He immediately thought that Chu Dian might have heard what he had said to Ren Yuxuan before, and said, "Chu Dian, this prince does not understand what you mean. My entry into the ruins was obtained through negotiation between my father and the demon emperor, at the cost of huge benefits. How dare you say such words?" This prince can apologize for his abrupt words before. Before Shui Jihan could finish his words, Chu Dian raised his hand to interrupt him, his eyes flashing with murderous brilliance. He said, "I'll only give you 5 seconds to think about it." 5, 4. Shui Jihan was furious, his purple hair dancing wildly. A terrifying demonic mist raged across the sky. The might of the demon god surged, causing the sea of blood to surge hundreds of feet high. He roared, "This prince treated you with courtesy, and you dared." Boom. The middle-aged demon next to him burst out with terrifying and powerful power, causing the entire underground space to tremble, but suddenly, his power disappeared in an instant. But Dinu appeared in an instant, with a dark white dagger in his hand, which he placed across his neck with murderous intent. 10 Earth Group Gods Death Warriors also landed on the altar at the same time, looking at Shui Jihan coldly, with cold and terrifying murderous intent pressing down on them, as if as long as Chu Dian gave the order, Shui Jihan would be killed on the spot. This is the territory of the Shengxian sect, and now it is under the absolute control of the Chu family. Even if the emperor comes, he cannot cause any waves, not to mention that this protector is only a half-step emperor. The territory of Hengtian realm never allows foreign emperors to enter privately. Even if it is the son of the demon king, the protector he brings can only be a half-step emperor. Chu Dian's domineering performance stunned the Heart Demon Saint Son and Saint Daughter beside him. Their pupils contracted violently. They never thought that Chu Dian would drive him away directly because of Shui Jihan's words, otherwise he would let him die. Shui Jihan is the prince of the soul-devouring demon king. He has an extremely powerful background and is one of the most noble and powerful young generations in the universe. Chu Dian, do you know that you are talking to the great prince of the Heart Demon? Yululi was furious, but a god king appeared beside her and raised his hand to suppress her, preventing her from making any sound so that she could only glare at Chu Dian. 3, 2, 1. Chu Dian finished the last word, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent for its slave. "Let's go." Ji Wuen's face turned ashen, and he suddenly roared in anger, causing the man beside him to tear through the void and fly into it. But before leaving, he stared at Chu Dian with murderous intent in his dark red eyes, and said word by word, "I have visited countless great clans, but I have never suffered such humiliation. Remember, any lowly tribe that tarnishes the great demon king's reputation must die. I originally didn't want to get involved in the internal disputes of your lowly tribe, but since you want to die, I will grant your wish. In that so-called 9 realms competition of your human race, I will tear off your head and drink your blood to wash away all the humiliation I have suffered today." Chapter 226 She Can Only Be My Woman. Buzz. The crack closed, and Ji Wuen left Moyan County. The sky was still filled with the terrifying anger and might he left behind. One can imagine how frustrated he felt. My father spent a lot of effort to obtain the Tianxin demon ruins, but he never expected that at the last moment, it would be destroyed by the hands of the son of the Holy Heaven sect, whom they had never considered. Ji Wuen racked his brains but couldn't understand how Chu Dian dared to be so domineering and so bold. He is the son of the demon king of the demon clan. Moreover, this time he came here, he had no conflict of interest with Chu Dian, he came here for the inheritance of Tianxin Shimo. "Little man, you are so domineering. I like it so much." Ren Yuxuan's eyes were full of mist, and she seemed to be infatuated with Chu Dian's performance. She wrapped her arms around Chu Dian's neck, kissed him on the face, and blew hot air into Chu Dian's ear and whispered, "Little man, how do you want me to reward you afterwards? Just tell me." Her actions did not take into account the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Heart Demon Holy Land next to her, but when she said the last sentence, she used her soul to isolate the sound. "Consider this my way of repaying you for your help over the past few years." Chu Dian smiled, and with a flip of his hand, he turned Ren Yuxuan over and laid her in his arms. He raised his hand to stroke her fair and charming cheek, and said lightly, "This will not happen again. If you want me to help you next time, you will have to pay the same price." He was on the dragon carriage, so how could he know what Shui Jihan had said before? The reason for taking action was because Ren Yuxin had hinted in her previous words that this guy was here to take advantage of the situation and compete with her for the inheritance of the Tianxin Shimo. Chu Dian has lived 2 lives as a human being, and he has long understood the importance of being obedient and listening to instructions. It is very likely that the Heart Demon Holy Land is affiliated with the faction of the bloodthirsty demon king and the demon clan's inheritance, and because Ren Yuxuan ordered the Heart Demon Holy Land to help the Holy Heaven sect last time, some information was exposed. In the past 3 years, the bloodthirsty demon king has probably been operating, and he also wants his beloved son to have a share of the first demon ruins. He has been in contact with the Heart Demon Emperor to exchange interests. Over the years, Ren Yuxuan has helped him a lot, so Chu Dian naturally doesn't mind helping her solve this little problem. Stingy little man, Ren Yuxuan pouted and said angrily, mother is right, men are really unreliable, I still have to rely on myself. Ren Yuxin stood up, and a piece of blood wood appeared in her hand. In an instant, an extremely strong smell of blood and resentment burst out, and one could even hear the wrong souls roaring and shouting in it. A blood-red demonic energy spread out, and the residual souls of 100,000 gods with powerful bloodlines roared in it, but they could not escape the control of the blood tree. They had been turned into nightmares and would never be reborn. The underground sea of blood was covered by a blood mist as thick as dark clouds. The great heavenly heart demon, Ren Yuxuan, began to chant in her spirit, using the extremely ancient language of the heart demon clan. Chu Dian could only understand the first 1 or 2 sentences. This was because he had been immersed in the Hang family suitor library for the past 3 years. The all-encompassing classics in the library also had some records of the demon clan's language, which allowed Chu Dian to understand a little. Chu Dian, at this time, when Ren Yuxuan summoned the ruins, Mo Wuwan, the son of the heart demon saint, came over. There seemed to be a different emotion in his eyes, and he walked in front of Chu Dian with a cold expression. I'm giving you a piece of advice. Stay away from the princess. Chu Dian's face was calm. Just now, on the dragon carriage, the moment Ren Yuxuan threw herself into his arms, his strong spirit caught a hint of strong jealousy in Mo Wuwan's eyes. Of course, he didn't feel any emotion inside. With Ren Yuxuan's noble status, powerful background, and beautiful appearance, she is almost perfect in every aspect. She has countless admirers in the world. Mo Wuwan, I can also give you a piece of advice. Ren Yuxuan is my woman, and can only be my woman. Chu Dian said in a flat voice. The reason I didn't let you go is because your master, Jia Wuya, indirectly helped my Shengxian sect during the confrontation between the 2 realms 3 years ago. The relationship between your heart demon Holy Land and my Tianzong has also been good over the past 3 years, so I can give you a small benefit. But if you don't know your limits and don't know your limits, the consequences will be more serious than you imagine. Chu Dian was not naive enough to think that the heart demon Holy Land was behind the scenes hindering Feng Changhao and Kang Jiyu Long 3 years ago entirely because of Ren Yuxuan's orders. The Kang Jiyu Dragon Court was severely damaged, and Feng Changhao's prestige declined drastically due to the loss of the Human King seal. At the same time, the heart demon Holy Land also became the undisputed biggest beneficiary in the eternal human realm. Even in the original plot, when the original owner fell into the devil's way and was madly hunted down, Ren Yuxin led the strong men to ambush Yifan and Yi Qianshang outside the realm. The men they led were the strong men from the heart demon sect and the heart demon Holy Land. Now Chu Dian can be sure that Yi Qianshang must have a deep connection with Feng Changhao. In this case, the heart demon Holy Land will still help Ren Yuxuan ambush and kill the people of the Holy Heaven sect who are hunting down the great demon lord. From this, we can imagine what the relationship between the heart demon Holy Land and the eternal royal court is like. Chu Dian, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. You think that just because you can beat that Kangning guy, you can be so arrogant and lawless in front of me. Although this is your Shengxian sect's territory and you can drive the prince away, you should understand that among young geniuses, victory depends on strength, not words. Mo Wuwan's expression grew even colder. Not to mention, as the holy son of the Shengxian sect and a descendant of the Chu family, it's impossible for you to marry the princess, the daughter of the demon emperor. Your sect and family wouldn't allow it, and neither would the Hengtian ancestral court. Your father had already broken a taboo when he married the broken sword goddess. You have no chance of succeeding unless you are willing to leave the Shengxian sect and the Hengtian realm for the sake of her royal highness the princess. Mo Wuwan, only the weak are bound by so-called rules. Chu Dian's face remained calm, and he said, so what if I can't marry her openly? It doesn't prevent her from being my woman. You bastard, you want the palace master to give you. You are so arrogant and conceited, and you are so lawless. How dare you insult the noble and perfect princess now? As soon as these words came out, Mo Wuwan instantly flew into a rage, his eyes filled with demonic energy, and his words were icy cold. You lowly human, you will pay the price for your words. Yi Luli, who was standing aside, had a grim expression on his face, with demonic energy surrounding him and a strong murderous intent. Chapter 227 The Demonic Body of the Ancient Times. Buzz. Mo Wuwan's eyes seemed to turn into 2 abysses, in which there seemed to be a demon roaring, stretching out his big hands towards Chu Dian, trying to devour his mental power. In an instant, the space around Chu Dian was frozen by a terrifying force. His eyes seemed to be bound by a rule, and he subconsciously looked at Mo Wuwan. In 3 years, Chu Dian read through all the classics in the Ancestral Temple Scripture Pavilion, and was familiar with almost all kinds of magical powers in the heavens and all realms. He immediately recognized that this was the top secret technique of the Heart Demon Holy Land, the 9 Nether Soul Refining Technique. When practiced to perfection, it could even devour the soul of an emperor at a glance, strengthen oneself, and turn it into one's own power. It is said that the Heart Demon Saint Lord Jia Wuya cultivated this magical power to the pinnacle. In the ruins of all worlds, he devoured the imperial soul of an emperor of a small clan, turning him into a stupid fool on the spot, shocking all worlds. 9 Nether Soul Refining Technique is a very good top-level demon clan spiritual secret technique, but it is wasted in your hands. Chu Dian's face was calm, and the chaos spirit pearl in his mind burst into billions of rays of light, turning into a huge chaos sun, spinning wildly in his eyes. His spirit turned into substance, which was so vast and heavy that it was much heavier than the stars. Moreover, within the chaos spirit bead, there was also a small world of origin, which was suppressed by the seal of the human king. Mo Wuwan couldn't even cultivate the 9 Nether Soul Refining Technique to an extraordinary level and walk his own path, but he actually wanted to devour Chu Dian's spirit. In an instant, a mysterious and great power surged out from the chaos spirit pearl, instantly causing Mo Wuwan to let out a shrill scream, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. Bang! The next second, his eyeballs exploded and turned into blood mist, and 2 hideous blood red holes were blown out on his face, looking hideous and terrifying. Chu Dian, you dared to attack me. Mo Wuwan covered his eyes, knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. His voice was shrill. He felt that his soul was invaded by a terrible force, and it seemed as if his soul was about to be torn into pieces. Senior brother, Yi Luli screamed and immediately stepped forward to support Mo Wuwan, saying with murderous intent, how dare you, a lowly human, be so lawless? Aren't you afraid of bringing great disaster to the Shengxian sect? If it weren't for the great Heart Demon clan's secret assistance 3 years ago, and if I, the Heart Demon Saint Emperor, hadn't tried my best to help, your Shengxian sect would have been destroyed by the royal court then. How dare you treat the great prince like that now, and even attack my senior brother? We are both geniuses and evildoers. If you have the guts, why not fight openly? A cold light began to flash in Chu Dian's calm eyes. Yi Luli, your mouth stinks. He didn't mind giving these 2 guys from the Heart Demon Holy Land some benefits, but that didn't mean they could act recklessly in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking roar was heard from beneath the sea of blood, and the sea of blood began to surge violently. In the huge cave, a 1,000-foot-high blood wave rose up, and a corner of a huge dark relic cave slowly emerged from the surging blood wave. Ren Yuxuan's chanting continued, and the demon palace continued to appear. Tentacle-like blood-red hands stretched out from the palace, grabbed the nightmare souls in the blood wood, and devoured them directly. The entire demon palace looked like a hungry demon, eerie, terrifying, and creepy. The faces of the Earth slaves and the 10 God King's assassins turned slightly pale, and they subconsciously surrounded Chu Dian to protect him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a supreme, great, ancient and vicissitudes of demonic power spread out instantly, even penetrating the ground in an instant and rushing towards the outer space. In the county magistrate's mansion, the Emperor's mark of reincarnation, which the Yi family had spent huge costs and many years to arrange, suddenly awakened and erupted, limiting the power of the original demon ruins to the Moyun County city. In the county government, Chu Chichin, the Chu family's side branch divine king who had succeeded Moyun County governor due to his meritorious service to Chu Dian 3 years ago, immediately issued a cold order, pass on my order, seal off the entire city. No one is allowed to enter or leave the county city. Anyone who violates this order will be killed. Under the powerful influence of the Chu family, the Qian family, the He family, and the Morong family of Moyun County have all joined the Chu family. As soon as Chu Chichin gave the order, 100,000 black armored guards immediately blocked every entrance and exit of the huge county city. The three major families immediately activated the county city formation, blocking the sky and the ground so that not even a mosquito could fly in. Report to the acting sect leader that the Tianxin ruins have been opened, and the Moyun County magistrate Chu Chichin is personally leading an army of 100,000 to guard and ensure the safety of the Holy Sun. Chu Chichin, wearing black armor, stood guard at the entrance of the cave and spoke indifferently. Underground, the sea of blood surged up into huge waves. Above the sea of blood, there is a huge ruined cave. The entire cave was black, like a huge demon mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a huge cave entrance, which was pitch black inside. It seemed that a demon was roaring inside. Bloody tentacles stretched out from the demon mountain, constantly devouring the residual soul and nightmare in the blood wood in Ren Yushuan's hand. At the entrance of the cave, there were two black python statues entwined, swallowing and spitting out scarlet snakes. They looked like living mythical pythons, lifelike. A god king's death warrior beside Chu Dian looked at them and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his extremely sublimated soul was pulled out and swallowed up out of thin air. They were so scared that they dared not even look at them again. The remains of the original demon in Tianxin. Chu Dian's face was calm, but his heart was not as calm as his appearance. After reading many ancient books in the Hengtian ancestral temple, he truly understood how powerful the Tianxin demon was. This demon ancestor, even in the golden age of the early ancient times, was the top mythical demon god. He was an almighty powerful being who survived the terrible chaos of the mythological era. It is said that he even fought a fierce battle with the young Emperor Hengtian and escaped unscathed. You can imagine how terrifying he was. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Chu Dian's pupils contracted violently. For some reason, he heard a strong heartbeat. In the ruins, there seemed to be some terrifying existence with the same blood as him, calling out to him. Buzz. The eye of heaven between Chu Dian's eyebrows opened, and a purple divine light penetrated the ruins and followed the calling voice. Faintly, Chu Dian saw a demon god's body that was tens of millions of feet tall, lying across the starry sky. Chaos mist swirled around his body, and countless stars were rumbling around his body. There was a roar in Chu Dian's mind. Could this be the chaotic demon body from the early ancient times? Ren Yuxin once said that the demon ancestor Tianxin and the chaos demon god from the ancient times became Taoist partners and practiced together. They each gained huge benefits and entered the highest realm together. Could it be that the chaos demon god from the early ancient times also perished in the Tianxin demon ruins? Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, the demon god's body, which was tens of millions of feet tall, suddenly opened a slit in its eyes and looked towards Chu Dian. Chapter 228 Survive, what the hell? Boom. Seeing the huge chaos demon god's body open its eyes, Chu Dian only felt a roar in his mind, and then immediately closed the eye of heaven and retracted his gaze. This ancient chaos demon god is still alive. When the scene appeared in his mind, Chu Dian felt dry mouth and his heart began to beat violently. This was unheard of in the original plot he was familiar with. There was absolutely no plot that described this. Something is wrong. In the original plot, the Yi family and the Heart Demon clan also cooperated to develop the Tianxin Shimo ruins. Ren Yushuan obtained the inheritance of Tianxin Shimo, and the Yi family obtained a huge amount of resources and magical scriptures in the ruins, leading the Shengxian sect to rapidly increase its strength. Yi Qianshang's prestige also increased day by day, paving the way for the later complete destruction of the Chu family, the founding family. For example, now, why hasn't the Chu family completely destroyed the Yi family? It is because the Chu family has not been able to lead the Shengxian sect to expand its territory and bring greater benefits to everyone. Therefore, even if the sect leader Yi Qianshang is deposed, the influence accumulated by the Yi family over millions of years is huge, and the huge contributions they have made to the sect are also there. Therefore, there is still great resistance to destroying the Yi family, and the three top families do not agree. The reason why Chu Dian, and even Chu Tianyin and Chu Tianxing, attach so much importance to the Tianxin Shimo ruins is that they want to obtain huge amounts of resources and magical scriptures from them, improve the strength of the sect, enhance its prestige, and prepare to completely destroy the Yi family. But if this chaotic demon body from the early ancient times is still alive, how did Yi Qianshang control the Tianxin demon ruins in the original plot? Something's wrong. It's very wrong. Chu Dian muttered to himself. With his strong heart, he could even hear the sound of his heart beating violently, bang, bang, at this moment. This person is definitely a mythical and powerful being, at least on the level of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, or even more terrifying. If he really had survived millions of years and was still alive, how terrifying would his power be now? Even a supreme being like Emperor Hengtian, who dominated all the worlds and almost unified the 9 realms of the human race, could not resist the erosion of time. Could it be that this chaos demon god from the ancient times is even stronger than Emperor Hengtian? Buzz. But suddenly, at the entrance of the Tianxin demon ruins, the eyes of the 2 demon pythons suddenly burst into blood red light, and the entrance to the mountain, which was like an abyss, suddenly produced a strong devouring force, swallowing Chu Dian, Ren Yushuan, Mo Wuan, and Yi Luli. After Chu Dian was swallowed, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he saw a shocking and impactful scene. At this moment, they were in a dark starry sky, with endless and huge stars moving and rumbling. In front of them, the body of the demon god that they had just seen, which was tens of millions of feet tall, slowly sat up, opened his eyes and looked down at them, as if he was spying on them with the eye of heaven, and awakened the ancient demon god. A feeling of being as small as an ant strongly impacted Chu Dian's mind. The person in front of them really was like an ancient demon god who had arrived across eternity and was about to rule over all worlds. The terrifying feeling of oppression made them feel as if they were about to explode. In front of the ancient demon god's body, they were as small as the dust in the starry sky. Ren Yushuan, the daughter of the current demon emperor of the Heart Demon clan, pays homage to the Chaos Ancestor Demon God and congratulates the demon ancestor god on his rebirth. Ren Yushuan's face turned pale with horror, and then a strong excitement emerged in her charming eyes. She suddenly knelt on one knee, placed her hands on her smooth forehead, made a strange worship gesture, and then prostrated herself on the ground with all 5 limbs to show her submission. Chu Dian had seen this posture in ancient books. This was the highest level of worship etiquette of the Heart Demon clan. Mo Wuan and Yi Luli on the side also looked pale at first, but then became extremely excited. They knelt down together, imitating Ren Yushuan's actions, and prostrated themselves on the ground in worship. The Heart Demon clan's inherited sect, the Eternal Human Realm Heart Demon Holy Land Saint Sun Mo Wuan and Saint Maiden Yi Luli paid their respects to the great. The two's voices were filled with excitement, as if it was a great honor for them to be able to meet the supreme mythical demon god. Yi Luli's face even turned red with joy, and she glanced at Chu Dian arrogantly. It seems to be saying, see, this is the Chaos Ancestral Demon God, the source of inheritance of my Heart Demon Holy Land. They were extremely excited. After seeing this legend, if they could get some benefits from him, it might even directly change their destiny and benefit them for the rest of their lives. In the field, Chu Dian was the only one standing upright. Even though Ren Yuxin kept winking at him and asking him to kneel down, he did not waver at all. He did not kneel to the sky or the earth. Even after coming to this world, he only knelt to his parents, closest relatives, and the ancestors of the Chu family. Moreover, according to the description in the original plot, Chu Tianjia subconsciously felt that the resurrection of the Chaos Demon God was very wrong, and there might be other hidden secrets. After all, if this Chaos Demon God who came from the Demon Clan was really still alive, Yi Qianshang would not be able to control the Tianxing Demon ruins. Even though Yi Qianshang is a strong man on the heavenly ranking, Chu Dian does not think that he is a match for this mythical demon ancestor and can snatch control of the ruins from him. Even if his arrival caused a butterfly effect and led to a major change in the trajectory of fate, it would not have affected the ruins of the Tianxing Shimo and changed the plot of the ruins. Although he felt that there was another hidden secret, Chu Dian still took out the Emperor of Heaven's Descent talisman just in case. He was confident that even if he couldn't win, with 10 minutes of Emperor's fighting power, he would have no problem escaping from the ruins. Hey, you humans who have inherited the heritage of other races are really like dogs that can't change their bad habits. You are the human race, the first ethnic group in the mythological era, and you have overwhelmed many taboo ethnic groups. Can you have a little bit of self-respect as the pride of the human race? At this moment, the Chaos Demon God suddenly opened his mouth, and a sound like thunder came out of his mouth. The terrifying sound waves even caused the stars in the dark universe to shake violently. I saw the Chaos Demon God stretching, as if he had slept for too long and his muscles and bones were a little soft. The powerful and terrifying body moved slightly, causing time and space to shatter. The thousands of stars surrounding him were directly shattered by his unintentional wave of the hand. As soon as these words were spoken, Mo Wuan and Yi Luli's pupils contracted violently, their faces suddenly turned pale, and they trembled with fear. They worshipped the Chaos Demon God with the highest etiquette. What did they do wrong? Ren Yuxin raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Why was the tone of voice so different from the description of the Chaos Demon God in the classics? No, they are like two different people. According to historical records, the Chaos Ancestral Demon God had a cold temperament and spoke very little. He would slaughter large clans in large realms at will. He even devoured millions of Demon Clan members from the branch of the Heart Demon Clan because of a wrong word he said. He truly regards all living beings in the world as ants. Even the descendants of the demons are as small as dust in his eyes. If this demon god who had been sleeping for endless years were to be reborn and had even a hint of dissatisfaction, Yi Luli and Mo Wuan would probably have exploded on the spot and their souls would have been shattered. The little princess of the demon clan seems to still be in the Tianxingqi demon body. The real master has come to find her. What true master? He was brought to the Hengtian realm by Emperor Hengtian. Since he is in the territory of my Shengxian sect, he belongs to my Shengxian sect. The Chaos Demon God's muttering was very low, but under his huge body that was billions of feet long, it was like the roar of endless divine thunder, which made Yi Luli and Mo Wuan's minds go blank. They were completely stunned. What the hell? Are you from Shengxian sect? Isn't this the Chaos Ancestor Demon God, the Taoist companion of the Tianxing First Demon, the oldest demon clan? How did he become a member of the Shengxian sect? What the hell are the Tianxing Shimo ruins that Emperor Hengtian moved? They feel as if they are dreaming, and it is a daydream. Chapter 229, Left Behind by Emperor Hengtian. Little princess of the demon clan, you don't need to be so polite to me. I am not the ancestor of your demon clan. The body of your real ancestor, Tianxing Shimo, is not here. The Chaos Ancestral Demon God pointed at Chu Dian next to him and said calmly, you're the only one standing here, this little fellow with the Chaos Demon God body. You have cultivated the Duang Sutra and mastered the Shengxian Sutra. You must be the current holy son of my Shengxian sect. Since you want to obtain the inheritance of this Chaos Ancestral Demon God from me, why don't you quickly pay homage to the ancestors of the sect? Ren Yuxuan lay on the ground in a daze, feeling dizzy and completely confused. She stared at the tall and boundless Chaos Demon God, then turned to look at Chu Dian. At this moment, Chu Dian's face was calm, with a slight smile on his lips. He stood upright all the time and suddenly bowed to the Chaos Demon God's body, saying, Chu Dian, the contemporary saint, pays homage to Jiyu Mozu. He already understood why Yi Qianshang could control the Tianxing demon ruins. Because the seemingly resurrected Chaos Demon God is actually the ancestor of the Shengxian sect's revival. In the history of Shengxian sect, there was only one person who could occupy the body of a mythical powerful being like Chaos Ancestor Demon God to help himself sleep and prolong his life, and that was Jiyu Mozu. Only the ancestors of Shengxian sect would help the Yi family, the founding family of Shengxian sect, to master the resources of the ruins and use them to strengthen the sect. Boom! In an instant, Ren Yuxuan, Mo Wuan, and Yi Luli were completely dumbfounded, their minds went blank. Jiyu Mozu. This name is so well known that it is impossible for them not to have heard of it. One of the three founders of the Shengxian sect's revival, one of the 20 most powerful people in the Hengtian realm throughout history, ranked 17th on the Hengtian realm's heavenly ranking. He once suppressed the 9 realms of the human race and was known for his strange personality. Sometimes he was approachable, and sometimes he slaughtered countless people. He even devoured the essence and blood of hundreds of billions of people from the 10,000 realms and built a mountain with their skulls, which horrified the 10,000 realms. But this person was a mythical powerful being at least 400,000 years ago. He should have passed away long ago. How did he end up in the body of the Chaos Demon God? Ha 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 ha, what a smart boy, you guessed my identity so quickly, you're worthy of being a descendant of the Chu family. Jiyu Mozu laughed heartily, his voice shaking the heavens. That's right, I am Jiyu Mozu. After the mythological era, the human race split into 9 realms. The loss of countless powerful inheritances led to a lack of successors for the human race. Therefore, Emperor Hengtian failed in his attempt to unify the 9 realms of the human race and encountered huge resistance. In order to ensure the continuation of the human race, he searched for a large number of relics of ancient mythological masters from all realms and brought them to Hengtian realm to enrich our Hengtian realm's heritage. Shortly after the celestial heart demon and the Chaos Ancestral Demon God passed away, Emperor Hengtian infiltrated the core of the Heart Demon clan, dug up the mythological tomb, and moved this cave of the first demon here. I am not as talented as Saint Ancestor Duanmu. I have tried to live my life again with great perseverance, wisdom, and supernatural powers. But I can only use this method to survive and sleep until now. Jiyu Mozu smiled and explained the whole story. Ren Yuxuan, Yi Luli, and Mo Wuan were as stiff as sculptures, their minds were blank, and they were really dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood why the relics of inheritance left by Tianxing Shimo were not in the Heart Demon realm, or even in other demon realms, but ran to the Hengtian realm which was unknown to be separated from the Endless realm. There is no record in the classics about any connection or involvement between Tianxing Shimo and the human race. In fact, it was Tianxing Shimo who was responsible for the transmission of the Heart Demon clan's inheritance to the 9 realms of the human race. It turns out that the real reason is here. A scene emerged in their minds. The supreme and almighty Emperor Hengtian, who shocked the world throughout the ages, racked his brains and worked hard to dig out various inheritances from various void chaos, tombs, and even forbidden areas in order to ensure the continued existence of the human race after his death, which had lost countless important inheritances and was divided into 9 parts. He moved them to the Hengtian realm. The corners of Ren Yuxuan's mouth twitched slightly, and she felt speechless. You could actually obtain the inheritance of Tianming Daozhen and inherited her Eye of Heaven. Your fortune is terrifying. Ji Mozu ignored the shock of these little ones and instead looked at Chu Tian in amazement, as if he had seen many things that surprised him. The spiritual taboo realm, so many secrets, and you actually mastered so many magical powers. This aura, Emperor Heng Tian helped you block something in your mind. Oh my god, the one from the eternal human realm. Good heavens, my dear, little one, you are so brave. Ji Mozu seemed extremely shocked and saw the human king seal on Chu Tian. Chu Tian's expression was calm, as composed as an ancient well, but he did get a lot of information from Ji Mozu's mumbling. The Taoist master Tianming disappeared and passed away in the myriad realms. It was actually this demon ancestor Ji who brought back his emperor's body and dropped it in the sect's headquarters. It should be to emulate the behavior of Emperor Heng Tian, who left a legacy to the Heng Tian realm, cultivated future generations, and left a foundation for the Shengxian sect. However, his vision was not as grand as that of Emperor Heng Tian. He did not return the imperial body of Tianming Daozen to the Sihang Holy Sect, but kept it in the Holy Heaven sect, causing successive Sihang Holy Lords to search for it for hundreds of thousands of years in vain. It was also because of this that the Lu family later accidentally obtained the imperial body of Tianming Daozen in the cave. The Lu family rose to power, and Lu Zheng used secret methods to create a fake innate Taoist body Lu Yun, and took the opportunity to get engaged to the Chu family, which led to a series of events afterwards. Thinking of this, Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart that fate is mysterious and unpredictable. An emperor's body left behind 300,000 years ago actually shaped the trajectory of fate 300,000 years later. Chu Tian, I have been in meditation for many years. How are our Tianzong, Shengxian sect, and Heng Tian realm doing now? At this time, Ji Mozu sighed softly and said, I am too powerful to be able to suppress my body. That is why I could only survive in this way. I rely on the might of Chaos Ancestral Demon God and Tianxin Shimo to preserve my consciousness in my sleep, hoping to make a breakthrough one day and live a new life. At worst, if our sect is in danger of being wiped out, or if our Heng Tian race is facing a crisis, I can break out from here and kill a few supreme emperors without any problem. Reporting to the ancestors, everything is fine in the Jiyu family. Uncle Jiyu Wudao is in charge of the War Affairs Hall and is expanding the territory for the sect. And with the continued efforts of many predecessors, our Tianzong is now the strongest sect on the continent. Chu Tian's voice was calm, and he selectively told Ji Mozu about the current situation facing Heng Tian realm and Shengxian sect. This included the abolition of the sect, the family's closure of the Holy Emperor Peak's Gate, their collusion with the Dragon Clan's coercion, and the recent arrival of the Nine Realms Human King. Mo Wuan and Yululi were really cold all over. How terrifying is the background of the Heng Tian realm. Fortunately, that day, Master did not cooperate with the Eternal Ancestral Court to attack the Shengxian sect. Otherwise, they would not dare to imagine how shocking it would be to see the unimaginably ferocious Ji Mozu driving the billions of feet tall Chaos Demon God out of the ground. Chapter 230 I might beat you to death. First, the immortal soul left by Emperor Heng Tian awakened, and then this demon ancestor Ji was hidden underground. Ren Yuxuan was amazed. No wonder her father had always been in awe of the Heng Tian realm. Even after discovering the remains of the Tianxin demon, he did not use force but chose to contact the Shengxian sect through the Shinmo sect. She was very confused at first. Her father had always been domineering and ruthless. He had destroyed hundreds of millions of tribes and killed billions of lives, including some that were among the top 100 in the 10,000 realms and were more powerful than the Heng Tian realm. Why is he so polite to Heng Tianji this time when facing the inheritance of his own ethnic group? Now she understands. Although this ancient human world seems to be in a period of transition and has few strong people, its profound foundation is unimaginable. No one knows where a legendary strong man may emerge from. For example, this Ji Mozu, although he has been in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years, he controls the body of the Chaos Demon God. No one can imagine how terrifying his combat power will be if he comes out to fight to the death. Can he really only take away a few supreme emperors? Even, can you take away a legend? This kind of price is difficult to accept even for the Heart Demon clan and even the Dragon clan. What a traitor is Eternal King Feng Changhao. It's a pity that I can't leave this first demon ruins right now, otherwise I could crush his balls with one hand. Ji Mozu stared at Mo Wuan and Yululi grimly, as if he wanted to crush these two little creatures from the eternal realm to death with one hand. Mo Wuan and Yululi were so scared that their faces turned pale and their whole bodies began to tremble. Forget it. Since you, the Holy Lord of the Heart Demon Holy Land, have rendered great service to our Holy Heaven sect this time, I will not eat you. Ji Mozu looked at Chu Tian and said, in the Tianxin Shimo ruins, there are a vast amount of resources and magical scriptures. Below is the cave of the Chaos Ancestral Demon God. You can go and see if there is anything you need. Hee. At this time, Ji Mozu looked at Ren Yuxuan and suddenly laughed strangely. Little princess of the demon clan, I also know something about the Tianxin demon body and the Chaos Demon God body. The Tianxin demon's cave is on the other side. I will take you there. I can give you the inheritance. After all, it is beneficial to my Tianzong Saint Son. As for the resources within the ruins, you Heart Demon clan can forget about it. Since it is in my Tianzong, it belongs to my Tianzong. With a wave of his hand, Ji Mozu tore a crack in the starry sky. Ren Yuxuan had no chance to resist and was sent into it. Lil guy, practice hard and don't lose my Tianzong people. Even if they are evil dragons, we can still pull out their dragon tendons and peel off their dragon scales. It's not easy for a supreme physique to appear in the Heng Tian realm. Don't waste it. Your future path will not be easy. Go, ancestor, I am about to fall asleep. Do not disturb me unless it is something important. If the sect is facing the danger of extinction or the human race is in trouble, I will appear. Ji Mozu waved his hand, and Chu Tian, Mo Wuan, and Yululi were also thrown into the crack. All I felt was a black screen. Afterwards, Chu Tian, Mo Wuan and Yululi appeared in a dark cave. It was a cave filled with demonic energy. Holes were dug out of the surrounding cliffs. There were ancient candlesticks in them, and the flames were still burning, as if they had never been extinguished for tens of millions of years. This seems to be the master bedroom of the Chaos Demon God's cave. There are several entrances next to it, with plaques hanging on them, which are written in ancient demonic characters. The Avatar Room, Alchemy Room, the Divine Medicine Room, Weapon Refining Room, Demon Soldier Pavilion. Hiss, the oil in the candlestick is Chaos Spirit Liquid, and it continuously draws on the power of rules to replenish the oil, making the candle flame eternal. Yululi came back to her senses from the shock and was shocked when she saw the things in the cave. Any random candlestick, chair, or stone is a treasure that has lasted for eternity and has been immortal. Moreover, after being shrouded in the aura of the Chaos Demon God for millions of years, they are all extremely precious treasures. In particular, the demonic essence contained therein has an unparalleled appeal to those who are practicing the inheritance of the Heart Demon clan. Brother, look what that is. We are going to be rich. Yululi looked forward, and an irregularly shaped dark stone bed came into her eyes, causing her pupils to shrink violently. It contains the laws of chaos. Could this be the legendary? Yululi lost her voice and stood as stiff as a sculpture. Chaos Ancestral Stone. Mo Wuan's voice was hoarse and low, his voice was trembling slightly, and there were bloodshot in his eyes. He suddenly took a step forward, as if to gently stroke the stone bed. The Chaos Ancestral Stone is one of the most supreme refining materials in the universe. It is a treasure that even the mythological emperors desire. It contains the laws of chaos, can accommodate all things, and is extremely precious. It is said that the Heart Demon Emperor once offered a huge reward in exchange for a small piece of Chaos Ancestral Stone the size of a fist to refine a treasure, but he was unable to obtain it. The Chaos Ancestral Stone in front of him was just like a small mountain, 8,000 or even 10,000 times the size of a fist. If a mythical powerful being could refine it into a treasure, it would probably be at least on the level of the clan's treasure, the Star Crystal Coffin, and even the mythical powerful being would be jealous. Its value is completely immeasurable. If it were to be spread out, there would be a bloody storm in all the worlds. Bang! But at this moment, a big hand grabbed his hand, and a terrible force surged out, directly crushing his arm into pieces. He let out a scream, and was thrown out directly, hitting the wall heavily. Chu Dian, do you want to snatch it from me? Mo Wuan stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that his mind was completely covered by greed. This Chaos Ancestral Stone, as well as the Divine Medicine Room, Divine Power Room, and Demonic Weapon Pavilion belong to my Heart Demon Holy Land, and the rest belong to you. Consider it your Shangxian sect's reward for giving me the Heart Demon Holy Land. Chu Dian's face was calm as he said calmly, for the sake of the Heart Demon Saint, you can choose a magical power in scripture in the Magical Power Room and then leave obediently. Or don't want anything, be suppressed by me and thrown out. If you still don't obey, I might even beat you to death. Which one do you want to choose? Chapter 231 Yi Luli's Contempt. Chu Dian, I am a few years older than you. As the Holy Son of the Heart Demon Holy Land, I was once as high-spirited and lawless as you. Mo Wuan's voice was extremely cold, and he looked down at Chu Dian and said, as you grow up, you will find that this world is huge, so huge that you can't even imagine. The little bit of talent and so-called achievements that you used to be proud of are nothing in front of those true young supremes. Those who insist on their own way and don't know how to give in will not have a good ending. Most of them become corpses under the feet of others. You should understand that in a few days, the Nine Realms competition will begin. It will be an extremely cruel battlefield of life and death. Only by knowing how to give in can you have a good ending. Do you understand what I mean? There was a strong sense of threat in Mo Wuan's voice, and the cold murderous intent almost overflowed from his words. If you were more sensible, I would know that I am the most powerful demon in the eternal human realm during the Nine Realms competition, and I am also the leader of the younger generation. Even if the Dragon Clan targets you, I will secretly look after your Hengtian realm. I might even be able to help your Hengtian realm move up from its bottom position of millions of years. Mo Wuan emphasized the word, take care of, as if to say, if you are sensible, I will take care of you. If you are not sensible, don't blame me for turning my back on you and giving special care to you, the pride of the Hengtian human world. This Chaos Ancestral Stone bed belongs to me, and the rest of the Spiritual Medicine Room and so on, we will divide it equally. There are 3 of us here. We brothers and sisters will take half, and you, the weakest one, will take half. That's fair, right? After Mo Wuan threatened, he spoke lightly, and a strong demonic flame began to burn around his body, as if an ancient demon god had come to the world with overwhelming demonic power. He showed Chu Dian how powerful he was, and then walked towards the Chaos Ancestral Stone. He actually had some concerns. However, when he learned that Ji Mozu had fallen into a deep sleep again, his concerns disappeared. The terrifying existence of that level has been in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years. Every time he wakes up, he will consume a huge amount of spiritual power. As long as he doesn't interfere with the fight between Chu Tianji's killers and the younger generation, Ji Mozu will not wake up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying demonic power surged in the cave. Mo Wuan's aura was astonishingly strong, and the divine fire was thick. Above his head, it seemed as if the eyes of a demon god were opening and closing, emitting a terrifying murderous light, as if an ancient demon god was being nurtured within, ready to wake up and destroy the world at any time. The fire of the devil was ignited, and the devil's soul was nurtured to the extreme. It could already manifest outside the body, transforming into a divine image and wandering independently in the vast starry sky. This was a sign that would only appear when one was in the realm of the gods and became extremely powerful and terrifying. Even Hang Chong, the holy maiden Hylian, has broken through the divine realm for nearly 3 years but is still unable to achieve this step. It can be imagined how powerful Mo Wuan is. Chu Dian is only at the fusion realm now, so it is no wonder that Mo Wuan does not take him seriously at all. If this wasn't the territory of the Shangxian sect, in his eyes, Chu Dian wouldn't even be qualified to take half of the resources. Buzz, but at this moment, the space fluctuated slightly, and Chu Dian appeared in front of the Chaos Ancestral Stone as if he had teleported. He looked at Mo Wuan and Yi Luli with a calm expression and said, in consideration of the help the Heart Demon Saint Lord gave me before, I have given you the opportunity to have a little adventure, but it's a pity that you don't know how to cherish it. So you chose the other option. I'm too powerful now. If I accidentally kill you, it would be difficult to explain to the Heart Demon Saint Lord. Before Chu Dian finished speaking in a calm voice, Yi Luli's cold voice suddenly resounded throughout the cave. Shameless little brat, I've put up with you for a long time. If this weren't the territory of the Holy Heaven sect, you wouldn't even be qualified to challenge me and my senior brother, let alone stand against the great Demon King's son. Who the hell are you? Buzz. Yi Luli's body was burning with the magic flame of glass, and she appeared in front of Chu Dian. Strange sound waves came out from her red lips, directly entering Chu Dian's ears and covering him. A huge and terrifying vision appeared around. Hundreds of demons thousands of feet tall appeared, and at the same time, they let out sharp roars at Chu Dian, which was breathtaking. The soul-captivating demonic sound, the top magical power of the Heart Demon Holy Land, can directly shock the enemy's soul. The weak willpower can offset it, causing the enemy to lose consciousness for a moment and reveal a flaw. In severe cases, the soul will collapse directly, the will dissipate, and only a shell will remain. Junior sister, please be careful not to kill him. This is the territory of Shangxian sect after all. Mo Wuan said calmly with his hands behind his back, and he had no intention of stopping him. He felt that Chu Dian was indeed a bit too arrogant, and it would be good to teach him a lesson. By the way, it can also let the princess see clearly that this so-called chaos demon body is nothing but a weak creature, and understand who is the most suitable person for her. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual wave spread out, as if an ancient ferocious beast was looking down at him. For some reason, Mo Wuan felt his hair stand on end. Then he saw an incredible scene. Chu Dian's sea of consciousness manifested, and a huge chaotic planet slowly rose in the ocean, emitting billions of feet of chaotic divine light. The soul-capturing magic sound cast by Yi Luli could only cause the slightest ripple in this sea of consciousness, and did not shake the chaotic planet in the slightest. What is this thing? Mo Wuan's pupils widened angrily and he lost consciousness for a moment. With his knowledge and experience, it was impossible for him to see that this was the forbidden area of the mind. The chaotic spirit being condensed from it, after reaching its peak, could be emitted out of the body and existed independently. Although Chu Dian did not condense his soul, his spirit was condensed into substance, which is a soul in another sense. The soul is the result of the complete condensation of the spirit. Yi Luli couldn't even reach the state of soul penetrating the body and displaying the dharma of heaven and earth. Trying to use the sound wave magic to shake Chu Dian's spirit was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Dian looked calm, and a true dragon divine ring emerged in his mind. It was the true dragon divine ring formed by the combination of the two magical powers of the extraordinary realm, the prison suppressing true dragon technique and the chaos golden dragon cover. Divine light shone everywhere, and Chu Dian was like an ancient god coming to the world. The image of the demon god condensed by Yi Luli was like an ice cube, and was instantly dissolved by the light. You don't want to be a good woman, but you have to be a slave to the demon ancestor, groveling and bowing to him. Your ability is also called sonic magic. Chu Dian's voice was calm, and his chi sank into his dantian. The chi and blood in his body surged wildly, and the sound of a landslide and tsunami could be heard as the blood flowed. Then he suddenly roared. Roar. In an instant, a terrifying sonic boom swept through the cave, turning it into a sea of sound waves. Chapter 232 Demon God Inheritance. The power of Chu Dian's body is too terrifying. With a strength of 150 million pounds, under the superposition of substantial spiritual power, a slight movement can generate a strength of over 10 billion. With the power of a roar, if it were among the mountains, the surrounding area within thousands of miles would be flattened. Not to mention, he has mastered a total of 500 kinds of supernatural powers, among which there are as many as 7 or 8 kinds of sonic powers, which are a combination of the Buddha's roar of Buddhism, the 8 sounds of the Dragon Clan, and the Phoenix Clan, etc. Junior sister, retreat quickly. Mo Wuwan's pupils contracted violently, and he felt his hair stand on end. He flew backwards tens of thousands of meters, and even retreated all the way to the outside of the cave of the Chaos Demon. In just a moment, Yululi, who was very close to Chu Dian, covered her ears and let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. The terrible sound waves directly invaded her mind, tearing her sea of consciousness and destroying her soul. Her facial features were instantly torn apart, and scarlet blood flowed out. She was wearing a long dress, which was instantly turned into ashes by the sonic boom, revealing her curvy figure. However, it was not a beautiful and slender figure, because every pore of her body was penetrated by the terrible sonic boom, squeezing out blood, and she instantly became a bloody person, looking extremely creepy. Junior sister, quickly retreat. Mo Wuwan gazed from afar at the entrance of the ancestral demon god's cave, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. His control over the sonic wave ability has reached the beginning of perfection. The ancestral demon god's cave is too small. The sonic power rolls back and forth, constantly accumulating inside the cave, erupting with a power 3 or 4 times greater. We can't fight him head on inside. Chu Dian, Luli is my inner demon saint. If you dare to touch her, no one can save you, no matter where you go. The heart demon Holy Land will completely break with your holy heaven sect. Don't forget, my heart demon Holy Land is the savior of your Shengxian sect. Brother, save. Luli's voice was filled with endless pain. He turned his head and looked at his senior brother outside the cave exit, his bloodshot eyes filled with pleading. Buzz. Suddenly, her soul was squeezed out of her body by the terrifying sonic boom. With a bang, it was directly blown apart. Bang. Luli's bloody body fell limply to the ground, covered in blood, including her cheeks. She could no longer be seen in her original appearance, and her eyes were clear. Her soul was blasted, her sea of consciousness exploded, and her energy and spirit were directly dissipated by 9 out of 10. I'm afraid that even if she can barely survive, she will become a foolish person. Who do you think you are? Why don't you just be a good person? Why do you insist on being a leader when you don't have the ability? I told you I'm too strong. If I'm not careful, I'll beat you to death. Chu Dian spoke calmly, looking towards Mo Wuwan at the cave entrance, and said, come and take your junior sister away. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Mo Wuwan had a gloomy expression, with bloodshot eyes, as he looked at his junior sister who had collapsed at Chu Dian's feet, her consciousness broken and covered in blood. He remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he said, Chu Dian, you've caused a big disaster. You launched a surprise attack and killed my junior sister. You relied on your Shengxian sect's territory to bully others. I will report everything to my master. You will pay a heavy price for your actions. After saying that, Mo Wuwan turned around and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the ancestral demon god's cave. The Tianqin original demon ruins is a huge mountain. Inside it, Mount Sumeru has turned into a mustard seed, which is an extremely large secret world. The cave of the Chaos Demon God is only the biggest adventure in the area, which does not mean that there will not be other great benefits. Seeing the terrifying sonic power displayed by Chu Dian, Mo Wuwan was extremely fearful and turned around to look for other adventures. He is indeed a useless piece of shit. Chu Dian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This world is indeed very big, but no matter how big the world is, it doesn't belong to a coward like you. Looking at the heart demon saint who had collapsed to the ground with her consciousness dissipated, Chu Dian shook his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and took out a 9 revolutions great rejuvenation pill that the system had just rewarded him with and stuffed it into her mouth. It's not that he is afraid of the heart demon Holy Land, but he is afraid of Mo Wuwan's threat. But the help that the heart demon Saint Lord Jia Wuya had given to the Shengxian sect before, regardless of whether he had selfish motives or not, was a fact after all. He was ungrateful and the impact was indeed very bad. Not to mention that in the past 3 years, the heart demon Holy Land and the Holy Heaven sect have been communicating and interacting closely in private. This is also the reason why Chu Dian drove away Shui Jihan, but kept these two guys and was willing to give them some benefits. But what can be done? Mo Wuwan and Yululi are too stupid and keep looking for death. They won't listen to the advice he gives. After 3 years of cultivation, his strength has reached a terrifying level. He was very restrained throughout the entire process of attacking Saint Hillian Hengchong. Chu Dian didn't even use much strength to beat Yululi like this. She was so much weaker than Saint Hillian and Hengchong that Chu Dian couldn't understand where Yululi got the courage from. What sin have you committed to deserve such a brother? Whether you can recover depends on your luck. If you survive, be a good person. Don't be so proud of being a dog for aliens. This 9 revolutions great rejuvenation pill can bring the dead back to life, flesh and bones. It can almost bring the dead back to life if it's below the level of a god king. It may not be able to repair the soul, so I don't know. Chu Dian said this lightly, no longer caring about Yululi's life or death, and turned to walk towards the Chaos Ancestral Stone. Buzz. Chu Dian's Chaos Demon body seemed to sense the doubt traces of the same origin, and began to move actively. More than 70,000 secret treasures on his body glowed, and the power of chaos exploded, like 70,000 small chaotic worlds, with the sounds of lightning and thunder exploding, which was breathtaking. It turned out that it was the power of thunder stored in the secret treasure when he was undergoing the tribulation 3 years ago. Boom, boom, boom. The Chaos Ancestral Stone suddenly burst out with infinite divine light, enveloping Chu Dian. Huge and ancient demonic characters suddenly appeared in Chu Dian's mind. Chaos Demon body of later generations, I don't know which demon clan you come from, or whether you are from the same clan as me, but since you have the good fortune to enter my cave, then accept my great inheritance, travel across the world, and be invincible for the rest of your life. A cold voice that was left behind eternity ago sounded in Chu Dian's ears, containing an aura of looking down on the world and being lawless. But he probably didn't expect it. The supreme demon physique inherited from him, the Chaos Demon body, did not come from any branch of the demon race, but from the human race. Not long after his death, Emperor Hengtian moved him and his cave to the Hengtian realm. Even his corpse became the cauldron in the place where Jiyu Mozu's soul and will continue after his death. Chapter 233 Ancestral Demonic Sutra. Ancestral Demonic Scripture. Chu Dian immediately recognized the meaning of the first 3 words of the outline of this demonic scripture. These 3 words contained endless demonic essence. Chu Dian only took a glance at them, and many insights flowed through his heart. His understanding of the Chaos Demon body was further improved. He even realized that he still had many shortcomings in developing the secrets of his own physique. Throughout history, this is the first time that the Chaos Demon body has appeared in the human race. Chu Dian has no predecessors to learn from, and the Hengtian realm does not have the foundation to go to the demon clan and exchange the cultivation method of the Chaos Demon body for Chu Dian. So now, Chu Dian is actually groping forward on his own. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Dian's body shook, and the Ancestral Demon Sutra began to operate in the secret realm. Impurities were decomposed out of it, and the secret realm that had been opened up to the extreme by Chu Dian began to expand again. Roar, roar. One after another, terrifying roars resounded from the secret treasures all over his body. The power of chaos condensed, and the devil's power shook the sky. One after another, chaotic demon gods that could reach heaven and earth were born from Chu Dian's secret treasures at the same time, and at the same time, they let out demon roars that shook the sky and the earth. They were many times more terrifying than the roars Chu Dian had made before. Chu Dian's chaos demon body only began to unleash its potential divine power after developing the secret treasure. Now, with the blessing of the Ancestral Demon Sutra, Chu Dian has truly tapped the potential of the secret treasure to the extreme, even surpassing the records in the Ancestral Demon Sutra. This does not mean that the Ancestral Demon Sutra is more powerful and mysterious than the Chaos Creation Sutra given to Chu Dian by the system, but that the Chaos Creation Sutra is not specifically suitable for the Chaos Demon God body and is specially created for him. The power of the Chaos Creation Sutra had basically developed the secret treasure to the extreme before. Now, through the Ancestral Demon Sutra, the secret power that is unique to the Chaos Demon God body has been opened up. Superimposed on each other, it can be said that Chu Dian has surpassed the limits of the founders of the two scriptures and walked a path of his own. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Chu Dian stood in front of the Chaos Ancestral Stone. The Chaos Demon God roared in the secrets all over his body, and the demonic power shook the sky, as if the ancient demon god had come to the world. If the demon king's son Shui Jihan, or even the demon emperor's daughter Ren Yuxuan were in front of Chu Dian at this moment, I am afraid no one would think that Chu Dian was a human and they were the pure-blooded demon royal family. At this time, Yi Luli, who had taken the 9-turn great rejuvenation pill, slowly came back to his senses. His shattered consciousness seemed to have recovered a lot. Seeing Chu Dian, who was like the demon emperor, his heart trembled. He hurriedly got up, performed the highest etiquette of the demon clan to pay homage to Chu Dian, and then prostrated himself on the ground. It was exactly the same ceremonial posture that Ren Yuxuan used when she paid homage to the Chaos Demon God. Greetings to the great descendant of the Ancestral Demon God. Yi Luli's voice was filled with fanaticism, worship, and submission. Chu Dian's roar before left her with an impression of immense power and planted endless fear in her consciousness. She had been practicing the inheritance of the Heart Demon clan, and had a deep-seated admiration for the demon clan since she was a child, and she despised her own human bloodline. Now, the endless fear of Chu Dian's power in her mind, coupled with the demonic power Chu Dian displayed now, which far exceeded Shui Jihan, directly conquered her body and mind, and she sincerely worshipped Chu Dian. Chu Dian was unaware of what was happening behind him, but was immersed in the Ancestral Demon Sutra. This scripture condenses the essence of the life of this ancient supreme demon god. It is not just a simple outline of cultivation, but like the imprint of Taoism left by Emperor Hengtian on his Wandao Ding, it contains his lifelong understanding of the demonic ways of heaven and earth, as well as the many powerful magical powers he obtained during his life, and the supreme demonic magical powers he created himself. The devil is supreme. The devil is ruthless. This deity has observed the past and present, traveled through the past and future, and roamed through the mythological era, creating this supreme magical power. Magic. The cold and supreme voice resounded in Chu Dian's mind. Faintly, Chu Dian saw the shadow of a demon god that was tens of millions of feet tall, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Heaven refers to the past. Land refers to the future. He stands between the past and the future, eternal and indestructible. Between heaven and earth, the demonic power of the past and the future surges. In an instant, a vast star field was destroyed and turned into nothingness. Billions of stars in it turned into dust, and the area was swallowed up in an instant. The supreme magical power, the devil. It draws in the demonic will of the past and the future, cuts off the life of all living things, devours the power of the heaven, earth and stars, and strengthens itself. This magical power is the true outline of the Ancestral Demon Sutra. The other most powerful magical powers in the Ancestral Demon Sutra are all additional, obtained by the Chaos Ancestral Demon God during his travels through the myriad realms. This is like the significance of the Eye of Heaven to the Taoist Master of Heaven's fate, and is the condensation of his lifelong understanding of the Tao. 36 top-level magical powers, and one supreme magical power. Chu Dian opened his eyes and raised his hand, and saw the lines on his palm faintly forming a dark word, demon. This, demonic, magical power is like the Eye of Heaven. Chu Dian does not need to comprehend it, but exists in a materialized way. As Chu Dian's realm strength continues to increase, the benefits it brings to Chu Dian are also getting greater and greater. The word, demon, means that after all avenues have reached their limit, they all end up in the same destination, returning to the original state. Chu Dian muttered to himself, vaguely forming a guess about the future path. The Taoist Master Tianming may not be as powerful as the Chaos Demon God, but the Eye of Heaven that he condensed has gone from complex to simple. The greatest and most powerful magical powers all lead to the same goal and don't seem to have too many bells and whistles. Hengtian's magical power is simply the word, years. The Eye of Heaven means amplification in all aspects. The Chaos Demon God has cultivated the word, demon, to the extreme and returned to his original nature. Great descendant of the Ancestral Demon God, please forgive the offense that your humble servant Yi Luli has previously committed against you. At this time, Yi Luli knelt in front of Chu Dian, lowered her head, and counted out continuously. She was still naked, but the bloodstains had disappeared. She seemed to really regard Chu Dian as her spiritual sustenance, became a fanatical believer, and regarded everything she had as Chu Dian's. Isn't it good to be a human being? Why do you have to be a slave to foreigners? Chu Dian said lightly, without even looking at Yi Luli's fiery body, raised his hand to put the Chaos Ancestral Stone into the small world of the Chaos Spirit Pearl, and then walked into the magical power room. He could naturally see that this woman truly felt from the bottom of her heart that her human identity was humble and that she revered the demons to the core. He had inherited the legacy of the Ancestral Demon God, and his status and position were directly in her heart, elevated to a level that surpassed Shui Jihan. For the sake of the Heart Demon Saint Lord, you can enter the magical power room and choose a scripture magic power, and then choose a weapon in the magical weapon room. I, a humble servant, pay my respects to the great descendant of the demonic ancestor. Yi Luli's voice was filled with endless emotion. Boom! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and Ren Yuxuan's low and painful voice came from it, little man, I need your help. There seemed to be a hint of confusion in his voice. Chapter 234, Dual Cultivation of Spirit and Soul. Congratulations, Princess, for obtaining the inheritance of the Tianxin ancestor and entering the realm of myth. Restoring the supreme power of the Heart Demon clan is just around the corner. The moment the void crack opened, Yi Luli's pupils contracted violently, and he immediately felt the supreme and powerful aura of the inner demon. She was cultivating the inheritance of the inner demon, and was even more sensitive to this aspect. She immediately fell to the ground when she was suppressed. Hearing Ren Yuxuan's slightly confused voice, Chu Dian frowned slightly. Without thinking too much, he opened the Eye of Heaven between his eyebrows and immediately stepped into the crack. Then, he saw Ren Yuxuan lying on the same Chaos Ancestral Stone bed, which was only slightly smaller than the one Chu Dian had obtained. The bed curtains were made of pink gauze. She was lying on the bed in a very seductive posture, with a red gauze draped softly on her body, which made her already curvy figure even more hot and charming. My little enemy, let me feel how powerful your Ancestral Demon God inheritance is. Ren Yuxuan's eyes were charming, her red lips slightly holding her index finger, and she beckoned Chu Dian with her other hand, letting him come over. Is this what you meant by needing my help? Chu Dian's face was calm. Even though Ren Yushuan's body was hotter than the Star Princess in her previous life and full of endless temptation, it could have caused much waves in his heart. He has experienced too much in 2 lifetimes. In his eyes, women are no different from skeletons. Moreover, this was also related to the young age of his body. He was only 12 years old. Even though he practiced quickly and had a slender body that was not inferior to many adults, his development in certain aspects could not be rushed. Even the top families and top sects have clear regulations for their outstanding disciples. Before reaching adulthood, they must not lose the innate young energy in their dantian, otherwise they will be severely punished. It is also to prevent young geniuses from indulging in women and wasting the most precious time for cultivation. Whether a solid foundation can be built before the age of 18 almost determines how far one can go in the future. You are so boring, little man. How could I be such an ignorant woman? I would never do anything that would affect the solid foundation you, my young husband, have built. I just want to test your willpower, little man. Ren Yushuan's eyes were filled with mist and a sense of indignation. As expected, little man, you are still so cold and ruthless, unmoved. 3 years have passed, and you still don't appreciate me. I can only be left alone in my boudoir, feeling sad and depressed. Chu Dian was too lazy to pay attention to this ever-changing witch. After obtaining the inheritance of the Tianqing Shimo, Ren Yushuan's changes became more complicated and lifelike. Even when he used the Eye of Heaven, he couldn't tell whether she was pretending or just had this idea in her mind. The inheritance of the Heart Demon clan has always been about change, which also means that Ren Yushuan has cultivated the Heart Demon Sutra to an unpredictable level. The magical powers and scriptures in the Tianqing Shimo cave mention also belong to my Shengqian sect. You can't take them away. Chu Dian's face was indifferent. He landed beside the bed and said, but I can decide on this Chaos Ancestral Stone bed. I will give it to you on behalf of the Holy Heaven sect. Wow, you are so kind, little man. How can I repay you? I promised myself to you, but you don't want it. Ren Yushuan seemed extremely moved, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and suddenly the devil fire in her heart burned, and a mysterious soul fluctuation suddenly spread. Chaos Yin and Yang Fu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Chu Dian suddenly felt the word, magic, on the palm of his hand getting hot, as if it was activated and revived on its own, emitting a magical aura that pulled Chu Dian's mind into a space filled with big mist. Then, a soft body fell into his arms. Little man, the dual cultivation method of Tianqing demon body and Chaos demon god body has never been just dual cultivation of the physical body. The art of dual cultivation is never as simple as just a matter between a man and woman in bed. You look upon me in such a vulgar way. There was resentment in Ren Yushuan's voice. A spiritual power flowed and poured into Chu Dian's mind. A mysterious spiritual communication was established between the two. Chaos demon body, Tianqing's demonic body, the two most powerful demonic physiques, with the dual cultivation technique created by Tianqing Shimo as the medium, the powers in the state of yin and yang, flowing between the two people. My little enemy, the Chaos Yin Yang art was created by the ancestral demon god and the heavenly heart origin demon. It imitates the most mysterious of the 3 realms of the ancient times, the Tao, and the beginning, which is said to be the realm that can directly attain enlightenment. Keep your mind clear and empty, don't have any evil thoughts about others, and concentrate on understanding the state to maximize your benefits. The first time I practiced dual cultivation of mind and spirit, and entered the simulated Tao realm was the most beneficial experience. I am also preparing to enter the realm of the gods. Ren Yushuan muttered to herself. In the state of dual cultivation of mind and soul, the door of her mind was completely defenseless against Chu Dian, and she entered a state of immersion in cultivation. At this time, Chu Dian could even read the scriptures and magical powers belonging to the Heart Demon clan in her memory, as well as the magical powers in the Tianqing Shimo inheritance that she had just obtained. This state is similar to the soul-searching technique. But it is completely different from the soul-searching technique. At this moment, Chu Dian felt that he had entered a state that was somewhat similar to the initial state, but seemed completely different. When he was in the initial state, he seemed to have entered the ocean of the rules of heaven and earth, where he could cultivate his magical powers and comprehend the rules and principles at a speed beyond his usual speed. While in this simulated state of Taoism, Chu Dian felt as if he was the rules of heaven and earth, the great Tao of heaven and earth. With a single thought, he could create heaven and earth, or destroy everything. Among the 3 ancient realms, the Tao realm is the most mysterious one, with no secret circulating. King Chu Dian also said that he had practiced for his entire life but had never entered the realm of Tao. 2 years ago, he heard Hengkong Ringwang, Tianyan Daozhen and Chu Tianwang, the 3 most powerful people in the Hengtian realm today, discussing the Tao realm. They speculated that the Tao realm might be a realm of a creator, or even the key to entering the mythological realm, the most important thing. However, they discussed for a long time but were unable to comprehend the mystery of the Tao realm. It is conceivable how mysterious this realm is. The Chaos Yin Yang poem can actually allow Chu Dian and Ren Yushuan to enter a state of simulated Taoism while practicing dual cultivation of spirit and soul, and experience in advance the realm that only the creator can experience. It lays the foundation for breaking through the mythological realm. The benefits are so great that it is simply unimaginable. No wonder Ren Yushuan's attitude towards Chu Dian is so unusual. Even the Heart Demon Emperor let Ren Yushuan do whatever she wanted and did not interfere. I'm afraid he has long understood how great the benefits are for Ren Yushuan and Chu Dian to practice together. Chapter 235 World Seed. Between the Tianqing First Demon and the Chaos Ancestral Demon God, the Ancestral Demon God status is actually higher. Chu Dian was not polite. Since Ren Yushuan was completely defenseless, he directly browsed through all the magical powers and secret techniques in her consciousness and soul and wrote them all down. He also discovered that in this state, not only was Ren Yushuan's mind defenseless against him, but he was also in complete control of Ren Yushuan's life and death. As long as Chu Dian had the slightest thought to activate the word demon on his palm, Ren Yushuan would immediately have a mental breakdown and confusion. But Ren Yushuan could not influence him at all. In the Chaos Yin Yang poem, the Chaos Demon body is actually in an absolutely dominant position. This feeling is as if Tianqing Shimo is the lapdog of the Ancestral Demon God, who has taken the initiative to open his mind and put his life and death in the hands of the Ancestral Demon God in exchange for the Ancestral Demon God's trust and in order to be able to practice dual cultivation with him. Is it because the Chaos Demon God's body is stronger than the Tianqing Demon, or is there some other reason? A hint of doubt emerged in Chu Dian's heart. Tianqing Shimo is the ancestor of the Shinmo clan. The entire huge Shinmo clan developed from Tianqing Shimo's subordinates. For millions of years, it has always been ranked among the top 50 in all realms, and even broke into the top 20. It was once a super powerful clan that could stand on equal footing with the Dragon clan. Tianqing Shimo is, without a doubt, one of the most powerful mythical beings since the mythological era. This kind of existence actually willingly submits to the Ancestral Demon God. This situation is really confusing. Even though the Ancestral Demon God is stronger than the first demon of Tianqing, his strength is definitely limited and not overwhelming. So why is that? Chu Dian looked through Ren Yushuan's mind with doubt, but found that she didn't know either. All she knew was that the Chaos Yin Yang inscription was created by Tianqing Shimo alone, and she had just obtained it for Shimo's inheritance. When she learned that Chu Dian had obtained the inheritance of the Ancestral Demon God, she couldn't wait to pull Chu Dian over because he was about to break through to the realm of the God of Heaven. In her memory, the Demon Emperor seemed to know something about the origin of the Ancestral Demon God, so he had always supported her unconditionally and helped himself, but he always kept his mouth shut about the origin of the Ancestral Demon God. No matter how Ren Yuxuan asked, he remained silent and asked her not to ask too much, as if the origin of the ancestral demon god was a taboo. Chu Tian did not think too deeply about it. The state of simulating the Dao realm was extremely precious, and it would also greatly help him in comprehending the top-level magical powers. Chu Tian immediately immersed himself in practicing the various top-level magical skills and secret techniques from the Tianqing demon heritage and the ancestral demon god heritage. Only then did he realize the horror of the Dao realm. In this state, his consciousness seemed to have created a world. He was the creator, and with just a thought, he could deduce his supernatural powers millions of times. It is different from the initial stage where one calms down and comprehends the rules of heaven and earth. This is similar to the creation of the world, deduced by the power of heaven and earth, and the speed is unimaginable. Almost in the blink of an eye, Chu Tian cultivated the three top magical powers inherited from the ancestral demon god to the realm of great success. Chu Tian took a deep breath, even if he had comprehended 500 top-level magical powers in 3 years. This speed was so fast that it made him feel incredible. This is a top-level magical power with immense power. When cultivated to perfection, it can produce extraordinary phenomena. For a god king like Chu Tianqing, if he does not encounter any fortuitous encounters, he can only reach this level in his lifetime. And in just a few breaths, he cultivated the three top-level magical powers to perfection. If this were to be spread out, the god kings of all realms, and even the emperors, would probably go crazy and dissect him. The scan shows that the host has entered the state of imitating the Dao realm, and has experienced the experience of the creator realm in advance. The system's gentle and pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Chu Tian's ears. It is recommended that the host exchange them for a supreme creation talisman, a creation pill, and a world seed. These can imprint the realm of creation, extend the time in the Dao realm, enhance the effect, and increase the chance of entering the Dao realm next time. Supreme Creation Talisman, 1 million Destiny Points, Creation Pill, 800,000 Destiny Points, World Seed, 2 million Destiny Points. A total of 3.8 million Destiny Points. This is a supreme opportunity. I recommend redeeming it immediately. The system rarely reminded Chu Tian that the opportunity of the Dao realm was of the supreme level. Even when it was plundering Yi Fan's various powerful opportunities and changing his fate, it was not so serious. It is conceivable that even in the eyes of the system, this is an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. Chu Tian immediately realized that the importance of the Dao realm was probably beyond his imagination, and it was definitely not just as simple as increasing the speed of his deducing magical powers. This is likely just an additional foundational effect. Chu Tian glanced at the system panel. Destiny points, 4.9 million. 3 years ago, Chu Tian was responsible for reversing the situation of the Shengxian sect, destroying the top sects, and beheading the emperor, so he was rewarded with a large amount of villain points one after another. Even the total amount of destiny points once approached 10 million. But for the past 3 years, he has been practicing in seclusion in the ancestral temple. Even though he suppressed Heng Chong, Holy Maiden Hylian, and Huaimei, 3 sons of destiny, and earned some destiny points, he still spent more than he earned. After all, exchanging top-level elixirs and halos every day consumed tens of thousands of destiny points. So now there are only more than 4 million destiny points left. Exchange and use immediately, Chu Tian said in his heart without hesitation. Exchange successful. Then, Chu Tian swallowed the creation pill and used the creation talisman. A pitch-black seed covered with Dao marks appeared in his mind. It was the world seed that was exchanged for 2 million destiny points. It is the most expensive treasure Chu Tian has exchanged since he traveled through time. It is twice as expensive as the chaos purifying stone, the divine object of rules used by Chu Tianqing. Suddenly, Chu Tian's mind entered the world seed, which was a chaotic world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chaotic world began to change, and the images of Chu Tian's mind evolving creation began to appear in the world seed, turning from fantasy into reality, and the real thing began to happen. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tian deduced many magical powers, and these magical powers were immediately interpreted to the extreme, opening up the world and evolving the rules of heaven and earth. At this moment, Chu Tian seemed to be the creator and the god of creation. The various visions that evolved from supernatural powers are no longer illusions in this world, but have become realities and will exist forever. What he is evolving now is the magical power of the demon clan. In the world, endless demonic fog emerges and condenses. As the creator, Chu Tian can feel that the strongest creature of the demon clan is being nurtured in it. Chu Tian's pupils contracted violently, and he felt a terrifying and powerful vitality from them. That is not a dead thing, but a living being. Even with its surging and terrifying vitality and blood, it is probably at least a divine being, or even a celestial god or a true god when it is born. Chapter 236 Disqualification. At the beginning of chaos, the innate gods and demons. Chu Tian's mind moved, and he began to deduce the magical powers of the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, Zuyan, Teodi, etc. Then he discovered that all of this had become a reality in this world. The light of his supernatural power became the spiritual power of this world. The creatures he evolved became real beings in the gestation period. When they were born, they would possess great magical powers and supernatural abilities, and would be loved by the world, or in other words, loved by him, the creator. They would be creatures of great fortune. Chu Tian was shocked. Could it be that from now on, all the creatures in this world will become real and be under his absolute control? The mysterious and unpredictable nature of the Dao realm, combined with the world seed, the supreme creation talisman, and the creation pill, produced this terrifying effect. When the world was first created, endless laws evolved. The breath Chu Tian exhaled became the wind of this world, and his gaze became the light between heaven and earth. Chu Tian was immersed in this mysterious state, comprehending many top-level magical powers, while opening up the world and observing the evolution of these innate creatures. His secrets, body, and spirit seemed to have received some kind of baptism and began to transform. Just when Chu Tian was in the Tianqing demon cave, immersed in the simulated Taoist realm, creating the world. Time passes day by day. As the time for the Nine Realms competition approaches, the atmosphere in the Nine Realms of the human race becomes increasingly tense. Deep in the eternal court, Feng Changhao sat on the throne with a cold expression. The man in white robe sat on the seat next to him. Yi Tianchong, the Nine Realms competition will begin tomorrow. What about the surprise you said you would give me? Feng Changhao turned to look at the man in white robes and said indifferently, you used the power of reincarnation to borrow the body of my Feng family's top demon to fake your death and be reborn in my place. You managed to survive, and this caused me to suffer great humiliation in your Shengxian sect. The human king seal was lost and has not been recovered to this day. Now my throne is unstable. You should understand that if I am no longer on the throne, your existence will not be concealed for long. King Chu and others will never let you go. Mentioning what happened 3 years ago, Feng Changhao's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and he growled hoarsely, the disappearance of the human king seal must be related to your Shengxian sect. I want everyone in the Chu family to die. How are your Yi family's preparations going? Yi Tianchong said expressionlessly, Feng Changhao, we are in a cooperative relationship. You'd better put away your condescending attitude. The Chu family is our common enemy. I said that I would help you destroy the Chu family's prodigy in this Nine Realms competition, and I will definitely do it. Yi Fan, the pride of my Yi family, possesses the Hongmeng sacred bone. With my help, he has broken through the divine realm. Now he has returned to the Yi family and will lead the Yi family's prodigies to participate in the Nine Realms competition. At that time, he will secretly help the evildoers of the Feng family against Chu Tian, and the evildoers of the Dragon Clan will also help. Oh, and now there's also a prince of the Heart Demon Clan. Before I faked my death, I helped you get so many bargaining chips. If you still can't kill Chu Tian with the help of both inside and outside, then I really have to doubt whether your eternal human realm is worthy of being listed as one of the 9 realms of the human race alongside my Hengtian realm. Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot as he growled, I'm asking you about the Human King seal. Why is there still no news? Your Yi family is known as the founding clan of the Holy Heaven sect, but what are you doing? Yi Qianshang closed his eyes and said indifferently, after killing Chu Tian and destroying all the Chu family's geniuses, my Yi family will be able to take control of the Shengxian sect again. When that time comes, I will naturally help you find the Human King seal. Otherwise, you can fight your way into the Hengtian realm and retrieve your Human King seal. I have made all the preparations. Even if that little beast has 9 lives, it will not be enough to die. Feng Changhao's low roar echoed throughout the royal court, containing endless resentment. Kneeling down in front of the Shengxian sect is an eternal pain in his heart, and it is an indelible shame for the eternal human realm. If the 9 realms competition was not imminent, his current position as the Human King would probably have been abolished. The Human King seal must be retrieved as soon as possible. Otherwise, after the 9 realms competition, he simply couldn't imagine what his ending would be. Last time you threatened the Holy Heaven sect, you had the help of many human kings and the support of the Dragon Clan behind you, but you still messed up such a good hand. I am very disappointed. This time, I hope you can do what you say. Yi Qianshang looked through the crack in the boundary and looked towards Shengxian sect. His fists under the long sleeves of his white robe suddenly clenched. I must return with dignity and take over the power of the sect again. King Chu, you can't control the overall situation of Shengxian sect at all. Without me, you are nothing. You'll soon understand this deeply. Yi Qianshang's eyes were extremely cold. In the Hengtian ancestral temple, the clouds and mist surged, the aura of the strongest rose and fell, and the flags fluttered. Emperor Lingfeng, Sect Master Givong and other powerful people stood under the flags of their respective sects, followed by the senior leaders of the sect and many talented disciples. Many top sects in Hengtian realm have already arrived. At this moment, under the huge golden flag of Shengxian sect, only Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, Chu Tianyan, Duan Wurong, Yi Hongchen and other Shengxian sect leaders and supreme elders were standing, while the younger generation behind them was still nowhere to be seen. On the throne of the ancestral temple, King Hengtian wore a black crown and a python robe, with an expressionless and majestic face. Human King, the 9 realms competition begins tomorrow. The Hengtian competition is always held a day in advance to select the most outstanding geniuses and monsters in the realm, giving them treasures and resources and allowing them to fight on behalf of our Hengtian human race. Under the banner of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect, an old man in a Yin-Yang Taoist robe spoke indifferently. I heard that the Human King has already chosen the Holy Son of the Shengxian Sect as the young leader of the Hengtian human race this time. However, I, the current Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Yin-Yang Sect, want to see if this Chu Tian is really so young and yet he can dominate the crowd. The Hengtian competition took quite some time, so why hasn't the Holy Heaven Sect's genius appeared yet? The Yin-Yang Sect leader's eyes were indifferent, and he was not polite to the Shengxian Sect in his words. The Yin-Yang Sect has always been in 3rd place in the Hengtian realm, second only to the Shengxian Sect. However, in recent years, the Shengxian Sect has expanded rapidly and has become the most powerful sect, and the Yin-Yang Sect is not convinced. Moreover, when it came to the distribution of the Thunder Liquid, the Yin-Yang Divine Sect didn't get much from Chu Tianxing and was even more unhappy with the Shengxian Sect. Hengkong Ringwang frowned slightly, looked down at Chu Tianwang, and said, Tianwang Emperor, why hasn't Chu Tian arrived yet? King Chu Tian shook his head slightly and said, Chu Tian must have been delayed by something. Please wait for a moment, King Ren and everyone else. He's so young, but he's putting on such a grand show. The Yin-Yang Sect leader said to the Human King Hengtian, Human King, I think we can't delay any longer. Time is urgent. If the Holy Heaven Sect's geniuses and evildoers don't show up again, the sect leader believes that they should be disqualified from participating in the Hengtian competition. Chapter 237, I will destroy your Yin-Yang Sect. Master Yin-Yang, the 9 realms competition is approaching. Please prioritize the overall situation. King Hengkong did not say anything, and the indifferent voice of Taoist Tianyan sounded immediately. The Holy Heaven Sect is the most powerful sect in Hengtian continent, recognized today. Even the Sihang Holy Sect recognizes it. What is there for you, the Yin-Yang Sect, to be dissatisfied with? Taoist Master Tianyan's eyes flashed with a cold sharpness as he stared at the Yin-Yang Sect leader and continued, can the Shengxian Sect's prodigies be disqualified from participating? With you, the Yin-Yang Sect's prodigies, leading everyone to the 9 realms competition, can you win more resources for the Hengtian human race? We have already reached a consensus and are cooperating with each other to strive to escape our last place position in the 9 realms and gain more luck and resource quotas within the Human Emperor Palace. Now that the grand competition is approaching, at this crucial juncture, you are still saying something that is detrimental to unity. This Saint Lord truly doubts your intentions. Emperor Lingfeng, Sect Master Givong and other powerful people also cast cold and dissatisfied glances at the Yin-Yang Sect leader. The war is imminent. The Hengtian realm has lost its qualification as the strongest sect and is in a difficult situation. What can it use to fight against the other major realms, the Dragon Clan, and the 8 Dragon Clan inheritances under its jurisdiction? King Chu's white hair fluttered in the wind, and he said nothing, but his eyes flashed with a sharp light. The blood-red lightning between Chu Tianxing's eyebrows has been retracted, but 3 years have passed, and the aura contained in it has become more and more terrifying and creepy, as if an extreme sea of thunder will rage out at any time and destroy the Yin-Yang Sect leader. You old Yin-Yang, you'd better be polite with your words. Chu Tianyan's face was full of murderous intent. Terrible pressure surged towards the Yin-Yang Sect leader, but he remained calm and unfazed. Instead, he sneered and said, why, has this Hengtian ancestral hall become a place where your Shengxian Sect has the final say? You won't tolerate anyone saying a single word against you, right? For millions of years, our Yin-Yang Sect's ancestors have always fully supported the Heng family and assisted them wholeheartedly. Their immense contributions to the stability of the Hengtian human race have been witnessed by all, and have even been personally recognized by the Heng family's heavenly blood war king. How come I, the leader, can't say a word against this little brat Chu Tian? Tianyan Daozhen, you don't have to flatter me. I won't buy into the idea of destroying unity. He's so young, hasn't achieved much, and hasn't made much contribution to the Hengtian human world, yet he's so arrogant. At such an important moment, he actually made the human king and us, the older generation, wait for him. He's completely uneducated and has no manners at all. He dares to be so lawless now. If he becomes an emperor in the future, will we have to kneel down and pay homage to him? Will we give him the throne of the human king of the ancestral court? Master Yin-Yang, please stop talking nonsense. The face of the King Hengkong suddenly darkened, and he shouted in a deep voice. The expressions of many powerful people changed instantly. They didn't expect that the words of the Yin-Yang sect leader would be so excessive. This can be said to be a taboo. For millions of years, the Heng family's contributions to the Hengtian human world have been obvious to all. The Heng family had been weak and lonely, but the throne of the king would always belong to the Heng family and was recognized by everyone. The words that the Yin-Yang sect leader said in public in the ancestral temple were simply intended to frame Chu Tian as unkind, unjust and disloyal. Boom! Chu Tianxing's eyes glowed dark red, and blood-red thunder erupted. Endless blood thunder raged across the sky, and murderous aura shook the heavens. Old man, are you looking for death? Buzz. Chu Tianyan even directly drew out the blood-red scimitar, and the blood-stained white tiger roared, turning into a blade light and slashed directly towards the Yin-Yang sect leader. Old man, do you think that after the internal turmoil of the Shengxian sect, we can't do anything to your Yin-Yang sect? How dare you slander the pride of the Chu family like this? Chu Tianyan has an extremely hot temper. 3 years have passed, and after experiencing the bloody battle with the Dragon God sect, his strength has become even more terrifying, and his murderous aura is overwhelming. It seems that he is really the ancient white tiger coming to the world. The sword flashes and the tiger roars shake the sky. However, he was soon stopped by Tianyan Daozhen, Lingfeng Emperor and others, who whispered to him to dissuade him, saying that this was the ancestral court, the highest place in Hengtian realm, and he should not take action. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered as he stared coldly at the Yin-Yang sect leader and said, you can take random medicines, but you can't say random words. Do you need a junior like me to teach you such a simple truth? Have you been living like a dog for the past 2,000 years? If this weren't the ancestral temple, based on what I just said, I could have made you bleed in 3 steps and die on the spot. As he spoke, King Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the Yin-Yang sect leader. Old man, did you think of those words just now, or did someone teach you behind your back? That's not your usual way of speaking. Feng Chenghao, or the Dragon Clan, or someone else, there was a cold light flashing in King Chu Tian's eyes, and his words seemed meaningful. At the same time, he stared into the eyes of the Yin-Yang sect leader, capturing every change in him. At this moment, both Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianxing keenly felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Because the Yin-Yang sect leader's behavior was very abnormal. There are conflicts between the Shengxian sect and the Yin-Yang sect, but they are definitely not to the point of being on the verge of death. But every word he said seemed to want to push Shengxian sect to the opposite side of Hengkong Human King and provoke conflicts between the Heng family and Shengxian sect. The Yin-Yang sect leader's expression was calm. Facing the pressure from the 3 Chu family leaders, his wrinkled face remained calm. His cloudy eyes were deep and sharp as he said calmly, I have lived for over 2,000 years. Who can tell me what to say or do? This sect leader simply cannot stand your Shengxian sect's overbearing and arrogant style. You actually dare to let the Human King wait here for a young descendant of your Shengxian sect. He is not worthy of. At this time, the sound of dragon roars resounded throughout the sky, and a murderous aura spread. 9 divine king-level dragons tore through the sky, their huge, winding bodies tied with iron chains, pulling a golden palace out of the void and landing in front of the main hall of the ancestral temple. The slave bent down and opened the palace door. Chu Tian's face was calm as he and Ren Yuxuan walked out. Buzz. Chu Tian's face was calm, but his eyes flashed with an extremely cold murderous light filled with murderous intent. Old man, it's not your turn to comment on whether this saint son is worthy or not. To sow discord between my Shengxian sect and the Human King. This saint son's qualification for the competition must be disqualified. Interesting, really interesting. I'm afraid your Yin-Yang sect really thinks life is too long and wants to completely disappear from the Hengtian realm. The day I take control of the Tianzong will be the day your Yin-Yang sect will be destroyed. As soon as these words came out, a terrifying sharp light suddenly spread from the turbid eyes of the Yin-Yang sect leader. His eyes, one yin and one yang, stared coldly at Chu Tian. Little guy, what did you say? You want to destroy my Yin-Yang sect. Do you dare to say it again? Chapter 238 The Demon Emperor's Daughter, a Spy. The expressions of many powerful people around also changed drastically in an instant, and their whole bodies trembled. You must know that Chu Tian's identity is the holy son of Tianzong. Now that the Chu family has completely taken control of the Shengxian sect, it is only a matter of time before he inherits the position of sect leader. With Chu Tian's incredible talent, as long as he doesn't die halfway, he will be able to stand at the top of the Hengtian realm sooner or later. In this context, the meaning of what he said was absolutely extraordinary. Chu Tian's words were calm, but the murderous intent hidden in them made the sky change color. He walked down from the palace step by step, facing the questioning of the Yin-Yang sect leader, but he did not look at the Yin-Yang sect leader for a second time. Instead, he walked to the ancestral court and saluted the Human King on the throne. It was as if the Yin-Yang sect leader was just a passerby, not worthy of any response from him, let alone repeating his words a second time. Even though Chu Tian had always given many powerful people the impression of being moderate, his words and actions were very comforting, and he would fully take care of the face of the older generation. But these words unintentionally revealed a kind of domineering and self-centered aura that was simply terrifying. In 3 years, Chu Tian seemed to have developed a supreme and vast aura. The holy son of the Holy Heaven sect, lead the Tianzhao of our Tian sect to pay homage to the Human King. Chu Tian's expression was calm. He bowed according to etiquette without overstepping the bounds and without explaining too much. For many things, the more you explain them, the more suspicious they become. Judging from the broad-mindedness shown by King Hengkong over the past 3 years, he believed that this old man would not be jealous of talented people. At this time, Ren Yuxin also landed beside Chu Tian and followed Chu Tian to salute the Human King, saying, I am Yuxin, the daughter of the Demon Emperor of the Heart Demon Clan and the director of the Xingqing Palace. I pay my respects to the Human King Hengkong. My father asked Yuxin to send his regards to you on his behalf. Ren Yuxuan first introduced herself, then looked at the Yin-Yang sect leader coldly and said, Human King, it's not that Chu Tian deliberately delayed his arrival time, but he entered the ruins of the first demon with me, obtained the inheritance of the ancient chaos demon god, and fell into the Dao realm, which caused the delay. This princess came with Chu Tian this time. First, I want to be a witness for Chu Tian to prevent those with bad intentions from taking the opportunity to throw dirty water on Chu Tian. Secondly, I received an invitation from Chu Tian, the holy son of the Holy Heaven sect, to participate in the 9 realms competition of the human race. I decided to participate as a support member of the Hengtian human race. This is a jade slip written by my father himself. Please have a look, King. Ren Yuxuan's behavior and demeanor revealed a sense of dignity. She was neither humble nor arrogant. She took out a black jade slip and asked the guard next to her to present it to the Hengkong Human King. Please give my regards to the Heart Demon Emperor and express my gratitude. The Human King Hengkong looked dignified. He glanced at the jade slip, smiled slightly, and said, Thank you for your hard work, Princess Xingqing. The cloudy eyes of the Human King Hengkong were deep, and he did not show much emotion. However, the powerful ones such as Tianyan Daozhen and Chu Tianwang could feel the excitement in his words. Anyone can see that Princess Xingqing is absolutely extremely powerful and has strong combat capabilities. After all, the fact that the Demon Emperor agreed to let her participate in the Human 9 Realms competition alone means that he recognizes her strength. Otherwise, if one is not careful and loses face for the Heart Demon clan, the impact will be unimaginable. Moreover, since the mythological era, the Hengtian human race has maintained its independence and refused the interference of alien races in the Hengtian realm. Therefore, for thousands of years, the Hengtian realm has almost always participated in the 9 Realms competition independently without any external aid. Even if there are any, they are just some unknown small ethnic groups, and their impact on the war situation is almost negligible. This is the first time that a super powerful tribe ranked among the top 50 in the myriad worlds has sent out its own monsters to help Hengtian realm as external aid. This is an epic-making event, and will definitely allow the King of Hengkong to leave a significant mark in the history books of the Hengtian realm. No wonder the King of Hengkong suddenly looked excited. Because this glory was brought by Chu Dian. Without the Hengtian realm's active invitation or any benefits offered, the Heart Demon clan, one of the top 50 most powerful clans in the 10,000 realms, took the initiative to let the princess join the war. This not only made the Hengkong human king proud, but the entire Hengtian human race was proud of it. Emperor Lingfeng and many other powerful people looked at Chu Dian with shocked and frightened eyes, their hearts trembling. Because Ren Yushuan's words revealed a lot of information. The inheritance of the Chaos Demon God, the ancient Chaos Demon God body, an extremely mysterious mythical supreme being in the legends of the Demon clan. Chu Dian actually obtained the inheritance of the supreme demon myth. What a terrifying opportunity. Moreover, Ren Yushuan's attitude was to tell everyone that the Heart Demon clan was targeting Chu Dian, not the Hengtian human clan. This is a huge honor for Chu Dian. Emperor Lingfeng secretly took a breath of cold air. Even for a top sect like Shinfeng Valley, the Heart Demon clan was too far away. This kid Chu Dian is becoming more and more outrageous. The leader of the Givong sect muttered. Chu Tianqing smiled slightly, and immediately withdrew the power of the extreme realm, signaling Chu Tian into range for the geniuses and monsters of the Shengxian sect to enter. Chu Dian has arrived, so Chu Shang, Duan Muwaner and others can also show up. This is the order of respect. If Chu Dian, the holy son of Tianzong and the young leader of the contemporary Sheng Tianzong, does not show up, then no one else can. At this moment, the one with the ugliest expression belonged to the Yin-Yang sect leader. His expression instantly darkened as he spoke. The Heart Demon clan is joining the war, but as far as I know, they're not responding to the invitation of the Eternal Royal Court. They've already sent the Demon King's son, Shui Jihan, and a large number of Heart Demon clan prodigies to join the war. Princess Xingxuan, this leader really has to wonder if you are a spy sent from the Eternal Realm. The pupils of many powerful people suddenly contracted, and the expression of King Hengkong also changed slightly. The Heart Demon clan agreed to help the Eternal Human Realm participate in the Nine Realms competition. The conflict between the Hengtian Realm and the Eternal Realm has been extremely tense in recent years. There have been no major battles, but small fights have continued, and countless battles have occurred in the cracks between the realms. The Eternal Human Realm already has the help of the Overlord Dragon clan, and now there's also a Heart Demon clan. Master Yin Yang, do you have any evidence? The King of Hengkong said in a low voice. Buzz. At this time, Ren Yushuan's whole body was burning with the fire of the devil, and ennoble great devils will instantly spread out. Old man, this princess was personally appointed by my father to help Hengtian Realm participate in the Nine Realms competition. You dare to throw dirty water on my father's face. You'd better think carefully about whether your Yin-Yang divine cult can bear the consequences. Chapter 239 Who else but me? Ren Yushuan's words were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. As the daughter of the demon emperor with the supreme physique, the heavenly heart demon body, she was canonized as Princess Xingxuan as soon as she was born. Her identity is so noble that her every word and action in the outside world represents the heart demon emperor. Except in front of Chu Dian, even the emperor was respectful in front of her. This old guy actually slandered her as a spy, which was simply smearing the face of the heart demon emperor. Emperor Yin Yang's face was gloomy, but he still said coldly, Princess Xingxuan, this is the ancestral home of the human race in Hengtian Realm. It is not your turn to come to the Heart Demon clan to interfere in the internal affairs of my Hengtian Realm. I have great respect for the great Heart Demon Emperor, but the facts are before us. The Heart Demon clan accepted the invitation of the Eternal Human King Feng Changhao and even sent a large number of Heart Demon clan geniuses and evildoers. Human King, I have no evidence, but I can guarantee on my honor that this is all true. If the Heart Demon clan's genius and evildoers are not present when the Nine Realms competition begins, I am willing to commit suicide on the spot, and my soul will be annihilated. So for the sake of the lives and safety of the talented and evildoers of our Hengtian race who are participating in the war, I suggest that the ancestral court carefully consider not allowing Princess Xingxuan to participate in the war. The words of the Yin-Yang sect leader were well reasoned, and it seemed that every word he said was for the safety of the geniuses of the Hengtian realm. The face of the King Hengkong was slightly gloomy, and he looked at Chu Dian with a questioning look. It is a good thing that Princess Xingxuan joins the battle. After all, King Hengkong can feel how powerful she is. She is at the peak of the divine realm and is only half a step away from being a god. Her aura is condensed and powerful, and her magic bloodline is vigorous. She is definitely a genius in the first echelon of all realms. But the Heart Demon clan helped Hengtian realm to join the war, but only sent Princess Xingxuan. In the eternal human world, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect pledged his life and sent out many geniuses and evildoers. The kings of the Heng family throughout the generations fought bloody battles to safeguard the honor of the Hengtian people. This is the honor of the Heng family. Therefore, the king of Hengkong would never allow the honor that the Hengtian realm had maintained for millions of years to be tarnished in any way. Use your life as a witness, Master Yin Yang. You are guaranteeing with your life that the Heart Demon clan sent out the useless group of Shui Jihan. So the entire Heart Demon clan is on the side of the eternal human realm. Chu Dian's face was calm, but his words revealed a deep chill. Human king, many seniors, Princess Xingxuan possesses the highest physique of the demon race, the heavenly Heart Demon body. She has inherited the legacy of the Heart Demon clan's ancestor, the heavenly Heart Demon. One of her is worth hundreds of so-called Heart Demon clan prodigies and evildoers. If numbers are the key, then why would we need geniuses and monsters? We could just send all the useless disciples of the Yin-Yang sect to participate in the Nine Realms competition and drown the geniuses and monsters of the other 8 realms. As for Shui Jihan, he was expelled from the Tianqing Shimo ruins by me, so he holds a grudge against me. On behalf of the bloodthirsty Demon King lineage, he agreed to let Feng Changhao participate in the Nine Realms competition. Ren Yushuan also said coldly, Chu Dian, Shui Jihan accepted the invitation from the eternal human realm without permission. My father was not aware of this. I will report this to him. During the Nine Realms competition, this princess will personally eliminate the second and execute him. Ren Yuxin was not saying this to Hengkong Human King, but to explain to Chu Dian. She was so proud in her heart that it was naturally impossible for her to take the initiative to explain anything to other human beings. So that's how it is. King Hengkong and many of the strongest humans breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be an internal factional struggle within the Heart Demon clan, so they could understand it. In the ancestral temple, the Yin-Yang sect is now at odds with the Shengxian sect, not to mention the Heart Demon clan, a super powerful clan that is among the top 50 in all the worlds. Ha 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 ha, Human King, Princess Xingxuan is enough to match 10,000 geniuses of the Heart Demon clan. Emperor Lingfeng laughed, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere in the field. But at this time, Chu Dian's calm voice, but with a strong sense of coldness, exploded in the ancestral court at the same time. That's right, a bunch of good-for-nothings who can only hold us back. I think the Yin-Yang sect's geniuses and evildoers don't need to participate in the Nine Realms competition. Human King, Chu Dian's late arrival has caused the Hengtian competition to be delayed. There is not enough time. Time is urgent, so there's no need to waste it. I want the leadership position of this Nine Realms competition. If anyone disagrees, come up to the stage and challenge me. I will fight you with all my might. Chu Dian looked coldly at the Yin-Yang sect leader, raised his finger and pointed at the dozen or so male and female geniuses behind him, and said calmly, didn't you say before that the holy son and holy daughter of your Yin-Yang sect are dissatisfied with me? Let them come together. If you can't beat me, then you don't have to follow me to participate in the Nine Realms tournament. You are a bunch of good-for-nothings, unworthy of following me to gain honor. Here, I reiterate my promise to all of you seniors, the first place in this 9 realms competition will definitely belong to my Hengtian human race. Chu Dian's domineering words resounded throughout the sky. Be low-key when you should be low-key, but when it is time to be low-key, Chu Dian will never let others think that he is mediocre. A genius should be able to dominate the world, reach the pinnacle and sit on his own throne under the admiring and awe-inspiring gazes of countless people. At this time, Chu Tianxing also took a step forward, bowed to Hengkong Human King, and said, Human King, time is urgent. I support Chu Dian's statement. Fight the crowds alone and quickly decide the position of the young leader. No need for slow one-on-one fights. Who else can take up the position of leader of the Hengtian human race this time except the holy son of our Tianzong? Chu Tianxing's voice was calm, but it contained absolute confidence in Chu Dian, and he directly guaranteed Chu Dian. Ha ha ha, who else but me, the pride of the Chu family? Chu Tianyan laughed unscrupulously, carrying the blood-red scimitar. What a waste of time. If the Yin Yang cult refuses to obey, let them attack together. They don't deserve to follow me, the pride of the Chu family, and gain supreme honor. At this time, the Spirit Wind Emperor, the Weapon King Sect Master, and other powerful beings all bowed forward and said, Human King, our Divine Wind Valley and the Weapon King Sect are withdrawing from the Hengtian competition. We fully recommend Chu Dian as the young leader of this generation of the Hengtian realm to lead our sect's geniuses to participate in the battle. My Seheng Holy Sect is also like this. Tianyan Daozhen took a step forward and said lightly, Wei Lian and Wei Mei will fully cooperate to help Chu Dian, unite as one, and fight for our Hengtian human race. We will never engage in betrayal or infighting. Hengkong Ringwang frowned slightly, then sighed and said, Yin Yang Sect leader, why don't you submit to Chu Dian and apologize? The war is imminent, why make things so awkward? This king also believes that Chu Dian's strength is fully qualified to be the leader of this generation of young people. Let's cancel the Hengtian competition directly. The Yin Yang Sect leader's face was extremely gloomy, and he was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his hair and beard were trembling. Chu Dian, you are too arrogant. My Yin Yang Sect has never been afraid of your Shengxian sect in the slightest. How dare you insult the Yin Yang Sect like this? Chu Dian's eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward and stared at the Yin Yang Sect master. None of the seniors knew that the Heart Demon clan had joined the war, but you did. This Saint Son seriously suspects that your Yin Yang Sect is a spy and is not worthy of joining me in the war. I'm asking you, do you dare to fight? If you don't dare, get out of the ancestral temple. Chapter 240 Fear, Chu Dian's power. So domineering, so arrogant, and without the slightest respect or reverence for the elders. The Yin Yang Sect leader was trembling with anger. He looked at the Hengkong Human King and roared, Human King, you've seen it too. It's not that I don't want to compromise and maintain the unity of the Hengtian human race. It's simply that this boy is too arrogant and has insulted the Yin Yang Sect. He almost spat in my face. If I give in today, how can I, as the leader of the Yin Yang Sect, face the higher-ups in the sect and the heroic spirits of our ancestors? The Yin Yang leader was trembling all over, with bloodshot eyes, his gray hair fluttering, and a murderous aura rising to the sky. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. However, I have to say this beforehand. You were the one who provoked me. When we're fighting one against many, fists and feet are blind, and swords and guns are merciless. If anything happens during the fight, I will not be held responsible. The face of Hengkong Human King was extremely gloomy, and he said hoarsely, Yin Yang Sect leader, you. Chu Tianyan sneered and said, it was you who provoked me first, pressing me step by step to disqualify my Shengxian sect. You also slandered Princess Xingxu, whom my Shengxi invited, as a spy. Now you have the nerve to turn the tables. Old man, you have lived for thousands of years. Did you cultivate your skin so that you could reach this level of invulnerability? You clearly understand that the holy son of the Dian sect is extremely powerful and would not dare to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. What nonsense are you talking about? But no matter how many tricks you have, it doesn't matter. Chu Tianyan sneered repeatedly and was full of confidence in Chu Dian. He firmly believed that since Chu Dian said it, he was absolutely sure. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy tricks are useless. Human King, please summon the ancestral battlefield. Chu Tianyan bowed. Chu Dian's face was calm as he said, this Saint Son also likes this saying, fists and feet have no eyes and swords and guns are merciless. I'm afraid these losers behind you won't dare to go on stage. In that case, I won't say much. Those who don't approve of Chu Dian as the young leader can come up and challenge him directly. King Hengkong sighed lightly, slowly stood up, and waved his hand. The vast clouds and mist surrounding the ancestral temple dissipated a little, revealing a green battle platform that was 100 miles in size. This battle platform is not as grand in vicissitudes as the human battle platform, nor does it have the statues of the 9 human kings of the mythological era. Above, there is only one statue standing upright, with his hands behind his back, facing the heavens and the universe with an imposing aura. It was actually a statue of Emperor Hengtian. The Hengtian competition is a tradition left by Emperor Hengtian. At that time, the geniuses and monsters who could get first place in the competition could even receive his praise. If they were good enough, they would even have the opportunity to receive his guidance and be accepted as his registered disciples. Millions of years have passed, and the Hengtian competition has become a stage for the top sects to compete with the younger generation. It also has the important task of selecting the top monsters to participate in the 9 realms competition. Buzz. Chu Dian's figure flashed slightly and landed on the battlefield. He bowed slightly to Emperor Hengtian and paid homage to him with the courtesy of a disciple. It was not only because of Hengtian's magical powers, but also because of the imprint of Emperor Hengtian's Taoism on the Wandao cauldron. Only Chu Dian himself understood how much help it had been to him in the past 3 years. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a disciple of Emperor Hengtian who is separated from him by millions of years. Seeing Chu Dian treating Emperor Hengtian with the respect of a disciple, King Hengkong nodded slightly, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He understood that Chu Dian was indirectly telling him that he and the Heng family came from the same origin and he had no intention of replacing them. The Yin Yang sect Xuanyan Saint, Bai Xuanming, the Jian Saint, Mo Qingyi, and those rubbish. Chu Dian's face was calm. He turned around and looked down from the battle stage at the many young geniuses behind the Yin Yang sect leader. He said, why don't you come up? Are you afraid? Behind the Yin Yang sect leader, the leading man and woman had gloomy and ugly faces. After their master, the Yin Yang sect leader, accepted the challenge, they did not make any move. Because Chu Dian's reputation was so great, 3 years ago, he killed Kang Ming, who was already in battle and half a step into the realm of God. And that guy not only possesses the most powerful bloodline of the Dragon clan, the Azure Dragon, but his bloodline can also return to his ancestral Chaos Dragon. Afterwards, the monster's thunder condensed the thunder liquid, which was against the will of heaven and shocked the young generation of the entire continent. It almost became a legend. In this situation, how could they not be uneasy when Chu Dian took the initiative to invite them to a battle? The calmer Chu Dian's expression was, the more creepy they felt, as if the shadow of death was hanging over their heads. Master, I think it's better to give the position of leader of the younger generation to Chu Dian. Xuanyan Saint Bai Xuanming's face paled slightly. Facing his master's cold gaze, he continued, the prestige of the Shengxian sect is at its peak. It is the strongest sect in the continent today. Even if my disciple and I led the other brothers and sisters to defeat Chu Dian, we would not be able to secure the position of this young leader. It would be futile. It would be better to just give it to Chu Dian. Bang, my yin-yang sect has been passed down for millions of years, how could it be that a cowardly, weak-kneed saint son like you has emerged? The yin-yang sect leader's face was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and slapped his disciple directly, growling, people pointed at your noses and called you useless, and refused to let you participate in the Nine Realms competition. And you still nominated me to be the young leader of the Hengtian human race. You are in your 20s, at the peak of the divine realm, and have opened more than 9,000 Xuanian secret treasures, but you still dare not fight when outnumbered. What use do I have for you? Get up there, otherwise I will clean up the mess myself. The leader of the yin-yang sect picked up Bai Xuanming and threw him directly onto the battlefield. He turned around and looked at the Ji-yang Saint Mo Qingyi and the other 7 yin-yang sect geniuses with a cold look in his eyes. Master, watch how I burn Chu Dian to ashes. Mo Qingyi's voice was cold. He took a deep breath and the extremely young divine flame burned around his body. He led the 7 geniuses and stepped onto the battle stage in one step. Drink. Immediately, she let out a low cry, not daring to be careless at all, and directly displayed her top-level magical power. Taichu Shenyang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The endless light of the divine sun tore through the void, as if shining down from the beginning of chaos to purify the world of all evil. Divine fire billowed all around her, and she herself was like a gigantic divine sun, hanging at the point of the sky, illuminating the vast heavens. It has to be said that as the saint of the yin-yang sect, the third largest sect on the continent, she is extremely powerful. Her spirit, body, magical powers, and secrets are all extremely powerful. The divine fire she condenses can melt the void and destroy thousands of miles of land. She definitely possesses the status of an emperor. In the Hengtian continent, she is a first-class prodigy. She is also praised as the goddess of extreme yang by the geniuses of Hengtian continent. It can be imagined that her strength is not in vain. Brother, at this point, for the honor of our master and the dignity of our sect, we have no choice but to fight. Mo Qingyi shouted in a deep voice, then looked at the other brothers and sisters and said, fight with all your strength. Even if you lose, it won't be shameful. If we win, it will be a huge honor for us. It will be a complete transformation. In the future, we may be able to lead the yin-yang sect to the top of the continent and replace the Shengxian sect as the strongest sect. Chapter 241 The Strange and Terrifying Word, Demon. Mo Qingyi continued to shout in a deep voice, his fighting spirit gradually growing stronger, his divine sun became more and more powerful, shining brilliantly, with strange visions appearing all over the sky, illuminating the whole heavens, extremely powerful. She was not only encouraging her senior brother Bai Xuanming and many other senior brothers and sisters, but was also encouraging herself to fight. She regarded Chu Dian as a mountain on the road of cultivation, and she wanted to cross Chu Dian and pave her own road to invincibility. Yin and yang become one. Bai Xuanming, the holy son of Xuanian, was encouraged by his junior sister, and he had no way to retreat. After all, if he retreated, his master, the yin-yang sect leader, would lose face and would definitely slap him to death on the spot. So he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Nine Netherworld fire. Junior sister, yin and yang unite to suppress the evil spirits. Bai Xuanming's entire body was burning with the dark white Nine Netherworld divine fire, transforming into an extremely yin divine yang, which shone in harmony with Mo Qingyi. The yin and yang intertwined and resonated with each other, and the power seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. A terrifying mysterious force spread out. The power of yin and yang is one of the most mysterious, powerful and strongest energies between heaven and earth. The yin-yang sect has been ranked third among the sects in the Hengtian continent for millions of years because it has this unique skill. The combination of yin and yang can unleash power far beyond its own ability. The leader of the yin-yang sect was not an emperor on the heavenly ranking, but after complementing the yin-yang with the strong men in the sect, he even fought a great battle with Yi Qianshang and was not at all inferior, which directly established his reputation. One can imagine the horror of the combined attack of yin and yang. Boom, boom, boom. One yin and one yang, 2 divine suns hung between the sky, divine energy permeated the air, the 2 men seemed like ancient gods descended to the world, powerful and boundless. At this time, the other 7 geniuses of the yin-yang sect also used their magical powers at the same time, combining yin and yang to attack Chu Dian together. These 7 people are actually powerful geniuses in the divine realm who have ignited the divine fire. Some of them are even about to reach 30 years old, more than twice Chu Dian's age. I'll kill you and pave the way for my invincibility. Mo Qingyi shouted. Bai Xuanming's eyes were cold, as if a spirit from the underworld had descended upon the world. He looked down at Chu Dian and said, Chu Dian, you have inherited the legacy of the ancestral demon god and have already entered the path of evil. You are no longer tolerated by the continent. Just surrender and let me purify your demonic energy. Put down your butcher knife, and perhaps there will be other ways out. In the Heng family's camp, Heng Chong, Wei Lian and Wei Mei stood together. The goddess Ji Yang is extremely powerful, talented, and has an invincible will. Her future is limitless. What a pity. Heng Chong shook his head slightly, his words expressing regret for Mo Qingyi and contempt for Bai Xuanming. As the holy sun, at this time, he still speaks of great righteousness, but he is still hiding behind the goddess Ji Yang. He is extremely shameless. A layer of frost covered the face of Holy Lady Hylian. Based on his strength, he is worthy of fighting Chu Dian. Huai Mei scratched her shiny bald head, curled her lips, and said, don't even mention Big Brother. I can cross the border and kill him in 10 moves. What a waste. The yin-yang sect leader even boasted before that he wanted to compete with Big Brother for the leadership position. Even someone as wise and powerful as me couldn't lead you and Heng Chong in a surprise attack, let alone him. Heng Chong's face instantly darkened and he said, bald bastard, if you keep talking about leading me, I'll blow your head off. With just you, can you beat me and my cousin? Huai Mei curled her lips, realizing that her realm was far inferior. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to suppress this guy in a one-on-one fight. She glared at Heng Chong at a 45-degree angle, as if looking down at him, and said, also, don't get close to my cousin in the future. I can see through your little tricks. You don't deserve it. You, seeing Huai Mei's eyes, Heng Chong's forehead veins throbbed. If it wasn't such a solemn occasion, he would have taken action directly. Bald bastard, don't ever look at me like that again, or I'll be the first one to blow your head off when we enter the secret realm of the human emperor palace. In order to deal with Chu Dian, he endured this bald guy for 3 years. 3 full years. Also, who said I like your cousin? What nonsense are you talking about? Heng Chong gritted his teeth and growled with a flushed face. I was discussing cultivation experiences with Saint Hylian. Do you think I'm as filthy and shameless as you, a bald idiot? You little brat, your hair hasn't even grown out yet, how can you understand what liking and love are? Hee. In response, Huai Mei sneered and gave Heng Chong a look, as if to say, we are all men, why are you pretending in front of me? Buzz. Suddenly, an icy blue and crystal cold air enveloped Huai Mei, who was directly frozen into an iceberg. She still maintained a 45-degree sideways expression, with only her eyeballs able to move. Watch the battle carefully, Chu Dian has become much stronger. Saint Hylian was as cold as an iceberg, her eyes always fixed on the battle stage. Boom, boom, boom. Yin and yang combined, 2 divine suns, 1 gold and 1 white, blocked the heavens and cut off Chu Dian's retreat. The terrifying magical powers of the 7 peak level gods directly submerged Chu Dian in them. The aura of destruction was everywhere, and ordinary gods would probably have turned into ashes. They are all the most powerful geniuses and evildoers in the yin-yang sect, and they cooperate with each other very closely. Master Yin-yang, your disciple is not limited to this level. At this time, Chu Dian's calm voice came from it, and he was seen walking out step by step, with chaotic divine energy flowing all over his body. He didn't even use any of his magical powers, but the attacks of the 7 disciples of Yin Yang sect could not even break his body defense, not even his skin. Demon, what can you do? Chu Tian raised his hand, and the word, demon, on his palm glowed. Circles of chaotic magic patterns emerged and spread out like ripples. In an instant, the sky froze. The 7 geniuses of the Yin Yang sect who were at the peak of the divine realm did not even have a chance to resist. They were directly turned into ashes, and their souls and blood were directly swallowed up by the word, demon, on Chu Tian's palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The word, devil, shone brightly, emitting a dark red devilish light, as if a great and supreme devil was about to devour and destroy everything in the world. This, Heng Chong, the pupils of Saint Hillian contracted violently and her body trembled instantly. Many powerful people, even the king of Hengkong, King Chu Dian and others, were suddenly suffocated and terrified. Many of them understood that it was only a matter of time before Chu Dian dealt with these Yin Yang sect geniuses. It was thought that these Yin Yang sect geniuses who had already been frightened would probably retreat quickly and escape from the battlefield. After all, they have such keen eyes that they can see that except for the extremely young goddess Mo Qingyi, the rest of the people are just pretending and will run away at the slightest change. I never expected this. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Everything was instantly reduced to ashes. All life force, soul, spirit, blood, and magical powers were all devoured by Chu Dian's magic power. Instant kill. Chapter 242. The 8th King's soul projection arrives again. The Yin Yang cult leader's pupils contracted violently, and he roared, such a terrifying demon, so cruel and vicious. Human king, have you seen this? How can the Hengtian human race tolerate such a demon continuing to wreak havoc? The king of Hengkong had no expression on his face. Chu Tianxing said indifferently, fists and feet have no eyes, swords and guns are merciless. Since they dared to come on stage, they should be prepared to be killed. As for the so-called devilish Wei, he is the holy son of my Shengxian sect and the legitimate son of the Chu family. What does he have to do with the devil? Could it be that I, as the acting leader of the Holy Heaven sect, have fallen into an extreme state and am also a demon? Many of the most powerful people had blank expressions on their faces and were not impressed by the words of the Yin Yang sect leader. If a small sect dared to do this, it would naturally be a heinous crime. But this is the holy son of the Shengxian sect. The holy son of the most powerful sect is just a little bit cruel. How can he be called a devil? What's the right way and the evil way? In this world, only the one with the bigger fist is the truth, and the strong are respected. Ren Yuxuan's voice was cold. She looked at Chu Dian, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. She didn't expect that in just 7 days, Chu Dian had already mastered the word, demon, to such a superb level that he could devour the essence of all things for his own use and strengthen himself. In the Tianxin Shimo inheritance, there is naturally information about the word, demon. As a Taoist companion of the ancestral demon god, he has a deep understanding of it. Ren Yuxuan originally thought that Chu Dian had to at least reach the realm of true god before he could dig out the function of the word, demon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, after devouring 7 peak-level gods from the Yin Yang sect, Chu Tian's body was surrounded by chaotic divine energy, with lightning, thunder, and howling winds. In an instant, hundreds of secret treasures were opened. Directly devouring the essence of life, turning it into one's own energy, and breaking open the secret treasure, this method is terrifying and suffocating. Oh my goodness, Big Brother's methods are getting more and more perverted and outrageous. Huaimei scratched her head vigorously, baring her teeth, her eyes red with envy. I also want to learn this method. Bai Xuanming, you said I have been possessed by a demon, so I am a demon. Chu Dian's face was calm as he looked at the Shuyan Shenyang that Bai Xuanming had transformed into. What can you do to me? In the original plot, the original owner fell into the path of evil and turned to practice the magic skills given by Ren Yuxuan. He called himself the great demon lord of hate and was hunted down by the entire continent. Among them is Bai Xuanming. In the final battle, Xingnu burned himself and used his life to help Chu Dian escape from Hengtian realm. Among the powerful men who besieged him was Bai Xuanming. The great demon lord of hate turned to the devil's way, but his methods were not even a fraction as vicious and evil as his. He didn't even use any vicious devilish powers, but he was still hunted down by the entire continent. And now, he openly admitted that he had obtained the inheritance of the ancestral demon god, and used the word, demon, to devour the spirit and life essence of the Yin Yang sect's geniuses, but all he saw on their faces was indifference. The reason why the great demon lord was hunted down was never because he had turned to the devil. This is because in the original plot, King Chu Dian offended too many people, and later the Chu family was destroyed. Everyone wanted to see if they could get the benefits left by the founding family from Chu Dian, and everyone wanted to pounce on it and take a bite. War. Yin Yang escapes into the void. Faced with the terrifying methods and almost invincible strength displayed by Chu Dian, Mo Qingyi roared angrily, and the extreme Yang turned, instantly escaping into the sky, attacking Chu Dian, with a fighting spirit soaring to the sky, and no intention of retreating. Junior sister, I admit defeat. We cannot subdue such a demon. But suddenly, Bai Xuanming's Shuyan Shenyang also flew out, but in a completely different direction from her, and directly escaped from the battle stage. Without Bai Xuanming's cooperation, Ji Yang Tianvi's expression changed drastically, and her power dropped greatly. Chu Dian stretched out his hand, and the word, devil, in the palm of his hand turned into a dark red vortex, spinning wildly, covering the sky and directly covering it. Buzz. In an instant, the physical body of the extremely young goddess Mo Qingyi was destroyed, and all her life essence was devoured. The word, demon, absorbed the spirit of this powerful monster, and it unleashed endless demonic power. Want to leave? Chu Dian's voice was calm. He stretched out his big hand, spanning the sky and penetrating the void. He grabbed Bai Xuanming like a chicken and squeezed him gently. Bang! In an instant, Bai Xuanming was crushed to pieces, turning into a blood mist that was swallowed by the word, demon. With over 70,000 secret treasures opened in a physical strength of 200 million jin, Chu Dian could crush Bai Xuanming, a genius at the peak of the divine realm, just like crushing an ant. Boom, boom, boom. There were flashes of lightning and thunder, chaotic light was radiant, demonic energy surged into the sky, and more than 74,000 secret treasures on Chu Dian's body burst into light at the same time. After devouring 2 monsters at the peak of the divine realm, Chu Dian was able to open more than 200 secret treasures. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, yin and yang condensed in Chu Dian's eyes. The primordial divine sun appeared in one eye, and the 9 netherworld fire appeared in the other. He actually extracted the magical powers of the 2 people's cultivation directly from the source of their lives, and instantly mastered them to an extremely profound level. He was not far from Dacheng. At the same time, traces of the magical powers displayed by the other Yin Yang sect disciples also flowed through Chu Dian one by one. The magical power of the word, demon, was so incredible, strange and terrifying that it suffocated the entire audience at this moment. This magical power was extremely compatible with Chu Dian, and the magical powers he mastered immediately increased more than 20 top magical powers of the Yin Yang sect. This, Huaimei's face was pale and her whole body was trembling slightly. This scene gave him quite a fright. This cruel, strange, and terrifying magical power is 10,000 times stranger than the most terrifying soul-searching magical power he has ever heard of. Forget it, I'd rather not be the big brother, cousin. When we enter the 9 realms competition, let's just be the little brothers and let Hengchang die on his own. Huaimei muttered. I don't want to be devoured by big brother. All the things I've cultivated for 14 years will become his wedding dress. Huaimei made up her mind that it would be better to please Chu Dian. You evil beast, how dare you be so cruel and arrogant as to devour two of my disciples right in front of me. The eyes of the Yin-Yang sect leader were bloodshot, as if he had lost his mind. He flew out with a bang and landed on the battlefield. He was filled with murderous aura. Two big hands stretched out at the same time, one yin and one yang, suppressing Chu Dian at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. And at this moment, the sky collapsed, and the projections of the 8 human kings appeared outside the realm at the same time. King Hengkong, the time for the 9 realms competition has arrived. Get out of the realm immediately and leave the mythical human palace with us. The cold voice of the Xuanming human king resounded through the boundless starry sky. Chapter 243, The Civil Strife Before the Competition, A Fight to the Death. The sky was silent, and in the outer space, the projections of the 8 human kings stretched from heaven to earth, with 7 of them holding huge human king seals. They are the 7 human king seals of the netherworld, burning flame, starry sky, etc., which control the origin of the 9 realms of the human race. Among them, only the eternal human king Feng Changhao, although he was ranked among the top 5 among the 8 human kings in terms of momentum, did not hold the human king seal in his hand. The look he gave towards the Hengtian ancestral court was the coldest, with a hint of bloodshot and murderous intent, as if as long as he had the chance, he would massacre billions of Hengtian people and wash away the shame on him. King Hengkong, your Hengtian realm is at the bottom of the 9 realms. We in the 8 realms are already prepared, yet you dare to make us wait. Your Hengtian realm has been at the bottom for millions of years. Don't you have any self-awareness? Feng Changhao's voice was low and hoarse, and he mercilessly exposed the most painful scar of Hengtian realm under the gaze of many powerful people in Hengtian continent. They have been at the bottom for millions of years, and have been crushed every time in the 9 realms competition. They have received the least luck and resources allocated from the human emperor palace. This is the greatest pain in the history of the Hengtian human race. However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out in the Hengtian ancestral temple. Buzz. King Chu Tian's figure flashed by, the roar of the dragon resounded through the heaven and earth, a silver-white light flashed, and the vast shadow of the dragon meandered into the sky. Puff, puff. In an instant, the arms of the Yin-Yang sect leader that were crushing towards Chu Tian were blown up and turned into a bloody mist. He suddenly let out a painful roar. King Chu, your son has been possessed by a demon. He devoured the holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang sect in public. How dare you risk the wrath of the world by protecting such a demon? Xiao Dian, Daddy is here. King Chu Tian's low voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. A flash of silver light appeared, and King Chu Tian appeared in front of Chu Tian, even faster than the speed at which the Yin-Yang sect leader appeared on the ring. King Chu Tian has been paying close attention to the movements of the Yin-Yang sect leader. The moment the Yin-Yang sect leader makes a move, he is already there first and protects Chu Tian. Chu Tian's face was calm and unperturbed, and he put away the talisman of the Emperor of Heaven's arrival in his hand. The reason why he exposed the devouring power of the word, demon, and devoured the geniuses and evildoers of the Yin-Yang sect was not only to test the power of the word, demon, but also to deliberately provoke the leader of the Yin-Yang sect and make him do irrational things in order to maintain the dignity of the Yin-Yang sect. As for being labeled as evil, after obtaining the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God and knowing that the Chaos Demon God body was the supreme physique of the demon race, he understood that he was destined to go on the road of the demon path and never return. So what if it's the devil's way or the divine way? In Chu Tian's view, they are just means to strengthen himself. The winner takes all. As long as he stands at the top of the myriad worlds one day, his path of magic can also be the upright path among the myriad worlds, worshipped by all spirits in all worlds. From ancient times to the present, only losers are demons. Master Yin and Yang, your fists and feet are ruthless, and your swords and spears are indiscriminate. It is your genius and evildoer of Yin and Yang that is too weak. He cannot even withstand a single blow from me. If he goes to the 9 realms competition, it will be a disgrace to our Hengtian human race. It would be better for you to use your life essence to enhance my strength. It can also be regarded as using your life and making a huge contribution to our Hengtian realm. Chu Tian's face was calm and indifferent. He glanced at the Master Yin and Yang, and then set his sights on the heads of the 8 great kings outside the domain, his eyes slightly narrowed. In the secret realm of the Chaos Spirit Pearl in his mind, the Origin secret realm has expanded to an area of 10 miles in radius as the boundary pearl continuously absorbs the Origin power. A transparent pool formed by the Origin power is located in the center of the secret realm, and the Human King seal floats above the pool, nourished by the Origin power. 3 years later, the patterns on the Human King seal have become clearer and more imbued with Taoist aura, and it is even more majestic and magnificent than 3 years ago. At this moment, Chu Tian could clearly sense that a strong aura of Tao was coming from the outer space, which came from the same source as the aura on the eternal Human King seal. It seemed to be resonating with the Human King seal and wanted to summon the Human King seal back. The seal of the Netherworld Human King, the seal of the Burning Flame Human King. There was a gleam of brilliance in Chu Tianping's calm eyes, and he immediately felt the source of these 2 Tao essences. The eternal Human King actually asked these 2 Human Kings to help him with the Human King seal. Taking advantage of the 9 realms competition when all 7 Human King seals were present and the Origin was flourishing, he used secret techniques to try to summon back the eternal Human King seal. Chu Tian's mind moved slightly, and he immediately closed the channel for the boundary beam to absorb the original power, cutting off all connection between the secret realm and the outside world. The Chaos Spirit Pearl turned into substance, and the secret realm of Origin inside had become an independent world. As soon as Chu Tian closed the channel, the surging original Tao essence immediately became a headless fly. Outside the territory, the eyes of the Netherworld Human King and the Burning Flame Human King moved slightly, shook their heads at Feng Changhao, and took back the original power of the Human King seal. Feng Changhao's face turned pale, his whole body was trembling, and his eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the Hengtian ancestral court with murderous intent. He knew that it must be the work of the Hengtian human race. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the Human King seal suddenly disappeared in the Hengtian realm for no reason? Even more, how could the major sects in Hengtian realm be so united and join forces to deal with him? There must be huge profit driving it. It is very likely that he is here for the seal of the eternal Human King. Hengtian human race, Hengkong Human King, Shengqian sect, Feng Changhao's eyes were red as he roared in his heart. If you don't return my Human King seal, I will never reconcile with you. I will not be a human until I destroy your Hengtian human race in this lifetime. At this time, on the ancestral battle stage, little beast, what gives you the right to represent the Hengtian human race? Has the Yin-Yang sect agreed? The Yin-Yang sect leader's gray hair danced wildly as he roared, you, a demon who has fallen into the devil's way, have devoured a generation of the Yin-Yang sect's genius. My entire sect will never forgive you. If I don't kill you, where will the dignity of our Yin-Yang sect be? How can we survive on the Hengtian continent? Human King, my Yin-Yang sect is utterly loyal to our ancestral home. Generations have fought for the Hengtian realm, risking their lives. Now, our sect's prodigy has been devoured in public, reduced to ashes and their souls scattered. You must stand up for our Yin-Yang sect. The Desert God Emperor and the Hell Poison Lord have already been killed, and now they are targeting our Yin-Yang sect. If they allow the Holy Heaven sect to protect this little devil, they will continue to act recklessly. The hearts of many top sects of the Hengtian human race will be completely chilled, and they will become disunited. In the future, if there is an invasion by foreign races, who will be willing to sacrifice their lives for the Hengtian realm? Master Yin-Yang, I, King Chu, am still alive. Who dares to say that my son is an evil demon? King Chu's white hair fluttered in the wind, his voice was cold and his words were domineering as he stared at the Yin-Yang sect leader. Around the battle stage, many of the strongest people from the top sects were stunned, their faces looking very ugly. The 8 great human kings are just outside the starry sky, the 9 realms competition is approaching, and internal strife has begun within the Hengtian human race again. In this situation, how can so many young geniuses put aside all worries and fight for the Hengtian human race? But they couldn't tell for a moment whether the Yin-Yang sect leader was right or the Shangxian sect was right. Chu Tian's eyes were calm, his brows slightly furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, Yin-Yang sect leader, who is behind you? You are causing such a commotion in the ancestral temple and disturbing people's hearts. What exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 244, Willing to fight to the end. Father, human king, I suggest that the Yin-Yang cult leader be immediately suppressed and thoroughly interrogated. There must be someone behind him directing this. Chu Tian's face was calm, his voice icy cold. At this critical juncture, disregarding the overall situation of the Hengtian realm and disrupting all prearranged plans, relying on the contributions of the Yin-Yang cult and acting lawlessly is definitely a sinister plot. Everything was fine before. What happened now? Emperor Lingfeng sighed. First, Emperor Tianshang colluded with the Dragon Clan, then the Dragon God sect, Hell Valley, and Desert God sect. Now even the Yin-Yang sect is so disregarding the overall situation that they are willing to embarrass us in front of the rest of the human race without even caring about the face of the Hengtian realm. Tianyan Daoxin's expression was also extremely ugly, but this time, he did not speak out in support of Shangxian sect. He has suppressed the Desert God Emperor, the Hell Valley, and destroyed the Dragon God sect. However, the Yin-Yang sect is far from being comparable to these sects. It has truly made great contributions to the ancestral temple, and has a long history and extremely huge influence. Before the emergence of the Shangxian sect, it was even listed as one of the 2 giants in the Hengtian realm together with the Sihang Holy sect, and produced several emperors on the heavenly ranking. Even if it was indeed the Yin-Yang sect leader who initiated the trouble from the beginning, continuing to make trouble at this juncture would not be good for the entire Hengtian human race. The Yin-Yang sect cannot be suppressed or destroyed just by saying so. He really can't do it. What exactly does the Yin-Yang sect leader want to do? Or is it really as Chu Tian speculated, is it the eternal king Feng Changhao who is behind it, or is there someone else? But Feng Changhao had no connection with the Yin-Yang sect. How did he convince the Yin-Yang sect leader to make such a big fuss at all costs? Master Yin-Yang, the 9 realms competition is approaching. If there is anything, wait until after the competition. I will handle the conflict between your Yin-Yang sect and the Holy Heaven sect. The old Hengkong human king said in a low voice, this time, my Hengtian human race has the best chance to escape the bottom of the 9 realms in one fell swoop. Don't force me. Human king, you are so biased towards the Holy Heaven sect. My Yin-Yang sect will not accept it, and many other top sects will not accept it either. Since you are unwilling to uphold justice for my Yin-Yang sect, then don't blame me for not cooperating with the ancestral court in the future. The eyes of the Yin-Yang sect leader were bloodshot, his figure flashed, and he flew directly out of the ancestral temple. As soon as the Yin-Yang sect leader took off, 5 extremely powerful men followed him, leading the sect's geniuses and evildoers, and flew with him out of the ancestral temple. These top sects are all allies of the Yin-Yang sect and have a deep relationship with them. They have made their attitude clear directly. If the human king does not give justice to the Yin-Yang sect, then they will stand together with the Yin-Yang sect leader and not cooperate with the ancestral court. In an instant, the whole audience was suffocated. In the ancestral temple, the pupils of many powerful men suddenly contracted and their whole bodies trembled. Some of the powerful men had ashen faces and were shaking violently with anger. The murderous aura that could not be suppressed continued to surge and rushed straight into the sky. At this critical moment, there is still such internal strife. And the 8 great kings are watching. What will the many geniuses and monsters who are about to participate in the 9 realms competition think? Before they even go on the battlefield, their fighting spirit will probably be weakened a lot. Damn it, Tianyan Daoxin's voice was extremely gloomy and cold. He raised his hand several times and then put it down directly, still worried that the impact would be too great. The Yin-Yang sect is supported by 5 top sects. If they fight directly, then the Hengtian realm will not have to participate in the 9 realms competition, and a large-scale civil war will break out directly within the realm. You. There were traces of bloodshot in the eyes of the Hengkong human king. He was trembling with anger, his chest was beating violently, and he suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Asshole, I, Hengkong, feel ashamed of my ancestors and Emperor Hengtian. The human king Hengkong roared at the top of his lungs. This is really shameful, and it has been disgraced among the other 8 realms of the human race. Even at this moment, there are many other human realms that have invited geniuses and evildoers from other races to join the war. He really couldn't understand why the situation suddenly became such a mess just before the big competition. Chu Tian frowned even tighter, feeling more and more that all this was definitely not a coincidence. Because it's such a coincidence. 3 years have passed since the last time, and the Yin-Yang sect and these top sects have not caused any major trouble. Why did they suddenly start making a fuss at this moment? It was as if there was an invisible hand behind the scenes controlling everything. Feng Changhao, do you have the mind and skills to do this? Or is it that all this is driven by the mythical dragon emperor? Chu Tian vaguely felt that he seemed to have overlooked something, but for a moment he couldn't remember it. Human king, what if the Yin-Yang sect withdraws? What if these top sects withdraw? Chu Tian looked at the Hengkong human king and said in a deep voice, no matter what plans and plots are being made behind the scenes, or what the Yin-Yang sect leader and the others are up to, I will lead the Hengtian realm to take first place in this 9 realms competition. Once we get first place in the 9 realms competition, all rumors, speculation, and confusion will be called in self-defeating. By then, the ancestral court will slowly deal with the affairs of the Yin-Yang sect and these top sects, and the Shangxian sect will fully cooperate. The 8th human king is waiting outside the domain. Please put aside all your worries, ignore these demons and monsters, and open the human emperor palace. Chu Tian bowed and clasped his fists, his voice calm but revealing a strong will and majesty. No matter what conspiracy or trick there is, since you can't find any flaws for the time being, then just go your own way. If there is any change, you can break it with your own strength. Gods that stand in my way will be killed, Buddhas that stand in my way will be killed. First place in this 9 realms competition can only belong to my Hengtian human race. At this moment, as if influenced by the will in Chu Tian's words, Heng Chong's face was stern. He walked forward and bowed to the Hengkong human king at the bottom of the stairs. Grandfather, in this 9 realms competition, I will spare no effort and fight for my Hengtian realm. No matter how much power interferes, my grandsons will not be shaken. I will fight for the honor of the Hengtian race and the blood of my Heng family. Heng Chong still had a childish look on his face, and he was only just over 20 years old, but the lines on his face already showed a kind of tenacious fortitude, as if he had faced 3 years of suppression from Chu Tian, but remained unyielding and wanted to compete with Chu Tian for the position of young leader. Fighting to the end for the honor of the Hengtian human race has always been the insistence of generations of Hengtian people. Saint Hillian and Hillian also came from a different background. They stood behind Heng Chong and didn't say much. They just followed him, clasped their fists and bowed to show their attitude. No matter how chaotic the situation is, they are willing to fight to the end for the honor and interests of the Hengtian human race. Even if we lose, even if we are defeated, we must lose standing up and die standing up. Heng Chong's words were loud and clear. Please ask the human king to go to the starry sky and open the human emperor palace. Tianyan Daozhen stepped forward and bowed. I agree with Chu Tian's words. The matters concerning the Yin Yang sect and others can be postponed until after the Nine Realms competition. Now, we must not let the other 8 human realms see us as a laughingstock. Many powerful beings with gloomy and sullen faces stepped forward at the same time, clasped their fists and bowed, shouting, "Please, Human King, do not be disturbed. Go to the starry sky and open the Human King Palace. We, the proud and talented members of our sect, are willing to fight to the bitter end for the honor and interests of the Hengtian human race." Chapter 245. Are you ready to be slaughtered? Boom, boom, boom. A strong wind was howling across the sky, and it seemed as if thunder was exploding deep in the void. Good. The Hengtian human king wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a ferocious smile appeared on his old face. Since someone is making trouble behind the scenes, it means that he is afraid. He is afraid that my Hengtian realm will rise in this generation. Then this king must not let them get what they want. I am leaving now. The human king Hengkong sat upright on the throne, his brows glowing, his soul projected outside the domain, and the human king seal on his waist flew with it. And at this time, buzz, a bloody light flashed, a dense sea of blood-colored thunder filled the air, the roar shook the sky, and the murderous intent surged. You bastards, for some insignificant gains, are not hesitant to mess up the Hengtian realm at this time. The human king, mindful of our past friendship, is unwilling to take ruthless action against you. But this is definitely not a reason for you to act recklessly. Chu Tianqing appeared in the sky, his blood-red hair dancing wildly, his eyes turning scarlet, looking into the distance at the Yin Yang sect leader and the 5 strongest men following behind him. When he raised his hand, rolling and dense blood-colored thunder condensed and gathered in his hand into a huge blood thunder that spanned thousands of miles of sky. The terrifying and extreme aura of destruction filled the air, making the heavens silent and all spirits trembling. 3 years ago, Chu Tianqing, who had just broken through to the Emperor level and entered the ultimate realm, was able to kill and devour the seriously injured Dragon Emperor in seconds. 3 years later, with the help of the Chaos-Purifying Heartstone, the Tianquan Divine Ring, and the Tianquan Goddess, Chu Tianqing's control over the extreme realm has become deeper. Once it erupts, the aura of destruction seems to destroy everything in the world. The stars outside the domain are directly destroyed, and countless mountains within 100,000 miles around are directly turned into ashes. Even if I don't destroy you now, you must pay the most painful price for your actions. Boom! Chu Tianqing threw the huge blood thunder in his hand. The blood pierced through the gloomy sky, penetrated thousands of miles, and slammed down on the Yin Yang sect leader and others. Chu Tianqing, how dare you? Are you trying to start a war within the realm? The Yin Yang sect leader roared, and the yin and yang energy circulated as he attacked with a bang. The other 5 strongest men also shouted in anger and simultaneously unleashed their magical powers to face the blood-red thunder. Even if your Shangxian sect is the strongest sect on the continent, do you really think you can sweep away everything? We, the 6 top sects, will never be afraid of your Shangxian sect. Boom, boom, boom. The sky shattered, the world turned upside down, blood covered time and space, and the breath of destruction was everywhere. Puff, the 3 emperors vomited blood at the same time, let out a painful scream, and flew backwards thousands of miles away. The power of the extreme realm is feared by all realms. It can directly destroy the soul and devour all power. Their souls were directly traumatized. When the blood color faded, the face of the Yin Yang sect leader was extremely gloomy, because the 5 strongest people who followed him, and the geniuses and evildoers of the sect they brought with them, had all been wiped out. Chu Tianqing's attack was not intended to kill them, but to annihilate these geniuses and evildoers. Chu Tianqing, you have fallen into an extreme state and are also a devil, just like that little devil. The 10,000 worlds cannot tolerate a devilish sect like yours. Sooner or later, you will suffer the consequences. Everyone, the Holy Heaven sect is doing evil and its arrogance won't last much longer. After the Yin Yang sect leader said this, he immediately disappeared into the void. The 5 strongest men had ashen faces and were shaking with heartache, but they still followed the Yin Yang sect leader and flew away. Chu Tianqing's terror made them feel suffocated and terrified. If King Chu Tian also went crazy, they were afraid that they would become like the Dragon Lord, without even a chance to escape. You are disturbing the ancestral court and are unwilling to fight for the Hengtian human race. Then what's the point of keeping you? Chu Tianqing's face was cold, and the blood-red thunder light between his eyebrows converged. He did not chase after them, but turned around and flew back to the ancestral court. The 9 realms competition has begun, and now is not the time to start a war. Even if they want to destroy the Yin Yang sect and these top sects, they have to wait until after the competition for the human king to return and make the decision. The Shangxian sect cannot interfere. This is order and discipline. A bunch of wimps. Chu Tianyan's face was full of murderous intent. He said, "Second brother, you are too good-tempered. It's because I haven't broken through to the emperor level yet. Otherwise, none of them would be able to escape. They would all die." Chu Tianqing's face was icy as he said, "Let's talk about everything after the competition. There are people behind the scenes who just want to cause chaos within the Hengtian realm. How can I fulfill their wish and kill these young geniuses? I'm just teaching them a lesson so they don't act recklessly." That's right. Tianyan Daozhen nodded, agreeing with Chu Tianqing's words. Chu Tian's face was calm, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Chu Tianqing is indeed the most suitable person to be the head of the Chu family. He knows when to stop in his calm and critical moments, which is absolutely beyond the reach of his father, Chu Tianwang. At this time, outside the starry sky, the projection of the soul of the Hengkong human king appeared in the starry space, reaching from heaven to earth. His old face was full of murderous intent and coldness. The seal of the Hengtian human king rose and fell in his palm, and was filled with the rolling power of origin. Feng Changhao, if I ever find out that you're the one behind all this, I'll make your Feng family pay the most painful price. My Heng family has protected the Hengtian people for millions of years. What we hate most is outsiders interfering in the internal affairs of our Hengtian world. It seems that kneeling and kowtowing 3 years ago still hasn't taught you a lesson. The eyes of the human king Hengkong were filled with murderous intent, and the human king seal in his hand seemed to be ready to smash out at any time, killing Feng Changhao on the spot. Hengkong, you insulted me so much and robbed me of the human king seal of the eternal human realm. I should be saying this to you. Feng Changhao said hoarsely, this king has detected that the seal of the eternal human king is now in your Hengtian ancestral court. The netherworld human king and the burning flame human king can both testify for this king. What else do you have to quibble about? If you don't hand over the eternal human king seal, after the 9 realms competition, your Hengtian human race will be destroyed. As for the first place in the 9 realms competition, your Hengtian realm is in such a mess and you still dare to participate in the war. You will all die. Especially that little bastard Chu Tian. The geniuses and evildoers of my Feng family and the dragon clan will tear him into pieces. Buzz. At this moment, the starry sky violently trembled, and a rolling supreme wave filled the air. A silver dragon figure appeared, opening its eyes as huge as the stars. Eternal human king, my dragon clan has fulfilled the promise and sent the most powerful true dragon monster to join the battle. Hengtian realm, are you ready to be slaughtered? Chapter 246, it's still unclear who will kill whom. The dark starry sky is endless, with stars hanging above the black curtain. The winding and majestic silver dragon tore open a vast and boundless crack in the void. In an instant, an ancient, vast, great and vicissitudes of life aura emanated from the crack. It was a vast and boundless world. At first glance, one had no idea how vast it was, spanning countless galaxies. Even if you just look at it from across the cracks in the void, the vast and boundless world can give people an unimaginable sense of shock. In this world, sometimes there are earth-shaking dragon roars, tearing the universe apart and causing the stars outside the domain to fall. This is the dragon realm, one of the oldest dominant realms among all the worlds. It has continued from the mythological era to the present day. Countless dragon bloodlines live in it, and all kinds of mythical and powerful dragons that are famous in all the worlds also live in this ancient and vast world. Looking down from outside the domain, the Henkian realm and the dragon realm were not even 1/10 the size of each other. The face of the Henkong human king was filled with a strong murderous aura. He stared at the Tianming dragon emperor and for the first time did not make any gesture of concession. He said coldly, Tianming dragon emperor, I, the evildoer of the Henkian human race, have also made all preparations to slay the dragon. I just wonder if the evildoers of your dragon clan are ready to be slaughtered. The human race 9 realms competition, the mythical human palace, is not a place where the dragon race monsters can act recklessly. The young geniuses of the Henkian human race will fight to the end for the honor of the human race. As soon as these words came out, the Sky Fate Dragon Emperor's huge silver dragon eyes were filled with indifference, without even a trace of fluctuation. His voice was grand, cold and calm. Eternal Sky Human King, this emperor admires you, the Henkian emperor who emerged from the Henkian human race. However, chance is always chance. The rise of a strong person cannot represent the strength of the entire race. The heritage and greatness of the dragon race is beyond the imagination of a small tribe like yours. Even if you, the Henkian human race, killed my envoy, Tyrant Dragon Lord, your Henkian realm's background still doesn't deserve my dragon realm's attention. The Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor's voice was icy cold, and faintly carried a hint of murderous intent, freezing the boundless starry sky. But you summoned the immortal soul of Emperor Henkian and used your supreme magical power to cut off a part of the origin of my dragon world. This has already caused the wrath of many ancient dragon emperors of our race. The strongest dragon bloodline monster sent this time is beyond the imagination of your human race. Hand over that part of the dragon realm origin, otherwise the Henkian human race will face an unimaginable massacre and extinction. Since the mythological era, no other race has ever dared to question the words of our dragon race, not even your human race. As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of many human kings contracted violently and their whole bodies shook violently. They immediately understood why the start of the 9 realms competition of the human race had caused the soul of the Destiny Dragon Emperor to come again in person. The human race is in decline, and the 9 realms competition is naturally an unprecedented event for the human race. However, in the eyes of those super powerful alien races, it is not that important. If they can send some geniuses and monsters to hell, it is still based on their usual relationship. It is unprecedented that emperors from all races come in person to show their support, not to mention the supreme myth of the universe like the Dragon Emperor of Destiny. But now, they understand. The scene suddenly emerged in his mind. 3 years ago, Emperor Henkian walked through the 9 realms of the human race, and the strongest people in each realm had their hair standing on end and were trembling with fear. Emperor Henkian actually went to the dragon realm and cut off a part of the dragon realm's origin. They just felt confused in their minds. How powerful is Emperor Henkian? A wisp of immortal soul, which revived after millions of years, actually suppressed the entire vast dragon world and cut off a part of the dragon world's origin. Moreover, the dragon clan suffered such a great loss, but for 3 whole years, there was no news of any dragon clan being angry and violent. It was not until now that it came out from the mouth of the Dragon Emperor of Heaven. In the Henkian ancestral temple, many powerful people were shocked when they heard the news. The eyes of Henkian, which were originally in chaos due to the withdrawal of the Yin-Yang sect leader and others, and had some loneliness, suddenly became excited. Just hearing this news makes one's blood boil and feel like it's burning all over. Emperor Henkian, Taoist Master Tianyin was silent for a while, not knowing what words to use to describe the excitement in his heart. In the end, only one word came out, awesome. King Chu Tian and Chu Tianqing looked at each other, and at the same time, the corners of their mouths curled slightly. They turned their heads to look at Chu Tian with pride in their eyes. The immortal soul of Emperor Henkian was summoned by the young master of the Chu family after he broke through the Henkian palace for the first time in millions of years. At this moment, Chu Tian's face was calm, but after hearing the words of the Dragon Emperor of Destiny, there was a slight weirdness in his eyes. He calmed down and took a look at the Wandao cauldron in his mind. At this time, a ball of golden liquid was floating in the mouth of the cauldron. This happened 2 years ago, when he was in seclusion in the ancestral library. He suddenly flew in from the sky and directly merged into the 10,000 Dao cauldron, and was enveloped by the Dao essence left by Emperor Henkian. For 2 years, he was immersed in comprehending supernatural powers and reading ancient texts, and had no time to study this ball of golden liquid. Could it be? Emperor Henkian really gave him a super gift. Of course, this is also a time bomb. Chu Tian's mind moved slightly, and he moved the origin of the dragon realm out of the Wandao cauldron and placed it into the secret realm of origin within the Chaos Spirit Pearl, placing it together with the Human King seal. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. If the powerful dragon clan knew that the origin of the dragon world was in him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The residual power of Emperor Henkian's immortal soul seems to be extremely frightening to the dragon realm. Chu Tian calmly analyzed to his father, King Chu Tian, and his second uncle, Chu Tianqing, the severing of our origins is such a major event, and yet, in the past 3 years, there has been no news of it. It's understandable that they're extremely afraid of Emperor Henkian. It seems that the Emperor's immortal soul has left a huge shadow on them. Chu Tianyin laughed heartily and said, it seems this is why the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor has only come down in person until now to ask for the origin of the dragon realm. Emperor Henkian scared them out of their wits. Otherwise, given the dragon race's domineering nature, the dragon realm army would have descended long ago to annihilate the race, destroy the realm, and massacre billions of them. Chu Tianqing said calmly, now, they only dare to claim that they have sent out the most powerful dragon blood monsters to shock our Henkian realm, and they also brought out the reputation of a group of ancient dragon emperors. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered in the wind, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, my Henkian people were not brought up to be scared. Ridiculous. Chapter 247 The Dragon Clan's True Dragon Monster. Outside the starry sky, the Henkong human king's eyes were icy, and he sneered with murderous intent, your dragon clan is interfering in the internal affairs of our Henkian realm. This is just a small warning from our ancestors to your dragon realm. As for the origin of the dragon race, this king has never known it. Since your great dragon race is so powerful and feared by all the worlds, wouldn't it be better for you to cross time and space and go to the ancient times to ask your ancestors in person where the origin of the dragon world is located? Horrible murderous intent and anger suddenly appeared in the dragon emperor's eyes, which were as cold as silver stars, as if a raging heavenly fire was burning in them. After saying this, he kept paying attention to the expressions of the Henkong human king and the strongest human beings in the Henkian ancestral court. He immediately understood that although the major clans in the myriad worlds, such as the Phoenix, the Golden Winged Roc, the Asura, the Titans and others were all in great shock, the human race had not received any news at all. Including the news about Henkong human king, Tianwang emperor, and Tianyin Daozhen, all of these were just heard from him. His words even had the effect of inspiring people and boosting morale within the Henkian human race. The words of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were actually a test. The reactions of many of the strongest people in the Henkian realm also confirmed his guess. Emperor Henkian also understood that with the current strength of the Henkian human race, obtaining the dragon origin would be a disaster and impossible to keep, so he did not send the severed dragon origin back to the Henkian realm at all. Otherwise, as the Dragon Emperor, with his familiarity with the origin of the Dragon Realm, he would be able to sense it from the Hengtian realm in an instant, and the Hengkong human king would not be able to hide in front of him. Emperor Hengtian was intimidating the Dragon Realm and showing the human race's strongest foundation. At the same time, he was telling all worlds that although the human race was divided and infinitely declining, it had produced many human kings and its mythological foundation was still there. If you want to touch the human race, you should first consider whether they can afford the consequences. Damn human race, after eternity, you should have been completely extinct long ago. Emperor Hengtian, if you want my dragon race to fulfill the contract from the mythological era and repay the debt owed to the human race, then I will kill all the proud and evil people of your Hengtian race in your race's 9 realms competition, in your race's supreme holy land, the human emperor palace. I will see what you can use to collect the debt. The Destiny Dragon Emperor roared in his heart, with terrifying murderous intent, freezing the endless starry sky. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, from the void crack behind him, huge dragons at least 10,000 feet long flew out from the dragon world, and finally transformed into human form, standing behind the eternal King Feng Changhao. This group of real dragons includes both males and females, all of whom are burly yet slender and charming. The shortest one is 2 meters tall, which is much taller than the average human. Their eyes were cold, majestic, and their aura was noble. Although they stood behind Feng Changhao, they did not even say hello to Feng Changhao, the human king. They did not even look at the other human kings, but just bowed to the heavenly fate dragon emperor, extremely proud. It is a kind of dignity and pride that emanates from the bones. As the strongest bloodline of the dominant dragon clan, the human race, a race that has not even made it into the top 50 of the 10,000 worlds since the mythological era, is not worth there even a second glance. Feng Changhao didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled at the many dragon monsters. After feeling the power and terror of these dragon monsters, his eyes were full of excitement. He looked towards the Hengtian ancestral court with bloody murderous intent in his eyes. Many human kings did not take it seriously, as they had long been accustomed to it. Instead, they captured a lot of shocking information in the fleeting moment when many dragon monsters maintained their dragon forms. There are a total of 36 of them, and they are at least 11 clawed true dragons. There are also 12 clawed golden dragons, and their bloodlines are extremely terrifying and powerful. There seem to be several of them whose bloodlines have returned to their ancestral chaos dragons. The voice of the netherworld human king trembled, and he looked at the burning flame human king beside him with horror in his eyes. Is it possible that the first place in this 9 realms competition will really fall into the hands of the eternal human realm? The burning flame king was silent. He was also shocked by the monsters sent by the dragon clan. In the past, when the human race competed among the 9 realms, each realm would use their connections, make solemn promises, and invite some monsters from super powerful tribes to participate in the battle. However, the foundation and ranking of the human race are destined to make it impossible to attract these super powerful tribes and the most powerful monsters to participate. It is even more impossible for a single super powerful tribe to have so many top-level monsters come. The Dragon Emperor of Heaven's fate was not exaggerating. Those sent by the Dragon Clan are definitely the top true dragon monsters in the Dragon Realm. These 36 most powerful true dragon monsters alone are definitely enough to sweep away all the geniuses of most clans in the 10,000 worlds. This is not an exaggeration, because the aura of this group of true dragons is so powerful and terrifying. Most of them are at the peak of the divine realm, but their aura and power are far more terrifying than those of the gods, and their bloodline power is incomparably powerful. Kang Ming, it's good that you are resurrected. Feng Changhao laughed loudly, extremely happy and laughing wildly. Among the 36 true dragon monsters, there is a figure in the second row that many human kings are very familiar with, Kang Ming. Although Kang Ming was originally a blue dragon nearly 1,000 feet long, he has now truly broken through the divine realm. 3 years have passed and he has reached the peak of the divine realm. However, they cannot mistake the violent and domineering aura that emanated from him. Kang Ming is tall and burly. Even when he turns into a human body, he is nearly 3 meters tall, like a small mountain. His black hair is loose, his eyes are bright, and his skin is flowing with black light. He is like a piece of chaotic iron that has been tempered thousands of times. He exudes a majestic and powerful aura that is breathtaking. Human king, how could I possibly die at the hands of a mere human? 3 years later, Kang Ming seemed to have taken another step closer to returning to his ancestral bloodline. His eyes were wild and ferocious, looking through the starry sky at the ancestral court, as if he could see Chu Dian. He said, I will eat that guy alive, bit by bit. I will torture him 1,000,000 times, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, refine his blood into blood pills, and make his soul wail day and night to wash away the great shame I suffered 3 years ago. Feng Changhao laughed wildly, good, good, good. This king looks forward to your performance and to restoring the dignity and glory of the Kangoo Dragon Court. Hearing about the Kangji Yulong Ting, Kang Ming frowned slightly and said, I am of the great Kang Long bloodline and have completely washed away all traces of human blood. After the death of the false dragon of the ancient dragon emperor, I no longer have the slightest connection with the Kangji Yulong Ting or your human race. Kang Ming's eyes were wild and indifferent as he said, Eternal human king, please be mindful of your words. Feng Changhao's smile froze for a moment, then he said with a smile, it was I who made the mistake. Chapter 248 Supreme Heavenly Soldiers. The eyes of many human kings were extremely heavy. They did not care about Kang Ming's words, but turned their gaze to the man and woman in the first row of the 36 strongest dragon monsters. The dragon clan respects bloodline, and the hierarchy is extremely strict. It is far more cruel than that of the human race. This is known to all the worlds. At that moment just now, they saw that Kang Ming had evolved into a 12-clawed blue dragon, and his ancestral bloodline was even stronger. But this man and woman actually ranked first, and Kang Ming, the wild and domineering guy, was content to be second. Just how powerful are these two? But they seem to have a seal left by the ancient and powerful dragon emperor of the dragon clan. Even they could not see through the background of this man and woman. I'm afraid it's the most powerful monster cultivated within the dragon realm today, a true dragon that is going to challenge the throne of the young supreme in all realms. The starry sky human king's voice was extremely heavy. Young supreme, these 4 words carry a lot of weight. The Destiny Dragon Emperor was once the recognized young supreme being in all the worlds. In the ruins of all worlds, he killed so many geniuses and evildoers in all the worlds that they were terrified. It is conceivable that the value of these 4 words is enough to crush the boundless starry sky. The 9 realms competition of the human race actually attracted a monster of this level. This is absolutely unprecedented since the mythological era. Ha ha ha, Dragon Emperor, all the most powerful dragon clan geniuses, please wait a moment. The geniuses and demons of our eternal human realm, as well as the princes of the bloodthirsty demon king lineage of the celestial spirit clan and the heart demon clan, and the geniuses of the demon clan, etc., will be here soon. Feng Changhao intentionally mentioned the heart demon clan, seemingly to indicate that the eternal human realm's connections were also strong, and he wanted to pull the heart demon clan to support him. The leading dragon demon said indifferently, participating in this kind of fight is a complete waste of time. Stop talking nonsense. I alone am enough to slaughter the entire Hengtian human race. The 9 realms competition will begin soon. King Hengkong, stop wasting time and get started. Feng Changhao's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and tore the void. The eternal royal court appeared in it, and many monsters of the eternal human race appeared in it. Among the leaders was Mo Wuwang, who led a group of monsters from the Heart Demon Holy Land. The half-human, half-dragon monster of the Kangji Dragon Court, Shui Jihan, the son of the demon king of the Heart Demon clan, and some powerful alien races who are on good terms with the eternal human realm, etc. Buzz, the great eternal king Tianping, the hourglass of time and space. Feng Changhao's soul began to chant the spell, and in an instant, the entire eternal royal court began to shake. Deep in the royal court, a huge nine-colored hourglass appeared. In an instant, a great, supreme, and vicissitudes of life aura penetrated the heavens, and a nine-colored divine light instantly penetrated into the eternal origin. How can the tiny human race be worthy of possessing such a great heavenly soldier? The huge, starlight dragon eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were filled with coldness. Looking at the time and space hourglass filled with nine-colored time and space sand, his eyes were full of fear and greed. In the mythological era, the human race produced too many great and supreme beings. Even after the mythological era, there were divisions, civil wars, and the destruction of countless powerful heritages, scriptures, treasures, secret realms, etc., but under such circumstances, many terrifying heritages were still left behind. The seal of the human king, communicating with the power of origin. The 9 mythical human kings even created supreme heavenly soldiers and suppressed them within the realm. Among the more independently born gods and the weapons, who were in deep sleep and could not be used even by the human kings from various realms. But if at the critical moment of world destruction, these great heavenly soldiers can burst out with terrifying and boundless power. This is also the reason why the 9 realms of the human race have experienced ups and downs and continued decline, and even the eternal human realm, where most of its power has been occupied by alien inheritance, can still maintain its existence. The heritage left over from the mythological era still protects these human worlds. Great heavenly soldier time and space hourglass, sooner or later you will belong to my dragon clan. There was enormous and boundless greed in the depths of the dragon emperor's eyes, but it was hidden so well that Feng Changhao, who was chanting the spell, did not hear it. Buzz, the burning flame king also tore through the starry sky, connecting to the Skyfire royal court. The huge Skyfire royal court and the geniuses and monsters in it appeared. Some powerful monsters of various alien races also stood in the royal court, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Under the sky of the Skyfire royal court, a golden winged rock with its wings spread attracted many people's attention. Even the leaders of the dragon clan, a man and a woman, 2 real dragon monsters, cast their eyes on it. Pure-blooded golden winged rock, interesting. The male true dragon's voice was cold. The female true dragon said coldly, the golden winged Dabang clan was once the divine beast under the Buddha of the human race. I'm afraid they want to go to the human emperor palace to see if there is any opportunity. The golden winged Dabang clan has always been at odds with my dragon clan. I'm afraid they heard the news and wanted to take the opportunity to see my dragon clan's jokes. This time, all the races have learned that our dragon race has been defeated and will participate in the 9 realms competition. They will send out real monsters to participate in the battle, so I am afraid that they will send some monsters, ostensibly to help the human race, but in fact to find out the strength of our dragon race this generation. The male true dragon's eyes were savage and cold. He said, if that's the case, then he'll probably be disappointed. The golden winged rock has always claimed to enjoy hunting our dragon race for food. This time, I want to taste the pure blood of the golden winged rock to see what it tastes like. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Deep in the Skyfire royal court, a great and supreme aura permeated the air. A gigantic fiery red cauldron revived, emitting a supreme aura that poured into the origin of the burning flame human realm. The burning heaven cauldron, the great heavenly soldier left behind by the heavenly fire king. The starry sky human king, the netherworld human king, and others also began to take action, communicating with their respective royal courts, summoning supreme heavenly soldiers, breaking through the origin, and began to summon the mythical human palace. In the vast and majestic royal courts, geniuses and monsters from all walks of life appeared one after another, as well as monsters from other races who were invited to hell. There were so many terrifying and powerful monsters that it was hard to keep up. The pure-blooded Nirvana Phoenix, the Skyfire Qilin, the White Tiger, the Titan Giant and other terrifying alien bloodlines all appeared. In comparison, the Hengtian royal court seemed the most desolate. Due to the betrayal of the 6 top sects such as the Yin-Yang sect, there were less than 20 top sects participating. Except for Princess Xingxuan of the Heart Demon clan, there was no genius from any other race to help. It's not that Hengtian realm has no friendly alien races, there are still some scattered small alien races. However, because of the participation of the Dragon clan, no genius from any other race dared to join the war, even though the Hengkong human king promised huge benefits. Why haven't the ancient sword god clan arrived yet? Jian Kongzu, you can't do it either. The face of the human king Hengkong was extremely gloomy. Since he had already connected to the royal court of Hengtian, he directly began to summon the supreme heavenly soldiers left by the human king of Hengtian realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, Chu Tian could clearly feel that the huge Hengtian royal court was shaking violently. Deep in the royal court, deep in time and space, a huge stone tablet appeared. The supreme heavenly soldier of the Hengtian human race, the monument to protect the world. This, Chu Tian's pupil suddenly contracted, and he suddenly felt that the Tao essence left by Emperor Hengtian on the One Tao cauldron suddenly fluctuated violently. Chapter 249 The Master of the Supreme Heavenly Soldiers. Deep in the ancestral temple, time and space are in chaos. A grey stone tablet stands quietly in the turbulence of time and space, as if it has existed in that world since before the creation of the world. The stone tablet is ancient and exudes an air of vicissitudes. It is billions of miles high, reaching from heaven to earth, with no end in sight. It seems to suppress the mystery of heaven and earth and solidify the vastness of the universe. This is the Hengtian ancestor king, one of the 9 great kings in the mythological era. He left a great heavenly soldier for the Hengtian human race. He suppressed the Hengtian world for millions of years and protected the safety of the Hengtian human race. He allowed the Hengtian continent to go through ups and downs, but it still stood firm among all the worlds. Even in the weakest period, as long as they have this supreme heavenly weapon, the Hengtian human race will have the confidence to confront other races. Bow down to the heavenly soldiers. Taoist Tianyan's face was unusually solemn. He spoke, stood in front of the crowd, knelt down first, and prostrated himself in worship. Bow down to the heavenly soldiers. Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and many other powerful people straightened their clothes, with solemn faces, and led the geniuses such as Chu Yuyao, Chu Shang, Yi Gulong, Yi Wen, Duan Muaner, Su Shikun and others who came from the Shengxian sect to pay homage and kneel down. Many powerful people followed closely behind him, prostrating themselves on the ground to express their highest respect for the mythical human king. At this moment, Chu Tian was the only one in the whole place, standing there, staring blankly at the heavenly soldier monument in the depths of the ancestral temple, which was in the reverse current of time and space, without moving a muscle. It's not that he wants to be different and arrogant, but he doesn't even take the mythical human king seriously. This is the common ancestor of the Hengtian human race. According to blood inheritance, it is reasonable for him to kneel down, kneeling to the sky, kneeling to the earth, and kneeling to the ancestors. But he couldn't kneel down. In the cauldron of 10,000 Daos, the Tao essence left by Emperor Hengtian seemed to be alarmed by the aura of the world-suppressing monument. The Tao essence permeated Chu Tian's whole body, allowing him not only to completely block the great aura of the world-suppressing monument, but also to give him a vague feeling. He seems to be able to control this great heavenly weapon. After feeling this, Chu Tian's heart shook violently, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his mind subconsciously moved slightly, causing the world-suppressing monument to move slightly to the left. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the world-suppressing monument, which had stood in the depths of the turbulence of time and space and remained motionless for billions of years, suddenly moved a little to the left. In an instant, time and space collapsed, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the entire Hengtian realm seemed to be in turmoil, causing Tianyan Daozen and Chu Tianwang, who were lying on the ground, to look up at the world-suppressing monument in confusion. For billions of years, the world-suppressing monument has stood eternally in the deepest part of the ancestral temple. Even the human king cannot drive it. He can only communicate with the great spirit among the heavenly soldiers when summoning the human emperor palace, allowing him to open up the origin and cooperate with other human kings and heavenly soldiers to summon the human emperor palace. Unless faced with the danger of world destruction or genocide, the supreme heavenly soldier will never awaken. But just now, they vaguely felt that the world-suppressing monument seemed to have moved slightly to the left. Is it an illusion? Tianyan Daozhen asked doubtfully. King Chu Dian shook his head and said, perhaps the great spirit of the weapon has awakened a little and moved on its own. Then the two of them prostrated themselves on the ground again. When the heavenly soldiers of the human king appeared, even the human king had to kneel down and prostrate himself in worship. This was the rule. Outside the starry sky, the pupils of Hengkong human king suddenly shrank, and he felt something was wrong. This was not the first time that he had communicated with the world-suppressing monument and opened the human emperor's palace. But every time, it was just a routine. Apart from being shocked by the greatness of the supreme heavenly soldiers, it was unable to move the world-suppressing monument even a little bit. But just now, the monument really moved about 10 centimeters to the left. This is by no means an illusion. What's going on? The spirit of the supreme heavenly soldier is in eternal slumber, and will only revive on its own unless its master, the mythical human king, returns, or the power of genocide is extinguished. What's going on? Now the Hengtian realm is not facing the crisis of genocide. The human king Hengkong was stunned. Could it be that the world-suppressing monument sensed the breath of the ancestral king Hengtian and revived a little on its own? Hiss. At the moment when the world-suppressing monument moved a mere 10 centimeters, Chu Dian felt that most of the mental power in his chaos spirit pearl was instantly drained, and his face turned slightly pale. A supreme heavenly weapon of the level of the world-suppressing monument can be called a creator-level weapon. It can reverse time and space, reverse fate, and is omnipotent. It is not something he can control now. Fortunately, he just moved the world-suppressing monument a little with just a thought, otherwise his spirit would have been drained in an instant. Even if his spirit is condensed into substance, far surpassing the gods who ignited the divine fire, it is still not enough. This is not a realm that he can touch now. With the blessing of the advanced spiritual aura, Chu Dian's spirit instantly recovered to its peak state. His face was no longer pale, but his pupils were still filled with endless shock. He could actually control the supreme heavenly weapon, the world-suppressing monument, through the Tao essence left by Emperor Hengtian. And what's even more incredible is, at that moment, his spirit suddenly entered the world-suppressing monument and saw a sleeping golden god. That was the god nurtured in the monument. Because of his thought, it revived a little and looked into his eyes. His spirit entered the world-suppressing monument for just a moment. But at that moment, Chu Dian saw a lot of things. A huge purple nail was driven into the center of the golden deity's eyebrows, and its body was bound with purple iron chains. The nails and chains are all transformed from the rules of Taoism and have dense patterns on them. Chu Dian was extremely familiar with those Tao rules. Because it was the Hengtian magical power that he had been continuously comprehending for the past 3 years, which contained the rules of the Tao of time. Emperor Hengtian actually suppressed the divine spirits within the great celestial soldiers left behind by the ancestor King Hengtian, and forcibly brought the celestial soldiers under his control. Endless shock filled Chu Dian's heart, along with endless doubts. Emperor Hengtian is a descendant of the Heng family, and King Hengtian, one of the 9 great kings, is his ancestor. Emperor Hengtian actually forcibly suppressed the gods in the world-suppressing monument. Why? Moreover, the Tao essence left by Emperor Hengtian did not allow him to kneel down to the world-suppressing monument, because he could now control this supreme heavenly soldier through the Tao essence on the One Tao cauldron, which was equivalent to the master of the world-suppressing monument. However, he was still far from being able to control the world-suppressing monument to fight. Chu Dian could feel that Emperor Hengtian not only had no respect for this ancestor of the human king, but seemed to have many dissatisfactions with him. Otherwise, the gods in the monument would never be suppressed and bound. Because the spirit in the vessel was created by the human king, is almost equivalent to the incarnation of the human king. Chu Dian vaguely realized that there might be some shocking secrets from the mythological era hidden in this. Chapter 250 The Emperor's Disciple. The corner of Chu Dian's mouth twitched slightly. Only now did he realize that he had become the master of the supreme heavenly soldiers of the Hengtian realm. This is a great heavenly soldier that even the king Hengtian can only communicate with but cannot control at all. If the older generation of the Heng family knew about this, I'm afraid their faith in Taoism would be completely destroyed. One is the ancestor of the Heng family, the human king, and the other is the greatest emperor after the Heng family's mythological era. But this emperor actually suppressed the ancestral human king. Emperor Hengtian is indeed a ruthless man who can move the remains of the Tianqin demon to the Hengtian realm. There is nothing he dare not do. Boom, boom, boom. The world-suppressing monument emits divine light, penetrating the origin of the Hengtian realm. The 9 great kings of the human race, Tianping, resonated with each other, and the origins of the 9 realms were entangled with each other. The starry sky began to tremble violently, and a corner of the projection of a vast palace complex slowly appeared in the starry sky. In an instant, auspicious visions appeared between the starry sky, such as dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, unicorns running, rocks spreading their wings, and monkeys waving big sticks. An incomparably noble and supreme aura, which transcended all realms, enveloped the starry sky. This was just an illusion summoned from outside the endless time and space by the 9 heavenly soldiers who condensed the origin of the 9 realms. But even so, it still caused fluctuations in the rules of all realms and gave birth to all kinds of supreme visions. It seemed that all realms would submit to this palace complex. The human emperor palace was once the core that ruled all the worlds, where the emperor of the human race lived and where the emperors of all races came to pay homage. Damn the human race. Looking at the strange scene of dragons and phoenixes dancing and cranes singing in harmony in the human emperor palace, the eyes of the dragon emperor of heaven were filled with endless gloom and humiliation. This human emperor palace was the greatest shame of the dragon clan throughout history, a shame that could not be washed away for millions of years. The dragon race was once conquered and signed a mythical contract with the human race. To put it nicely, the dragon clan is the totem of the human race and a symbol of good fortune. To put it bluntly, the dragon race is the mount of the human race. Even now, among the 9 realms of the human race, there are some extremely powerful human holy places and sects that habitually suppress and subdue some powerful dragon-shaped beasts to use as mounts or as vehicles. For example, the Shengxian sect even subdued the Jiaolong clan, which is the closest in appearance and bloodline to the dragon clan, and used it as mounts. As one of the dominant clans in all worlds, and long ranked among the top 20 clans in all worlds, when has the dragon clan ever suffered such humiliation? Human race, why haven't you been completely wiped out yet? You are still trying to rise again. This is simply treasonous, especially this Hengtian human branch. They should all be completely slaughtered, leaving no one alive. The eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were full of bloodshot, and murder's intent was like a vast ocean. If the human race had not had such a strong legacy and if the various ethnic groups had not been fighting openly and secretly, the human race would have been completely wiped out long ago. At this time, in the Hengtian ancestral temple, after the human emperor palace appeared, many powerful people and geniuses also stood up and looked up at the human emperor palace, their eyes full of shock and amazement. Some very old and powerful people, even though it was not their first time seeing the human emperor palace, still had their eyes filled with shock. They turned around and told the younger generations of their own sex what myths had been created in this human Emperor Palace and what powerful people had emerged from it. Ancient texts record that during the mythological era, the human Emperor's palace held a court meeting every year. The rulers of all the major races in the myriad realms would attend, kneeling outside the palace awaiting an audience or report from the human Emperor. Emperor Lingfeng spoke in a deep, excited voice, seemingly immersed in the myths and deeds recorded in ancient books. All races must obey the orders issued by the human Emperor Palace. All races consider it an honor to learn the magical powers and culture of our human race, wear our clothing, and use our weapons. The high-ranking clans of the alien race all consider it an honor to marry a woman from our race, and they compete with each other. In the mythological era, the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor were responsible for pulling the carriage for the human Emperor. Many powerful people of the older generation kept telling the stories they knew, which made many young geniuses marvel again and again, with their eyes full of longing. All this sounded like a dream to them. The ethnic group from which I came had actually once possessed such supreme glory and great honor. Once an order is issued, all in the world will obey. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and other divine beasts and ferocious beast clans will condense into human form after igniting the divine fire and breaking through the divine realm. This is a tradition left over from the mythological era. At that time, the closer the condensed human form is to the handsome and beautiful appearance of our human men and women, the more sought after it will be. It is a symbol of strong and rich bloodline. Tianyin Daozen said with a smile. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he was not too shocked to hear this, because over the past 3 years, he had already learned all about the past of the human race from the ancestral temple's scripture pavilion, and he even knew secrets that even the strongest people might not know. Chu Tian added calmly, pointing to the dragon monster outside the starry sky, and said, after the decline of our human race, the dragon race has been trying to get rid of the influence of our race on them, denying the history of serving as mounts for our race. Therefore, although after breaking through the divine realm, they will still transform into handsome or beautiful human forms according to tradition, but they will deliberately stretch their bodies taller and wider, like a monster, neither human nor ghost. Hearing this, Saint Hylian couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth slightly, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Heng Chong was amazed at what he heard. This secret was something he had never heard before. He said, I thought that after the dragons broke through the divine realm and transformed into human form, they would be naturally tall and strong, far exceeding the stature of us humans. It turns out that I failed to achieve the desired result and ended up with a dog. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter in the ancestral court, and many powerful people couldn't help but smile. The legendary human Emperor Palace, the supreme place where my race once ruled all realms. Huaimei scratched her bald head, her face filled with wonder. Is this the place where we will fight the geniuses and evildoers of the other 8 realms? Taoist Master Tianyin shook his head and said, of course it's impossible. The human Emperor Palace is so supreme and great, how could it be used as a venue for the younger generation to compete for supremacy? In fact, the human Emperor Palace has disappeared since the mythological era. No one knows where it is now. It is just a projection summoned by the 9 supreme heavenly soldiers relying on the origin of the 9 realms. If we knew where the human Emperor Palace was and had access to the many mythological heritages of the human race that were likely there, our human race wouldn't have fallen to this point today. None of the 9 human realms can even make it into the top 50. Taoist Master Tianyin pointed to a golden vortex above the human Emperor Palace and said, you are about to enter that vortex. Within it lies a secret realm. This is where the human Emperor selected disciples for the heavenly Emperor in the mythological era. In the mythological era, the human Emperor Palace ruled over all realms and would select and train geniuses from the human race in all realms. Those who achieved good results would be awarded the title of heavenly Emperor's disciple and trained as future high-ranking officials of the human Emperor Palace. Chapter 251. Are you scared? Huaimei scratched her head and suddenly realized, it's just like how our major sects select disciples with strong talents from across the territories to train. It's the same principle. Fortunately, your bald head isn't entirely filled with water. Tianyin Daozen nodded and continued, in the human Emperor's secret realm, there are divine medicines, treasures, magical powers, inheritances, relics, and more, all transferred from the myriad realms by the human Emperor himself. Obtaining any of these precious treasures and resources will earn you corresponding points. The top 20 with the most points will become disciples of the heavenly Emperor, and will receive a personal audience and rewards from the human Emperor himself. The human Emperor is no longer with us, so naturally, the candidates are no longer disciples of the heavenly Emperor. However, the rules of the human Emperor's secret realm still apply. Your mission is to seize enough resources, treasures, inheritances, and so on. After the competition is over, the ranking will be based on the total points of the geniuses of this realm and the geniuses of other races invited to participate. According to the ranking, the fortune, resources, relics, and other things left by the mythical human race for the next 100 years will be divided. Speaking of this, Tianyin Daozen's face became extremely heavy, and the faces of many powerful people who were originally smiling also turned very ugly. Ever since Emperor Hengtian, our Hengtian human race has always been at the bottom. King Chu, Chu Tianqing and others all had gloomy and ugly expressions on their faces. The 9 realms competition has always been something that the Hengtian people look forward to and fear. I hope that more resources and luck can be allocated to me. But he was also afraid of facing another humiliation. Huaimei scratched her head and said, if someone else gets there first, can I still grab it? Tianyin Daozen narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, yes, as long as you are strong enough, you can plunder everything. King Chu Tian said in a very heavy voice, in all previous 9 realms competitions, the casualty rate has reached over 50%. If it's truly impossible, you can find a place to hide. Once the competition is over, you will automatically be excluded. Huaimei bared her teeth, her nose pointed upwards as she said, Zhang, how is that possible? In this world, besides my big brother, who else can make me? Bang! Taoist Master Tianyin raised his hand and tapped Huaimei's head. He then glanced at King Chu and sighed, Emperor Tianwang, it seems the Divine Master Broken Sword has been delayed by something. The ancient sword clan's genius will not be coming. Let's go. King Chu Tian's eyes were somewhat lonely, his white hair fluttering, and he nodded, let's go, the 8 realms geniuses are all here. Chu Tian's face was calm, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had learned from his second uncle Chu Tianqing that in order to deal with the geniuses and monsters of the Dragon Clan, the human king Heng Kong paid a huge price and promised huge resources to let his mother Jian Kongzu return to the clan and try to get some geniuses and monsters of the ancient sword god clan to help. Jian Kongzu agreed. However, no news has been received in the past 3 years. King Chu Tian has tried to contact them many times but failed. According to Chu Tian's understanding of Jian Kongzu, with Jian Kongzu's arrogant personality, she would never go back on her word. Did something happen? Chu Tian said to himself. He has changed too much of the original plot. Could it be that the butterfly effect has also affected the ancient sword god clan, causing the crisis in the original plot to come ahead of time? It seems that after the 9 realms competition, he must go to the ancient sword god clan in person. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, above the ancestral court, between the sky, a cold and bright giant sword suddenly pierced through the boundary of Hengtian realm and slashed it hard. Buzz. The entire Hengtian realm seemed to tremble violently, and a terrible crack appeared in the sky. The giant sword that pierced through time and space seemed to have turned into a bridge in the void, connecting to an unknown realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, endless surging sword intent surged out like a flood or tsunami, raging across the sky spanning billions of miles. The ancient sword god clan. Tianyan Daozin's pupils suddenly contracted and he looked up. King Chu Dian trembled all over and looked at the giant sword. He immediately saw 4 young geniuses, 2 men and 2 women with long swords on their backs, stepping on the giant swords and walking out of the crack. After the 2 men and 2 women stepped out of the crack, the giant sword was retracted and the crack slowly disappeared. Chu Dian frowned even more tightly. From beginning to end, Jian Kongzu did not show up, and no high-level members of the ancient sword god clan showed up, not even a word. I am Jian Kong. Following the orders of the Blue Sky Swordmaster and responding to the plea of your Hengkong Human King, I have come to lead the Hengtian realms proud and evildoers to participate in the 9 realms competition of the Human Emperor Palace. The leading man spoke indifferently. He was dressed in coarse cloth, with long, shiny black hair draped over his shoulders. He glanced at Chu Dian and the other young geniuses and said, "You're the so-called geniuses from Hengtian realm who are participating in this 9 realms competition, right? From now on, you can call me Lord Kong. I don't like talking nonsense. After entering the 9 realms competition, you must strictly follow my instructions and orders. Since the ancient sword god clan has taken action, then your Hengtian realm must not be at the bottom. My ancient sword god clan cannot afford to lose this person. Anyone who dares to disobey orders will be beheaded and their souls reduced to ash. No mercy will be shown. No matter what your identity is." Jian Kong's voice was calm and indifferent, not overbearing at all, but it carried a sense of unquestionable certainty. "Which of you is Chu Dian? Follow us. You have half the blood of our ancient sword god clan. Follow us, we have something to teach you." The red-clothed girl next to Jian Kong stepped forward, her eyes sharper than the sword's gleam, slicing through the sky. "Didn't you hear me? Who is Chu Dian? Stand out. Our time is precious and our energy is limited. We don't have time to waste it on a human like you." The sky was suffocating. After hearing the words of these 4 geniuses of the ancient sword god clan, the faces of many powerful people became extremely ugly. Taoist Master Tianyan looked at Jian Kong with an extremely grim expression, and said word by word, "Tell me what you mean by begging, and what you mean by letting you lead the Hengtian realm." I didn't understand. Chu Tianwang's face was gloomy. He suddenly took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice, "I'm Chu Tianwang, the Taoist partner of the broken sword goddess. Where is she? Why doesn't the Blue Sky Swordmaster come? Didn't you hear what we said?" Jian Kong's eyes were cold, and he shouted in a low voice, "Let Chu Dian stand up. I don't have time to respond to your demands." Boom. At this moment, outside the sky, Feng Changhao's indifferent voice sounded at the same time, "Eternal Sky Human King, why haven't you, the Hengtian realm's Tianzhao, come up yet? Are you scared?" Chapter 252 Entering the Secret Realm. The secret realm of the Human Emperor has been opened, and entry has begun. The cold voice of the Human King of the Underworld resounded through the sky. Buzz, buzz. Above the Human Emperor Palace, the golden vortex began to expand rapidly, and the light shone brightly. The 4 large characters, "Humanity will always prosper," appeared above the starry sky, and endless golden divine light illuminated the sky. A golden gate 10,000 feet high appeared under the vortex. The geniuses and monsters from all walks of life, as well as the various races that were invited, began to step into the golden gate one after another, and their figures disappeared into it. As many geniuses and evildoers stepped in, a huge green mirror appeared in the starry sky and began to reflect the scenes of the many geniuses who entered the Human Emperor's secret realm. They appeared in different places in groups of 3 or 2 or more. Mountains, steep ridges, palaces, ruins, secret places, oceans, rivers, grasslands. It is all-encompassing and has everything. Some geniuses even appeared in front of a statue of a warrior who had just stepped in. The warrior was holding a red tasseled spear, wearing white god armor, with his hair tied up high and a cold and murderous face, and directly obtained the inheritance of the mythological era. There were also 3 geniuses and evildoers from the underworld who appeared in the dark ocean. A passing ocean giant opened its dark mouth and swallowed them directly into its belly, and they disappeared without a trace. Other geniuses appeared on a high mountain. A giant ape wearing golden armor stood up, standing tall and proud. He swept out with a stick, and the sky exploded. More than a dozen geniuses and monsters in the realm of gods were directly beaten into bloody mist, and their souls were destroyed. This is the secret realm of the Human Emperor with an endless and long-standing tradition, used to select the most top-level disciples of the Emperor. If one wants to become a disciple of the Emperor, talent, bloodline, roots, and understanding are very important, and the mysterious luck is also an extremely important part. The road of cultivation is full of endless difficulties and obstacles, life and death trials. Just having good talent is not enough. If you are unlucky, when you are weak, meteorites will fall from the sky and crush you to death. Strong people will fight right at your doorstep and be killed by the aftermath. Countless misfortunes will befall you, and even ethnic wars may lead to your clan being wiped out. You dare not do anything and will be slaughtered without any chance to grow or resist. If you are lucky, you can obtain the inheritance of powerful mythological figures as soon as you enter the secret realm, slowly become familiar with the rules of the Human Emperor's secret realm, and gain huge points from the start. In the giant blue mirror, there are thousands of pictures, just like the various aspects of life in the world. The word, Kunlun, is engraved on the ancient pattern on the back. The legendary supreme heavenly weapon Kunlun mirror actually still exists in the Human Emperor Palace. The Dragon Emperor of Heaven was extremely shocked, and his huge dragon eyes were full of fear. It is recorded in the Dragon Clan's scriptures that the Kunlun mirror is the supreme heavenly weapon used by the Human Emperor's palace to monitor all races. Even a myth of his level cannot hide under the Kunlun mirror. Even if he escapes to the end of the realm, he cannot escape the Kunlun mirror's insight. Then, a deep greed emerged in the eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. The human race has been divided and declined for millions of years, but there are so many treasures left behind. If they could destroy a human world, or find out where the Human Emperor's palace is right now, perhaps they could even help the Dragon Clan break into the top 10 forbidden clans in all the worlds. The geniuses and evildoers of the eternal human realm, led by the Holy Sun Mo Wuan of the Heart Demon Holy Land and the Holy Maiden Yululi, began to step into the gate of the Human Emperor's secret realm. Before entering, they looked towards the direction of the Hengtian ancestral court, and the devilish light surged in their eyes. Chu Dian, I'll be waiting for you in the Human Emperor's secret realm. Shui Jihan, the son of the Demon King of the Heart Demon Clan, looked towards the ancestral court with an icy smile and made a gesture of cutting his neck. The inheritance of the ancestral demon god is mine. Then, the 36 geniuses of the Dragon Clan, the pure-blooded rock of the Golden Winged Rock Clan, the Phoenix Girl of the Phoenix Clan, the giants of the Titan Clan, and so on, followed the teams from the 8 realms and stepped into the Golden Gate one after another. At this time, only the geniuses and evildoers of the Hengtian human race were left, and they had yet to set foot in the starry sky. Taoist Master Tianyan, Emperor Tianwang, the secret realm gate is open for a limited time. For the rest, trust the wisdom of the younger generation. The old voice of the Hengkong human king was filled with fatigue, and his turbid eyes looked at the 4 geniuses and evildoers of the ancient sword god clan who appeared in the ancestral court. He really didn't expect that the genius and evildoer of the ancient sword god clan, whom he had invited at a huge price, would be so arrogant and presumptuous that he simply treated the human race as slaves, followers, and appendages. Now it seems that something may have happened in the ancient sword clan, otherwise Jian Kongzu would definitely not have appeared, and only these 4 young sword clan members would have appeared. But no matter what, these 4 guys were invited by him personally to represent the Hengtian human race to participate in the 9 realms competition. It depends on how Chu Dian, the young leader of the Hengtian human race, will balance the relationship with them. Forget it, Chu Tian, lead our clan's genius into the secret realm first and then deal with this problem. Taoist Master Tianyan sighed and waved his hand. You're the leader of the younger generation of the Hengtian human race, and you are also the child of the broken sword goddess. No matter how you deal with it, the ancestral court will unconditionally support you. Set off. Chu Tian nodded, his face calm. The ancestral court or ape pattern automatically condensed into a road to heaven, connecting to the secret realm of the human emperor. He was the first to step onto it. Let's go and kill those bugs from the dragon clan. Chu Shang shouted majestically, like a small mountain. Together with Chu Yuyao, who was dressed like a devil, and the Chu family's genius, he followed Chu Tian and set foot on the road to heaven. Afterwards, the Yi family's genius and evildoer followed closely. Chu Tian glanced casually at the people of the Yi family with calm eyes. Leading them were three young geniuses of the Yi family. One is an older person from the Yi family who was at the peak of the divine realm. One of them was Yi Gulong, who once occupied the first place on the soul refining list. No one knew what method he used, but after 3 years, he had quickly broken through to the god realm. He had an extraordinary aura and a high spirit. Next to Yi Gulong was a young man with lowered eyes, ordinary face, wearing a white gown and a resolute expression. It turned out to be the protagonist Yi Fan, who was forcibly knocked through the void by Yi Qianchong and released from the Sin domain. Because before, Yi Fan had confessed the matter of the cave of the supreme elder Yi Hongwu, and his sins had been eliminated, so although he was released from the Sin domain by Yi Qianchong, he was already innocent. Chu Tianyan also told him that Yi Fan had been acquitted, and since the Yi family showed a very humble attitude, they did not pursue Yi Fan any further. The main reason is that many people from other top families and senior leaders within the sect also spoke up for Yi Fan. Chu Qianqing once told him that after Yi Qianchong was deposed, he took over the position of sect leader. Many senior leaders in the sect were worried about the Chu family's dominance, so they also wanted the Yi family to continue to check and balance the Chu family. Yi Fan, the owner of the Hongmeng Holy Bone, is the one that this group of people have placed their hopes on. They want to use him to check and balance Chu Tian, the genius of the Yi family, and want to recreate the era when King Chu Tian and Yi Qianchong were fighting fiercely. Let's go, let's go. I want to eat dragon meat. Brothers and sisters of the Siheng Holy Sect, follow me. I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. With so many alien beasts, this is an unprecedented great opportunity. I'd rather kill the wrong ones than let them go. Brother, wait for me and my cousin. The three of us will join forces and conquer the entire human emperor secret realm without any rivals. I have expelled that guy Hang Chong from the alliance. Chapter 253. What a pity for this evildoer. Huai Mei screamed and carried out a bunch of pots, pans, and seasonings from some corner, put them on her back, followed the Shangxian sect team, and set foot on the road to heaven. Looking at Huai Mei, who was carrying pots and pans on her back with a shiny head, as if she was moving, the corners of the mouths of many powerful people twitched slightly. Everyone was very nervous, but this guy seems like he wants to hunt wild game. This kid, is he confident in his own strength, or is he too confident in Chu Tian? The corners of Emperor Ling Feng's mouth twitched constantly. King Chu Tian and Chu Tianqing looked at each other and laughed. Traitor, Tianyan Daozin's face was full of black lines. He slapped his forehead heavily, turned around and didn't want to look anymore. He began to seriously doubt whether it was right or wrong to agree to let this unreliable traitor enter the Nine Realms competition early. After all, although Huai Mei is extremely talented, she is only 14 years old and has only reached the peak of the fusion realm. Even if Huai Mei participated in this training for geniuses, if he didn't join, given his age, many powerful people and human kings would not say anything. After all, not everyone is a monster like Chu Tian. In his plan, this time, he did not intend to let Huai Mei enter the Nine Realms competition. After all, most of them were geniuses and monsters in the divine realm. But this traitor could not bear it any longer. When he learned that Chu Tian wanted to become a young leader and enter the Nine Realms competition, he wanted to participate too, unwilling to fall behind, so he pestered him and tried every possible means to persuade him. One misstep will lead to eternal regret. Tianyan Daozin regretted that he should not have allowed this kid to become the young leader of the Siheng Holy Sect with Hillian. In all the Nine Realms competitions, even if the Siheng Holy Sect lost, they had to lose standing up. But seeing this traitor carrying so many pots and pans, he would definitely destroy the image of the strong and unyielding character created by the ancestors of the Holy Siheng Sect. Hey, big brother. Huai Mei shook off the Siheng Holy Sect's team and quickly ran to Chu Tian, dragging Holy Maiden Hillian with her. She whispered, this time, whether my cousin and I can enjoy a good meal depends on you, big brother. Looking at the pots and pans Huai Mei was carrying as she ran along, making clanging sounds, even with Chu Tian's calm state of mind, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. As expected, she is still the lawless, extremely hated Huai Mei in the original plot, who was suppressed in the cesspool by the protagonist Yi Fan. Soon, Chu Tian led the way and entered the starry sky. When he was approaching the magnificent gate of the human emperor, with a sound, a rune cut through the void and shot towards Chu Tian with a sharp sword energy. The rune did not have any murderous intent. Chu Tian's face was calm. He raised his hand and grabbed it. It was a small bronze sword rune. Jian Kong and 4 other geniuses from the ancient sword god clan appeared in front of the golden gate. Chu Tian, according to seniority, you should call me cousin. Jian Kong's face was expressionless, standing there like a sword piercing the heavens. Without looking back, he stepped into the golden gate. A cold voice came, you are the young leader of the Hengtian realm. After entering the human emperor secret realm, use this sword talisman to find my location as soon as possible. Come to me, and I will protect your life and safety. Remember, otherwise, if those guys from the dragon clan find you first, no one will be able to save you. I promised your mother that this time, I would protect you and lead the Hengtian realm out of its bottom position. 4 people from the ancient sword god clan were the first to step into the human emperor's secret realm. Cousin, that's interesting. Chu Tian's face was calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was smiling, but a cold light flashed in his eyes and he put away the green sword talisman with his backhand. Not that he really wanted to seek protection from this cousin. Instead, he wanted to find out what exactly happened in the ancient sword god clan and why Jian Kongzu did not appear. There must have been some huge change. Otherwise, given Jian Kongzu's personality, if her children were to enter the human emperor's secret realm for a life and death experience, she would not have been able to not show up, but would have only instructed the 4 geniuses of the ancient sword god clan to protect him. Xiao Dian, after entering the secret realm, I will come to you as soon as possible. Be careful, life is the most important thing. Let's join forces as siblings to kill everyone in the eternal human realm. Chu Yuya opened her black lips slightly, her tender little face still painted like the Black Widow, with her hair piled high. 3 years have passed, and her aura has become more noble and indifferent, with a strong bloody aura lingering around her. According to the news from his third uncle Chu Tianyan, 2 years ago, Chu Yuya came out of seclusion, said hello to him, and went out to gain experience alone. She did not return until 2 days ago. At that time, the sect headquarters was thousands of miles away. The terrifying bloody aura rushed into the sect like a wolf smoke, alarming many high-ranking members of the sect. They thought that some big devil from the demon world had come, and several high-ranking members of the law enforcement hall personally led thousands of elite law enforcement teams to suppress it. They were all shocked until they saw that it was Chu Yuya. No one knew how many lives Chu Yuya had slaughtered in the past 2 years to accumulate such a terrifying bloody aura. There was a mist of resentment surrounding her, and some wrong souls were making shrill roars. King Chu Dian personally took action to help Chu Yuyao wash away the bloody aura and grievances. Afterwards, he told Chu Tianqing to deal with more than a dozen sects in the Hengtian realm. The people below reported that Chu Yuyao had massacred at least 30 million people, including those in more than a dozen large cities. The sects to which those people belonged were furious and sent strong men to hunt her down. However, Chu Tianqing stepped in to settle the issues one by one and made compensation, and the matter was finally settled. Chu Yuyao also stepped into the Golden Gate, the Human King. Chu Dian was very polite and saluted the Hengkong Human King from afar, then stepped into the Golden Gate. The eternal King Feng Changhao's eyes were full of resentment and bloodshot. He kept staring at Chu Dian, as if he wanted to eat him in one bite. However, from beginning to end, Chu Dian did not even look at him. The other 7 great kings were also staring at Chu Dian, the young leader of the Hengtian human race. After the mythological era, the 9 realms competition has been held for millions of years, but this is the first time that there is such a young leader of a realm who has not even broken through the divine realm. King Hengkong, your Hengtian human race is really out of people, letting a child like this serve as the young leader. The voice of King Yuming was indifferent. It's such a waste for Chu Dian to be born into your Hengtian human race, given his talent. If it were in my netherworld, I would absolutely devote all my energy to cultivating him. At least I would wait until he reached the divine realm before letting him go out to train. What a pity. Chapter 254 Dead Sea, Ganglong. Many other kings also nodded in agreement, sighing in their hearts. They still remember the battle with Kang Ming vividly, this young man with extraordinary talent. It's really a pity for such a young human monster. Because of your Hengtian human race's so-called ridiculous sense of human honor, you will be buried in the secret realm of the human emperor. The burning flame human king said coldly. King Hengtian had a cold expression on his face. He ignored the mocking words of these guys. There were bloodshot in his cloudy eyes. After Chu Dian stepped into the gate, he kept staring at the surface of Kunlun Mirror, looking for Chu Dian's figure that might appear at any time. Tianyan Daozhen, Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianqing and other powerful people also came to the side of Hengkong Rinwang at this time, with gloomy faces, looking at the mirror. At this time, all the geniuses of the Hengtian human race also stepped into the gate. The golden vortex began to close and the golden gate disappeared. I must not appear in those death situations, Tianyan Daozhen muttered to himself. In the secret realm of the human emperor, there are some places called the death realm. It is difficult for 1 out of 100 people who enter it to walk out alive. It is filled with all kinds of natural disasters and catastrophes, and there are also many ancient creatures that have survived since the mythological era. It is the secret realm of the human emperor, which is specially used to eliminate the geniuses with extremely bad luck. At this time, a vast ocean filled with black fog suddenly appeared in the lower left corner of the Kunlun Mirror. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the black fog, above the sea. The Dead Sea. The pupils of the Hengkong human king contracted violently, bloodshot suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he stared intently at the 2 extremely familiar figures in the fog. I prayed madly in my heart, even if it is my grandson Hengchong, it must not be Chu Dian. But when the fog dissipated, the shapes of 3 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. A young man with a childish face but extremely calm and indifferent, wearing a black robe, was Chu Dian. The other one, with a shiny head, was standing in the black fog in the Dead Sea of silence. The pots and pans on his back made clang sounds. The last one was a girl in red with a cold and indifferent face and an arrogant demeanor, carrying an ancient long sword on her back. Ah, ah, ah. Huaimei let out an excited shout, her voice piercing the dead silence of the Black Sea. Dragon insects, where are you? Grandpa Huaimei is hungry, come here quickly. The Dead Sea. Chu Dian's face was calm, the eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, and purple light surged, penetrating the black fog and scanning the surrounding sea area. There was endless darkness and dead silence. Huge monsters were wandering under the sea, but the strange thing was that they could not create a single wave on the surface of the sea. In the Hengtian Palace, this place is specifically recorded in the ancient books about the secret realm of the human emperor. One of the most dangerous and strange places in the human emperor's secret realm. Of those who enter, only 1 in 10 survives. According to ancient books, in the mythological era, there was even a mythical prince named Wang Xi who participated in the selection of the emperor's disciples, but as soon as he entered the secret realm, he died in the Dead Sea. Even the biological son of the mythical human king died here. One can imagine how terrifying this Dead Sea is. The Dead Sea recorded in ancient books is really unlucky. The red-clothed girl beside her looked at Huaimei with gloomy eyes and scolded her, "You baldy, shut your mouth. If you want to die, go die somewhere else and don't drag me down with you. My name is Jianqing, and I'm the daughter of the Dangzhong clan leader." The red-dressed girl looked at Chu Dian and said in a cold voice, "Jiankong told us to protect you, so stay by my side and don't run around or ask any questions." This Dead Sea was very dangerous during the mythological period, but after millions of years, it has weakened considerably. Moreover, during the mythological period, an ancestor of our ancient sword god clan once passed through the Dead Sea and left some records. It is obvious that before the 4 geniuses of the ancient sword god clan came, they also did a lot of homework to enter the secret realm of the human emperor, and they are not as arrogant as they appear on the surface. Who are you scolding? Huaimei had never been afraid of anyone except Chu Dian in her life. When Jianqing scolded her, she immediately glared back fiercely, looking at Jianqing with her nose up, especially at her chest, and then a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. So small, so flat, not even as good as my cousin. Compared with Duan Muwaner, there's a world of difference. Little bun, I'm hungry. Are you from the ancient sword god clan humanoid or a strange beast? Can I eat you? Huaimei asked seriously. Small steamed bun. Jianqing was stunned for a moment, then he saw Huaimei's eyes full of disappointment, staring at her chest. And this little bald guy actually wanted to eat him to fill his stomach. His face immediately turned red, and then he became furious. He drew out the ancient long sword behind him, and the sword energy raged, cutting through the dark ocean. This evil beast, this traitor, Tianyan Daozhen was shaking with anger. The corners of the mouths of many powerful people twitched more and more violently. The king of Hengkong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Bald little pervert, do you want to die? How dare you humiliate me like this? Buzz. It has to be said that Jianqing's strength was terrifying. He was so enraged by Huaimei that he even forgot that he was in the extremely dangerous Dead Sea. He pierced the sky with a sword and slashed directly at Chu Dian. Roar. But at this moment, under the dark sea, a huge monster suddenly moved and jumped out of the sea. It was 1,000 feet tall, like a dark fish-shaped mountain on the seabed. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of cold fangs, and swallowed the sword light that Jianqing slashed out in one gulp. Then it fell to the sea, stirring up waves thousands of feet high. Ancient demon fish. Jianqing's face paled, and he immediately sheathed his sword. He glared at Huaimei and said, "Leave this place immediately. There's probably a school of ancient demon fish down there. They've been thriving since the mythological era. They're extremely dangerous. Don't reveal your presence, or even a god will die if they're besieged." "I can't leave." Chu Dian's face was calm as he pointed behind Jianqing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a huge dragon roar sounded, shaking the sky of the Dead Sea. The ancient demon fish that had just jumped out of the sea were suddenly killed in large numbers, and their huge bodies floated to the surface of the water. A terrifying shadow surged over, covering Chu Dian and the other 2. Chu Dian, your time of death has come. A pitch-black dragon that was 10,000 feet long cut through the black fog at an extremely fast speed and flew towards the side, its eyes full of wildness and brutality. Kangming, the king of Hengkong blurted out, his face instantly darkening. Tianyan Daozin's face looked extremely ugly. Chu Dian had just entered the dangerous Dead Sea and he had encountered such a powerful opponent. That's right, this huge black dragon is none other than Kangming, the son of the ancient dragon emperor. Little bald head, the big pot you brought can come in handy. Chu Dian said calmly. Chapter 255 is God unfair. Grass. Chu Tianyan's face was extremely gloomy and he cursed directly. When many powerful people in Hengtian realm saw this scene, they gritted their teeth and some could not help but curse. What kind of damn luck is this? Is God targeting my Hengtian realm? These are the two most outstanding monsters of our Hengtian human race. They are only at the fusion realm, but they were directly teleported to the Dead Sea, a place of near certain death. This crazy dragon Kangming, is he really going to die? He's so recklessly releasing his aura in the Dead Sea. If he were to alert the ancient Dead Sea monsters that have been sleeping in the deepest part of the Dead Sea for millions of years, even true gods would tremble in fear, not to mention the gods themselves. We've just entered the secret realm, which is the time to search for the adventure heritage, search for treasures, and accumulate points. There's no need for a life and death battle. This mad dragon is a lunatic. He's not fighting for the adventure heritage at all, he's targeting our Hengtian realm. Even if Kangming, the mad dragon, defeated Chu Dian in the Dead Sea, what good would it do him? At least let them first obtain some adventure inheritance and break through to the divine realm. God is so unfair. Great mythical human emperor, if you are still alive, why don't you protect the evildoers of our human race and let them fall into such a situation? Chu Dian, little bald head, hurry up and leave. He is a madman. There is no shame in running away. There is no need to fight him to the death in the Dead Sea. First, find an opportunity to break through the divine realm and then settle the score with him. Seeing the scene in the Dead Sea, many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm became extremely anxious, shouting repeatedly, and their eyes were bloodshot with anxiety. Even though Chu Dian and Huaimei are not disciples of their sect. But this time, they are fighting on behalf of the Hengtian realm as a whole, and are also fighting for the interests of their sect. What cannot be denied is that even if Chu Dian is not counted, Huaimei's innate combat power is definitely at the top of the list among the Hengtian realm geniuses. After breaking through the divine realm and the secret realm, she is definitely the backbone. But now, there is a great possibility that it will perish in the Dead Sea. As a dragon race prodigy who has awakened the bloodline of the chaos primordial dragon and received the inheritance of many dragon emperors in the favor of the dragon realm's origin, how could I be defeated by the puny human race? The heavenly fate dragon emperor's eyes were filled with endless coldness, and he uttered a resounding voice, "Go, slay these evil beasts of the human race, and use their blood to wash away the boundless shame that has afflicted you." The destiny dragon emperor didn't care at all whether the war would cause Kangming to die in the Dead Sea. As the dragon emperor, he cares about the glory of the dragon clan. Since they are the top bloodline of the great dragon clan, they must not be defeated by the human race. The shame of the mythological era will never be allowed to happen again by the dragon clan. Therefore, the dragon clan has a requirement for the top true dragon bloodlines. No matter which clan's genius they lose to, they must not be defeated by the geniuses of the human race, and they regard the human race as a benchmark. If they were defeated by a human genius of the same level, it would be a lifelong shame, and they would be despised by the entire dragon world, and even their entire clan would be greatly affected. This is also the reason why, as the dragon emperor, he crossed all realms to save Kangming last time. If a genius dies in a battle for supremacy with a monstrous being from another tribe, it is considered a failure and the destiny dragon emperor will not care. This is a rule recognized by all worlds, but the human race is an exception. Because of the historical scars that humans have left on the dragon clan in history, the dragon clan, from top to bottom, cannot accept being defeated by humans again. Madman, a madman who doesn't care about his life. Emperor Lingfeng cursed angrily. The face of the king of Hengkong was extremely gloomy. King Chu's white hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were cold, and his fists were slightly clenched under his sleeves. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black fog of the Dead Sea surged, and the huge body of the blue dragon stretched for thousands of feet, like a huge dark mountain range, crushing the sky and collapsing the sky. The dragon's might was overwhelming, and it quickly came in front of Chu Dian and the other two. Chu Dian, come up and fight me. Kangming's voice exploded wildly, and the black light was surging. The dragon's tail twitched and slapped the sea surface, causing a huge wave. Raindrops fell on the thick black scales all over the body, reflecting the breathtaking black light. Groups of ancient demon fish were enraged and jumped out of the sea, but were bitten into two by Kangming's wide mouth. Black blood spilled all over the sky. His cold and dense fangs were covered with blood and meat, which was cruel, cold and creepy. The dragon's tail swept out, and groups of ancient demon fish were blown up. Blood filled the sky, and the already dark sea surface was dyed like the abyss by the blood. The fragments of the ancient demon fish that were chopped into pieces flowed on the sea surface. Roar, roar, roar. A low roar came from the distant seabed, and the waves were surging. It seemed that a terrifying dead sea monster was startled and was swimming towards this place. Kangming, you crazy dragon, if you want to die, go ahead and die, but don't drag us down with you. Huaimei bared her teeth, feeling the terrifying breath surging from under the sea, her little face turned slightly pale with fright. Little bald head, set up your kitchen utensils and prepare to cook dragon meat. Chu Dian's voice was calm, and he was about to walk out, but at this moment, with a hum, the ancient long sword behind Jian Qing was unsheathed, and before Chu Dian, she rushed into the sky with the sword. Jian Kong promised the broken sword goddess that he would protect your life, and I promised him too. Jian Qing's cold voice resounded, and the sword energy rushed into the sky, condensing into an ocean, surging and rippling like huge waves, each wave stronger than the last, rushing towards Kangming. A trace of sword energy could tear the sky apart, leaving a sword mark hundreds of feet long on the sea surface, which would not dissipate for a long time. As one of the four geniuses sent by the ancient sword god clan, and the princess of the Dangjian clan, a major branch of the ancient sword god clan, her talent and strength are absolutely first class in all the worlds. At the peak of the divine realm, the soul is condensed and externalized, and the sword energy soars into the sky. In the outside world, it would only take a raise of the hand to cut down the stars outside the domain with one sword. Since you've invited my ancient sword god clan to lead your Hengtian realm, then you should obediently follow my orders. Jian Qing's voice was icy. The demon beasts beneath the Dead Sea have been alerted. Leave this place first. I'll deal with this azure dragon and then come find you. Don't come up here to die. You won't even be able to withstand a single blow from him and will be killed instantly. Go. Jian Qing's voice was still arrogant, but he stood in front of Kangming, preventing him from taking another step forward, buying Chu Dian and Wei Mei enough time to escape. Sword intention. Seeing this horrifying scene, Huaimei gasped and her hair stood on end when she recalled that she had actually called such a woman, little bun. This kind of woman is not Duan Muaner. If she hadn't been in the Dead Sea, she would have dared to raise her hand and kill him. It seems that he'd better not mess with this woman in the future. He has mastered the sword spirit of the great sword, condensed his soul and transformed it into something external, and has also comprehended three great magical powers. Chu Dian's face was calm. Under the eye of heaven, Jian Qing's strength was clearly visible to him. He said calmly, you are no match for this mad dragon. Come down and stand behind me, or you will die at the hands of this mad dragon. I will have a hard time explaining to my mother. What did you say? Jianqing raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, Chu Dian, how dare you disobey my orders? I told you to take this little bald guy away immediately, but you only dragged me down. You bitch from the ancient sword god clan, how dare you interfere in the affairs of the great dragon clan? You're looking for death. Kang Ning roared with murderous intent, wild and sinister, and pressed his dragon claws directly towards Jianqing. Chapter 256, like a big joke. Boom, boom, boom. A violent roar interrupted Jianqing's words, and a purple-black war drum spanning the sky emerged from the void. Kang Ning's innate magical power, the Kanglong war drum. Moreover, compared to a few years ago, when Kang Ning broke through the divine realm, the Kanglong war drum he used was more than 100 times more terrifying. With a boom, Kang Ning's dragon tail hit the war drum, and the drum sounded like thunder from the nine heavens, and the surrounding sky shattered. The terrible sound waves directly swept across the sword energy in the sky and turned it into nothingness. Kang Ning, who broke through the divine realm, achieved a qualitative leap in strength. His bloodline evolved into a 12-clawed blue dragon. The dragon's body was glowing with secrets, like black stars hanging on the top of the Black Sea, and it was perfectly integrated with the Black Sea environment. How is that possible? Jianqing's pupils suddenly contracted, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and he retreated madly. His white arms trembled violently. He suffered a huge backlash and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. The power of the Azure Dragon War Drum was so terrifying that it was unimaginable, causing the pupils of many powerful people in the Hangtian realm outside to shrink violently. Many human kings subconsciously gasped in shock. The Chaos Dragon bloodline that Kang Ning awakened has definitely been greatly improved. In the past 3 years, the Destiny Dragon Emperor has definitely given him enormous benefits, and may even have allowed him to be baptized in the Dragon Emperor pool. Otherwise, the power of the Kanglong War Drum would not have been able to increase so terrifyingly. The Netherworld King Yushuan's voice was low and trembling slightly, and he was horrified by the power displayed by Kang Ning. The strength displayed by Jianqing was absolutely powerful, and he had the capital to be arrogant, but in front of Kang Ning, he was almost crushed. And such a powerful Kang Ning could only stand in the front center of the second row among the 36 dragon monsters. He simply couldn't bear to think about it. Just how powerful and perverted were the leading man and woman that even a pervert like Kang Ning was willing to follow them. Kang Ning was so powerful that he flew out in a winding dragon body, crushing the sky and causing huge waves in the Dead Sea. Countless ancient demon fish in the sea were killed by the waves. Get out of here, you're not worthy to be my opponent. The sound of Kang Ning was fierce, and the dragon claws tore the sky apart. Jianqing shouted angrily and raised his sword to slash forward. The sword intent soared into the sky, but the sword in his hand collided with the dragon claws. With a bang, the sword body exploded directly, and fragments shot out in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Jianqing let out a muffled cry of pain, and her red clothes were cut by the fragments, leaving deep scars on her bones. Then a powerful and terrifying force surged, directly shaking her clothes into nothingness. Her pupils bled and her whole body was scarlet. The power of Kang Ning's dragon body was also extremely terrifying, far exceeding tens of millions of times. The collision of their physical bodies almost blew Jianqing apart. The ancient sword god clan is powerful in swordsmanship. In terms of bloodline and physical body, they are far behind the dragon clan, which is loved by the gods. The ancient long sword in his hand was broken, and Jianqing's combat power was directly weakened by more than half. Hiss, Kang Ning's physical strength is at least over 50 million jin, which is comparable to Chu Dian's strength 3 years ago. With the blessing of the divine soul in the secret realm, the power of this attack exceeded 100 billion jin. Feng Changhao was shaking with excitement, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he was extremely excited. Kill her, and then kill Chu Dian, kill them all. You are just a mere ancient sword god clan member. Since you want to die, I will devour you first as a snack. Kang Ning's eyes were wild, and he opened his bloody mouth, ready to swallow the severely injured Jianqing in one bite. His mouth was like an abyss, dark and deep, with a strong fishy smell filling the air. His dense and cold fangs were terrifying, and the space was directly bitten apart. Jianqing's face was pale and his eyes were filled with despair. He never expected that this blue dragon could be so terrifying. He, the top genius of the ancient sword god clan, was beaten to the point where he had almost no room to fight back and was on the verge of death. She used her magical powers and tried to escape, but found that a great force had frozen the space. The dragon's mouth was like an abyss, and the powerful suction kept pulling her towards the mouth. She was about to be swallowed into its stomach. Kanglong, my elder brother Zhang Kong will not let you go. Jianqing let out a shrill cry and closed his eyes in despair. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a big hand pinching her shoulder, and then she was suddenly thrown away. Little bald head, keep an eye on this stupid and arrogant woman. Chu Dian's calm voice came from afar, ringing in her ears. Jianqing opened her eyes a little and saw Chu Dian appear in front of the abyss of Kanglong. Her heart was suddenly shocked. This guy who was only half of the blood of the gods actually used his life to save her. In her eyes, although Chu Dian was the child of the broken sword goddess, he only had half the noble blood of the gods and was only at the fusion realm. How could he possibly be a match for this powerful and abnormal blue dragon? Huaimei raised her hands to catch Jianqing's bloody body and subconsciously let out an angry shout. Chu Dian, run, but suddenly, her words stopped abruptly, her pupils contracted violently, her whole body shook violently, and she saw an incredible scene. Buzz, the chaotic light that shot up into the sky burst out from Chu Dian's body. At this moment, every pore on his body was glowing, and the chaotic light was everywhere. Every pore was actually a secret treasure of chaos, deep and vast, with terrifying visions constantly evolving in the essence of Tao soaring into the sky. For a moment, even with her strength, she couldn't even count how many secret treasures had been opened around Tian. Densely packed and stacked layer upon layer, each secret treasure is huge and boundless, and has been developed to the extreme. One secret treasure is comparable to her 10 secret treasures. Oh my god, Jianqing opened his mouth wide, his pupils completely attracted by the secret treasure on Chu Dian's body. At least 80,000 secret treasures. The number flashed through her mind for a moment. Jianqing's whole body instantly stiffened like a sculpture, and he was held straight in Huaimei's arms. Well, it really is a little bun. Huaimei stared at Jianqing's chest and muttered in a low voice, her voice full of contempt. Duan Muwaner is still better. And big, and I can't beat him. How nice. He had been beaten by Chu Dian for 3 years, and was completely defeated even when they joined forces. He was very familiar with Chu Dian's perversion, so naturally he would not be so shocked. But these words were directly ignored by Jianqing, who was in suffocation and shock. He stared at Chu Dian blankly, with unspeakable horror in his heart. The ancient sword god clan only has a total of 78,000 secret treasures. In other words, the secret treasures that Chu Dian has opened up now have surpassed the person who has opened up the most secret treasures in the history of the ancient sword god clan. After all, even at the peak of their power, the ancient sword god clan can only open up 78,000 at most. As the princess of the sword dangling clan, she had only opened up 17,000 secret treasures, but even so, she had already been praised to the sky by her father. This guy, Jianqing stared at Chu Dian's back in a daze. Her previous words seemed like a huge joke. Chapter 257, Eat Dragon Me, don't let him run away. I let you escape with your life 3 years ago. You should be grateful to God. How dare you come to me again? It seems the lesson from 3 years ago wasn't enough. Chu Tian's voice was calm, and there were thousands of strange visions evolving in the secret treasures around him. In the process of practicing dual cultivation of spirit and soul with Ren Yushuan and simulating the realm of Tao, he has already cultivated all the magical powers inherited from the ancestral demon god and the Tianqing demon to perfection. Moreover, these two are the most powerful ones and have collected a great number of magical powers. He is multitasking and is always trying to comprehend the magical powers. The supernatural power he comprehended at the great perfection level doubled directly and was still increasing rapidly. Moreover, the number of secret treasures discovered has reached 81,000. Buzz. Chu Tian slapped out his big hand, with thousands of great magical powers and 80,000 secret treasures as his blessing, and pressed down with one palm. The terrifying energy directly crushed the sky. Kang Ning's mouth full of cold teeth turned to ashes, and the dark abyss in his mouth was directly pierced through. Boom! A terrifying beam of light went straight from the head of Kang Ning's dragon to the tail of the dragon, piercing through his 10,000-foot-long dragon body. Oh! Seeing this horrifying scene, Jian Qing's whole body was completely stiff, and he was dumbfounded. He didn't even notice that his clothes had been torn into ashes and that Huaimei was staring at him all the time. Little Bun, now you know how powerful my big brother is. Huaimei pouted, pulling the tiger's skin and waving the flag, saying, I don't know where you got the courage to act so arrogant in front of that monster. You're lucky you didn't get beaten to death on the spot. No one who tried to act cool in front of him ended up well. 81,000 secret treasures, 1,036 great magical powers, and a physical strength of at least 300 million. The Netherworld King was stunned. He turned to look at the Burning Flame King and said, Yan Hong, did I see it wrong? I remember 3 years ago, he only had 10,000 secret treasures and 6 great magical powers. At this moment, the 7th King's body stiffened. In the silver dragon eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, murderous aura surged, and it was gloomy to the extreme. Roar! Kang Ning roared wildly, his vitality was extremely strong, a black dragon ball came out of his mouth, the power of origin suppressed the sky, and even the shadows of 3 dragon emperors appeared from it. Bang, bang, bang! The Kandalong war drum vibrated, and the sound waves were like a tsunami, tearing through the sky and causing huge waves. Chu Tian, it's been 3 years. This is the day I've been waiting for. Do you know how I've been through these past 3 years? I've been mocked, despised, scorned, and ridiculed by all the true dragons, all because I was defeated by you. I think about you all the time. I want revenge. I will use your blood to wash away my shame. I'm going to eat you. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roared, its 10,000-foot tall body stirred the universe. The black dragon ball shone brilliantly, freezing time and space. But suddenly, a big hand suppressed the black dragon ball and grabbed it. Buzz. The black dragon ball vibrated violently, and the trace of dragon world origin in it kept fluctuating, and terrible energy surged, but it was held in Chu Tian's hand and could not move at all. From the black dragon ball, there were constant earth-shaking dragon roars exploding. The 3 dragon emperor inheritances contained in it seemed to be roaring, trying to shock Chu Tian, a human ant, to death. How is this possible? Kang Ning roared, his wild eyes full of bloodshot, terrified. The dragon soul image rose directly from his mind, driving the dragon ball to shock Chu Tian to death. He simply couldn't believe that Chu Tian, with his full strength, was able to suppress and hold the dragon clan that contained the original power. This is the condensation of all his adventures since his birth, and contains the power of origin. Chu Tian's face was calm, his body was glowing with secrets, the word, demon, on his palm was filled with endless mystery, and he gently pinched it. Bang! Suddenly, the black dragon ball exploded and turned into black powder all over the sky. A trace of the origin of the dragon world contained in it, as well as the dragon shadow transformed from the inheritance of the 3 ancient dragon emperors, flew out directly. Buzz. Chu Tian opened his big hand, and the word, demon, on his palm glowed, turning into an abyss, directly swallowing the origin of the dragon world and the 3 dragon shadows. The moment the origin of the dragon realm entered his body, it was directly swallowed by the realm pearl and entered the secret realm within the chaos spirit pearl. If he didn't have the boundary bead, he naturally wouldn't dare to directly devour the dragon clan's origin. This was not the power he could handle at the moment. The dragon heritage contained in the 3 dragon shadows was directly plundered and swallowed by him. Rolling dragon characters appeared in his mind. The ancient dragon scripture of the blue sky, the beginningless dragon scripture. There are 3 kinds of ancient dragon scriptures, 693 top dragon magic skills, and various forbidden techniques. In the outer starry sky, all the strongest ones were stunned. No, they were completely confused, their pupils were wide open, their mouths were open, and even their whole bodies were shaking violently. Unbelievable, totally shocked. No matter how shocking Kang Ning's previous performance was to them, the shock at this moment could be magnified 100 times, 8,000 times, and it was indescribable. This is no longer a battle of equals. It's like an adult beating a child. With a raise of my hand, I can pierce through your dragon body. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the dragon ball and crushed it, swallowing the original power and the inheritance of the 3 dragon clans. It is impossible to reconcile this scene and the impact it has on many human kings. Oh my god, oh my goodness, Chu Tianyan danced with joy, his face flushed, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Taoist Master Tianyan was completely silenced. He turned to look at the human king and said, Human king, it seems our understanding of this guy is still too shallow. When he beat Heng Chong, he probably didn't use much strength at all. Heng Kong human king heaved a sigh of relief, then smiled bitterly, it's better not to judge this kid by common sense, otherwise he'll always leave you stunned. Taoist Master Tianyan nodded in agreement. 3 years ago, Kang Ning could fight him back and forth, and even forced him into a desperate situation. Now, he has broken through the divine realm, and his bloodline has evolved, but. Taoist Tianyan kept smiling bitterly, not knowing what to say. We will fight again next time, tiny human race. Kang Ning roared wildly, the dragon ball that was the source of his power was crushed, blood mist exploded wildly around him, his power kept dissipating, the dragon soul image was exploding, fear appeared in his eerie dragon eyes for the first time, and his 10,000-foot-long dragon body turned around and flew away into the distance. Brother, I want to eat dragon meat, don't let him run away. Huaimei shouted, hurriedly putting the pots and pans behind her. Chu Tian's face was calm. He raised his hand and lightly tapped it. An ancient bronze mirror appeared in the sky. It was the magical red dust mirror that Heng Tian transformed into after his magical powers became extraordinary. The years fluctuate, the world rolls, time and space are directly frozen, and the body of the Kang Ning dragon solidifies in the sky. Old Tuo, my elder sister was delayed and couldn't come, so I will kill all the real dragons for her and avenge you. Blood slaughter. Chu Tian muttered to himself, and a blood-red long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed with the sword, and the blood-red crescent tore through time and space, and the scarlet light illuminated the dark Dead Sea sky. How dare you, a small monster of the human race, kill my dragon race's true dragon pride. The Dragon Emperor of Destiny opened his eyes angrily and roared loudly. The power of myth penetrated time and space, and his majestic silver claws pressed directly into the secret realm of the human emperor. Chapter 258. A strange scene, blue ripples. Buzz. With a slash of the sword, the sky lost its color. The blood moon blade light traveled through time and space, cutting Kang Ning's huge and winding dragon body directly into 2 parts from the middle and directly destroying his dragon soul. In his wild dragon eyes, vitality continued to fade away, and the light gradually dimmed. Crushing, one-sided crushing. 3 years have passed, and Kang Ming and Chu Dian are already at two completely different levels. Even if he broke through the realm of God and underwent a complete transformation, the gap could not be bridged. I am destined to become the Supreme Dragon Emperor, the true dragon that looks down upon all realms. How could I possibly fall at the hands of a mere human like you? Kang Ming's voice was hoarse and filled with endless resentment. Since he was born, he has had endless adventures and opportunities that fell from the sky. He was recognized by the power of origin, and the Dragon Emperor's inheritance came to him. He awakened the bloodline of the Chaos Dragon, and gained the favor and attention of the Azure Dragon Emperor. Even the Destiny Dragon Emperor looked at his opportunity with a sidelong glance. All signs clearly indicated that he was destined to become a great true dragon of supreme mythical existence. Why would this human race, which he had never taken seriously and whose bloodline he had tried his best to destroy, produce such a monster that defied the heavens? Dragon meat containing the blood of the Chaos Dragon should be delicious. Huame was very excited and rubbed his hands, waiting for Chu Dian to kill Kang Ming so that he could taste the taste of this heaven-defying true dragon blood. However, he soon muttered again. Little Manto, you said this guy's human bloodline has faded, so this shouldn't be considered cannibalism. Huame suddenly remembered that this guy was the son of the ancient Dragon Emperor Long Pan and Princess Ganglong. She scratched her head and asked worriedly. But at this moment, Jian Qing was in complete shock and had completely ignored the bald rapist next to him. Chu Dian's strength made her feel as if she was seeing Jian Kong. The Ganglong that could crush her was really like a black insect in Chu Dian's hands, with no power to resist. She even suddenly had a feeling that she couldn't accept in her heart. This guy seems to be even more powerful than her idol Jian Kong. Buzz. Chu Dian's face was calm, his big hand spanned the sky, pressing down the void, and the word, demon, on his palm turned into a bloody abyss. Kang Ming was like a small insect under the big hand, struggling hard but kept moving towards the bloody abyss. Chu Dian, you can't kill me, I am. There was endless fear in Kang Ming's words. He had died once, but fortunately, the essence in the black dragon ball left him a glimmer of hope, which gave the Dragon Emperor the opportunity to change his fate and resurrect him. But the dragon ball has now been crushed by Chu Dian. This time, if I die, I will really die completely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A silver dragon claw pierced through the sky and earth, crushing the Dead Sea sky and pressing towards Chu Dian. You little beast, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. The cold voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor spread through endless time and space and across the vast Dead Sea. His strength was so powerful and terrifying that it was breathtaking. He was so majestic and vast that he could actually pass through the secret realm of the human emperor, force his way into the Dead Sea, and interfere with the Nine Realms competition. You have devoured the essence of the dragon race and seized the inheritance of the three great dragon emperors. This emperor sentences you to death. Thousands of silver waterfalls dropped from the silver dragon claws, which seemed to be larger than the entire Dead Sea. The terrifying and vast aura seemed to press the surface of the Dead Sea down a large distance. Beneath the Dead Sea, there are countless Dead Sea monsters that have been crushed into meat paste and turned into blood mist. Even the Dead Sea monsters in the human emperor's secret realm were like ants in front of the heavenly dragon emperor, the overlord of a world and the supreme myth of all worlds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavenly fate dragon emperor's huge claws pressed down towards Chu Dian with a murderous aura. Dragon emperor of heaven's fate, you are shameless. The furious voice of the Hengkong human king came from outside the realm. You're looking for death. Boom, boom, boom. The Tuong Tianlong seal, the extreme blood thunder, etc., appeared and disappeared outside the realm through the void torn by the silver dragon claws. Even the angry roars of the other kings exploded. The Nine Realms competition is the most ancient and noble ceremony of the human race, and it is solemn and dignified. However, the Dragon Emperor of Heaven had no regard for the dignity of the human race at all, and directly intervened in it, intending to wipe out the human race's genius. This is not only about killing Chu Dian, but also about trampling on the human race in the Nine Realms. But the attack of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was very sudden. Because of the battle between geniuses, life and death are determined by fate. No one expected that this myth would be so shameless. No one thought that the Destiny Dragon Emperor would be so terrifying that he could even tear apart the secret realm of the human emperor. The Nine Realms competition has been held for millions of years, and there has never been such a precedent. No powerful human king has attempted to interfere. In addition, the word human emperor carries tremendous majesty, so who would dare to interfere? This scene shocked and angered all the strong people in the starry sky except Feng Changhao. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon Emperor of Heaven's destiny, stop immediately. The majestic voice of the starry sky human king shook the starry sky. The Nine Realms competition of the human race is solemn and dignified, and no interference from powerful alien races is allowed. The voice of the ancient human king was like thunder. But their voices were unable to shake the Destiny Dragon Emperor. The might of the mythology rolled in, isolating time and space, making it impossible for many human kings and the strongest to interfere with him for a while. For him, it only takes a moment to wipe out Chu Dian. The gap between the mythical realm and the fusion realm is the difference between heaven and earth, a gap that cannot be bridged by any treasure or magical power. Dragon Emperor of Heaven's fate, if you dare to touch a hair of my son, I will kill all the young true dragons in your dragon world. The hoarse roar of King Chu Dian came from outside the world. Dragon Emperor of Heaven's fate, if you kill Chu Dian, all the young true dragons of your Tianlong clan must die. The human king Hengkong was furious, and murderous aura soared to the sky. The old generation is intervening in the battle between geniuses. How shameless. Jian Qing's face was pale and filled with endless despair. If the broken sword goddess and the elders of the god clan did not come, who could withstand the mythical dragon emperor's cross-border fatal blow? Chu Dian had no expression on his face, no fluctuation at all. Under his big hand, Kang Ming was like a small black insect, and was directly swallowed into the word, demon. After 3 years of practice, plus the gains from the Tianqin Shimo ruins, his strength has improved far beyond Kang Ming's. With a flip of his hand, the talisman of the Emperor of Heaven's arrival appeared in his hand. But at this moment, boom, boom, boom. Beneath the Dead Sea, blue ripples suddenly spread out from the bottom of the sea. Invisibly, the heaven and earth were frozen, the sky solidified, and all rules were bound. The silver dragon claws that the Destiny Dragon Emperor stretched into the Dead Sea were fixed in the sky, and a silver waterfall fell down, hanging upside down in the sky, motionless. Even the collapsed and shattered space and time were solidified, and the laws of nature could no longer repair them. Chapter 259 Chance Encounter. This scene is extremely weird. What is even more bizarre is that everything between heaven and earth is fixed, time and space, the universe, rules, and the Dead Sea are all frozen, but Chu Dian finds that he is not subject to any restrictions. At this moment, Chu Dian suddenly discovered that in the chaotic spirit beat in his mind, the seal of the eternal human king was beating gently, emitting invisible ripples, carrying the power of the eternal origin, protecting his body and making him free from any restrictions. Chu Dian looked down and saw blue ripples surging in the Dead Sea. The waves were surging and the seawater was vast. It seemed that an incredible behemoth was flying rapidly from under the endless and deep Dead Sea, heading towards the surface of the sea, causing violent fluctuations on the sea surface. The blue ripples were gorgeous and mysterious, extremely beautiful, and carried a terrifying mysterious power, which fixed the majestic and huge dragon claws of the Destiny Dragon Emperor in the sky. It was horrifying that this supreme myth in the world today had no room to fight back in front of this power that most likely came from the mythological era. Chu Dian turned his head and saw the little bald Huaimei standing stiffly in the same place, with a look of excitement and confusion on her face. Jian Qing beside her was naked and covered in blood. He was thrown into the sea by Huaimei, but the dark sea surface stopped flowing. The consciousness of both of them seemed to be frozen. In the Black Sea, countless powerful and terrifying monsters were killed by the Destiny Dragon Emperor who suddenly tore through the sky and descended. The evil spirit filled the air between heaven and earth, but the invisible dangerous aura was reduced a lot. All this told Chu Dian that he seemed to be the only one who could move in the field. Outside world, in the starry sky, the projection of the soul of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was frozen in place, and blue ripple surged out from the secret realm of the human emperor, actually suppressing this supreme myth of all realms. Boom! The sky collapsed, and the furious King Hengkong's pale hair danced wildly, murderous aura soared to the sky. He waved his fists, as if he could push across the galaxy, and slammed down on the projection of the Dragon Emperor of Destiny. At the same time, the attacks from King Chu Tian, Chu Tianxing, and even Chu Tianyan, who had not yet broken through to the Emperor level, all arrived. The Destiny Dragon Emperor was frozen in place, offering no resistance. In an instant, the terrifying attack directly collapsed the endless starry sky and penetrated the long river of time and space. The shadow of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was directly annihilated and turned into nothingness. At this time, except for Feng Changhao, the offensives of the other 7 human kings were still in the process of brewing, and the sole projection of the Dragon Emperor of Heaven was wiped out. No matter how powerful the Destiny Dragon Emperor is, this is only a projection of his soul. Facing the full force attacks of the Hengkong Human King and the Chu Dian King, he cannot escape unscathed. What happened? The Starry Sky Human King muttered to himself, his pupils contracting violently. For some reason, he felt a faint sense of creepiness when he looked at the blue ripple surging from the human emperor's secret realm. It seems that something shocking is about to happen. This is the mythical Dragon Emperor of Destiny. As the Emperor of the Dragon Clan, he commands all the major dragon clans. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is one of the supreme beings in all realms. But for this kind of existence, the soul projection was actually frozen and unable to move. Even in the Dragon Emperor's palace in the void rift that connected to the Dragon Realm, even though the projection of his soul was erased, the Destiny Dragon Emperor did not move at all. It was not known whether they were all frozen together, or whether they sensed that they had forcibly interfered with the secret realm of the human emperor and angered an unpredictable existence, so they took the initiative to lie dormant and were unwilling to show up. No matter what the reason is, it seemed as if they were telling everyone that something unimaginable and earth-shattering was about to happen. It's recorded in ancient mythological texts. The Xuanwang human king's eyes were heavy as he muttered to himself, the human emperor's secret realm is where disciples of the heavenly emperor are selected. It's a measure to demonstrate the human king's supreme majesty and bless all living things. Therefore, the fairness of battles in the secret realm is strictly guaranteed, and no powerful person is allowed to interfere. In the mythological era, there was even a human king-level being who attempted to manipulate the secrets and support his juniors in competing for the heavenly emperor's disciples in the secret realm. When the human emperor learned of this, a major case that swept across all realms was triggered. The scope involved is enormous. 2 great human kings, more than a dozen alien emperors were killed, dozens of great realms, and trillions of lives were slaughtered. The words that Emperor Xuanwang muttered to himself revealed a huge ancient secret that was horrifying. The Xuanwang human realm is the most profound and powerful of the 9 existing realms of the human race, ranking 53rd among all realms. The ancestor, the Xuanwang human king, is said to be the #1 human king among the 9 human kings of the human emperor palace. After the collapse of the mythological era and the disappearance of the human emperor palace, the Xuanwang human race also obtained the most inheritance from the mythological era, so it has been extremely prosperous and geniuses and monsters have emerged continuously. It is even said that there are many ancient clans and sects inherited from the mythological era. When it comes to understanding the mythological era, it can be said that the king of Xuanwang is second to none and no one dares to claim to be first. In the mythological era, such a shocking case had occurred, in which even the human king and the emperor of the alien race were implicated. Could it be that endless years have passed since the mythological era, and the human emperor palace has been lost in some corner of time and space, sealed away by dust, but the rules within the human emperor's secret realm still continue to this day, punishing the Destiny Dragon Emperor and even the Dragon Realm who dared to interfere. Many human kings felt horrified. Why does this blue ripple give me a very familiar feeling? The netherworld king Yushuan muttered to himself, his body trembling slightly. He couldn't help but feel an urge to kneel down. Brother, look at Xiaodian. Chu Tianyan's voice trembled, as if he had seen something horrifying, and pointed at the picture in the Kunlun mirror. King Hengkong and King Xiudian immediately turned their heads to look, their expressions suddenly froze. In the picture, everything in the Dead Sea is frozen by the blue ripple surging from the bottom of the sea. Huaimei, Zhanqing, and even the Dead Sea monsters at the bottom of the sea, etc. But Chu Tian was not affected at all. He opened his hands calmly, and the word demon in his palm glowed, and a huge blood red abyss appeared in the sky. On the surface of the blood sea and even deep in the seabed, those monsters that were blown up by the arrival of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were directly swallowed by him into the abyss and turned into energy. The visions of a group of ancient demonic fish, Kunpeng spreading its wings, the giant beast from the North Sea, and so on, began to appear above Chu Tian's head, flashing by continuously. The Dead Sea monsters in the secret realm of the human emperor are said to have been personally trained and selected by the mythical human king. They were personally raised by the human emperor with various treasures and magical medicines, and were passed down many magical powers, their bloodlines were tempered, etc. Therefore, they are extremely powerful and their bloodlines are extremely extraordinary. The innate magical powers of many Dead Sea monsters are not even inferior to the Kanglong war drum of the Dragon Clan. The Destiny Dragon Emperor forcibly tore apart the Dead Sea, and those Dead Sea monsters that were killed by the wave, some of which were even powerful enough to kill true gods, were because of the unique rules of the human emperor's secret realm. They had survived since the mythological era, and were simply not something that Chu Tian, who was only in the fusion realm, could deal with. Even if he could escape, it would be a life or death experience. But now, these terrifying and boundless monsters have all helped Chu Tian. Chapter 260, Tomb of the Mythical Human King. Their blasted bodies, souls, and bloodlines were devoured by Chu Tian, who comprehended and transformed them into his own magical powers, which even directly reached the realm of great perfection, causing strange phenomena. In a short period of time, the number of strange visions evolving above Chu Tian's head exceeded thousands. The surface of the endless Dead Sea, the blood mist filled the sky, and the bodies of magical beasts were devoured by him, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands there were. Bang, bang, bang. So many bodies of magical beasts were transformed into terrifying energy, causing the secrets on Chu Tian's body to be constantly revealed. With almost every breath, dozens or even hundreds of secret treasures were broken open and evolved to the limit. Chaos divine thunder roared in it, and even supreme visions such as Chaos Green Lotus and Immortal King coming to the 9 heavens evolved in the secret realm. This seemed to be a vision and magical power unique to the Chaos Demon God body. A total of 99 kinds of legendary powerful visions have begun to evolve in the Xiudian secret realm. The Xuanwang human emperor's eyes bloomed with Xuanwang aura, as if he had seen many horrifying things and was extremely shocked. As a supreme physique, the Chaos Demon body naturally has its own innate magical powers. Until this moment, the secret realm that Chu Tian broke through reached more than 80,000, close to 90,000. These innate magical powers were actually excavated and began to evolve. I don't know how terrifying these visions are. After all, even a top-level dragon talent as powerful as the Azure Dragon War Drum was discovered by Kang Ning very early in the fusion realm. Chu Dian, who is now powerful enough to easily slaughter monsters at the peak of the divine realm, has only just begun to unearth the visions of these chaotic demon bodies. When 99 supreme visions are superimposed on each other, it is unknown to what extent they can be powerful. According to ancient rumors, the ancestral demon god seems to have just unearthed the vision of 33 chaos demon god bodies, known as the 33 supreme demon heavens, and even used them to shock and kill a mythical emperor. The burning flame king's words were choked. The 33 supreme visions are enough to kill the mythical human king. Then Chu Dian's 99 kinds. This scene was so terrifying that it was suffocating. When this unknown and terrifying existence appeared, Chu Dian's first thought was not to protect himself, but to not miss any opportunity to strengthen himself in the desperate situation of life and death. The Dead Sea, a place known as the land of death in the Nine Realms, has unexpectedly transformed into an unimaginable great opportunity. Strange visions kept evolving above Chu Dian's head, so densely packed that it was hard to keep up. The forced arrival of the Destiny Dragon Emperor inadvertently brought about Chu Dian's heaven-defying opportunity. Otherwise, the further back the secret treasure is, the harder it will be to break it. Chu Dian has already broken through 81,000 secret realms. To continue breaking through the secret treasure, the amount of energy required is simply unimaginable. It will probably require a huge accumulation. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the great perfection realm of magical powers and reaching the number of 3,000. You will be rewarded with a ginseng fruit tree seedling, the immortal medicine, and a chaos creation pill, which can help the host condense the chaos soul. The gentle and pleasant voice of the system sounded in Chu Dian's ears at the same time. You little beast, you deserve to die. Why can't even the Dead Sea and the Destiny Dragon Emperor himself kill you? Feng Changhao roared in his heart, his eyes full of bloodshot, and the endless resentment in his heart surged like a tsunami. Falling into the Dead Sea is clearly a sign of extremely bad luck. Why was the situation reversed in such a desperate situation? Could it be that this guy is really the young supreme being destined by the human race in this generation? In the Dead Sea, the surging waves became increasingly huge and turbulent, and the dark waves had surged to a height of 100,000 feet in the sky, like a huge tsunami mountain, wave after wave. Blue ripples continued to surge, and terrifying waves raged. The energy surged too violently in the world, so Chu Dian had to stop and raise his hands to pick up Huaimei and Jianqing, who were still frozen and whose souls and consciousness were stagnant, and carried them away from the center of the blue ripples. And at this time, outside world, buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, on the Kunlun mirror in the sky, the will of a terrifying god suddenly revived and transformed into a golden god that could reach the sky and shake the earth, overlooking the dragon realm. The selection of the emperor's disciples is supreme and does not tolerate any outside interference. Anyone who violates this rule will have his entire clan executed. The golden deity uttered a cold and majestic voice, like the resurrection of the human king from the mythological era, and all the worlds were to submit to him. The god in the Kunlun mirror. The voice of the emperor Xuanwang trembled, and he knelt down with a bang. The Kunlun mirror is said to be a treasure that was personally refined by the human king to monitor the operation of the universe. It is also a great heavenly weapon, and is responsible for guarding the secret realm of the human emperor and selecting the emperor's disciples. The spirit in the weapon is, to a certain extent, the incarnation of the soul of the powerful person who refined it. Although it is unconscious, it possesses a small part of the power of the original body. This is also the reason why the great heavenly soldiers are called great. The heavenly soldiers are like replacing the great existence of the past, passing on forever, carrying the eternal mission of protecting the tribe's incense inheritance. This is the greatest heritage of an ethnic group. Millions of years have passed, the mythical human king has disappeared for endless years, the human emperor palace has disappeared, the supreme glory of the human race has long since passed, and the world has changed dramatically. But the Kunlun mirror is still following the rules set by this human emperor. The heavenly mandate dragon emperor's forced interference in the secret realm of the human emperor directly triggered the mission that the human emperor left for the deity in this vessel, causing it to revive automatically. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden divine hand pressed down, spanning endless time and space, pressing down the dragon emperor palace in the dragon realm. Endless majesty filled the air, and the Kunlun mirror revived, delivering a supreme blow that directly penetrated the formation pattern outside the dragon emperor palace and destroyed the endless dragon god temple. Mythical human emperor, you have long since fallen. The human race has been in decline for who knows how long. Now is the era when all races rise. The cold and furious voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor exploded from the Dragon Emperor Palace, containing endless resentment, anger, and humiliation. Eons have passed since then. Do you still think it's that era and you can ride on the heads of my dragons and pee and shit? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Deep in the Dragon Emperor Palace, supreme fluctuations began to revive, and the great heavenly soldiers of the Dragon Clan seemed to be awakening. At this time, in the Dead Sea, the blue ripples had become extremely dense. Suddenly, a huge black turtle shell emerged from the pitch-black Dead Sea. On it stood densely packed blue flowers, probably hundreds of thousands of them. The flowers swayed gently, divine light flowed, and dense blue ripples filled the air. The blue ripples that froze time and space, the heaven and earth, and the rules, leaving even the Destiny Dragon Emperor powerless to resist, were actually emitted by these blue flowers. In the center of the blue sea of flowers, there is a huge black coffin. A huge black monument stood in front of the coffin, with 6 dark and cold characters engraved on it. The Tomb of the Netherworld King. Chapter 261, Sea of Red Spider Flowers. The starry sky was suffocating. Many human kings looked up, their pupils contracted violently, their bodies trembled violently, and their minds instantly went blank. They even had no mind to care about the great collision of heavenly soldiers that was about to take place in the Dragon Realm. The tomb of the king of the underworld. The 6 large, cold, black characters, written with iron hooks and silver strokes, were vigorous and powerful, exuding a sense of majesty that looked down on the world and proudly roared at the universe. The 6 words were more like 6 rays of netherworld thunder that struck their minds directly, leaving them stunned. Mythical netherworld. The Xuanwang human emperor's voice was hoarse. He was the first to react. His whole body trembled even more violently. He couldn't even finish a complete sentence for a long time. The cemetery of the mythical netherworld human king is actually hidden in the Dead Sea in the human emperor's secret realm. Oh my god. The human king's tomb, the sea of red spider flowers, the netherworld sea guarding black tortoise, are these legends true? What exactly happened at the end of the mythological era? Didn't the 9 mythical human kings of our human race disappear along with the human king after the mythological era? Why is the tomb of the netherworld human king located under the human emperor's secret realm? Higanbana, Yellow Spring River. The Emperor Xuanwang trembled as he looked towards the depths of the netherworld royal court and the great heavenly soldiers of the human king he summoned. The dark yellow river that seemed to flow from hell seemed to hide endless mythological secrets. The great heavenly soldiers of the underworld, the Yellow Springs River. Ancient texts record that the mythical king of the netherworld believed that the body was merely a vehicle, and that the soul merely survived tribulations in the human world. As long as one could cross the sea of suffering and reach the other shore, one could achieve immortality, a different kind of eternal life. Yushuan, you should have the most records about the netherworld human king and the netherworld royal court. Is that really the burial place of the mythical netherworld king? The Xuanwang human emperor looked at the netherworld human king Yushuan. The other human kings and the strongest ones also looked at him at the same time, their eyes filled with horror, shock and other unspeakable emotions. The 9 mythical kings followed the human emperor in his conquests and unified all the worlds. Not only did they become supreme beings who left immortal myths in the history of the human race, but they also cast an endless shadow on all the races in the worlds. They were invincible throughout their lives and dominated all the worlds. Millions of years later, their reputations remain immortal. The ancestor human king was punished by the human emperor for his involvement in the fraud case involving the emperor's disciples. Since then, he has never returned to the netherworld king's court. Therefore, there is no clear record in ancient books of what the human king did afterwards or where he went during the final days of the myth. After the human emperor and the human emperor palace disappeared, our ancestors disappeared along with them. However, after numerous searches by successive human emperors, it's hard to say for other human emperors, but our ancestors definitely disappeared along with the human emperor palace. The voice of the netherworld king Yushuin was hoarse and low. He was probably the one who suffered the greatest impact at the moment. The 9 mythical human kings disappeared, the human race was divided, and countless inherited treasures were lost. Even the 9 human king families suffered a huge impact, and only managed to hold on by relying on the human king seal, the great heavenly soldiers, and the power of the origin of the great realm. But even so, a lot of the inheritance of the mythical human king was lost in the process of facing the impact. If the mythical king of the underworld is really among them, it is very likely that it contains a complete inheritance. If the netherworld human realm can achieve this, breaking into the top 50 of all realms and completing the mythological era, a feat that the 9 human realms have never been able to accomplish will become an absolute possibility. That's right, the Tao of the ancestor human king has always believed that the body is just a carrier. If the soul passes through the sea of suffering, it can achieve another kind of immortality. The netherworld king spoke in a deep voice. In order to achieve a different kind of immortality, our ancestors cultivated a sea of red spider lilies and created the great heavenly soldier Yellow Spring River. Using the Yellow Spring River as a bridge and the red spider lily as a shelter for the soul, we can cross the sea of suffering and reach the realm of immortality. The Xuanwang human emperor's pupils contracted violently as he looked at the dense sea of red spider lilies swaying in the wind around the netherworld human king cemetery. He trembled and said, "Ancient books record that there is only one red spider lily, but here, there are more than 1,000,000 of them. This is the immortality elixir that can help the emperor to live a new life, but there are millions of them here. Oh my god, could it be that the body of the mythical netherworld human king is truly contained within this human king's tomb? And that the soul of the mythical netherworld human king has already passed through the sea of suffering and achieved a different kind of eternal life, thus leaving behind this body in the human emperor's secret realm." As the emperor Xuanwang spoke, his voice became increasingly low, even fearful. The pupils of many people contracted violently. The soul is immortal, a different kind of eternal life. Isn't this another kind of reincarnation? Zhu Tianyan, a fearless fellow, turned slightly pale at this moment. Could it be that the mythical netherworld king has always been in the 10,000 worlds, and his soul has been wandering in the void, or has been constantly reincarnating, waiting for the day of awakening and returning? Oh my god, buzz, buzz, buzz. In the Dead Sea, the pitch black and majestic turtle shell finally emerged completely from the water. Its limbs supported the sky, reaching a height of thousands of feet. Its entire body was pitch black, its glands had been completely petrified, and there was no life in its eyes. It was unknown how many millions of years it had been dead, but a terrifying and powerful pressure even penetrated the secret realm of the human emperor, causing many human kings to almost suffocate and their bodies to tighten. This giant turtle is so huge, tens of thousands of feet tall, and its whole body is petrified. Its shell is as majestic and vast as a continent, seemingly occupying the entire Dead Sea-like surface, with no end in sight. At the core of the tortoise shell is the giant black coffin and the tombstone of the human king, surrounded by a sea of red spider lilies. Further out, there are statues of many mythological and legendary hell figures, petrified palaces, etc. The 10 kings of hell, the Yellow Springs River, the Nehi Bridge, the 18 levels of hell, the black and white impermanence, etc. are all existences in myths and legends. The netherworld sea-suppressing Xuanwu, one of the Xuanwu clan's supreme bloodlines, is at least as powerful as the heavenly fate dragon emperor, or even stronger. Legend has it that he was suppressed by the netherworld human king and transformed into an immortal being through soul secrets. He then used it as a mount, achieving a different kind of immortality. The netherworld king, Yushuin, spoke in a deep voice. The netherworld sea-suppressing black tortoise is dead, yet it seems not to be dead. Its lifespan has been frozen. This is one of the most proud masterpieces of our ancestor, the human king. Along with the heavenly soldier Yellow Springs River and the immortal elixir, the Beyond, they are the 3 great symbols of our ancestor. Many human kings were completely suffocated, and then the starry sky fell into deadly silence. It's confirmed. This is definitely the tomb of the king of the underworld, and the body of the king of the underworld is most likely lying in the coffin. How incredibly powerful is the mythical human king? He fell for endless years and even froze the soul projection of the destiny dragon emperor after his death, leaving him with no power to resist at all. The starry sky human king said in a low voice. The projection of the heavenly fate dragon emperor descended upon the Dead Sea, shrouded in mythical might, killing many of the Dead Sea's magical beasts. This may have alarmed the otherworldly immortal netherworld sea-suppressing black tortoise, activating the power of the human king cemetery. Chapter 262. A shocking encounter. At this moment, the petrified netherworld sea-suppressing black tortoise opened its mouth and uttered a vast, icy voice that echoed through the human emperor's secret realm and resounded throughout the endless starry sky. If the living can't defend the territory, let the dead defend it. The underworld never lacks warriors. To disturb the tomb of the human king is a capital offense. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sea of flowers on the other shore swayed, blooming into rolling blue ripples, passing through the secret realm of the human emperor and cooperating with the Kunlun mirror, rushing towards the dragon emperor palace. Time and space are shattered, the universe is turned upside down, and all worlds are shaking. The netherworld sea-suppressing black tortoise, together with the red spider lily and the Kunlun mirror, attacked the dragon realm together. The ancient and majestic dragon god temples in the dragon emperor palace were destroyed. In an instant, countless old dragon monsters were killed and died in seclusion. The entire vast dragon world was shaking violently. King of the netherworld, you were also implicated in the great case initiated by the human emperor. After your death, you were suppressed in the Dead Sea, unable to be reborn forever. Why do you still want to protect the secret realm of the human emperor? The destined dragon emperor finally walked out of the dragon emperor palace. After a furious roar, he directly tore through the void of the dragon realm and escaped into the origin of the dragon realm. You are just a bunch of dead people. The human race has long been divided and declined. This emperor will not bother with you dead people. The origin of the dragon world is closed. The aura of the destiny dragon emperor instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. The attack launched by the Kunlun mirror lost its target and began to recede. The golden god that pierced the sky and the earth retreated into the Kunlun mirror again and fell into a deep sleep. Today, after all, is no longer the age of mythology. Although the Kunlun mirror can monitor all realms, the human emperor palace is not here after all, and there is no strongest person to drive it. It is impossible to penetrate the origin of the dragon realm and lock onto the destiny dragon emperor. The flickering light of the red spider lily also slowly receded, but a breathtaking scene appeared. Invisible dragon souls began to condense in the dragon emperor palace. Following the blue ripples, they returned to the netherworld sea-suppressing black tortoise and were driven into the petrified body of the netherworld sea-suppressing black tortoise, as if they had turned into nutrients for cultivating the red spider lily. It was obvious that he was killed by the divine power released by the Kunlun mirror and his soul was destroyed, but his soul was condensed again by the red spider lily and brought back to the tomb of the netherworld human king and used as nourishment. It seemed that he had also become a strange existence with another kind of immortality, just like the black tortoise of the netherworld. The methods of your Netherworld royal court are simply heaven and earth compared to those of the Netherworld human king. Xuanwang human emperor said in horror. Even he felt his scalp tingling. The Netherworld human king smiled bitterly and said, we, the unworthy descendants, have long since lost most of the human king's inheritance. We are no longer on the path of the original human king. It's just an empty title. At this moment, the corner of the Netherworld king's eyes twitched slightly, and he looked into the Dead Sea, only to see three figures suddenly fly out of the Dead Sea, onto the shell of the Netherworld sea suppressing black turtle, and sink into the sea of red spider lilies. Chu Dian, the corners of Xuanwang human emperor's eyes twitched violently, he cried out in horror, and also saw the three figures. It was Chu Dian, Jianqing who had put on red clothes again, and Huaimei whose nose and face were swollen, like a pig's head, and whose body was covered with sword marks. After the Netherworld sea suppressing black turtle was completely born from under the Dead Sea, the power that froze the will of time and space disappeared without a trace, and Huaimei and Jianqing regained consciousness. When Jianqing regained consciousness, the first thing he did was to put on his clothes. Without treating his wounds, he used his fingers as swords and hacked and beat Huaimei, who was looking at his chest with eyes wide open in surprise and scrutiny. If Huaimei hadn't repeatedly called out to her, big brother, and made Jianqing feel uneasy, the young leader of the Sihang holy sect would have died prematurely in this human emperor's secret realm because of his wondering eyes and comments. Hiss, Huaimei gasped, rubbing her red, swollen, and bruised face, and said to Chu Dian, brother, this is such a strange place, isn't it too dangerous for us to run back? Didn't you say that this Netherworld sea-suppressing black tortoise might be carrying the hell created by the Netherworld human king? What if it takes us away with it? I haven't caught up with my cousin yet, I don't want to go to hell. Huaimei looked at Jianqing and said, are you right, Xiaoman's sister Jianqing? Jianqing's face turned pale, and he subconsciously covered his chest, avoiding Huaimei's gaze, and said coldly, get out of here, you bald pervert. Watch your mouth, otherwise, even if Chu Dian is here, I will chop off your lower body. Huaimei bared her teeth and jumped behind Chu Dian to hide. The Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor helped us kill most of the powerful monsters in the Dead Sea. Looking across the entire human emperor secret realm, there is no place safer than the Dead Sea right now. Chu Dian's face was calm. He stepped onto the Nehi Bridge and walked towards the Yama Palace. Over the past 3 years, with the blessing of the 4 high-level halos, he has read all the ancient books and collections in Hengtian Palace. Among the incomplete copies in the deepest part, there is a copy of the notes and comments of Hengtian Zanwang, one of the 9 great kings in the mythological era, on the king of the Netherworld. This human king has devoted his entire life to building a true Netherworld hell for all realms, so that all living beings in the world can achieve true reincarnation in it. Hengtian War King is the human king, and the Netherworld human king is the strongest person closest to the realm of the human emperor. If he can really build a true Netherworld hell, he will reach the supreme realm. In order to build the Netherworld hell, the Netherworld king searched through all the classics, magical powers, and secret techniques in the world, hoping to find a way among all the ways that could truly build the Netherworld hell. This Netherworld sea-suppressing black turtle contains the life's work of the Netherworld human king, and it is very likely that it contains the magical powers and secret techniques that this mythical human king has accumulated throughout his life. If Chu Dian wants to open up 180,000 secret treasures and comprehend 180,000 magical powers, he needs a huge amount of magical skills. Nowhere else could there be more books on magical powers and secret techniques hidden than in the tomb of the Netherworld king. Brother, wait for me. Huaimei took a deep breath, glanced at Jianqing who was standing beside her with murderous intent, and hurriedly stepped onto the Nehi Bridge to catch up with Chu Dian. He didn't know whether he would be taken to hell. If his elder brother wasn't around, he might really be sent to hell by this little bun. Chu Dian, Jiankong asked you to go find him through the ancient sword talisman as soon as you enter the secret realm. Jianqing's face was still pale, but he followed Chu Dian stubbornly and said, the powerful monsters and perverts from the dragon clan who came in this time must be looking for you. Only by staying with brother Jiankong can you guarantee your absolute safety. Chu Dian looked at Jianqing calmly and said, Jiankong, is he very powerful? Of course, big brother Jiankong is unrivaled in swordsmanship. He has long since perfected his sword intent, rivaling the sword emperor and being invincible against all the major divine races. Jianqing raised his chin and spoke confidently, but the scene of Chu Dian slaughtering and crushing Kang Ming suddenly appeared in his mind. Subconsciously, his voice became smaller and smaller, and he no longer had that kind of confidence. No matter what, it was you, the Hengtian realm, who begged my ancient sword god clan to lead. Chapter 263, Kill Chu Dian. Buzz, a cold light flashed in Chu Dian's calm eyes, and a terrifying aura instantly made Jianqing's whole body stiff. For my mother Sake, I won't bother with you about what I said before. But this is the last time. I don't want to hear the words, leadership, and pleading from you anymore. This time, all those who represent the Hengtian human realm in the 9 realms competition must obey my orders and follow my instructions. There was a murderous gleam in Chu Dian's calm eyes, making Jianqing feel like he was falling into the abyss. Including you, the ancient sword god clan. Anyone who dares to disobey orders will die. You, Jianqing gritted his teeth and wanted to refute, but he didn't dare to meet Chu Dian's eyes. I hope you still dare to say that in front of brother Jiankong. Chu Dian ignored Jianqing and walked across the Nehi Bridge and through the 18 levels of hell. He soon arrived in front of the 10 courts of hell. Without any hesitation, he stepped in. It's so cold. Huaimei shuddered, looking at the eerie and hideous statues around him. Even with his strong body and surging blood, he inexplicably felt a deep chill and hurriedly followed Chu Dian into it. Stepping into the first Yama Palace, what caught Chu Dian's eyes was a pile of densely packed jade slips containing magical scriptures on the table, probably as many as 2,000 or 3,000 in number. Chu Dian picked it up and took a look. It was a kind of clan-stabilizing magical power called Tianlingshu, which came from a mythological period in one of the top 100 clans in the world, called the Juling clan. These thousands of jade slips are actually the magical scriptures of all races in the mythological period. Most of them have been lost in the long river of history, and many races have been destroyed. Chu Dian waved his hand and put all the thousands of jade slips into the secret collection, then continued to stride towards the next Yama Palace. Dragon Emperor of Heaven, I have to say thank you to you. Chu Dian's calm voice sounded. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, a faint golden light suddenly emerged from the void and gathered towards Chu Dian's head, condensing into 2 numbers, 3,000. Huaimei and Jianqing's pupils suddenly contracted violently. Looking at the number above Chu Dian's head, they said in unison, 3,000 points, my god. Starry sky. Ha 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 ha, good, well done. I really have to say thank you to the Destiny Dragon Emperor. The human king Hengkong laughed and looked at the Dragon Emperor palace in the crack which was almost reduced to ruins. The Destiny Dragon Emperor was still hiding in the origin of the Dragon Realm. I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to show up again before the end of the 9 realms competition. Chu Tianyan looked towards the Dragon Emperor palace, laughed unscrupulously, and said, thank you. Without your help, Dragon Emperor, my nephew would not have had such a great adventure, and I'm afraid he would have had to go through tremendous hardships and dangers. Thank you, Dragon Emperor, for not hesitating to be locked in the Kunlun mirror site and yet still shocking the Dead Sea Beast to death and helping my nephew escape. I owe you so much gratitude. Dragon Emperor, if you have time, you can always come to visit my Shengxian sect. Inside the Dragon Emperor palace, a group of old dragons transformed into human form, with gloomy faces and murderous aura. They almost wanted to rush over and tear Chu Tianyan's mouth apart. 3,000 points at the start, unprecedented and unmatched. Chu Tianxing exclaimed, another miracle. King Chu's dry white hair fluttered in the wind, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. I have devoured the bloodlines and bodies of thousands of monsters in the Dead Sea, transformed them into thousands of magical powers and visions, opened up a large number of secret treasures, and now I have gained an adventure in the tomb of the Netherworld King. Such an opportunity can be said to be against the will of heaven. Emperor Lingfeng said with a smile. 3,000 points at the start, well deserved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, above the starry sky, the Kunlun mirror vibrated gently, and golden light spread, condensing into a golden list with a list of names ranked on it. The one ranked first was Chu Dian. Chu Dian, Chaos Demon Body, devoured many Dead Sea monsters, seeking life from the dead, points, 3,000. The second one is a monster from the Dragon Clan. Kong Xuanyu, the silver dragon of Shixu Phantom Sky, obtained the mythical dragon Emperor inheritance, Dragon Blood Grass, points, 2,000. Third place, Tianpeng, a pure-blooded golden-winged rock, achieved mythical status points, 1,800. Below is a series of names. Except for Chu Dian who ranked first, the top 10 names were all names of monsters from other races. Ranked 10th is Jian Kong from the ancient Sword God clan, with points, 1,200. Many of the most powerful people in the Hengtian realm smiled, as if relieved of a heavy burden, with bright lights on their faces and a sense of pride. We, the evildoers of the Hengtian human race, have supported the glory of the 9 realms of the human race. How glorious it is. For millions of years, the Hengtian human race has gritted their teeth and swallowed their anger every time in the 9 realms competition, watching the geniuses fall, be crushed, killed, and have their opportunities snatched away. They have always been at the bottom of the list, and even the number of times they have squeezed into the top 10 is very few, let alone getting first place at the beginning of the list. Daoist Tianyan smiled brightly, his old face pressed together like a chrysanthemum, and said, I remember that in history, the highest score on the list was achieved by a demon from the Xuanwang race, who obtained 1,900 points. To this day, it is the peak record, and no one can break it. This kid Chu Dian is almost twice as far ahead. My fellow human kings, it's no exaggeration to say this is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 8 realms kings became extremely gloomy. Since the mythological era, this situation has never occurred in the previous 9 realms competition. Even if the monsters invited from alien races are powerful, they will not be so far ahead of the major human realms. Where can they put their faces? Chu Dian, the inheritance of the human king immortal clan belongs to my netherworld. The face of the netherworld king, Yushuan, was gloomy and ashen. He was the one with the ugliest expression among the people present. He spoke word by word, if you dare to touch the inheritance of my netherworld, no matter how powerful you are, you must die. Buzz, a dagger appeared in the hand of the king of the underworld. He cut his palm and used a secret technique to communicate with the void. The tomb of the netherworld human king has appeared in the Dead Sea. Those who are near the Dead Sea, please go there at full speed. Chu Dian has entered. Ask him to hand over the human king inheritance, otherwise he will be killed without mercy. The voice of the king of the underworld contained endless evil and murderous intent. The inheritance of the mythical netherworld king is the key to the rise of the netherworld human race and the top priority. He didn't want to target Hengtian realm. After all, the affairs of the dragon clan had nothing to do with the underworld human world. But since this kind of thing happened, it couldn't be his fault. The secret realm of the human emperor is not subject to interference from the outside world, but the 9 realms competition has been held for millions of years. The major human kings also have ways to contact the geniuses and monsters therein, but they cannot directly interfere like the Destiny Dragon Emperor. Buzz. At this moment, Feng Changhao's eyes were full of bloodshot. He also cut his palm and sent a message to the human emperor's secret realm. The heavenly fate dragon emperor has suffered a heavy blow. The dragon realm has suffered huge losses. Kang Ming was killed. All of this is because of Chu Dian. He is now on the black tortoise of the Dead Sea. Dragon clan monster, prince of the heart demon, I, the eternal human race's pride, immediately rushed to the Dead Sea at full speed and killed Chu Dian to avenge my eternal realm in the dragon clan. At this time, all the great kings also used their secret techniques to send messages to the geniuses in the secret realm. The inheritance of the human king has a huge impact, and no one wants to miss it. Chapter 264 The Fury of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. Feng Changhao, on behalf of this emperor, send a message to my dragon clan's true dragon monsters. Whoever can kill Chu Dian in the tomb of the netherworld human king will be directly appointed as the dragon emperor's disciple without passing the dragon god's test. He will enjoy the treatment of the dragon emperor's successor and be trained as the next dragon emperor. The icy and boundless voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor penetrated all realms and exploded in the starry sky. The sound waves radiated for millions of light years, and the surrounding planets and meteorites shattered. With the intimidation of Kunlun Mirror and Netherworld Sea suppressing Black Tortoise, the Destiny Dragon Emperor dared not show up, but at this moment, everyone could feel the tsunami-like anger in the words of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. It was the terrifying wrath caused by the dignity of the Dragon Clan being trampled upon and the dignity of the Dragon Emperor being tarnished. Since the mythological era, in the endless years, the dragon race has never suffered such great humiliation and trampling. First, a part of the origin of the dragon realm was cut off. Then, Kang Ming, the strongest bloodline of the dragon clan, was swallowed up in public, and a trace of the origin of the dragon world was suppressed. He personally intervened, but was forced to hide in the origin of the dragon realm and dared not show up. Countless buildings in the Dragon Emperor Palace were destroyed, and countless strong men in the Dragon Emperor Palace died. The loss was so great, especially the damage to his face, that even the Supreme Being, the Dragon Emperor of Destiny, was furious. And all of this is actually closely related to a small genius of the human race. Especially this little beast, he is only at the fusion realm. If he doesn't kill Chu Dian, he will not be able to explain to the entire dragon realm. Many powerful men in the Hengtian realm were shocked and their pupils contracted violently. Many human kings also looked solemn. Interests moved people's hearts. Once the Dragon Emperor of Destiny made this promise, I'm afraid all the true dragon monsters in the dragon clan would go crazy. After all, if, except for Kang Ming, those dragon monsters only came to accept the mission, compared to killing Chu Dian, they are likely to be more focused on improving their own strength, and do not take Chu Dian, the monster of Hengtian realm, seriously. They are more likely to take things as they come, while looking for opportunities in the human emperor's secret realm. If they meet Chu Dian, they will kill him at will. Then these dragon monsters will go crazy with the reward given by the Destiny Dragon Emperor. After all, what kind of adventure and opportunity can compare to obtaining the qualification of the Dragon Emperor's heir, and can drive these real dragon monsters crazy? It is easy to imagine that these dragon monsters will probably put down everything in their hands immediately. Even if they get a good opportunity, they will abandon it and go looking for Chu Dian to kill him. After all, Chu Dian only has one head, but there are 36 real dragon monsters. And everyone remembers it clearly. Before this, Kang Ming was only slightly forward in the second row among the 36 dragon monsters. There were more than 10 people before him. If these dragon monsters joined hands and surrounded and killed Chu Dian regardless of the cost, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would probably be killed. Okay, Dragon Emperor, I will send a message immediately. Feng Changhao was excited when he heard this, and immediately used a secret method to send a message to the real dragon monster in the human emperor's secret realm. He just didn't believe that Chu Dian couldn't be killed in this way. Because Chu Tian was forced to wear mourning clothes, kneel 3 times and count down 9 times, and kneel down to those ants and lowly people. It was a lifelong shame for him. The dignified lord of the Dragon Realm, the emperor of his clan, is simply shameless. He found an excuse to openly attack Xiao Dian but failed, and now he wants to besiege him, using any means necessary. He has no dignity of an emperor at all. Chu Tianqing's eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched tightly, his nails were digging into his flesh, and his entire palms were stained red. An extreme aura kept surging in his body, and he wished he could rush directly into the Dragon Realm and give the Dragon Clan a bloody massacre. Chu Tianqing, stay calm. Quickly practice the ice heart technique and recite Buddhist scriptures. The deep, rapid voice of the Tianquan goddess immediately rang in his ears. Don't forget, Chu Tian spent a huge price to help you break free from your extreme state. Now your state is still unstable. If you fall into a crazy extreme state again, even the return of the mythical human king will not be able to save you. The extreme realm is unacceptable to all races in the myriad realms. If you fall into the extreme realm, the heavenly fate dragon emperor will have an excuse to rally other alien races to target your sect, or even the entire Hengtian human race. Do you want Chu Tian's hard work to go to waste? Your Hengtian realm has risen so rapidly, and you've offended the Dragon Clan. I'm afraid the Dragon Clan is struggling to find an excuse to rally the all-race coalition to invade your Hengtian realm. The Tianquan goddess's repeated deep shouts exploded directly in Chu Tianqing's mind. At the same time, the Tianquan divine ring glowed, covering Chu Tianqing's sea of consciousness and suppressing the revival of his extreme consciousness. I understand. Chu Tianqing's voice was hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot, but after hearing the words of the goddess Tianquan, he finally recovered from his extreme state. When I reach the pinnacle of my realm, I will slaughter billions of dragons with blood to avenge today's humiliation. Chu Tianyan was filled with murderous energy, and even the shadow of a white tiger flashed on his face. His aura kept fluctuating. Dragon Clan, you really deserve to die. Chu Tianyan only hated himself for being such a waste that he couldn't break through to the emperor level. In such a situation, he was of no use at all. King Chu Tian's withered hair fluttered in the wind, his face gloomy. He took a step forward and looked towards the direction of the Dragon Realm. Heaven's mandate Dragon Emperor, the battle for supremacy among the proud heroes, life and death are determined by fate. I will never let you off for what you did to my son before. After the 9 realms competition, I will definitely slaughter 100 of your heavenly dragon clan's divine kings and emperors. The cold voice of the heavenly fate Dragon Emperor resounded through the sky. King Chu, you can try to step into the myriad world's ruins. Your Hengtian realm's power in the myriad worlds has been wiped out by my Dragon Clan. If you want to die, the powerful dragons of my clan won't mind sending you off. The voice of the heavenly fate Dragon Emperor was indifferent and cold, and he did not take the threatening words of King Chu seriously at all. Without the huge benefits, he would not be able to make billions of true dragons of the Dragon Clan cross the endless realm and expedition to the Hengtian realm. But this does not mean that the Dragon Clan will be afraid of the threat from the Hengtian realm. As long as King Chu Tian, or even the strong men of Hengtian realm, dare to go to Wanjiakshu to fight for hegemony, the strong men of the Dragon Clan can send them off at any time. Many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm, even the Taoist master Tianyan, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. The ruins of the 10,000 worlds have countless resources and are vast and boundless. Thousands of races compete for supremacy in it. Every powerful force and race will send strong men to establish strongholds in it and collect resources. But in the past 3 years, the strong men of the Dragon Clan have slaughtered the strong men and geniuses of the Hengtian realm in the ruins of 10,000 realms at all costs, causing huge damage to the major sects of the Hengtian realm and unimaginable losses in interests. This is also the reason why so many top sects and powerful people in Hengtian continent strongly opposed continuing to be enemies with the Dragon Clan and participating in the 9 realms competition. It was only through the combined efforts of Hengkong Human King, Tianyan Daozhen, and Tianwang Emperor that all the voices of opposition were suppressed. They even speculated that the sudden withdrawal of the Yin-Yang sect and the 5 top sects was probably due to this reason. Chapter 265 Darkness and Light. Human King, quickly send a message to Chu Tian and the other Tianzhao in the realm, and have Heng Chong, Wei Lian and others rush to the netherworld Human King's tomb as soon as possible. Tianyan Daozhen said with a heavy face, otherwise, if Chu Tian is hunted down by the evil dragons, the eternal humans, and even the netherworld humans in the Human King's tomb, the consequences will be disastrous. That place is extremely solid. There's no way up to the sky, no door down to the ground. There's no way to escape. It would be best. Tianyan Daozhen's voice became increasingly low. Let Chu Tian temporarily leave the Human King's tomb to accumulate strength and search for opportunities and treasures. After breaking through the divine realm with Huaimei, they can then seek out the dragon monsters to fight for supremacy and fight to the death. The face of the Human King Heng Kong was solemn, and his eyes were full of murderous intent and unwillingness, but as the Human King, he could only force himself to remain calm and think. What Tianyan Daozhen said coincided with what he was thinking. They firmly believed that with the foundation accumulated by Chu Tian, as long as he broke through the divine realm, he could fight against any genius or monster in the divine realm, or even sweep them away. There is no need to put yourself in a desperate situation for the sake of immediate benefits. Buzz. The Human King Heng Kong cut his palm, closed his eyes, and immediately sent a message to Chu Tian and the geniuses and evildoers of the Hengtian realm in the secret realm. At this time, in the eternal court, Chu Tian, I won't be at peace until you die. With you here, my Yi family will probably never be able to hold our heads up again for 10,000 years, or even be wiped out. Yi Qianshang looked up at the scenes in the starry sky. After seeing the Heng Kong Human King close his eyes, he sighed and said, I also love talents, but why weren't you born in my Yi family? Yi Qianshang took out a dagger and cut open his palm. The blood flowed and turned into a blood mist. He raised his hand and lightly tapped it. An invisible blood-colored ripple surged out and rushed straight into the secret realm of the Human Emperor. Human King, you've probably forgotten that in order to prevent the sudden disappearance and death of the current Human King, the ancestral court was leaderless and in chaos. The leader of the most powerful sect was the candidate for the Human King position. You had already passed on to me the method to communicate with the Human King's secret realm. I was in the light before, but now I am in the dark. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the endless void, the secret method used by Yi Qianshang directly offset the message of King Hengtian outside the secret realm. Yi Fan, Chu Tian is in the tomb of the Netherworld King in the Dead Sea. After offsetting the message from the Heng Kong King, Yi Qianshang sent another message to the Yi family's geniuses, informing them of the current situation, and trying to distract the Hengtian realm's geniuses so that they could not get the news in the first place and rush to support, and also trying to find ways to help the Dragon Clan, the Heart Demon Clan, etc., to kill Chu Tian in the Netherworld King's tomb. I've been summoned. The Heng Kong Human King let out a long sigh and looked at Chu Tian in the tomb of the Netherworld Human King projected on the Kunlun mirror. He said, I hope Chu Tian can make the right decision and not act rashly. Tianyan Daozhen nodded and smiled slightly, saying, this kid actually has a flexible mind, ruthless methods, and deep scheming. You can rest assured, Human King. This kid knows his limits and knows when to stop. After gaining enough benefits, he will leave the Human King's tomb as soon as possible. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, time has passed. In the secret realm of the Human Emperor, in a cave on a mountain where demonic fog is surging, bursts of wailing and shrill sounds are constantly heard from it, which makes people feel creepy. But at the foot of the mountain, there are skeletons everywhere. They are the bones left behind by the genius who tried to break into the mountain and snatch Jiwan. Princess Xingxun, please stop torturing me and let me die. I have told you everything I know. In the cave, a demon from the Heart Demon clan was begging for mercy. Only bones were left of his neck, and all his facial features had been dug out of his head. You, the bloodthirsty clan, are truly audacious. You even dared to disobey my father's orders, pretending to obey but secretly disobeying them. Ren Yuxuan's face was indifferent. She held a small knife in her hand and gently pushed it forward, directly stabbing it into the eyebrows of the demon in front of her, piercing his sea of consciousness and soul. His life force was fading quickly, but a look of relief appeared on his face. No one knew what kind of terrible torture he had suffered. The tomb of the Netherworld King, the Dead Sea, the Netherworld Sea suppressing Black Tortoise. My little man, you really make me worry about you. It's just strange. Why didn't I get any information when I joined the war on behalf of the Hengtian realm? What is that old Hengkong human king doing? The geniuses and evildoers of all races have all been driven to the Dead Sea, but these geniuses of the Hengtian human race are still acting on their own and paying no attention at all. Ren Yuxin frowned slightly, muttered to herself, and looked up at a towering mountain 100 miles away. It looked like a divine sword reaching into the sky, looking down upon the heavens with mighty sword intent. It's not just me. Jian Kong is still trying to comprehend the way of the sword, so he probably hasn't received any information either. Strangeness. Ren Yuxuan raised her foot, left the devil's cave, and took a step towards the sword peak 100 miles away. She raised her white and tender palm, which turned into a huge devil's palm and pressed directly towards the sword peak. The demonic might rolled, crushing the sky. The entire sword peak trembled violently, causing the surrounding human geniuses from all walks of life to tremble continuously. This Princess Xingxuan had left an extremely terrifying impression on them during these days. She had plundered countless opportunities and treasures, and as many as 10 powerful saint sons from all walks of life had fallen in her hands. Even her fellow heart demons would be killed without any hesitation. Now, is she going to attack Jian Kong, who is also a representative of Hengtian realm? Buzz. A surge of sword intent surged into the sky, colliding directly with the 1,000-foot devil's palm. The 1,000-mile sky was swept across and shattered. The endless sword intent and devil mist were like a yin and yang explosion. The terrifying aftermath obliterated countless mountains. The two of them lightly collided with each other, showing their strength, which was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Ren Yuxuan, do you want to die? At the top of the sword peak, a man wearing a snow-white robe and carrying an ancient long sword on his back slowly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze was like a heavenly sword, tearing through the void, sweeping across everything, and heading straight for Ren Yuxuan. Seeing this scene, the surrounding geniuses were even more horrified, as if they were watching a myth or legend. Every move he made was full of swordsmanship, and his gaze turned into a sword. This was the realm where the swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Every flower and every blade of grass could be turned into a sword to slash through the heavens. In the way of swordsmanship, this is already the realm of Sword Emperor. This pair of eyes alone contained terrifying power, and any evildoer at the peak of the divine realm would be killed instantly. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Jian Kong, don't tell me whether you have the ability to kill me. This princess is destined to be Chu Tian's future daughter-in-law, the daughter-in-law of the broken sword goddess. Do you dare to kill me? Ren Yuxuan laughed like a silver bell, her body shaking with laughter, revealing an expression that was completely different from the cold and cruel look before, and was extremely charming and seductive. Chapter 266, The Prodigy's Departure. What is it? Jian Kong's eyes were indifferent, as if there was only the sword in his heart. He looked at the beautiful and seductive Ren Yuxuan as if she was a skeleton. You are just as cold-hearted as Chu Tian. You both don't know how to be gentle with women. Ren Yuxuan curled her lips, her expression returning to its cold and dignified state, and said, haven't you been looking for Chu Tian? Do you know where he is now? Jian Kong's face was icy, and he said, I don't know, but a few days ago, a genius from the Holy Heaven sect came to tell me that Chu Tian had a great adventure and was in seclusion. Jian Qing was with him, so I didn't need to worry. After Chu Tian's seclusion was over, he would. Holy Heaven sect. A cold gleam flashed in Ren Yuxuan's beautiful eyes as she said, with your scheming mind, you still dare to boast about leading the Hengtian realm to fight for hegemony and fight against the Dragon Clan. I'm afraid you'll be taken advantage of and played around like crazy without even realizing it. It's good for Jianqing and Chu Tian to be together, but now, I'm afraid they have fallen into a crisis. The tomb of the Netherworld King was discovered in the Dead Sea. All the monsters therein have died. The geniuses and evildoers from all walks of life and races are rushing there, but the geniuses from the Hengtian realm are the only ones who know nothing. Chu Tian and Jian Qing were the first to enter the human emperor's tomb. The heavenly dragon emperor issued a death order. I'm afraid they will soon be besieged by the evil dragons, the eternal humans, the netherworld humans, and other evildoers. Buzz. In an instant, Jian Kong stood up with a bang, and the terrifying sword energy directly tore through the vast sky. He suddenly pulled out the ancient long sword behind him. With a sword strike, it directly connected to the place thousands of miles away, and he stepped directly into it in one step. Damn it, why haven't I received any news? What are those rubbish from the Hengtian human realm doing? If anything happens to Jian Qing, I will definitely slaughter them first. Jian Kong rushed towards the Dead Sea quickly. His cold voice contained a terrifying sword intent, which caused the surrounding mountains and rivers to be directly annihilated into nothingness. Jian Qing. Ren Yuxuan's red lips curled up slightly as she quickly flew towards the Dead Sea. It seems you're not as cold as you appear. Compared to this princess's man, he's still far behind. Above the Dead Sea, endless gray fog still permeates the sky, and faint blue ripples occasionally echo across the sky. The netherworld sea guarding black tortoise seemed to have really transformed into a statue, standing tall in the Dead Sea, its huge body occupying half of the vast Dead Sea. On the tortoise shell, a sea of red spider lilies sways gently, and many huge statues of mythological figures from hell stand upright. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Across the sky, powerful monsters and geniuses kept coming, but when they arrived at the entrance of the human king's tomb, they found that the entrance was guarded by 5 tall and burly dragon monsters with dragon horns on their heads. Anyone who wanted to enter was directly driven away by cold shouting. Inside the tomb of the netherworld human king are the wanted criminals by our dragon king. Strong men of the human race are strictly prohibited from entering. The leading dragon monster spoke in a cold voice, his eyes sweeping over the human geniuses who had come over, including some monsters from the eternal human realm, with a strong sense of contempt. Dragon clan, you are too domineering. This is the tomb of the mythical king of our human race. Why won't you let us in? A monster from the burning flame realm shouted angrily. That's right, this is the secret realm of our human race. Why should you, the pride of the dragon race, be so presumptuous? There were constant shouts of anger. There were at least 400 or 500 human monsters who had received the news and rushed over from the surrounding areas at full speed. However, at this time, no one dared to force their way in. Because there were dozens of corpses of human monsters on the sea, and blood was everywhere. They were all killed by these dragon monsters. These dragon monsters are so powerful that it is suffocating. Just 5 people suppressed the entire audience. We blocked the entrance to wait for the arrival of the dragon emperor's son from the Kanglong clan to prevent Chu Tian from taking the opportunity to escape from the human king cemetery. The leading dragon monster said indifferently, after we kill Chu Tian, we will naturally let you enter the secret realm. Buzz. At this moment, a terrifying dark red blood light tore through the sky and flew out from the void, and endless shadows covered the Dead Sea for thousands of miles. It turned out to be a huge blood red real dragon, winding for thousands of feet, with dark red scales all over its body, like a blood dragon crawling out of hell. The terrifying and cold aura even made some human geniuses in the divine realm tremble all over and fall directly into the sea of blood. Greetings to the Emperor's son. The 5 dragon monsters at the entrance knelt at the same time with respectful expressions. This was not only a reverence for the identity of the Dragon Emperor's son, but also a respect for the strong. You two stay here to guard, and the rest of you follow me in. The dark blood dragon transformed into a tall and burly man wearing blood-stained clothes and with blood-red dragon horns on his head. He had an expressionless face and walked like a dragon and a tiger, not even glancing at the many human geniuses around him. Son of the Azure Dragon Emperor, I am the holy son of the Heart Demon Holy Land. This time, I am the leader of the eternal human realm. The human king asked me to lead the eternal realm's Tianjiao to cooperate with your dragon clan to kill Chu Dian. Don't forget, Kang Ning possesses the bloodline of the Chaos Dragon, and he was killed. Chu Dian's power should not be underestimated. Mo Wuan stood out from the crowd, his expression very grim, but he suppressed his anger and said to the Kanglong Emperor, please allow me to lead the eternal human race's geniuses and to avoid any accidents. What kind of person is Kang Ning? He's just a piece of trash with a bit of luck. Having human blood dooms him to be weak. The Kanglong Emperor glanced at Mo Wuan coldly and uttered 3 words softly, you don't deserve it. Then, he strode into the entrance, and the 3 dragon monsters quickly followed. Anyone who dares to enter will die. 2 dragon monsters blocked the intersection, their faces expressionless. Comparing my Azure Dragon clan's prince to that useless dragon with human blood is a capital crime. Do you understand? Roll. When facing the leader of the eternal human race, they also looked down on him and scolded him coldly. Mo Wuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was shaking with anger. He shouted angrily, you bastards with high expectations but low skills. He wished he could just strike and kill them, but he was afraid of offending the dragon clan. You piece of trash from the dragon clan, get out of here. At this time, a golden light came flying rapidly from outside the sky, and it turned out to be a huge golden rock. It turned out to be a monster from the Golden Winged Rock clan. Weak dragon, get out of here. Boom, the golden wings vibrated, and a hurricane swept across, sweeping the 2 dragon monsters away and directly escaping into the tomb of the Netherworld King. The inheritance of the Netherworld King's tomb is mine. Anyone who dares to steal it will die. Chapter 267 The Dead End. The Emperor Zhuan has arrived, he has arrived, ha 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 ha. In the starry sky, Feng Changhao's hoarse and low laughter echoed wildly. The strongest bloodlines of the dragon clan are all rushing to the human king's tomb. The evildoers of my eternal human clan and the evildoers of the Netherworld are also gathering here continuously. Chu Dian, let's see how you run this time. There were faint bloodshot in Feng Changhao's eyes and his voice was excited. But except for him, the expressions of the other kings around him were not good. It could even be said that they were so gloomy that water could drip from them. The evil dragons are so rampant that they completely ignore the fact that this is the tomb of the mythical king of our human race, and it is the territory of our human race. The Starry Sky King's voice was low, and his voice was trembling slightly. Among those geniuses and evildoers who were blocked outside the tomb of the Netherworld King, a large number were geniuses from the Starry Sky human realm. Among the geniuses and monsters from the Starry Sky human realm that were then introduced into the human emperor's secret realm, a large number of them were actually near the Dead Sea. After he sent the message, they rushed to the human king's cemetery as soon as possible. But they happened to encounter a dragon monster, who blocked the entrance and strictly prohibited anyone from entering. The first to clash with the dragon monsters were naturally the largest number of geniuses from the Starry Sky human realm. At this time, under the sea, among the dozens of human bodies torn to pieces, most of them were from the Starry Sky human realm. In order to intimidate the geniuses of the human race, the dragon monsters who arrived at the beginning used almost cruel methods, tearing off their limbs, pulling out their tendons and skinning them, swallowing their internal organs alive, and roasting their souls to death with dragon breath. Eternal Human King, don't you think that the alien monsters you invited are too cruel? The Starry Sky Human King questioned Feng Changhao with a hint of bloodshot in his eyes. In a battle of geniuses, with such a huge opportunity to fight for supremacy, it's normal for there to be some casualties. Feng Changhao glanced at the Hengkong Human King indifferently, and said without turning his head, besides, the Dragon Clan monster has already issued a warning. If you, the pride of the Xingqiang human realm, don't listen to the advice, you can't blame anyone. You are not as skilled as others. If you are dissatisfied, you can go to the Dragon Realm and find the Azure Dragon Emperor or even the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor to argue with him. The Starry Sky King was furious, his face looking extremely aggrieved. The expressions of the other kings were also extremely ugly and gloomy. It is unprecedented since the mythological era that so many alien monsters ranked in the top 50 or even the top 20 have participated in the war. They were completely caught off guard by this situation. The pure-blooded Dapeng, Suzaku, Skyfire Phoenix, and the unimaginable true dragon bloodline, the scenes they saw in these days were completely beyond their imagination. It can be said that in name it is a competition of geniuses of the human race in the 9 realms, but in reality, the human race has been reduced to a supporting role. Except for Chu Dian, no human monster has been able to stand up and challenge the monsters of other races. At this time, the expressions of many powerful people in Hengtian realm were extremely ugly. Even though Chu Dian occupied the first place on the Kunlun list, they were not happy at all. The dragon monsters blocked the entrance, and now the son of the Azure Dragon Emperor has also arrived. Chu Dian and Huaimei were still in the tomb of the Netherworld King, on the outskirts of the Sea of Red Spider Lilies. It's over. The Weapon King Sect Master clenched his fists, veins popping out of his sturdy arms. He said, can anyone tell me what is going on? Why are the geniuses and evildoers of the Hengtian human race all busy with their own things? Heng Chong, Saint Hillian, Yi Fan, Archie Wong sect, and even the geniuses and evildoers of each sect are all busy with their own things, like a pile of scattered sand. Emperor Lingfeng growled, the geniuses from all walks of life, even the Dragon Clan, have gradually gathered together, except for my Hengtian human clan. If this continues, the situation will be dangerous. Why didn't they obey the human king's orders and rush to the tomb of the human king at the Dead Sea? Damn it! Chu Tianxin and Chu Tianyan both had extremely gloomy expressions as they stared intently at Chu Dian in the Kunlun mirror, who was sitting cross-legged in the human king's tomb, absorbing the soul power of the red spider lily to practice, and Huaimei, who was setting up a big pot, filling with the seasonings and cooking the body of the gaming dragon. Under the cauldron, the Suzaku divine fire cast by Chu Dian was burning fiercely, and the cauldron was bubbling. Rich essence emanated from the dragon meat and turned into thick blood energy that lingered in the sky. Kang Ming's dragon body contains extremely powerful bloodline power and strong energy. The soup in the big pot was bubbling, and one could even see the branches, leaves and roots of the azure red spider lily swirling in it. These were the red spider lilies picked by Chu Dian, and Huaimei put them into the pot to boil together. Jian Qing on the side chewed the extremely tough dragon meat slowly enjoying the deliciousness of the dragon soup. Her once cold cheeks turned slightly rosy. The powerful blood and energy contained in the dragon meat made her blood and chi circulate rapidly throughout her body, and the increase in her physical strength was quite frightening. Sometimes, from her mouth shape, it can be seen that she would even praise Huaimei's craftsmanship for the first time, as if she had forgotten that she was often called Lil Bun. Chu Dian sat cross-legged on the side, cultivating, comprehending the mystical methods of divine power, and attacking more secret treasures. Sometimes, a terrifying vision of great success would flash past his head, or dozens or hundreds of secret treasures would be blasted open at once. Chaos divine thunder would explode, and 99 chaotic visions would evolve within it. Chaos would plant blue lotuses, and the immortal king would descend upon the ninth heaven. Huaimei and Jianqing, who were standing by, had gone from being horrified and shocked at the beginning to being numb now and could basically ignore Chu Dian's movements. Xiao Dian may not have received any news at all. Chu Tianqing said in a low voice, looking at Hank Kong Human King, the situation is now very clear. The geniuses and evildoers from all walks of life, even those from other races, have learned about the Dead Sea Human King's tomb. Only my Hengtian realm. Many powerful people also turned to look at the Hank Kong Human King. Their expressions were not very good. The top monsters from all the major sects joined the battle. In this kind of battle between top monsters, a little negligence or a little information gap could easily lead to the deaths of a large number of people. But now such a big oversight has occurred. The dragon monsters block the exit. Now that Kang Juan, the son of the Kanglong Emperor, has arrived, it is only a matter of time before the subsequent dragon monsters arrive. Chu Dian was almost in a desperate situation. Human King, why don't you try again? Tianyan Daozhen said in a low voice, and his fists clenched slightly under his sleeves. After all, Huaimei was also present. Facing so many dragon monsters, as he was not yet at the divine realm, he would definitely be the first one to be killed. The old face of the Hank Kong Human King was filled with a strong murderous aura. He also understood that there might have been some negligence. He immediately cut his palm and the thick imperial blood continued to escape until it was more than 10 times thicker than the last time. Then he began to use the secret technique to send a message to Chu Dian. In the Eternal King's court, Yi Qianshang looked indifferent as he watched this scene. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but he did not make another move to stop it. He muttered to himself, the situation is hopeless, there is no way to save it. Even the heavenly fate dragon Emperor can't interfere with the human Emperor's secret realm, so who else can save it? Chapter 268 received the message. In the secret realm of the human Emperor. Outside the sea of red spider lilies, faint blue ripples echo, the red spider lilies sway gently, and the faint floral fragrance wafts into the air. Chu Dian, who was sitting cross-legged in practice, raised his eyebrows slightly, slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the sky of the Dead Sea. It seemed that he could see through the barrier of the secret realm and look at the king of Hank Kong. Chu Dian, can you hear my voice? The anxious and low voice of King Hank Kong exploded in Chu Dian's mind like thunder. Able. Chu Dian moved his lips, because before entering the secret realm, the human king told him that although he could not interfere with things outside the secret realm, he could pass on some key information to him. Buzz. Although they could not hear Chu Dian's voice, when they saw his mouth shape, many powerful people trembled violently and their pupils contracted violently. Quick, let Chu Dian leave quickly. The Kanglong Emperor's son is approaching them rapidly. He must not be entangled. Emperor Lingfeng shouted angrily. Chu Dian, I will explain to you later. You should leave quickly and find a place to hide. The dragon monsters, the eternal human race, and the underworld human race are surrounding you. The angry voice of the Hank Kong Human King exploded directly in Chu Dian's mind. Surrounded. Chu Dian frowned and suddenly turned his head to look outside the sea of flowers on the other shore. Suddenly, a terrible breath came from the nearest Yama palace. Buzz. Chu Dian opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows, and through the void, he saw a tall and burly figure wearing a blood-red robe and with dragon horns, striding towards him. With each step, he could shrink the ground to an inch and cross hundreds of feet. Behind him, there were 3 dragon monsters with dragon horns, with cold faces and murderous aura, rushing straight towards him. He had looted all the precious scriptures and magical powers in the major palaces. Even the candlesticks and other items that could be taken away were taken away by Huaimei and Jianqing, so they had almost no time to stop along the way. In the tomb of the Netherworld King, the degree of space condensation is almost tens of millions times that of the outside world. Even Chu Dian's eye of heaven cannot see farther, but he can feel many extremely powerful auras crossing the Nahi Bridge, walking through the Yellow Springs River and rushing towards him at high speed. Interesting. Chu Dian gathered his breath, slowly stood up, and moved his mouth towards the sky, no problem. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing Chu Dian stand up, Huaimei turned around with a puzzled look on her face, then scratched her head and said excitedly, the red spider lily and dragon meat soup is ready, big brother, come and try my cooking. It will definitely surprise you. Huaimei looked very proud. In the Sihang Holy Sect, in order to satisfy her appetite, she had mastered the cooking skills. It's over. The pupils of many powerful people contracted violently. The next moment, they saw Kang Juan's figure stepping out of the Yama palace. His dark red cold pupils looked at Chu Dian for the first time. The anxious voice of the Hank Kong Human King exploded in Chu Dian's mind. Chu Dian, you must not get entangled. They are just the first to arrive. Human King, it's too late. At this time, King Chu Dian appeared beside King Hank Kong, interrupting the king's voice transmission. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at his son without blinking, and said without turning his head, it has already happened. All we can do is trust Xiao Dian. Trust him. King Chu Dian said word by word, we will definitely be able to get through this life or death situation. Many of the strongest people looked dejected and kept smiling bitterly. No matter how strong Chu Dian is, he can only defeat one dragon monster, but what about 2, 5, or even 10 or 20? There were also geniuses from the eternal human world and geniuses from the netherworld, who, led by the pure-blooded golden-winged rock, poured into the tomb of the human king. Chu Dian had such a great adventure, but he was alone, how could he fight? Even if he had to hand over the many magical scriptures and treasures he had obtained. The dragon monsters will not let him go for the reward from the dragon emperor. But now, there is no choice but to believe. What a terrifying aura. Huaimei, who was drinking soup, trembled all over and felt the terrifying aura of Kang Juan. The soup spilled all over her body, her pupils contracted violently, and a hint of fear emerged in her eyes. It was a breath so powerful that it made people despair. The moment Kang Juan stepped out of the Yama palace, he knew that he would not have the slightest power to resist this guy. Even if he had broken through the divine realm now, he would still be in danger of death facing this guy. It is as if a mortal is facing a devil that has walked out of the abyss of hell and is about to reap his soul. All the mortal can do is not struggle to avoid suffering more pain. Jianqing's rosy cheeks turned pale in an instant. He slowly stood up and uttered a few words with difficulty. The Kanglong Emperor's son, Kang Juan. She had never heard of the previous Kang Ming, but this one was very familiar to her. Because this guy had a shocking battle with his elder brother Jian Kong during his training in the ruins of 10,000 worlds many years ago, which shook the entire ruins of the realm of gods. That battle shattered millions of miles of mountains and rivers, shattered the universe, and dozens of large cities were shattered. The eldest brother Jian Kong was seriously injured and on the verge of death for the first time. When he returned to the clan, half of his head was torn off, and white bones and blood were exposed all over his body. The scars were filled with a strong sense of the abyss, which even made ordinary gods dare not approach him for fear of defiling their souls. That was the first time she saw Jian Kong so badly injured, and the name Kang Juan left an indelible impression on her. Because Jian Kong was hailed as the most promising demon in the ancient sword god clan in millions of years to reach the realm of Sword Saint, and he even had the aura of a young supreme being in all realms. She once asked Jian Kong what his chances of winning were if he faced Kang Juan again. Jian Kong did not answer, but simply wiped his sword. After a long moment, he responded, in a life and death battle, I should be able to kill him. Chu Dian, this guy is very perverted, very perverted. Jianqing's voice trembled. He is a mutated bloodline of the Kanglong clan, the Kaming blood prison demon dragon. After his birth, his bloodline was contaminated by the aura of the Forbidden Abyss, the demon god of the myriad realms Forbidden Land, but he remained immortal. This evolution led to a demonic dragon unprecedented in the history of the dragon clan. Each of his strikes contains the power of the 9 netherworld blood sea. When he reaches the fusion realm, the aura of the demonic abyss can even pollute the soul of a celestial being, causing them to suffer endless torture before dying in agony. Hide in the sea of red spider lilies quickly and find a chance to escape and find my elder brother. Only he can stop Kang Juon. The red spider lily is a kind of immortal medicine of the netherworld. It forbids the power of the soul, spirit, and supernatural powers. Your body should be able to protect itself even if it is besieged. Jianqing drew his sword, his face pale, but he stood in front of Chu Dian, forcing Chu Dian to quickly escape into the sea of red spider lilies. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, endless darkness spread out, covering the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Huaimei, Jianqing, and Chu Dian were all enveloped in it. This is a boundless abyss, with blood-red fog swirling in the sky. There is emptiness, nothingness, and a sense of despair surging, as if this is hell. Chapter 269, Forbidden Dragon Bloodline. No one can escape from me. Kang Juon shook his head. His slightly thin lips were tinged with blood, and his face was slightly pale, showing a sense of weakness. His expression was no longer as cold as before, but rather had a refined look. Chu Dian, you are different from other human wastes. You are a true strong man and deserve my respect. Let me introduce myself. I'm the eldest son of the Azure Dragon Emperor, Kang Juon. And the reason I'm here is to borrow your head so I can take the next step up and become a disciple of the Dragon Emperor. Kang Juon smiled slightly and said, if I can become the Dragon Emperor in the future, you will have contributed a lot to it. Don't resist me. Resistance will only make your death more painful. His smile was calm, with a sense of weakness, but the faint bloodiness it revealed was slightly creepy. Huaimei's face was pale, and he scratched his head with trembling hands. An invisible fear from the bottom of his heart made his legs tremble. In this dark abyss, he even felt that he was already dead. Jianqing's face was pale, but even with the sword intent covering him, his situation was only slightly better than Huaimei's. This is the innate magical power of the Kangming Blood Prison Demon Dragon, the Eternal Abyss. It can simulate the rules of the Forbidden Abyss. When you are in it, your lifespan, blood, spirit, and so on will be continuously lost and devoured by the Kang Juon. In this, he is God, an invincible existence. Suddenly, dozens of pale hairs appeared on her shiny black hair, fell off and fluttered in the air. Kang Juon, Kangming Blood Prison Demon Dragon, you are stronger than Kangming. But Kangming also wanted to use my blood to wash away the shame before. Do you know what happened to him? Chu Dian's face was calm. He raised his hand and waved it. The red dust mirror appeared above Huaimei and Jianqing's heads. The Tao essence of the years of the red dust fell down, directly isolating the rules of the Eternal Abyss from their bodies. It's no use. Kang Juon shook his head and said, no one has ever been able to break this innate magical power of mine. Letting them die quickly and avoid further fear and torture is actually the happiest thing for them. Kang Juon glanced at the big pot on the ground, his dark red eyes flashing with violence, and his body suddenly transformed into a 10,000-foot dark red blood dragon, opening his mouth wide and roaring suddenly. Although Kangming is a waste with human blood and a disgrace to my Kang Long clan, how dare you cook and eat him? You deserve to die. Boom. Kang Juon let out a terrifying roar, the sky shook, and rolling dragon breath condensed from his ferocious mouth and spurted out with a loud bang. Innate magical power, the great annihilation dragon breath. Jianqing's face turned pale, and he immediately said, he is a rare true dragon in the history of the dragon race who possesses 2 innate magical powers. His attack and killing are unparalleled, and his destructive power is extremely terrifying. You can't just stand up to him. Buzz. At this time, the 3 dragon monsters flashed and turned into dragon bodies at the same time, killing towards Chu Dian. Their attack covered Huaimei and Jianqing. In fact, in terms of combat power, they are only the real dragons ranked in the 3rd row among the 36 dragon monsters. Jianqing may be able to fight with them. But Kang Juon's Eternal Abyss was too terrifying. The rules suppressed Jianqing, making it almost impossible for her to exert any power. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying dragon breath, which could destroy the heaven and earth, contained the aura of cosmic annihilation, and even seemed to be able to bury all the worlds. Ha 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 ha, kill, kill, kill. Feng Changhao laughed wildly, his hair dancing wildly, and he was extremely excited. Chu Dian, no matter how much you defy the heavens, what can you do? In front of the Kanglong Emperor, you are only one major realm lower. What can you use to fight? The breath of the Forbidden Abyss. Taoist Master Tianyan's expression was extremely grim. There are also 3 great dragon monsters assisting us. On the one hand, I have to protect Huaimei and Jianqing, and on the other hand, I have to fight against Kang Juon. No, no, all 3 of them will die. Human King, tell Chu Dian that if all else fails, even if it means sacrificing Huaimei, he must save his own life. Tianyan Daozin's last sentence was almost trembling, containing a suffocating and heart-wrenching feeling. Sacrifice your own apprentice. His heart is bleeding. But Chu Dian is the young leader of Hengtian realm this time and the only hope. If it is absolutely necessary, sacrificing one's own disciples is worth it if it can help Chu Dian escape. Chu Dian, you can abandon Huaimei and Jianqing and escape alone. Hengtong Human King used secret techniques to send a message directly to Chu Dian. But this time, King Chu did not stop him, because Kang Juon's abyss magical power made him feel horrified. The Forbidden Abyss is a forbidden area in the universe where even the Emperor dares not set foot. Any Emperor who enters it will have a high probability of death or even no chance of survival. He had never expected that Kang Juon not only survived the Jinyuan's power, but also used it for his own benefit and brought his magical powers to this level. Escape. Chu Dian's eyes were calm. He took a step forward, and the secret treasures around him glowed. The Chaos Spirit Pearl started to operate, and within the secret treasures, 99 kinds of chaotic visions that were in the making condensed. Boom. A terrifying roar raged, and a terrible force surged wildly. Spirit, supernatural powers, blood, hidden power, and visions were all condensed in one punch. An unobtainable abyss. I want to try it out to see if it's really that strong. Chu Dian's whole body was glowing with secret light, like a chaotic sun hanging in the abyss. The endless chaotic light swept away the darkness in the abyss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the entire abyss trembled violently, and terrible cracks began to emerge. This scene caused Kang Juon's pupils to suddenly shrink violently. A majestic blood dragon soul appeared above his head, continuously spewing out terrible dragon breaths of great annihilation. But a horrifying scene appeared. The chaotic power around Chu Dian was actually dissolving his dragon breath in the opposite direction, dissolving it directly. 88,000 secret treasures, almost 90,000. Kang Juon's pupils contracted violently, but then he suddenly let out a deafening dragon roar. Even if the secret treasures I've discovered exceed the limits of my dragon clan, so what? Secret treasures are never the only factor in strength. I am of the forbidden bloodline of the great dragon race, and you are of lowly human origin. You are destined to be a pile of dry bones under my feet, paving the way for my path to becoming the Dragon Emperor. Go to hell. Abyss riot, kill, swallow. Chapter 270 Perfect Supreme. So what if the tiny human race can open a secret treasure that exceeds the limits of our dragon race? Ever since the mythological era, the human race has always claimed to possess a limit of 180,000 secret treasures, ranking first among all the worlds, but it still can't even make it into the top 50 of all the races. The secret treasure is never unique. The birth of a great myth is flawless in every aspect. However, you were born into the human race. No matter how extraordinary your talent is, the fact that you were born into the human race means that you can only look up to the great Kangming blood-hell demon dragon forever. Boom, boom, boom. Kang Juan was wild and boundless, and the scales all over his body kept bursting out blood-red light. Rays of blood-red light, like pillars of heaven, swept across the entire abyss. The aura of the forbidden abyss made him so powerful that it seemed as if there was no limit, and his strength continued to increase. The 10,000-foot-tall blood-hell demon dragon was wreaking havoc in the sky. He was truly incredibly powerful, far surpassing Kangming, who had already entered the bloodline of the 12-clawed blue dragon and awakened the bloodline of the chaos dragon. Blood-colored beams of light burst out from his body. They were blood-colored secret worlds, huge and boundless, with a total of 84,000 of them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A perfect and supreme aura emanated from Kang Juan's majestic dragon body, which was suffocating. This is the result of developing the dragon body to its limit. After being developed to the extreme, it can no longer move forward even a little bit. This is the birth of the supreme being. This is the recognition and approval of him by the rules of heaven and earth. 84,000 secret treasures have been the limit of the dragon clan from ancient times to the present. Every dragon who can do this is a legendary figure in the history of the dragon world. If they stomp their feet, all the worlds will tremble. This is the true supreme. Giggle, giggle. Huaime's face in the abyss was pale. Facing Kang Juan's terrifying aura at such a close distance, he was so frightened that his teeth were chattering and his whole body was shaking. His face was so pale that there was no trace of blood, and even the light in his eyes was gradually fading. 84,000 secret treasures, mutated dragon bloodline, every aspect is more than one level higher than Kangming. With Huaime's strength, she has comprehended extraordinary magical powers, has a very high level of spiritual perfection, and a strong body. In fact, even if she faces most gods, she can almost defeat them. In the history of Hengtian realm, his combat power is always among the best. But even if they were at the same realm, he might not be Kang Juan's opponent. But now, he is at the peak of the fusion realm, in this eternal abyss, and during the extreme explosion of the Kangming blood prison demon dragon. The aftermath of that can even shock him to death. It is conceivable what a terrible shock Huaime is facing at this moment. Little Bun, I haven't caught up with my cousin yet, and Duan Muaner hasn't told me how to grow so big. I don't want to die here, Huaime muttered to himself, but his voice was clearly declining. Even wrinkles began to appear on his shiny head. Even with the protection of the red dust mirror's time and Dao essence, the gap between Huaime and Kang Juan is too huge, like the difference between heaven and earth, and her lifespan and vitality are constantly being devoured. Don't look into Kang Juan's dragon eyes, and protect your mind with all your strength. The Kangming blood prison nether dragon has been infected by the power of the forbidden abyss, and has powerful mental attacks that you cannot resist. Jian Qing kept shouting angrily. After all, she was also a demon in the realm of gods, and she was powerful. With the help of the red dust mirror, she could barely resist, but her face was still extremely pale. Little pervert, if you call me Little Bun again, I will kill you with my sword. Seeing Huaime's soul in turmoil, the light in her eyes dimming, and she could no longer hear her words, Jian Qing shouted angrily and directly released his soul and sword intent to help Huaime isolate herself from the mental shock. Puff, but as she did so, blood oozed out from the corner of her mouth, her face suddenly turned 10 times paler, and her body began to tremble violently. After all, she was just barely holding on. In the eternal abyss of Kang Juan, it was difficult for her to protect herself. Now she had to take care of Huaime. One could imagine the pressure she faced. Damn it, Daoist Tianyan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and his whole body was shaking violently. Looking at his disciple facing such torture, his heart seemed to be pinched by a big hand. He felt so uncomfortable that he almost suffocated. He wished he could take out the Yetian divine sword, rush into the secret realm, and rescue his disciple. What on earth went wrong? This shouldn't have happened. Why wasn't this information transmitted to the secret realm before? If I knew who was behind this, I would wipe out his entire clan. Daoist Tianyan roared, his eyes sweeping across the 8 human kings, murderous aura filling the air. He stared at Feng Changhao in particular for a long time, veins bulging on his neck. If the information was successfully transmitted to Chu Tian, he would never be so passive. The Kangming blood prison demon dragon. Chu Tianxing's face looked extremely ugly, and he was horrified in his heart, looking almost desperate. Even he was like this. Chu Tianyan, who was standing beside him, turned slightly pale. Seeing Kang Juan's horrible perversion, he almost suffocated. How many evildoers are there in this generation of the dragon clan? There are at least 3 12-clawed true dragon monsters, plus this Kang Juan. Xiaodian has to divide his energy to help Jianqing and Huaime while fighting. If this continues, they will all die there. With Xiaodian's strength, if he leaves the 2 of them behind, he should have a chance to escape alone. Chu Tianyan growled hoarsely. He didn't care about the life or death of Jianqing and Huaime. Chu Tian is the hope of the Chu family, the hope of the Shengxian sect, and the hope of the Hengtian realm. Chu Tian must not die. Human King, quickly send a message to Chu Tian. With the order of the Holy Heaven sect's leader, give him a death order and let him escape immediately. We must act decisively. We can't keep fighting like this. Kang Juan is too abnormal. The subsequent support from the 2 realms and many dragon monsters will arrive soon, but Xiaodian is helpless. Chu Tianyan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he even roared at the Hengkong Human King. Many powerful people also looked over, their hearts filled with horror, and they all believed that this battle was at an end. He opened up 84,000 secret realms, and the 12-clawed azure dragon with mutated bloodline was the son of the dragon emperor. His abnormality was so extreme that it suffocated them all. The time, place, and people are not on Chu Tian's side, so how can he fight? King Hengkong's arms trembled, and he subconsciously raised his palms, but at this moment, King Chu Tian made a move and directly grabbed his palms, saying in a low voice. Human King, no more messages can be sent. This kind of peak confrontation is ever-changing. Xiaodian is still distracted by Huaime and Jianqing. If his mind is disturbed, the consequences will be disastrous. At this time, Feng Changhao's wildly laughing voice was heard. Hengtian human race, no matter how you discuss, Chu Tian will die, why bother making such a desperate struggle? Boom, suddenly, the Duong heavenly dragon seal crossed the starry sky, and a silver dragon coiled and directly suppressed Feng Changhao, causing the starry sky to collapse. The dragon clan was invited by you from the eternal human realm, but you forcibly interfered with the battle within the secret realm. Otherwise, how could it have turned out like this? King Chu Tian roared angrily, his hair dancing wildly, and he used his magical powers to suppress Feng Changhao. If Xiaodian dies in it, before I kill the dragon clan, I will make your Feng family pay the price in blood. Chapter 271 The Battle of the Supremes. Buzz. Feng Changhao's soul projection was directly wiped out by the Duong Tianlong seal. The other 7 great kings watched silently without saying anything. They were also very dissatisfied with Feng Changhao because the dragon clan arrogantly blocked the entrance. Moreover, what King Chu Tian said was not wrong. If it were not for the heavenly fate dragon emperor violating the rules of the 9 realms competition and forcibly intervening, the tomb of the netherworld human king would not have been unearthed, and the situation would not have become such a near-death situation. After all, even the Dead Sea, known as a place of death, is not without life. According to ancient records, there are still some geniuses and evildoers who can escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying power of chaos surged. Chu Tian had a blank expression on his face. He turned his head and glanced at Huaime and Jianqing, frowning slightly. Buzz. The power of chaos spread out and merged into the red dust mirror, driving the magical powers and helping the two to offset the pressure. Kang Juwon's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. He couldn't break through the eternal abyss with the power of the forbidden abyss for a while. Brother, if you can't do it, just leave me alone. Please tell my cousin to find a good man to marry and don't wait for me, Huaimei murmured to herself in a weak voice. I never have the habit of abandoning my younger brothers. Chu Dian's face was indifferent, and chaotic thunder began to spread in his eyes. Thunder roared in the secrets around his body, and strange phenomena evolved at an accelerated pace. Buzz. In his mind, the chaos spirit orb roared, erupting with a tsunami-like physical spiritual power. Between the eyebrows, the eye of heaven opened directly. Boom, boom, boom. A large three-legged cauldron appeared above his head, with mysterious and complex Taoist patterns engraved on the body of the cauldron. Ding Zhen was in the abyss, and the power of the forbidden abyss was directly suppressed, unable to touch his body at all. Under the eyes of heaven, spiritual power was multiplied 100-fold, and blood and energy surged into the sky. The 10,000 Tao cauldron erupted with endless Tao essence, and the cauldron suppressed the abyss. It contained the Tao essence condensed by thousands of great visions, as if it had turned into a huge furnace. In the palm of his hand, the word, devil, burst out with endless blood light, turning into an abyss, and even began to frantically devour the forbidden power and laws in the eternal abyss. For the first time in 3 years, Chu Dian was so unscrupulous and began to unleash all his strength. Except for the extraordinary magical power red dust mirror and the small world opened up by the world seed, he had no reservations. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Dian, who was originally like a chaotic sun, suddenly grew wildly, his light shot up into the sky, and his blood and energy were like a vast wolf smoke, filling the entire abyss. He was like a chaotic star, hanging above the abyss, illuminating the whole world. The spirit of perfection and substance, thousands of great visions melted into one cauldron, 88,000 secret treasures were all superimposed, and suddenly a punch was blasted out. Buzz. Chu Dian was like a chaotic star, colliding with the winding Kang Juwon for tens of thousands of times. The terrifying aftermath of the shock was like the destruction of the universe, raging wildly and destroying everything within sight. The three dragon monsters around him were extremely frightened and began to retreat frantically, not daring to attack Huaimei and Jianqing again. If they were hit head-on, they would be seriously injured on the spot if not killed. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Dian's blood and energy surged to the sky, and the strength of his physical body alone had reached 200 million Jin. After being blessed by his spirit, supernatural powers, and secret treasures, he punched out with a killing force, and the power directly exceeded 600 billion. Each punch seemed to possess the terrifying power to destroy an area of the starry sky. If it were in the outside world, with one punch, dozens or hundreds of stars, along with the star regions they were in, would be directly annihilated and collapsed. The eternal abyss was trembling violently, and terrible cracks had spread across it, making it riddled with holes. However, it had to be said that after being baptized by the forbidden abyss of the demon god, the terrifying innate magical power was beyond belief. It was affected and shaken so much that it did not shatter directly. Instead, it emitted even more terrifying dark red power, which was added to Kang Juwon's dragon body, making his physical strength far inferior to Chu Dian. He could only burst out a power of 300 billion at most, and he did not fall into a disadvantage even after facing tens of thousands of attacks. This evildoer Kang Juwon can definitely be called the young supreme of the 10,000 worlds. Emperor Lingfeng said tremblingly, his heart seemed to be tightened. Many of the strongest people, the 9 kings, and all the strong people looked at this battle that was almost the pinnacle of the world with horror. Especially Chu Dian, they simply couldn't describe what they saw in words. Kang Juwon's combat power, bloodline, the degree of development of his secret treasures, etc. are all almost perfect. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to call him the young supreme. In any previous era, he was the top young supreme who could compete with any monster in the world. So how should we describe Chu Dian? In the cross-border battle against the heaven-defying monster Kang Juwon, even in the collision at this moment, they could vaguely see that Chu Dian even had a slight advantage. The eternal abyss was shattered to this extent, which was the best proof. Even Kang Juwon's dragon horns were broken more than once. Although they were quickly repaired, it can be seen that Chu Dian had the upper hand. It's a miracle, but at a time like this, one miracle is not enough. Chu Tianqing's face was heavy as he turned his gaze to the screen. The palace behind the Yama Palace, many monsters from alien races, the pure-blooded golden-winged roc, the vermilion bird, etc. were also rushing towards them rapidly. Mo Wuan and Yululi from the eternal human world are among them. Yu Kun, the son of Yuzong, the king of the underworld, is also among them, leading hundreds of geniuses behind him. The 6 dragon monsters were winding their dragon bodies and moving around at high speed. They also included 2 guys who had just arrived and were standing in the second row among the 36 dragon monsters. How do we fight this? Jiang Kong, Princess Xingxun, Hengchong, Holy Maiden Hylian, where are you all? You must hurry. Chu Tianyan, a half-step emperor with incredible combat power, was so nervous that his hands were shaking and his lips were dry and cracked. He stared at the battle between Chu Dian and Kang Juwon, while staring at the entrance to the human king's tomb. Roar, 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 how could you possibly fight me to this extent? Damn it, you insignificant human, you have completely pissed me off. Kang Juwon was extremely furious. As the top monster of the dominant dragon clan, he had used so many methods but was still unable to defeat Chu Dian. It was a huge shame for him. Even his dragon horns were broken by Chu Dian many times. Even if you develop 88,000 secret treasures, what does it matter? I am a perfect mutant dragon, and I have already ignited the divine fire. In every aspect, I am the strongest dragon. How can you compare with me? I didn't want to use the power of my soul to make you die with a sincere heart, but since that's the case, just die now. Chapter 272 Kang Juwon's Threats and Inducements. Boom, boom, boom. A blood-red flame bloomed between Kang Juwon's eyebrows, and the ignited divine fire began to burn fiercely. A terrifying blood-red dragon soul roared in it and flew out from the blood-red abyss. The Dharma of heaven and earth, the soul of the dragon is materialized. Moreover, because Kang Juwon's dragon soul was baptized by the power of the forbidden abyss and became immortal, not only did his bloodline mutate but even his dragon soul underwent a mutation. In the dragon soul, it seemed that there were countless demons who had fallen in the forbidden abyss roaring and shaking the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flowers on the other shore swayed gently, spreading out faint blue ripples, as if they were affected by the roar of the demon in the soul of the forbidden abyss demon dragon and were sensing it. The red spider lily is an immortal elixir that belongs to the soul and spirit. It can even affect the sea of red spider lilies, so you can imagine how terrifying the power of the demon god's forbidden abyss is. Boom, I also have supernatural powers and visions. The roar of Kang Juwon's dragon soul shook the earth and heaven. 16 great visions and 2 extraordinary magical powers directly covered the entire eternal abyss and condensed on the dragon soul. Boom, the Dharma image of heaven and earth, the essence of dragon soul, this is a sign that the divine realm has reached its peak. Kang Juwon's soul can even leave his body and travel through the starry sky. It has not been destroyed for thousands of years, and it absorbs the power of the vast starry sky to maintain its existence, reaching an incredible level. The forbidden abyss dragon soul suppressed the sky, and all the rules seemed to be destroyed. The terrifying power spread out, causing a trace of blood to flow from the corner of Chu Dian's mouth, but it was quickly evaporated by the violent energy fluctuations. Kang Juwon's strength has truly reached an incredible level. You know, even in the peak battle with Kang Ning 3 years ago, which seemed tense, Kang Ning was unable to cause any harm to Chu Dian. I'm really a waste. At a time like this, I can't help my brother at all. Hugh Aime's voice was weak. He had been so leisurely, but now his eyes were full of bloodshot. In the past few years, although he seemed to be careless, he really tried his best to practice, concentrate his spirit, open up secret realms, and comprehend supernatural powers. In 3 years, he opened up tens of thousands of secret treasures, comprehended extraordinary magical powers, and his spiritual concentration reached 98. The result was non-stop practice day and night. It was to help Chu Dian and his cousin, Saint Hylian, in the secret realm. But he found that he was still of little use. Damn it, I'm just a waste. Why haven't I been able to break through the divine realm yet? Hugh Aime's voice was filled with heartbreaking pain. If he were stronger, Chu Dian would not have to divide his mind in extraordinary magical power, the red dust mirror, to protect him. Actually, at your age, reaching this level is already very impressive. Jian Qing's face turned pale, and blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth under the tremendous pressure. However, seeing Hugh Aime's desperate situation, he still comforted her softly. At the same age as me, you are much stronger than I was back then. You can almost rival my elder brother Jian Kong. Hugh Aime growled hoarsely, this is not enough, not even close to enough. I must become stronger so that I can help my elder brother and share the pressure with my cousin. But at this time, no one cared about Hugh Aime's movements. All eyes were on Chu Dian. At the moment when blood oozed from the corner of Chu Dian's mouth, the hearts of many powerful people in Hangtian realm seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand, almost suffocating them. A feeling of despair completely enveloped them. Kang Juwon had a slight advantage. And behind them, there is a steady stream of support. How to break through the siege. Boom, boom, boom. Kang Juwon roared continuously, why don't you die yet? If you surrender now, I will release the 2 ants you are protecting. Lend me your head, I mean what I say. Kang Juwon was very annoyed. His dark red dragon eyes were filled with a cold and wild light. Even though he had the upper hand, he became even more anxious and uneasy. He really didn't expect that killing a human monster who was not even at the god level would be such a fierce battle. If other human monsters arrived, even if they killed Chu Dian, he would have some credit, but the credit would also be shared with other dragon monsters. He wanted to monopolize the credit for killing Chu Dian, become the heir to the throne of Dragon Emperor, and enjoy all the resources and luck of the dragon realm. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to become the greatest dragon king in the history of the dragon clan. Other evildoers of the dragon clan, and even a large number of your human race's geniuses who want to kill you and rob you of your opportunities, are on their way. You are doomed. Kang Wuan roared at Chu Dian in a sinister voice, as long as you stop resisting, I will guarantee the lives of these 2 guys and their safe departure from the tomb of the human king. How about that? While fighting, Kang Juwon began to use words to interfere with Chu Dian's fighting will and mind. At the same time, the blood-colored dragon soul shook the sky, and the eternal abyss shook even more violently. Every blow was aimed at completely killing Chu Dian. At the same time, it began to divide its strength to attack Hugh Aime and Jianqing who were protected by the red dust mirror. Kang Juwon, you are also a top monster of the dragon clan, the son of the dragon emperor, and you are so shameless. Jianqing's pale face was extremely ugly, and he shouted angrily. You have no shame at all. Chu Tianyin was furious, his hair stood on end, and the murderous aura of the white tiger was rolling. The dragon clan is a bunch of shameless, lowly bastards with no moral integrity. Chu Dian's face was indifferent and cold. He had lived 2 lives as a human being and as a godfather of a generation. He had faced countless conspiracies and calculations. Kang Juwon's words could not shake his mind at all and cause him much fluctuation. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Dian punched out, blasting Kang Juwon's dragon soul away, then turned his body and went towards the 3 dragon monsters. His eyes were terrifyingly cold, his palms opened, and the word, demon, glowed, turning into a huge abyss, directly aimed at the 3 dragon monsters. Swallow. Chu Dian's indifferent voice exploded directly. Boom. In an instant, the blood-colored abyss erupted with rolling demonic light, directly enveloping the 3 dragon monsters, pulling them and continuing towards the abyss. At the same time, boom, the Wandao Ding suppressed it with a loud bang. The 2 supreme magical powers worked together, and thousands of great visions roared and flashed continuously. The terrifying power directly shook the bodies of the 3 dragon monsters and caused them to explode, and blood mist continued to spread. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 dragon monsters roared continuously, their dragon eyes filled with fear. Emperor's son, help me. Chapter 273 Promotion. Emperor, help me, roar. The shrill and heart-wrenching cries of fear from the 3 dragon monsters pierced the sky, making people shudder. The dragon's roar shook the sky, containing infinite fear of death. It was visible to the naked eye that the 3-legged green cauldron was pressing down, and 3 real dragons, each 5 or 6,000 feet long, had bodies as fragile as tofu, which kept breaking apart, blood mist kept exploding, and dragon scales shattered. Chu Dian pressed down with his big hand, and the word, demon, burst out with millions of blood rays. The abyss was shrouded, and the blood mist was swallowed up. Their dragon bodies were violently compressed, shrinking continuously, and were swallowed up by the abyss. They were terrified to the extreme. To be personally selected by the Dragon Emperor to participate in the 9 realms competition of the human race, in the dragon realm, they are definitely top-notch true dragon bloodlines, at least among the 12-clawed true dragons in various dragon branches. But after facing Chu Dian, a tiny human being, head-on, they were horrified to find that the overwhelming pressure was suffocating. Before, they had been sneering at Kang Ning, but he was actually suppressed by a small human. If the Dragon Emperor had not rescued him, he would have died. But I only discovered it at this moment. Kang Ning was able to fight Chu Dian for such a long time before being defeated. His strength is probably far beyond our imagination. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the 3 real dragon monsters were shaken into blood mist before they were swallowed into the bloody abyss, and not even a piece of dragon bone was left. Chu Dian exploded to his peak and attacked with all his strength, and they were like ants. Roar. They roared, and the remaining dragon souls were instantly swallowed into the abyss along with the blood mist. In a flash, everything happened so fast that Kang Juming had no time to react. The 3 real dragon monsters he brought with him were killed and devoured by Chu Dian. No trace of their bodies remained and their forms were completely destroyed. The bloody abyss swallowed them up, leaving nothing behind, not even a single scale, let alone a dragon ball. Even if the Dragon Emperor came, he could only watch helplessly, unable to defy fate and resurrect them. Chu Dian, you deserve to die. Kang Juan was furious and let out a dragon roar that shook the earth. His anger reached the extreme. His dragon body twisted and wreaked havoc on the universe. His dragon soul burst out with endless bloodlight and turned to kill Chu Dian. He also didn't expect that Chu Dian would take advantage of the fact that he was distracted to target Hugh Aime and Jianqing during the battle, suddenly shake his dragon body away, and turn around to kill the 3 real dragons that had almost no influence on the battle situation. He also didn't expect that in the abyss realm of his magical powers, Chu Dian could kill the 3 real dragons in seconds right under his nose. Kang Juan was not sad about the 3 real dragons under his command being killed. However, after seeing Chu Dian's bloody abyss swallowing them, Kang Juan suddenly smelled a strong smell of something wrong. We can't waste even a second. Verbal threats are a waste of effort. Chu Dian's mind was as hard as steel. No matter how he threatened, bribed, or used tricks, he remained unmoved. He also knew very well in his heart that if Hu Mei and Jianqing were killed directly, it would not threaten Chu Dian at all. Instead, it would allow him to let go completely and fight with all his strength. Leaving these two guys behind can actually tie up some of Chu Dian's mind and combat power. Boom, boom, boom. After devouring the three dragon monsters, Chu Dian's whole body emitted a deafening thunderous sound, and secret treasures were opened out madly, like the dark stars in the starry sky, which were constantly lit up one by one. These three true dragon monsters have powerful and pure bloodlines and contain huge potential. If they continue to practice normally, they will at least be half-step emperors, and there's also a huge possibility that they will become dragon masters. The potential hidden in their huge dragon bodies is enough for one of them to rival 10, 100, or even more yin-yang saint sons and saint maidens. It can be said that each of them is a dragon-shaped magic medicine for Chu Dian. Boom, boom, boom. Chaos energy swirled around, divine thunder exploded, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of secret treasures were opened, and the number continued to increase rapidly. In the secret treasure, 99 chaotic visions evolved madly, constantly condensing into shape, emitting an aura of supreme power, manifesting behind Chu Dian's head, and faintly, it seemed to have transformed into the supreme chaotic vision of the 99 heavens. The 99 layers of chaotic vision had not yet taken shape completely, only revealing an outline. However, that earth-shaking aura seemed to be able to penetrate time and space, the sun and the moon. A shocking divine light directly broke through the barrier of the eternal abyss and penetrated into the sky between the Dead Sea. This was the first time that this innate magical power possessing the power of the forbidden abyss had been directly pierced through since the beginning of the battle. After opening the 1,000 secret treasures again, Chu Dian's combat power made another huge leap. It is extremely difficult to open secret treasures, and the later it is, the more difficult it becomes. However, if you open 100 more, the improvement in your strength will be unimaginably huge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The innate magical powers possessed by these three true dragon monsters, as well as the various top dragon magical powers they cultivated, were also transformed by the word demon, allowing Chu Dian to quickly comprehend them to a high level, and he was only a little bit away from becoming a great magical power. Roar. The moment the eternal abyss was pierced, Kang Juan's huge dark red dragon body shook violently, and he let out an extremely painful dragon roar, and his whole body trembled violently. A huge cave exploded directly in the center of the head of the Dharma dragon soul, which was nearly 100,000 feet long, and the power of the blood soul instantly spread around. The eternal abyss is Kang Juan's innate magical power, which is connected to his blood, soul, and mind. This is why he said that he is immortal and the abyss is indestructible. Coupled with the overwhelming power of the forbidden abyss, Chu Dian was unable to break the eternal abyss despite repeated attacks. But the moment the eternal abyss was broken, it also meant that huge damage and impact were caused to Kang Juan's blood, soul, and mind. That kind of pain goes straight into the depths of the soul, comparable to being tortured by slicing. Roar, roar, roar. Kang Juan's huge dragon body kept twisting, wreaking havoc above the sky, emitting extremely painful dragon roars, disturbing the void. Starry sky. When many human kings saw this horrifying scene, their eyes widened in horror and they felt their hair stand on end. Witnessing this scene with your own eyes, the impact on your mind and spirit is truly indescribable. The originally tense situation had already tilted towards Kang Juan's side, but who could have imagined that Chu Dian's magical power was even more bizarre and 100 times more terrifying than the eternal abyss that devours lifespan. It does not devour life and vitality. Instead, it directly devoured the souls and bodies of the three real dragon monsters, and converted their energy, blood, potential, magical powers, etc. into its own use, directly breaking through thousands of secret treasures. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the number of secret treasures broken open on Chu Dian's body reached 90,000, an increase of 2,000. The blood potential of the three dragon monsters turned into 2,000 secret treasures. Chapter 274 No More Favors. Hiss. This method is unheard of and unseen. In the history of the human race, there has never been such a horrifying devouring magical power. It's so weird. The voices of the kings from all walks of life trembled. After the mythological era, some chaos demonic bodies also appeared in the demon clan, but those chaos demonic bodies recorded in the classics did not have such terrifying transformation power. As for directly devouring living beings and converting them into their own power, it is unheard of. The pupils of the Starry Sky human king widened with anger, and his voice trembled. The Starry Sky human realm is famous for deducing the starry sky and calculating destiny, and is knowledgeable and experienced. But this scene was completely beyond his understanding. It directly devours living beings, transforming energy, blood, magical powers, and everything else. It uses the spirits of heaven and earth as medicine. Compared with Chu Dian, the demons can't even be called demons. This is the real devil. Zanhuang Renhuang's eyes were deep and solemn, and he said hoarsely, the chaos demon god's body possesses the power of chaos, which is the original power between heaven and earth, and Chu Dian should have obtained the supreme magical power inheritance of the chaos ancestral demon god. That word, demon, should be the embodiment of the supreme magical power of the ancestral demon god. The ancestral demon god has an extremely mysterious origin. He is said to be one of the most powerful beings in the history of the demon race. It is said that he has unearthed the most core secrets of the chaos demon god's body. And Chu Dian possesses the chaos demon god body, and directly obtained the inheritance of the ancestral demon god, and obtained the ancestral demon god's most core understanding of the chaos demon god body. Zanhuang Renhuang's gaze was extremely heavy as he spoke word by word. He stood on the shoulders of the mythical giant, the ancestral demon god. It can be said that he is even more powerful than the chaos ancestral demon god of the same period. After all, the chaos ancestral demon god in the fusion realm didn't have this devouring divine ability, not to mention that he was still 1,080,000,000 miles away from fully understanding the chaos demon god body. Upon hearing this, many human kings were terrified to the extreme. Chu Dian's opportunity is simply amazing. When they saw Chu Dian devouring Kang Ming before, they were not so shocked, because Kang Ming's dragon balls were crushed by Chu Dian and he had no power to resist. However, these three true dragon monsters were not much weaker than Kang Ming, yet they were killed and devoured alive. This is a true evil demon. If he is allowed to grow up, he will bring disaster to our human race. Feng Changhao's hysterical roar came from the cracks in the starry sky. The soul projection was directly blasted by King Chu Dian, making him dare not continue to project. This king believes that the provisions of the Nine Realms Agreement can be activated to endanger the interests of the human race as a whole. For the safety of the human race as a whole, Chu Dian should be killed immediately. The human king Hengkong's face was extremely gloomy, and he sneered repeatedly, saying, I think that allowing a fellow like you, who has no sense of human honor and can even lose the precious human king seal, to continue to serve as the human king is a huge threat to the overall interests of our human race. I should use the provisions of the Nine Realms Agreement to abolish you, so as to prevent our human race from continuing to suffer humiliation. What do you think? If the human kings approve, I, the Hengqian human realm, am willing to lead the charge into the eternal human realm first. Hengkong, how dare you humiliate me like this? Feng Changhao roared. At this time, although Chu Dian broke through on the spot and began to suppress Kang Juan, the 99 heaven visions continued to penetrate the eternal abyss, causing great trauma to Kang Juan's soul. However, the heavy expressions of many powerful people in Hengqian realm did not ease much. The losing streak in the battle with Kang Juan was reversed, but Chu Dian was also held back by Kang Juan. Chu Dian, this is just the beginning. In the Eternal King's court, Yi Qianshang remained expressionless as he muttered to himself, this is an unsolvable dead end. Even if you are incredibly powerful, you will still die. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Dian was like a chaotic divine sun, a star in the sky, illuminating the entire dark blood-red abyss. With every punch and kick, he caused the sky to collapse. Under the blessing of the 99 supreme chaotic visions, the eternal abyss began to shatter. Chu Dian breaks all the laws with one force. The eternal abyss remains unbroken only because no one has reached the limit of what the abyss can bear. At this moment, Chu Dian punched Kang Juan one punch after another, causing his huge dragon body to explode continuously. His pair of dragon horns had been completely broken, and his Dharma dragon soul had even been shattered dozens of times and then continued to reassemble. Kang Juan was extremely angry and roared continuously, going against the will of heaven and earth. He was still extremely powerful. It could even be seen that his combat power was constantly improving during the battle. Infected by the power of the demon god's forbidden abyss, the mutated blue dragon bloodline is indeed immortal and boundless. However, compared with Chu Dian, the extent of his improvement is so tiny that it is almost not worth mentioning. Kang Juan is against the will of heaven, but Chu Dian is even more against the will of heaven than him. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Dian's fists and feet smashed the abyss, and huge cracks appeared, connecting to the outside world. For a moment, Kang Juan was unable to repair it immediately. Huaimei, Jianqing, you two should leave here first and go into the sea of red spider lilies. I'll cover your retreat. Chu Dian's indifferent voice echoed directly in Huaimei and Jianqing's ears. With a thought, the red dust mirror lowered the time pattern, covering the two of them, and directly threw them out into the abyss of eternal suffering through the crack. The sea of red spider lilies is the only way to survive. Don't look back, keep moving forward. Chu Dian's calm and unquestionable voice rang directly in the ears of the two. Then the red dust mirror was directly retracted and suspended above Chu Dian's head, parallel to the 10,000 Dao cauldron in the 99 heavens chaos vision. No one can leave. Kang Juan roared angrily, trying to cover the two of them with the eternal abyss again. Boom! The power of chaos soared into the sky, and Chu Dian punched through the abyss, directly blasting Kang Juan's soul into countless pieces. The return of the red dust mirror has greatly increased Chu Dian's combat power. This is the supreme magical power of Emperor Hengtian, and he has comprehended it to an extraordinary level. Although it is not as perfect as the magical power of the word demon, the power it contains is even more powerful. Brother, take care of yourself. I'll go get some help. Huaimei shouted hoarsely, her eyes bloodshot. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the pots, pans, and other items on the ground, and pulled Jianqing into the sea of red spider lilies. Jianqing was trembling all over. She had promised Jiankong that she would protect Chu Dian, but now, she had to ask Chu Dian to cover her retreat and give her a chance to find a way to survive. This made her feel heartbroken and extremely uncomfortable. But she didn't say a word. She understood that if she and Huaimei stayed, they would only hold Chu Dian back and restrict his actions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as they entered the sea of red spider lilies, the red spider lilies swayed and the rich blue ripples directly covered the two of them. Bang, bang. The two of them fell directly to the ground. Their spirits, magical powers, souls and other ethereal powers were suppressed, leaving only physical strength. A powerful and terrifying force surged out from the void and pressed towards the two of them, causing their bodies to crack and oozing thick blood, staining their entire bodies red. Chapter 276 Prince Tianpeng. Puff, Jianqing had already suffered serious injuries while trying to protect Huaimei. He spat out a large amount of blood and lay on the ground unable to move. The red spider lily is an immortal elixir cultivated by the king of the underworld. In it, all the power of nothingness will be deprived. A powerful and terrifying force faintly surged out from the huge black coffin in the center of the blue sea of flowers, like tsunami waves, constantly beating their bodies, trying to drive them out of the sea of flowers on the other shore. This was also the reason why Chu Dian and the other two had only been practicing outside the sea of red spider lilies to absorb the power of the blue ripples. Chu Dian had entered it and tried it out. The terrifying suppressing force became more and more terrifying as he went forward. When it reached the middle section, even he felt a great terror. So Chu Dian was not in a hurry and started to practice on the periphery. Because the effect of practicing outside the sea of red spider lilies is more than 10 times better than that of practicing in the holy heaven lake or even in the rising sun secret realm a few years ago. Staying here means waiting to die. Just now in the abyss, you protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. After Huaimei adjusted herself, she slowly stood up and carried Jianqing on her back. A thick blood aura filled the air, covering Jianqing. Before she took a step, she had already pressed a large hole in the ground. She said in a hoarse voice, I don't owe you anything now, little bun. It's really too small, but don't worry, I know there's a woman named Duan Muwaner who is very powerful. I've been trying to find out from her and tell my cousin. Once I find out the method from her, I'll tell you. Jianqing's face was pale. Without her magical powers, sword intent, or soul, she was far inferior to Huaimei in terms of physical body. She couldn't even take a single step out of the sea of red spider lilies. Once you escape, I will kill you, Jianqing said in a weak voice. Hee. Huaimei was under immense pressure. Her face was grim, and even her smile looked terrifying. She bore the pressure of two people alone. Her body was bursting, and blood stained the road red. When we get out, you won't be able to beat me. That big Duan Muwaner was like that. She can't beat me now, but she's always so stubborn. Okay, stop talking. Huaimei roared hoarsely, her back bent, blood constantly dripping, and she walked towards the coffin of the human king step by step. I'll take you to see what the mythical human king looks like. Boom, boom, boom. In the eternal abyss, the battle was deafening, and the terrible aftermath continued to dissipate, tearing the universe apart. Although Chu Dian's fighting ability is much stronger than Kang Juan, this guy's evilness and the terrifying dragon body are not something he can deal with in a short time. The existence of the power of the forbidden abyss has brought him an extremely huge blessing. There is also the dragon soul of the Dharma image of heaven and earth, which is almost immortal and extremely difficult to kill. Chu Dian can only continue to weaken its power and collapse the abyss. The power of Xiaodian's punch is probably close to 1 trillion now. Chu Tianyan's voice trembled and his expression was horrified. 1 trillion is equal to 1 trillion pounds of force. This is a terrifying force that is enough to destroy an entire star region. Chu Dian, on the other hand, has almost truly reached the fusion realm. Just thinking about it can scare a lot of people to death. Kang Juan is no match for Chu Dian, but the situation won't give him time to kill him. The starry sky human king said solemnly. Kang Juan also understands this, so he is holding Chu Dian back tightly. The Emperor Xuanwang nodded. The faces of many human kings were extremely solemn. The inheritance of the mythical Netherworld king can only belong to my Netherworld race. No one else can get involved, otherwise they will die. The Netherworld king, Yushuan, roared, his eyes bloodshot. Hand over the inheritance left by the mythical king, or no one can save him. Here it comes. At this time, King Chu's face was gloomy and he slowly uttered 2 words. Buzz. In front of the human king's tomb, in the Yama palace, a golden light suddenly tore through the sky and flew past at high speed. The inheritance of the Netherworld king belongs to this prince. The voice, which contained boundless coldness and tyranny, resounded between heaven and earth. Prince Tianpeng, I'm afraid my Phoenix clan will have to get involved in the inheritance of this mythical human king. A noble female voice sounded, accompanied by billowing red flames, and a fiery red phoenix flapped its wings and flew out. It was beautiful, gorgeous, and noble. 2 phoenix feathers sprinkled with fiery red starlight, making it look even more beautiful and gorgeous. Nirvana Phoenix Girl, then it depends on your own abilities. That mutant Kang Juan has been unable to defeat even a small human for so long, and even the Eternal Abyss has been beaten to the depths of the abyss. Prince Tianpeng's voice was overbearing, and golden light shuttled through the sky, so fast that even his body could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, golden feathers suddenly shot out, a total of 180,000. Golden divine light flowed, like a golden sword, bursting out. 100,000 and 80,000 golden feathered swords transformed into a golden sea of swords, drowning everything within sight, filling the sky for hundreds of miles, and directly bombarding the Eternal Abyss from the outside. Kang Juan, release Chu Dian and let this prince deal with him. The inheritance of the mythical human king is not something a mutant like you can get involved in. Prince Tianpeng's voice was extremely overbearing and cold, and he even had a bit of contempt for Kang Juan, the son of the Kanglong Emperor. Boom! In an instant, the Eternal Abyss exploded from the outside. 180,000 divine swords tore the ruins of the Eternal Abyss apart, exposing the scene inside. Pengkong, you bastard! Kang Juan's heart-wrenching voice, filled with endless pain, resounded throughout the sky. He never thought of it. Prince Tianpeng actually tore apart his innate magical power from the outside. Trying hard to restrain Chu Dian had already consumed all his might and energy, and he had little defense against the outside world. His soul and mind suffered unimaginable damage. Boom! Suddenly, the huge dragon soul image, which was nearly 100,000 feet in size, exploded and turned into stars, merging into Kang Juan's mind, and could no longer maintain its independent existence. Kang Juan's dragon body was already badly broken by Chu Dian, and even began to lose vitality. In the dark red dragon eyes, one could see with the naked eye that the light was constantly fading. Prince Tianpeng's attack can be said to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hiss, Princess Nirvana's voice was extremely shocked. She couldn't believe what she saw. How is this possible? Kang Juan was beaten like this by the human race. Human race, hand over the inheritance of the mythical human king. Prince Tianpeng was extremely domineering. He ignored the dying Kang Juan and rushed directly towards Chu Dian. The killing was shocking. 180,000 divine swords submerged Chu Dian. Swallow. Chu Dian's eyes were cold, and his big hand directly covered Kang Juan. Chapter 277 The Pride of Prince Tianpeng. Human, you can't kill me. Kang Juan was on the verge of despair, covered by the abyss of the word, demon. He was struggling to death, and the huge and winding dragon body was shaking wildly, like a last ray of light bursting out with earth-shaking power. However, his eternal abyss was completely broken by the joint efforts of Prince Tianpeng and Chu Dian, with internal and external support. The Dharma dragon soul was annihilated, and even the power of the demon god's forbidden abyss contained in it was dispersed. The blow to him was almost fatal. Even the last glimmer of struggle was suppressed by Chu Dian's bloody hand. The winding dragon body was constantly compressed and shrunk until it was swallowed by the abyss. I am a true dragon destined by heaven, blessed by the heavens and protected by endless luck. When I was young, I fell into the forbidden abyss of the devil, but it didn't kill me. Instead, I gained a chance to defy the heavens. How could I possibly be devoured by a mere human like you? No, Kang Juan roared heart-wrenchingly, shaking the universe, but no matter how he struggled or how he exploded, he could not reverse the situation. He was pulled bit by bit by the bloody abyss. In the blink of an eye, his dragon body had been compressed to a size of 100 feet, less than 1% of its previous size. The endless fear of death completely overwhelmed Kang Juan's mind and suffocated him. He was arrogant, unruly, and looked down on the heavens, but he was also afraid of death. Prince Tianpeng, you helped the human race's evildoers to launch a sneak attack on me. Aren't you afraid that my dragon race will pursue you afterwards? Aren't you afraid that my Xuanyu princess and Emperor Shidian dragon god will cause trouble for you? Kang Juan roared angrily, looked around the field, and finally looked for help on Prince Tianpeng. Even though these words of help were still harsh, for the proud him, they were unprecedented and had never happened before. In the field, only Prince Tianpeng can save him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 180,000 golden feathered swords turned into a river of swords, shattering the universe, destroying everything, and flooding towards Chu Dian. The power of this blow shook the mountains and rivers and was unparalleled. As a pure-blooded golden-winged rock, Prince Tianpeng's strength is simply unpredictable. Chu Dian suppressed Kang Juan, which consumed a lot of his mind and energy, so he did not confront Prince Tianpeng head-on. Instead, he used his magical powers to wander in the void, transforming into tens of thousands of phantoms, as if he was in different time and space, avoiding the long river of golden feather divine swords. The solid ground of the human king's tomb was plowed by the surging golden sword river and was directly flattened by dozens of meters. The clanging sound of metal shook the sky. Prince Tianpeng was extremely powerful, which put a lot of pressure on Chu Dian and prevented him from devouring Kang Juan in the first place. But suddenly, the moment Kang Juan's words resounded throughout the sky, the golden-winged rock, which had transformed into a flying golden light, suddenly stopped in the sky. Suddenly, because of the speed that almost transcended time and space, the huge body whose true appearance could not be seen appeared in front of everyone. It was a celestial rock, shining with golden light, as if made of divine iron. Its wings spread out, covering the vast sky and blocking out the sun. Its dark golden claws lightly swept across and collided with the space, easily leaving behind terrible cracks in the space. No one knew how sharp they were, but they were harder than the most precious treasures. Prince Tianpeng spread his wings and soared in the sky, his cold pupils filled with cruelty and coldness. Suddenly, the 180,000 golden feathered swords that had caused Chu Dian tremendous pressure suddenly turned around and flew back, reinserting themselves into his body. The endless clanging sound of metal was breathtaking. This scene was simply breathtaking. Those 180,000 golden feathered swords were not illusions created by magical powers, but were just feathers on his body. It is hard to imagine whether his body is really made of divine iron and how hard and strong it is. The golden feather sword river disappeared, and Chu Dian's pressure was greatly reduced. He suddenly opened his hands, and the 10,000 Dao cauldron, the red dust mirror, and the 99 heavens chaos vision burst out directly, blasting out with all his strength, directly crushing most of Kang Juan's dark red dragon body, and blood mist filled the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Dian did not give Kang Juan another chance to repair his body. The word, demon, burst out, and the huge mouth of the abyss opened, directly swallowing up the dragon blood in the sky. Kang Juan's broken dragon body had been compressed to less than 10 feet in size. Compared with before, it really looked like a broken little insect. The starry sky was completely suffocated, and there seemed to be a buzzing sound in the minds of many powerful people. Could it be that Prince Tianpeng is really an insider hired by the Hengtian human race? But the golden-winged rocks have always been extremely arrogant and look down on everyone. They even treat the dragons as prey. How can a small realm like the Hengtian realm, which has just squeezed into the top 100, get the favor of the Emperor Tianpeng? This is impossible. Even many of the most powerful people in the Hengtian human world were stunned in an instant. Could it be that this was a secret trick hidden by the king of Hengkong, and in order to keep it secret, he didn't even tell them? The gazes of many powerful people and human kings were cast at the same time on human king Hengkong and human king Yushuan of the netherworld, their expressions filled with a sense of suffocation and confusion. I don't know either. King Hengkong's voice was hoarse. He turned to look at King Chu Tian and Daoist Tianyan, but saw that their eyes were also full of surprise and confusion. They didn't understand what was going on. With Prince Tianpeng holding him back, even if Chu Tian could devour Kang Juan, it would not be so easy. Prince Tianpeng, isn't he an alien monster invited by the Netherworld? Daoist Tianyan looked at the Netherworld King. Evil beast, evil beast. The Netherworld human king's face was ashen and gloomy to the extreme. His arms were shaking violently. He hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't bear it anymore. He cut his palm and roared directly into the secret realm. Prince Tianpeng, why are you helping Chu Tian? Why don't you take this opportunity to kill him and help the Netherworld to seize the inheritance of the mythical human king? The Golden Winged Rock clan is a super powerful clan ranked 19th. Although they are few in number, each one is extremely powerful and cannot be ordered around by him at all. However, under the temptation of the inheritance of the mythical Netherworld king, Prince Tianpeng's blatant betrayal almost made the Netherworld king so angry that he vomited blood. He couldn't understand why Prince Tianpeng did this. Prince Tianpeng, what are you doing? Come and save me. Kang Juan roared heartbreakingly. He was constantly being pulled and was about to be swallowed by the bloody abyss. Buzz. Golden light burst out, illuminating the dark sky. The golden winged rock transformed into a blonde man, standing in the sky with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with coldness and dominance, and he glanced at Kang Juan indifferently. Originally, this prince wanted to kill Chu Tian immediately and seize the inheritance of the mythical human king. Whether to kill you or not, or whether to save this mutant blue dragon like you, is all in my hands and at my fingertips. But you actually dared to bring up Kong Xuanyu and Di Shidian to threaten this prince. If this prince accidentally saved you, wouldn't that make those two guys afraid? Chapter 278 Swallowing the Mutated Azure Dragon. Prince Tianpeng's voice was indifferent and cold, containing a suffocating sense of arrogance. Chu Tian, swallow this little red bug as soon as possible. The inheritance of the mythical Netherworld king belongs to this prince. By the way, don't even think about escaping from this prince's hands after swallowing this little bug. In the universe, no creature can be faster than my Tianpeng clan. The Nirvana Phoenix girl subconsciously shouted angrily from behind, madman. In the starry sky, when many powerful people and human kings heard this reason, their minds went blank. Is this okay? What is the reason? Is it because of Kang Juan's request for help? Those were clearly words asking for help, but Kang Juan was used to being arrogant, or perhaps he was afraid that the threat was not enough, so he brought up the Dragon Clan and the two Dragon Clan leaders who were in the first row. Who would have thought? It's because of this sentence. Prince Tianpeng not only did not try his best to rescue, but he also stopped immediately. This is simply a crazy bird that is so arrogant and paranoid. Chu Tianyan was stunned when he heard it, and complained subconsciously. Even though Prince Tianpeng's attack and withdrawal definitely helped Chu Tian a lot. Buzz. At this moment, Prince Tianpeng frowned slightly and looked towards the sky. A cold look flashed across his icy eyes. Yushuan human king, have I, the Tianpeng clan, given you face? You don't really think this prince is participating in this so-called Nine Realms competition just for your so-called rubbish reward, do you? For my Tianpeng clan, that little bit of money is just something to wipe our feet with. How dare you yell at this prince and give him orders? Old man, you'd better watch your tone, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Buzz. Prince Tianpeng took out a dark jade talisman, which was actually the rune that the Yushuan human king used to use secret methods to contact the geniuses in the world. Golden light flowed in his palm, and with a light pinch, it instantly turned into powder. It is not your place to comment on what this prince is, an old waste like you. Prince Tianpeng said indifferently, and then just looked at Chu Tian quietly, swallowing Kang Juan. The starry sky is suffocating. Many human kings and the strongest men were trembling all over. Even they had never heard of such an extremely paranoid monster and had only seen one in their lifetime. After all, the Golden Winged Rock clan was very rare. Although they were extremely powerful, the probability of encountering one in their entire life was incredibly small. Although the legend of the Golden Winged Rock has spread throughout the universe, it is said that they are extremely arrogant. But it is true that hearing about someone is not as good as meeting them. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand what it means to be so arrogant that it reaches the point of paranoia, and the arrogance is completely incomprehensible to normal people. Kang Juan is very arrogant and a powerful pervert. Due to the influence of the power of the Forbidden Abyss, his temperament is actually a bit weird. But compared with Prince Tianpeng, he is simply a normal dragon. Puff. The face of the Yushuan human king turned pale and blue, the projection of his soul shook violently, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. The soul is a projection of the body. One can imagine how angry Yushuan was at this moment, as his real body was in the Netherworld king's court. He was humiliated in public by the monster he had invited, and was called an old waste. Not to mention since he became the king of men, he had never been humiliated like this since he was born. But he also understood that he could do nothing, couldn't do anything, and dared not do anything. Prince Tianpeng, the two words, prince, at the end are not just for show. He is indeed the only blood descendant of the mythical Emperor Tianpeng who lived for nearly 20,000 years. It took countless efforts and magical medicines to breed this fellow. It took more than 10,000 years to incubate Prince Tianpeng. When he attacked Prince Tianpeng, Emperor Tianpeng dared to lead the great heavenly soldiers of the Tianpeng realm and directly charge into the Netherworld and pacify the Netherworld royal court. You brought this humiliation upon yourself, the Yushuan human king smiled bitterly. He was lucky that the Tianpeng clan took the initiative to contact him and were willing to let Prince Tianpeng help. He really shouldn't take the initiative to ask for anything. The Yushuan human king comforted himself in this way. Paranoid lunatic, a complete lunatic. You and your Tianpeng clan are all brainless. Kang Juan was so frightened that he was suffocating. He roared and roared, Princess Xuanyu and the others will never let you go. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the bloodlight surged, and the devil's abyss directly swallowed Kang Juan's dragon body. The roaring and roaring sound stopped abruptly, leaving only the heart-wrenching roar flowing between the sky. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he never stopped moving from beginning to end. He had seen too many such arrogant and paranoid lunatics. Prince Tianpeng and Ren Yushuan are of noble birth. They can get whatever they want, so their personalities are also different from ordinary people. Damn it, how could such a change happen? In the eternal royal court, Yu Tianshang could not remain calm. He cursed angrily and wished he could crush Prince Tianpeng to death. Feng Changhao's face was grim and gloomy to the extreme. He bit his mouth and blood came out. He roared angrily, why is Chu Tian so lucky? Could it be that he can really escape from this situation? Yu Tianshang's face was gloomy, and he said, it's okay, this is a dead end, Chu Tian can't escape. Kang Juan has held Chu Tian back. His mission is complete. If he is swallowed, then so be it. A paranoid guy like Prince Tianpeng will not let him go. Your eternal human race's demonic prodigy, other true dragons, and the Netherworld have all arrived. Chu Tian has obtained so many inheritance scriptures of mythical human kings. The evil geniuses from other worlds, as well as those alien races, will never let him go. Even if he grows wings, he can't escape. Swallow it, swallow it. Chu Tianqing was shaking with excitement, his scarlet eyes flashing with excitement. Swallowing Kang Juan's abnormally powerful mutant dragon bloodline might really allow Chu Tianqing to break this deadlock. The fact that he devoured Kang Juan, a monster with mutated Kanglong blood, was itself a terrifying miracle. Kang Juan, in any previous era, is the most top-notch monster in the myriad worlds, the young supreme, and even has the hope of becoming an invincible legend for 10,000 years. And Chu Dian, who crossed a major realm and devoured this young supreme being alive, was simply a huge miracle. Buzz, a fiery red light flashed across the sky, accompanied by the angry shout of the Nirvana Phoenix girl, "Crazy bird, get out of the way and let me do it." A truly magnificent dragon monster was swallowed by the lowly human race. How can the dignity of the dominant race of divine beasts be preserved? Tianpeng was too fast, leaving her far behind. It was not until this moment that she arrived at the scene. She could only watch Kang Juan being killed and swallowed by Prince Tianpeng and Chu Dian. The Phoenix clan, Dragon clan, Qilin clan, Golden Peng and Dapeng clan are collectively referred to as the dominant clans of divine beasts in the myriad worlds and belong to a large category. In the mythological period, the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, and the Qilin clan were in the same situation as the Dragon clan. They signed a mythological agreement with the human race and were the totems of the human race, that is, one of their mounts. This is also a huge shame for the proud and beautiful Phoenix clan. Although they are not as paranoid as the Dragon clan, they also remember it in their hearts. Now watching Kang Juan being swallowed by Chu Dian, Nirvana Phoenix girl naturally cannot accept it, and even directly scolds Prince Tianpeng. The king of the underworld is afraid of the Sky Peng clan, but the Phoenix clan is not. Humble human race, release the Azure Dragon Emperor immediately. Chapter 279, even if I die, I must die standing up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky was filled with the true fire of Nirvana, which instantly permeated the void and melted the sky. This was the top pure blood of the Phoenix clan, the true fire of the Nirvana Phoenix, which possessed the supreme power. The inheritance of the mythical human king belongs to this prince. Seeing Kang Juan being swallowed by Chu Dian, golden light flashed in Prince Tianpeng's eyes, like a sharp sword cutting through the void. His body trembled slightly, and thousands of hairs flew out, turning into golden feather swords in the sky, submerging Nirvana Phoenix and Chu Dian in them, and killing everyone in the sky. I will kill Chu Dian. Anyone who dares to compete with this prince will also die. Prince Tianpeng was incredibly domineering. He swung his hand and golden feathers filled the sky, numbering probably hundreds of thousands. They were like precious divine swords. The sword light illuminated the heavens and the entire sky of the human king's tomb, swallowing Chu Dian and the Nirvana Phoenix like an ocean. Most of the Nirvana true fire in the sky was directly extinguished, but it only melted a few golden feather swords. Buzz. Chu Dian's face was calm. He raised his hand and the 10,000 Dao cauldron returned, suppressing his head. It smelted all the Daos and made him immune to all evil. He suddenly closed his eyes and let the golden feathers strike him down. He remained motionless, like a towering mountain. The chaos divine ring behind his head surged and burst out with divine light. For a moment, the golden feathers could not tear his defense. Having comprehended thousands of top-level magical powers and been blessed with various defensive phenomena, Chu Dian's attack, defense, speed and so on have reached a terrifying level. However, in the previous duel with Kang Juan, he could not use his defensive magical powers at all because he had to protect Huaimei and Jiangqing. But even so, the forbidden power in the eternal abyss could not even turn a single hair of his white. It can be imagined how terrifying Chu Dian's defense is. His physical strength alone was 300 million jin, and with all kinds of defensive phenomena and the suppression of the 10,000 Dao cauldron, even a powerful god could not shake a single hair of his. Bang, bang, bang. Golden feathers flooded down from the sky, and the remaining Nirvana fire was burning. The golden sword light surged, and the flames shot up into the sky. Under this terrible attack, Chu Dian began to digest Kang Juan. The energy stored in this mutated monster with true dragon bloodline is so immense that the 3 dragon monsters he devoured before could not even catch up with it. It is 10 or even 100 times greater than their combined energy. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying thunderous sound emanated from Chu Dian's body, shaking the heaven and earth. A terrifying vision of heaven and earth emerged in the sky. Faintly, there seemed to be signs of the monster descending from the sky again, but it seemed to be isolated by the secret realm of the human emperor and could not come. The secret realm of the human emperor was created by the human emperor himself. Even the rules of the universe and the power of heaven cannot interfere with the trials therein. A terrible scene appeared. On Chu Dian's body, chaotic light spots flashed wildly, and the secret treasure began to be broken open at a crazy speed. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of secret treasures were broken open, and the human potential of the chaos demon body was madly excavated and surged out. The chaos divine thunder continued to explode, deafening the ears, and even directly extinguished the surrounding Nirvana true fire. Hundreds of divine swords were shattered by the terrifying sound of the divine thunder. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few breaths, the number of secret treasures that Chu Dian had opened reached 3,000, and it was still increasing wildly, as if there was no end. The blood and potential contained in Kang Juan's dragon body were so huge that it was unbelievable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, above Chu Dian's head, the chaotic vision of the 99 heavens also began to evolve at an accelerated pace and continued to condense. As the sky twisted, it seemed that there really were 99 worlds hanging above his head. At the same time, Kang Juan's innate magical powers, the eternal abyss evolved from the power of the forbidden abyss, the great annihilation dragon breath and other terrifying magical powers also began to evolve above Chu Dian. This scene was so terrifying that it was suffocating. In the starry sky, many powerful people in the Hengtian human world gasped in shock, feeling extremely horrified and excited. The extraordinary performance displayed by Chu Dian seemed to be able to constantly refresh their 3 views. In this dead end and deadlock, he constantly broke through adversity again and again and rose against the trend in battle. It seemed that there was no such thing as bottleneck or limit in him. Chu Dian's foundation is too solid. He has a powerful and extraordinary talent, an invincible body, a substantial spirit, and thousands of top-level magical powers which are unprecedented. As long as the power is sufficient, his breakthrough is far from reaching the limit. The monsters of the true dragon clan even helped shout in. Otherwise, there would not be so many monsters in the human race with bloodlines that are against the sky and powerful, and contain terrifying potential for him to devour and improve. Chu Tianqing said with a helpless smile, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. Fortunately, this is a great thing for Chu Dian. What worried him was that the situation was so dangerous that he couldn't think of how Chu Dian could break the impasse for a moment. How can Chu Dian, Wei Mei and Jianqing escape from this tragedy? We can't let Chu Dian continue to break through like this. Where are the monsters from your eternal human race and dragon race? Why haven't they arrived yet? Yi Tianshang growled, his face becoming slightly ferocious. Now that he is hiding in the dark and has made a meticulous plan, he really cannot allow himself to fail. Amidst the sea of red spider lilies, Huaimei's weak and hoarse voice rang out, "Brother, hold on. I'll soon overturn the human king's coffin. It's death. If we can't escape, we'll drag these beasts down with us. I, Huaimei, want the inheritance of the mythical human king." Bang, bang, bang. In the sea of red spider lilies, Huaimei's body was cracked, like a blood-red porcelain on the verge of breaking. All the blood in her body seemed to have been drained away. She carried Jiangqing on her back and walked towards the huge black coffin step by step. Every step he took, his body below the knee sank into the ground, as if he was carrying a towering mountain thousands of feet high on his back, moving forward with difficulty. "You little brat." Tianyan Daozin's eyes were bloodshot and his whole body was trembling. He suddenly lowered his head to wipe his eyes and muttered to himself in an inaudible voice, "Well done. You didn't lose face for the Sihang holy sect at the critical moment. I'm proud of you." Even if I die, the heir of the Sehang holy sect must die standing. Chapter 280 The heart of the Destiny Dragon Emperor is bleeding. The top true dragon bloodline of my dragon clan was actually eaten like this. Swallowed. Hengtian human race, you dare to insult my dragon race in this way. Are you really not afraid of the coming of a great catastrophe? An army of hundreds of millions of true dragons will flatten your entire realm. A low dragon roar echoed from the sky, creating ripples that continued to spread across the starry sky. In the entire star field, all the planets visible to the naked eye were annihilated and swept away. The Destiny Dragon Emperor is in the origin of the dragon realm and has not appeared, but everyone can feel the boundless anger hidden in his low voice. Kang Ming and Kang Juan are both top monsters of the Kanglong clan, and only one of them appears after tens of thousands of years. Looking at the entire vast dragon world, they are all top-level true dragons. As they grow along the way, even if they cannot become dragon emperors in the future, they will definitely become an invincible dragon emperor, the supreme dragon emperor, and become a giant in all worlds. But now, they all died in this secret realm of the human race, which had long been corrupt, decadent, divided, and on the verge of collapse. How can I explain this to the entire dragon realm and the ancient Azure Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor of Destiny spoke in a low voice, resounding like thunder. Feng Changhao, in the name of this emperor, I will issue a decree to the 9 realms dragon clan of your human race, and have the evildoers of the Kangdu Dragon Court convey it on my behalf. Order the 9 dragon clan heirs to kill all the proud and evildoers in the Hengtian human world at all costs. Get the head of a Hengtian human prodigy and you'll be rewarded with a drop of dragon emperor blood. Get a saint son of the Hengtian human clan, a saint maiden level monster, and be rewarded with a drop of dragon emperor blood. Get the head of the holy heaven sex genius, and the reward will be doubled. Those who have made great contributions can directly enter the dragon realm, enter the dragon blood pool to baptize their bloodline, and completely transform into our dragon clan. The 9 realms dragon clan's inheritance, anyone who dares not to hunt down the Hengtian human race with all their heart and soul will bear the consequences. Don't say I didn't warn you. The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, filled with endless murderous intent, resounded throughout the sky. His heart is bleeding. Kang Juan was being devoured, truly and truly, causing his heart to tremble with pain. This kind of true dragon of the supreme young power in the universe cannot be harmed even by the dragon clan. It is a real treasure, the core of a clan, and something as powerful as Optimus Prime. Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, the Dragon God sect has been completely destroyed by my holy heaven sect, so I won't bother you crossing the line and dictating the internal affairs of my Hengtian realm. King Chu Tian's withered hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes piercing the void, as if he was staring at the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor with boundless power. Kang Juan's death is just the beginning. Since you dare to target the Tianjia monster of my Hengtian human race, you should expect this consequence. Hengtian human king's face was filled with murderous intent. He glanced at the other human kings and said in a low voice, my fellow human kings, it seems your words don't count when it comes to matters within your realms. Do these dragon heritages obey the orders of your royal court and safeguard the interests of your various communities, or do they prioritize the interests of the dragon race? The expressions of many human kings were extremely gloomy. After hearing the words of human king Hengkong, their expressions became even uglier. Some human kings even looked a little ferocious. The Destiny Dragon Emperor really touched their bottom line time and time again. Whether it is openly and forcibly interfering in the secret realm of the human emperor, or trying to kill Chu Tian, or block the entrance to the human king's tomb. Even now, he actually openly bypassed them, the human kings, and issued a death order, asking those dragon geniuses to target the geniuses of the Hengtian human race, disregarding the interests of this world. This is simply treating these human kings in the royal courts of various realms as if they do not exist, trampling on them and humiliating them at will. At this time, in the eternal royal court, Feng Changhao heard the voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor and immediately sent a message to the monsters in the ancient dragon court. Afterwards, many monsters from all walks of life of the human race flew out of the Yama Palace one after another, as well as geniuses from various alien races. It can be said that except for the geniuses and monsters of the Hengtian human world and the ancient Sword God clan, all the other major worlds were present. The eternal human realm team was led by Mo Wuwan, the holy son of the heart demon Holy Land, and Yululi, the holy maiden. Behind them, a demon covered in pitch black scales and dragon horns, his body already largely transformed into a dragon, shuddered, looked up at the sky, and immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully shouting, Long Yuan, accept the order. After Kang Ning was killed, he became the dragon son promoted from Kang Ji Long Ting and the leader of the younger generation of Kang Ji Long Ting. Buzz. Long Yuan slowly stood up, his cold voice sweeping across the teams coming from all walks of life around him. He shouted loudly and directly relayed the decree issued by the Heavenly Mandate Dragon Emperor. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished and will bear the consequences themselves. Don't say I didn't warn you. From now on, all dragon descendants must obey the orders of the dragon monsters and are not allowed to act on their own. So ordered. Long Yuan's icy voice, because it was the decree of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, seemed to carry a strong sense of majesty, causing the geniuses belonging to the dragon clan's heritage forces and the teams of various human realms to tremble violently all over and their pupils to shrink drastically. Having practiced the dragon clan's heritage, they naturally have respect for the great dragon clan from the bottom of their hearts. The Dragon Emperor of Heaven actually issued an edict to them personally. Why don't you return to your positions quickly and obey the command of the great true dragon of the dragon clan to kill Chu Dian and other evil beasts of the Hengtian human race together? Long Yuan shouted angrily, and a terrible murderous aura spread instantly. Your honorable order, your honorable order. The geniuses and monsters from all walks of life looked extremely ugly and trembled all over. Before they could even react, they saw the geniuses of the dragon clan in their own ranks flying towards the team of the eternal human realm one after another and standing respectfully behind the dragon monsters. At this time, in the eternal human realm team, in addition to the 2 dragon monsters who had been guarding the door, there was another dragon girl who had been standing in the second row, whose position was only slightly inferior to Mo Wuwan. I am Fengli, the palace master of the Luli dragon clan. You, the human dragon hybrids with impure blood, can just call me princess. Princess Fengli was dressed in light gauze, with an extremely fiery figure. Colorful divine light flowed around her body, and she looked like a goddess descending to the earth, extremely noble. This princess doesn't know what use you human trash are, but since the Dragon Emperor has personally ordered it, you should help the eternal human tradition trash to kill Chu Dian and the bald guy in the sea of red spider lilies. Princess Fengli's voice was indifferent, but she was not as overbearing and wild as Kang Juan, who personally went into battle and disdained the power of the human race. Instead, she knew how to borrow external power. Mo Wuwan, Long Yuan, what are you still standing there for? Go and help Nirvana Phoenix Girl and Prince Tianfeng. Chapter 281 Eternal Abyss, all covered. Junior sister, I had no choice but to abandon you in the Tianxing Shimo ruins. Mo Wuwan turned to look at Yululi and said in a low voice, Senior brother will help you take off Chu Dian's head now. Then, Mo Wuwan took a step forward, his black hair dancing, demonic energy emanating, and his eyes seemed to turn into 2 demonic abysses. The evil spirits of the Wangtingfeng family are gone. My heart demon Holy Land is the strongest force in the eternal realm. All the evil spirits obey my command. Long Yuan, you are the descendant of the dragon clan and have formidable physical strength. Lead 50 geniuses of the divine realm to tear that bald little guy's head off. Don't let him get close to the coffin of the netherworld king. The rest of you, follow this Saint Sun and cooperate with the evildoers of the Dragon Clan and the Heart Demon Clan to kill Chu Dian together. After Chu Dian was killed, everyone started scrambling for the many inheritances in the Human King's tomb based on their abilities. Mo Wuwan's black hair danced wildly, demonic energy rolled, covering the sky, his aura was powerful and boundless, his soul and body were like a demon god that could reach heaven and earth, standing tall and upright, and was actually much more powerful than those dragon monsters in the third row. As the son of god of the most powerful holy land in the eternal realm, his strength is unquestionable. He only did not take action and force his way into the tomb of the Human King because he was afraid of the power of the Dragon Clan. Buzz, Mo Wuwan took a step forward, spanning 100 feet, and stomped down on Chu Dian, who had his eyes closed. The sky collapsed, and he said, Chu Dian, hand over the inheritance of the ancestral demon god, and the Saint Sun can leave you with an intact body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, the eternal human race, the major Dragon Clan inheritances, Dragon Clan monsters, Heart Demon Clan monsters, etc., began to rush to the battlefield and join the ranks of besieging Chu Dian. Long Yuan brought 30 monsters in the Divine Realm and was about to cross Chu Dian to kill Huai Mei and Jianqing who were on the verge of death. The terrifying murderous aura filled the sky, making the already gloomy Dead Sea sky even darker. Hundreds of geniuses from the Divine Realm surrounded and killed him, including Nirvana Phoenix Girl, Prince Tianpeng, Princess Fengli and other young supreme beings. In the surrounding area, the geniuses from all walks of life of the human race were also eyeing the inheritance of the Human King that Chu Dian had obtained, and their greed was strong. Starry sky, why haven't Ren Yuxuan and Jian Kong arrived yet? Emperor Ling Feng roared, his face became ferocious and his breathing became extremely heavy. Many of the strongest people looked pale and were unwilling to continue reading. Dead end, a real dead end, how to break it? With so many monsters surrounding and watching covetously, the 9 realms of dragon descendants have joined forces. An absolute dead end with no solution. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying offensive as vast as the ocean slammed into the 10,000 Dao cauldron. With so many geniuses and evildoers gathered together, any god would be killed instantly by their offensive. Bang, bang, bang. The Wandao Ding was shaking continuously after being hit, and even cracks began to appear on it. Especially the attack of Prince Tianpeng, his fists turned into dark golden claws, and he even wanted to take the Wandao Ding off Chu Dian's head, which was extremely powerful and domineering. The eyes of many evildoers who inherited the Dragon Clan were red and full of greed. The Dragon Emperor of Heaven had decreed a reward. If they could kill Chu Dian, they would even have the chance to be baptized in the legendary dragon blood pool. This will be a supreme opportunity. Chu Dao, what are you still standing there for? Don't worry about Chu Dian and Xuanming Longyuan. We can deal with them later. Go and kill that little bald guy from Sihang Holy Sect immediately. We must not let him defile the coffin of the mythical Netherworld King. The Netherworld King Yushuan roared and communicated directly with the secret technique. The Destiny Dragon Emperor interfered in the internal affairs of the Netherworld, allowing the monsters of Xuanming Longyuan to escape from the control of his son Yu Judao, which made him extremely angry and aggrieved. But now, the most important thing is to get the inheritance of the mythical Human King. As you command, father. Yu Judao is a young man in a grey robe. He is surrounded by mist and looks extremely mysterious. His eyes are slightly grey as he looks at the Xuanming Longyuan monster who is besieging Chu Dian, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He is the eldest son of the Yushuan Human King, known as the most powerful demon genius in the Netherworld, and was appointed as the next successor to the Human King. The evildoers from Xuanming Longyuan left the team without even asking for his permission, which completely crossed his bottom line. Princess Fengli, your Dragon Clan's actions have touched the bottom line of my Netherworld human realm. This matter will not be let go. Yu Judao spoke in a low voice, and then he took the geniuses of the Netherworld and rushed to the Sea of Flowers on the other shore at high speed. Bull, a cold light flashed in Princess Fengli's eyes, and her white hand stretched out and turned into dragon claws, grabbing directly at Yu Judao. Colorful light flashed, and the killing was shocking. Buzz, Yu Judao turned around, a cold grey light flashed in his eyes, as if a magical power flashed by, the void twisted, and he collided head-on with Princess Fengli. Bang, bang, bang. Princess Fengli's expression changed, and she took 3 steps back before stopping and dispersing the aftermath. This generation of human monsters is interesting. First, it was Chu Dian who actually killed that guy Kang Zhuan. This son of the Netherworld King is also very strong. Interesting, really interesting. A cold light flashed in Princess Fengli's beautiful eyes. Could it be that this human race had been in decline for millions of years and wanted to make a comeback in this generation? It's over. In the starry sky, the eyes of many of the strongest Hangtian human beings were filled with endless despair. Faintly, they seemed to be able to see Huai Mei and Jianqing being killed. Then there was a scene where Chu Dian died with hatred under the endless siege. Daoist Tianyan slowly closed his old eyes, turned around, 2 lines of tears dripped from his eyes, and he didn't dare to look down anymore. Boom! Suddenly, the Wandao Cauldron, which was madly bombarded by countless magical powers and was already filled with many huge cracks, shook violently, and endless Dao essence swept across like a flood. The few geniuses of Xuanming Longyuan who were closest to it were even directly blown away. Who dares to touch my little brother without my permission? The indifferent and cold voice exploded like a divine thunder, containing endless murderous intent. Chu Dian slowly opened his eyes, and at this moment, there was a dark red color in his eyes. He glanced at Prince Tianpeng, Princess Nirvana, Mo Wuwan, and hundreds of geniuses in the realm of gods around them, and then looked at Long Yuan, Yu Judao and other monsters who were about to step into the Sea of Flowers on the other shore. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from him. Eternal abyss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, an endless abyss spread out from Chu Dian's body, instantly covering the surrounding sky and earth. Yu Judao, Long Yuan, Princess Fengli, Princess Nirvana, Prince Tianpeng, and even all the geniuses from the 9 realms of the human race were all included in it. Chapter 282 Against the Heavens. In the starry sky. The pupils of many powerful people in Human King suddenly contracted violently, their expressions were moved, and they blurted out, Eternal abyss, is Chu Dian crazy? They looked horrified, as if they had seen something incredible. Everyone was shocked by Chu Dian's terror and weirdness. After devouring Kang Zhuan, he actually transformed and devoured the innate magical power of Kang Ming Blood Prison Demon Dragon in such a short time, and obtained this innate magical power. What's even more terrifying is that, judging from the picture, Chu Dian and this magical power have even completely merged, and the effect he exerts is even more terrifying than Kang Zhuan. But what shocked them even more was that Chu Dian was not thinking about breaking out of the encirclement, escaping, and looking for a chance of survival, but about fighting hard and buying time for Huai Mei. Is this crazy? Or are you crazy? It is hard to imagine how crazy and unbelievable this behavior is. Even if only a portion of the geniuses and evildoers from the 9 realms of the human race are present, their number is still enormous, definitely thousands. Not to mention, Yu Judao, Mo Wuwan, Yi Luli, and even the leading figures of the younger generation present at the scene, such as Xingqiang Human Realm and Fengyan Human Realm, are also extremely powerful. There is also someone like Prince Tianpeng, who is probably even more perverted and rebellious than Kang Zhuan. It is hard to imagine what kind of crazy thoughts would lead to such behavior. Chu Dian, Yu Tianyan Daozin's pupils shrank violently. He turned his head suddenly when he heard the voice. When he saw the endless dark red abyss of eternal calamity that enveloped everyone in the field, his whole body began to tremble violently. There's no need to do this. Tianyan Daozin's voice trembled violently. Chu Dian is simply risking his life to buy time for Huaimei. Because Kang Juan had shown them before that as long as he was immortal, Jinyuan would be indestructible. If it weren't for Prince Tianfeng's fatal blow from outside, Chu Dian would probably have to spend a huge amount of energy and time to completely destroy this abyss. This is definitely a supernatural power that defies the heavens. This is the leader of my Hengtian realm. He will never give up on a teammate. The Hengkong human king muttered to himself, his face full of murderous intent and relief. Since you want to kill me, are you ready to be killed? Chu Dian's body was filled with the power of the forbidden abyss, and in his dark red eyes there was a flash of terrible murderous intent. He raised his big hand, and the word, demon, was filled with endless murderous light, turning into a blood-red abyss which seemed to merge with the entire eternal abyss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The several geniuses of Xuanning Longyuan who were blown into blood mist just now were directly swallowed by the abyss. Their blood, potential, and magical powers began to be transformed, providing strength for Chu Dian to attack the secret treasure. How weak, not even 1,000th of Kang Juwan's strength. You bastard, half-human, half-dragon piece of trash. The Dragon Emperor is at his wit's end. Would he allow weaklings like you to attack me? Chu Dian's eyes were dark red, his face was calm and indifferent, unimaginably cold, and with a terrifying murderous intent, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant as if teleporting. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, more than a dozen blood flowers exploded. It turned out to be Xuanning Longyuan. More than a dozen geniuses from the Fenton Dragon Palace were directly blasted by Chu Dian when he raised his hand, turning into blood mist, and then directly swallowed by the abyss, providing energy for Chu Dian. Why would anyone think that numbers are useful in my presence? Even if there were 10,000 of you, you would still be nothing but ants. But it just gives me the energy to break through. As Chu Dian's cold voice rang out, his figure kept flashing, blood kept bursting out, and he was swallowed up at an incredible speed. Thousands of magical powers allowed his attack, defense, speed, etc. to reach the perfect limit. Moreover, with the blessing of the eternal abyss, his speed became as fast as lightning, as if he had transcended the boundaries of time and space. The people in the field could not even react and could not even touch his shadow. In a short period of time, nearly 100 people were killed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the dark red abyss, the scene was extremely terrifying. Chu Dian was slaughtering crazily. The people among them seemed to have become human-shaped medicines, being swallowed by the abyss transformed by the word, demon. Chu Dian's strength was also constantly getting stronger in the battle, and new magical powers kept breaking through above his head and turning into magical visions. This scene was horrifying, weird, and terrifying to the extreme. These people did not seem to be here to besiege Chu Dian, but rather to actively kill Chu Dian and provide him with energy and magical powers. Incredible picture. The eternal King Feng Changhao was trembling all over, his eyes were bloodshot, and he could not believe what he saw. Hundreds of geniuses from the divine realm were besieged by Chu Dian, but they were slaughtered like cutting melons and vegetables, which was beyond his imagination. Prince Tianfeng, Princess Nirvana, and Princess Fengli, why haven't you taken action yet? Yi Qianshang's voice was filled with hysteria, his mind was blank, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. If things continue like this, the deadlock he painstakingly created might actually be broken by Chu Dian. Quickly send a message to Princess Fengli, don't just stand by and watch, take action immediately. Send a message to the evildoers of your Feng family, as well as those two heaven-defying true dragons, Emperor Shidian and Kang Xuanyu, to rush to the human king's tomb. There was a hint of fear in Yi Qianshang's voice. He was really frightened by the incredible fighting power displayed by Chu Dian. He had never heard of such a monstrous evildoer. While devouring, it strengthens itself in battle. The more powerful enemies he encounters, the stronger he becomes. It seems that the devouring abyss has no limit to what it can hold. Even if it was a celestial god, or even a true god, after consuming so much complex blood and power, he would have gone astray, and the power would be unable to be integrated in his body and would have exploded. But Chu Dian was not affected at all. It was visible to the naked eye that above Chu Dian's body, the chaotic divine light kept exploding, the secret treasures kept being broken open, and many strange phenomena were evolving in it. In a short period of time, the number of secret treasures uncovered has reached more than 95,000. And it is still improving madly, without stopping for a moment. Oh my god, fuck, Chu Tianyan's eyes were full of bloodshot and he started cursing. As Chu Tianyan's third uncle, he was completely frightened by what he saw. A line of words flashed through his mind. This is simply evil. Chu Tianyan subconsciously glanced at the blood-red extreme lightning between Chu Tianxing's eyebrows. The extreme state devours the opponent's soul and provides endless power, but it will also cause the owner of the extreme state to fall into extreme consciousness and madness. Chu Tian's method has the same effect, but it doesn't seem to drive Chu Tian crazy. This is even more terrifying than the extreme state. 100 times more terrifying than the most terrifying demon. It's against the will of heaven, Chu Tianxing said in a low voice. Your nephew's extraordinary ability is rare even in the mythological era. The bitter smile of the goddess Tianxuan sounded in Chu Tianxing's ears. Prince Tianfeng, I beg you, please restrain Chu Dian quickly. He roared in the secret realm of the Yushuan dynasty. Chu Dian's speed was incredibly fast. In the field, perhaps only Prince Tianfeng has the chance to restrain him. Brother, hold on for a while. In the sea of red spider lilies, Huaimei seemed to have fallen into an unconscious state. His body was broken and his blood was drained. Only a strong willpower was supporting him to keep moving forward. Chapter 283 Skeleton. Little bald head, put me down, otherwise you will die. Jianqing's face was pale and his voice trembled slightly. She was carried on Huaimei's back, so most of the pressure was borne by Huaimei. But even so, a small amount of pressure on her made her feel like a star was pressing on her, and she felt suffocated. Jianqing was very sure that if Huaimei put her down, she would be instantly crushed on the spot by the pressure from the human king's coffin, and her soul would be shattered. She was at the peak of the divine realm, her body had been tempered by divine fire, and she possessed the strength of several million pounds, yet she was still feeling suffocated. Jianqing couldn't imagine how much pressure the little bald guy under him was facing at this moment. Put me down. If you can escape alive, please tell my big brother Jiankong. Just tell him, just tell him. Jianqing's voice was weak, and his face was pale. Just say it, just say me, I. Hey, little bun, Huaimei, never have the habit of abandoning my teammates and running away alone. Otherwise, if my cousin knew about it, she would look down on me. Huaimei's eyes were bloodshot, her voice was weak and hoarse, her hands were shaking constantly, but she tried harder and harder to hold up Jianqing on her back. If you want to confess, go tell the damn Jiankong yourself. I won't do such a stupid thing. I haven't even confessed to my cousin myself, so I can't help you. Bang, Huaimei took a step forward and finally crossed the middle section of the sea of red spider lilies. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, the huge black coffin in the center shook violently, the tombstone of the human king glowed, and rays of netherworld air dissipated. In the sky, a phantom appeared, reaching from the sky to the earth, wearing a black imperial robe and a black crown. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the entire netherworld sea suppressing black tortoise trembled violently, the entire Dead Sea was shaking violently, the water of the Dead Sea hung upside down in the air and set off a tsunami of millions of feet. This black tortoise, stuck between life and death, suddenly moved. Its massive turtle head stretched out, twisting into the air and turning around. Its huge, cold, emotionless eyes stared at Huaimei with a chilling gaze. Suddenly, it uttered earth-shattering words: human bloodline, exceptional talent, superb combat power, superior willpower. Pass the test. The inheritance test of the Human King's tomb is now open. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the blue ripples around the sea of red spider lilies surged violently, condensing into spears, broadswords, and transformed into netherworld flames, rushing towards Huaimei. Across the sky, huge blue mountains gathered and pressed down towards Huaimei. The power of the red spider lily condensed into substance, but it still had a terrible killing power on the soul. The spear and the big knife pierced through Huaimei's eyes and stabbed into his spiritual sea, causing him to scream in endless pain. The soul was directly killed, the flames of the underworld were burning, and mountains were pressing down. At the same time, Huaimei was suffering from endless and terrible torture from the inside out. The king of the underworld was known for his weirdness and cruelty in the mythological era. His methods of torturing people were unmatched in that era. In an instant, Huaimei's whole body was filled with blue swords and spears, and endless netherworld flames transformed into centipedes, poisonous insects, venomous snakes, etc., which drilled into his body through the wounds, burning, biting, and roasting him madly, making everyone in the starry sky shudder. Huaimei's voice was heartbreaking. The terrible pain surged up, causing his eyes to bulge out of their sockets and explode into a bloody mist in midair. No one knew what kind of terrible torture he was enduring. Mind, body, soul, every corner is being tortured and torn apart, and under the netherworld flames, that pain will be magnified 1,000-fold. The netherworld Human King sneered. The mythical Human King's inheritance is specially prepared for his descendants. Although human bloodlines can initiate the inheritance test, those who do not practice the magical scriptures of the netherworld lineage will only be tortured to death. You are so overconfident. If you evacuate the core area of the Human King's tomb now, you might suffer less. The scenes that Huaimei suffered made many people's scalps tighten, their hair stand on end, and they even felt a dull pain in their souls. The methods used by the underworld world are inherently extremely strange. But compared with this mythical king of the underworld, he is still a small fry. The body is full of soul-piercing swords and spears, and countless flaming poisonous insects are gnawing at the heart, and it is magnified thousands of times. What kind of torture is that? Why bother? Zanhuang Renhuang sighed softly and said, Zhudian has blocked everything with the eternal abyss. If we turn back now, we will have no chance of escaping. There was reluctance in the eyes of Henkong Human King. He suddenly cut his palm and sent a message to Huaimei, asking him to take advantage of Zhudian's restraint of everyone and escape quickly. As long as Huaimei can escape, with the combat power Zhudian has displayed at this moment, she has a lot of room to escape. Damn it! Huaimei roared hoarsely, as if crazy, and hugged Jianqing tightly with her hands. She stared at the blue mountains pressing down on her head and strode forward. I don't want your netherworld inheritance to live. I'm here to overturn your coffin. Huaimei seemed to have lost her mind. Under the endless torture, her mind seemed to have disappeared. She fell into a state of madness, and kept screaming, Big brother didn't leave, how could I, a little brother, run away? I came to the human emperor secret realm to eat all those alien races. Bang, bang. Huaimei's flesh and blood exploded wildly in an instant, her bones shattered inch by inch, and her spirit continued to dissipate under the terrible torture. As I took each step, the soles of my feet began to crumble, then to my ankles, then to my knees, then to my thighs. But even though his body was constantly crumbling, his flesh and blood were shattered, and his internal organs had been shaken into a bloody mist, he still kept moving forward. There is only one thought left in my mind. Overturn the Human King's coffin and let the eldest brother find a chance to escape. Even if he can't escape, he will drag everyone to death with him. It can even be said that Huaimei is already a living dead at this moment. His body has collapsed to such an extent, his spirit has dissipated, and he has no soul. Only one thought is left to support his body, and he keeps moving forward until he is completely reduced to ashes. Bang, bang, bang. His body continued to crumble, reaching his waist and chest. Finally, Jianqing fell to the ground. However, when he arrived at the core area, the trial of the inheritance of the Human King began. As a foreigner, as long as she did not actively try to move forward, the sea of flowers on the other shore would not put any pressure on her. The blue swords and guns in the sky, the mountains, also pressed Huaimei. Jianqing's face was pale. He had suffered many serious injuries and had lost the ability to move. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Huaimei, who was left with only the upper body skeleton and head. He jumped up little by little and moved forward. You little brat. Tianyan Daozhen was trembling all over. Seeing this scene, he couldn't even stand steadily and fell down among the starry sky. A skeleton with only the upper half of its body left, even the flesh and blood on the head had been crushed. Only a little spiritual fire was burning in the skull skeleton, and it was constantly transformed into long needles by the blue ripples in the sky, constantly piercing into it. Chapter 284 Nether Stone. This scene is horrifying. No one expected that the seemingly unreliable guy, who carried a bunch of pots and pans on his back before entering the Nine Realms competition, would have such a strong will. The spiritual fire burned until the last moment, but he was still unwilling to stop. He continued to move towards his goal and got closer and closer to the coffin of the Human King. It seems that even if he dies, he will hit his head against the tomb of the Human King. You presumptuous fellow, if you want to die, then go ahead and die. The netherworld Human King seemed to be shocked by the scene. With deep gloom and bloodshot eyes, he roared, the inheritance of the mythical Human King can only belong to my netherworld human race. No one else can dare to meddle with it. This little bald guy is a man. Chu Tianyan's face was gloomy and his fists were clenched. What a pity. Chu Tianqing sighed lightly. King Henkong clenched his fists, murderous aura surged, his eyes were bloodshot, his whole body was trembling, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. It was all because of his mistake and carelessness that he failed to pass the message to Chu Tian and Wei Mei in time. Otherwise, things would not have happened to this point. Damn it, Henkong Human King looked at Tianyan Daozhen and said hoarsely, this king, I'm sorry for you. In the realm of eternal abyss, Chu Tian transformed into a dark red lightning, which stopped in midair. He turned his head to look at Huaimei in the sea of red spider lilies. Only the skeleton above the chest was left, and the spiritual fire in her head seemed to be in danger of being extinguished at any time. But vaguely, Chu Tian's powerful spirit could still hear Huaimei's remaining spiritual fire roaring across the air. Since the eldest brother hadn't left, how could he, the younger brother, leave? Bang, bang, bang. Senbai's skeleton continued to crumble, and it was no longer possible to tell that this was Huaimei's shiny little bald head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as he stopped, a terrifying magical power like a flood came towards Chu Tian. Yu Judao, Princess Fengli, Nirvana Phoenix Girl, Mo Wuan and others simultaneously burst out with their Dharma souls and displayed top-notch magical powers. Buzz. Prince Tianping transformed into a golden rock with his wings spread out. His whole body seemed to be made of gold. His dark golden cold claws tore through the sky and earth, tearing directly towards Chu Tian. Around, many geniuses who were terrified by Chu Tian's killing seized the opportunity and rushed towards Chu Tian frantically. In their eyes, Chu Tian was now a demon, a devil, an unprecedented demon. If Chu Tian didn't die, everyone would die here. You tiny human race, hand over all the inheritance of the Human King and the treasures you have obtained. Prince Tianpeng's voice was overbearing and cold. Millions of golden feathers surged out from the huge Peng's body, turning into an ocean that submerged Chu Tian. Even if Kang Juan were alive, this prince would not take him seriously, let alone you. Boom. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, and the eternal abyss suddenly trembled, condensing into a rolling dark red light that enveloped him. System, how can I help Huaimei pass the human king test? Chu Tian asked in his heart. Huaimei, the son of destiny, is currently undergoing the trial inheritance left by the mythical human king. The scan is complete. The system's gentle and pleasant response immediately rang in Chu Tian's ears. The trial of the inheritance of the mythical netherworld king involves the most powerful force in the universe, the most mysterious and terrifying power of the netherworld. Huaimei is currently only at the fusion realm, which is far from enough to survive this trial. The host can exchange for 1 creation divine fruit, 1 netherworld stone, and 10 soul immortality talismans to help Huaimei improve her chances of passing the test. The creation divine fruit can help Huaimei accelerate the ignition of the divine fire, break through the divine realm, and condense the divine soul. The nether stone can help alleviate the torment of the nether power and prevent him from losing his will and collapsing. The immortal soul talisman can help Huaimei maintain his soul in an immortal state under great pressure, supporting him to keep moving forward. As for passing the test of the mythical netherworld king, one still needs to rely on one's willpower, and external objects can only play a supporting role. The creation divine fruit is worth 800,000 destiny points, the rule divine item netherworld stone is worth 1.5 million destiny points, and 10 soul immortality talismans are worth 3 million destiny points. A total of 5.3 million points. Do you want to exchange it? As the gentle and pleasant voice of the system rang in Chu Tian's ears, many terrifying attacks also tore through the void and hit Chu Tian at the same time. Bang! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth, his face still cold and calm. He glanced at the last line of the system panel that he hadn't looked at for a long time. Destiny points, 9.6 million. He plundered many opportunities in the human Emperor's secret realm, killed Kang Ming and Kang Juan, 2 sons of destiny, and comprehended many top-level magical powers, which also earned him a large number of destiny points as rewards. Without a sound or a trace of his consciousness, his destiny points had actually reached nearly 10 million. Exchange. Chu Tian's mind turned slightly, and the indifferent voice sounded directly in his mind. Exchange successful. Buzz. Chu Tian raised his hand and tore the sky apart. He saw a Taoist aura condensed by the power of the system emerge. The netherworld stone, the fruit of creation, and 10 talismans of immortal soul appeared in front of Chu Tian. Then they crossed the void and landed in front of Huaimei, who was left with only a skeleton above the head. Buzz. 10 talismans of immortality of the soul were directly attached to Huaimei's head. Mysterious Taoist aura emanated from them, enveloping his remaining spiritual fire and protecting his last bit of spirit. The creation god fruit was directly integrated into the spiritual fire. Suddenly, a huge divine power descended, and the spiritual fire began to burn fiercely, transforming into the divine fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the divine object nether stone appeared in front of the tombstone of the human king, nether ripples spread out. Faintly, the tombstone of the human king in front of the black giant suddenly began to vibrate slightly, spreading out nether ripples which actually resonated with the nether stone. This tombstone of the human king, which is tens of meters high, is actually a huge divine object called the netherworld stone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The nether stone floated above Huaimei's skull, resonating with the human king's tombstone. Faintly, the nether chi enveloped Huaimei's skull and poured into Huaimei's spiritual fire, allowing his condensing soul to carry some nether power. The torture brought to him by the nether power during the human king test was also weakened by more than 100 times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was visible to the naked eye that Huaimei's spiritual fire began to burn little by little from being extremely weak. In the eye sockets of his skull, the netherworld fire also began to burn, as if it had turned into his eyes. Chapter 285 Overturning the Giant Coffin. Bang, bang, bang. With the blessing of the nether stone, most of his skeleton, which had already been broken, began to regenerate continuously. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the broken bones grew back. This scene is so weird that it makes your scalp tingle. Chu Tian curled his lips slightly, wiping away the blood from the corners of his mouth. His dark red eyes looked at the surrounding geniuses and evildoers. His voice was calm, filled with endless murderous intent. What evil demon? When I stand at the top of the myriad worlds, the evil demon is the supreme god, the creator. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. You are nothing but the dry bones under my feet on my way to the top. Buzz. Chu Tian's figure disappeared in an instant. He ignored Princess Fengli, Yu Judao, Princess Nirvana, and Prince Tianpeng, the four most powerful guys in the field. With the help of the forbidden power of the eternal abyss, he was already incredibly fast. He could almost travel through time and space, avoid the attacks of these four, and continue to slaughter the monsters of the 9 dragon clan heritages, the eternal human world, and the underworld human world. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of blood mist exploded and were swallowed by the abyss of the word, demon, in his heart, transforming into the power he needed to attack the secret treasure. Each of these guys is a favored one in their respective sects and realms, and has had countless adventures. Although they are not as good as Kang Juan, they have also brought Chu Tian huge gains. In a short period of time, the number of secret treasures he uncovered reached nearly 100,000. After directly transforming the magical powers they possessed, the number of top magical powers mastered by Chu Tian also exceeded 10,000. Congratulations to the host for completing the comprehension of 180,000 magical powers, reaching the 3rd stage of the Great Accomplishment realm, and mastering over 10,000 top-level magical powers. I am rewarded with 5 million destiny points, a Hongmeng Divine Stone, and a Hongmeng Divine World Stone. These stones can help the host open up a small world within his body, increasing the probability and duration of entering the Dao realm. The system's gentle and pleasant voice rang in Chu Tian's ears. I hope the host will continue to work hard, comprehend 18,000 magical powers to reach the realm of great success, and open up 18,000 secret treasures. Combining the two to achieve great perfection, breaking into the realm of the gods, will build an unprecedented Hongmeng Dao foundation for the host. At that time, there will be greater system rewards. The system encouraged Chu Tian and told him again the blueprint for the fusion realm. Roar. Prince Tianpeng's whole body was glowing, and his endless golden feathers tore through time and space, turning into a golden light and madly chasing Chu Tian. The murderous aura soared into the sky, and the terrible attack made the entire eternal abyss tremble and constantly tear apart. He was incredibly powerful, but even so, he still couldn't catch up with Chu Tian in the forbidden abyss and could only follow behind Chu Tian and eat dust. The innate magical power of eternal abyss is a heaven-defying magical power that has given Chu Tian a headache before. The true body is immortal and the abyss is indestructible. The biggest reason why Kang Juan was able to hold on against Chu Tian for so long and hold him back was because of this magical power. The person who was giving him a headache at this time was Prince Tianpeng. The tiny human race, fight this prince head-on. Prince Tianpeng roared, and the ocean of golden feathered swords tore through the sky. This guy obtained the inheritance of the ancestral demon god. He devoured everything and transformed it into his own power. Combining it with his chaos demon god body, he is incomparably powerful. Mo Wuan's face was icy cold. Seeing Chu Tian getting stronger, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He shouted angrily, we can't let him continue to devour us. Everyone, don't hide your abilities. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will all die here today. The first demon reverse chaos technique. Mo Wuan roared, his black hair dancing wildly, his body filled with endless demonic energy, and he displayed his most powerful magic secret technique. The devil's soul bursts out with endless divine light. Mo Wuan, for the sake of the heart demon saint, I will let you go this time. Chu Tian's calm and cold voice, carrying a strong murderous intent and smell of blood, suddenly rang in Mo Wuwan's ears. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. In that case, then you can die. Chu Tian's body shuttled through the void and suddenly appeared in front of Mo Wuwan. A big hand with the word, demon, covered the void and suddenly pressed towards Mo Wuwan, causing his demon god soul to tremble violently. Ha 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 ha. Mo Wuwan laughed wildly, like a madman, and roared, Chu Tian is here, I'm holding him back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of inner demon chains suddenly pierced through the void and bound Chu Tian. Mo Wuwan seemed to be waiting for this moment. As long as Chu Tian can be held back for a few seconds, the attacks of so many geniuses and evildoers will be enough to kill him directly. Netherworld instant kill technique. A sharp light flashed in Yu Judao's pupils filled with grey mist, and a dark dagger appeared in his hand, tearing through the void and killing Chu Tian in an instant. Chu Tian, the Netherworld human realm has no great hatred with your Hengtian human realm. I would not bother to join forces with other races to kill you. But the inheritance of the mythical human king is of great significance to our Netherworld human world. It also involves the survival and great revival of the human race. Prince, I have no choice but to send you on your way. Yu Judao's voice was indifferent and cold, but it contained a strong murderous intent. He appeared behind Chu Tian as if teleporting. Since the human race has declined, there shouldn't be monsters like you. Nirvana Phoenix Girl and Princess Fengli appeared at the same time, one dragon and one phoenix. The dragon and the phoenix sang in harmony, evolving supreme magical powers, and bombarded Chu Tian. At the same time, Prince Tianpeng also flew over rapidly, with murderous intent shaking the sky and violent to the extreme. Get out of here, everyone. The inheritance of the human king belongs to this prince. Boom, boom, boom. There were millions of golden feathered swords in the sky, flooding the sky. They seemed to have the power to destroy the heaven, earth and universe, and wanted to kill Chu Tian completely. Ha ha ha, go to hell. I only want the ancestral demon god's inheritance and the chaos divine stone. Mo Wuwan's eyes were filled with endless greed. But suddenly, a black soft sword pierced his head from behind and began to stir violently. Senior brother, when you abandoned me, did you ever think of this moment? Yu Luli's cold voice sounded from behind. The black soft sword in his hand vibrated slightly, instantly tearing apart the soul of Mo Wuwan who was unsuspecting. Mo Wuwan's pupils widened in anger and he opened his mouth to let out a silent roar. He never expected that at the critical moment, his junior sister would stab him with a sword from behind. Bang! The demon god's Dharma image and soul that he displayed, as well as the demon god's chains that bound Chu Tian, shattered in an instant. Buzz! Chu Tian's big hand pressed down, and the abyss of the word, demon, instantly swallowed him up. At this time, many of the most powerful beings in the starry sky, including the human king, also had their pupils wide open, feeling overwhelmed and filled with a strong sense of horror. Because at this time, in the sea of red spider lilies, Huaime's skeleton came to the black giant coffin under the torture of endless blue swords and guns in the dark mountains. I want to see what the mythical Netherworld king looks like. Huaime let out a hoarse and crazy roar in the fire of her soul, and only her skeleton's hands were left, pushing the coffin lid directly. Click, click, click. The coffin lid moved slightly. In an instant, the sky above the entire human emperor's secret realm became dark and covered with dark clouds. Chapter 286, Shocking the Starry Sky. If the living cannot defend the territory, let the dead defend it. The human race will never be destroyed. The indifferent voice murmuring to himself resounded throughout the secret realm of the human emperor, and even penetrated the endless void and resounded throughout the endless starry sky. In the blink of an eye, the vast galaxy was faintly shrouded by a dark cloud. At this moment, the myriad worlds trembled, and countless old monsters were awakened from their slumber. Among the many ancient clans, some old monsters that had been sleeping for eternity woke up, their eyes full of horror. Vaguely, it seemed that they had returned to the era when all races trembled under the feet of humans. Once the human emperor speaks, anyone who disobeys will be exterminated. The human race dominates the world, the dragon race is their mount, the titan race is just a guard with guns, and the phoenix race can even be slaughtered at any time like chickens and become food on the table. Those forbidden tribes would tremble and submit to the human race. The breath of the mythical era. Which mythical human king is this? Could it be that those great immortal supreme beings are about to return from across time and space to lead humanity to reign supreme over all realms once again? God, tell me this isn't true. Hasn't the human race been taken over by the inheritance of all races, and its luck is constantly weakening? It is almost assimilated and extinction is imminent. An old monster howled, filled with endless fear, and trembled in the cave. The breath of the mythical human king evoked the majesty of the human race that dominated the world deep in his memory, and even made him feel unable to resist. Among the myriad worlds, countless races looked up at the sky. The fear of the human race that was integrated into their blood and almost forgotten with the passage of millions of years in Shanghai Kanjin was brought out again by the breath of the human king. Millions of years have passed, and the 9 realms of the human race have fought against each other and become enemies, living in a corner of the myriad realms. In fact, many ancient clans are almost forgetting about the human race. Only the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Qilin Clan and other clans that are regarded as totems, mounts, or food on the table by humans have left deep hatred and have been tirelessly suppressing the invading human race. Many ethnic groups do not actually have that kind of deep-rooted hatred with the human race that would make them remember Shanghai Kanjin and never forget them. Where are the 9 realms of the human race now? What happened? Is it the return of the mythical human king? Which human king is it? A mythical being uttered a cold voice, sending his subordinates to immediately find out everything that had happened. The same scene occurs in many ancient worlds and ethnic groups. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The human emperor's secret realm is trembling. Amidst the starry sky, ripples spread from the Kunlun mirror. This great heavenly weapon, created by the human emperor to monitor all realms, seemed to be paying tribute to this great mythical human king, and it also seemed to contain a hint of unknown fear. Boom, boom, boom. The vast galaxy trembled, and the rules of the universe evolved into endless eerie visions, including the 18 levels of hell, the 10 kings of hell, the Nahi Bridge, the Yellow Springs River, and the endless sea of flowers on the other shore swayed. In the secret realm of the human emperor, the terrifying aura of the mythical human king spread throughout the entire vast secret realm. Many evil geniuses who were too far away to rush to the tomb of the human king in the Dead Sea looked up at the sky with horror in their eyes. A titan god that was 10,000 feet tall was trembling all over, as if resisting something. His face was pale, but in the end he could not suppress the fear that was planted deep in his blood, and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Even though the titans are now ranked 11th among all races, they are still ranked above the dragons, phoenixes, and golden-winged rocks. But in the mythological era, the titans were the most loyal guards of the human race, and the convoys accompanying important figures of the human race were all guarded by the titans. That kind of submission to the great supreme being of the human race had been planted deep in their blood as early as the mythological era, and it remained immortal even in the vast sea and fields. The titans' veins bulged all over their bodies and they let out heart-wrenching roars of pain, but they were unable to resist the submission that came from deep in their blood. Great ancestors of the titans, since you have led the gods to the pinnacle of the universe, why do you leave this shameful mark in the blood of your descendants, which cannot be washed away even after going through so many vicissitudes of life? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Roar, roar, roar. Another place in the human emperor's secret realm. A 10,000-foot-long chaos dragon coiled in the sky, roaring unwillingly, fighting against the fear in its blood. It caused blood mist to explode on the dragon's body and the chaos dragon scales to crack, but he still refused to surrender. I, Emperor Shidian, am the ancestor of all dragons, the dragon of origin. How could I possibly kneel and submit to any being? I will never. The chaos dragon let out a deafening roar, and the surrounding mountains and rivers were shattered by his roar. The void was torn apart, and endless turbulence in the void raged, but none of them could destroy even a single dragon scale of his. You who have inherited the legacy of the mythical human king must die. This chaos ancestral dragon was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. He exuded the aura of a god. He seemed to be the heaven of all gods, and all gods had to kneel at his feet. He tore through the sky, carrying the aura of the mythical human king, and killed his way towards the Dead Sea. What Chu Dian, what mythical human king inheritor, I will eat you alive. At the same time, elsewhere, a silver real dragon, no more than 1,000 feet long, was emitting divine light all over its body. Facing the pitch black sky and the endless pressure from the human king, it seemed as if it was traveling through the second dimension, unaffected at all. With a flash of its dragon body, it crossed the vast sky and soon arrived above the Dead Sea. And at the same time, a vast and majestic sword energy suddenly tore through the sky, and a man and woman stepped out of the crack. It was Jian Kong in a grey robe, and Princess Xingxuan's daughter, Yuxuan. Princess Xuanyu, you cannot enter this human king cemetery. Ren Yuxuan's voice was ice cold. She stood in front of the human king's tomb, motioning Jian Kong to go in first. Then, a rolling aura of the gods burst out from her body. Princess Xingxun, you dare to stop me. The silver dragon transformed into a woman wearing a green long skirt, with a slender figure of nearly 3 meters, extremely beautiful and noble. She was the woman standing in the first row among the 36 demons of the dragon clan. At the same time, she also has another extremely noble identity. The daughter of the dragon emperor of heaven in contemporary dragon mythology, Kong Xuanyu, is also the most noble and mysterious true dragon bloodline of the Tianlong clan since ancient times, the Shixu Wongkong silver dragon. Now, on the Kunlun list revealed by the Kunlun realm, she was ranked first, only one place behind Chu Dian. She stood in the sky, and the vast aura of the gods spread out, distorting the surrounding space and time, as if she was in another world, transcending all realms. Your heart demon clan wants to help the human race and oppose my dragon clan, but that's not enough. Chapter 287 Pay off your debt slowly. Is this the heart demon emperor's intention, or is it the collective decision of the heart demon palace's demon god council? Kong Xuanyu's voice was indifferent and calm, with a divine glow flowing on his silver hair, making him look extremely noble. He was a true supreme genius who had already broken through to the level of a true god before the age of 30, and was recognized as a young supreme by all realms. Even many ancient dragons in the dragon world believed that she had the potential to become the first female dragon king in the history of the dragon clan, setting an unprecedented precedent. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Ren Yuxuan laughed so hard that her body shook. From her previous cold and noble appearance, she instantly became charming and attractive, full of temptation. Kong Xuanyu, please don't bring up such vague concepts as racial confrontation to put pressure on me. I won't buy it. If you want to question my father's decision, or even the decision of the demon god council, you may only be qualified when you truly take over your father's position. Even if this palace master says yes, your dragon clan army is still going to destroy the demon god palace of my heart demon clan. But I heard that your father intends to marry you to Emperor Shidian instead of letting you inherit the throne of Dragon Emperor. You want to be the first female dragon king in eternity, but I'm afraid. Ren Yuxuan's laughter was so beautiful that her body was shaking and her breasts were surging. Even women would probably be attracted to her. However, a terrible chill suddenly appeared in Kong Xuanyu's cold and noble eyes. Slap your face, Buzz. She slapped out, and her palm ignored the boundaries of time and space and slapped Ren Yuxuan directly in the face. But suddenly, Ren Yuxuan's figure, which was hid, began to fluctuate slowly and gradually turned into nothingness. This princess hates your condescending attitude the most. Ren Yuxuan instantly appeared beside Kong Xuanyu. The surrounding space and time fluctuated, and a vast demonic abyss emerged, enveloping her. When I subdue you and make you wail beneath my little man, I wonder if you can still maintain this holy and noble posture. Ren Yuxuan also has the supreme physique of the heart demon clan, the Tianxin origin demon body. After practicing dual cultivation with Chu Dian's soul in the origin demon ruins, she entered the simulated Dao realm and touched the forbidden area. Her strength skyrocketed. With a raise of her hand, it seemed as if she could penetrate time and space, and actually forced Kong Xuanyu, who was in another time and space, out. Bitch, since you want to die, I will grant your wish first. Boom. Even with Kong Xuanyu's nobleness and holiness, he was angered by Ren Yuxuan's explicit words and a shocking battle broke out between him and her. Both women were demons in the realm of gods, both had the blood of supreme dragons and supreme physiques. Once the battle broke out, the entire Dead Sea was shaking. But at this time, however, he had no intention of paying attention to the battle between the two young supreme beings. Instead, he looked at the scene deep in the tomb of the human king in horror. In the middle of a sea of red spider lilies, a huge black coffin emanated a rolling netherworld aura, and above the coffin, a figure wearing a black royal robe with an unclear face condensed. Roar. The huge glands of the netherworld sea suppressing black tortoise expanded and contracted violently, extending and coming to rest at his feet. A great and vast aura spread, and the eternal abyss that Chu Dian had cast had long been eliminated invisibly. Princess Fengli, Prince Tianpeng, Nirvana Dragon Girl and other alien races all transformed into human forms and stood there with pale faces. One could see their bodies trembling slightly as they desperately resisted the breath of the great human king. Bang, bang, bang. In the field, all the human beings knelt on the ground at the same time, unable to even lift their heads. They have no psychological burden when kneeling down to worship the great mythical king of the human race in ancient times. But at this moment, in Chu Dian's sea of consciousness, the 10,000 Dao cauldron vibrated slightly, and the Dao essence left by Emperor Hengtian fluctuated slightly, exuding a supreme aura which directly offset the breath of the netherworld king. Chu Dian could even vaguely feel a deep sense of dissatisfaction from the Taoist essence left by Emperor Hengtian. Emperor Hengtian seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with this ancient human king of the mythological era, as if he had forcibly suppressed the great heavenly soldiers left by his ancestor, King Hengtian, and tied them up with chains and forcibly drove them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, in his mind, the seal of the eternal human king was also trembling slightly, as if it sensed some familiar breath and wanted to jump out of his mind. Under the giant black coffin, Hugh Aime's snow-white skeleton has been frozen in place, but the divine fire in her skull is constantly burning, absorbing the dark air that permeates the sky from the giant coffin. The aura on her body is becoming increasingly gloomy and mysterious. But what was horrifying was that he was clearly breaking through the divine realm, igniting the divine fire, and condensing his soul. According to common sense, his flesh and blood should have been able to condense again, but a scene that went against common sense appeared. The vitality in his body was rapidly fading away. In a short period of time, no vitality could be felt in him. Bang! His skeleton fell apart and he fell to the ground, leaving only the netherworld divine fire in the void burning fiercely, and the fire became more and more vigorous. A shiny little man gradually condensed in the divine fire, and the black mist reappeared around him. It was Hugh Aime's soul that began to condense. A small black skull began to appear between his eyebrows, and it seemed to be laughing and crying. The inherited mark of the mythical netherworld king. The voice of the Xuanwang human emperor was hoarse and dry. He half knelt in the sky, and his voice was filled with a suffocating sense of shock. After countless years, has the legacy of the mythical human king finally reappeared among our human race. In the starry sky, many human kings and the strongest people had already fallen into deadly silence. When they saw the black skull mark of crying and laughing condensed on Huaime's soul's eyebrows, they trembled violently all over. Ancient texts record that the mythical human emperor, in order to ensure the continuity of the human race from generation to generation, issued an imperial decree ordering many human kings and high-ranking officials to train successors and pass on a legacy. He also personally forged a representative brand for each of them. However, not long after this order was issued, the mythological era suddenly vanished. The human race was plunged into a chaotic war, and the 9 human kings and the human emperor disappeared at the same time. Those marks of inheritance that were prepared for the immortality of the human race and the passing of the torch from generation to generation also disappeared with the end of the mythological era. The starry sky human king's voice trembled, his eyes filled with endless shock and horror. Could it be that the great heritage of our human race will return one by one from now on? The great revival of our human race is about to begin. The king of Hengkong half knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. These little guys always give me some surprises and unexpected things. I owe you a huge favor this time. The netherworld stone, the divine artifact of the rules, and the inheritance mark of the mythical human king. Even if I sell off my Sehang holy sect, I still can't repay such a huge favor. Tianyan Daozin's eyes were still bloodshot, but his face was full of smiles. Whatever, too much debt is better than nothing. I'm his younger brother anyway, so I'll be his servant for life and repay the debt slowly. Chapter 288, Familiar breath. Thanks to the reader, I wish to become the son, for his certification. The 3 brothers Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan looked at each other and curled their lips slightly. They understood that from now on, the heir of the Sehang holy sect would never be able to escape Chu Tian's shadow. It can be predicted that for a long time, the Sehang holy sect and the Shengxian sect will be deeply bound together, with the Shengxian sect being the main one. In a sense, although Chu Tian has not yet become the leader of the Shengxian sect, he has already solved a huge problem for the sect, that is, the internal threat of the Sehang Shengzong. For a long time, led by Tianyan Daozin, the Sehang holy sect has been working hard to snatch back the position of the strongest sect from Shengxian sect. But now, how can we grab it? Huaimei absolutely follows Chu Tian wholeheartedly. Unless the Sehang holy sect presents another demon stronger than Huaimei as the holy son. Xiaobian, this kid, has had so many adventures, yet he keeps them secret from us. Chu Tian inside, first, it was the chaos-purifying heart stone, the divine object of rules, and now it's the netherworld stone. No, this kid must have some good stuff on him. When he comes out of the human emperor's secret realm, I will make him give my third uncle some goodies. Chu Tianyan muttered that he had not yet broken through to the emperor level. If he could get some magical objects that contain the essence of killing, the difficulty of becoming an emperor would be reduced by at least half. Puff. Suddenly, the netherworld king Yushuan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and let out a hysterical roar. No. Endless regret and pain filled his entire body and mind, causing his entire face to twist. Great mythical netherworld king, have you forgotten your closest descendants? How can you give your most precious human king inheritance mark to another human bloodline? He is not even from my netherworld human realm. No, I don't believe it. Yu Judao, what are you doing? Go and stop him. Otherwise, how will my family survive in the netherworld? How can we continue to rule as kings? The voice of the king of the underworld contained endless fear and pain. Taoist Master Tianyan raised his lips slightly and looked at the human king Hengkong, saying, Human king, do you think my disciple will have the opportunity to go to the netherworld human realm and become the human king in the future? The mark of inheritance of the mythical netherworld human king is the most legitimate symbol of the human king's successor. Yushuan, that old fellow, is a descendant of the mythical human king for who knows how many tens of thousands of generations. Seeing a disciple like me, shouldn't he kneel down and pay homage, calling me, ancestor? And I am this brat's master. It's not too much for Yushuan to call me the ancestor, right? The king of Hengkong pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. That makes sense. Otherwise, it would be treasonous. How can the Yu family have the face to hold the seal of the human king and rule the underworld? Ha 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 ha. Taoist Master Tianyan laughed loudly. I believe that once my disciple becomes the human king, he won't mind merging the netherworld into the Hengqian realm. Human king, could it be that the great revival of the human race will be realized in the hands of Chu Tian and his generation? Puff, puff, puff. Hearing the undisguised conversation between human king Hengkong and Taoist Master Tianyan, human king Yuming's chest surged violently, blood flowed backwards, and he seemed to be on the verge of going insane, spitting out several large mouthfuls of blood. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't even think of an excuse or reason. Because, this is a fact. The reason why the Yu family has been able to rule the netherworld for endless years is not because they are truly powerful enough to crush the entire realm, but because they are descendants of the mythical human king, have a source of legitimacy, and control the seal of the netherworld human king and the great heavenly soldiers. And now, Huaimei, who has inherited the legacy of the human king, has a more legitimate source than the Yu family. The imperial decree issued personally by the mythical human king created the mark of inheritance, which was passed down through the coffin of the underworld human king after thousands of years. Who is more legitimately qualified to become the human king than Huaimei? Why is this happening? What on earth did this evil beast Chu Tian do? The king of the underworld felt his mind go blank. Because Huaimei was able to obtain the inheritance of the mythical human king entirely because of Chu Tian's efforts. Those ancient divine symbols directly helped Huaimei to reverse life and death, break through the divine realm, and achieve immortality. The netherworld stone directly communicates with the human king's tombstone, reducing the pressure and pain Huaimei endured by more than 100 times. Without these, even if Huaimei had already broken through to become a god, or even a celestial god, there would be no possibility for her to obtain the inheritance of the mythical human king. In the eternal court, Feng Changhao sat on the throne with a pale face, staring at the scene blankly, his eyes full of bloodshot, his body stiff as a sculpture, his Adam's apple kept rolling, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Yi Tianshang, is this still a dead end? Feng Changhao's difficult voice echoed in the palace. Yi Tianshang's cold face gradually turned ferocious. He clenched his fists and growled, shut up, you piece of shit. Shut your mouth and watch, or I'll kill you right now. If you hadn't handled your relationship with the dragon monster properly, allowing that arrogant Kang Zhuan to block the entrance to the tomb, Chu Tian would have been killed long ago. How could there have been so much time to reverse the situation? This guy is a monster. We can't give him even the slightest chance. Do everything in your power to kill him. If it doesn't work this time, then try next time. I'm in the dark and they're in the light. I have countless chances. The strongest evildoers of the dragon clan are still there. Yi Fan and Yi Gulong are also hiding in the dark. As long as Chu Tian gives them a little chance, he can be completely killed. I'm sending a message to those useless people in the Feng family to cooperate. If you make any more trouble, I'll kill you and then destroy your Feng family. Yi Tianshang's face was ferocious, and he kept yelling at Feng Changhao like a wild beast. In the secret realm of the human emperor, the black turtle that suppressed the netherworld sea began to tremble violently, causing the entire Dead Sea to rise up into huge waves of billions of feet high, and causing the entire tomb of the human king to begin to shake violently. A terrifying roar raged out, repelling all the people around, including the monsters from other races, out of the tomb of the human king. At this moment, when the repulsive force surged towards Chu Tian, the human king's seal in his origin secret realm was beating more violently, and a Taoist aura spread out, directly offsetting the repulsive force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Tian's pupils contracted violently, and he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He raised his head suddenly and met a pair of ruthless eyes. A familiar smell. The black shadow standing in the void made a murmuring sound, and suddenly appeared in front of Chu Tian with a flash of its body. It stretched out its big hand and grabbed directly into the depths of Chu Tian's mind. Buzz. The invisible rules froze Chu Tian in place, making him unable to move at all. He could only watch as the huge dark hand reached out. Chapter 289 Make a Deal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the black shadow made a move, the entire Dead Sea sky was suddenly frozen. Lil guy, I'm very interested in what's in your mind. How about we make a deal? A cold and indifferent voice sounded softly in Chu Tian's ears. Although it was a deal, he didn't give Chu Tian any room to react. His big hand shuttled through the void and directly inserted into Chu Tian's Dead Sea, heading straight for his Chaos Spirit Pearl. Condensed Spirit B, Forbidden Domain, your human race is indeed a huge threat. The shadow muttered to himself. Chu Tian's pupils contracted violently, because the words spoken by the black shadow were not human language at all. He spent 3 years studying ancient texts in the Ancestral Temple Sutra Library, and gained a deep understanding of the changes in language and writing throughout the ages. The words spoken by the black shadow did not belong to the human race, but to an extremely ancient demon syllable, and it was not even from any of the powerful demons in the world today. This black shadow was clearly condensed from the netherworld aura that permeated the coffin of the netherworld king. Chu Tian originally thought that this was a trace of consciousness contained in the inheritance left by the myth, or something similar to the immortal soul of Emperor Hengtian. I never expected that this guy was actually a super ancient guy from the demon clan. Chu Tian's hair stood on end, his scalp was tense, and his heart felt like it was being held by a big hand, almost suffocating him. The black shadow's strength level is too terrifying. When he raised his hand, Chu Tian even felt that he was the Tao and he was the rules. This feeling was just like when he and Ren Yushuan were in the ruins of the first demon, cultivating their souls and minds together to enter the simulated realm of Taoism, creating a world within a small world, and having the feeling of being the creator and god of creation. With a single thought, nothing is impossible. Even if it was only 1,000 years apart, some netherworld energy condensed out, something that was not even a wisp of soul. But Chu Tian didn't even have the chance to use the Emperor of Heaven's Descent talisman or communicate with the system. That kind of difference in strength is absolutely overwhelming. This guy, who is very likely to have occupied the mythical netherworld king, gave Chu Tian a feeling that even far surpassed the soul projection of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. But this is the tomb of the mythical human king in the secret realm of the human emperor. It is very likely that the mythical god emperor himself sealed it in the Dead Sea, and it has lasted for eons. There is no doubt that the body in the coffin is that of the king of the underworld. What happened at the end of the mythological era? The body of the mythical king of the underworld actually contains the will of an ancient demon god. In an instant, countless speculations arose in Chu Tian's mind. The black giant hand covered the sky and the sun, shrouding Chu Tian's Dead Sea, making Chu Tian's consciousness seem to stop functioning. This was an existence far beyond his ability to resist. The black shadow seemed to be between reality and nothingness, and it directly reached into Chu Tian's chaos spirit bead and entered the original world. The eternal human king seal, the origin of the ancient human race, and the origin of the dragon race, the pearl of all realms. Hiss, the black shadow's shocking voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears, as if even he was shocked by the things in Chu Tian's origin secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the eternal human king seal, the symbol of the highest power of the human race, suddenly shook violently, as if it sensed that this guy was not the mythical human king. The rolling original power condensed, and the divine light burst out, directly annihilating the black hand and blasting the black shadow's consciousness out of Chu Tian's mind. Who are you? The black shadow's cold voice exploded, and his big hand grabbed Chu Tian directly. Chu Tian's body finally returned to his control. His pupils were icy cold and his mind remained in the calmest and most stable state. Having lived 2 lives as a human being and experienced endless blood and gore, he did not choose to give up when facing this ancient and terrifying demon god. Buzz, the talisman of the Emperor's arrival was directly activated, and the might of the Emperor swept across and exploded. The Emperor's ancient talisman, an ancient and powerful rune, but I am the creator. The rules of heaven and earth, the movement of the stars, are all in the power of my thoughts. The Emperor's talisman is useless. Buzz, Chu Tian, who possessed the power of an emperor, felt that he was instantly suppressed by an overwhelming force. The power of the creator can create everything in the world. He is the god of creation. The Emperor attained enlightenment, but what he attained was the great Tao of heaven and earth, and he was unable to transcend the scope of heaven and earth. A difference of one word makes a world of difference. The Emperor is also an ant in front of the creator. This person is very likely the supreme demon king who is comparable to the mythical king of the underworld. He is an old monster from an extremely ancient tribe in the mythological era. Chu Tian, who used the ancient talisman of the Emperor, was like an ant in front of him. However, the ancient talisman of the Emperor bought Chu Tian another blink of an eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the simulated Tao realm, the small world opened up by exchanging world seeds for Chu Tian was suddenly filled with a supreme and great aura, which offset the black shadow's freezing of Chu Tian's consciousness. System, Chu Tian roared in his heart, but at this moment, an earth-shaking sound suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The entire human emperor secret realm suddenly became violently turbulent, as if a supreme will had awakened. Golden chains as thick as mountains made a clattering sound, surging out from the void and directly binding the black shadow. Buzz, in the starry sky, inside the Kunlun mirror, the sleeping heavenly soldiers and gods appeared again, appearing directly above the tomb of the human king and suppressing the black shadow. Human emperor, you've been dead for countless years, and you still want to protect the human race from extinction. You can't do it. The black shadow roared, shaking the endless void and tearing the universe apart. Its big hands directly grasped the 2 golden chains, pulled them hard, and used them as a whip to lash directly at the Kunlun mirror. Kunlun mirror, you were able to monitor the myriad worlds because the human king was alive. Do you really think you have the ability to suppress the myriad worlds? When I fight my way out of this tomb, I will completely bury your race. Your kind is not in accordance with the rules of the 10,000 worlds. You don't respect the teachings of the ancient gods. You shouldn't exist in the 10,000 worlds. Boom, boom, boom. Everything happened in just a moment. From the time the black shadow attacked Chu Tian, to when Chu Tian used the ancient talisman of the Emperor, to when the Kunlun mirror revived and the golden chain spread out from the human emperor's secret realm, it took less than a breath of time. The angry roar even penetrated the human king's secret realm, passed through the void, and entered the starry sky, setting off endless waves. The power of this black shadow is actually not too strong, but the state he is in is enough to change the world with just a thought. Within the starry sky, many powerful beings, including the 9 human kings and even the Destiny Dragon Emperor who had been watching this place, were suddenly horrified when they heard the voice coming from the black shadow. This is not the language of my human race, my god. Tianyan Daozhen was so scared that his breathing almost stopped, and he stood there like a sculpture for a moment. Chapter 290 Human Race Unites. Many powerful people were stunned, their minds were blank. They are all strong people who have lived for a long time. They have traveled to many places and are knowledgeable. They can still tell whether the words are from the human race or not. From the coffin of the mythical king of the underworld, another ancient creature of unknown origin emerged. In other words, this guy is very likely to have occupied the body of the mythical human king of the underworld or has been coexisting with the mythical human king. He has been in the black giant coffin of the human king's tomb since the mythological era. This time, because the dragon emperor of heaven forcibly interfered with the operation of the secret realm and shook certain rules, this tomb that had been sealed for endless years was brought to the world again. Could it be that this sea of red spider lilies, the surrounding 10 Yama palaces, the Yellow Springs River, the Nahi Bridge, and so on, were not arranged by the mythical netherworld king in an attempt to revive the world, but were instead intended to suppress the consciousness within him? The voice of the Xuanwang human emperor trembled and he was terrified. If the black shadow had not suddenly attacked Chu Tian, no one would have thought that he was not human. It's even possible that this was specially arranged by the mythical human king to help him erase this consciousness, to help the mythical netherworld human king break free from his control. The starry sky human king was trembling all over, his pupils widening in anger. He said, "Do you all still remember? Ancient texts record that during the final selection of the emperor's disciples at the end of the mythological period, two human kings colluded with alien emperors to interfere with the human king's secret realm. After the incident, the human king was furious and massacred all realms, implicating countless races. The two human kings who had followed the human king in battle for many years have since disappeared. Could it be that because the netherworld human king's body was occupied by an external consciousness, he pretended to obey the mythology human king but secretly disobeyed him, leading to that major incident that almost changed the course of the order of the universe?" The burning flame king responded hoarsely, "The other mythical king is none other than our ancestor, the flame emperor. Could it be that our ancestor was wrong because his will was interfered with by an alien race? What kind of power could actually shake the sea of consciousness and will the mythical human king? They are all creators who transcend the stars in the universe. The human emperor personally suppressed him for countless years, yet he still couldn't destroy him. Many human kings were completely suffocated. They simply couldn't imagine what happened at the end of the mythology that caused the human race, which was at the peak of glory and dominated the world, with dragons as mounts and phoenixes as food on the table, to suddenly collapse and fall apart. That period of history seemed to have been cut off from a long river of time by an invisible hand, and all records and people's memories were erased. In the secret realm of the human emperor, the few traces of these related things that suddenly appeared made those who were standing at the top of the human race at that time almost terrified. It is completely unimaginable what kind of terrifying existence this black shadow is. This is the most ancient saying of the demon race. The cold and low voice of the destiny dragon emperor suddenly came from time and space. This one is very likely one of the oldest original demon ancestors from the beginning of the demon race before it spread across all realms and multiplied. Only such a great, ancient, immortal being could possibly possess the body of the mythical human king and control his consciousness. Even the mythical human emperor cannot easily erase it. This little human beast has actually been targeted by such an ancient and great being. He is doomed. No one can save him. Although the rules of the human emperor's secret realm are still in operation and the Kunlun mirror is protecting it, for such a great being, the human emperor is gone and the rules are now flawed. The human emperor's secret realm can no longer suppress him forever. Hengtian people, prepare to face the coming of doomsday. The voice of the destiny dragon emperor was filled with endless coldness and murderous intent, and his words were directed at the eternal human race. But at this moment, the 9 great kings, even Feng Changhao, all looked extremely gloomy. If this invincible ancient demon ancestor is really still alive and escapes from the secret realm of the human emperor, who can be his enemy? This is a guy who can even be an enemy of the mythical human emperor. If he comes out, his purpose is probably to kill the entire human race. Xiao Tian, Chu Tianxing's eyes were bloodshot. He never expected that one wave of troubles would come after another. Looking at Chu Tian who was not far in front of the black shadow, he almost suffocated. "Brother, quickly find a way to save Xiao Tian. Human king, this is something beyond the rules of the 9 realms competition." Xiao Tian cannot handle it. Chu Tian roared and screamed, murderous aura rising to the sky. He drew his sword and wanted to rush into the secret realm of the human emperor, but was slapped down and suppressed by King Chu Tian. "Don't go and die in vain. Don't you know the rules of the human emperor's secret realm?" King Chu Tian roared angrily, turned to look at King Hengkong, and growled, "At this critical moment, King Hengkong, we can no longer care about the rules of the trial. Save Xiao Tian first. Everyone, this demonic shadow is the great enemy of our human race. If he were to be born, not only our Hengtian realm, but the entire human race would be doomed." The Hengkong human king roared, and with a flip of his hand, he directly sent the human king seal into the human emperor's secret realm. Then he turned around and knelt directly in front of the world-suppressing monument in the ancestral temple, his voice tearful and bloody, "Please revive the spirit of the heavenly soldiers, suppress the evil demons, and save the proud son of the Hengtian human race." Buzz. The next second, Zanhuang human emperor hesitated for only a moment before thrusting the Zanhuang human king seal into the human king's secret realm. He growled, "Everyone, this is a matter of concern to the entire human race. Let's put aside the internal conflicts between the various realms for now. We must not let this evil demon escape, otherwise it will be our common doom." Afterwards, the Xuanwang human emperor turned around and knelt directly in the direction of the Xuanwang ancestral temple, shouting angrily, "The current Xuanwang human emperor, please ask the spirit of the Sheji Ding to revive, suppress the evil demons, and protect the safety of our human race. Let's attack together." The starry sky human king shouted angrily, and the starry sky human king seal flew out of his hand and directly hit the human king's secret realm. The human king seal is the divine weapon of the human race's mountains, rivers, and country, and is consistent with the rules of the human emperor's secret realm. It is also with the help of the human king seal and the great heavenly soldiers that the 9 realms can join forces to summon the human emperor's secret realm and the projection of the human emperor's palace from an unknown time and space. Therefore, there is no obstacle for the human king seal to enter the secret realm. The ancient human king, the formless human king, the azure dark human king and others also took action and turned around to beg the great heavenly soldiers from all walks of life to revive. Seeing that the evil demon seemed to be about to escape, their hearts trembled and they were terrified to the extreme. Fear, unrivaled. If we let it escape, it might really be the end of the human race. No one expected that Huai Mei passed the test and pushed open the lid of the human king's coffin and actually released such a terrible thing. In the field, the only ones who did not move were the netherworld human king, the burning flame human king, and the eternal human king Feng Changhao who was in the eternal royal court. Chapter 291 Who is it? Our ancestor was so great, he was invincible across all realms, and he wanted to create a place for reincarnation for the human race so that the human race would prosper forever. How could he be occupied by some demon ancestor? That's impossible. The eyes of the netherworld king were bloodshot as he growled and roared, unwilling to believe this fact from the bottom of his heart. The burning flame king rasped, "I don't want to believe that the emergence of a demonic shadow will plunge our race into doom. The 9 realms competition is a great event for our race. The life and death of the geniuses of each race who enter will be determined by fate. I feel that I cannot interfere with the development of this situation." In the eternal court, Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't have the human king seal in his hand, but even if he had it, he wouldn't use it to save Chu Tian. One of the original demon ancestors, the immortal creator, this king has no right to interfere. I'm going to let this little bastard die. You want me to beg the gods in the hourglass of time to revive? Dream on. Feng Changhao roared continuously. Yi Qianshang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said coldly, "If you were to die in the depths of the royal court, the gods in the time and space hourglass wouldn't even look at you." Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, deep in the Hangkong Ancestral Temple, the great heavenly soldier monument that had not moved for billions of years suddenly shook, flew up with a bang, and directly shattered time and space. It instantly appeared above the Dead Sea in the human emperor's secret realm, and slammed towards the black giant coffin to suppress it. Thank you, great heavenly soldiers and gods. The king of Hangkong was extremely excited. He just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that the god of the world-suppressing monument would actually respond. After all, the world-suppressing monument has never been shaken for millions of years, and none of the contemporary human kings who were at the top of the everlasting heavenly ranking list could shake the world-suppressing monument even a little. The pleas of Emperor Xuanwang and others could not even make their own great heavenly soldiers move in the slightest. Boom, boom, boom. In the secret realm of the human emperor, 6 huge seals of the human king suddenly tore through time and space and descended over the Dead Sea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 6 human king seals resonated with each other, and boundless power spread, directly suppressing the black shadow. The world-guarding monument also appeared above the Dead Sea, side by side with the Kunlun mirror. The terrifying power of the heavenly soldiers caused time and space to become chaotic. But no one noticed that Chu Tian's face was paler than ever before, as pale as paper, as if all his energy had been drained out in an instant. It really works, Chu Tian muttered to himself, and in his mind, the 10,000 Dao cauldron was pushed to the extreme by him, and endless Dao patterns were spread out. The spiritual power in the chaos spirit orb on the side was almost exhausted and almost drained. It was he who tried his best to communicate with the world-suppressing monument through the Hengtian Emperor Dao pattern on the one Dao cauldron. Naturally, he did not have the strength to drive the world-suppressing monument. He was just gambling that he could release the restraints of Emperor Hengtian on the heavenly soldiers and gods in the world-suppressing monument and let them descend on their own. In fact, Chu Tian was not absolutely sure. After all, this great heavenly soldier, a weapon created by the mythical human king, is not something he can control. Eternal human king seal, you two, get out and kill this guy with shock. Chu Tian's spirit permeated the origin secret realm, directly opening a passage to the eternal human king seal. At the same time, he shouted angrily, the power of the eternal realm origin is at your disposal. Just kill this guy at all costs. This black shadow was so terrifying. If Chu Tian didn't kill him, he felt that even if he could escape from here, he would be found by him at any time. The black shadow saw through his secret origin and knew too many secrets. Things like the origin of the eternal realm, the origin of the dragon realm, and the origin pearl of all realms must never be exposed, otherwise the Hengtian human race will not be able to protect him even if they try their best. Not only the Destiny Dragon Emperor, but also the mythical emperors of all races in the myriad worlds and the old monsters who have hidden themselves in the world will definitely hunt him down madly for these things. Therefore, the black shadow must be killed by shock. Little bald head, close the human king's coffin immediately. Chu Tian's angry shout exploded directly in the netherworld divine fire burning in Huaime's skull. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The eternal human king seal seemed to have a spirit as well. It understood Chu Tian's words and suddenly swallowed up the origin liquid in the origin pool below. Then it tore through the void and appeared directly above the black shadow. Boom, boom, boom. Endless divine power of time and space instantly erupted from the eternal human king seal, even far exceeding the total power of the human king seals driven by the other 6 human kings. The power of origin rolls like a tsunami and a flood. This is the most essential energy in the universe, driving the eternal human king seal and almost allowing it to deliver the most powerful blow. It's said to be late, but everything happened in just a few short thoughts. The seals of the 7 great kings, the monument of the great heavenly soldiers, and the Kunlun mirror. The gods within the 2 heavenly soldiers were also reviving, launching a terrifying attack towards the black shadow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the human emperor secret realm, that terrifying and supreme will was also constantly reviving. The golden chains condensed from it had almost covered the entire sky of the human emperor secret realm. There were a total of 99,999 of them. The golden light was as vast as a raging tide, suppressing the black shadow. I have already been born. You humans are nothing but centipedes. Even though you are dead, your bones are still there. If you want to suppress me again, you are dreaming. The black shadow roared, and the rolling netherworld energy surged out, transforming into a black spear that pierced through the sky and earth, as if to tear the sky and earth apart. The giant coffin of the human king suddenly began to shake violently, making a roaring sound, as if something inside was madly bombarding the coffin, trying to break free from it. The rolling netherworld energy and demonic energy emerged from it at the same time and merged into the black shadow. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering collision seemed to be able to destroy all the worlds, like the starry sky being destroyed. The entire tomb of the netherworld human king was reviving, the water of the Yellow Springs river was flowing, and the netherworld sea guarding black turtle was chirping, annihilating all the terrible fluctuations into the void. Otherwise, if this collision is allowed to spread, all living creatures in the human emperor secret realm will be wiped out in an instant. Little guy, come here. Even at this moment, the black shadow did not forget Chu Tian. He turned his head, and his blood-red eyes seemed to be about to swallow Chu Tian in one bite. The netherworld energy transformed into 2 large hands, and Chu Tian was pinched without any power to resist, and was directly stuffed into the slightly opened coffin of the human king. You evil creature, how dare you touch my elder brother? At this time, the bones that Huaime's body had turned into shook violently and recondensed into a body of bones. Huaime's angry roar echoed in the netherworld divine fire. The huge skeletal hand stretched out and closed the human king's coffin that had been pushed open a little again. Hell netherworld formation, activate. Xuanwu of the netherworld, I command you to kill this evil demon immediately. The fire of Huaime's soul sent out shockwaves that instantly reverberated throughout the entire tomb of the human king. The sea of flowers on the other shore swayed, vibrating out layers of materialized blue ripples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black coffin was closed, and the 2 dark hands that were holding Chu Tian disappeared instantly, and Chu Tian fell beside Huaime. Little Baldy, who exactly is this black shadow? Is there any mention of it in the human king's inheritance? Chapter 292 The Supreme Secret of the Myriad Worlds. Brother, I don't know who it is either. The netherworld divine fire burned fiercely in Huaime's skull. The little figure she transformed into scratched her shiny head vigorously and said distressedly, the inheritance left by the human emperor only says that in order to completely perfect the reincarnation hell, the netherworld human king's soul left his body and went to an extremely mysterious place. The remaining human king's body was possessed by the demon ancestor ghost from the origin of the chaos demon race. He colluded with the alien emperor to disrupt the selection of the emperor's disciples and attempted to subvert the ruling order of the human race. After the human emperor slaughtered the myriad realms with blood and settled everything, he didn't completely kill the demon ancestor's ghost because he didn't want to harm the netherworld human king's physical body. So he built this human king tomb in the human emperor's secret realm and had the netherworld sea suppressing black tortoise carry it to eternally suppress the netherworld human king's physical body, waiting for the human king's soul to return after reincarnation in hell. And then, nothing happened. After the end of the mythological era, this is the first time the human king's tomb has been unearthed. With your help, big brother, I obtained this inheritance of the netherworld human king. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the head of the netherworld sea suppressing black tortoise under the black shadow's feet roared, and after receiving Huaime's order, it shook violently. The entire majestic black tortoise body rioted, causing the entire Dead Sea to be overturned. The terrifying energy, combined with the 7 great king seals, the world-suppressing monument, and the Kunlun mirror, directly dispersed the black shadow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire Human King's tomb began to glow, and the 18 levels of hell, the 10 kings of hell, the Nahi Bridge, and the Yellow Springs River exuded endless power, connecting into a super formation to suppress the endless black fog that the Black Shadow had transformed into. The entire cycle of hell seemed to have turned into a huge reincarnation millstone, constantly crushing the black fog and causing it to emit bursts of shrill wails. Human Emperor, you bastard, you've been dead for countless years, yet you still have a backup plan to suppress me. The Netherworld King has gone to that place. Even if his soul is immortal, he will never be able to return. The supreme secrets of the myriad worlds are not something you humans can touch. This powerful body of a human king is destined to only serve as a wedding dress for me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The seal of the eternal human king erupted with endless and majestic power. One could even faintly see the vast and boundless phantom of a king. The incarnation of the eternal Empress appeared in it. The huge hand contained the endless power of time and space, and it crushed directly towards the Black Shadow. Time and space collapsed. Even the other 6 human king seals were swept up by the eternal Empress and burst out with unimaginable power. The 7 human king seals combined into a supreme formation pattern, which together with the Hell Netherworld formation pattern wiped out the Black Shadow. The world-suppressing monument in the Kunlun mirror blocked the surrounding time and space, not allowing any wisp of black fog to escape from its space. 99,999 golden chains, like countless golden pythons, made a rattling sound and tied themselves around the huge black coffin, wrapping it tightly. Even though there was a constant roar coming from it, it was of no avail. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless power permeated the air, and the black fog left by the Black Shadow was gradually wiped out by the power of the Netherworld Sea suppressing Black Tortoise and the 2 supreme formations, and the black fog in the sky was gradually cleared. But before the Black Shadow was completely wiped out, at the last moment, the Black Shadow's voice rang directly beside Chu Tian's ear. Little guy, you are very mysterious and have a bright future. We can make a deal. You possess the Chaos Demon body, which means you are half of my Chaos Demon clan. The decline of the human race is inevitable. Find a way to release me. I will help you reach the top of the myriad worlds and become the most honorable emperor in the myriad worlds. This human king's tomb has already developed a flaw. It can't suppress me for long. With your wisdom, you can easily find a loophole and release me. Hee, you can possess so many terrifying things in your body. I believe you must be a smart person and will make the most correct choice. Faintly, Chu Tian could feel that a pair of blood-red eyes were staring at him until the last moment. This ghost from the origin of the Chaos Demon clan seemed to be targeting something in his body. When I become the emperor, I will come back to see what you really are. Chu Tian responded calmly in his heart. He didn't care whether the shadow could hear him or not. The Chaos Demons, the ghost of the origin land, the layout of the mythical human emperor, the tomb of the human king, is the soul of the mythical netherworld human king dead. If dead, it seems that the mythical human emperor's arrangement of this tomb of the human king is completely meaningless. Would such a great figure who has reached the top of the world and unified the order of the world do such a meaningless thing? As a godfather of his generation, Chu Tian's intuition told him that the water involved was very deep. The secret realm of the human emperor is used to select disciples of the emperor, and it seems to be just a surface thing used to cover up the truth. Buried here are too many secrets about the mythological era of mankind. Boom, boom, boom. After the Black Shadow was wiped out, the void of the Dead Sea twisted in endless waves surged. If the living cannot defend the territory, let the dead defend it. The human race will never be destroyed. A cold voice came out of the mouth of the netherworld sea guarding Xuanwu, and its limbs that reached the sky and the earth, carrying the huge tomb of the human king, gradually sank into the surface of the Dead Sea. The rules of the Dead Sea are out of order, and this place is permanently closed. In the sky, the god in the Kunlun mirror made an indifferent voice, the void twisted, and all the people in the Dead Sea, including Chu Tian and Huaimei, were enveloped at the same time. Etc. Huaimei screamed, and the white skeleton body rushed out nimbly, grabbed a handful of red spider lilies that were closest to the human king's coffin and grew the most vigorously, and pulled out a handful of them. Chu Tian also reacted quickly. With a thought, his condensed spirit surged out, and the small world opened directly, covering the red spider lilies in soil within 100 meters around, and forcibly transferred them all into the small world. This red spider lily is an immortal elixir for the soul. Although these red spider lilies are not the main ones, but were cultivated later, they have been growing in the tomb of the human king for tens of millions of years. The medicinal power they contain is unimaginable. From the fact that they can easily destroy the attack of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, we can imagine how powerful the medicinal power they contain is. Buzz, a deep pit of 100 meters appeared on the spot. The next moment, the space twisted, and Chu Tian, Huaimei, and Jianqing, who were in the sea of red spider lilies, disappeared at the same time. Outside the tomb of the human king, the geniuses of the 9 realms, the evildoers of the dragon clan, as well as Jian Kong, Ren Yushuan, Kong Xuanyu and others who were involved in the battle, were all instantly transferred out of the Dead Sea. The netherworld sea suppressing black turtle sank beneath the sea, and the 7 human king seals, the world suppressing steel, and the Kunlun mirror also instantly disappeared into the human king secret realm. Starry sky. In the scene projected by the Kunlun mirror, the image of the Dead Sea instantly disappeared from the eyes of many powerful people and human kings. However, the various terrifying and shocking scenes from before still linger in the minds of many human kings, and they will probably never be erased for eternity. Chapter 293, a powerful corner of the mythical human race. The Hell Netherworld formation uses the 18 layers of hell in the cycle of heaven and earth as a large formation to suppress the ghosts in the origin of the Chaos Demon clan. Oh my god, I just heard something. Chaos Demon clan. Does this forbidden clan, ranked second in the myriad worlds, really exist in this world? The Zanhuang Emperor was horrified, his pupils bloodshot. Everyone, this is the origin of the Chaos Demon race. But before the mythological era, the Chaos Demon clan split into the Supreme Demon clan, the Heart Demon clan, the Sky Demon clan, and other demon clan branches. The Forbidden Demon clan had long since disappeared from the myriad realms. The body of the mythical Netherworld king is actually occupied by ghosts from the origin of the Chaos Demon race. The image of the Dead Sea has disappeared, and the dark shadows have been erased. But Huaimei's words caused many of the most powerful people in the starry sky, including the human king and even the Destiny Dragon Emperor, to fall into a long state of horror and unable to recover. The top 10 in all the worlds are forbidden groups. The word taboo, as the name suggests, is a big taboo, almost equivalent to a part of the rules of the universe. Normally, their names are not known among all living beings in the universe. Anyone who knows their names must be at least an emperor of enlightenment or above. Otherwise, even if one happens to know their names, they will be constantly erased under the invisible rules of the universe, and eventually all impressions and memories of the forbidden tribe will be lost. The forbidden tribe is equivalent to a part of the rules of the universe. Mysterious, powerful, and invincible are their synonyms. Therefore, the battles among geniuses in the fight for the title of young supreme being will almost only take place within the great realm under the forbidden tribes. The Chaos Demon clan is the second most forbidden race among the top 10 clans in the universe. Even though this ethnic group has not been seen or seen since the mythological era, it has always firmly occupied the second place. No other ethnic group has ever been able to shake its position except the human race. The deeds of the Chaos Demon clan cannot be recorded in any ancient book or jade slip, no matter how fine its quality. They can only be passed down orally. The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor sounded, and it contained a sense of suffocation and horror. Even someone as powerful as him seemed to be an eye and fear of this tribe. The purpose of the Destiny Dragon Emperor has always been to lead the Dragon Clan into the ranks of the top 10 forbidden clans. However, he had no idea about the Chaos Demon Clan, a forbidden clan among forbidden clans, and he didn't dare to have any. According to the Dragon Emperor's legacy of My Dragon Clan, in the early days of the mythological age, the Chaos Demon Clan was a forbidden clan ranked second among all the clans. Apart from your human race, no one has ever been able to replace them. Even many of the strongest beings in the 10,000 realms, and even the emperors of the Demon Clan themselves, have always believed that the Chaos Demon Clan is actually the collective name for the demon clans in the 10,000 realms. If a certain branch of the Demon Clan can unify the Demon Clan, it will directly inherit the Chaos Demon Clan's ranking and become the second in the 10,000 realms. The Dragon Emperors of all generations have speculated that the demise of your race at the end of the mythology era was likely related to the forbidden tribes ranked in the top 3 of the myriad worlds list. But for millions of years, there has been no evidence. In addition, the Chaos Demon Clan has long since split into countless demon clans, so this is just one of our guesses. But now it seems that the Chaos Demon Clan may actually exist and is not the sum of all the demons in the myriad worlds. Even the destruction of your human myth was caused by the Chaos Demon Clan. The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was filled with horror. For a moment, he even forgot the shame that most of the Dragon Emperor palace had been reduced to ruins and he had to retreat into the origin of the Dragon Realm. The eyes of many human kings and the strongest were also filled with fear and horror. If the Chaos Demons really have always existed and are not just a myth, then the demise of the mythical human race is indeed related to them. So, how powerful and mysterious is this forbidden tribe that it has remained undiscovered and unnoticed since the beginning of mythology? From the mythological era to the present, endless years have passed. There have been so many powerful people, mythological emperors have emerged in large numbers, and legends have appeared one after another, but no one has been able to discover where this ethnic group is. Could it be that for countless ages, the Chaos Demons have been hiding behind the scenes, manipulating the myriad realms? The starry sky human king said hoarsely. In the mythological age, our human race unified the myriad realms and was hailed as the strongest race in the myriad realms, surpassing all other races throughout history. Therefore, they threatened the rule of these guys. So they took action, buried our human race, and killed the mythical human emperor and the 9 mythical human kings. How is that possible? Hengkong Human King shouted angrily. The ancient books only record a small part of the powerful myths of our human race. There are 9 mythical human kings, 13 great protectors, 33 heavenly generals, the Titans, the Supreme Tao clan, and other powerful clan emperors who are devotedly following the human emperor. No matter how mysterious and powerful the Chaos Demon Clan is, how could they destroy the human emperor palace silently, let alone kill the supreme mythical human emperor? This conspiracy theory, which unreasonably promotes rumors of the forbidden clan's power, has long been proven wrong by Saint Ancestor Duanmu, Heavenly Blood War King, and other heavenly ranking emperors. As human kings, how dare you question the honor of your ancestors in the human race? If the Chaos Demon Clan is truly that invincible, then why is that ghost from the Origin Land, the so-called Origin Demon ancestor, still suppressed in the Dead Sea, trapped by the Hell Netherworld formation set up by the human emperor for millions of years, unable to recover? Such remarks and speculations, if spread throughout the human race, will only cause unrest among the people and will do more harm than good. The eyes of the Hengkong Human King were bloodshot. The Hengtian realm had always risked their lives to maintain its independence, refusing to accept any interference from foreign races. This was to safeguard the glory of the human race and preserve the hope of rising again. Naturally, he would not accept such groundless doubts and smears. He immediately looked into the depths of the void, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and shouted angrily. Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, your dragon race was just a sesame-sized group among the myriad races in the early days of mythology. If you hadn't surrendered to our human race and been granted the status of a human totem by the human emperor, your dragon race would still be unable to rise to prominence, let alone become the so-called dominant race after the mythological era. In the early days of the mythological age, a tribe the size of a sesame seed was in danger of being swallowed up and destroyed by larger tribes at any time. How could they know the secrets of the Chaos Demon Clan? It's simply ridiculous. You want to use this as a pretext to discredit the mythological era of our race. Please find a better reason. Speculating like this makes you look so foolish and ridiculous. Tianming Daozen raised his lips with a hint of sarcasm. These divine beast tribes received the favor of our human race, obtained endless resources, and quickly rose to power. But after the human race was destroyed, they completely forgot these favors. They only remember how they were enslaved by our human race and used as mounts and food on the table. But originally, they took the initiative to surrender to our human race and beg for these things. Those dragon girls and phoenix girls tried every possible way to imitate the appearance of our human race's peerless beauties. Even our human high-ranking officials looked down on them, but they couldn't resist their soft and hard persuasion and only accepted them into their harem. Chapter 294. Where did the Eternal King Seal go? King Chu Tian also sneered. What kind of divine beast tribe are they? They're just a bunch of ungrateful wolves. If I could see the unification of the 9 realms of the human race and its resurgence during my lifetime, I really want to see how these ungrateful wolves would kowtow and beg the human leaders to accept them in. The pupils of many powerful beings and human kings suddenly shrank in shock. They did not expect that the 3 Hengkong human kings would be so bold as to openly expose the most painful scar of the Dragon Clan. It seems that the Destiny Dragon Emperor had openly attacked Chu Tian before, causing Chu Tian and Huai Mei to fall into a desperate situation and narrowly escape death. The 3 top powerhouses of the Hengtian human race were filled with anger towards the Destiny Dragon Emperor, and it was only now that it began to flare up. Shut up. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor changed from deep to full of endless anger. Hengtian human race, how dare you be so bold as to slander my dragon race and even all the divine beast races? My dragon race has been a great race since the beginning of mythology. It is through the struggles of our ancestors, generation after generation, that we have become what we are today. What does this have to do with you, the human race? The so-called mythical agreement between your human race and the dragon race was originally an equal, mutually beneficial agreement. The dragon race and the human race are allies. It was you, the human kings, who used our dragon race to overcome the initial difficulties and then turned your back on us. You bound our auspicious totem to our mounts and treated our dragon race as food, mounts, and slaves. This is the greatest shame in the history of my dragon clan. One day, my dragon race will wash away all these shames and return them all to you, the human race. As long as you don't hand over the origin of the dragon realm, the end of the Hengtian human race will come soon. The wrath of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was like a volcanic eruption, shaking the starry sky for billions of light years and turning countless stars into dust. Destroy my Hengtian human race. Tianyin Daozen sneered. Do you dare to come out of the Dragon Realm Origin Land now? The previous forced intervention of the Dragon Emperor of Destiny made them reach a consensus. It is useless to be patient and give in to this dragon, it will only make him act recklessly. This kind of people who only remember beatings and not food should be severely beaten to make them understand that there is a price to pay for being unscrupulous. A terrifying murderous intent emerged from the starry sky, and the Destiny Dragon Emperor was extremely frustrated and angry. After the 9 realms competition, the human emperor's secret realm will be closed. This emperor must make you, the Hengtian human race, understand the terrifying extent of the wrath of my dragon race. Could it be that the millions of true dragons of your dragon race are going to cross the endless starry sky to conquer my Hengtian realm? Chu Tianxing sneered. If your dragon race had this strength, they would have wiped out my human race long ago. Heavenly Dragon Emperor, I feel that you don't have the confidence and strength to do this. You can't roar, just roar twice, so as not to get slapped in the face too painfully afterwards. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Destiny Dragon Emperor suddenly fell silent, and the starry sky suddenly fell into a deathly silence, so deep that it made people feel depressed. Invisibly, one can feel a terrible evil spirit spreading. The pupils of many human kings suddenly contracted. They could feel that the silent Dragon Emperor of Destiny had a faint sense of crazy hysteria. As the overlord of all worlds, the Dragon Clan ranks 12. Naturally, their foundation and strength are unimaginably powerful. However, among all the worlds, various clans and worlds restrain each other. Even though the mythical human race declined and split, it left behind a lot of heritage. In addition, generations of invincible strongmen were born frequently, supporting the situation of the human race and creating the Nine Realms Agreement. This allowed the human race to hold on for such a long time in desperate situations. But if the Dragon Clan goes all out at all costs, without considering the consequences and sacrifices, no one can guess how terrifying the power they can unleash is. Even if the 9 realms of humanity joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to contend. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 6 human king seals turned into black streams of light, flew out of the secret realm one after another, and returned to the hands of many human kings. The monument to the world returned to the depths of the ancestral temple. The Kunlun mirror floats above the human emperor's secret realm. Henkong, what nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you apologize to the Dragon Emperor immediately? The burning flame human emperor body immediately shouted angrily. Boom. At this moment, an almost crazy roar exploded from the void. Henkong, you still dare to say that the loss of my Feng family's human king seal has nothing to do with your Henkian human race? Where's the eternal human king seal? Why hasn't it appeared? Where did it go? Boom. The starry sky was directly blown up, and the void was rolling in turbulence. The eternal king Feng Changhao flew out of the void with red eyes. His true body came to the starry sky, and behind him was directly connected to the great heavenly soldier time and space hourglass in the depths of the eternal royal court. A vast and terrifying aura filled the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The starry sky was directly blocked by the Tao essence permeated by the time and space hourglass. Even if the Dragon Emperor of Heaven arrived, he could not escape the perception of the great heavenly soldiers. Waves of terrifying auras swept across every corner of the starry sky. The Netherworld Human King and the Burning Flame Human King also took out the Human King seal at the same time, sensing the direction of the Eternal Human King seal. Time passes by every second. Feng Changhao's roaring voice continued to explode. No, no, why is there still no? That's impossible. The Eternal Human King seal clearly appeared above the Dead Sea, suppressing the Human King coffin. Why didn't it fly out together? What the hell is this? The moment Feng Changhao saw the Eternal Human King seal appear, he almost went crazy in the royal court. Who could have imagined the tremendous pressure and accusations he endured because of losing the Human King seal? So he immediately contacted the Burning Flame King and the Netherworld King, asking for help, blocking the starry sky, and waiting for the Eternal King seal to fly out. Just in case, he even used blood sacrifice to spend 2,000 years of his life in exchange for a trace of the power of the time and space hourglass. But unexpectedly, the Eternal Human King seal did not fly out of the Human Emperor's secret realm along with the other Human King seals. Henkong, explain to me now why the Eternal Human King seal suddenly appeared to save the proud leader of your Henkian race. Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot, his previously black hair had turned pale, his face was full of wrinkles, and he had a decayed air about him. A lifespan of 2,000 years would be a huge loss to him. But what he couldn't accept was that after paying the price of blood, he still gained nothing and didn't even catch a trace of the seal of the Eternal Human King. My fellow human kings, you all saw it happen. The Eternal Human King seal suddenly appeared and then disappeared without a trace. Feng Changhao growled, the Human King seal is related to the continuation and inheritance of my Feng family. If you can't explain it clearly, I can only bring the time and space hourglass and the powerful people from the Eternal Realm to your Henkian ancestral court to see if the Human King seal is hidden under the world suppressing monument. I also ask for your support, all human kings and dragon emperors. Afterwards, I will spare no expense and reward you generously. Chapter 295. If you don't believe it, why don't you try it? Just you. Before the king of Henkong could speak, a cold light flashed in the eyes of King Shudian, and he sneered, Feng Changhao, the reason I didn't kill you last time was because the kings pleaded for you. I haven't settled the score with you yet for Tuolao's death. If you dare to step into the Henkian realm again, even the heavenly fate dragon emperor himself cannot save you. If you don't believe me, you can try it now. King Chu, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you really think I can't beat you? Feng Changhao roared in anger. The last time I bowed my head, it was due to various reasons, not because. King Chu Tian smiled coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. He waved his sleeves and interrupted him directly. Don't talk about these nonsense. The Eternal Human King seal was taken by my Shengxian sect. What can you do? In this life, the thing I regret most is that back in the Myriad World's ruins, I listened to Yi Tianshang and didn't kill you on the spot for the sake of the Feng family behind you. The Eternal Human King seal is now hanging in the main hall of the Chu family's Holy Emperor Peak. Step into it now and see if I can kill you. King Chu, do you really think that I dare not destroy your Shengxian sect? Feng Changhao's voice was heartbreaking. In the Eternal Royal Court, Yi Tianshang's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. After not seeing him for 3 years, King Chu seemed like a completely different person. He actually became so powerful and domineering. In front of all the kings, and even under the oppression of the Dragon Emperor of Destiny, he did not retreat at all. This person is almost completely different from the former King Chu. However, the seal of the Human King is too important for Feng Changhao to sit firmly on the throne of the Human King, so Yi Tianshang has to help Feng Changhao find a way to get the seal of the Human King back. Feng Changhao, don't get entangled with King Chu Dian. There is no way there is a Human King seal in the Shengxian sect. The Human King seal has a spirit, and it cannot be controlled by anyone who is not a descendant of the Human King. King Chu Dian doesn't have the means and strength to do so. Yi Tianshang sent a message to Feng Changhao. The Eternal Human King seal was revealed, and the major Human Kings witnessed it with their own eyes. As Human Kings, they are also worried that the Henkian Ancestral Court will steal their Human King seals, so they will stand on your side. Force Henkong Human King to hand over the Eternal Human King seal, or take the opportunity to gain the sympathy of the major Human Kings and ask them to use the Human King seals to help you summon the Eternal Human King seal back together. At this time, the Netherworld Human King Yushuan also said coldly, my fellow Human Kings, we are all descendants of the mythical Human King. We should understand the importance of the Human King seal. This is our life and property. The human race is weakening, and our great royal family should have supported each other and weathered the storm together. However, the Henkian royal family has repeatedly acted independently, disregarding the greater good of the human race. They even used the banner of reviving the human race and regaining the glory of mythology to repeatedly try to destroy us. If he takes the Eternal Human King seal this time, leading to the decline and destruction of the Feng family, I'm afraid it will be one of our families who will suffer the consequences next time. This king has previously teamed up with the Burning Flame Human King and has sensed that the Eternal Human King seal is within the Henkian Ancestral Court. But searching the Henkian Ancestral Temple is indeed inappropriate. Therefore, this king suggests that we all use the Human King seal together to sense the location of the Eternal Human King seal. The 9 great human king seals were forged during the mythological era by the human emperor, drawing upon the essence of the heavens and combining them with the essence of the 9 most ancient great realms of our race. They are closely connected to each other. If the eternal human king seal is really in the Henken ancestral court, it will definitely be summoned out. The burning flame king's eyes were ablaze with divine fire, and his voice was powerful and fiery as he said, "This king agrees." The starry sky human king glanced at the Xuanwang human emperor, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice, "I think it's feasible. The 9th master seal is related to the rise and fall of our human race. It is our last trump card and cannot be lost. If it's not in the Henken ancestral temple, it can also clear the name of the Henkong human king. How do you think that is?" "That's fine." Zanhuang human emperor nodded, looked at Henkong human king expressionlessly, and said, "Henkong human king, the human king seal is not only important to the Feng family but also to the entire human race. It cannot be lost. If you really took it, no one will pursue it too much if you hand it over now. The human race has 9 realms, each with its own seal, and each is governed by a human king. This has been the custom for millions of years." The ancient human king said coldly, "It's best to hand it over as soon as possible, or we'll find out and make it look awkward for everyone." The Wushang human king, the Qingming human king and others also spoke out, putting pressure on the Henkong human king. Daozun Tianyan's face was filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand and the Yunyan divine sword appeared in his hand. He shouted angrily, "This is simply ridiculous." It was Feng Changhao who took the initiative to border our Henken realm. The human king seal broke through the boundary and appeared in our Henken realm, resulting in the loss of the human king seal. Could it be that it was me, the human king of Henken realm, who held the Fang Tianhua Ji above Feng Changhao's head, forcing him to come to my Henken realm with the human king seal? My fellow human kings, you also helped Feng Changhao and curry favor with the heavenly fate dragon emperor back then. You just entered my Henken realm, but your human king seals were not lost. Now the eternal human king seal has suddenly appeared in the human emperor's secret realm. What does this have to do with our Henken ancestral court? Why can't it be summoned by the gods of the human emperor's secret realm? You want to join forces to bully our Henken realm? How ridiculous. First ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. A murderous look flashed in King Chu Tian's eyes, and he said coldly, "I have already said that the eternal human king seal belongs to my Chu family. If anyone is dissatisfied, come and ask for it from my Chu family. Why put pressure on my king Henken under the guise of justice for the human race?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many of the strongest people in the Henken realm also had cold eyes and murderous aura, following King Chu Tian and Tianyan Daozun, and did not retreat at all. How ridiculous. Emperor Lingfeng sneered, "If you took the eternal human king seal to my Henken realm and lost it, then it belongs to my Henken realm. Then, if the human king of my realm takes the human king seal to any other realm and loses it someday, then wouldn't that justify us invading a larger realm and annexing it? If possible, I suggest that the human king do this immediately after the 9 realms competition." The face of the human king Henkong was ashen, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had a strong murderous aura. Although the strongest people such as Tianyan Daozun were firmly supporting him, as the human king, he needed to take into account the safety and survival of the world. The 9 realms agreement comes first. All the great kings now believe that the eternal king seal was stolen by him and is in the Henken ancestral court. The Henken realm today is no longer the same as the era of Henken emperor. It no longer has the power to fight against 8 people alone and overwhelm all the realms. Everyone, since you all believe that the eternal human king seal was stolen by my Henken human race. The Henkong human king's voice was hoarse. Yes, I can also use the Henken human king seal together with the 8 human king seals to summon the human king seal from the ancestral court. But such humiliation and slander will never go unpunished by the Henken human race. After the 9 realms competition, my Henken realm will avenge our shame, invade the eternal realm, cut off Feng Changhao's head, and wash away the shame suffered by our ancestral court. By then, if any realm still wants to intercede for Feng Changhao, don't blame me for turning my back on them. I will treat them as enemies of my Henken realm and destroy them altogether. Chapter 296. Are you unconvinced? Buzz. Killing GTN, the human king seal appeared in the hand of Henkong human king. He waved his hand directly, and it sank and floated between the starry sky. The power of the king surged, and the pressure on the endless galaxy. Between every wrinkle on the face of the Henkong human king, there was a murderous aura as thick as substance. His turbid and old eyes stared at Feng Changhao as if he was looking at a dead man. It seems to be saying that last time, I just asked you to kneel 3 times and count down 9 times to be a filial son. This time, no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Let the war begin. All the major sects and holy places in the eternal realm have nothing to fear from a fight. Do you think this king will be scared by you? Feng Changhao's voice was filled with madness as he roared, "The eternal human king seal must be in the Henken ancestral court. Old Henkong, I want to see if you have any more excuses." Soon the eternal human king seal will fly out from the ancestral court. With both witnesses and evidences here, I wonder how you can argue. The netherworld human king smiled coldly, with a hint of bloodshot and hatred in his eyes, and the netherworld human king seal immediately flew out of his hand. The inheritance mark of the mythical netherworld king was obtained by Henkenji, and his heart was bleeding at this moment. He doesn't want to miss any opportunity to suppress Henken realm. He even wanted to destroy the Henken realm along with the other 7 realms and take back the inheritance of the mythical netherworld king. As long as it is confirmed that it is indeed the Henken realm that plundered the eternal human king seal, all the major human kings will inevitably feel strong fear and dissatisfaction towards the Henken realm. The human king seal is the foundation of the royal families of all realms and must not be lost. The coalition forces of the 8 realms will be one step closer to destroying the Henken realm. This king and the Yushuan human king have teamed up before and have already sensed the location of the eternal human king seal. It is in your Henken ancestral court. The divine fire in the eyes of the burning flame human king burned fiercely, as if the ancient fire god had descended. He shouted, "Eternal sky human king, even your tough talk cannot hide the ironclad facts. Everyone, put aside your grudges and summon the eternal human king seal together." The burning flame king seal flew out of his hand, burning with billowing divine fire, as if to burn away all the evil in the world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Xuanwang human king, the Xingqiang human king, the Wanggu human king, the Wushang human king, and the Qingming human king all took out their human king seals and flew into the sky. They surrounded the Henken human king seal and resonated with each other. Boom. The 8 great human king seals intertwined and danced with each other, filled with different ancient original powers, penetrating the heaven and earth, and directly covering the land, sky, and void within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles of the Henken ancestral temple. The eternal human king seal has returned. Feng Changhao roared hysterically, took out a long sword, and cut off his left arm, which was burning fiercely. He performed the method of sacrifice, transformed the blood of the human king into an invisible wave, and cooperated with the 8 human king seals to summon the eternal human king seal. He understood that this was his last chance. The 8 great kings put aside their grudges and cooperated with him in finding the seal of the eternal king. Such an opportunity would never come again. This is truly the greatest sorrow of our human race. Henkong human king's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke hoarsely. To fight against the chaos demon ancestor, we were unable to gather the 8 human king seals. Yet, to fight against our Henken realm, everyone was united. The human king seal and the great heavenly soldiers are in your hands. The power and destiny of the human race are in your hands. We don't know when the human race will be able to restore the glory of the mythological era and achieve a great revival. This king finally understands why our ancestor Hengtian has been running around and planning his entire life to destroy you and unify the 9 realms. Keeping you old bastards around is useless except for internal strife. Our human race will never be able to rise again. The voice of the king of Hengkong was filled with a strong sense of powerlessness and endless unwillingness. If the 9 realms of the human race could be as united as the Hengtian realm, facing the outside world in unison, with resources and luck concentrated in one place, then there would be no need to worry about the human race not being able to prosper and rise again. I can't unify the 9 realms of humanity, but I can first destroy your Feng family and reduce some obstacles for the unification of the future generations. The king of Hengkong looked at Feng Changhao, his turbid eyes filled with murderous intent. Feng Changhao had been provoking him time and time again, and he had reached the limit of his patience, and his murderous intent had reached the point where he could no longer suppress it. Such slander and provocation, if I do not respond in the slightest, how will I answer to the previous kings after my death? How will I explain to those powerful people who died fighting for the glory of the Hengtian human race? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vast fluctuations of the origin echoed around the Hengtian ancestral temple, and even gradually expanded to the entire Hengtian realm. It was also lingering with the fluctuations of the bloodline of the human king Feng Changhao, and the air was filled with blood. Time passes by every second. Within the vast Hengtian realm, there was not the slightest fluctuation or feedback. The expressions of many human kings gradually became more and more gloomy. Especially the Netherworld King and the Burning Flame King, their expressions had changed from gloomy to ashen. Before the 9 realms competition, they clearly sensed the aura of the eternal human king seal from the Hengtian ancestral court. There was no way they were wrong. In the tomb of the human king, they had been paying close attention to the eternal human king seal that suddenly appeared along with the world-suppressing monument. They were absolutely certain that the world-suppressing monument and the eternal human king seal must be driven by some kind of identical power, otherwise it would be impossible for them to appear at the same time with such coincidence, almost without any difference. Many of the human king seals, the world-guarding spells, and the Kunlun mirror have been taken out of the human king's tomb, so there's no way they could be wrong. Impossible, impossible. The eternal human king seal must be deep within the Hengtian ancestral court. Feng Changhao roared and roared, raised his hand, hit his chest hard, and spat out a mouthful of blood, which attracted a trace of the power of the great heavenly soldier time and space hourglass, which echoed in the Hengtian ancestral court. He was actually trying to directly shake the world-suppressing monument. Boom! Standing deep in the ancestral temple, the world-suppressing monument, filled with the great and vicissitudes of life, shook slightly, and a vast force spread, directly blasting away the power of the time and space hourglass, and even following the power of the 8 human king seals, tracing all the way to the starry sky. Puff, puff! Feng Changhao spurted blood, his body collapsed and exploded into pieces. The great heavenly soldiers cannot be provoked. The faces of many human kings turned pale in an instant, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. This was because their human king seals had suffered some backlash, and they were terrified and immediately recalled their respective human king seals. Impossible. This king and Fen Yan had previously clearly sensed that the eternal human king seal was hidden in the Hengtian ancestral court. The Yushuan human king roared angrily, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared, "My fellow human kings, let's try again." There must have been an accident, or perhaps the Hengkong human king secretly inflicted something. Boom! Suddenly, the seal of the Hengtian human king burst out with endless fighting spirit, ravaging the starry sky and directly suppressed the Yushuan human king. Buzz! The Yuntian divine sword was filled with endless sword light, piercing through Kanyu and suddenly slashing towards the Yushuan human king. Old Thing Yushuan, the owner of the mythical human king's inheritance mark, is my disciple. Are you dissatisfied? Taoist Tianyan's voice was filled with endless murderous intent. If I kill you here today, I'm afraid even the strong men of your netherworld race won't dare to avenge you. Believe it or not. Roar, roar, roar. King Chu and the others attacked together, the Duong Tianlong seal suppressed them, and the murderous aura penetrated the galaxy. Many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm had already reached the limit of their patience. Seeing that the Yushuan human king dared to show up, they burst out with endless murderous energy, as if they were ready to attack and kill him at any time. Chapter 297 is Chu Dian, the illegitimate son of the human king. Buzz! The shadow of the Yushuan human king's soul was instantly wiped out. The burning flame king wanted to speak out, but when he saw this scene, he immediately stepped back. The 8 great human king seals have appeared together. Looking across the universe, who can hide the eternal human king seal right under our noses? The Hengkong human king spoke in a low voice, his eyes sweeping over the many human kings, and said, "Everyone, it has now been confirmed that the eternal human king seal was not stolen by my Hengtian human race. But this account must be settled." A cold and deep voice echoed in the sky. Feng Changhao's body condensed again, his face was pale, it could be said that his vitality was severely damaged, even his foundation was damaged. When he heard this, he trembled all over, fearing that the king of Hengkong would attack him immediately without hesitation. He immediately tore through the starry sky and returned to the eternal royal court. The human king Hengkong, the Taoist master Tianyan, and the king Shudian had no expression on their faces. They naturally noticed the actions of the human king Yonggang, but they had no intention of stopping him. The 9 realms competition is in progress. Even if we want to start a war and kill Feng Changhao, it will be after the competition. The 9 realms competition concerns the division of major issues such as human resources and destiny, and is extremely important. Not to mention, Chu Dian and Wei Mei fought their way out of the human king's tomb. As long as there are no major accidents, it is almost a foregone conclusion that Hengtian realm will escape from its bottom position that has lasted for millions of years. Big brother, second brother, look, Xiaodian and little Baldy have appeared in the human king heavenly palace. Chu Tianyan's horrified voice suddenly resounded through the starry sky. He was stunned, his eyes filled with horror, staring at a projection in the center of the Kunlun mirror. How could Xiaodian possibly enter the human king heavenly palace? King Chu Dian shuddered all over and immediately put Feng Changhao's matter behind him. He turned his head and saw 9 vast palaces towering into the clouds, magnificent and golden, with carvings of real dragons, phoenixes, pixiu, deity and other mythical and exotic beasts on them. At this moment, Chu Dian was holding the pale Jian Qing in one hand, and Huai Mei, who had turned into a white skeleton, was standing in front of a huge black plaque with 4 large black characters written on it. The Palace of the Underworld. Bang! Jian Qing, with a pale face, was thrown to the ground by Chu Dian casually, but he didn't bother to get angry. Instead, he looked at the 9 giant palaces in front of him with horror. The Netherworld Palace, this is the human king's palace. I am from the ancient Sword God clan and do not have human blood. How could I possibly get in here? No, you two don't have the blood of the human king, so you shouldn't be able to enter the human king palace. Jian Qing was extremely shocked and trembling all over. She slowly stood up and looked at the 9 palaces in front of her. They were countless times taller than the ancestral palace of the ancient Sword God clan and the ancient palace of the divine sword. They reached from heaven to earth and towered like clouds. A majestic and vast aura hid her face, making her blood tremble. For a moment, she could only kneel on the ground. The human king's heavenly palace, the palace where the human king lived in the mythological era, was actually teleported here. Interesting. Chu Dian curled the corners of his mouth slightly, glanced at the 9 Tongtian palaces in front of him, and then looked at the eternal human king seal that was gently trembling in the origin secret realm inside the chaos spirit pearl. Just now, while being teleported by the power of the Human King's tomb, he suddenly felt a vast summoning wave surging from the darkness, trying to summon the eternal Human King seal to return. But it was extremely faint and seemed to be infinitely far away. It was obvious that Feng Changhao saw the eternal Human King seal appear and used the secret method to try to recall the Human King seal. Chu Dian just moved slightly, closed the secret realm of origin, and isolated the summoning waves. In the Hengtian ancestral court, Feng Changhao and the two great Human Kings were unable to recall the Human King seal, let alone now in the secret realm created by the Human Emperor himself. The boundary barrier contains the power of the Human Emperor and is even stronger than the ancient realm. It seems that because of the connection between the Eternal King seal and the Eternal Palace, I was randomly teleported here. Chu Dian muttered to himself. There are records of the Human King Palace in the Hengtian Ancestral Temple Sutra Library. Because of the Nine Realms competition, he also specifically learned about the information of the Human King Palace. In short, the Heavenly Palace of the Human King is the back door that the Human Emperor specially left for the descendants of the Human King and the selection of disciples of the Human Emperor in the secret realm of the Human Emperor, and it is open to the public. The selection of the Emperor's disciples is said to be equal for all races. But in this world, even if there is absolute equality, the 9 great kings followed the Human Emperor to conquer all realms and made unparalleled achievements. In the selection of the Emperor's disciples, the descendants of the 9 Human Kings received the Human King baptism specially prepared by the Human King as a gift to the descendants of the Human Kings. The descendants of the Human King's bloodline enter the secret realm, undergo the baptism of the Human King, and obtain this great opportunity and can immediately obtain 10,000 points. What does 10,000 points mean? Chu Dian devoured thousands of dead sea monsters and obtained thousands of magical powers, but was only rewarded with 3,000 points. It can be said that the descendants of the Human King had 1 foot halfway into the threshold of the Emperor's disciples from the very beginning. The bloodlines of other alien races and ordinary human beings cannot enter the Human King Palace. At this moment, a cold and eerie voice came from the front. Chu Dian, how come you appear in the Human Emperor Heavenly Palace? Click, click, click. Suddenly, the gate of the Netherworld Palace suddenly opened, and Yu Judao, the son of the Netherworld King, strode out, followed by 5 men and women. It is obvious that they are all descendants of the Human King's bloodline. I was just worried about not being able to find you guys, and yet you just showed up at my doorstep. Yu Judao's voice was cold and sinister. He looked at Huaimei and said, hand over the inheritance mark of the mythical Netherworld King, and this prince will spare your life. At this time, Chu Dian felt that the fluctuation of the eternal Human King seal in his mind became more intense. He looked in the direction of the Eternal Palace, and it seemed that something was calling him. At the same time, a powerful wave came from Hengtian Palace, summoning him to come. Click, 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 click. At the same time, the gates of the Eternal Human Palace, the Hengtian Human Palace, the Xingqiang Human Palace, and the Xuanwang Human Palace opened at the same time, and the great and vast power of the king suddenly filled the sky. One after another, the descendants of the Human King, the geniuses, with the gate of dragons and tigers, or beautiful and charming, walked out of the palace. Hee, big brother, it seems that this is God's will. The points for the Netherworld King's inheritance baptism belong to our Hengtian realm. Huaimei, who was left with only a skeleton, subconsciously raised her hand to scratch her head. The white bones rubbed against each other, making a tingling sound. A strong Netherworld fire burned in the eye sockets of her skull, which made her look chilling. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you break it. In the Eternal Palace, a huge snow-white hand stretched out and directly pressed down on Chu Dian. It contained a strong aura of time and space, causing the void to become distorted in an instant. It was also mixed with the original power contained in the Human King's Heavenly Palace, which instantly amplified the power of the big hand by more than 10 times. It dropped down a series of aura like a waterfall from the sky, crushing the sky and captivating people. You forced my father to kneel before your Shengqian sex pariahs. Today, I will use your blood to wash away the shame on my head. The cold female voice contained endless murders and tyranny, with an extremely noble aura, resonating with the origin of the Human King's palace, like a heavenly sound. Woman, do you want to die? Chu Dian raised his head, and 2 tangible chaotic divine rays shot out from his eyes, carrying the more vast original aura in the Human King Palace, directly piercing through the snow-white hand, and bringing up a blood mist in the sky. Starry sky, this is the power of origin. The already terrified Hengkong Human King suddenly lost his voice. How could Chu Dian seduce the origin of the Human King Heavenly Palace? Taoist Master Tianyan said in a trembling voice, Human King, could it be that Chu Dian is the illegitimate child of you and the broken sword goddess? Chapter 298 Old man, do you want to die? Old man, do you want to die? King Chu's white hair danced wildly, and his smiling face suddenly became stiff. As he looked at Tianyan Daozen, murderous intent flashed wildly in his eyes. Chu Tianyan and Chu Tianqing's smile suddenly froze, their eyelids twitched wildly, and they were about to draw their swords subconsciously. One is the pillar of the Chu family and the current head of the family. One is the definite heir of the Chu family and an unprecedented pride. Is it possible to say such things casually? Cough 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 cough. Hengkong Human King coughed madly, waving his hands repeatedly and said, Taoist Master Tianyan, please don't say this carelessly. You absolutely must not say this carelessly. The relationship between this king and the broken sword goddess is pure and innocent. This king will only have one wife in his lifetime, how is it possible? There was murderous intent flowing around King Chu. No, that's not it. How could the broken sword goddess possibly be interested in an old man like me? Cough, 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 slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Tianyan Daozen coughed violently. The image of Jian Kongzu holding a sword flashed through his mind, and his whole body trembled. He is simply courting death. If Jian Kongzu heard this, he would be dead, or at least he would lose his tongue. That woman never shows any mercy. Emperor of Heavenly Kings, Emperor of Heavenly Stars ahem, Master Tianyan, it was mainly because the shock was too great for a moment, and I spoke without thinking. This kid Chu Dian looks like the offspring of the Heavenly King Emperor and the broken sword goddess. He has a heroic appearance, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a handsome face. He doesn't look like a human king at all. King Chu's face was stiff, and the murderous look in his eyes became even stronger. The more he listened to these words, the more uncomfortable he felt. Chu Dian is his offspring, that's a foregone conclusion, why would he need anyone to comment on it? The old face of the king of Hengkong became stiff. Could it be that his child could not be heroic and handsome? He is the descendant of the mythical human king and the contemporary human king. Could it be that he is so ugly? Human king, do you think it's because Chu Dian has obtained the inheritance of Emperor Hengqian? Tianyan Daozen had a keen sense of smell and immediately sensed that the situation was not good, so he decisively changed the subject. After hearing this, King Chu Dian's expression looked better, but when he looked at Tianyan Daozen, there was still murderous intent in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something, and then he suppressed him with a seal. That's possible. Hengkong Human King took advantage of the situation and nodded solemnly. He extended 2 fingers and said, the Human King Heavenly Palace was forged by the mythical Human King himself. It combines the inheritance of the 9 great human kings and is condensed with the power of the 9 realms origin. It is specially prepared for the 9th Master King to pass on his legacy to his descendants. To activate the original power and receive the baptism of the Human King's inheritance, at least one of these 2 conditions must be met. First, the blood of the Human King is strong enough, or if one cultivates the inheritance of the Human King, the aura of the Human King will be strong. Second, it has an extremely close connection with the origins of the 9 ancient great realms of the human race. Our ancestor, the Emperor Hengtian, had a cultivation that spanned the past and present. Ancient books record that our ancestor was even able to use the human king seal to directly condense the origin of the Hengtian realm into a magical power, piercing through time and space and blasting into the future. His control over the power of the origin had reached an extraordinary state of perfection. Chu Dian, Hengkong, old man, you're talking nonsense. Suddenly, Feng Changhao's roaring voice resounded from the void. He's a young man who hasn't even reached the divine realm. Even if he obtained the inheritance of Emperor Hengtian, there is still a gap of 1,080,000,000 miles between him and the power of mastering the origin force. Even I can't master the origin force, let alone him. For millions of years, our human race has had countless geniuses. Among the 9 realms, there are monsters who have inherited the legacy of mythical powerhouses. Chu Dian is not the only one, but without the bloodline of the human king, he still cannot enter. There are only 2 possibilities for Chu Dian to enter the human king heavenly palace and drive the power of origin. First, he has the blood of a human king. He was picked up and raised by King Chu Dian in Jiankongzu. Feng Changhao's voice was filled with madness. Second, the eternal human king seal is on Chu Dian. You stole the human king seal and gave it to Chu Dian. The expressions of many human kings suddenly froze. The expressions of the human king Hengkong, the Taoist master Tianyan, and the king Chu Dian suddenly became cold, with murderous intent flashing in their eyes. In fact, they also had this speculation vaguely, but they were unwilling to mention it, so they shifted the topic to the inheritance of Emperor Hengtian. Because everything is just too coincidental, the eternal human king seal appeared just in time, absorbing a large amount of original power. Its power surpassed that of other human king seals, killing the black shadow of the demon ancestor and saving Chu Dian's life. After suddenly disappearing, Chu Dian appeared in the human king heavenly palace. During the attack, he was still able to carry the original aura of the heavenly palace. Within the human king's heavenly palace, the power of the human king's descendants will be amplified dozens of times by the power of the origin, while the geniuses of other races and ordinary humans will be suppressed. This is done by the human emperor to ensure that the descendants of the 9 human kings can successfully obtain the baptism of the human king inheritance and gain 10,000 points without being plundered by alien races. Chu Dian, who clearly had no human king inheritance or bloodline, broke this common sense. In the eternal court, Feng Changhao and Yi Tianshang looked at each other with bloodshot eyes and reached a consensus in an instant. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. It can't be such a coincidence. No matter how evil Chu Dian is, can he change the rules set by the mythical human emperor? Not to mention the present day, even in the mythological era, there has never been an exception when the top monsters of all races participated in the selection of the emperor's disciples. The conditions for entering the human emperor's heavenly palace are either the bloodline of the human king or the source of the power of the 9 realms of the human race, or one of them must be met. This little bastard actually stole my human king seal. He deserves to die. Feng Changhao roared and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He considered Hengkong human king, Tianyan Daozhen, Tianwang emperor and other top powerhouses in Hengtian realm. But he couldn't think of it no matter how hard he tried. I actually fell into the hands of a young boy. It's highly possible, but not certain. Yi Tianshang's eyes were cold and bloodshot. The deadly trap he had set up was actually broken by Chu Dian with the help of the human king's coffin, and he also gained huge benefits. He actually gave the inheritance of the mythical human king as a gift to the heir of the Sihang holy sect, completely bringing him under his wing. The biggest external threat to the Shengxian sect, the Sihang holy sect, will no longer be an obstacle to Chu Dian and may even become a help. This is how it continues. When Chu Dian grows up, with the cruelty he has shown, the Yi family will be destroyed, and the title of the founding family will not be able to protect the Yi family. This is a perfect opportunity. In order to ensure that his descendants could inherit the legacy, the human emperor established that within the human king heavenly palace, all the magical powers and strength of other races would be repelled by the power of origin. None of the alien magical powers that Chu Dian possesses can be used. Chapter 299 The Last Chance. Yi Tianshang said in a low voice, even if Chu Dian could use the power of origin, his strength would be greatly suppressed. His greatest reliance, the magic power of the word, devil, and the eternal abyss would be unusable. Feng Changhao, immediately give Feng Shi an order to kill Chu Dian at all costs within the human king heavenly palace. Also, contact the major kings immediately. Besides Netherworld and Burning Flame, if we can gain support from more major human powers, we will have a better chance of killing Chu Dian. Especially the Xuanwang human realm and the ancient human realm, the 2 most powerful human realms. We must find a way to win them over. Only by killing Chu Dian can we verify whether the eternal human king seal is in his hands. I will let the Yi family secretly prevent the Hengtian realm's geniuses from passing through and secretly help you get rid of Chu Dian's helpers. Yi Tianshang's voice was full of murderous intent and carried an unquestionable tone. He immediately sent a message to Yi Fan and Yi Gulong in the human king's secret realm, asking them to try every possible means to prevent the geniuses and evildoers of the Hengtian realm from going to the human king heavenly palace to reunite with Chu Dian. Also, in order to prevent my Yi family from being exposed, I will send a message to the evildoers of the Dragon Clan and the Heart Demon Clan to cooperate secretly. Yi Fan will help them find an opportunity to kill the Hengtian realm's Tianjiao. Send a message to Emperor Shidian and Shui Jian. I have asked Yi Fan to contact them and tell them the location of Holy Lady Hylian and Chu Yuyao, the second daughter of the Chu family. Tell them to kill them all. With the death of these 2 women, Yi Fan will be the ultimate leader of the Hengtian race. Chu Dian and Wei Mei will be isolated and helpless. In addition, the human king heavenly palace has the right time and place. If you, the eternal human realm, still can't defeat him. Yi Tianshang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said coldly, then there's no point in me keeping you. Do you understand? Feng Changhao's face was gloomy and ashen. He immediately used the secret method to send a message to the geniuses in the realm. Then he closed his eyes and used his soul to contact the human kings from all realms. He explained the pros and cons and insisted that the eternal human king seal was on Chu Dian's body. He asked them to let the geniuses in their respective realms lend a hand. Inside the heavenly palace of the human king, the gates of the palaces of the major kings opened, and the descendants of the kings walked out one by one, staring indifferently at the 3 uninvited guests outside the palace. In front of the palace of the eternal king, a beautiful woman in a milky white dress walked out. Her eyes were cold, and blood was still dripping from her white and tender hands under her sleeves, but she seemed unaware of it. Faintly, one could catch a hint of horror deep in her eyes. Chu Dian's strength far exceeded her expectations. As Feng Changhao's legitimate daughter and the young leader of the human king family, she is very powerful, but will never surpass Kang Ning and Mo Wuan by much. Chu Dian broke her big hand with just one glance, which shocked Feng Shi. But just now, she received an order from her father, asking her to lead the Feng family's geniuses to kill Chu Dian in the human king palace at all costs. The Netherworld and the Burning Flame world will cooperate with him. The rest of the Wang family will also come to help soon. Feng Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, don't you think this is ridiculous? Feng's eyes beautiful, cold eyes swept over Chu Dian, and finally said to the descendants of the human king in the surrounding palaces, the human king heavenly palace is so noble. It was specially built by the mythical human emperor to reward the 9 human kings for their unparalleled contributions to the human race. It is a reward for us, the descendants of the human king. Since the mythological era until now, no alien race or human pariah has ever been able to infiltrate the heavenly palace of the human king. Everyone, look at these three guys. The leader, Chu Dian, is a hybrid of human and god. He can't even be considered a pure-blooded human. The skeleton next to it isn't even a living person. It's neither human nor ghost. And this woman from the god clan beside it doesn't even have a trace of human blood. Bullshit, Huaimei was furious and cursed. You are not human. You are neither human nor ghost. Your Feng family is servile to the alien race and you even want to kneel down and lick their feet. You are the real half-human, half-ghost. Your Feng family has brought shame upon the human race, and you, a bitch, still have the nerve to speak so brazenly here. Huaimei glanced at her own skeleton, feeling even more frustrated. The netherworld divine fire in her eyes burned fiercely, and murderous aura surged into the sky. I simply haven't yet cultivated the netherworld king suitor to perfection and reached the divine realm, so I can't condense flesh and blood again. You bastard, keep your mouth shut. You lowly creature, how dare you slander my Feng family like this? A murderous gleam flashed in Feng's beautiful eyes, and an endless aura of dignity filled the air, causing the aura of the origin of the sky to roll and directly suppress Huaimei. This is the human king's heavenly palace, where the descendants of the great human king gather. Do you have the right to speak? Apart from Chu Dian, she didn't take Huaimei and the woman from the ancient sword god clan seriously at all. In the heavenly palace of the human king, even the most powerful demon of the dragon clan would have to prostrate himself before the descendants of the human king. Boom. The skull mark between Huaimei's eyebrows was filled with the power of a king, drawing out the aura of the origin of the sky, and transformed into a vast tornado of origin, 8,000 feet high, extremely powerful, and rolling towards Fengxi. You keep calling me a pariah. How noble can your human king family be? Huaimei was also angry. In the Hengtian realm, it was always the disciples of his Siheng holy sect who boasted of their superiority and looked down on others. Even the descendants of the Heng family are on equal footing with the Siheng holy sect. It was the first time that I was looked down upon by someone in such a condescending manner. Today I will strip you naked and hang you above the human king heavenly palace, so that all the human geniuses of the 9 realms can see how noble the body of you, the descendant of the eternal empress, truly is. At this time, a deep voice rang out. Indeed, the human king ancestor made great contributions to the human race. The human king family has enjoyed endless blessings and has been worshipped by countless humans for countless years. As descendants of the human king family, we shoulder the responsibility of protecting the glory and prosperity of the human race, not for you, the ones who look down on others, to use as a pretext for wanton behavior. Heng Chong, with his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, strode out of the Hengtian palace, holding a blood-red Fengtian painted halberd in one hand, and appeared in front of the Yonggang palace with the steps of a dragon and a tiger. He slashed at Fengxi with the halberd. Feng's beautiful eyes shrank sharply with horror. She never expected that Huaimei could also drive the original aura. Moreover, it seems that it can drive more impure original aura than her human king bloodline. This is really weird. Chu Dian can use it, Huaimei can use it too, and both are stronger than her. Huaimei had just condensed her soul and ignited the divine fire, but the fighting power was completely beyond her expectations, so terrifying that it suffocated her. The original tornado swept across the sky, sweeping away all the remaining clouds and shattering the void. It also contained the power of the underworld, which was extremely terrifying. Heng Chong's blood-red Feng Tianhua Ji was extremely heavy, like a mountain pressing down, and he wanted to take her life with one blow. Chapter 300 Instant kill thanks to Seiki 300 for the gift of the king. Heng Chong, you dared to attack me in the human king's palace. Fengxi shouted hysterically, with disheveled hair, and there was no trace of dignity left. You want to tear up the agreement of the descendants of the human king. Behind Fengxi, 6 descendants of the Feng family roared in anger and attacked one after another, but their fighting power was far inferior to Feng's eyes. Heng Chong only shook his body slightly, and they were shocked and flew backwards, vomiting blood, and slammed heavily into the wall, breaking bones and tendons, and their internal organs were shattered. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, 2 rays of light, one black and one red, flashed by, and the original aura swept through, along with the aura of the underworld and the sky burning flames, blocking Heng Chong. Boom. Yu Judao appeared in front of Fengxi, pressed down with his big hand, and suddenly destroyed the original tornado. He is a monster who can fight against the Luli True Dragon Princess Fengli without being at a disadvantage. He has a strong bloodline of the human king, and the original aura he brings is much more condensed than Fengxi. The mark of the inheritance of the human king. A strong look of greed emerged in Yu Judao's eyes, which were filled with grey mist. This is the power of the inheritance of the mythical human king. If he could get it, the benefits of the human king inheritance baptism would definitely be maximized, and he would even have the hope of leading the netherworld to win first place in this 9 realms competition. Heng Chong, since the mythological era, there has been an agreement among the human king families that no fighting is allowed within the human king heavenly palace. If an alien race breaks in by force, all the major families must unite to deal with the outsider. Do you want to go against the ancestral precepts passed down by the Hengtian war king? Feng's hair was disheveled, and there was still lingering fear in her beautiful eyes. She screamed and shouted angrily. Your Feng family is not worthy of calling yourselves descendants of the human king. It's a shame. Heng Chong just glanced at Fengxi coldly, then strode to Chu Dian and said, Grandpa told me everything that happened in the human king's tomb. I'm sorry I couldn't get the news in time. As he spoke, Heng Chong's voice suddenly rang out in Chu Dian's ears. I'm afraid there's a traitor among your Shengxian sex geniuses. On the day the human king's tomb appeared, the Jiyu family genius came to me and told me, along with Saint Hillian, that you had sent a message to the sect, saying you had received a significant opportunity and inheritance and were cultivating. They told us not to rush to join you and to cultivate separately. Otherwise, although I don't obey you, you are already the young leader appointed by my grandfather. I still understand the rules. I would not come to the human king heavenly palace on my own, but would go to find you. What's the name of the person from the Jiyu family? A cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes. I didn't ask any questions, but I could recognize him if I saw him. At this point, Heng Chong frowned slightly and said, but what I can't understand is why the Jiyu family would betray us. It shouldn't do them any good. There are many doubts behind this matter. Yes, you have some brains. Chu Dian raised his lips slightly and said lightly, there's no need to make this public. I have my own plans. In the original plot, this guy rushed around in the 9 realms competition, breaking all the methods with one force. Unexpectedly, he could actually see that there was something fishy going on. However, Chu Dian also understood that in the original plot, Heng Chong was under too much pressure. The prodigies of the most powerful sect, the Shengxian sect, under the leadership of Yi Feng, stabbed him in the back. Heng Chong is young, but he carries the expectations of the entire Hengtian human race and wants to escape the mission of Hengtian realm being at the bottom for millions of years. Under tremendous pressure, many operations will be distorted, but fighting to the end and refusing to retreat is not to be blamed. This time, Chu Dian replaced him as the young leader of the Hengtian human race. Invisibly, this relieved the huge pressure on him, allowing Heng Chong to maintain a stable mentality, analyze calmly, and improve his strength. Chu Dian, you bastard! Heng Chong's originally calm expression suddenly turned ashen and he gritted his teeth. As a descendant of the human king, he had to do countless ideological work in his heart to convince himself to obey Chu Dian's command. Don't act like an elder and boss me around. After the 9 realms tournament, I will definitely defeat you. Hang Chong spoke in a low voice and quickly got down to business. He said, this is the inheritance land of the descendants of the Human King. The baptism of the Human King inheritance is about to begin. You should follow me back to Hangtian Palace first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a vast aura suddenly enveloped Chu Tian, Huaimei, and Hang Chong. Feng Shi, Yu Judao, and the leader of the Fenian royal family suddenly appeared, leading the geniuses of their respective families to surround them. Chu Tian is the seal of the eternal Human King in your hands. Hand it over. Feng Zai's voice was cold. As he raised his hand, the eternal palace shook violently, and complicated runes spread out, covering the sky. This is the formation pattern arranged in the palace, and only the descendants of the pure bloodline of the Human King can use it. Hand over the seal of the mythical Human King, and this prince will let you go. When Yu Judao raised his hand, thick black chains spread throughout the netherworld palace, and black light illuminated the sky, as if turning the place into a dark abyss. Don't think that just because you have inherited the Human King's legacy and obtained the mark, you can be my opponent. Boom! In an instant, flames filled the sky and the sun shone brightly. Prince Fenchong of Burning Flame spoke in an icy voice. Why waste time talking to them? This little Hangtian realm, I've long been fed up with their disgusting, glorious faces. Kill them, and the treasure will naturally come to you. Hang Chong, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for disrespecting the Human King family agreement and beheading you here. The Human King's heavenly palace is a sacred place, not something these foreigners and untouchables can set foot on. Boom, boom, boom. The divine sun was in the sky, piercing through golden and red chains filled with flames, as thick as mountains, and headed straight for Jian Qing, who was an alien. The murderer's intent was awe-inspiring and captivating. This is the formation pattern of the Human King heavenly palace, which has a huge suppressive power on all alien races. Fenchong, you bastard. Boom. Hang Chong was furious. He raised his hand and endless fighting spirit filled the Hangtian palace. Carrying endless original aura, it turned into two huge fists and suddenly slammed towards Shenyang. Chu Tian, take them into the palace first. Buzz. But at this moment, Chu Tian's figure flashed and he appeared in front of Fenchong in an instant. More than 90,000 secret treasures around him glowed at the same time, and the endless original aura was directly absorbed. His big hand slammed forward, and the 99-level supreme chaotic vision evolved. The terrifying power instantly suppressed Fenyan to spit blood, and his facial features bled, and he suddenly became hideous. Chu Tian's sudden burst of powerful fighting power made the hairs all over his body stand on end. The father used secret techniques to tell him that Chu Tian's strength and magical powers were mostly suppressed here, and asked him to cooperate with the Feng family and the Yu family to kill him here. Why is it so powerful and terrifying? Boom! The divine sun in the sky was instantly crushed by the chaotic vision and turned into a rain of fire, which was extremely dazzling but accompanied by a terrible murderous intent. Who gave you the courage to attack me? Chu Tian's voice was calm and cold, with a suffocating murderous intent. With an unquestionable crushing posture, he directly grabbed Fenchong's neck and squeezed it gently. Bang! Fenchong's neck was as fragile as tofu and was directly crushed, separating his head from his body. No, don't! In the starry sky, the majestic-looking burning flame king trembled all over and suddenly let out a hysterical roar. Stop! Yu Judao shouted angrily, took out a black dagger, and instantly slashed towards Chu Tian's neck, trying to force Chu Tian to withdraw. Buzz! Chu Tian's big hand pressed down, the sky collapsed, and Prince Fenyan's head exploded directly. The Fenyan soul in it was instantly annihilated by the power of chaos, and his soul was destroyed on the spot. Roll! Chu Tian turned his head, opened his mouth and let out an angry roar. In an instant, the sky collapsed, the wind and clouds rolled back, and the rolling sound waves directly shocked Yu Judao, who was close to him, to vomit blood and fly thousands of feet away. The whole audience was suffocated. Chapter 301, Return. It's impossible to return. You actually killed the son of the Burning Flame King. Chu Tian, you're done. You're completely finished. No one can save you, no matter how high you go. Feng Zai's voice was extremely sharp, and it contained endless fear. Then he turned around and flew directly into the Eternal Palace. She was truly terrified. Seeing Fenchong being suddenly killed, the endless coldness of facing death completely enveloped her, giving her goosebumps all over her body. Obeying her father's orders, uniting with the geniuses of the Nine Realms royal families, and killing Chu Tian are not as important as her life. I witnessed with my own eyes that Fenchong used the palace formation pattern to condense the original aura of the Human King Palace, but was crushed to death by Chu Tian. The impact that came at him was almost suffocating. And it was not just Feng Shi. The geniuses of the royal families of the Nine Realms of the human race were standing at the gates of their respective palaces, their bodies stiff, cold, stunned, and almost suffocating. Although the Burning Flame realm is not the most powerful among the Nine Realms, it has always been among the top 5, and even ranked among the top 3 at its peak. Fenchong is a member of the royal family of the Fenyan human realm and the son of the Human King. Even if they think they are stronger than Fenchong, who dares to say that they can kill Fenchong in seconds with such a crushing momentum? Starry sky, my son, Chu Tian, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, and torture you for thousands of years. The Burning Flame King's eyes were bloodshot, his whole body was trembling, and he roared almost crazily. He was devastated after witnessing his son being killed. And this was his most promising son, which almost drove him crazy on the spot. Misfortune sent by heaven can be survived, but those brought upon oneself cannot be. A murderous look filled the face of the Human King Hangkong, who said coldly, Human King Fenyan, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Nine Realms competition, where the geniuses compete for supremacy, life and death are at your own risk. It seems like you said this before. Daoist Tianyan said indifferently, it was you who gave the order, causing your son to come and die voluntarily. Who can you blame now? King Chu Tian just stared coldly at the Burning Flame Human King, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and suddenly said, my fellow Human Kings, according to the rules of the Nine Realms competition, the Burning Flame Human King said this. Even if I kill him, I will still be protected by the Nine Realms agreement. Even the powerful people of the Nine Realms should strongly condemn the Burning Flame King's words. Zanhuang Human Emperor frowned, looked at Fenyan Human King, and said in a cold voice, Fenyan Human King, this will not happen again. Since you have entered the Nine Realms competition, you should be prepared to die in battle. No retribution will be allowed. As the king of a human realm, you should understand the importance of this matter. Otherwise, if every supreme being follows your example, settling grudges later and killing the human race's geniuses, then after the Nine Realms competition is over, the strong people from all realms will take revenge. How many young geniuses can withstand them? The Starry Sky Human King also said in a deep voice, I don't want to hear this again. I, the Starry Sky Human realm, will closely monitor your every move. If you dare to retaliate, don't blame me for turning my back on you. At this time, except for the eternal Human King Feng Changhao and the Netherworld Human King, many other Human Kings reprimanded harshly without showing any mercy. What's worse, he even directly exposed the Burning Flame King, saying that he wanted to make friends with the Yushuan King and the Eternal King and get his son to cooperate with him, otherwise Chu Tian would not kill him for no reason. Since you have taken action, if you are killed because you are not as skilled as others, you deserve it. As kings from all walks of life, they deeply understand the importance of upholding the rules of the Nine Realms competition. Our own geniuses all had their youthful days. If the old monsters are planning to settle scores later, who can guarantee that they can always follow behind and protect them without any accidents? In order to maintain the fairness of the Nine Realms competition, there was even a case in the past where a human king took revenge in private, but the Starry Sky human king, who was good at deduction, figured it out. The Nine Realms united and directly forced him to commit suicide to apologize. Puff, the burning flame king was so angry that he was spitting blood, his eyes full of bloodshot, but under the terrifying pressure, he could only speak hoarsely. I witnessed my own son being killed, and I was impulsive. Please forgive me. As the king of a realm, I must do my best to maintain the order of the Nine Realms competition. Since Burning Sky's skills are inferior to others, he deserves to be killed. Emperor Tianwang, I apologize to you. To avoid being held accountable, the Burning Flame Human King was forced to bow to King Chu Tian and said, I promise that as long as Chu Tian can walk out of the Nine Realms competition alive, no powerful person in my Burning Flame Human realm will seek revenge later. I guarantee this on the honor of my Burning Flame Human race's ancestors. You're smart. King Chu Tian glanced at the King of Burning Flames, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded away. Xiao Tian's fighting power is amazing. Chu Tian smacked his lips in amazement. He didn't even glance at the Burning Flame King the entire time, but instead kept staring at Chu Tian. He said, the origin aura this kid evokes is 100 times more terrifying than those of the king's biological children, such as Yu Judao, Fenchong, and Feng Shi. Could it be that our true family's ancestor was the illegitimate son of some mythical human king, and that the secret has been passed down all along? Could it be that Xiao Tian's bloodline has suddenly returned to his ancestral lineage, making him comparable to a royal monster like the Heavenly Blood War King? It's not impossible. Chu Tianqing nodded seriously. The face of the eternal human king was full of black lines. He was too lazy to pay attention to the two people who were still trying to make excuses for Chu Tian to cover up the fact that he might have the eternal human king seal. The bloodline of the human king is so powerful and precious, it symbolizes enormous power and honor, as well as endless resources. Given the Chu family's status and strength as a founding family, if they truly possessed the bloodline of the human king, they would have announced it to the public long ago. It would not be impossible for them to even compete with the Hang family or any other royal family in the human world for the throne of the human king. How on earth did this kid do it? It really posed a big problem for me. Hangkong human king rubbed his eyebrows, feeling both excited and a little headache. What's exciting is that plundering the seal of a human king is something that even our ancestor Emperor Hangkong has not been able to do. But the headache is how to deal with this matter. After the Nine Realms competition, it will probably cause a huge storm. Human king just refused to admit it. Tianyan Emperor came to the side and said in a low voice, if they have the ability, they can summon the human king seal themselves. Otherwise, Chu Tian will obtain the bloodline inheritance of Hangtian Emperor. I can't return the eternal human king seal to the Feng family. I'll never be able to rest in peace if I die. Anyway, after the Nine Realms tournament, we're going to kill Feng Changhao. At worst, we can take the opportunity to declare an all-out war with the eternal human realm. There's no reason for other realms to intervene. If we can seize this opportunity to destroy the Feng family and reclaim the eternal human realm, the old folks will be able to report to our ancestors even after we die. As Tianyan Daozhen spoke, his eyes were filled with strong murderous intent and a strong fighting spirit. This is the only thing we can do for now. The king of Hangkong nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In the human king's heavenly palace, there was a suffocating atmosphere and the entire place was silent for a long time. Chapter 302. Are you kidding me? Feng Shi, you. Yu Judao was shocked and stared blankly at Feng Shi, who quickly ran into the eternal palace. He was completely stunned. After all, this battle against Chu Tian is the two realms helping the Feng family. Who would have thought that Feng Shi would run away at the first moment? Judao, hurry up and go. Your father will find a way to deal with the matter of the human king's inheritance mark later. The anxious voice of the netherworld human king Yushuan suddenly exploded in Yu Judao's ears. This kid Chu Tian is very likely to have the eternal human king seal on him. The extent to which he can drive the heavenly palace's origin aura far exceeds yours. The increase in his combat power is incomparably huge, far beyond your ability to match. He can actually activate the eternal human king seal. Yu Judao's eyes turned red. He was extremely jealous, but at the same time he was frightened and trembled all over. His figure flashed and he flew directly towards the nether palace. Want to leave? Chu Tian's icy voice resounded through the sky, and he stretched out his big hand, which was blessed by the endless aura of origin, covering the sky and the sun, almost covering the entire sky of the netherworld palace, and the endless power of chaos descended. With a light squeeze of his big hand, the space shattered layer by layer. Yu Judao was like an ant, and was directly pinched in Chu Tian's hand. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. After devouring Kang Juan and opening up 95,000 secret treasures, Chu Tian's combat power has reached a terrifying level, far exceeding his previous level. Not to mention, at this moment, with the blessing of the original aura of the Human King Heavenly Palace, even if he cannot use the Eternal Abyss, for Chu Tian, the entire Human King Heavenly Palace is a larger Eternal Abyss. The original aura allows him to drive it at will, and his combat power has skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Chu Tian even felt that in this Human King Palace, even the evildoers who had broken through the level of the gods would be killed by him. No matter how talented Yu Judao is, he is only at the same level as Kang Juan and Princess Fengli, or even worse. In front of Chu Tian at this moment, he can easily counterattack and kill him. Puff, puff, puff. Yu Judao's pupils contracted violently, his mouth was full of blood, his face was pinched purple by the big hands, his facial features swelled, and his whole body seemed to be about to explode. The sound of bones breaking sounded like firecrackers. Chu Tian, you killed Fenchong and have already offended the Fenyan Human King. Do you still want to offend me, the Netherworld Human World? I am the designated next Netherworld Human King. Yu Judao spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. At this moment, the 6 people from the Netherworld Royal Family who had followed him just now, as well as the people from the Eternal Royal Family and the Burning Flame Royal Family, were all frightened half to death by Chu Tian's strength. They instantly ran towards the palace and dared not pay any attention to Yu Judao. Drink. Chu Tian roared, the sky exploded, the wind swept away the clouds, and the rolling sound waves echoed. The dozen or so royal monsters were directly shaken into blood mist on the spot, and their souls exploded and were destroyed. You are a bunch of trash. How dare you attack me? Who gave you the courage and guts? Chu Tian's voice was extremely cold, containing endless murderous intent. His other big hand suddenly stretched out, and the word, devil, on the palm burst out with endless blood light. The rolling original aura even directly added to his magic power, making it even more terrifying. Other alien races cannot display their magical powers in the Human King Heavenly Palace because they are repelled by the original aura in the Human King Heavenly Palace. Because of the autonomous revival of the Eternal Human King Seal, Chu Tian resonated with the Human King Palace, which directly pulled him here. It can even be said that the Human King Palace is equivalent to a weapon for him and will not have any constraints on him at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The word, demon, turned into a blood-red abyss, covering the sky. The blood mist and soul fragments of Fenchong, who was killed, and more than a dozen royal geniuses and evildoers were instantly swallowed up and transformed into energy for Chu Tian to open up the secret treasure. Even if I am the enemy of the heavens, what do I have to fear? Chu Tian's cold voice exploded in the heavenly palace, and the blood-red abyss directly covered Yu Judao, wanting to swallow him alive. Being shaken into a bloody mist, the effect was far worse after all. This guy is a monster that appears once in 1,000 years in the human race. He is not much weaker than Kang Juan, so Chu Tian's side did not crush him to death directly. Ha 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 ha, Yu Judao, my Hangtian human race will help you receive the baptism of inheritance of the Netherworld Palace. Huai Mei scratched her head and grinned. The skeleton appearance looked really captivating. This guy Chu Dian is even more terrifying. Jian Qing, who was lying on the ground under the pressure of the great power of the Heavenly Palace, looked up at Chu Dian with horror in his eyes. Oh my god, Feng Shi, who ran into the Eternal Palace first, turned around and saw the scene. She was so scared that her whole body trembled and she sat down on the ground. All the color disappeared from her beautiful face and her whole body was shaking. Just a little bit. If she had run a little slower, she would have been swallowed up. Most of the geniuses from the major royal families turned pale and were horrified when they saw the blood-red sky covering the sky. Since the mythological era until now, this is the first time that someone has been able to use the magical powers of the demon clan in the heavenly palace of the human king. God, there's nothing Xiao Dian wouldn't dare to do. Chu Tianyin rubbed his brow and said with a wry smile, in a sacred place like the human king heavenly palace, using magical powers to devour the descendants of the royal family would be a heinous crime punishable by the execution of the entire family, or even the extermination of 9 generations of the clan in the mythological era. Chu Tianqing also smiled bitterly and shook his head repeatedly. Who would have thought that this kid could actually use magic powers in the heavenly palace? The human king Hangkong grinned and didn't care much about the glory of the human king palace being tarnished or the royal dignity being trampled upon. People are everything. Being alive is better than anything else. As long as you are alive, there is a chance. He's not some old-fashioned guy. The glory of the human race is maintained by specific people. As long as Chu Tian can take the opportunity to strengthen himself by all means, under the current situation in the human emperor secret realm, he will unconditionally support him, even if Chu Tian now directly uses magic means to absorb the female geniuses of the major royal families, Dragon Clan, and Phoenix Clan. It's completely lawless. Looking at the scenes in the human king heavenly palace, the starry sky human king's face was extremely grim. He angrily scolded. The human king heavenly palace was built in imitation of the 9 mythical human king palaces outside the human emperor palace during the mythological period. The 9 human kings once lived in them and discussed important matters with the human emperor. What a noble place it is. Killing a royal descendant in this situation is already disrespectful, but it is understandable. But now, in the heavenly palace, he actually unleashed such cruel magic to devour the descendants of the royal bloodline. Where is the majesty of the various mythical human kings, and where is the majesty of the heavenly palace of the human king? How arrogant and daring, the ancient human king shouted angrily, Hangkong human king, why don't you send a message immediately to stop Chu Tian's absurd behavior? The major kings also spoke out. Are you kidding me? The Hangkong human king's face turned cold, his voice filled with murderous intent. When the descendants of the 3 royal families surrounded the Hangtian human race's genius, why didn't you say they were defiling the sacredness of the human king heavenly palace? Chapter 303, giving you a chance to challenge thanks to Seiki for the great certification. Now that I, the Hangtian human race's genius, have the upper hand, you come out and make irresponsible remarks. Are you bullying my Hangtian realm because no one can bully me? I'm not dead yet, the Hang family hasn't been destroyed, and the world-suppressing monument still stands deep in the ancestral temple. If we can bring down several great realms in one battle, my Hangtian race can still do it. The human king Hangtian swept his cold eyes across the major human kings, not retreating a single step, and was extremely powerful. When the various realms are wantonly invaded by alien heritage and their internal affairs are interfered with, how can you not feel ashamed and tarnish the dignity of the royal family? When the heavenly mandate Dragon Emperor issued an order to intimidate our Hangtian royal clan and invade the Hangtian realm, why didn't you feel that the sanctity of the human race was being tarnished? It's ridiculous. Many human kings had gloomy expressions on their faces. They had never expected that the human king Hangtian would suddenly become so powerful. In order to protect Chu Dian, he was willing to fight against the 9 realms on his own. But what King Hangkong said left them speechless for a moment. The eyes of the Yushuan human king were full of bloodshot, his fists were clenched, and veins were bulging, but he didn't dare to make a sound. After all, the Fenian human king was a shining example before him. The major kings can speak out, but he cannot, otherwise he will be suspected of wanting to settle scores later. At this time, the Xuanwang human king said in a deep voice, this king has no intention of targeting the Hangtian realm, nor does he intend to help the Dragon clan suppress the Hangtian human clan's proud genius. But the human king's heavenly palace is the sacred place where the human king once lived. It has been passed down for millions of years and is the only thing left of our race. It allows future generations of the human race to admire the ancient relics of the mythical human king. It must not be desecrated in this way. Buzz, the Xuanwang human king used secret techniques to directly send a message to his descendants in the human king heavenly palace, asking them to stop Chu Dian. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A blood-red abyss stretched across the sky, and the word, demon, illuminated the sky, completely suppressing Yu Judao. When it was about to devour him, a vast and supreme power of the gods erupted from the gate of the Xuanwang palace. Tianshan, as the name suggests, is the heaven of gods. A difference of one word makes a world of difference. The vast will of the gods permeated the air, carrying endless aura of origin, which was not even much inferior to Chu Dian. It directly solidified the sky, suppressed the operation of the demon, magical power, and caused the blood-colored abyss to swallow Yu Judao to stagnate. Prince Xuanwang, save me, save me. My netherworld human world has always respected the Xuanwang human world as the leader of the human race. Yu Judao, who had been suppressed and unable to speak, was finally able to speak. He let out a hysterical scream, terrified to the extreme. Only by experiencing it can one understand that the oppression of being close to the abyss of death is enough to make one's mind collapse directly, the whole body become limp, and the mind go blank. He doesn't want to die. In the face of death, which was devouring him alive, all pride and royal glory were thrown out of the window. Save me this time. When I inherit the throne of the netherworld, everything will be based on my brother Prince Xuanwang. Yu Judao was almost crazy, like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. He made all kinds of shameless promises that betrayed the interests of the netherworld human race, for fear that Prince Xuanwang would not save him. It seemed that as long as Prince Xuanwang saved his life, he would even be willing to leave the netherworld human world and merge it into the Xuanwang human world in the future. As a member of the royal family, you have no royal dignity, so how can you be called a king? A man in a pale yellow robe, with a heroic and majestic figure, radiating divine light, stepped out from the gate of the Xuanwang palace into the sky and stood opposite Chu Dian. He first glanced at Yu Judao coldly and said, I heard my grandfather say before that you are a rare monster that only appears once in a million years in the human race. He praised you so much that he thought you were a great man, on par with me. Now facing life and death, you have no kingly spirit at all. How shameful. For millions of years, the human race has been unable to rise and has been repeatedly humiliated by other races. This is because you, the spineless ones, are in power, causing our race to suffer humiliation time and again. In the starry sky, the face of the Yushuan human king was extremely ugly. He said nothing and he almost wanted to crush his most beloved biological son to death. It was such a disgrace to him. Compared with the performance of Chu Dian and Wei Mei, the evildoers of the Hangtian human race, in the tomb of the human king, it was even more appalling. Faced with endless pressure in life and death crisis, Chu Dian and Wei Mei never showed any fear or surrender, but chose to fight to the death. Yu Judao was so frightened that he wanted to sell the underworld in exchange for a chance of survival. But Yu Judao is his only biological son, the most talented one, and the one with the strongest bloodline of the human king. Human King, please save my son's life. I will reward you handsomely. The Yushuan Human King gritted his teeth and clasped his fists towards the Xuanwang Human King. I ask my grandson to take action to protect the last sacred place of our human race's mythological era, not to save your son. The voice of Xuanwang Human Emperor was indifferent, and he was indifferent to Yushuan's promise. The Xuanwang Human Realm is the human realm with the deepest foundation and the most complete inheritance among the 9 realms of the human race. It ranks first among the 9 realms and has this confidence. Chu Dian, I am the grandson of the Human King of the Xuanwang Human Realm, and the young leader of the Xuanwang Human Realm in this 9 realms competition, the Xuanwang. Zhan Huang looked at Chu Dian calmly, first introducing himself, and then said lightly, I have heard about your deeds. The Dragon Clan has joined forces with Eternity in the Netherworld to suppress you and the Hengtian Clan. I sympathize with you, but this is not a reason for you to use magic methods in the Human King Palace. My Xuanwang Human Realm has no intention of interfering in your struggle. But the Human King's Heavenly Palace is the only sacred place left for the human race. It is where the Human King once lived. Stop your actions and bow to the Human King's palace to apologize. I will forgive you for what happened before. There was a sense of superiority in Zhan Huang's voice. It seemed that all these struggles were not important to him at all. He had a sense of detachment. He was surrounded by the divine spirit and was extremely noble. As the grandson of the most powerful human king in the 9 realms, he broke through to the realm of the gods at a young age, and he has the capital to look down on everyone. I heard that you once said you wanted to win first place in the 9 realms competition. I can give you the qualification to challenge you once. Zhan Huang put his hands behind his back and said calmly, put away your magical powers, release this loser, and go to the Human King Heavenly Palace. I will give you a chance to challenge me. If you lose, I will not kill you. The human race is in decline. This prince will lead the human race to conquer the myriad worlds in the future. I also need good monsters like you to hold up the sky. Chapter 304 Descendants of the Human Queen. Zhan Huang's voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of arrogance that looked down upon all the worlds. He was dominating the world and roaming across the heavens. Facing Chu Dian, who killed Fen Chong with a single wave of his hand, killed more than a dozen royal descendants of the god realm with a roar across the realm, and killed 2 true dragon monsters, Kang Ming and Kang Zhuang, his words still carried a sense of condescension. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The immense power of the gods activated the laws of heaven and earth. The golden light was brilliant and surged like a flood, making many royals present breathless. This guy is so arrogant that he wants to take my elder brother as his subordinate to fight in the heavens. Huai Mei grimaced in shock. After all, it would have been fine if it had happened before. There are still people who dare to speak so arrogantly. My grandfather said that this guy's bloodline is extremely powerful. Heng Chong spoke in a low voice, staring at Zhan Huang without blinking. He suddenly said, Little Baldy, do you know why there's a single word, Huang, after his name? It sounds the same as the Zhan Huang human realm. Heng Chong's face was unusually solemn and serious, which made Huai Mei startled. After all, they had known each other for several years, and she knew how unruly Heng Chong was. No matter how many times he was crushed and beaten by Chu Dian, he refused to bow his head and surrender. I've heard Master say before that after the mythological era, no one in the human race dared to claim the title of Emperor. Huai Mei's voice also became solemn, and she said, this guy actually dared to use the name of the Emperor. Could he be related to the mythical human Emperor? Huai Mei said in disbelief as the netherworld divine fire in her eyes beat and burned violently. Heng Chong's face was extremely solemn as he spoke word by word. Indeed, he has awakened a part of the human Emperor's bloodline. When he was born, the great heavenly soldiers of the 9 realms trembled, and the 9 great human king seals revived and paid homage to him. Including my grandfather, the human kings of the 9 realms were alarmed and immediately rushed to the Xuanwang royal court. It is said that on that day, the origin of the 9 realms trembled, and the rolling power of the origin descended, washing his blood and body, and a vast and strange phenomenon lingered above the Xuanwang human realm. The Emperor of Xuanwang has hundreds of descendants, but he was the only one specifically named with a single character, Emperor. However, after he was born, he was hidden away by the Zhan family and kept under strict protection. Even my grandfather went there several times but never saw him. Before the 9 realms competition, Grandpa told me that this guy was very likely to show up. Heng Chong took a deep breath, with a lingering look of horror in his eyes. Now it seems that he is the Xuanwang who possesses the blood of the human Emperor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the whole audience gasped. Except for people like Feng Xi and Yu Judao, who had already learned about the existence of Zhan Huang from their own kings, the pupils of many royal descendants widened and their bodies trembled. Some people even knelt down in the face of the vast noble aura and divine power. The 2 words, human emperor, were enough to crush the world for eternity. For millions of years, even in the mythological era, it has been the supreme ruler. For endless years, there has only been one person who has unified the world. The word, human emperor, is enough to run through ancient and modern times. Therefore, among the human race, the word, emperor, has been used by no one since the human race unified the world, and no one is worthy of using it. Even though the human race has been divided for millions of years and each has been independent, in fact, from the root, they are almost independent ethnic groups. However, because of the existence of the name of human emperor, no one dares to call himself the emperor. Even if the Xuanwang human race is as powerful as it is and is infinitely close to the top 50 of all realms, leaders of some tribes weaker than the Xuanwang realm will be called emperors. But among the human race, no one still dares to claim to be the emperor. They will still add the word, human, after the name of their ethnic group. All this is because of the existence of the mythical human emperor. It is conceivable how shocking and impactful the news that Zhan Huang possesses the blood of the human emperor would be. If it were to spread, it would even be enough to shake all the worlds and races, and some old monsters that had been sealed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years would be awakened. In the mythological era, there has never been a human queen's descendant. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, hiss, hiss. Good heavens, Wei Meisen's white skeleton body stood stiffly in place, his bony mouth trembling and his teeth clashing. He just kept sucking in cold air. It seemed that he could only say these 2 words. If it weren't for the netherworld divine fire still burning in his eye sockets, one might even think it was a dead skeleton. The bloodline of the human emperor, my goodness. For millions of years, hasn't it been said that the human emperor was too powerful, and his bloodline was tempered to an extremely extreme level, thus incurring the jealousy of the heavens, and was punished by the heavens, forbidding the human emperor from having any descendants. Huai Mei's voice was choked, because Tianyan Daozhen would occasionally tell him some myths and rumors in the sect. Among them, the most supreme existence of the human race was naturally the first to be mentioned, so he knew a lot of secrets about the human emperor. It is said that in the mythical era, the human emperor summoned countless powerful women from the human, demon, and god races, promising that anyone who could leave him with offspring would be crowned as his empress. An extremely ancient and mysterious female cultivator of our human race, said to be no less powerful than the 9 mythical human kings, burned 10,000 years of her life and forced a baby boy to be born for the human emperor. When the baby was born, the myriad realms were shaken. Endless strange phenomena caused the origins of all realms to automatically rise and fall, worshipping the baby boy. This caused the heavens to send down a great chastisement, striking him to death. Not even the human emperor could protect him. The heavens cannot destroy the human emperor, but they cannot allow his bloodline to continue to be passed down in the universe. So how is it possible that the bloodline of the human emperor still exists in this world? Huaimei looked horrified, his pupils wide open as he stared at the dark yellow sky. He still couldn't believe it, and slowly told some mythological secrets he knew. When he first heard this mythical secret, he was stunned for a long time. He simply could not imagine how terrifying the bloodline of the human emperor was, that it would lead to divine punishment from the heavens. He was still young at the time and kept asking Daoist Tianyan, is it true that the bloodline of the human emperor will not appear in this world? He still remembered that Tianyan Daozen told him in a categorical voice that there was absolutely no such thing. Because it is recorded in ancient books that after Emperor Hengtian failed in his attempt to unify the 9 realms of the human race, in order to revitalize the human race, he searched high and low, exhausted the creation of heaven and earth, cut off the long river of history, and tried to burn his lifespan to revive the bloodline of the human emperor. However, he was retaliated by heaven, suffered a severe blow, and his foundation of Taoism was damaged, resulting in his death before he lived for more than 10,000 years. Even with the help of many immortality elixirs, he was unable to live a second life. If even Emperor Hengtian cannot do it, then naturally there can be no descendants of the human emperor in this world. Therefore, Huaimei really couldn't believe that the bloodline of the human emperor really existed. Not only him, but also the royal descendants around him were like this. Their eyes were filled with endless disbelief, almost suffocating. The word, human emperor, even if it is just related, is enough to crush the ages and shock the world. Chapter 305. You can't bear this responsibility. Starry sky. Except for the Xuanwang human king, who had a calm expression and a hint of pride in his eyes. The 8 human kings were all silent, because they had already learned of this news when Zan Huang was born due to the shock of the great heavenly soldiers and the human king seal, but they silently suppressed this horrifying news in their hearts. The birth of the human emperor's bloodline is an earth-shaking event for the human race in the 9 realms. It may even reverse the overall situation of the human race and unify it. The word, human emperor, represents myth and miracle in the hearts of human beings. So they all had a tacit understanding. After Emperor Xuanwang greeted them, they kept the news deep in their hearts. If they hadn't known that Emperor Xuanwang would participate in the 9 realms competition this time, they would not even tell their children the news, so as not to offend the Emperor Xuanwang who might appear in the future. In many of the strongest people around, and even in the 9 realms of the human race, except for the Xuanwang human realm, there were a lot of strongest people casting incredible and horrified looks. Even when Chu Dian killed Kang Zhuan and reversed a desperate situation, the 9 realms of the human race did not cause such a violent shock. When the bloodline of the human emperor was publicly revealed for the first time, it shocked all realms of the human race. Human king, is he really a descendant of the human queen? Tianyan Daozen's voice was dry. The 3 brothers Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, and Chu Tianyan were all silent, silently turning their gazes to the human king. If this is true, then Chu Tian probably won't be able to get first place in this 9 realms competition. Because no miracle can compare to the descendants of the Queen of Humanity. The descendants of the Queen of Humanity are a miracle in themselves. Zan Huang is not a descendant of the human emperor, but he possesses a portion of the human emperor's bloodline. This is true. The king of Hengkong was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke to the many strongest men in the Hengtian realm. Chu Tianxing's voice was hoarse and low. This is too unbelievable. The Zan family is the descendant of the mythical Xuanwang human king. How could they possibly revive the bloodline of the human emperor? Many powerful people were also extremely confused and stunned by the words of Hengkong human king. Because the Xuanwang human king is actually the human emperor's younger brother. Hengkong human king said in a low voice, the bloodlines of the human emperor and Xuanwang human king are of the same origin and resonate with each other. After the human emperor reached his peak, Xuanwang human king consumed a blood pill made from the human emperor's blood. Therefore, the Xuanwang royal family carries a tiny trace of the human emperor's bloodline, but it is almost invisible and has been suppressed by the heavens for eons. The birth of the Xuanwang has revived the bloodline of the human emperor within the bloodline. Hiss. In an instant, a sound of people gasping for air was heard among the starry sky, and many powerful people were completely shocked. The Xuanwang human king is actually the younger brother of the human emperor. Tianyan Daozen was shocked to the extreme, and suddenly understood why after the mythological era, the Xuanwang human race had the deepest heritage, the most resources, and the strongest luck. Even he didn't know this shocking secret until today. The mythical human emperor unified the human world. On the day he ascended the throne, he changed his surname to Huang. The Xuanwang human emperor, as a taboo for the venerable, took the initiative to erase this part of history from the history books. Naturally, the historians did not dare to record these deeds. Therefore, almost no tribes in the 10,000 worlds knew about it. The human king Hengkong said in a low voice, in the ancestral temple Sutra Pavilion, there's a damaged ancient book that records a scale claw. After the Xuanwang was born, I returned to the ancestral temple and searched through all the ancient books before I finally confirmed this. This king speculates that after the baby born by the reclusive female cultivator died under the wrath of the great Tao, the human emperor finally gave up the idea of leaving a bloodline in this world and placed his hopes on future generations. Therefore, he left a trace of seed in the blood of the Xuanwang royal family, which came from the same bloodline. Finally, millions of years later, it took root and sprouted in this world, giving birth to the fruit of the Xuanwang. Many powerful people were completely suffocated. The starry sky was dead silent, as everyone's minds went blank due to the shocking secret they had never known before. It was only after reading many ancient books that I found a clue and confirmed that the ancestor of my clan was the younger brother of the human king. Xuanwang human emperor said indifferently. God bless our human race. The bloodline of the human emperor has revived among our Xuanwang human race. There is hope for the revival of the human race. Everyone, the Xuanwang was young, and my clan protected him for 21 years, eventually leading him to become a celestial god. However, from now on, we must rely on the assistance of the major royal families, many top sects, and holy places. Only by allowing the bloodline of the human emperor to travel further can we shoulder the heavy responsibility left to him by the human emperor after so many years. Upon hearing this, the many human kings were silent for a moment before they clasped their fists one by one, expressing that the birth of the human emperor's bloodline was a great blessing for the human race and they would definitely spare no effort. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were slightly bloodshot, and he said in a low voice to the 3 Shudian brothers, the birth of the human emperor bloodline is a blessing for our human race. For the sake of the entire human race, if the Xuanwang shows the style of the human emperor in the future, the Hengtian human race should do its utmost to protect him. Ancestor Hengtian suffered severe injuries in order to restore the bloodline of the human emperor. You should understand this. The 3 brothers of King Chu Tian were silent for a moment and bowed slightly to King Hengkong. They understood what King Hengkong meant. Although Chu Tian showed extraordinary talent and fighting power and received full training from the Heng family, this was for the sake of his entire future. The entire Heng family takes the glory of the human race as their own responsibility. Xuanwang has the blood of the human emperor. If he shows the style of the human emperor, the Heng family will protect him with all their strength and submit to him. Even in his heart, King Hengkong probably trained Chu Tian as the #1 general under Xuanwang, but he didn't say it explicitly because Xuanwang had not been born yet. The starry sky fell into a long period of dead silence. The human king's heavenly palace was also in shock for a long time. Chu Tian stood calmly in the sky, staring at the Xuanwang, who stood with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the world for a long time. Suddenly, he said calmly, you are not able to shoulder the responsibility of the bloodline of the human emperor. Considering your noble origin, become my follower, and I can protect your life in the future. The glory of the human race is not something you can shoulder. Chu Tian's voice was calm and indifferent. In fact, in the original plot that he knew, there was not much about Zan Huang. Because in the Nine Realms competition in the original plot, the Hengtian human race was almost defeated because of the Yi family's backstabbing. Hengchang fought bloody battles to the end, but couldn't even defeat the eternal human race and the netherworld human race, let alone force Xuanwang to take action. However, the original plot vaguely described the ending of Xuanwang. In the battle of the geniuses in the God King realm in the ruins of all worlds, he was killed by the Dragon Clan's rebellious monster. He was defeated miserably, on the verge of death, and knelt down in surrender. However, all of this is a secret description. It says that after the King Hengkong heard the news, he vomited blood, his hair turned white overnight, and he stayed in the palace in the ancestral temple for 10 days without leaving. While he was in seclusion in the ancestral temple scripture pavilion, he also saw ancient books that said Xuanwang Human Emperor was the Human Emperor's younger brother. Combining with the original plot, Chu Tian immediately guessed why the King of Hengkong turned white overnight in the original plot, and it happened at the time when the protagonist Yi Fan won consecutive battles and rose rapidly. Because in the heart of the human King Hengkong, although he would protect Yi Fan at all costs, his greatest hope actually lies in Xuanwang, the miracle fruit that awakened the bloodline of the human emperor. Just a short line of words. Defeated by the evil dragon, on the verge of death, kneeling down to beg for mercy, I'm afraid that countless of the strongest people in the human race who place their hopes on Zan Huang, the old monster, will suffer a mental breakdown. Chapter 306, a lesson for you. Arrogant. In the starry sky human king shouted in a deep voice, facing the bloodline of the human emperor, you dare to be so arrogant. You simply don't know your place. Many human kings also frowned slightly. Even they had to bow their heads in front of the bloodline of the human emperor and express to the human emperor Xuanwang that they would do their utmost to help and support him. Chu Tian actually dared to say that the bloodline of the human emperor was not good enough. This is simply treason and lawlessness to the extreme. Being named the human emperor, Zan Huang is destined to have a glorious life. The two words, human emperor, alone are enough to crush the world for eternity. This brat is so audacious. Chu Tianqing was horrified, then suddenly curled his lips slightly and said to Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyan, but this is the character of this brat. Maybe we shouldn't be discouraged. Maybe this kid can really create a miracle. In the heavenly palace of the human king, Zan Huang's expression was indifferent and calm. When he heard Chu Tian's words, he raised his brows slightly, as if he was a little surprised by Chu Tian's reaction and words. There was actually a human being who could remain calm after hearing about his bloodline and dared to say that he was not capable. This is the first time in his growth process. After all, even those human kings, and even his grandfather, the Xuanwang human emperor, although their strength and realm were far superior to his, would often unconsciously reveal a sense of respect in their eyes when facing him. Because the word, human emperor, is enough to crush everything among the human race, and everyone submits to him wherever he goes. However, Zan Huang was only a little surprised, that was all. You are young and energetic, and unruly. Very good, this prince appreciates you even more. Zan Huang nodded, expressing his approval and appreciation for Chu Tian's reaction, and said, this is what a genius of our human race should be like. It is much better than that loser Yu Judao. So after leaving the human king heavenly palace, this prince will make you understand just how powerful I am, and make you willingly follow and submit to me. Now, put away your magical powers. This is a sacred place forged by the human emperor. It is the residence of the 9 mythical human kings. You will not be allowed to be so presumptuous. Immediately bow and apologize to the human king heavenly palace, and put away your magical powers. Zan Huang said it lightly, but his words carried an unquestionable meaning, and he did not think that Chu Tian would dare to refuse him. After hearing Zan Huang's origins, his plain words, but in the eyes of many royal descendants, his every move carried the majesty of an emperor, which made people subconsciously obey him and unable to resist. At this moment, even Huaimei, who has always been lawless, fell silent. Even though Zan Huang has not yet revealed his invincible strength, his bloodline alone makes everyone no longer doubt how powerful he is. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. What if I say no? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was suffocated in an instant. The pupils of many royal descendants contracted violently. They never expected that even after Zan Huang's identity was revealed, Chu Tian still dared to refuse. In their opinion, Xuanwang was a god who possessed the miraculous bloodline of the human emperor. Speaking to Chu Tian in this way was already giving him great face. It would be natural to ask Chu Tian to kneel down and admit his mistake. Chu Tian, how dare you? Many royal descendants in the audience were completely shocked, and at the same time, a strong sense of anger appeared in their eyes. Prince Gusheng of the ancient human realm shouted, Chu Tian, you are too bold. You are so audacious. Prince Xuanwang has already given you enough respect. Don't be ungrateful. Prince Qingming also said coldly, didn't your parents teach you about the status of the human emperor in human history? Lawless. Even if your father, the heavenly king emperor, and your mother, the broken sword goddess, were here, they wouldn't dare to reject Prince Xuanwang like this. Do you know that? Kneel down immediately and put away your magical powers. In the eternal heavenly palace, Feng Shi also let out a sharp cry. Prince Xuanwang, did you see that? This is a demon. His existence will sooner or later bring disaster to my human king. He should be killed on the spot. Boom. Suddenly, the word, devil, glowed, and the power of the devil penetrated the clouds, raging across the sky, carrying an endless breath of origin, suppressing the entire scene. You'd better shut up, otherwise I can't guarantee that you can all leave the heavenly palace safely. There was a demonic light flashing in Chu Tian's eyes, and a terrifying murderous aura filled the air, sweeping over the princes of various tribes. The terrifying power directly pressed towards the major palaces. Chu Tian looked at Zan Huang with indifferent eyes. The Nine Realms competition was originally a mythological era, a place for competing for the emperor's disciples. There are no taboos, and the strong are respected. Zan Huang, as the holder of the human emperor bloodline, if you want to grow into a powerful being standing at the pinnacle, you should develop the habit of speaking with strength rather than showing off your human emperor bloodline. This will only make you dependent and waste your invincible bloodline in vain. A strong person possesses an invincible will, not just a heaven-defying bloodline. Otherwise, if you encounter a monster with a bloodline more powerful than yours, your fate will be very embarrassing. You may even bring shame to the mythical human emperor and disappoint the expectations of many elders of the human race. Boom. In an instant, Zan Huang's eyes became extremely cold, and a terrifying aura burst out, crushing the heavens. In the sky, a noble scene of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, and unicorns paying homage emerged. All spirits seemed to be kneeling at his feet in worship. Chu Tian, are you trying to teach this prince how to do things? Zan Huang took a step forward, and with a loud bang, the sky collapsed. He said coldly, release Yu Judao immediately, kneel down, and apologize to the heavenly palace. Otherwise, no matter how much I love talent, I will not allow you to be so presumptuous today. Boom. Suddenly, endless demonic power erupted, and the blood-colored abyss was filled with blood light, which directly swallowed Yu Judao into it. Then I will teach you a lesson today. Possessing the bloodline of the human emperor does not mean you are invincible. Chapter 307, The Art of Speaking. Judao, the Yushuan human king let out a roar. He had been patient for so long, thinking that by provoking Xuanwang to take action, he could save his son's life. He never expected that he could only watch Yu Judao being devoured alive by Chu Tian. Chu Dian, Chu Dian. The Yushuan human king roared like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, but facing the gazes of the Hengkong human king, Chu Tianwang and others, he did not dare to say anything harsh. The restrictions of the Nine Realms competition rules are no joke, especially since the Burning Flame King has set a good example before. It's really too arrogant. The human emperor Xuanwang spoke in a low voice with extremely strong dissatisfaction. He glanced coldly at the human king Hengkong and the human king Shudian, his anger evident in his words. Ever since he learned that the mythical Xuanwang human king was the younger brother of the human emperor, and especially that Xuanwang had the human emperor's bloodline, he had become more focused on maintaining the sanctity of the various relics left behind by the mythical human race. Because the existence of these relics is a proof of the nobility of the Xuanwang people. Zanhuang human emperor, there are no rules in the Nine Realms competition. It is impossible to use magical powers in the human king heavenly palace. Strength is respected, there are only a limited number of geniuses, and the strong have everything. King Chu Tian's eyes were icy, and he didn't retreat a single step. Although the Xuanwang race is ranked first among the Nine Realms, it has not yet become the emperor. It is still a long way from unifying the Nine Realms. The implication of King Chu's words was very clear. Don't think that just because you have the blood of a personal emperor, you can act recklessly and ignore the rules of the Nine Realms competition. Everyone is playing within the rules. If you break the rules, I will overturn the table and no one will be allowed to play. In short, it is to strongly protect Chu Tian to the end. Do you really think that the ancestral demon god's magical power of the word, devil, is invincible? From ancient times to now, the greatest one is the human emperor. Today, this prince must make you understand that there are always people better than you, lest you travel through the myriad worlds in the future, lose your sense of self, and waste your life in vain. Boom, the cold voice of Zan Huang was like the musical note of Ren Huang. When he spoke, all things followed. The human emperor said, Yu Judao is unharmed. The devil's will cannot harm his body, and the abyss cannot destroy his soul. Return. Zan Huang stood motionless with his hands behind his back. Endless divine light spread out, as if an emperor had descended upon the earth. With a single word, the laws of heaven and earth rioted. Endless primordial energy filled the air, transforming into golden chains that pierced through the blood-red abyss, opening a large hole. Boom, boom, boom. It can be seen that the demonic light was as vast as a tsunami. Yu Judao, who was shrouded in the endless aura of the demonic abyss, was pale at the moment and was suppressed. However, a layer of royal light surrounded his body, which turned into a protective film, covering him. No matter how the endless demonic will attack him, it could not shake Yu Judao in the slightest. What you say is what you will be punished by. Zan Huang's words actually turned directly into the rules between heaven and earth and established the order. He said that Yu Judao was unharmed, so nothing in heaven and earth could harm him at all. Zan Huang's magical powers were mysterious, terrifying, and shocking. The rules of heaven and earth seemed to be changed directly as he opened his mouth. It even directly interfered with the internal operation of Chu Tianmo's magical powers and directly derived the imperial laws within it. Hiss, the supreme magical power of our human race that has been lost in the long river of history, the golden words of the mythical human emperor. Many human kings were horrified, their eyes wide open in shock. The fall of the mythological era, the sudden disappearance of the mythical human king, the 9 human kings and other powerful mythological figures, the great division of the human race and the civil war led to the loss of countless powerful inheritances. Legend has it that with a single word from the human emperor, the myriad worlds rise and fall, and he can even create a vast universe out of thin air. He is the true creator, the god of creation. He even opened his mouth and uttered a word, which directly killed the mythical emperor. The starry sky human king trembled all over. Such magical powers were simply beyond our imagination. This is merely one of the magical powers inherited from the human emperor's bloodline that Zan Huang has comprehended. His exploration of the human emperor's bloodline is far from even a tenth of its true power. The human emperor Zan Huang's eyes were indifferent as he spoke. This king originally intended to allow Zan Huang to participate in the Nine Realms competition for some training, and not to let him actually take action. After all, this is just a fight between the geniuses within our human race. As a descendant of the human emperor, he shouldn't bully the weak. But this Chu Dian is truly too arrogant and lawless. As the heir to the mythical human emperor, Zan Huang should protect the sanctity of the human emperor heavenly palace. Let him teach this ignorant fellow a lesson, so that he won't die at the hands of evildoers like Prince Tianpeng and Emperor Shidian after he leaves. That would be a huge loss for our human race. Since Zan Huang has the blood of the human emperor, his subordinates should protect him with the 9 great generals, fight for him, and maintain his dignity. It would be good for Chu Dian to temper his sharpness. That makes sense. The starry sky human king nodded in agreement and said, on the road to the pinnacle, there will always be some evil spirits blocking the way. We should recruit 9 great generals for Prince Xuanwang. One day in the future, when the Xuanwang looks down on the myriad worlds, the 9 great generals may be able to recreate the splendor of the 9 mythical human emperors. Many kings nodded and expressed their approval verbally. The bloodline of the human emperor has been born, and the future is promising. No one can predict how far it can go, so it is right to make friends first. Prince Zan Huang saved my son's life. If the prince does not abandon me, I can make the decision and let Judao follow the prince's side, always at his side. The netherworld king had bloodshot eyes and a deep voice as he made a major promise. Prince, help! Yu Judao roared in extreme despair, like a drowning man, struggling frantically to grab the last straw to save his life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 golden chains were like 9 divine dragons, roaring and sweeping into the abyss, binding Yu Judao and about to pull him out. Is this the bloodline of the human emperor? Huaimei, a lawless, arrogant guy who never submits to anyone, was stunned at this moment. She was as stiff as a sculpture, as if she was looking at a myth. With this guy here, it's impossible to get first place in the 9 realms competition. Heng Chang muttered to himself, but with Chu Dian here, I can definitely compete for second place. There's really no need to go head to head with the human emperor bloodline. No matter how arrogant, contemptuous, or unruly a demon genius is, he must put aside all his pride and lower his noble head in front of the bloodline of the human emperor. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Dian took a step forward, his big hand covering the sky, and directly grabbed the 9 dragon chains. The chaotic fog surged, and with a bang, the 9 dragon chains were directly crushed to pieces. I am going to devour you. Who in the universe can save you? Chu Dian shouted coldly, and endless original aura condensed and added to the bloody abyss. Huge bloody hells emerged and turned into 99 world-destroying millstones, crushing the sky and directly shattering the imperial light outside Yu Judao's body. Chapter 308 Collision. What are these golden words and jade rules? When you truly ascend the throne and unify the heavens, then these words will be called golden words and jade rules. Now you are nothing, just a flower in a greenhouse. Apart from showing off your bloodline, you are good for nothing. You can't even exert one iota of the power of this supreme magical power. The human emperor's words were spoken with strength, not words. Boom! 2 chaotic lightning bolts shot out from Chu Dian's eyes, piercing through the sky and directly smashing Yu Judao's body into pieces. They were then directly ground and refined by the millstone of hell. Boom, boom, boom. Yu Judao's bloodline, magical powers, strength, etc. began to be refined by the bloody abyss and fed back to Chu Dian. Yu Judao was killed instantly, and even the golden words and jade words could not save his life. Evil beast. Zan Huang was furious, his black hair flying wildly. He watched Yu Judao being killed. He was completely enraged and felt ashamed. The majesty of the emperor was seriously violated. Devil's actions. Zhan Huang's black hair shone with golden light, resembling a deity. He finally raised a hand and pointed to the heavens. The emperor says, you must be suppressed for 100 years, wiping away all your arrogance and atone for your atrocities. Buzz. The endless original aura rolled and condensed, and a huge golden palm condensed, like a 5-finger mountain, pressing down on the sky. It was as big as the Human King's palace, filling the entire sky of the Human King's palace and moving towards Chu Dian to suppress it. This attack was a full-strength attack from Xuanwang, the bloodline of the human emperor. Faintly, one seemed to see an almighty emperor appear in the sky, stretching out his big hand towards Chu Dian and wiping out anyone who dared to challenge the emperor's majesty. Dragons and phoenixes danced, all spirits roared, and the heaven and earth seemed to be enraged. Sensing the emperor's anger, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be following the emperor's hand and suppressing Chu Dian. Emperor, your hands are tied, your feet cannot move, your blood and energy are solidified, time and space are disordered, and your consciousness is confused. Zhan Huang's cold voice sounded again. In an instant, rolling golden light of the imperial way actually spread out directly from Chu Dian's body, binding his hands and feet, interfering with his consciousness, restricting the operation of his magical powers, and disordering the surrounding time and space, making his eyes blind and unable to feel anything around him. Hiss, this is too incredible. They restrict the opponent directly inside his body and just opened his mouth. There is no way to fight him. Huaimei was stunned. She couldn't believe what she saw. The realm of the human emperor is such that his words can become reality. He can create the world, turn stone into gold, and reverse water and fire. He has already seen through the origin of the world and there is nothing he cannot do. Heng Chang shook his head bitterly, thinking that Chu Dian really shouldn't make things difficult for Zhan Huang. His rebelliousness was completely crushed in front of Zhan Huang. He thought there was really no need to completely anger the owner of the human emperor's bloodline in order to kill Yu Judao. This guy is even more rebellious than Xiaodian. Chu Tianyan couldn't help but say, he only has a portion of the human emperor's bloodline, but he's so perverted and rebellious to this extent. No wonder the heavens sent down the great Dao punishment and didn't allow any descendants of the human emperor to be born. This is too outrageous. Emperor Lingfeng was extremely shocked. Many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm were directly silenced by this scene. In their view, the magical power condensed from the forbidden power of the eternal abyss was unimaginable. But once the golden words and jade words came out, they understood what it meant to truly defy the will of heaven. It restricts you directly from the root and gives you no chance to resist. Don't worry, Xuanwang loves talents and has great ambitions. He wants to inherit the will of the human emperor and restore the glory of the human race. He will not kill Chu Dian. The indifferent voice of Xuanwang human emperor came. But it is unavoidable that we must suppress this brat's arrogance and anger, lest he disobey the emperor's orders and tarnish his majesty. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar was heard, causing the entire Human King palace to tremble. The 1,000-mile sky collapsed directly, and the wind swept away all the remaining clouds, and the endless original aura rioted. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of descendants of the Human King vomited blood. Blood was dripping from their facial features, and their internal organs were injured by this roar. This roar was 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than the previous one that had directly killed more than a dozen royal descendants. Even though Chu Dian was not targeting them directly, the aftermath had caused them great trauma. Bang, bang, bang. Huaimei's newly condensed skeleton was shattered and scattered all over the ground, leaving only the netherworld divine fire floating in the air, emitting rays of netherworld light, protecting Jianqing who was lying on the ground unable to move. Otherwise, Jianqing, who was already seriously injured, and under the pressure from the Human King Heavenly Palace, would have been shocked to death by this roar. Brother, we are one of us. Huaimei's voice came from it, which was also extremely terrifying. She quickly condensed her bones into a skeleton body, picked up Jianqing with both hands, and rushed into the nether palace. Buzz, buzz. He directly activated the palace formation to isolate himself from the aftermath from the outside world. Possessing the mark of netherworld inheritance, his legitimacy is much higher than Yu Judao's, and the netherworld array pattern he activates is many times more powerful than Yu Judao's. You pervert, where do you put your hands? I'm going to kill you. Jianqing's voice sounded with shame and anger. After entering the palace, the terrible majesty and oppression finally disappeared. He broke free from Huaimei's arms in the first time, drew his sword and slashed at Huaimei. When the sword collided with his skeleton, there was a deafening sound of metal clashing. It's so small, I'm too lazy to touch it, I don't feel anything at all, it's far worse than Duan Water. Huaimei was very proud and patted his shoulder. Did she still think he was her former self? Jianqing's pale face flushed red, his black hair stood up in anger, and he shouted angrily, you little pervert, I'm going to tell my big brother to kill you. My elder brother is better than yours, Huaimei said lightly. Jianqing gritted his teeth. At this time, the princes of the major royal families also activated the palace formations to isolate themselves from the invasion of the terrible aftermath. Cough. At this moment, a trace of blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of Xuanwang's mouth. He was actually hit by a backlash and suffered minor injuries. With the blessing of endless original aura, Chu Dian's combat power reached an extremely terrifying level. With a roar, he actually broke his golden words. Boom. Suddenly, Chu Dian walked out from the broken sky with the 10,000 Dao cauldrons on his head, chaotic mist flowing around him. He took a step towards the sky, and the secret treasures in his body exploded. Nearly 100,000 chaotic secret treasures evolved, and the 99 layers of chaotic vision condensed. With a loud shout, he punched directly at the hand of the human emperor in the sky. I want to kill people, and you can't stop me. Zhan Huang, this is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Besides, you're not a lion, but just a little lamb in a greenhouse. Boom. The endless original aura condensed and turned into a huge chaotic fist, superimposed with Chu Dian's spirit, magical powers, and powerful physical blood, and collided violently with the giant hand of the human emperor transformed by Zhan Huang's golden mouth and jade words technique. Chapter 309 Statue of the Empress. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, as if the Big Bang had occurred, the space seemed to have lost all its brilliance in an instant, and no one could see anything clearly. The next second, the rolling power of chaos, accompanied by the golden light of the emperor, swept across the heaven and earth, submerging the 9 great kings' heavenly palaces. The chaos fist in the human emperor's hand exploded at the same time. Chu Dian and Zhan Huang retreated dozens of miles at the same time, spitting out blood. Hiss. The starry sky was suffocating. This scene was beyond everyone's imagination. Chu Dian was able to collide with Zhan Huang and was not at a disadvantage at all. Crossing 2 major realms, Xuanwang is a god who possesses the blood of the human emperor. How is this possible? Even if the human emperor were alive, it would be impossible for him to fight across 2 major realms. This has already exceeded the scope of the laws of heaven and earth. The starry sky human king muttered to himself, completely stunned. He mobilized a vast amount of original power, several times more than the Xuanwang prince who possesses the blood of the human emperor. Feng Chenghao's hysterical roar resounded through the sky. The eternal human king seal must be on him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do this. Unless he is the pure-blooded descendant of the human emperor who was killed by the heavenly punishment of the great Dao, it would be impossible for him to do so. But even though Feng Chenghao said so, many human kings were still horrified. Because the gap between the heavenly god and the fusion realm is more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Even if he used more of the original energy, it was already too incredible to be able to beat the Xuanwang to vomit blood. In their eyes, Xuanwang, who possesses the blood of the human emperor, should be invincible and suppress everything. How could he be challenged by someone who crosses his realm? Zanhuang was too careless and didn't use his full strength. Zanhuang Renhuang said in a low voice, Zhu Dian won't be so lucky in the next attack. However, even though he believed that Zanhuang was invincible, his expression was still very unhappy, because as a descendant of the human emperor, in his opinion, Zanhuang's appearance should mean that all heroes would submit to him and respond to his call. This was not a scene he wanted to see at all. The power of the human emperor cannot be desecrated. Zhu Dian, you really deserve to die. Xuanwang's black hair danced wildly, and two golden rays shot out from his eyes, piercing through the sky and earth. Endless golden light burst out and raged across the sky, as if a god or demon had awakened, and all spirits were roaring and shouting. Your demonic nature is so deep, you are stubborn and refuse to change your ways. Since that is the case, this prince can only bear the pain and kill you. Boom, boom, boom. Endless golden light roared and turned into roaring dragons in the sky. But at this moment, Zhu Dian suddenly turned around and flew directly into the Eternal Palace. The formation surrounding the Eternal Palace and the natural rejection of alien races did not hinder him in the slightest. Zhu Dian, Feng Qi let out a sharp cry filled with endless fear, tearing the sky apart. He turned around like a madman and rushed into the hall, tearing the sky apart like a lightning bolt. He almost fled subconsciously, not even daring to think of confronting Zhu Dian. Buzz, the blood-red abyss enveloped the sky, erupting with endless devouring power. The entire Eternal Palace was filled with blood, and even seemed to be resonating with Zhu Dian. Feng Qi let out a sharp scream, but had no power to resist. She was directly swallowed up by the blood-red abyss and wiped out. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Eternal Palace was shaking and roaring, deafening and earth-shaking. The endless power of the king was raging, as if to destroy everything, as if a great human king was about to tear through time and space from the mythological era and come. The Eternal Palace erupted with power far exceeding that of all other palaces and seemed to have completely revived. Everything happened in just a moment. No one expected that Zhu Dian would suddenly abandon Zanhuang and rush into the human king's palace. You must know that since the mythological era, no living creature, including humans, has ever been able to enter the palace of the human king except the descendants of the human king, because this is the inheritance baptism specially prepared by the mythological human emperor for the descendants of the human king. What's going on? Zhu Tianqing was stunned. He had participated in the Nine Realms competition and had seen the inheritance of the human king heavenly palace, but this was the first time he had seen such a horrifying scene. The seal of the human king, it must be the seal of the human king. In the eternal king's court, Feng Changhao almost went crazy, his eyes were full of bloodshot and he was almost insane. His most beloved daughter was even alive, and there was a great possibility that his human king seal was in Zhu Dian's hands, but he could do nothing. Even the Feng family's inheritance baptism endpoints may fall into Zhu Dian's hands. You useless thing, you can't even notice that the human king seal is on a little brat. What's the point of me keeping you? Yi Qianshang's furious voice exploded, and he slapped Feng Changhao in the face. My plans have all been ruined by you, a piece of trash. You ruined them all, do you know that? Feng Changhao's head exploded with a bang, and he was turned into a bloody mist by Yi Qianshang's slap. What's the point of me keeping you? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the six paths of reincarnation appeared above the royal court, rumbling and spinning, directly swallowing Feng Changhao. Yi Qianshang's face was gloomy, and he looked at Zhu Dian coldly. He also turned into a stream of light and entered the six paths of reincarnation. At this time, in the Eternal Palace, Zhu Dian did not stop or pause at all, because his purpose of entering the Eternal Palace was not just Feng Qi, devouring her was just a byproduct. In his mind, the vibration of the Eternal Human King seal became more and more violent, even to the point where he could not suppress it, so he had to abandon Zanhuang and rush directly into the palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the square at the deepest part of the Eternal Palace, there stands a statue of the Empress that reaches all the way to the sky and the earth. She has a majestic look on her face, holding a seal of the Human King in one hand and a great heavenly soldier's hourglass of time and space in the other. It is the ancestor of the Eternal Royal Family, the Eternal Empress. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Human King seal on the left hand of the Eternal Empress statue suddenly spread with endless Taoist patterns, penetrating time and space, and directly transferred the flying Zhu Dian under the statue. Descendants of the human race. A cold and majestic female voice suddenly rang out from the statue of the Eternal Empress, exploding throughout the entire Human King Palace. In an instant, the entire Human King Palace, and even the starry sky, were completely shocked. Chapter 3109 Realm Shock. The sky of the Human King's palace suddenly became dark and pitch black, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, which made people feel palpitations. The cold and majestic female voice contained a supreme and great aura, as if it was above the heavens. Deep in the endless void, in the unknown area, there seemed to be muffled thunder, as if something terrible was trying to break free from it. Time and space were distorted, the universe was in chaos, and the clear image on the Kunlun mirror screen gradually turned dark, and then became increasingly blurred, as if a supreme force of time and space had cut off the Kunlun mirror's capture of the scene inside the Human King's heavenly palace. The pupils of many human kings widened angrily, and they tried their best to see as wide as possible, concentrating all their attention and gathering all the power of their souls and spirits. They tried their best to see what was happening inside the Eternal Palace, but the disordered time and space cut off everything. Even as powerful as they were, they could not see through everything across the boundaries. But fatally, a powerful majesty was transmitted through the air, causing them to tremble all over, and they felt like kneeling down from the bottom of their hearts. This feeling is like facing the ancestor of the human race, one of the greatest existences in human history. It is very similar to the time in the tomb of the Netherworld King, but more intense. What exists in the Human King's tomb is only the corpse of the Human King of the Netherworld. But this time, they seem to be facing a living human king. Just now, the burning flame king's voice trembled. He raised his hand to wipe his forehead and found that it was covered with fine beads of sweat. This king of the world seemed to have seen something terrible. Just now, I. The burning flame king's voice was dry and intermittent, and he couldn't even finish his words. Call. The burning flame king took a deep breath and, using his great magical powers, forcibly suppressed the throbbing in his heart and the fear that surged in his blood. He said in a low voice, just now, I seem to see the Eternal Empress open her eyes. As soon as these words came out, the starry sky was suffocating. I don't know when, but at this moment, the starry sky is filled with the strongest people from all walks of life, the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Clan, the Demon Lord of the Demon Clan, the God Lord of the God Clan, the Masters of the Sects, the leaders of the great religions, the patriarchs of the ancient clans, and so on. A series of major events attracted the strongest people from the Nine Realms into the starry sky. In fact, for some of the strongest people who have lived for a long time, although the Nine Realms competition is the most important event for the human race, which redistributes resources and luck, etc., as long as they have lived for more than 1,000 years, they have seen more than 10 Nine Realms competitions. After all, the Nine Realms competition is held once every 100 years, and the rankings of the Nine Realms rarely undergo major changes. So, except for the Hengtian realm, which has been at the bottom for thousands of years and is full of expectations and paying a huge price to get out of the bottom position, so many powerful people have come. The powerful people from all walks of life are generally far away and only take a look at the rankings occasionally. But now, almost all of the strongest people in the Nine Realms, who had a huge reputation, were attracted here, staring with wide eyes at the dark scene belonging to the Human King Palace on the Kunlun list. When the Burning Flame King's voice fell, their whole bodies trembled violently, because many of them had also seen it. I saw that, too. The Heart Demon Saint Lord Jiawuya said in a horrified voice. The statue of the Eternal Empress opened its eyes at the last moment. Two gazes filled with the power of time and space, as a shot from the mythological era, enveloping Chu Dian. King Chu Dian's face turned pale. He turned around and nodded to his two brothers, indicating that he had seen it too. What on earth happened during this Nine Realms competition? First, the tomb of the Netherworld King was revealed, and then the statue of the Eternal Empress opened its eyes. Daoist Tianyan's face was filled with horror. Could it be that something earth-shattering is about to happen in the Human King's secret realm? Is this the prelude? After the mythological era, countless Nine Realms competitions have been held over the endless years, but nothing as horrifying as this has ever happened. Many people looked downcast and said nothing. They also had a vague feeling of fear. Something is so wrong. These events, one after another, were really not coincidences. Is it really just because Chu Dian is too evil? But for millions of years, although the human race has never risen, all the major realms, except for the Hengtian realm which has been severely suppressed, have been able to occupy the top 100 positions among all races and realms by relying on the foundation of the mythological era. Brilliant geniuses have emerged one after another, like the Holy Lord Duanmu, who can even suppress the Dragon Clan. But none of them could cause so many strange changes. The various mythical kings displayed miracles one after another. It's heart-pounding. The bloodline of the human emperor has been born, and the inheritance of the mythical human king has also been born one after another. Could it be that the mythological era is about to return, and the human emperor palace is about to return from endless time and space, causing changes in the rules within the human emperor's secret realm? The ancient human king muttered to himself and guessed. If this is true, then is it an opportunity for our human race to be reborn and rise again, or is it a major disaster? The Burning Flame King's face turned slightly pale, with a deep fear of the unknown. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were extremely complicated. He suddenly looked up in the direction of the Hengtian ancestral temple. His gaze passed through the void and saw the world-suppressing monument. He saw the god in the monument, which was bound by thick black chains. The dense patterns on the monument were filled with a strong breath of time. After the world-suppressing monument returned from the human emperor's secret realm, he, as the human king, suddenly discovered that he could actually see through the world-suppressing monument, because the spirit inside the instrument was actually actively asking him for help and asking him to help escape. At that moment, it was unimaginable how shocked and shaken Hengkong human king felt. In an instant, endless associations emerged in his mind. With his strength, he could naturally feel the breath of time on the black chain, which was the ripples of time of Emperor Hengtian. The deity in the device was actually suppressed and forcibly restrained by Emperor Hengtian. The great heavenly soldiers were refined by the mythical human kings and embodied their spirit, energy and spirit. They were almost equivalent to the mythical human king's external incarnations, guarding the world and protecting the tribe on their behalf. In a sense, this is almost equivalent to Emperor Hengtian forcibly suppressing the Heng family's ancestor, Hengtian War King, one of the 9 great kings in the mythological era. Ancestor, what exactly did you discover? Why didn't you leave behind even a single word? What should I do? Are these changes part of your plan? Are these things caused by Chu Dian because of your inheritance? King Hengkong muttered to himself, his eyes were extremely complicated, and the call of the god and the weapon kept echoing in his mind, asking him to help escape. The ancestor of the Heng family. One is the Hengtian ancestor whom the Heng family respects most. Chapter 311 The Empress's Inheritance. In the origin of the dragon world. On a huge image in front of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, a scene in the starry sky appeared. Looking at the changes in the human king's heavenly palace, his eyes were full of coldness. His strength is naturally far beyond that of many human kings, and he has naturally seen more things. Across time and space, an incarnation from the mythical era, a legacy passed down from generation to generation. You've actually endured it for such a long time, and never expressed it. The words left by the first dragon ancestor have come true. Those guys were able to reach the top of the myriad worlds. They must have left behind a backup plan and foundation for the human race, something that can enable the human race to rise again. Using their external incarnations as altars, they penetrated the long river of time, spanning time and space since the mythological era, attempting to influence the trajectory of contemporary history from afar. No wonder those supreme beings searched the myriad realms and couldn't find any trace of humanity's backup plan. It turns out they don't even exist in this time and space. The eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. Human Emperor Secret Realm, if this is the last relic and backup plan left by your human race's high-ranking officials, then your hope of rising again is doomed to fail. The mythical age has long passed. In this era, corrupt creatures like you are not welcome to come. Send a message to the Keelan Emperor, the two Huangs of the Phoenix Clan, the White Tiger Emperor, the Vermilion Bird Emperor and that old thing, the Pung Emperor, to come to the Dragon Realm origin. This Emperor has something important to discuss with them. Don't send a message, lest it be intercepted and leaked. Send a Dragon Lord above the Emperor level to personally invite him. Your honorable order, an old dragon roar came from the void. By the way, tell that old thing Peng Huang that if he doesn't want the eggs he laid with great difficulty to be enslaved by humans again and used as mounts by the Tianping people, he'd better come over. The Destiny Dragon Emperor was worried, fearing that the arrogant guy on the verge of death would be unwilling to come, so he gave another instruction. Okay, Dragon King. The Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor looked at the human king heavenly palace with a gloomy gaze. After a long moment, he suddenly said hoarsely, I don't know how you intend to rise to power, but I can kill all these rubbish left behind by you humans. The low dragon roar echoed, containing endless murderous intent. In the heavenly palace of the human king, time and space solidified. Why? I'm the owner of the human emperor's bloodline, why won't you let me in? At the gate of the eternal palace, the angry roar of Zhan Huang resounded, and the golden light of the emperor was all over his body. He was like a golden firefly in the endless darkness, constantly attacking the gate of the eternal palace. His intuition as a possessor of the human emperor's bloodline told him that there was an unparalleled opportunity to change his destiny. Bang, bang, bang. But no matter how he attacked, the eternal palace remained motionless, excluding him. Chu Dian, can you really change your fate? Heng Chang murmured to himself, looking at the eternal palace with complicated eyes. He could see the shadow of an empress standing there, piercing through the heaven and earth. It seemed that she had descended from the mythological era. The rolling divine light covered Chu Dian in front of him, but only an outline could be seen. Afterwards, he walked back to the Hengtian palace and began to receive the baptism of inheritance and improve his strength. For some reason, he felt a vague sense of fear, as if an unprecedented disaster was about to befall him and he had to hurry up to improve his strength. The descendants of the major royal families also returned to their palaces in endless shock. After failing to attack the eternal palace many times, Xuanwang let out a roar of anger and unwillingness, and had no choice but to return to the Xuanwang palace. He didn't understand. It was obvious that he was the owner of the bloodline of the human emperor and should have the blessing of the 9 human kings. Why is it that the one who benefits is Chu Dian, who is not even at the god level? This battle should have been a battle in which he would shine brightly, illuminate the heavens, and shake the worlds. He would be endlessly admired, but he suffered repeated defeats, gained nothing, and lost all face. Chu Dian, I want you to know that even if I can't get the blessing of the king of the mythological era, I am still stronger than you. Xuanwang's low and cold voice echoed in the void. He, I never thought that there would be a day when I, Huaimei, would be baptized by the human emperor. I am indeed the child of destiny. Huaimei's arrogant voice echoed in the netherworld palace. The royal family of the underworld human world were all killed by Chu Dian. Over the past 100 years, the inheritance and baptism in the palace will be enjoyed by him alone. In the heavenly palace of the human king, except for the shadow of the empress who stepped out from the long river of time and space in the sky and reached the sky and the earth. At this moment, the petrified body of the statue of the empress standing on the ground was actually transformed into flesh and blood bit by bit under Chu Dian's own eyes. The body was crystal clear, and it was flowing with strong vitality and endless dignity. Chu Dian was enveloped by the golden light emanating from the empress's eyes. He could feel that a vast and great power was baptizing his body, helping him to wash away impurities and build a solid foundation. Moreover, there were also golden ancient runes pouring into his mind like an ocean, forming one scripture after another. Chu Dian had studied the evolution of human characters throughout the ages in the Hengtian ancestral temple, and recognized at a glance that this was the first generation of traditional Chinese characters used by the human race. It was written directly with reference to the laws of heaven and earth, and was extremely complex. Each character represented a rule. The current human writing system was actually formed after countless simplifications and splittings by the strongest people of all generations in order to make it easier for the general public to learn and remember. In the ancient human writing, each character contains a road to heaven and a supreme supernatural power. At this moment, 3,000 ancient human characters flashed in Chu Dian's mind. 3,000 just fits the great art in myths and legends. The 5 largest golden characters flashed above the sky full of golden characters, like 5 eternal and blazing suns. Eternal Time and Space Sutra. The Eternal Empress actually instilled her complete inheritance into him after millions of years or even longer. This is not contemporary at all, but it was true that the Eternal Empress directly gave him the inheritance in the mythological era. Looking at this piece of the oldest human writing, the inheritance left by one of the greatest existences in human history, the only female emperor among the 9 mythological kings, it is hard to imagine the shock Chu Dian felt at this moment. What realm were the 9 great kings of mythology? What about the mythology human emperor? It was passed down to me directly from the mythological era, separated by time and space, even 2 completely different eras. Could this be the creator, a being that has comprehended the Tao realm, or perhaps even higher? In fact, although he has been exposed to more, Chu Dian has already understood that Emperor Zun is by no means the end of this world. Chu Dian was not sure whether the myth of the heavenly fated dragon emperor belonged to the realm of the emperor. But Chu Dian was 100% sure that Emperor Hengtian, the chaos demon god, and the Tianqing demon were beings that completely surpassed the emperor. The terrifying magical powers of these beings are completely beyond Chu Dian's imagination. After the death of the chaos demon ancestor, the body he left behind was able to help the soul of the demon ancestor Ji Yu and extend his life for hundreds of thousands of years. Not to mention Emperor Hengtian, when an immortal remnant soul awakened, it traveled across all realms, suppressed the dragon realm, and deprived the dragon realm of its origin. Now, the Eternal Empress has inherited her magical powers from him across eras, which has brought him a huge shock. Chapter 312 Heaven. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the seal of the Eternal Human King jumped out from the secret realm of his origin, vibrating in the sky, and ripples emerged, as if wailing, complaining to the Eternal Empress across time and space. Chu Dian's mind was condensed into essence. Although he couldn't hear what was said, he could feel the emotion. The Eternal Human King seal was really complaining, as if saying how difficult it was after the mythological era. Thinking about it again, the Eternal Human King seal broke away from Feng Changhao's control on its own and came to his secret realm of origin. The corner of Chu Dian's mouth twitched. Could it be that this Eternal Human King seal has really become a spirit? I saw so many incredible things today. Chu Dian lowered his head and looked down. The statue of the Eternal Empress had turned completely into flesh and blood. She was wearing a vaguely snow-white silk imperial robe with all kinds of complicated patterns engraved on it, as if it contained the mysteries of endless time and space. Descendant of the human race, may I borrow your origin secret realm for a moment? Suddenly, the statue of the Empress looked up and actually met Chu Dian's gaze. She spoke with an expressionless face, then took a step forward, time and space twisted, and her body disappeared. The next second, Chu Dian's whole body shook, and his spirit entered his own chaos spirit bead. He saw a curvy and graceful figure immersed in the pool of water condensed by the eternal source power. Beside the origin pond, the snow-white imperial robe had been taken off and thrown on the shore. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Eternal Human King seal also returned to the sky above the origin pool, leaping gently, seeming extremely happy. Is this a mythical human king running into my mind? This thought suddenly flashed through Chu Dian's mind. But he did not feel the greatness and invincibility from this empress. It was as if she was the eternal empress in her childhood. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the imprint of the Tao left by Emperor Hengtian spread on the 10,000 Tao cauldron, outlining a magnificent figure in the virtual space, confronting the shadow of the eternal empress Tongtian. A human king from the mythological age. One is a great emperor who stood up for the human race after the mythological era. At this moment, it seemed as if they were confronting each other across time and space. The terrifying aura surged and collided in the virtual space, as if it could tear apart time and space for eternity. Chu Dian was extremely shocked, because he understood that Emperor Hengtian was actually dead. This was the Tao essence left by Emperor Hengtian on the Tao cauldron, which contained his lifelong understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. It is precisely because of the Tao essence left by Emperor Hengtian that he can continuously comprehend various top-level magical powers at an unimaginable speed. This phantom of Emperor Hengtian actually has no consciousness, unlike an immortal soul with independent awareness. In other words, the Tao essence of Emperor Hengtian sensed the breath of the Eternal Empress and emerged on its own, as if it was going to suppress the Eternal Empress's projection in the air. In other words, even though one has died after reaching the realm of Emperor Hengtian, his Tao is eternal and indestructible between heaven and earth, and contains spiritual consciousness. Because it is triggered, it manifests again, just like a program left by Emperor Hengtian in the world of heaven and earth, which will manifest when certain conditions are met. And the breath of the Eternal Empress is the trigger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Time and space surged, the void was in disorder, Chu Dian could feel a collision of endless time and space, that was the breath of Hengtian's magical power, the ripples of time, beyond the long river of time and space, another breath was surging, that was the breath of the Eternal Time and Space Sutra. First, they suppressed the spirit in the world-suppressing monument and bound it with chains. Now that they're dead, they are all gathering together through the air to attack the Eternal Empress. Chu Dian muttered to himself. Emperor Hengtian seemed to harbor huge resentment and dissatisfaction towards this great human king of the mythological era. Even after his death, he was still obsessed with settling accounts with them. Has the modern human race really fallen to this state? A cold and majestic voice, spanning endless time and space, resounded in the void. A descendant of the human race, possessing the supreme physique of the demon race, the chaos demon body, and the bloodline of the gods. Myriad worlds pearl, how dare you devour the origin of my eternal world? It's a forbidden realm, but the world seems to have changed. It seems to be more difficult for humans to break into the forbidden realm than in the mythological era. According to the level of your accumulation, you should have already reached the forbidden realm of the fusion realm and unlocked 180,000 secret treasures. However, the heaven and earth seem to have placed greater restrictions on the human race. Never mind, I'll just give you a hand. Little fellow, you are not suitable for this emperor's inheritance, and the magical powers of this fellow who has comprehended the passage of time are not suitable for you either. The human race has fallen to such a state. Although it conforms to the law of the rise and fall of eras, it is ultimately due to our failure to make proper arrangements. Help me find a suitable successor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the void, the shadow of Emperor Hengtian gradually dissipated, as if the words of the eternal empress made him slightly satisfied. Chu Dian was extremely shocked when he heard the words of the eternal empress across time and space. If the four words, descendants of the human race, could be regarded as an illusion. So now, it is true, the eternal queen seems to be seeing this era through the long river of time and space. What kind of person is this woman who is bathing in the origin pool in his origin secret realm? Buzz. Suddenly, a snow-white jade finger pierced through time and space, filled with an aura that did not belong to this era, and lightly touched. To reach the realm of the human emperor, and to condense 180,000 magical powers to fill the secret vault, given the current human race's foundation, is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I will help you. In an instant, in Chu Dian's mind, the ancient golden text suddenly wandered like a dragon, entwined with each other, forming various top-level magical powers, which appeared directly in Chu Dian's mind. Every ancient character of the human race represents a kind of Tao. The combination of the two characters, water and fire, represents the Tao of water and fire. In an instant, 180,000 kinds of magical powers gathered in Chu Dian's mind. The Eternal Empress's magical powers are unimaginable. Her comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth has reached the point where one thought equals one magical power. The understanding of 180,000 kinds of magical powers was instilled into Chu Dian's mind. The vast power of supernatural powers penetrated his whole body and broke through one secret realm after another. I don't know how long it took, but all the 180,000 secret treasures were broken open, and 180,000 magical powers evolved in them at the same time, heading towards the state of great perfection. The Forbidden Realm is a path that goes against the will of heaven. That's the group of people who think they are the forbidden tribe of heaven. Little guy, this emperor wishes you good luck. Boom, deep in the endless void, a thunder exploded as if it came from the ancient times. A pair of cold and ruthless eyes, as if running a machine that has been running for eternity, slowly opened in an unknown time and space. After the myth, the unknown taboos are not tolerated by heaven. Chapter 313 Eyes of God. The myth is over, and the 10,000 worlds do not allow any unexpected taboos to appear. A pair of cold and ruthless eyes opened from the forbidden area deep in the void, as if they could see through time and space and observe every corner of the world. In an instant, the secret realm of the human emperor outside the 9 realms of the Chu Dian human race fell into his pupils. Buzz. An invisible wave flashed from the depths of the void, directly penetrating the boundary of the human emperor's secret realm, piercing through the outer perimeter of the human king's heavenly palace and descended above the eternal palace. Terrible waves appeared in the void, it was a suffocating breath. In the major palaces, many royal descendants who were undergoing the baptism of inheritance opened their eyes with pale faces and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, those ruthless and cold eyes flooded into their minds. Puff, puff, puff. The invisible waves reverberated, causing them to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. The Eye of God. Zhan Huang's face turned slightly pale, with horror in his eyes. He muttered to himself, the Kunlun mirror forged by the human emperor's ancestors seems to have been created to replace the Eye of Heaven. In the memory fragments, wasn't the Eye of Heaven cut down by the human emperor? Why is it still in the 10,000 worlds? Zhan Huang trembled slightly all over. The more he knew, the more fear he felt. He awakened a part of the human emperor's bloodline, which contained the human emperor's inheritance and some fragments of the human emperor's memories, allowing him to know many mythological secrets that ordinary people did not know. He knew that the god mentioned by all creatures in the world was actually a forbidden tribe. They were powerful and noble to an unimaginable degree. In their eyes, all creatures in the world were like ants, so they never competed for supremacy with the creatures in the world. The forbidden tribe is the true ruler of all worlds and the master of all realms. Could it be that the heavens have sensed my human emperor bloodline and are sending down a chastisement from heaven to wipe me out? Zhan Huang was extremely frightened and his face turned pale. But his bloodline of the human emperor is incomplete, and he has been born for 23 years. If God wanted to wipe it out, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? No, that's facing the direction of the eternal palace. The Eye of Heaven is targeting Chu Dian. It was Chu Dian who brought down the Eye of Heaven that had been sleeping for eternity. What happened? Zhan Huang's whole body trembled, and his pupils suddenly contracted violently. Something happened to Chu Dian that went against the will of heaven and even alarmed the Eye of Heaven. This was something that even his bloodline of the human emperor could not do. The Eye of God, oh my God. In the nether palace, Huaimei, who was bathing in the waterfall of inheritance baptism, opened her eyes. The nether flame in her skull burned fiercely, and the sound was extremely terrifying. What did Big Brother do to alarm this thing? What is the Eye of God? Jian Qing asked puzzledly. It was created by a group of terrifying individuals in an extremely ancient era. They used it to monitor the myriad worlds and prevent those who came after them from surpassing them. Huaimei spoke in a low voice. The Netherworld King's inheritance also contained information about the Eye of Heaven. He is the ancestor of the top 10 forbidden tribes among all the races. However, during the mythological age, the Eye of Heaven was cut off and obliterated by the human emperor himself. Unexpectedly, after the mythological age ended, this thing condensed again and took notice of Big Brother. The human emperor, the ancestor of the forbidden tribe, the thing that monitors all worlds. Jian Qing felt a buzzing in his head and was stunned for a moment. The thing she knew that could monitor all the worlds was the Kunlun mirror created by the human emperor. It could even lock onto the emperors of the overlord tribes. In the hands of the human emperor, it could even cross the boundary and kill the god emperor, which was extremely powerful. Even before ancient times, there were things that could monitor the universe. Jian Qing muttered to himself, utterly horrified. These ancient beings, as well as the emperors of your race, are all ruthless. They all want to bring all the worlds under their control and will not allow newcomers to threaten you. I don't know what's going on with Big Brother, Huaimei said in a low voice, but I'm afraid this hurdle will be very difficult to overcome. But it's not like there's no chance. Didn't the human emperor overturn the Eye of Heaven back then? The starry sky of the realm is boundless. How can it be so easy to monitor everything? Even the human emperor couldn't do it. Otherwise, our human race wouldn't have suddenly fallen at the end of the mythological period. In the eternal palace, Chu Dian sat cross-legged in the sky. The eternal empress's shadow, which reached the sky and penetrated the earth, stood above the sky, spanning the endless river of time and space, and gazing into the eyes of heaven. Remnants of the mythical era, return to your era. The Eye of Heaven made a cold and merciless sound, and immediately waves spread out, covering the eternal empress, isolating her from time and space, and trying to drive the eternal empress back to the mythological era. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Eye of Heaven was jointly created by the ancestors of the forbidden tribe. It monitors all worlds and has incredible power. Even the human emperor could not completely destroy it. You can imagine how terrifying its power is. In an instant, the broken river of time and space was repaired. The passage for the eternal queen to descend was repaired in an instant, and her shadow began to disappear. Back then, the human emperor chased you out of the domain and into the disillusionment domain. My human race came to an end, and you came back to act tyrannically and call yourself the heaven. The eternal empress's cold and majestic voice exploded from a distant realm of time and space. This is the secret realm of the human emperor, where disciples of the heavenly emperor are selected. It is not your turn to be so presumptuous. Little one, after countless years, this emperor can only help you up to this point. Since you have embarked on the forbidden path of defying the will of heaven and changing your fate, you must overcome each calamity and forge your own path to becoming an emperor. The long river of time and space was shattered, and the cracks in time and space were closed by the eye of heaven. But at the last moment, the eternal queen still cast an invisible secret spell. Buzz, time and space were in turmoil, and the human king's palace surged out, instantly penetrating the starry sky and echoing between the realms. It seems that some power fluctuations have entered the secret realm of the human emperor. The starry sky human king lowered his eyes, as if deducing something, and said in a low voice. It seems that some ancient and mysterious power is emerging from the human emperor's secret realm. The starry sky human king's forehead was covered with sweat and his whole body was trembling slightly. These two forces were beyond the scope of his ability to deduce. They instantly caused him to spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his black hair turned half white in an instant, and his lifespan was greatly damaged. What happened? Zhan Huang Ren Huang shouted, his old eyes extremely gloomy. Did something happen to Zhan Huang? The first person he thought of was Zhan Huang. The bloodline of the human emperor was not tolerated by the heavens, and he had always been cautious, not daring to let the Zhan emperor be born and contaminated by cause and effect. The first time he was born, he was even placed in the human emperor's secret realm, an ancient forbidden area of the human race. Unexpectedly, something unexpected still happened. Many of the most powerful people in the 9 realms were stunned. Many human kings were also shocked. What kind of mysterious power could it be that, just by deduction, could invisibly backfire on the starry sky human king and directly reduce his lifespan by half? Chapter 314 Elemental Master. Boom, just then. Between the starry sky, the projection of a vast and magnificent palace, the human emperor's palace in some unknown time and space, suddenly fluctuated slightly. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, among the starry sky, many human kings and all the strongest people felt their blood surging, and a sense of awe surged from the depths of their blood and souls. They couldn't control themselves and knelt down in the starry sky in groups, lowered their heads, and worshipped in the direction of the human emperor palace. The next moment, in the deepest part of the human emperor palace, golden light surged. It was a golden sculpture that reached up to the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds. It wore a crown on its head, and its face could not be seen clearly, but the sculpture's huge hand was seen suddenly stretching out, traveling through endless time and space, and directly reaching into the secret realm of the human emperor. Buzz. In an instant, above the heavenly palace of the human king, the endless majesty of the emperor filled the air. Huaimei, Zhanqing, and all the descendants of the royal family instantly knelt on the ground, unable to move, unable to raise their heads, and their consciousness was frozen. Even Zhan Huang, who possessed some of the blood of the human emperor, was like this. Under the supreme majesty of the emperor, he could not pay any attention at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The eye of heaven is cold and ruthless. It is just a machine created by the ancient forbidden ancestor god to monitor the world. It has no emotions. Facing the golden hand covering the sky, ripples surged out but could not shake the golden hand at all. After the myth, no taboos are allowed to exist in the myriad worlds. Ancient being, this is not your era. Return to your own time and space. The golden hand pressed down, and the 2 fingers moved slightly, pinching lightly, as if grabbing a small animal, pinched the eye of heaven and took him directly back to the human emperor palace. In an instant, all the terrifying fluctuations above the human king's palace disappeared without a trace. It seems as if nothing had ever happened, but invisibly, a faint wave penetrated time and space and flowed into Chu Dian's mind. Before being taken away by the statue of the human emperor, the eye of heaven continued to fulfill its mission and brought disaster to Chu Dian. Congratulations to the host for condensing 180,000 top-level magical powers and comprehending them all to the state of great perfection. I am rewarded with a Dao Realm Seed, which allows unconditional entry into the Dao Realm and allows you to comprehend the Dao of creation once. I am rewarded with 5 million destiny points and a myth ancient talisman, which allows the host to temporarily possess mythical combat power for 10 minutes. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 180,000 secret treasures and entering the forbidden realm. You will be rewarded with a Chaos Soul Altar, where you can sacrifice the souls of living beings in exchange for Chaos Soul power. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Dian's ears. Chu Dian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the void. Every pore on his body was glowing, and magical powers and visions were evolving. The 99 layers of chaotic visions behind his head turned into 99 halos, making him look like an ancient god descending to the earth with endless majesty. Although he has not yet ignited the divine fire and broken through the divine realm, at this moment he has entered the forbidden secret realm and has awakened the power of chaos. Even the gods in front of him will be frightened by that divine power and their strength will be greatly reduced. But at this moment, Chu Dian had no intention of paying attention to what was happening outside his body. All his attention was concentrated in his mind. Another ant trying to challenge the might of heaven. The dark mind was like an endless dark starry sky. A young man wearing a black robe, with long hair draped over his shoulders and a red flame mark on his forehead was standing in his mind at this moment. The origin pond, the small world of creation, the seal of the human king. Interesting. A human ant trying to walk the path of the human king again. The young man muttered to himself with a calm expression. He seemed a little surprised when he saw the things in Chu Dian's mind, but he quickly regained his composure. But now, it's no longer that era, that time. That road has been cut off. Little guy, you have great talent. It's a pity that you were born into this tribe that was abandoned by God. The young man looked at the chaos spirit orb with a calm expression. He stretched out his hand and pinched it directly. His hand kept disappearing, and the 5 colors of gold, wood, water, fire and earth kept fluctuating in it. A forbidden divine power spread out, and the aura was extremely ancient. It actually suppressed the spirit orb that was the essence of Chu Dian's spirit, and it could not move at all. Who are you to invade my sea of consciousness? The chaos spirit pearl directly transformed into Chu Dian's figure. His eyes were extremely cold, and as he raised his hand, the 10,000 Dao cauldron in the red dust mirror hanging above the sea of consciousness directly fell down and collided with the big hand. I created my own supreme magical power. The aura of this mirror is very familiar. It seems to be the aura of the person who failed in the challenge. Very interesting, but you are still too young. Don't resist, you'll suffer less. The young man's voice was calm. Within his big hand, the 5 elements disappeared, and the forbidden ancient aura echoed. In an instant, it collided with the 10,000 Dao cauldron in the red dust mirror more than 100,000 times. Click, click, click. The Wandao Ding and the Hongshan mirror were covered with cracks, like 2 pieces of porcelain that would collapse at any time. The young man's strength was too terrifying. The 5 elements' auras were shattered and they were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Chu Dian had read all the classics of the ancestral temple, but had never seen any record of such magical powers. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the 2 supreme and extraordinary magical powers that Chu Dian had condensed were shattered in his mind. Chu Dian's spirit was severely damaged and he became disillusioned several times. There were even cracks on his spirit bead. Spirit is the foundation, and he has not yet been able to condense his soul. The destruction of the spirit deed that condensed his substance was many times more serious than the injury suffered by his physical body being blown up. However, taking the opportunity, Chu Dian also moved away from the young man and flew directly into the small world, relying on the protection of the incomplete small world derived from the world seed. What ethnicity are you? Chu Dian's face was cold and he felt aggrieved because he could not use his physical strength and hidden power in his mind. He could not even use 1/10 of his full strength. In fact, he couldn't even tell what realm this young man with the flame mark between his eyebrows was in. He is the 6th-rank Forbidden Clan, the ancestor of the Elemental Masters, and a spiritual incarnation of the Elemental King. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded directly in Chu Dian's ears. Chu Dian was shocked and saw the woman transformed from the statue of the Eternal Empress soaking in the pool in the Origin Secret Realm. She was looking at the young man in her mind with cold eyes, with indifference and solemnity in her eyes. Elemental controllers, Forbidden Tribe. Chu Dian's heart was shaken and he felt a sense of horror. Chapter 315, Another Unconventional Path. The woman continued, the Elemental Heavenly King was killed by the human emperor during the God of Creation War. However, he has reached this level of power, creating the world and being omnipotent. Even after his death, his spirit and lore are still scattered throughout the universe. After the Age of Mythology, the Age of Humans and Gods came to an end, and the Eye of Heaven regrouped. Those forbidden tribes returned from the illusory void, allowing the Eye of Heaven to once again monitor the myriad worlds. In order to prevent the events of the human god age from happening again among the myriad races, they have directly cut off all possibilities of breaking through the forbidden realm this time. Any that do appear will be immediately wiped out. Although the Eye of Heaven was taken away by the human emperor statue, it still brought disaster upon you. Although this ray of spiritual power from the elemental heavenly king is so weak that it's not even 1/1000th of his peak strength, it's still far beyond your reach. The woman said coldly, the elemental controllers are a clan that claims to control all elemental forces between heaven and earth, and is in charge of the birth and death of all things. They are born in the forbidden realm of the gods, not to mention that this is the ancestor of the elemental controllers. This clan's methods are extremely strange. You have already entered the forbidden realm, breaking through 180,000 secret treasures, and condensing 180,000 magical powers into the secret treasures. But now, your consciousness and soul have been sealed in your mind by the elemental heavenly king. Breaking through the divine realm is simply unrealistic. For now, the only way to survive this disaster is to concentrate your soul immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Little guy, give up resistance. You have no chance of survival in front of me. The young man stood outside the small world of creation, and the flame mark between his eyebrows suddenly appeared. The fire of the 5 elements was born and extinguished in it, burning fiercely, and actually directly roasted the entire small world. In the small world, all the innate gods and demons evolved by Chu Dian were killed instantly, without a single one left. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Dian's body was scorched by the terrible high temperature, and his whole body immediately turned red. Chu Dian's eyes were slightly bloodshot as he stared at the young man outside and said, I'm going to eat you alive. This is the fire of elements. It is the innate fire that accompanies the elemental king after he was born from the chaos. It is extremely terrifying, the woman said in a low voice. If you want to stay in my mind, just shut your mouth quietly and watch how I destroy this so-called elemental king. Remember, I like obedient women. Chu Dian's voice was low and hoarse. With a wave of his hand, the chaos soul altar that the system had just rewarded suddenly appeared in his hand. Isn't it just about condensing the divine soul without igniting the divine fire? If I can't use the divine fire to nurture it, then I will use this elemental divine fire to nurture my chaos divine soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chaos soul altar is a square black altar, floating directly above Chu Dian's head. A cold, dark and eerie aura suddenly spread from it. This is a chaos spirit treasure. The woman's pupils contracted sharply, and she said in shock, this is a treasure that could only be evolved during the birth and death of eras, the evolution of chaos, and the birth of the new world. It is something that only those supreme ancient beings possess. How could you possibly have it in your hands? The woman's voice was shaking and horrified. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, 2 black dragon shadows suddenly appeared on the altar, followed by the holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang sect, Mo-Wuan and others. Sacrifice. There was a hint of blood in Chu Dian's eyes, and he let out a low growl. It is unprecedented in history to directly condense the soul without igniting the divine fire. The divine fire ignites within the spirit, burning the spirit, and in the midst of birth and death the divine soul is given birth. But all of this must be done with the body as a furnace and a ladder. But now, his mind was blocked by the elemental king, and he couldn't do it at all. When I reach the peak, I will definitely slaughter all these so-called gods. Chu Dian growled, feeling endlessly frustrated. He had just broken through the forbidden realm, and hadn't had time to feel the 180,000 secret treasures. His 180,000 magical powers had just been perfected, but he was forced to break through the divine realm and condense his soul. He couldn't even ignite the divine fire. He had to follow the usual path of cultivation and break through naturally. He was in seclusion practicing when suddenly this elemental king, who he had never heard of, broke in. That's what the human emperor said back then, and he did it. The woman said in a cold voice, if you can do it, you will be the new human emperor. But this era will be 1,000, 10,000 times more difficult than the previous one. The woman looked at the chaos soul altar with some surprise in her cold and noble eyes. This kid's magic is far beyond his imagination. He even has chaos spirit treasures on him. Boom. Suddenly, the void above the altar twisted, swallowing up the souls of Kang Juan, Gang Ming, Mo-Wuan and others, transforming them into pure chaotic soul power that poured into Chu Dian's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chaos spirit pearl vibrated slightly, and a supreme chaotic divine power began to emerge inside it. Cracks also began to appear on Chu Dian's transformed body. Outside, the terrifying high temperature has almost scorched the entire small world of creation. A futile struggle. The young man tore through the barrier of the small world of creation and stepped into it. Seeing Chu Dian, whose body was covered with cracks, his expression was calm. Only when he looked at the chaos soul altar in the sky did a hint of surprise flash in his eyes. The chaos spirit treasure may have a chance to help me be reborn and live another life. It's over. The young man's voice was indifferent, and his 2 big hands disappeared. The 5 elements were mutually generated and restrained, directly enveloping Chu Dian, like 2 giant elemental mountains colliding heavily. Boom. In an instant, Chu Dian's body, which was covered with cracks, exploded and turned into fragments all over the sky. This means that the chaos spirit orb was directly blown up by this attack, and Chu Dian's spirit turned into fragments all over the sky. The seal of the eternal human king, the pearl of all worlds, the pool of origin, and the woman soaking in it all fell from midair. Who are you? Why do you give me a familiar feeling? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. The elemental king looked at the woman in the pool, frowned slightly, and lightly snapped his fingers. The elemental divine fire filled the sky, covering all the fragments of the exploded chaos spirit pearl and burning them all. Boom. All the fragments of Chu Dian's chaos spirit bead were burned. But at this moment, in the outside world, on Chu Dian's head, the 99 chaos divine rings behind his head suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, the chaotic vision of the 99 heavens began to evolve directly in the world of creation in Chu Dian's mind. The immortal king descended upon the 9 heavens, a blue lotus was planted in the chaos, the emperor of heaven came to the world, the human emperor's palace evolved, the human emperor opened up the era of humans and gods, and so on. The visions were boundless and vast. The shadow of Chu Dian's soul suddenly appeared in the void. Elemental King, how do you want to die? Chapter 316, Epic Soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The elemental divine fire burned the entire small world of creation. The vast earth was red under the high temperature, and the space was fluctuating. The rivers in the world had all dried up. The innate gods and demons cultivated by Chu Dian had all fallen, and the mountains and rivers turned into endless magma. Chu Dian's spirit bead was destroyed, and even the secret realm of origin and the things in it were revealed. In this situation, a person who cannot even ignite the divine fire and condense the soul into a fusion state is doomed to die, and can even be pronounced brain dead. But in the sky, Chu Dian's spirit, which was originally being burned and constantly destroyed, turned into a magical energy and condensed into a faint figure, which was exactly the appearance of Chu Dian. Elemental King, how do you want to die? Chu Dian's cold voice filled with murderous aura was like the voice of heaven, resounding in the small world of creation. His voice carried a faint mysterious meaning of Tao. The entire small world that was scorched red began to fluctuate violently. A vast and supreme Tao aura permeated the air. Not only did it not destroy the elemental divine fire, but it joined in it, feeding back the supreme flame that accompanied the elemental king at the time of birth and death of this era, making it even more vigorous. The spirit that was scorched and annihilated quickly disintegrated, turning into mysterious soul power, merging into the chaos soul altar, turning into soul power, constantly merging into Chu Dian's phantom, making his body increasingly solid. In the divine realm, with just a thought, the soul can reach the sky and wander in the void. It is the most powerful divine realm in legend. The soul can leave the body and travel through the universe. It can be said to be the second life of a living being. When one reaches this state, the soul is immortal and can be reborn even if the body is destroyed. This state of mind has transcended the mundane world, so it is called God. The gods can travel through the vast universe with just a thought, controlling the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and their supernatural powers are unpredictable. To ignite the divine fire is to shed the mortal body, which is against the will of heaven. Therefore, many geniuses will face the thunder tribulation brought down by the rules of heaven and earth at this step. If they pass this test, they will be able to leap over the dragon gate and transcend the mortal world from then on. Chu Dian, on the other hand, is now using his body as a furnace, igniting the divine fire to roast his spirit. Relying on the materialized spiritual power, borrowing the companion divine fire of the elemental king, and supported by the chaotic soul power provided by the chaos soul altar, he has directly broken free from the constraints of his body and condensed his soul alone before condensing his soul. Tao realm, the elemental king and the woman soaking in the origin pool heard Chu Dian's voice, which contained the essence of Taoism. They cried out at the same time and their pupils suddenly contracted. Although they were no longer at their peak and were each incomplete and unable to perform to even 1/1000th of their peak performance, their vision and knowledge were so high that the moment they heard Chu Dian's voice, they confirmed that Chu Dian had entered that supreme and mysterious realm. It's unbelievable, how is this possible? The spirit is annihilated, on the line between life and death, entering the realm of Tao, in the state of creating all things, achieving the birth and death of the spirit, and concentrating the soul. Even in the mythological era, countless emperors spent their entire lives, exhausting their entire energy, but were unable to reach this realm, and ultimately could only die in sorrow. Oh my god, the woman's voice was filled with endless suffocation, as if she had seen some incredible scene. This scene even exceeded her imagination. She saw with her own eyes the endless Tao essence spreading and the surging chaotic soul power pouring out from the altar, making Chu Dian's soul increasingly solid. At this moment, the entire small world of creation was actually constantly changing. From being scorched red, turning into magma, and about to collapse, it began to recover again. The earth exuded vitality, the mountains and rivers revived, and the innate gods and demons belonging to this world were bred in every corner. It also integrated the rules of the elemental divine fire from the real era of birth and death, and its roots and potential became even stronger and deeper. The scorching elemental divine fire no longer seemed to be a threat to Chu Dian's life and death, but instead became a weapon that enabled him to break through his own limits, enter the realm of Tao, and condense his soul. As Chu Dian thought about it, the rolling elemental divine fire that was burning the small world turned into a mountain of fire in the world of creation, becoming a part of the rules of this world, and turning the companion divine fire of the elemental king into his own use. Faintly, a light red flame mark began to condense between the eyebrows of Chu Dian's soul, which was exactly the same as the mark between the eyebrows of the elemental king. An infinitely noble aura, as if it came from the vicissitudes of life before the creation of the world, emanated from him. Oh my god, oh my god, the woman's pupils widened with anger, and these two words kept popping out of her mouth. It was impossible to imagine the shock in her heart. This is truly a great opportunity that has been created in the past. In Chu Dian's era, the human race was in decline. In fact, their bloodline and body were far inferior to those of the human race in the era of humans and gods. In the age of humans and gods, the mythical human race was born with the strength to move mountains and overturn seas. The 180,000 secret treasures made the human race's potential far surpass that of top beasts such as the dragon and phoenix, and was second only to those forbidden tribes that had gone through multiple eras of trials and tribulations. If the human race did not have such a strong foundation, it would be impossible for the human race to give birth to such a heroic figure as the human emperor, and it would not be possible for the human race to produce 9 human kings, 13 guardians, and 33 heavenly generals in succession. After all, with a population as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges, it is not surprising that a mutation occurs and a heaven-defying monster is born. But it is impossible for dozens or even more people to come out one after another in an endless stream. The opportunity Chu Dian has now obtained is unprecedented and a heaven-defying opportunity that will allow him to be reborn. The epical soul, in the Tao realm, comprehended the power of creation and created the heavens and the earth. The elemental heavenly king personally assisted with the accompanying divine fire, giving birth to a soul that far exceeded the limitations of this epic. Incredible. The woman was stunned. She couldn't figure out how Chu Dian did it no matter how hard she tried. In fact, deep down, she was not optimistic that Chu Dian could survive this disaster. Because what Chu Dian was facing was the clan of element controllers, one of the oldest and greatest beings, born between the birth and death of eras. They were ancient beings that could fight against the human emperor and have not yet completely died. Guys of this level can change the world with just a thought, create the universe, and control the power of creation. They are the creator. The existence of the elemental king is the condensation of the power between the birth and death of the era. It is the most heaven-defying existence and the most powerful god in many eras. Even a wisp of residual soul cannot be contended with by human power. Therefore, she only gave Chu Dian a suggestion, asking him to fight to the death. If Chu Dian died, she could only take the eternal human king seal, the pearl of all worlds in the origin pool, leave the human emperor's secret realm, and return to the ancestral land of the human race. But what no one expected was that Chu Dian not only followed the path she guided, but also entered the realm of Tao, comprehended the creation between life and death, and transformed the power of the elemental king into his own use. In a desperate situation, he condensed the epic soul that only the elemental king, who was born at the time of the evolution of the birth and death of the era, could condense. With his acquired body, he leapt into the most noble and heaven-defying existence between heaven and earth. Chapter 317, Epic Dharma Soul, 480,000 feet. Damn human ants, what a disgusting bunch. Just like the human emperor and his ill, they always manage to surpass people's imagination. The elemental king's calm expression was now extremely ugly. The eye of heaven summoned him to destroy this monster who had the hope of leading the human race to rise again and enter the forbidden realm. But invisibly, he actually indirectly helped this little beast to condense the most noble epic soul in the world, inherited his elemental divine fire, and possessed the power that many element controllers dream of but cannot obtain. You have to know that over the endless years, many mythical elemental emperors have not even been able to inherit his elemental divine fire. Damn thing, thinking of using my elemental divine fire to help you with your wedding is too much to ask for. So what if I have entered the Tao realm? So what if I have the world seed? I will let you perish while you comprehend the creation, and eliminate a great scourge for my race. The human god clan will never allow another human emperor to appear. The elemental king's face was gloomy to the extreme, and the 5 elements in his body began to change, with mutual generation and mutual restraint. The flame mark between his eyebrows spewed out rolling elemental divine fire, covering Chu Dian's entire mind. The entire small world of creation was burned and collapsed again. In an instant, the entire small world, which was originally 100 miles in size, was directly destroyed by more than half, leaving only less than a mile. Those innate gods and demons in the world of creation that were in the making were once again turned into ashes. The 5 elements evolve, mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other, and are reborn from destruction. This is creation. An indifferent voice came from Chu Dian's constantly solidifying inner soul. He was still in the state of wandering in the Tao realm. Unlike the simulated Tao realm in the Tianqin Shimo ruins, he used the system's reward to enter the real Tao realm. In the process of breaking through the divine realm, he comprehended the creation of life and death. His consciousness was in comprehension, but he was still able to control reality. The elemental divine fire, a companion divine fire born between the birth and death of eras, allows him to see through the rules within it, the scene outside the starry sky of all realms at the end of the mythological period, a state where order collapsed, rules were reshaped, and everything was in chaos. Buzz, buzz. The small world of creation was originally created from a world seed. After being melted at this moment, it evolved again at the moment Chu Dian's voice sounded, and directly expanded to a size of 1,000 miles. The power of Chaos Soul continued to surge out of the Chaos Soul altar, and Chu Dian's epic soul was completely solidified. The dark red flame mark between his eyebrows was vivid and burning fiercely. As soon as he thought about it, the elemental divine fire burning in his mind was all retracted and merged into his flame mark. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Dian's soul condensed and began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, it became 1,000 feet in size and continued to expand. In a short time, it reached 3,000 feet, 5,000 feet, and 9,000 feet. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power of chaos permeated the dark mind. Behind Chu Dian's soul, the 99 layers of chaos transformed into a halo, illuminating the heavens. The 10,000 Tao cauldron in the red dust mirror condensed again in the midst of life and death, becoming even harder. It was covered with dense Tao patterns, as if containing a vast starry sky. Chu Dian's soul completely solidified and turned into substance. The chaotic light in his eyes gathered and directly broke through the isolation in his mind, penetrating the connection between him and his body that was isolated by the elemental king. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all of his 180,000 secret treasures, 180,000 magical powers, vast energy and blood with a force exceeding 100 million kilograms, and the vast fundamental strength accumulated over the years surged in like a flood, causing his condensed soul to surge wildly again. In the blink of an eye, his soul directly broke through 10,000 feet and reached 20,000 feet. Then, it soared against the wind to 30,000 feet, 60,000 feet, and 12,000 feet. It continued until it reached 480,000 feet before stopping. The 480,000 Zhang epic Dharma soul, and also possessing the supreme physique of the Chaos Demon clan, the power of the Chaos Demon soul, also brings together the power of the 2 forbidden clans, the Chaos Demon clan and the elemental controllers, all in one body. The woman soaked in the pool and fell into silence for a long time. At the peak of the divine realm, the Dharmakaya soul was externalized and roamed the heavens and earth. When she broke through the divine realm, the Dharmakaya soul was only 330,000 feet, which was in line with the meaning of the 33rd heaven. She was praised by the human emperor as a female prodigy and one of the future pillars of the human race. But Chu Dian, just after breaking through the divine realm, directly reached a divine soul of 480,000 feet. It seems that this is probably far from Chu Dian's limit. She is the hope and pillar of the human race. What is Chu Dian? Elemental king, give me your power and become one with me. Chu Dian's voice roared and shook the sky, as if it came from before the opening of the era. He stretched out his big hand and directly suppressed the elemental king. Damn it, you beast, how dare you humiliate me like this? The elemental king's eyes were already bloodshot. He was just a consciousness condensed by the eye of heaven and scattered in the myriad realms. He was not even a remnant soul. Many powerful and heaven-defying means were simply unable to be used. The only means he could use, the elemental divine fire, had unexpectedly become Chu Dian, creating a huge disaster for the elemental controller clan. Now this guy actually wants to completely devour this trace of his consciousness and completely merge it with his consciousness. You evil creature, you are so rebellious, breaking the taboo and attempting to shake the majesty of heaven. I, the descendant of the elemental controller clan, will definitely destroy you and take back the power of the elemental divine fire. Buzz. The body of the elemental king was instantly shattered, and the 5 elements of birth and death flew out of Chu Dian's mind in an instant. Faced with the 480,000 foot tall epic Dharma soul condensed by Chu Dian, he actually fled directly without even thinking of resisting. Chu Dian, this is a heaven-defying opportunity. The elemental king was born at the time of the birth and death of the era. Every wisp of his consciousness possesses endless insights. Refining him will be of great help to you in thoroughly understanding the bloodline of the element controller. One day, perhaps you can completely condense the elemental divine fire and become the king of the element controller clan. The woman immediately spoke up to remind him. But he didn't need to say more. Chu Dian's soul had already stepped out of the body. The 480,000 Zhang Dharma image soul burst out with endless chaotic divine power. The eternal abyss directly expanded, covering the surrounding 10,000 miles of sky, and the entire eternal palace was shrouded in it. Boom. At the edge, there was a loud crash. It was the remnant of the elemental king who was fleeing at a high speed, and crashed headfirst into the barrier of the eternal abyss. The power of the forbidden abyss. How could you possibly possess the power of the forbidden abyss? The elemental king roared angrily, his eyes were bloodshot, and then the remaining thoughts disappeared directly. He tried to end himself directly, but in the eternal abyss, the space solidified and the power of time flowed backwards, turning him back into his original form again. Chapter 318 Swallowing the Elemental King. If you want to leave here, kill me. Chu Dian's voice was cold. This eternal abyss could directly devour a person's lifespan. In it, the flow of time and space was all in his thoughts. Back then, Kang Juan was able to block everything. Now he has completely devoured Kang Juan's blood, soul, strength, and magical powers, and has broken through the divine realm and condensed the epic Dharmakaya soul, which is far superior to Kang Juan's Dharmakaya soul, which was 100,000 feet long at that time. When Chu Tiansai used the eternal abyss again at this time, he felt even more deeply the terrifying power of this bloodline ability that was integrated with the power of the forbidden abyss. Even the elemental king could not leave even after trying every possible means. Let me see how much benefit I can gain by swallowing the great and ancient remnant like you. Chu Dian's soul stretched out his huge hand, covering the sky and the sun. The entire human king palace seemed to turn black. The word demon on the palm of his hand glowed, and the blood-colored abyss was 10,000 feet wide. The supreme mystery of the Chaos Demon clan. What is your origin? The elemental king roared, his pupils contracted violently, and he was terrified. He simply couldn't imagine that so many incredible abilities were concentrated in a small human. Even when the human emperor was in the realm of gods, he probably wouldn't be so perverted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. You want to devour me? Dream on. Collapse, destruction. The elemental king roared angrily, and his entire body was destroyed. The 5 elements reversed and counteracted each other, no longer coexisting, causing his thought to completely disappear. Even if it means self-destruction, he will never let Chu Dian swallow him. Otherwise, if Chu Dian really used his residual thoughts to understand the bloodline secrets of the element controller clan, he could not imagine how great a hidden danger it would leave for his own clan. If one day, Chu Dian really grows to the level of the human emperor, perhaps he can really completely destroy his clan and do what the human emperor could not do. In my domain, your life and death are decided by me. Creation is born and dies, and then condenses. Chu Dian's eyes were filled with the aura of Tao, and he was still in the magical state of the Tao realm. His comprehension of the chaotic divine power, the rules of heaven and earth, the power of the forbidden abyss, etc., was constantly increasing madly. Buzz, the self-destructive elemental king, the 5 elements in his body were restraining each other, and they directly and uncontrollably transformed into mutual generation, and the regrets condensed again. At the same time, Chu Dian's big hand covered down, and the bloody abyss directly swallowed the elemental king into it. Evil beast, when I am resurrected, I will bury you in the ruins of the era, and you will suffer endless torture for generations to come. The roar of the elemental king exploded in the bloody abyss and then completely disappeared. Buzz, on the chaos soul altar, an ethereal soul appeared. It was very weak, only the size of a hair, with the 5 elements flowing on it. Sacrifice, the cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes, and there was even a hint of blood in them at this moment. This was definitely the biggest disaster he had encountered since his rebirth. Fortunately, all his previous strong accumulation was released, and coupled with the foundation left over from his previous entry into the simulated Tao realm, he was able to use the Tao realm talisman rewarded by the system to easily enter the Tao realm, comprehend the power of creation, and condense his soul. Otherwise, with the elemental king's strange means of entering his mind directly, even if I, Jian Kongzu, came, I would be absolutely helpless and could only watch his spirit being shattered and become a living dead. Buzz, the faint 5-element spirit entered the chaos spirit altar and once again transformed into the surging power of the chaos spirit, causing Chu Dian's Aradharma soul to surge again, reaching a height of 500,000 feet. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the divine realm, changing your destiny, and overcoming the tribulation of life and death. You will be rewarded with 10 million destiny points. Host, you can upgrade the 5 auras of body, comprehension, and spirit to the highest level. You can also swallow a 9-turn rule divine pill every day to increase the host's closeness to the rules of heaven and earth. Reminder to the host, the divine realm begins to comprehend the laws. The host has broken through the system's expectations and condensed the epical soul. He can comprehend the epical Tao and condense 3,000 laws. The divine realm begins to comprehend the power of the laws, and requires a higher level of endurance in terms of spirit, understanding, physical body, and closeness to the laws of heaven and earth. 5 top-level auras, consuming 50,000 destiny points per day. 19 revolutions rule divine pill, 100,000 destiny points. The total daily cost is 150,000 destiny points. Do you want to redeem it? The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Dian's ears. Prompt the host, trigger the hidden mission, comprehend the way of the era, and comprehend the 3,000 laws. Complete the hidden mission and you will receive rich rewards. Exchange. Chu Dian immediately said in his heart that only he understood that the fundamental reason why he could grow so fast was the many halos and top-level elixirs, as well as the blueprint route planned by the system. This disaster was even described by the system as a life and death disaster. If it weren't for the help of the eternal empress who transcended the long river of time and space, and if he hadn't comprehended 180,000 kinds of magical powers, completed the hidden tasks, and obtained many rewards, this would definitely be a fatal disaster that he could not overcome. Chu Dian glanced at the system panel which he hadn't seen for a long time. Destiny points, 19.6 million. This time, by killing the remnant of the elemental king, breaking through the divine realm, completing the hidden mission, and changing the course of the 9 realms competition in the human emperor secret realm, the destiny point reward obtained was also unprecedented. Chu Dian, the elemental controllers were driven into the disillusionment realm by the human emperor. The woman's voice rang in Chu Dian's ears. That place is isolated from all other realms. Not even the human emperor could completely destroy them there. Now that the Eye of Heaven has converged once again, they may have found a way to return. You have alarmed the Eye of Heaven and devoured the remaining thoughts of the elemental king. You may have alarmed them. Chu Dian frowned slightly, and his soul flew back into his mind. He sat cross-legged in the sky and opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 gazes pierced through the sky. So what? If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. They have been driven out of the 10,000 worlds for countless years, and now that they have returned, they are nothing more than a group of defeated soldiers. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. At this time, the anxious and low voice of King Henkong suddenly rang in Chu Dian's ears. Chu Dian, you are finally out of seclusion. Go and save Holy Maiden Hylian and Huaimei. Your second sister is dying. Chapter 319, Earth-shaking changes. Chu Dian, a large number of demonic geniuses from the Divine Beast clans, including the Golden Dragon clan, the Azure Dragon clan, the Nirvana Phoenix, the Vermilion Bird, the Azure Dragon, the Sky Fire Qilin, the Holy Sky Qilin, as well as the Golden Winged Dabun clan, the Golden Crow clan, the Deting clan, etc., suddenly appeared in the human emperor secret realm and launched a massacre of the demons of our human race. The hoarse and low voice of Heng Tian Human King, filled with endless murderous intent and unwillingness, rang in Chu Dian's ears. The 2 children of Emperor Lingfeng were skinned alive by Emperor Shidian, the holy son of the Qi Wang sect was killed, the holy daughter was raped to death by the evil dragon, and all the disciples of the Moshen sect were wiped out. Lin Jia from the Lin family. Except for Jian Kong and Jian Qing, the other 4 evildoers of the ancient sword god clan were torn to pieces by Prince Tian Peng. Jian Kong escaped with severe injuries. Chu Dian, there's no time to say too much. You've been in seclusion in the Eternal Palace for a month, and many terrible changes have occurred in the human emperor secret realm. Your sister Chu Yuyao and the evildoers of your Shengxian sect are now in the Taiqingtian ruins, being surrounded and killed by the Golden Winged Dabun clan, the Qilin clan, and others. Your second sister, Chu Yuyao, was severely injured by Prince Tianpeng in order to save Yi Guolong. Her left double pupil was gouged out, and she barely escaped. Has it been a month? Chu Dian's pupils contracted violently. He was in the Tao realm, comprehending the way of birth and death, breaking through the divine realm, creating a small world, and being burned by the elemental divine fire. It felt like only 1 day had passed. In the outside world, a month has passed. Chu Dian's pupils were filled with endless murderous intent. He took a loud step forward, directly shattering the space and rushing out of the human emperor's palace. Woman, which direction is Taiqingtian? Chu Dian's voice was extremely cold. Taiqingtian, it seems your sister has inherited the legacy of General Taiqingtian, and he also has natural double pupils. The location is. The woman gave Chu Dian directions and said. The way of creation, the divine journey through the vastness of space, is the most profound way between heaven and earth. In the mythological era, people who comprehended the creation even said that a day in heaven equals a year on earth. The woman explained in Chu Tian's mind, the numerous divine beast tribes were supported by the human emperor during the human god era in order to balance the many branches of the gods and demons. Every generation of the emperor's disciples would give the divine beast tribes a share, so the divine beast tribe also has a direct passage to the human emperor's secret realm. However, it requires more than 80% of the divine beast emperors to act together to open it. It seems that after the human god era, the divine beast tribes have violated the mythological contract and betrayed the human race. The woman's voice was extremely cold, carrying a strong murderous aura. These ungrateful wolves are betraying their own people. The human emperor hates betrayal the most. If the human emperor were still alive, none of the divine beasts in the 10,000 worlds would survive. Buzz. Chu Dian quickly headed towards Taichingtian. On the way, he saw a skyfire phoenix soaring in the sky, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The air was filled with a noble aura, bringing up endless skyfire. There was also a team of disciples from the ancient human world and the ancient wilderness sect around it. The ancient desolate sect, one of the top 3 powerful sects in the ancient human world, has a profound foundation and practices pure human techniques to refine the body. Master Fire Phoenix, the holy son of the ancient desolate sect, has escaped with some of his disciples. The Holy Lady of Ice Phoenix is leading people in pursuit and will send you their location soon. The following are the saintess of the ancient desolate sect, as well as most of their elite disciples. They all practice pure human cultivation techniques and have always viewed us, the humans who practice divine beast cultivation techniques, as aliens and have been fighting openly and secretly against us. A man with wings growing out of his back and fiery red hair spoke respectfully to the largest skyfire phoenix in the sky. At this time, in the front, 5 skyfire phoenixes spread their wings and spewed out billowing skyfire, covering many disciples of the ancient wilderness sect. They struggled to hold on, their bodies were burned red, and the leader was a tall and slender woman in hot clothes. She is Yang Shui, the holy maiden of the ancient wasteland sect. She has the body of a heavenly king with a strong physique. Although she is a woman, she is gifted with extremely strong combat power. She has suppressed the current holy son of the ancient wasteland sect and has great hope of becoming the next sect master of the ancient wasteland sect. Holy son of Fire Phoenix, you are of human blood, yet you are accomplices to the evil, betraying the human world and plotting against your colleagues. Aren't you afraid that the royal court will punish you after you are released? Yang Shui's skin was red all over, as if she was about to be roasted, but her eyes were wide open, golden light flashed, and a golden bell appeared around her body, sheltering many geniuses of the ancient wilderness sect inside. She shouted angrily at the winged man in the sky, and her voice shook the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 5 skyfire phoenixes spewed out billowing skyfire to burn them. In the blink of an eye, 2 more geniuses of the ancient wilderness sect could not withstand the high temperature and turned into ashes. Saint Lady Yang Shui, it seems that you still don't understand the seriousness of the matter. The Fire Phoenix Saint spoke indifferently, glancing at Yang Shui before saying, this time, the 12 top divine beast tribes in the 10,000 realms have united to exterminate all the humans who are in the human emperor secret realm and have not practiced the divine beast tribes techniques. Not to mention, in the human emperor secret realm, the strongest are respected, and it's a place to select the most outstanding demons. In the mythological era, there was never any such thing as a 9 realms competition. It was a competition between demons from all the races in the 10,000 realms. If you were killed because of your inferior skills, what can the royal court say? Not to mention, are you, the human king, going to cause trouble for the major sects of my Phoenix clan's inheritance just for your ancient desolate sect? Are you worthy enough? Resistance is futile. This time, all of you who claim to be the pride of the human race with pure bloodlines will die. You probably don't even know how terrifying the enemy you face is. Resistance will only lead to even more agonizing torture and torment until death. The Fire Phoenix Saint spoke indifferently, pointing to the Skyfire Phoenix standing tall in the sky, which hadn't made a move. This one is the son of the Skyfire Phoenix Emperor. You beasts, you scum of the human race, Yang Shui shouted, furious to the extreme. If it weren't for you, the divine beasts who betrayed us, causing us to be ambushed and fall into various arrays, we might not be able to fight. The dignified Phoenix tribe, the self-proclaimed leader of the birds, actually lacks the courage to fight head-on. Son of the Skyfire Phoenix Emperor, if you have the guts to dismantle the formation and let me out, I will tear you apart alive. You don't deserve it. If this prince had not just eaten a genius from another human sect and had not yet digested it, you would have been swallowed alive by me. The voice of the Skyfire Phoenix Prince was cold and carried a sense of superiority. You humans are simply too weak. This emperor really doesn't understand why you could alarm 12 top divine beast tribes and make them join forces to strangle you. Those guys from the Dragon Clan are also trash. The power of my Phoenix Clan alone is enough to slaughter all of you humans. Chapter 320 Ridiculous. The human race, is just a bunch of trash. The words of the Skyfire Phoenix Emperor were extremely contemptuous of the human race. Originally, they had just received the news that in this session of the 9 realms competition of the human race, many great beings from the mythological era were born and obtained by the geniuses of the human race. The monsters of the Phoenix Clan took it very seriously and set up various ambushes and dispatched many extremely powerful monsters. Unexpectedly, there was almost no decent resistance, and it was an almost one-sided massacre. He alone devoured all the monsters from the 3 sects, including their so-called holy sons and holy daughters. You shameless and vicious beasts, sooner or later, my human race will keep you all in captivity, turn you into food on the table and means of transportation, and make you slaves forever, with no chance of turning over a new leaf in your lifetime. Yang Shui scolded angrily. At this time, in the starry sky, the atmosphere was extremely heavy, with evil spirits raging and murderous intent spreading, causing the endless galaxies to tremble and shatter. Shameless, shameless, ambush, sneak attack, whatever means possible. Human King, on behalf of the ancient desolate sect, I request that this 9 realms competition be brought to an immediate end. This is a fundamentally unequal duel. The geniuses of our human race were completely unprepared. We could never have anticipated that a teammate from the same realm would suddenly defect and aid the evildoers of the divine beast clan and ambush them. The roaring figure was a tall, burly, bare-armed middle-aged man, as tall as a small mountain. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared angrily at a man in front of him whose body was covered in fiery red feathers and whose face had transformed into the shape of a phoenix. He was filled with murderous intent. Master of the Fire Phoenix Palace, you evil beasts deserve to die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the starry sky, the most powerful people from all walks of life, as long as they practiced pure human skills and did not inherit from other races, all had extremely gloomy and ugly faces and were filled with murderous intent. The holy son and holy daughter of my Tianqing Tower died unjustly. I ask you, the human kings, to seek justice. Is this human emperor secret realm the secret realm where our human race resides? Human king of the ancient world, human king of the mysterious yellow sky, human king of the starry sky, human king of the eternal sky, all of you please say something. This is the 9 realms competition of our human race. We cannot allow the alien race to act so recklessly. If this continues, the evildoers who practice our human race's skills, and even the descendants of your major royal families, will surely die. Human king, give the order and I will kill these traitors sons of bitches right now. The strongest ones roared angrily and were filled with murderous intent. Looking at the strongest ones around them who were practicing and inheriting the tradition, they almost wanted to eat them alive. The faces of the human kings were extremely gloomy, and their fists were clenched tightly. However, facing the requests of the Holy Lord and the heads of many top sects in the world, they did not say a word for a long time. Instead, they looked up at a crack in the starry sky. The cracks connected to the dragon realm outside the endless domain. The mythological majesty within was rolling and boundless. Even a wisp of it would make them almost suffocate. The Dragon Emperor, the twin emperors of the Phoenix clan, the ancient emperor of the Keelan clan, the Pung Emperor, the Golden Crow Emperor. Each one of them is a myth overlooking the universe, and at this moment they are on the other side of the starry sky. It was they who, under the call of the heavenly mandate Dragon Emperor, opened the passage to the human emperor's secret realm together, sent a large number of monsters from their respective tribes in, and also made their inherited sects in the 9 realms of the human race rebel, suddenly killing nearly 1,000 human geniuses. Except for the 3 royal families of Eternal, Netherworld and Burning Flame which had been killed by Chu Dian, the other royal families also suffered heavy losses. How could the king not be angry at these people? However, facing the 12 emperors of the top divine beast tribes, they did not dare to confront them head-on. Not to mention the 12 statues. Just facing these 5 mythical emperors is enough to suffocate them. This is simply an irresistible force. If we are not careful and the mythical beasts unite to invade the human race, it will be the greatest disaster that the human race has faced since the mythological era. Everyone, please be patient. The Dragon Emperor of Destiny also said that this time it is the monsters of the divine beast clan who are competing fairly with our human race. If their monsters die in it, it is also their fate. The voice of the Netherworld king was low and hoarse, comforting the strongest people of his own top sect. King of the Netherworld, is this what you call a fair duel? Taoist Tianyan's voice sounded with mockery, and there were faint bloodshot in his eyes, and a strong murderous aura, because the holy sect of Seheng also suffered heavy losses at the hands of the evil beast tribe. However, compared to the other 8 realms, the losses of Hengtian realm were actually the smallest, because there were very few sects that practiced the heritage of alien races and they were not taken seriously. Therefore, unlike the other realms, they were not suddenly ambushed by the core top sects such as the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan, and were caught off guard. They suffered huge losses and did not even have the chance to resist or escape. My 2 sons, at least they died standing up, and they took away a monster from the Keelan clan. Their deaths were worth it. Emperor Lingfeng roared angrily. You are nothing in the Netherworld. How can you be the king of men and rule over a whole world? You don't even have the courage to lead the human race to resist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ants from the Hengtian realm, don't worry. After this battle, no one from your Hengtian realm will be able to escape. The cold and indifferent voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor echoed from the void. This is just the beginning. Hasn't your Hengtian realm always boasted of restoring the glory of humanity's mythological era and achieving a great revival? Now, being hunted by my divine beasts, why are you fleeing everywhere, lacking even the courage to engage in a head-on battle? The Hengkong human king clenched his fists, veins popping out of his neck. He growled and said, Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, and the other emperors, the direct battle has just begun. Don't get complacent. In the secret realm, the power of our human race has not yet reacted. Soon they will gather under the banner of the human emperor's bloodline and kill all you evil beasts, leaving no one alive. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were bloodshot. He suddenly turned his head to look at the Xuanwang human king and growled, Old man, why don't you send a message to the Xuanwang, asking him to stand up and raise his arms to gather the human race's inheritance of practicing human cultivation techniques in the 9 realms. Why did he sneak into Shangqing Palace again to look for that damn immortality medicine Wang Zhongli? As the descendant of the human emperor, he carries a huge responsibility and possesses immense prestige. As long as he steps forward, I will declare my stance. All of us, the Hengtian human race, will obey his command and fight these evil beasts to the bitter end. Zanhuang Renhuang's face was gloomy. After a moment of silence, he said, Zanhuang is at a critical juncture in his cultivation. He needs the help of the immortal medicine to break through an important barrier. Wait for him to come out. Human king, you haven't realized yet that this old guy doesn't dare to let Xuanwang and the divine beast tribe fight head on, for fear that the precious bloodline of the human king will die in the secret realm. Chu Tianxing sneered. Chapter 321 Backbone. What about the bloodline of the human emperor, achieving the great rejuvenation of the human race? That's ridiculous. If we place our hopes on these guys, our human race will never rise. Instead of placing our hopes on Zanhuang, it would be better to hope that Chu Dian can gather the geniuses of our Hengtian realm and smoothly overcome this disaster. Chu Tianyan sneered hoarsely, each realm is killing each other. As long as our Hengtian realm can hold on to the end, we will definitely take first place in the 9 realms competition, no matter how many mountains collapse and the earth cracks. King Chu Dian's eyes were bloodshot. He said nothing, just staring at Chu Dian's speeding figure. The human king Hengkong also stared at Chu Dian intently. In fact, he could see through the human emperor Xuanwang's plan. He would rather let the top human sect geniuses under his command die in battle than let Xuanwang take the risk. Boom! Chu Dian flew past at a rapid speed, with endless chaotic divine power rolling, flying over the heads of the Fire Phoenix Saint Sun and the Sky Fire Phoenix Emperor Sun, without stopping, but his cold voice resounded throughout the sky. Die! Buzz! The figure appeared and went away, but the blood red abyss suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the devil was rolling, and the terrible devouring power instantly swallowed up the holy son of Fire Phoenix, the son of Sky Fire Phoenix Emperor, the 5 Sky Fire Phoenixes, and the sky full of sky fire. They were like mortals facing gods, with no chance to fight back and were killed instantly. The gap between them was as huge as that between heaven and earth. In the previous second, they were roasting the disciples of the ancient wilderness sect, enjoying the killing and wanting to roast Yang Shui and others to death, but in the next second, they were swallowed alive by Chu Dian. In an instant, the terrifying high temperature that enveloped Yang Shui and other disciples of the ancient wilderness sect disappeared without a trace. Such a terrifying demonic power. A man from the ancient wilderness sect turned red all over, and even had a fragrance emanating from his body. He sat down on the ground and gasped for breath, looking up at the direction where Chu Dian was leaving, his eyes filled with endless horror. Those 5 Sky Fire Phoenixes are all top geniuses of the Phoenix clan. They have broken through the divine realm many years ago and have terrifying bloodlines. Especially the holy son of Fire Phoenix and the emperor's son of Sky Fire Phoenix, they are even only one step away from being gods, and they are monsters with condensed souls and dharma images and endless magical powers. But surprisingly, he was killed instantly. A god? Probably not. He doesn't have the divine power that only gods possess. Who is this guy? The only 8 remaining disciples of the ancient wilderness sect surrounded Yang Shui. After surviving the disaster, they sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and looked in horror at the direction where Chu Dian left. They simply couldn't believe that the guy who had just left was a monster of their human race. If the human race had such a terrifying monster, they should have heard of it. He is Chu Dian. Yang Shui's voice was low, and her eyes were full of horror. She was shocked by the terrifying power displayed by Chu Dian. The reason why she recognized Chu Dian was because before the 9 realms competition, Chu Dian killed the monster Kang Ming and forced the eternal human king to become a monster. The geniuses from all walks of life looked down on the Hengtian realm, which had always been at the bottom, and they all wanted to suppress Chu Dian and make him famous in the 9 realms. And she is one of them. Before entering the Hengtian realm, she specifically found Chu Dian's portrait and remembered him firmly, for fear that Chu Dian would be found and killed by monsters from other realms. Although Chu Dian was speeding past just now, surrounded by endless chaotic divine power, she only saw his profile in a hurry, but she was absolutely sure that it was Chu Dian. Let's go, let's follow them. Yang Shui stood up, her voice as loud as a bell, golden light flashing in her eyes. Senior sister, the secret realm is now full of divine beasts and monsters. Should we find a place to hide and wait until the competition is over, said a frightened genius. Besides, Chu Dian flew too fast. We couldn't catch up with him, and we didn't know where he would go. The other disciples of the ancient wilderness sect also nodded in agreement. Having finally escaped from a desperate situation, they no longer thought about fighting for their own clan or getting a higher ranking. They just wanted to safely survive this unprecedented disaster. Hide your ass. Yang Shui cursed out loud and angrily said, those divine beast tribes clearly want to kill all of our human race's geniuses, leaving no one behind. Hiding is just waiting to die. We can't rely on those guys from the royal family anymore. I don't know where they've gone to hide. Only by engaging in a bloody battle and killing all those evil beasts can we have a glimmer of hope. Chu Dian's second sister, Chu Yuyao, fought a bloody battle with Prince Tianpeng and fled with the Shengxian sect's prodigies into the Taichingtian ruins. The Pun and Qilin tribes are besieging them. Chu Dian must have rushed there to rescue them. Let's go and help kill all those animals. Hiss. Prince Tianpeng is over there. If we go there, we will be courting death. I heard that he has inherited the legacy of the mythical Pun Emperor and has broken through to the realm of the gods. The male disciple's voice was trembling. Yang Shui's eyes flashed with golden light, and her whole body seemed to be made of gold. She had almost recovered, and she was too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. She flew directly in the direction of Chu Dian. If you want to leave, follow me. If you don't want to leave, take care of yourself and find a place to hide. The 8 disciples of the ancient wilderness sect hesitated for a moment, and only 3 followed. The remaining 5 headed towards a barren mountain, restrained their breath and hid in a cave. This kid Chu Dian actually broke through the divine realm. In the starry sky, Chu Tianyan's voice was extremely excited, and he laughed loudly. It seems that this kid has gained incredible benefits in the eternal palace. It's even possible that the inheritance of the eternal empress fell into his hands. Chu Tianqing also had a smile on his face and nodded repeatedly. Human King, Chu Dian has broken through the divine realm. With his combat power and prestige, there should be hope for him to lead the Tianzhao of our Hengtian human realm to overcome this disaster. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were bloodshot. He said hoarsely without saying a word, but this first place was earned by our human race suffering an unprecedented massacre. Damn it, these divine beast tribes all deserve to die. In the human emperor secret realm, our race has never suffered such a great humiliation since the mythological era. This is the most complete human emperor secret realm that our race has preserved. Heavenly King, I would like to issue an order to Chu Tianjia, asking him to lead the Hengtian realm's Tianzhao to recruit the top sects of the human race in the 9 realms to fight against the divine beast tribes. What do you think? After seeing the terrifying fighting power displayed by Chu Dian, Hengkong human king almost growled and said, the human emperor's bloodline has gone into hiding, and the descendants of the major royal families are all terrified. If this continues, the backbone of our human race will be completely broken. Chapter 322 Human King, should we reconsider this matter? King Chu was silent for a moment. When he heard what Human King Hengkong said, he didn't even show much surprise on his face. Tianyan Daozhen, who was standing beside him, was also in the same mood, with a gloomy expression and pursed lips without saying a word. As the emperors of the heavenly ranking, they can be regarded as the right-hand men of the King Hengkong. They have handled many affairs concerning the 9 realms and the Hengtian realm together, and they know the character of the King Hengkong very well. In other words, the character of the human King Hengkong is something that is in the blood of the Heng family. For the glory and revival of the human race, he will do anything, even fighting to the point of extermination of the clan. Personal life and death, family honor and survival, are not even within the consideration of every member of this family. The other human royal families, except for the direct descendants of the contemporary human king, have at least 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 royal descendants who were selected from the best. Some, like the Xuanwang royal family, even have nearly 20 geniuses, all of whom have reached the peak of the divine realm, making them the most powerful royal family. As for the Heng family, Heng Chong is the only one left in the age group under 30 years old. If Chu Dian had not appeared out of nowhere and seized the position of the young leader of the Hengtian family, this responsibility would have been borne by Heng Chong again, and it is not impossible that he would die in the 9 realms competition. It was seen that Zhan Huang, the most valued descendant of the human emperor, hid in Shangqing Palace under the guise of a breakthrough. Watching, the descendants of the 9 realms royal family fought on their own, not daring to take responsibility, passing the buck to one another, not daring to risk offending their own many alien heritages, the responsibility of the 12 top beast tribes. One can imagine how King Hengkong feels at this moment, as he regards the honor and rise and fall of the human race as more important than his own life. Xiao Dian is still young and not of royal blood. He lacks prestige and may not be able to shoulder this responsibility. With the prestige of our Shengxian sect, we can endorse him as the young leader of our Hengtian human race. However, leading the 9 realms human race heritage to fight against the 12 top divine beast tribes is beyond my ability. Chu Tianqing's voice was low and slightly hoarse. Please, human king, consider whether Heng Chong should step forward and call on the 9 realms in the name of the Hengtian royal family. My Chu family has no choice but to let Xiao Dian lead the same heaven sect's geniuses to provide full assistance. Human King, Daozhen, big brother. At this time, Chu Tianyan also spoke, with a strong murderous look in his eyes. He turned to look at Chu Tianqing and said hoarsely, the impact of this matter is really too great, and the risks are even greater than you can imagine. Not to mention whether we can withstand the pressure of 12 top-level divine beast tribes. Even if Xiao Dian has broken through to the god realm, Emperor Shidian, Gong Xuanyu, and Prince Tianpeng are all monsters who have broken through to the heavenly god realm. Even if he can block 1, can he block 2, let alone 3? And even if he shows up, will the human heritages of the other 8 realms obey his orders? They have always believed that our Hengtian realm is at the bottom, and they look down on us with contempt. To put it even more bluntly, we have good intentions and, for the greater good of humanity, we don't care about personal gains and losses, life and death, and are willing to lead the 9 realms human race's legacy in battle. But just talking about the eternal, netherworld, and burning flame realm, their royal descendants have just died at Xiao Dian's hands. Can the 3 great human kings let go of their grudges? Chu Tianyan's eyes were filled with bloodshot and murderous intent. He glanced coldly at the Yushuan human king and the Fenyan human king and said in a cold voice, who can guarantee that they won't do evil behind your back, or even make their subordinates loyal to their sect's genius and secretly contact and join the evildoers of the god clan? If you're not careful and fall into an ambush, with internal and external forces acting together. Even within the Hengtian human realm, we're not sure there are no traitors or spies. Who is behind this, causing so many geniuses to be unable to rush to the human king's tomb in time to support Xiao Dian, nearly causing Xiao Dian and Huai Mei to perish there? Not to mention the other 8 realms where these alien heritages are rampant. Could it be that we have to push it forward ourselves and let this happen again? Chu Tianyan's eyes were bloodshot as he practically growled, what about the righteousness of the human race, the glory of myths, or your Heng family's persistence? I don't understand, and I don't know how to comprehend it. But I only know that if something unexpected happens, all the wealth that Shengxian sect has worked so hard to accumulate, and the most promising generation of geniuses will be lost. We're facing thousands of monsters from 12 top-tier divine beast tribes. Each of them is ranked much higher than our Hengtian realm. We can't afford any accidents. Now that Xiao Dian has broken through, Heng Chong, Huai Mei, Hylian, and Yu Yao are all incredibly powerful, we clearly have the potential to preserve our immense strength, seize first place in the 9 realms competition, and gain a share of the vast resources and love we haven't had in millions of years. Why are we rushing in to die? Chu Tianyan's low roar echoed in the ears of many powerful people in Hengtian realm, making many of them silent and subconsciously clenching their fists. Yes, what Tianyan Hall Master said is correct. Why? Why would they give up when they are about to get huge benefits? They would even risk the great sacrifice of the Hengtian human race's geniuses and face the risk of being besieged and hunted by many divine beasts and monsters to protect a group of guys who may not even look down on the Hengtian human race. Chu Tianyan was filled with murderous intent and clasped his fists, saying, Human King, Dao Zun, big brother, I spoke quickly. If I have offended you, please forgive me. I am willing to bear all the consequences. King Chu Tian's face was gloomy, his fists were clenched, but his eyes were even darker, and the bloodshot gradually thickened. What Chu Tianyan said was exactly what he thought. Anyone with a little common sense can see that this is a thankless task with huge risks. But he just didn't know how to say such words, so he politely declined the King of Hengkong. Third brother, what you said is not without reason. It is I, the second brother, who did not consider it carefully. We, the high-ranking people in this world, really cannot just care about our face and let the young geniuses below take huge risks, fight and die for a word from us. Chu Tianqing had no expression on his face. He just nodded and agreed just right, saying that they had not considered it properly. After all, he couldn't say such words, and King Chu Tianwang, the right-hand man of King Hengkong and the emperor of the heavenly ranking, couldn't say them either. Chu Tianyan is not an emperor and has always had a hot temper, but as one of the three giants of the Chu family and the head of the law enforcement hall of the Shengxian sect, his status is high enough, and it is most appropriate for him to say this. There were bloodshot eyes in the Hengkong human king's eyes, and his whole body trembled slightly because he knew what Chu Tianyan said. Chapter 323 Kneeling and Licking. Taoist Master Tianyan took a deep look at the expressionless Chu Tianqing, then clasped his fists towards the human king Hengkong and said, Human King, it's too early to talk about leading the human race of the 9 realms to fight against the 12 divine beast tribes. After all, we haven't escaped the trap yet. Chu Yuyao, Hillian, and Huai Mei are all trapped in the Taiching Palace by Prince Tianpeng and the Holy Qilin Emperor, and their lives are in imminent danger. Let's wait and see how the situation develops. Once we're stable, we'll consult Chu Tian, Heng Chong, Wei Lian, and the others. After all, these young people are fighting on the front lines and understand the situation best. We're just outsiders, so we can't have the final say. Giving them blind orders will only endanger their lives. The clenched fists of the Hengkong human king loosened slightly. Although his eyes were still bloodshot, he understood that Tianyan Daozun was giving him a way out. He said hoarsely, I am worried about the glory of the human race. I was impulsive and thoughtless. Let's wait and see the situation. But everyone, please remember one thing. Our Hengtian race is, after all, just a branch of the human race. We share the same fate as the human race. Emperor Hengtian, as well as the founders of many top sects, all fought bloody battles their entire lives to unify the 9 realms and revitalize the human race. This is the meaning of the existence of my Hengtian ancestral court and even the entire Hengtian human race. If I were to watch helplessly as this group of ungrateful, perfidious beasts, who betrayed their master, slaughtered all the proud disciples of the 9 realms human race in the human emperor's secret realm, and I turned a blind eye, I would never be able to rest in peace even if I died. First place in the 9 realms competition is very important. But the purpose of winning first place in the 9 realms competition is to revitalize the human race. The backbone of the human race has been broken. What's the point of my Hengtian realm winning first place? Then what is the difference between my Hengtian race and the other 8 realms? If you dare not shoulder this responsibility, I would like to ask you a question. Will the Hengkong human race still dare to tell the 9 realms that our highest goal is to revitalize the human race and return it to its peak during the mythical era? The last sentence was spoken by the human king Hengkong almost in a roar. While speaking, his eyes were fixed on the human emperor Xuanwang, and his eyes were also staring at the other human kings, as if he wanted to eat them in one bite. And you, the mythical human king ancestors, have completely disgraced themselves. How can you still claim to be a royal family? Relying on the legacy of your ancestors, you rule a world, enjoying the offerings of billions of humans and endless resources and luck. Hengkong, keep your mouth shut. When did I ever say I wasn't willing to shoulder this responsibility? The Xuanwang human emperor's face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, the generations of human emperors in my Zan family have always regarded the revitalization of the human race as their highest goal. They have racked their brains to enhance the overall strength of the Xuanwang realm, uniting the human races of the 9 realms and facing the outside world with a united front. The 9 realms agreement states that if there is an invasion by a foreign enemy, the 9 realms must unite and confront the enemy. This was something my Zan family's ancestors took the initiative to propose and had written into the agreement. For millions of years, my Zan family has sacrificed countless powerful people to safeguard the glory of the human race. How dare you say such things? This king has said that once the Emperor Zan finds the immortal elixir Wang Zhongli within Shangqing Palace and breaks through the bottleneck, I'll definitely have him come forward to gather the 9 realms geniuses to fight against the invasion of the divine beast tribes. Those traitors, my Xuanwang ancestral court will never show mercy. Those who deserve to be killed will be killed, and those who deserve to be punished will be punished. What Emperor Xuanwang said is correct, but I have to add a few words to prevent some guys with ill intentions from taking the opportunity to throw dirty water on my Qingming royal court. At this time, Emperor Qingming was staring at Emperor Hengkong with cold eyes. The 9 realms competition is a battle of geniuses, a struggle among the younger generation. Don't constantly bring it up with the greater good of humanity. In the mythological era, the human emperor's secret realm invited all kinds of monsters to fight for supremacy in the position of the emperor's disciple. During that era when our human race was at its peak, there were still descendants of the human king. Thousands of human geniuses died there, but I have never heard of a group of divine beasts killing some human geniuses and breaking the backbone of our human race. What you said is simply ridiculous. After the mythological era, our human race declined and split, but it wasn't as fragile as this. Because some of the younger generation were killed, their defenses were broken and they declared that the royal family was unworthy of being kings and that the glory of the human race was gone. King Hengkong, if you are old and too fragile, I suggest you abdicate immediately and let your son ascend the throne, so as to avoid the divine beasts laughing at our human race. At this time, the other human kings who were extremely dissatisfied with the words of the human king Hengkong also spoke out in a low voice. Yes, that makes sense. That's the truth. When the geniuses compete for supremacy, those who are inferior in skill are killed. It's only natural and reasonable. The human emperor's secret realm was originally established by the struggle for supremacy among all races. Otherwise, the mythical emperors of the divine beast tribes would not have been able to open the passage leading directly to the secret realm and allow their own monsters to enter. Beasts, you bunch of beasts, the king of Hengkong was shaking with anger, murderous aura rising to the sky. Holding the blood-red Fang Tianhuaji in his hand, he wished he could chop them down directly. Specious arguments and sophistry. There was a strong murderous look in Tianyan Daozun's eyes. Chu Tianqing even took a step forward and said expressionlessly, when two geniuses compete for supremacy, dying in a head-on battle is naturally not worth mentioning. It's because you are inferior in skills. But I want to ask the human king Qingming, did the Tianzhao of our human race know about the large-scale influx of divine beasts beforehand? The Qingming human king's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, this is a conversation between human kings. Who do you think you are? How dare you stand up and speak? Go back. Chu Tianqing's eyes didn't waver in the slightest, only the extreme blood-red lightning between his eyebrows was radiating a murderous gleam, a fierce aura rolling, captivating the heart. He said coldly, I'm the acting leader of the Shengxian sect, the ruler of the most powerful sect and holy land of the Hengtian human race. Do you have the right to not let me speak? It seems that the human king doesn't know how to respond. Then I'll answer for you. Since you were unaware and completely unprepared, and were suddenly attacked from behind by a combination of internal and external forces, with a prearranged ambush and formation, this was a targeted massacre targeting the human race's heritage. Has such an event ever occurred in the mythological era? Is there any ancient book that records it? No. As far as I know, this kind of external interference, the covert manipulation of the human emperor secret realm competition, and the massacre of the human race's geniuses has only occurred once in the mythological era. It was when the netherworld human king and the burning flame human king colluded with the alien emperors. When the human emperor learned of this, he launched a massacre that shocked the world and slaughtered countless races. How come something that even the mythical human emperor couldn't tolerate, when you, the human king of kingdom, spoke of it, became a fight for supremacy among the geniuses, and it was justified and reasonable? I see that you are frightened by the group of divine beasts. Your whole body is trembling. You can't wait to kneel down and lick them, right? Chapter 324-33 Heaven's Relics. Boom, you're so bold, bastard. In an instant, the kinging human king was furious, his murderous aura rising to the sky, and he shouted angrily, how dare you mock me like this? Don't you want to live? Can you give it a try? Chu Tianqing narrowed his eyes slightly, blood-red lightning flashed in them, and the terrifying power of the extreme realm filled the air with a murderous aura that was compelling. There was also murderous intent in King Chu's eyes. Many of the most powerful people in the Hangtian realm also had cold eyes as they watched those evil beasts slaughter, devour, and trample on the human race, including the bestiality of their own geniuses. They had endured it for too long. Especially Emperor Lingfeng, Sectmaster Givong, and other powerful people whose own geniuses suffered huge losses, they simply wanted to eat the kinging human king alive. Master Tianqing said it well. The master of Guhuang sect roared angrily, his voice as loud as thunder. That's right, this isn't some battle between geniuses at all. This is a dark conspiracy, a planned massacre against our human race. You are so shameless to say such things. Your kinging realm's human heritage actually obeys the orders of a human king like you. This is a great shame and humiliation. As the human king, how can you say such words? I think, Qing Shenkong, if you don't want to be the human king anymore, you should give it up immediately. Otherwise, you will be left alone, not even having the courage and responsibility to safeguard the glory of our human race and the pride of the younger generation. Instead, you will be thrown to the myriad races. You are the human race's heir in the kinging human realm. Your family king made such a rebellious statement. Didn't the genius of your sect get slaughtered? No one dares to stand up and fart, can't they say something? As soon as Chu Tianqing finished speaking, the anger of many powerful people of the human race's heritage in front of the starry sky was directly ignited. They all shouted angrily and wanted to rush forward and kill the kinging human king. If the other party was not the human king, with the human king seal in hand and the protection of the great heavenly soldiers, he would probably have been killed on the spot. The faces of many of the strongest people from the top sects of the human race in the kinging human world were also extremely ugly, but they were not like those in the eternal human world, who embarrassed their own king in public and made him lose face. However, the dissatisfaction in their eyes was already obvious. Because the words of the kinging human king obviously sided with the side of those sects in the realm that practiced alien heritage and stabbed them in the back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Humans, have you had enough of the noise? It's making me feel annoyed. At this time, an extremely domineering, brutal, and old voice came from the crack. The terrifying power of the mythical emperor suddenly raged across the sky, suppressing all power. Behind the crack, one can faintly see a corner of a giant golden bird. Its entire body seems to be made of divine gold. One of its feathers is larger than the galaxy, and one of its claws seems to be able to tear an ancient world apart. It is extremely captivating. It was the mythical emperor of the Golden Winged Rock clan, the Golden Winged Rock Emperor, an ancient being that had survived for tens of thousands of years. His strength was terrifying and unfathomable, making him one of the most terrifying and ancient beings in the universe. Now that you've finished speaking, let me speak. What are the other divine beast tribes in this group of shameless blue dragons thinking? The evildoers of my Golden Winged Dabun clan suppress everything and never engage in any conspiracy or intrigue. My son Tianpeng will directly slaughter and suppress all the human race's geniuses. That guy from Hangtian realm, Chu Tian, wants to lead the human race of the 9 realms to fight against my group of divine beasts. First, let your own group of guys to survive and escape from my son's claws before you make such big talk. Did you hear that clearly? My Golden Winged Dabun clan, in the mythological era, once won the first place among the Emperor's disciples. What do you humans have to be proud of? This is a fair and upright battle for supremacy among the geniuses. Shut your mouths for me. The voice of the old Golden Winged Pung Emperor was extremely old, yet extremely domineering and arrogant, sweeping across everything. Because although the Golden Winged Rock clan had the fierce geniuses who entered the human emperor's secret realm, they really did not engage in any conspiracy or trickery. Even though they had eaten many human geniuses, they defeated them head-on and devoured them on the spot. In the starry sky, many powerful people were frightened by the terrifying threat and fell into a brief silence. This mythical old Peng Huang who had lived for tens of thousands of years was truly terrifying. He had destroyed countless clans and powerful forces. He even dared to eat the dragon emperor alive, and no one dared defend him. Brother, Xiaodian has entered the 33 Heavens ruins. The Holy Qilin Emperor's son is not far from him, and Kang Xuanyu is also in the nearby ruins. At this moment, Chu Tianyan's low and trembling voice suddenly sounded, breaking the dead silence in the field. King Chu Dian, King Hang Kong Ren, and the rest all shuddered as they hurriedly looked towards the projection on the Kunlun mirror. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Inside the 33 Heavens ruins, there were roars of divine beasts, furious roars of human geniuses, and shrill cries for help, and the terrifying might of battle raged everywhere. This is the palace of the 33 heavenly generals under the command of the mythical human king. They usually live here and practice in the cave. It contains many skills, relics, and adventures from the mythological era. And unlike the human king's heavenly palace, it only allows the descendants of royal blood to enter, so it is one of the places where the most geniuses from the 9 realms gather. At this time, this place became the area where the most human geniuses were slaughtered after the 12 groups of divine beasts entered. Almost from a distance, one can see the sect's geniuses who practice the inheritance of divine beasts. Their bodies have changed, and they lead the divine beasts to slaughter the human race. One can even see the huge and burly monsters of the true dragon clan transformed into human form, raping the saints and turning them into dry bones. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a huge blood-red abyss moved across the sky like a majestic dark mountain, filled with demonic energy. Wherever it passed, the sky was shattered, and endless mountains and resources were swallowed up. A bunch of evil beasts. Die. As a figure surrounded by chaotic fog flew in, an extremely cold voice exploded within the first heaven. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the blood-red abyss covered an area of thousands of miles around. Chu Dian walked in the sky, and he could cover 100 miles in one step. The space was shattered. Wherever he passed, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Qilin, and phoenix were all swallowed up, without any resistance at all. Almost in the blink of an eye, Chu Dian slaughtered more than 100 divine beasts and monsters, and each one was almost a monster at the peak of the divine realm. Damn human, how dare you be so bold? An icy roar exploded in the second heaven, and rolling holy light filled in from the distant sky. A unicorn, which was 100,000 feet tall and surrounded by holy light, directly smashed into the void and stepped towards Chu Dian. The terrifying holy light of the sky directly shattered the surrounding mountains, and the palaces within 1,000 miles collapsed, and dust rolled. The power of the gods is so great that all spirits submit to them and they look down on all living beings. Chapter 325, Holy Qilin Emperor's Son. Boom, boom, boom. The holy light roared, and a huge black jade Qilin hoof fell from the sky, like a pillar of heaven, vast and boundless, covering the land for thousands of miles, and stepped directly into the bloody abyss, covering the rapidly rushing Chu Dian. How dare a mere ant from the divine realm be so arrogant and presumptuous? This emperor grants you death, holy judge's hoof. The cold voice contained endless majesty, like an emperor high above, daring through the void, directly judging Chu Dian's crime, and executing him on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the gods is immense, the imperial might is pervasive, and this Qilin is so huge that its holy light illuminates the heavens, and even its true appearance cannot be seen clearly. Just one Qilin hoof covers the heavens. The Holy Qilin is one of the most noble and powerful bloodlines of the Qilin clan. It has produced many Qilin emperors. Although the contemporary Holy Qilin Lord is not an emperor, he is also one of the most powerful emperors in the Qilin world. Legend has it that the strength of the Holy Qilin Lord is not even inferior to that of mythology, so he is respected as the Holy Qilin Emperor by the powerful people in all realms. This Holy Qilin is the only child of the Holy Qilin Emperor. It is said that he has been established as one of the successors of the Qilin Emperor and has an incredible talent. The Qilin pillar pierces through the sky, the pillar is towering, the holy light is vast, and it collides violently with the bloody abyss. Endless terrifying aftermath explodes, like the destruction of the starry sky, the demonic energy and the holy light swept each other, instantly destroying the land within a radius of thousands of miles. All the mountains and palaces were destroyed. The Holy Qilin Emperor's son, Mo Lingxuan, has arrived. Because hundreds of divine beasts were swallowed by Chu Dian's bloody abyss, many geniuses of the human race in the Nine Realms were rescued. They survived the disaster and were gasping for breath. Suddenly, they saw the sky full of holy light, vast and boundless. A black jade Qilin that reached the sky and penetrated the earth, with holy light flowing all over its body, smashed into the space. Their eyes turned gray and dim, as if they were facing a completely invincible opponent. Look, that guy collided with Mo Lingxuan, but he was completely unharmed. How terrifying. At this time, a woman with a desperate and pale face cried out in surprise, seeing that the vast blood-red abyss was constantly fluctuating but actually remained motionless. The chaotic figure galloping below was stopped and its steps were blocked, but there was no sign of injury. What a terrifying guy. Which royal prince is he? Or is he the heir of an ancient holy land? Is he the holy son of Tianyuan, or the prince of Daebao? Crimson Abyss, Chaotic Mist, I know who he is. The evildoer who defeated Kang Ning and forced the eternal human king Feng Changhao to kneel. It is said that he also killed Kanlong Emperor's son Kang Zhuan in the human king ruins, and used his magic to devour hundreds of human geniuses. His methods are extremely cruel and evil. This bloody abyss is much larger than the rumors say. It must be him. He actually broke through the divine realm. Not long ago, I heard from the people of the ancient royal family that he seemed to have done something horrific in the human king palace. He was trapped in the human king palace for trial and may have died there. It's more than just horrifying. In that sacred place, he devoured the descendants of the three royal families alive, refining their magical powers, bloodlines, and everything else. When a royal descendant from my king and human realm mentioned him, his face turned pale and there was deep horror in his eyes. He even said that he would rather die than offend this guy. But now it seems that Chu Dian not only did not suffer the judgment of the human king heavenly palace, but he may have also obtained an unimaginable great opportunity and made a huge breakthrough. Can he defeat Mo Lingxuan? How could a god realm person cross borders to kill an enemy, let alone the son of the Holy Lin Emperor and one of the successors of the Qilin Emperor? Everyone, come together and help Chu Dian kill him. You're not going to help me. Take this opportunity to run for your life and hide. We don't even know where the descendants of the human king family are hiding. Why should we risk our lives? Waves of terrifying sounds echoed, and dozens of geniuses were like frightened birds, scared out of their wits and running away in all directions. Get lost. Whoever stands in the way will die. Chu Dian's face was calm, but his eyes were already ice cold to the extreme. Murderous aura surged into the sky. He took a step forward, and the sky shook. 180,000 secret treasures around him burst out with mighty chaotic divine light at the same time. Endless visions condensed, and the 99-layer supreme vision wheel in his mind rumbled. His feet directly transformed into sky-holding chaotic giant feet, and swept towards the Holy Qilin Emperor against the trend. His second sister, Chu Yuyao, a descendant of the Chu family, was in imminent danger, so he had no time to waste. Boom, boom, boom. Endless blood and energy burst out, the soul roared, the vast spirit was like the starry sky, boundless, 10,000 Dao tripods emerged, Dao patterns rolled, and elemental divine fire covered the sky. Under this blow, the vast sky could not withstand the terrifying force and shattered directly. The chaos giant foot and the holy judgment sky arc collided with a loud bang. Puff! In an instant, the black jade Qilin foot filled with holy light was kicked to pieces. It was like a towering mountain, reaching from heaven to earth, but it exploded in an instant and turned into dust. The rolling Qilin blood mist spread all over the sky, accompanied by a painful Qilin roar. In an instant, the world was silent and dead silent. As those geniuses were running away, they felt the roar of a terrifying collision. When they turned around, they saw someone falling directly from midair to the ground out of fright. Xiao Dian's attack at least broke the power of 10 trillion. Chu Tianyuan's voice trembled, he was terrified, his pupils were wide open, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of his pupils. Well done. Emperor Lingfeng roared, his voice hoarse. Chu Dian, kill these beasts for me, don't let any of them go. Kill Mo Lingxuan, kill, kill, kill. The roar of the Weapon King Sect Master shook the starry sky. The miserable state of the Sect's Emperor kept echoing in his mind, and there were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Kill this Qilin dog. The strongest people in the Hangtian realm all let out unprecedented roars and shouts, containing endless rage. The pupils of many people and kings also suddenly shrank. They were horrified by the horror of Chu Dian's attack. They couldn't imagine how Chu Dian suddenly became so powerful. It is more than 10 times stronger than before. One strike can break 10 trillion. With the power of 10 trillion, one strike can destroy the galaxy and sweep away the stars. This is not the divine realm of the human race, it is simply abnormal. In the sky, the blood-colored abyss kept swallowing up the blood mist that was transformed from the explosion of the Holy Qilin. Die! Chu Dian's cold voice exploded, and the chaos foot swept directly into the void, even the Tongtian Qilin that had not yet arrived from thousands of miles away. Boom, boom, boom. The 10,000 Dao cauldron rose into the sky, and the endless Dao patterns engraved on it glowed at the same time, directly laying out a huge formation pattern across the vast sky, suppressing the Holy Qilin that was still outside the void. The three-legged green cauldron flowed with green light and turned into a size of 100,000 feet, like a towering and majestic mountain. The Taoist patterns engraved on it were boundless and densely packed. Each one was a kind of top-level magical power, and there were as many as 180,000 of them. As Chu Dian broke through the divine realm, he comprehended the divine power to perfection and engraved endless Dao essence. This supreme divine power that he created when he was in the divine realm finally erupted with endless terrifying power. Chapter 326, Crush. The 10,000 Dao cauldron, smelting all the Daos. And now, the Dao essence in the cauldron is more than 10,000 kinds. Using the elemental divine fire born between the birth and death of Ares as the furnace fire, and 180,000 top-level magical powers as medicinal materials, it smelts thousands of paths and creates endless power. The Dao essence swept across the void, suppressing everything. Time and space were solidified, the broken time and space were frozen, and the vast holy light was directly annihilated. Thousands of miles away, a black jade Qilin that was 10,000 feet tall finally came into everyone's sight, but this time it was missing one of its right front hooves. The Qilin's eyes, as huge as a star, were full of fear, its fang-filled mouth was wide open, and a holy flame was burning in its bloody mouth, but its sound was suppressed and it could not make a single sound. This is a Qilin with a body as black jade, golden Taoist patterns wrapped around its horns, and 4 feet walking on fire. It is suddenly surrounded by holy light. It seems to be a natural emperor who will rule all the worlds in the heavens. At this moment, in Qilin's pupils, a tiny human figure appeared thousands of miles away, sweeping over with a wave of his foot. The huge chaotic foot crushed everything and stomped on his head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Wandao Ding suppressed time and space and sealed off the heaven and earth. Mo Lingxuan felt that he was bound by an invisible force and could not break free even a little bit. With a loud bang, the pair of Qilin horns wrapped with golden Taoist patterns were directly stepped on and broke, and then the Qilin's head and body exploded under this kick, turning into blood mist. The terrifying roar, like a thunderclap, resounded between heaven and earth. The chaos foot fell, and the heavy chaos fog dropped like a waterfall, crushing the mountains and rivers, shaking the earth for thousands of miles, and leaving a huge deep pit in its place. It was so huge that it was unknown how many thousands of miles across and how deep it was 10,000 feet. It was filled with fog, like an abyss. This attack seemed to be able to destroy the galaxy. The world is suffocating. The Qilin Emperor's son was thousands of miles away, and he used one of his hooves to display his innate magical power, the Holy Judgment Hoof, to judge Chu Dian with endless power. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a bloody mist, and the Qilin horn was smashed into pieces. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood-colored abyss roared and the word, magic, burst out with endless magic power, swallowing up the blood mist in the sky. Chu Dian took a step forward, lifting the huge blood-colored abyss with one hand, blasted the void with a punch and stepped into it. The next second, he appeared thousands of miles away. Wherever he passed, the surrounding people who were chasing the divine beasts inherited from the human race, or the traitors of the human race and those who practiced the inheritance of the divine beasts were directly swallowed up. Wherever he passed, no grass was left, and the magic mist was lingering. The first heaven, Duangtian, was dead silent. Most of the divine beasts that once wreaked havoc there were slaughtered by Chu Dian who passed by. In the second heaven, Taming Heaven, all the geniuses of the Qilin clan were killed. The Holy Qilin Emperor's son had not even appeared before he was crushed to death by someone thousands of miles away, leaving him no chance to fight back. On the third level of Qingming Festival, Xuanwu, Suzaku, Qinglong and other mythical beasts were rampant, and hundreds of them were devoured alive. A demon at the peak of the Xuanwu realm happened to be bumped into. The Dharma image of heaven and earth used by Chu Dian was thousands of feet high. He was directly shaken into a blood mist in the sky by Chu Dian's roar. At this moment, the place where the Holy Kirin Mo Lingxuan was killed instantly was still dead silent. The human geniuses who were fleeing everywhere stayed where they were, stood as sculptures, and were unable to react for a long time. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Mo Lingxuan, who was in the heavenly god realm, was killed instantly by Chu Dian. Oh my god, for God's sake, is that guy really Chu Dian? Is he possessed by the residual soul of the mythical human king? They just felt a blank in their minds. Now, the starry sky was in a state of dead silence. Including the human king Hengkong, the 9 human kings were all in a daze. Only the strongest people in the Hengtian realm burst into a hysterical and hearty roar almost at the same time. Kill, that's it. Kill them all and devour all of these evil beasts to avenge our fellow human beings. Kill, 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 kill. Chu Dian, as long as you grow up to be the emperor, everyone in Shenfang Valley will follow you until death. Emperor Lingfeng roared hysterically, as if he had lost his mind. Watching his 2 sons being devoured was a huge blow to him. My Qi Wang sect is the same thing. We will kill these cold-blooded and heartless beasts to avenge ourselves. The leader of the Givang sect was trembling all over. Now, in the Eternal King's court, Feng Changhao sat on the throne, his eyes flashing with the same light as Yi Qianshang's in the past. He seemed to mutter to himself, Heavenly Dragon Emperor, what I said is correct, right? Without my cooperation, you can't kill Chu Dian, and even the pride of your dragon clan will be buried in the human emperor's secret realm. How about we cooperate? At this moment, the icy voice of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor echoed throughout the hall. Yi Qianshang, I cannot help but admire your skill. You actually planned the 9 realms 100 years ago and transformed the dignified human king Feng Changhao into a furnace. What a brilliant escape plan. However, you are not worthy enough to cooperate with my dragon clan, let alone the qualifications. If you want to gain the friendship of my dragon clan, then let your Yi family show their value. The emperors of the 12 great divine beast tribes are now in my dragon realm. You have demonstrated your value. Your Shangxian sect can become our agent in the Hengtian realm. We can even help you replace the Heng family and become the controller of the Hengtian human race. But the prerequisite is that you need to show enough courage. Your Yi family, apart from using some conspiracies and tricks behind the scenes, has not demonstrated sufficient strength. The indifferent and majestic voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor resounded, and then the voice stagnated. Yi Qianshang's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked towards the Kunlun mirror in the starry sky. Chu Dian had already arrived at the 16th level of Taihuan Tian. He stretched out his hand and used a secret method to send a message to the human emperor's secret realm. Yi Fan, do it. Cooperate with Prince Tianpeng and the Qilin clan to send the Chu family and the Siheng holy sect on their way. In the starry sky, one of the most powerful people among the human race in the 9 realms suddenly shouted angrily. I agree to let Chu Dian lead the demons of my ancient desolate sect to confront the tribe of divine beasts. Please, human king, send a message to Yang Shui, the saintess of the ancient desolate sect, immediately. The ancient desolate sect's leader's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had made some great decision. Human king, what are your thoughts? I respect your decision, but those who will die are all the pride of my ancient desolate sect. I cannot swallow this. If the divine beasts want revenge, then they can come after my ancient desolate sect. Human king, please stay out of it. I will never drag down the ancient desolate human race. At most, I can take the ancient desolate sect and leave the ancient desolate human realm. Chapter 327 The Smell of Blood. Instantly, the pupils of the ancient king shrank violently, and he shouted angrily, Ancient saint, do you understand what you are saying? Don't act on impulse and harm the entire sect. The pupils of many people trembled violently and they looked at the leader of Guhuang sect suddenly. They didn't expect that he would say such words. The king of Hengkong suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. The ancient wilderness sect, an ancient holy place ranked among the top 3 in the ancient human world, actually wants the geniuses below to follow Chu Dian and fight against the tribe of divine beasts. You know, the ancient human world is ranked 73rd among all the worlds, and the gap with the Xuanwang human world is not that big. It has always looked down on the Hengtian human world sects. But at this moment, the deep voice of a powerful human suddenly echoed in the Xuanwang human realm. Human king, our Tianyuan Holy Land also agrees with the ancient desolate saint. We are willing to let our Tianjiao disciples fully cooperate with Chu Dian to fight against the divine beast tribe. Please, human king, send a message to the holy son of our Tianyuan Holy Land. Buzz. The Xuanwang human king only felt a buzzing in his head, his pupils contracted violently, and he looked at the young man with long black hair who was standing first among the strongest men under his command, and was stunned for a moment. Tianyuan Holy Land is one of the oldest holy places in the Xuanwang human realm. It is also the sect with the deepest foundation and the longest inheritance. Its status is similar to that of the Siheng holy sect in the Hengtian realm. It has long been ranked as the strongest sect in the Xuanwang human realm. The holy lords of Tianyuan in all generations are also the most capable assistants of the contemporary Xuanwang human king. Mingguang, are you kidding? The Xuanwang human king asked in a low voice. Human king, since Zanhuang is about to break through and cannot come out of seclusion, or Tianyuan Holy Land, as the oldest holy land of the human race, cannot just stand by and watch these divine beasts devour our human race's pride with impunity. Although these guys are relatively weak and useless, Tianyuan Saint Lord Mingguang Emperor Zun smiled slightly, his smile bright and sunny, and said, but in the end, they are all the pride of our human race, and they were ambushed in the human emperor's secret realm. My Tianyuan Holy Land doesn't have the courage to lead the Nine Realms. Since this kid named Chu Dian has the courage, it wouldn't be bad to let him be the leader of the Nine Realms geniuses. The bloodshot in the eyes of the Xuanwang human king became even darker. He stared at the Mingguang Emperor for a long time, his arms trembling slightly, and he did not respond for a long time. My Yuanzong also agrees to let Chu Dian lead the clan's inheritance and fight. Please ask the human king to send a message. Please ask the human king to deliver the message. At this time, in the sky, sounds rose and fell, continuously resounding through the starry sky. The human kings were trembling all over, their eyes were bloodshot, and they even kept scolding, yelling, and scolding. How could they accept that the human heritage under their command was flirting with the Hengtian realm? It doesn't matter to the Xuanwang human world, but the Hengtian realm has always wanted to unify the Nine Realms, and was even almost succeeded by Emperor Hengtian. The starry sky was in chaos, in the secret realm of the human emperor. In the second heaven, within the taming heaven, at the place where the Saint Qilin Mo Lingxuan fell, the void suddenly ripped open. A slender, beautiful woman in green, with a noble aura, stepped out. Looking at the shattered fragments of Qilin horn floating in the sky, she uttered a cold voice, Mo Lingxuan, are you scared like this? Prince Qilin sent a message asking me to come and rescue you, but it seems that you were frightened by Chu Dian. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Qilin horn covered with golden Taoist patterns vibrated, and holy light filled the air. Suddenly, a huge field of holy light opened up, and endless vitality of heaven and earth condensed, quickly condensing a black jade Qilin from the virtual space. It is indeed an awakened innate magical power, the holy Qilin of the Nine Virtues Holy Land. This magical power was bestowed upon your ancestors by the human emperor. You are the second person to possess it since the mythological era. Kong Xuanyu's voice was cold and indifferent. The Nine Virtues sacred domain, the Nine Virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and trustworthiness, symbolize the righteousness of the human race. Among the many divine beast tribes, only your Qilin tribe has such treatment, and yet it has awakened in you. The battle hasn't even begun yet. How can you destroy your confidence with just one blow? The reason why my father summoned the 12 tribes of divine beasts is because the human emperor's secret realm has undergone a major change. Many human monsters have descended into the world, and they are here to deal with all of us who have obtained the mythological inheritance. How can you, with your will, represent the Qilin clan to annihilate the evildoers of the human race? How did you learn the invincibility of the holy Kirin emperor throughout his life? Kong Xuanyu, you haven't encountered him before, so you don't understand how terrifying he is. Mo Lingxuan's voice was trembling, and there was endless fear in Qilin's eyes. His figure gradually transformed into a young man in yellow clothes, half kneeling in the sky. I even just used a magical power on him, and he blew me away from you with one blow from 1,000 miles away. If it weren't for the Nine Virtues Holy Land, I would have been completely destroyed and there would be no recovery. That guy is the devil, the real devil. He saw that I wasn't dead. He actually had the chance to completely wipe me out, but because he was anxious to get to Taijing Heaven, he didn't waste time on me. I'm scared. I possess the Nine Virtues Holy Land, the supreme magical power bestowed upon me by the mythical human king from the holy Kirin ancestor. It gives me 3 chances to be resurrected from the dead. My intuition tells me that the human race truly has the potential to achieve a great revival under his leadership. Buzz. Kong Xuanyu stretched out her palm, and time and space turned into a cage, directly suppressing Mo Lingxuan who was half kneeling in the sky, and took her directly to Taijingtian through the air. Waste. Prince Tianpeng is in Taijingtian, and you, Prince Qilin, are also here. I will let you see with your own eyes how Chu Dian was killed by them. At this time, the highest level of the 33 heavens is outside Taijing Heaven. Prince Tianpeng stood on the top of the sky, overlooking the entire ruins, his golden hair fluttering, divine light flowing on his tall body, and his arrogant eyes staring ahead, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Boom. Suddenly, rolling demonic energy surged from the lower layer of the sky, accompanied by an endless smell of blood, which was extremely pungent. No one knew how many lives were slaughtered. Chu Dian, fight this prince. Prince Tianpeng let out a loud and cold roar, and countless golden swords flooded the sky, and the majesty of the gods rolled. Whoever stands in my way will die. Chu Dian stepped into Taijingtian, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said, Big Bird, I smell the blood of my sister on you. Chapter 328 Battle with Prince Tianpeng. You mean the woman who owns this eyeball? An eyeball appeared in Prince Tianpeng's hand, with layers upon layers inside, as if containing an endless starry world and vast nebulae, and a supreme and great aura emanated from it. She is actually your sister. Your family is quite good. You two are so talented. It's a pity that despite your good fortune, you don't know how to be humble. Moreover, you were born into a group that is destined to be destroyed. It's pitiful and tragic. Otherwise, this prince really wouldn't mind taking you two as his generals. Fight for me across the heavens, gain endless glory, and spread your fame through the ages. Ancient double pupils plus supreme bones are indeed very powerful. She managed to survive the siege and kill 2 peak-level monsters of my golden winged Dabang clan and exterminate more than a dozen Qilins. It took this prince a lot of effort and energy to defeat her. Prince Tianpeng's eyes were savage, and he said, this prince admires her wild character and ruthless methods. If she swears to leave the human race, I can forgive her past and save her life. Perhaps she can even become my woman. Unfortunately, she is too ignorant. This prince can only tear off half of her head and dig out this eyeball. Do you want to help your sister get this eyeball back? I see endless murderous intent and evil spirit in your eyes. Are you very angry and want to kill me, eat my flesh, and bathe in my pung blood? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Prince Tianpeng clenched his hands tightly, golden light filled the air, and suddenly with a bang sound, his double pupils were crushed by him, and the aura of Tao flowed all over the sky. You damn evil beast, one day you will fall into my hands, and I will let you know what the most cruel torture in the world is, a torture that makes you unable to live or die. Chu Tianyin growled, his hair dancing wildly with anger, murderous aura rolling, and his face seemed to have condensed into the shape of a white tiger. The Taiji double pupils are the condensation of the Tao of heaven and earth, and are a natural treasure. When the Taiji double pupils break through to become the emperors, one pair of eyes can penetrate all realms and reach the 9 netherworlds, and nothing can escape their sight. With Chu Yuyao's current realm, her double pupils were dug out and crushed, and the essence of the heaven and earth contained in them was lost and almost impossible to regenerate. Evil beast. Chu Tianqing gritted his teeth. King Chu's eyes were bloodshot and his whole body was trembling slightly. Boom. But you were destined to only become stepping stones for this prince to reach the pinnacle. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born into the human race. 180,000 golden feather swords merged and condensed in the sky, turning into a huge golden sword 4 meters long, which fell into the hands of Prince Tianpeng. Tianpeng Dragon Slayer. An ice-cold voice resounded between the sky and the earth. Tianpeng did not transform into a golden winged rock. Its tall and wild body stood upright. The golden sword slashed down, and a golden winged rock tens of thousands of feet long appeared. It grabbed a blood-stained silver dragon between its claws. It let out a long roar, flew out quickly, and turned into a sword light. In an instant, the sky of the entire Taiching ruins seemed to be cut in half, and endless ancient murders intent filled the air. This scene seemed to be from the ancient times when the great demon Tianpeng slaughtered the mythical dragon. The image left between heaven and earth reappeared and turned into the sword. Tianpeng, I want to pluck your feathers one by one and make a long pung feather skirt for my second sister. You deserve to die. Chu Tian took a step forward, the heaven and earth roared, his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent, 180,000 secret treasures roared, endless visions condensed behind his head, the 99 layers of chaotic visions directly condensed into substance and turned into a chaos sword in his hand. Boom! Chu Tian held the chaos sword in his hand and slashed it out, as if the world was being created. The sky was cut in half. With a bang, the golden sword and the chaos sword collided with each other. In an instant, the sky and the earth collapsed, the rules broke, and the area around the two of them for thousands of miles instantly turned into a chaotic space and time. Boom, boom, boom. The two men fought each other madly and wildly. There were no moves or changes in the Taoism. It was just a pure collision of strength. Golden light surged, chaotic fog surged, and the terrible aftermath was like a raging tsunami, tearing everything apart. From the entrance of Taiching Realm, the battle continued all the way to the depths of Taiching Realm, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, and the war never stopped. It was a clash of swords and collision of flesh. Along the way, there were Qilin, Suzaku and so on. Some of them had no time to dodge and were directly turned into dust by the dissipated aftermath. 10 trillion pounds of power, a full 10 trillion pounds of power, is still unable to take down this golden winged rock. Chu Tianyan took a breath of cold air, feeling incredible about the power of Prince Tianpeng. It was the first time he saw someone who could fight Chu Tian with pure strength and not be at a disadvantage at all. This is something that neither Kang Ming, whose bloodline has returned to his ancestral lineage, nor Kang Zhuan, whose bloodline has mutated and integrated the power of the Forbidden Abyss, can do. The strongest thing about the Golden Winged Dabang clan is their unparalleled speed and super powerful attacks, not this kind of brutal collision of power. How could this beast's body be so strong? Chu Tianqing was also shocked, terrified by the wild and terrifying power of Prince Tianpeng, but he couldn't explain why. King Chu Tian said in a deep voice, this fellow was nurtured in the eggshell by the Emperor Peng for a long time, absorbing endless power from the treasure. As soon as he was born, his physical strength was incredible, and the power of his bloodline is even said to be the strongest in the history of the Golden Winged Peng clan. When Yu Yao fought him before, he probably didn't even use his full strength. Many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm were extremely shocked. He didn't use his strongest speed, his supernatural power of bloodline and eyes, or his invincible attack. He just used strength to attack, and it was so terrifying. Chu Tian slaughtered his enemies all the way up, almost crushing them all. This was the first time he had been involved in such a tough battle. The geniuses of this generation are too abnormal. There are endless people who go against the will of heaven. Taoist Lingfeng said in a low voice. The previous Kang Zhuan, in any era of the past million years, would have been considered a young supreme being. But compared to Prince Tianpeng, he was simply crushed in every aspect. Emperor Shidian and Kong Xuanyu of the Dragon Clan, and Princess Xingxuan of the Heart Demon Clan, their reputations in the 10,000 worlds were not great before, but they have unexpectedly reached this level of power. Under the starry sky, many of the most powerful people of human heritage held their breath, their expressions heavy. They were horrified by the power of Prince Tianpeng, and even more worried about Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian is now one of the few human monsters in the human Emperor secret realm who can face off against the divine beasts and monsters head-on. Some of the evildoers from the royal family might be able to do it, but they all chose to hide and were almost invisible. This evil beast really has the capital to be arrogant, the ancient desolate emperor said with gritted teeth. There were two extremely talented monsters in the ancient wilderness sect, but they were killed by Prince Tianpeng with one claw, without any chance of resistance. However, the prince of the ancient wilderness king who was with them took the opportunity to escape and hide. He was simply shameless to the extreme. Chapter 329 Yifan, Hongmeng Holy Bone. Boom, boom, boom. In a crazy collision, Chu Tian and Prince Tianpeng fought all the way to the outside of the Taiching Palace ruins deep in the ruins. At this time, a huge array barrier covered the palace. Inside the palace, a pale skeleton stood at the doorway, two raging netherworld divine fires burning in its pupils. Seeing Chu Tian's figure amidst the endless golden light and chaotic fog, the netherworld divine fires began to pulse violently. It suddenly turned around and roared, cousin, second sister, you damn Hangchong, stop pretending to be dead. My eldest brother Chu Tian is coming to kill us. Inside the palace, sitting cross-legged on the ground, the pale-faced holy maiden Hylian suddenly opened her cold eyes. When she saw the scene outside the sky, her pupils suddenly contracted violently and she stood up instantly. Asshole, you finally got out. Hangchong's eyes were slightly bloodshot as he cursed, you're clearly the young leader of Hengtian realm. You've been here for over a month, but you only showed up once at the Human King Heavenly Palace before going into seclusion, leaving me to fight alone outside, risking my life. Damn it, forget it. As long as you didn't die at the hands of the Eternal Empress, I'll forgive you this time. Hangchong's voice was trembling with anger, and his body was shaking. It seemed that when he saw Chu Tian coming, a huge stone fell from his heart. For a month, Chu Tian, the only descendant of the royal family, has been in seclusion. Facing the invasion and massacre of the divine beast tribe, he has endured too much. He watched helplessly as the geniuses of the Hengtian realm were slaughtered, devoured, and raped, but he was powerless to do anything. That feeling made him wish he could die. Gather all the geniuses, follow me, and go out to support Xiaodian. A cold and weak voice sounded. In the center of the palace, Chu Yuyao, who was sitting cross-legged on a cushion to heal her wounds, slowly stood up and was about to fly out of Taiching Palace. Second sister, you just got badly injured while saving that loser Yi Gulong. Don't go out this time. These guys left without permission. They should be killed. Huaimei stopped Chu Yuyao and glanced coldly at the family members in the corner of the palace. Leading them were Yi Gulong, whose clothes were stained with blood, and Yifan, who looked pale. Yi Gulong gritted his teeth, subconsciously turned his head to look at Yifan, who had an expressionless face, clenched his fist slightly, and said nothing. Sister Yao, this time, just let the three of us go out to support Chu Tian. You heal your wounds first. When my eldest brother comes in, we will have to discuss how to fight our way out of the 33 Heavens ruins. Hangchong said in a deep voice, Taiching Palace is, after all, a ruin that has been ruined for countless ages. I don't know how long this broken Taiching formation pattern can hold out. Staying here is like being trapped in a jar. It's not a long-term solution. Wei Lian, this skeleton, and I are working closely together. There aren't many mythical beasts and monsters surrounding us. Kong Xuanyu, Prince Qilin, and Emperor Tianlin seem to have all left. The three of us will have no problem fighting our way out and bringing Big Brother in. If you can recover a little more strength, we'll have a better chance of winning if we fight our way out. After a month of bloody battles, Hangchong seems to have grown a lot. He thinks far ahead and plans carefully. Okay, Chu Yuyao nodded and sat back on the futon. She glanced at Chu Tian outside the sky and slowly closed her eyes. Chu Shang, take the Chu family's genius and guard Sister Yao's periphery. No one is allowed to approach, no matter who they are, especially people from the Yi family. Hangchong turned his head to look at the tall and burly Chu Tian, and gave instructions in a deep voice, then turned back and looked coldly at Yifan who remained silent. Since you don't believe me, I'm also a member of the Shengxian sect. It's the ancestral precept of the Shengxian sect to always keep it secret. I'll go with you to pick up Chu Dian. Yi Fan stood up expressionlessly, so that you don't worry about me doing something bad behind your back. If I go with you, I'm afraid you'll stab me in the back. Huaimei sneered. Let's go. The three of them quickly flew out of the ruins of Taiching Palace. In an instant, terrible roars resounded around them. The vermilion bird flew across the sky, the real dragon roared, the black tortoise suppressed the world, and a huge white tiger leapt out from the side, tearing the sky with its sharp claws, and killed them. You bunch of damn bastards, if I hadn't been waiting for Big Brother to come back, would you really think I'm afraid of you? Huaimei roared angrily, and the mark of inheritance between her eyebrows was filled with the light of the underworld. A vast vision of the underworld world evolved directly in the virtual space. Netherworld hell. Down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost at the same time, Saint Hylian cast the ice world, and blue ice crystals instantly froze the surrounding area for thousands of miles, freezing them for a moment. Hengtian divine power, the art of heavenly war. Hengchang took out the blood-colored Feng Tian Waji and slashed forward. In an instant, with the close cooperation of the three people, more than a dozen divine beasts and monsters in the divine realm were instantly chopped into blood mist. Well done. Tianyan Daozhen shouted angrily, and waved his fist vigorously with great excitement. Chu Dian's 3 years of special training for them has paid off. Hengkong Human King sounded pleased. The hard work, energy, and countless resources he had spent on the three of them over the past 3 years were not wasted. Fight them. As long as we fight them, gather the geniuses of the Hengtian race and unite them into a fist, there is still hope. The power of the 9 realms human race is simply too dispersed. Otherwise, how could they be so vulnerable? In Taiching Palace, excited shouts rang out. The geniuses of Shengxian sect, the Jiyu family, the Duanmu family, the Su family, the evildoers of Sihang Holy sect, and even the scattered geniuses of other sects who were rescued, almost all subconsciously shouted and raised their fists. This scene is so inspiring. A barely perceptible cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and he turned and walked into the palace. Chu Shang had been staring at him, and seeing this, he immediately shouted angrily, Yi Fan, what do you want to do? Prince Hengchang has ordered that everyone in your Yi family stay where they are and not move. Yi Fan, what else do you want to do? Duanmu Waner stood up and shouted angrily, because your family went out without permission, Yu Yao was severely injured by Prince Tianpeng in order to save you. Haven't you learned your lesson? I am the current young leader of the Yi family and the heir of the founding family. Do I need to ask for your opinions on where I want to go? Yi Fan had a blank expression on his face. He ignored them and strode into the hall. Stop! Chu Shang shouted angrily, and with a flash of his body, he grabbed Yi Fan's back. Boom! But suddenly, Yi Fan turned his head, 2 purple rays flashed in his eyes, and a mysterious power flashed. Chu Shang's burly body flew backwards at a speed faster than when he came, and hit a divine gold pillar heavily. The whole palace seemed to shake slightly. Chapter 330 Chu Dian, Elemental Divine Fire. Puff! Chu Shang vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to move for a while. It seemed that his soul had suffered a serious blow. Kill instantly with one strike. The palace suddenly fell into deathly silence, and many geniuses looked shocked and horrified, because Chu Shang was here, and he was almost a monster second only to Huaimei, Hylian and Hengchang. They witnessed him tearing apart an 11-clawed golden dragon with their own eyes, and his fighting power was extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that Yi Fan, who made his first move, could crush Chu Shang with just a glance? Weak waste. I want to kill you, and no one can stop me. I'm just going to the palace to practice a secret technique in preparation for a breakout. Don't bother me. Yi Fan had no expression on his face. He just glanced at Chu Yuyao who was sitting cross-legged in practice, and walked to the back of the hall. Wulong, take the Yi family's genius and get ready. Yi Wulong lowered his head, his fists clenched slightly under his blood-stained sleeves, and a hint of struggle flashed in his eyes. This bastard, now that the 9 realms competition is over, I'm going to suppress him in his sinful domain for 100 years. In the starry sky, Chu Tianyan was furious and murderous. Chu Tianxing's eyes were cold, flashing with a cold light, and he said in a low voice, Yi Tianxiang's plan before his death has taken effect. This guy's Hongmeng sacred bone seems to have fully revived. Chu Tianxing's eyes grew slightly heavy. The Hongmeng holy bone is definitely not inferior to the supreme talent of the chaos demon body. Yi Fan broke through the divine realm and awakened the Hongmeng holy bone. His combat power is simply unfathomable. Chu Dian, you are indeed strong enough. You have lived up to my expectations of you. You are the first one who can fight against my physical body. The chaos demon body is indeed worthy of being the supreme physique praised by even my father. It is related to that mysterious tribe. But now, the warm-up battle is over. The wild voice of Prince Tianpeng resounded throughout the sky. He was seen holding a golden sword, and a pair of golden wings suddenly grew out from his back. The wings spread out, covering the sky, and there were dense Taoist patterns on the wings. The power of the gods was rolling, golden lightning was overflowing, thunder and lightning were flashing, and it was extremely terrifying. Don't let this prince kill you so easily. If that happens, I'll be very bored. Since this is a competition in the Human King secret realm created by the mythical human emperor, it should be a bit challenging. Remember, don't expect those 3 losers who escaped from Taiching Palace to save you. Buzz. Prince Tianpeng flapped his wings, and in an instant, golden rainbow lights appeared across the sky, instantly covering every corner within 1,000 miles around. Tianpeng Dragon Slayer, cut. In an instant, it seemed as if thousands of voices exploded at the same time. Golden light was vast, and thousands of golden swords slashed towards Chu Dian from every corner of the sky at the same time. At the same time, it seemed as if thousands of incarnations of Prince Tianpeng appeared, and each one had the combat power of his original body. The speed rainbow that the Golden Wing Dabung clan is most proud of. The Hengkong Human King cried out in horror. A typical Golden Wing Dabung clan member can only create 3 clones at their maximum speed, but this fellow managed to create 9,999. Any god would be instantly annihilated by this blow. How on earth did Emperor Peng cultivate this monster? Some powerful people were almost suffocated because this attack was almost enough to threaten the true god. The starry sky was dead silent, endless golden light covered the sky, and the figure of Prince Tianpeng was everywhere. It was impossible to find where Chu Dian was. The Golden Winged Rock clan is said to have reached the pinnacle of speed. They can fly to every corner of the universe in half a day. They are the fastest clan in the universe, bar none. However, Prince Tianpeng is thousands of times more powerful than the average Golden Winged Rock. The speed is extremely fast, making his incarnation appear in each different time and space, which is equivalent to hundreds of himself, and at the same time, he strikes a fatal blow in this time and space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword light permeated the sky, piercing through it. The endless golden light seemed to turn the vast sky into the color of pure gold. Thousands of golden swords turned the vast world into chaos. Buzz. Suddenly, a 5-colored flame emerged from the sea of swords and began to burn slowly, getting faster and faster. Suddenly, it reached an incredible speed and instantly covered the entire golden sea of swords. As far as the eye could see, the incarnation of Prince Tianpeng and the golden sword were all melted by the 5-colored flames. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying flame spread all the way, burning a big hole in the sky. Rules, Tao essence, and all tangible things seem to have turned into fuel for its combustion. No matter how fast it is, it just conjures up some strange figures. Chu Dian's cold and murderous voice resounded through the sky. Now that I've arrived at Taiching Palace and see that my sister and my brothers are safe, I can now rest assured and use all my strength to kill you. The warm-up battle is over. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Dian's eyebrows glowed, and a soul image that could reach the sky and penetrate the earth walked out of his sea of consciousness. Between his eyebrows, the mark of the elemental divine fire glowed, spewing out endless flames. It was the elemental divine fire that was left behind after he devoured the elemental king. Chu Dian kept it and turned it into a killing move. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wherever the eyes could see, the earth turned into magma, the rules were burned and melted, time and space ceased to exist, the rules turned into nothingness, and everything was destroyed, as if returning the world to the state at the time of the birth and death of the era. This was the birth of the elemental king at the time of the birth and death of the era. The accompanying epical divine fire burned everything and was a flame that transcended the rules of all worlds. However, because it was just a remnant soul, it was condensed by the eye of heaven and restricted by the rules of the human emperor's secret realm, so it could not appear. Otherwise, with Chu Dian's realm and physical strength at the time, he would be burned to death in an instant and his spirit would be destroyed. You know, even the secret realm in Chu Dian's mind condensed by the power of the origin was burned by this elemental divine fire. You can imagine how terrifying this fire was. The woman in his mind even thought that Chu Dian was doomed to die, and was ready to escape with the eternal human king seal and the pearl of all worlds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The colorful flames, filled with the breath of endless destruction, burned everything, even the ruins in Taiching Palace were covered in burn. Starry sky, an old, domineering and majestic voice, with a strong sense of shock, resounded, elemental divine fire. What is the relationship between the elemental controllers and Chu Dian? No, this is not an ordinary elemental divine fire. The starry sky was torn apart, revealing the horrified look of the old Pengwang. Chapter 331 Heavenly Taboo. The starry sky fell into dead silence. Time and space were suddenly torn apart, and the soul projection of the old Peng Emperor walked out of it. His old but sharp eyes stared at the picture on the Kunlun mirror. The colorful divine fire that burned the sky and destroyed the earth was reflected in his eyes, as if he was trying hard to figure out whether he had made a mistake. He said nothing, but a terrifying aura emanated from him, distorting the endless starry sky and almost suffocating many powerful people. What is an element controller? The strongest person in the ancient human world whispered in confusion, looking at the human king, only to see that the ancient human king had a pale face and clenched fists. Looking closely, his body seemed to be trembling slightly. Old Peng Huang, Chu Tianyan talked to himself and took a look at the divine fire on the screen that burned the sky and destroyed the earth. He was shocked by the chaotic divine soul of Chu Dian that penetrated the sky and the earth. A divine soul of 500,000 feet, he had lived for so long and was considered knowledgeable, but it was also unheard of. But he discovered that the reason why many human kings trembled, and even the point where the old Peng Huang soul suddenly descended, seemed to be because of the flame spewing out from Chu Dian's soul between his eyebrows. Elemental sacred fire, what is that? Brother, second brother, do you understand? Chu Tianyan asked doubtfully, but saw that King Chu Dian and Chu Tianqing also frowned slightly, shook their heads to indicate that they didn't understand, and turned to look at King Hengkong and Dao's Tianyan. Although the Shangqian sect rose rapidly, it achieved a huge leap in just 1 million years and became the strongest sect in the Hengtian realm. However, in terms of the accumulation of foundation, it is far inferior to the oldest holy places of the human race, such as the Sehang holy sect and the Tianyuan holy land. The myriad realms have existed for who knows how many years. They are vast and boundless. Millions of years can be considered long or short. There are many secrets that they have never heard of, and naturally there is no record of them in the classics of the sect. The Master of Elements, it seems like I've heard of it somewhere. King Chu Dian said to himself. Human King, is it really that ethnic group? Tianyan Daozin's voice was trembling, and he didn't even dare to mention the name of that ethnic group directly, as if it was a huge taboo. The face of the Hengkong human king was more solemn than ever before, with horror in his cloudy eyes. He said, the mark on Chu Dian's soul's brow is the innate mark of that race. It is a symbol of the avenue of the starry sky universe and the cohesion of the supreme bloodline. The classics record that even within that tribe, only a handful possess this mark. They are born as the masters of the universe, and those who can wield elemental divine fire are unlikely to appear in a million, or even tens of millions of years. How could Chu Dian, the Hengkong human king, muttered to himself, that's impossible. To maintain the purity of their bloodline, that tribe never intermarries with outsiders. The historical records state that even the ancestor, the Hengtian War king, who wanted to take an elemental controller as a concubine, was ruthlessly rejected. It's impossible for the Chu family to have this kind of bloodline. If the Chu family had this kind of bloodline, they would have come to their door long ago, or it would have been sensed by the world-suppressing monument. Taoist Master Tianyan shuddered violently, his face pale, his pupils constricted violently, and he suddenly turned to look at King Chu Dian, asking him seriously, King Chu Dian, this matter has a huge impact. First, tell me, is the broken sword goddess related to the elemental controllers, or did their ancestors of the ancient sword god clan once have an affiliation with that forbidden clan? No, my father-in-law and mother-in-law are both from the royal family of the ancient sword god clan, the imperial family with the purest bloodline. King Chu Dian frowned and said, don't say such things casually. The god clan, the demon clan, and other alien races attach great importance to the purity of their bloodline. Also, I've never heard of any elemental controllers from Kongzu. If there really were such a thing, she wouldn't have failed to tell me. Intuition told King Chu Dian that the mark that appeared between his son's eyebrows contained extremely terrifying secrets. What kind of race are the element controllers? King Chu Dian was worried and asked again. Emperor of Heaven, many people talk a lot. The name and origin of this tribe are taboo and cannot be mentioned in public, otherwise it will cause unimaginable terror. Hengkong human king shook his head, glanced at the soul projection of the old Peng Emperor and the many pale-faced human kings, and suddenly grinned. However, in the short term, this is a very good thing. Emperor of Heaven, your Shangqian sect may prosper because of this. The entire Hengtian human race may even rely on your care. However, you can regard this group as the heavens, the rule makers of all worlds. As for the rest, I will explain it to you in detail after the 9 realms competition is over and under the protection of the world-suppressing monument. King Chu Dian, Chu Tianqing, and Chu Tianyan looked more solemn and more confused. What the hell? Chu Tianyan said in horror, is there really a group in this world that can call itself the gods? I've traveled through the myriad worlds for many years and have seen many mysterious and powerful beings. I also know a little about those hidden tribes, but none of them are this terrifying. The human king Hengkong said with a heavy expression, if it weren't for the rise of our human race in the mythological era and the disruption of the order of the myriad realms, it would have been even more terrifying than you can imagine. Millions of years are but a blink of an eye for certain taboos. The ancient sword god clan is a powerful offshoot of the chaos god clan. Tianyan Daozin then continued, seemingly muttering to himself, given the chaos god clan's power and mystery, it makes sense that they might have married an elemental controller and become part of the ancient sword god clan. But in the short term, it's really a good thing. Tianyan Daozin grinned and said, these divine beast kings will probably have a headache now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The aura of the old Pengwang became increasingly unstable, and the space around him continued to collapse and shatter, making people feel horrified. Many of the strongest people are still confused, because the human kings from all walks of life, as well as the strongest people who may know the element controller and what the elemental sacred fire is, are all very secretive about this name and are extremely horrified. They felt a chill in their hearts, feeling the solemn atmosphere around them, and had a creepy feeling. What kind of tribe could make the old Peng Huang, who has always been arrogant and lawless and even dares to hunt dragons openly, so surprised and confused? Old Peng Huang, you worry too much. How could a mere monster from the human race be related to them? The cold voice of the heavenly fate dragon emperor rang out from the crack. They and the human race were once sworn enemies. They were nearly exterminated by the mythical human emperor. The suppression of Emperor Hengtian was also closely related to them. This emperor has already used the secret method of heaven to contact them, and will soon get the answer. Throughout history, there have been times when the strongest have attempted to imitate and replicate their bloodlines, but they all ended in disastrous tragedies. This evil beast, the human race, is no exception. This is a taboo that God cannot tolerate. Chapter 332 Extreme Speed, Beyond Time and Space. Old Peng Huang remained silent, his eyes icy cold as he looked at the space and time covered by the elemental divine fire on the screen, a terrifying murderous aura echoing around him. Even if they are indeed the descendants of the elemental masters, this emperor will not be afraid of them. When the proud heroes compete for supremacy, strength is paramount. Let this emperor see whether the forbidden realm is stronger, or whether this emperor, who has devoted his entire life to cultivating his son, is more powerful. Even the true master of the elements will die at the hands of my descendants. The emperor, kill him. The old Peng emperor roared, Penger, kill him for me. You are destined to ascend to the summit of the myriad realms, the supreme and supreme prodigy pursuing the path of the mythical human emperor. No taboo can stop you. Father is behind you, supporting you in everything. The voice of old Peng Huang exploded directly above the ruins of the 33 heavens. Boom! Suddenly, in the space and time covered by the endless elemental divine fire, under the dissolved rules, a golden light began to fluctuate. It was just a trace at first, and then gradually surged. The golden light shook the sky and pierced the sky. Kill, kill, kill. A cold and wild voice exploded from the void like thunder. It was the voice of the old Peng emperor, and it seemed as if Prince Tianpeng had let go of all his concerns. Chu Tian, you made this prince feel the excitement that he has not felt for a long time. Congratulations, you will now be greeted by me in my most powerful and wild form. Come, let me see how powerful and terrifying the legendary elemental controller is. Why does he call himself the supreme being and why does he control the order of all worlds? The mythical human king was able to defy the will of heaven, tread upon the heavens, and ascend to the throne of supremacy. This prince will retrace his path to supremacy and walk upon the heavens. Use your full strength. This elemental divine fire is very powerful, but it is not yours, you cannot control it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky suddenly became dark, and a majestic giant bird appeared from the sky. It spread its wings, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Its dark golden feathers seemed to absorb all the light between heaven and earth, becoming the only thing in endless time and space. This was a golden-winged Peng bird that was a full 500,000 feet tall. Its body was streamlined, and each feather was like a mountain peak. It let out a long roar, and the mountain shook, and time and space collapsed. His eyes were filled with endless wildness and killing intent, and golden light was all over his body, which offset the elemental divine fire left by the elemental heavenly king. However, it was the mythical power left in his blood by the old Peng emperor that revived and dissipated the power of the elemental divine fire. Golden wings split the sky and escaped. A cold voice exploded. Prince Tianpeng's huge body did not feel stiff at all. He flapped his wings and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Chu Tian at an extremely fast speed. His dark golden cold claws were harder than the strongest divine weapon, tearing through time and space. He actually ignored the elemental divine fire that filled the sky. His huge body seemed to escape into the cracks of time and space at an unparalleled speed, briefly avoiding all deadly spaces. The speed is extremely terrifying, faster than lightning. When his speed reaches its extreme, all attacks cannot keep up with him and he can only passively take the beating. The surrounding space and time seemed to be affected by his terrifying speed and became a chaotic space and time. Huaimei, Hillian and Hengkong, who were rushing to support Chu Tian not far away, even lost their sense of direction for a short time. Even though they knew that Chu Tian and Prince Tianpeng were in that direction, they seemed to be getting farther and farther away from Chu Tian and they would never catch up. My prince refined the sky-splitting bloodline of the golden-winged Dapeng ancestor to perfection within the eggshell. His speed is the fastest of any person of his level since the birth of the golden-winged Dapeng clan, even surpassing the mythical Skypeng ancestor. Wait for death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A monster from the golden-winged rock clan came and flew away at a very fast speed. Although it was far inferior to Prince Tianpeng, it was also extremely fast and blocked the three people. Golden-winged sky-splitting bloodline. Huaimei's pupils suddenly contracted in shock. This is the ultimate speed bloodline praised by the mythical human emperor as the fastest of all time, one that even I am ashamed of. Hengchong was terrified and accidentally had his chest torn apart by the golden-winged rock's claw, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. In mythology, the golden-winged sky-splitting bloodline is one of the invincible bloodlines of the mythological era. After the bloodline awakens, the bones are automatically engraved with the runes of heaven and earth. When cultivated to the peak, the physical strength is comparable to that of the great heavenly soldiers. This guy awakened his bloodline in the eggshell and absorbed the essence of endless treasures. No wonder he can actually fight Chu Tian head-on with his physical body. Invincible body, bloodline, and speed. Legend has it that the old Peng emperor spent thousands of years cultivating this creature, practically exhausting the Peng clan's accumulated wealth over millions of years, all in order to cultivate a truly invincible golden-winged Peng and embark on the path of myth. There was horror in Saint Hillian's cold eyes. Although they were far away, the oppressive feeling coming from afar made her scalp almost explode. Only Chu Tian had ever given her this feeling of oppression. Prince Tianpeng is the second. Tianpeng God-killing claw. Prince Tianpeng's cold voice tore through the sky, as if it came from a distant space and time, and disappeared in a flash. Between heaven and earth, the endless resentment of gods and demons emerged, and the shrill roars of gods and demons sounded. Huge shadows of the resentment of gods and demons emerged, merged into a pair of dark golden claws, and directly tore apart Chu Tian's chaos-era soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dark golden claws tore through the sky, and two claw marks were instantly torn between heaven and earth, tearing out an endless and distant distance, which was probably millions of miles away. It seemed that it had directly penetrated the secret realm of the 33 heavens and tore directly into the ruins of Shangqingtian on the next level. What a terrifying aura. Who could force Prince Tianpeng to this point and actually use such a killing move? In Shangqing Palace, Xuanwang was shocked and doubtful, gazing into the distance at Taiching sky with horror in his eyes. Among my human race, besides this prince, is there anyone else who can fight against Prince Tianpeng? That fellow, the holy son of Tianyuan, or the prince of Wanggu, no, if they arrived, they would definitely come here to pay their respects to this prince first. Boom, suddenly, a primordial breath from the beginning of heaven and earth burst out at the same time, tearing apart the 33 heavens. Chu Tian, this guy's bloodline is definitely one of the most outstanding ones even in the mythological era. There are only a handful of people who can compare with him. The number of the golden-winged Dapeng clan is even rarer than those forbidden clans. The sky-splitting Peng emperor is a creator who is no less powerful than the 9 mythological human kings. This clan can occasionally give birth to beings with extremely extraordinary bloodlines, even surpassing the forbidden realm. This fellow's bloodline is even more terrifying than that of the Tianpeng who captured the emperor's disciple in the mythological era. It has been condensed to an unparalleled level. Don't compete with him in speed. Everyone has their own shortcomings. It's impossible to be perfect. Even the mythical human emperor's speed is not as fast as the sky-splitting Peng emperor. The woman's solemn voice sounded in Chu Tian's mind. Chapter 333, The Ultimate Treasure. He regarded you as a legitimate descendant of the elemental masters. He gathered all his strength and used 2 supreme killing moves to deliver a fatal blow. Take this blow, don't let him provoke you, and fight him head-on. The Skypunk God Slaying Claw condenses the endless resentment of fallen gods and demons from the mythological era. It has the effect of ignoring defense and directly damaging the soul. It carries a terrifying curse effect. Even a god king with a highly sublimated soul would find it difficult to withstand it head-on. What is an element controller? Prince Tianpeng, remember, the one who killed you is the human race, a race that once stood above all worlds and had its feet on the heavens. Chu Dian's cold voice resounded throughout the world. He took a step forward, and his body merged into the soul of the Chaos Era. The world seemed to have returned to the beginning of the era, when the world had not yet opened and was in a chaotic state. 108,000 secret treasures revived, endless thunders exploded in them, the heaven and earth were created, and the sun, moon and stars appeared. The Wandao cauldron floated above his head, and Chu Dian raised his hand and grasped it directly. Wandao was melted in it and was directly waved out. In the newly condensed secret realm of origin, the pupils of the woman soaking in the pool contracted violently. She never expected that after her reminder, Chu Dian still chose to confront it head-on. Mad, the woman shouted angrily. Boom! In an instant, at an extreme speed, a flash of golden light appeared, in the majestic body of Prince Tianpeng, an unparalleled speed that transcended time and space. The dark golden giant claws collided with the Wandao ding. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was like thunder, with the collision of metal and iron exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed, the earth broke, time and space were destroyed, and the turbulence of the void submerged everything. The roaring sounds of resentful shadows of gods and demons exploded, and they followed the 10,000 Dao cauldron and directly attacked Chu Dian's Chaos Era soul. However, within Chu Dian's 180,000 secret realms, thunder exploded, the power of life and death rolled, and the chaotic energy surged, directly drowning and destroying these resentful gods and demons. The power of the resentment of gods and demons, which is said to be able to ignore any defense and directly kill the enemy's soul, cannot overcome Chu Dian's now incredibly strong body. This is the power of Epic's birth and death. The Skypunk god killing claw can't actually hurt Epic's soul. It's been restrained. I see. The epic soul that the elemental heavenly king helped Chu Dian polish was equivalent to being born before the beginning of the world. It has undergone a miraculous transformation with Chu Dian's chaos demon body. The resentment of the gods and demons is an acquired product and was directly restrained. The woman's pupils contracted violently and she was terrified. The horror of Chu Dian's Chaos Era soul was far beyond her expectations. Boom! Snap! Suddenly, the Wandao ding exploded under the terrible collision and turned into Dao energy all over the sky. Several of Prince Tianpeng's claws, which were harder than the most precious divine objects, were broken directly. Boom! 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 The terrifying aftermath, like a huge explosion in the sky and earth, reverberated for thousands of miles around, directly knocking Hylian and the other 2, as well as many groups of divine beasts, hundreds of miles away, leaving their bodies cracked and vomiting blood. Kill! 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 Prince Tianpeng was extremely wild. His sharp claws were broken, and his extremely hard golden feathers flew everywhere and inserted into the sky, which instead stimulated his wildness even more. He flapped his wings, turning them into 2 golden winged swords, and slashed directly towards Chu Dian. Buzz! Chu Dian also spat out a large mouthful of blood, and cracks appeared on his Chaos Era soul, and he suffered serious injuries. As he flipped his hand, a Chaos Ancestral Stone shaped like a large bed appeared, and he picked it up directly. The endless Dao essence that was formed by the shattered Wandao cauldron was condensed, and the elemental divine fire appeared, boiling and burning, and directly bombarded Prince Tianpeng. Boom! 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 Chu Dian stood in the sky, and Prince Tianpeng's figure kept flashing. He was in front of him in the last second and appeared behind him in the next second. In the sky, 9,999 golden winged rocks attacked Chu Dian from every corner and collided with the Chaos Ancestral Stone. Every part of his body was a most terrifying weapon of attack and killing, much harder than divine gold, and it caused the Chaos Ancestral Stone to vibrate continuously. The elemental divine fire was burning at the same time, burning the Chaos Ancestral Stone. The endless rules of Taoism that were shattered by the 10,000 Dao cauldron were also integrated into the Chaos Ancestral Stone at the same time, causing it to gradually transform into the shape of a 3-legged cauldron. The terrifying and massive attack caused Chu Dian to cough up blood continuously. Prince Tianpeng is definitely an incredibly powerful opponent, many times more terrifying than King Zhuan. Even though he had just broken through to the heavenly god level not long ago after entering the Human King Cemetery, his combat power had increased by more than 100 times. You wish to borrow the power of this prince to condense your life treasure in battle. Do you have the strength to do so? Ninefold Skypunk World Annihilating Strike, First Strike. Prince Tianpeng's wild voice exploded, and the shadows of the golden winged rocks in the sky continued to merge into his body. If you want to smelt my life treasure, then this prince will shock you to death. Boom! Prince Tianpeng vibrated his wings, and murderous energy surged in his eyes, which were as huge as dark golden stars. As he flapped his wings, the shadow of a golden winged rock spanning 1,000,000 feet condensed and turned into a sword shadow, slashing directly towards Chu Dian. Buzz! Chu Dian's 99-layer supreme chaos vision emerged, his secret treasures burned, his blood surged, and he waved the Chaos Ancestral Stone, directly blowing up the golden winged rock, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ninefold Skypunk World Destroying Strike, Second Strike. Prince Tianpeng flapped his wings, and the shadow of the second million-foot-long golden winged punk condensed and turned directly into a sword and slashed out. The power was directly doubled in the previous time. Boom! Chu Dian roared angrily, and 180,000 strange visions condensed, layer upon layer, shaking the earth. He waved the Chaos Ancestral Stone again and blew up the shadow of the golden winged rock with one blow. The Chaos Ancestral Stone in his hand also completely transformed into the shape of a 3-legged cauldron, and endless Taoist patterns were engraved on the cauldron. This guy is crazy. The Ninefold Skypunk World Annihilating Strike is based on the Sky-Splitting Bloodline. It launches a bloodline attack and killing technique. Each strike is twice as powerful as the previous one. The Sky-Splitting Punk Emperor once killed the creator with the Ninth Strike. The woman shouted softly, although he cannot use it continuously with his current realm and bloodline strength, we cannot let him concentrate, otherwise we may perish together with him. Buzz! Chu Dian's body smashed through the void and appeared above Prince Tianpeng's head. The elemental divine fire was burning fiercely in the 3-legged cauldron, and Chu Dian swung it and hit Prince Tianpeng's head directly. The divine object of rules is extremely heavy. After condensing thousands of ways, it bursts out with terrifying power, like a chaotic mountain thousands of feet high, suddenly falling from the outer universe. Puff! Prince Tianpeng's head was directly blown apart by this blow. Chapter 334 Scolding. Boom! 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 The Chaos Ancestral Stone completely transformed into the 10,000 Dao cauldron, becoming Chu Dian's natal treasure. Endless Dao essence flowed and merged with Chu Dian's aura. Since Chu Dian created this with a supreme magical power, and also condensed it into his own weapon with the Chaos Ancestral Stone, a divine object of rules, when Chu Dian reached the realm of the mythical human king, this Wandao Ding became Chu Dian's great heavenly weapon. It can be said that the Wandao Ding is now the prototype of a great heavenly weapon. Wandao Ding can be said to be Chu Dian's first weapon. When integrated with him, it can amplify his power by more than several times. The surging power had even reached a terrifying level of nearly 100 trillion. With one blow, the entire Taichingtian ruins were shaking, the sky was cracking, and the entire ruined Taichingtian seemed unable to withstand such terrible power and was about to explode directly. Bang! The elemental divine fire burned fiercely, melting all the ways and erupting with endless divine power. Chu Dian swung it continuously, repeatedly exploding the body of Prince Tianpeng. The space shook and the sky collapsed. Prince Tianpeng's body was beaten into a golden red meat paste by Chu Dian, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The entire Taichingtian ruins were filled with deathly silence. All the living beings who witnessed this scene looked at Chu Dian, who was like the creator incarnate, with divine power surging, and trembled uncontrollably all over. Under the starry sky, many powerful people opened their mouths wide, their pupils dilated, and they simply couldn't believe what they saw. The prototype of the great heavenly soldiers. This is the prototype of the great heavenly soldiers. Incredible. That huge piece of stone is the Chaos Ancestral Stone, a divine object of rules. It must be. Oh my god, such a terrifying flame, coupled with the unparalleled power of Chu Dian and Prince Tianpeng, they actually managed to forge the prototype of their own great heavenly soldier in the divine realm even in a desperate situation. It's incredible. The heart demon Saint Lord Jia Wuyu's voice was hoarse. Even though his disciple Mo Wuwan was devoured by Chu Dian, he seemed to have no hatred towards Chu Dian. According to the rules of the demon clan, if you provoke someone with inferior skills, your death will be in vain. Chu Dian was the prodigy that Princess Xingxuan personally asked to be protected. Before entering the human emperor's secret realm, he had advised Mo Wuwan not to get too close to Shui Jihan, the son of the demon king. But Mo Wuwan didn't listen to him and insisted on picking on Chu Dian. So there was nothing he could say. The prototype of a great heavenly soldier. The heart demon Saint Lord trembled slightly and said in a low voice, if the prototype of a heavenly soldier has undergone the sacrifice and refinement of several generations of the strongest, even if a great human king level strong man is not born, it is likely that it can be sacrificed and refined into a great heavenly soldier. In the starry sky, the eyes of many powerful people widened in anger. Many human kings fell silent, with greed subconsciously appearing in their eyes. Even though every part of the human race has a great heavenly soldier to suppress it. The great heavenly soldiers are the real treasures of a superpower. There is nothing else like it. Who would think it is too much? Moreover, the 9 great heavenly weapons of the human race cannot be activated at all, and can only rely on the divine spirits within the weapons to revive. But if they could refine a great heavenly weapon by themselves, it would be an unprecedented achievement, and it would not be impossible for the major human realms to leap into the top 30 or even 20 of all realms. This is an important weapon to protect the continuation of the ethnic group and a sacred weapon for the country. After the mythological era, the human race was divided into civil wars, invaded by other races, suffered heavy losses, and countless strong men died. The reason why they were not completely destroyed was because of the existence of 9 great heavenly soldiers, which preserved the 9 realms of the human race. You must know that in the mythological era, the human race was greatly divided. Given the huge size of the human race as the ruler of all worlds at that time, there were more than 100 forces that split out, and some forces were even stronger than the 9 realms. But now, these forces have declined with the passage of time, or have simply been destroyed, because they do not have the suppression of the great heavenly soldiers and cannot withstand the twists and turns and turmoil. If they are not careful, they will be doomed. Even the Xuanwang human king, the most powerful and influential human king in the 9 realms, had a deep greed in his eyes at this moment. If he could seize this 3-legged cauldron and hand it over to Emperor Zan, his future path to becoming an emperor and unifying the human race would be more stable and he would go further. Such a magical weapon should be given to the most talented and noble genius of our human race. The Emperor Xuanwang murmured to himself in a very low voice. You little beast, you're so lucky. In the Eternal King's court, Yi Tianshang's eyes were bloodshot as he said in a low voice, Yi Fan, I created an opportunity for you. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. If you obtain this great heavenly weapon and gain the recognition of these divine beasts, your future will be limitless. At this moment, the only projection of the mythical emperor in the starry sky, the old Pengwang, had an expression that was extremely cold. He stared at Chu Dian, who was swinging the tripod frantically and bombarding Tianpeng, with a terrible murderous intent in his eyes. This emperor has spent endless efforts and energy, countless resources and treasures to cultivate his son, who is destined to retrace the path of the human emperor and lead our clan into the ranks of forbidden clans. How could he be defeated so easily by you? The old Peng emperor's eyes were filled with endless murderous intent, and golden light filled the air. His angry roar exploded directly in the human emperor's secret realm. My son, are you admitting defeat just like that? The prototype of the great heavenly soldiers is right before you, within your reach. Kill him, and you will possess a supreme weapon that can accompany you to the summit and overlook the world. Old man, you talk too much nonsense. Chu Dian glanced at the sky, and the cold murderous intent in his eyes was already so strong that it was unimaginable. You evil beasts are so rampant in the sacred land of our human race, slaughtering people without restraint. Have you ever considered that none of these evil beasts will be able to leave? Chu Dian's calm voice, which contained endless murderous intent, actually passed through the Kunlun mirror and exploded directly in the starry sky. As one of the 9 mythical human kings and one of the highest levels of the human race in the age of humans and gods, the Eternal Empress also has a certain ability to control the secret realm of the human emperor. Her inheritance, the Eternal Time and Space Sutra, contains the secret method of controlling the Kunlun mirror. It is precisely for this reason that the Netherworld King and the Burning Flame King conclude with all races and secretly manipulate the selection of the emperor's disciples. Old man, I will let you see with your own eyes how this evil beast became my stepping stone and the helper for me to reach the top. Chu Dian's cold voice echoed in the starry sky, stunning all the strongest people in the sky, including many human kings. Their whole bodies trembled suddenly. Throughout the ages, only human kings could send messages to the geniuses in the secret realm. This was the first time in millions of years that a genius could communicate with the starry sky in reverse. What is even more horrifying and suffocating is that Chu Dian actually called the old Pengwang, old thing. Are you crazy? Or are you crazy? Don't you want to live anymore? King Hengkong and even King Shudian did not dare to address old Pengwang like that to his face. This was the mythical overlord who had lived the longest in the myriad worlds. His strength was so great that it was unfathomable. It was no exaggeration to say that he could change the world with just a flick of his finger and could make the myriad worlds tremble with just a stomp of his foot. This kid, King Chu's pupils suddenly contracted. Evil beast. The old Peng emperor's eyes were filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. That boundless tyranny was terrifying. He suddenly turned to look at the Hengkong human king and the Chu Dian king and said, your human race is really getting worse with each generation. Don't you know how to respect and honor the elders? If the Hengtian human race has fallen to such a state, I feel that you no longer need to exist. It would be better to exterminate you, so as not to bring shame to the human god race. He scolded the human King Hengkong and the heavenly King Chu as if he were scolding a child, with an unimaginable domineering attitude. The expressions of King Hengkong, King Shudian, and Taoist Master Tianyin suddenly became extremely ugly and gloomy. But they didn't have time to speak. Chapter 335 The Family's Betrayal. Buzz. Chu Tian's eyes were icy cold, his hands were open, and the magical power of the word, demon, filled the endless magic fog. The bloody abyss descended, like a bloody mouth, ready to swallow Prince Tianpeng directly. Kill, kill, kill. There's no way you can defeat this prince. I'm an invincible being who's determined to retrace my steps on the path to becoming the mythical human king. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Prince Tianpeng, who was beaten into a paste, let out a wild roar that shook the earth. The soul of the golden winged rock flew out directly from his body. It was nearly 1,000,000 feet in size. When its wings were spread, it was even more vast and boundless. It was twice as big as Chu Tian's 500,000-foot Chaos Era soul. After his Tianpeng soul broke through to become a god, it was able to refine the power of heaven and earth and control the power of heaven and earth. As the name suggests, gods are able to drive the power of heaven and earth and execute the will of God. They are infinitely close to controlling the laws, which is also a distinctive feature that distinguishes gods from the realm of gods. Ninefold Skypung World Annihilating Strike, Third Strike. Prince Tianpeng was so wild and crazy that he gave up his physical body and allowed himself to be swallowed by the bloody abyss cast by Chu Tian. Regardless of everything, he launched the third silence. The mighty golden light and the powerful aura caused the entire Taichintian secret realm to become turbulent and explode wildly. It was visible to the naked eye that the ruined palaces could not withstand the explosion and turned into dust in the sky. Endless mountains collapsed, and the evil geniuses such as Qilin, Xuanwu and Suzaku in the surrounding area were directly shaken to death. The entire Taichintian secret realm was shattered and destroyed. Under the chain reaction, the entire 33 sky highs were shaking. The scene was terrifying and boundless, as if the end of the world had come. Boom! A phantom of a golden winged rock millions of feet long emerged and transformed into a golden divine sword that reached the sky and penetrated the earth. It was directly grasped in the claws of Prince Tianpeng's Dharma image and soul, and was swung towards Chu Tian with a loud bang. Go to hell! Your prototype of a heavenly soldier will become my most precious treasure in proving my creator's Tao. Your name will resonate throughout the ages and bathe in the glory of my imperial Tao. Prince Tianpeng was hysterical, and his soul and Dharma image, which was 1,000,000 feet long, seemed to be burning as he launched the ultimate attack. Your name is but an insignificant existence on the road to the top. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and 18,000 secret treasure surged. The power of chaos rolled out. 18,000 strange visions, the red dust mirror, the condensed spirit, and the vast blood and energy were all integrated into the 10,000 Tao cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. The one Tao cauldron suddenly expanded to 5,000,000 feet in size, like a cauldron-shaped peak reaching from heaven to earth. The divine fire burned fiercely inside it, and the roar of thousands of paths in the falling chaotic waterfall collapsed the sky and slammed into the golden sword. Kill, kill, kill. Prince Tianpeng Senye was extremely crazy, with golden feathers standing up all over his body, like a huge golden hedgehog, and he was fighting to the point of madness. It was a scene of doomsday. The secret realm was destroyed. The big cauldron and the golden sword collided with a loud bang. In an instant, the horrific collision directly caused the secret realm to be destroyed and collapsed. This kind of battle has surpassed all the confrontations in the Nine Realms competition over the past tens of millions of years, and has completely exceeded the limits that the ruined Taichintian secret realm can withstand. The secret realm collapsed. The golden sword was crushed by the cauldron at a terrifying speed. This prince follows the will of heaven and will never lose to you. Prince Tianpeng fought to a frenzy, his soul burning madly, roaring with all his might. Ninefold Tianpeng World Annihilating Strike, Fourth Strike. Huaimei, Ilian and Hengchang turned pale with fright and retreated madly towards Taichintian. This kind of battle had far exceeded the limits of Chu Tian and Prince Tianpeng's own realm. Buzz, but at this moment, the light of the formation pattern outside Taiching Palace suddenly flashed and disappeared. A deep voice suddenly rang out from the palace. Chu Tian, if you still want your sister to live, stop immediately. The sounds of fighting and screams came from the palace, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Yi Fan, you beast. When she saw the scene in the palace, the icy woman, Holy Lady Hylian, broke down in a rare moment of defiance. She let out a sharp, furious cry that pierced the heavens and earth. Stop. Yi Fan, if you dare to touch Yu Yao, I swear that I will wipe out your entire Yi family, leaving no one alive. Heng Chang roared hysterically, his blood burning, and flew towards the palace madly. How shameless. Huaimei was almost going crazy. Chu Tian turned around and saw that the palace was filled with blood. The people of the Yi family were madly slaughtering the geniuses of the Shengxian sect. No matter whether they were from the Chu family, the Jiyu family, the Su family, or the monsters from other sects that they had taken in, their faces were pale, as if they had been ambushed by some kind of conspiracy and could not put up any resistance at all. Chu Shang's tall body fell in a pool of blood, his chest deeply sunken, his eyes wide open, and he lay not far from Chu Yuyao, with blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. Yi Fan stood beside Chu Yuyao with his palms on top of her head. The purple energy of Hongmeng filled Chu Yuyao's body. As long as he moved slightly, Chu Yuyao, who was already seriously injured and had a double pupil dug out, would die instantly. I told you to stop, do you hear me? Under Yi Fan's hands, the Hongmeng purple energy vibrated slightly, and he saw that Chu Yuyao, who was already in a coma, had her arms and feet exploded into a bloody mist. Second sister. Chu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and almost subconsciously, he took back the Wan Dao Ding. In an instant, the broken golden sword directly slashed on his Chaos Era soul. Boom! The terrifying force directly caused Chu Tian to fly backwards, shattering the sky. A wound appeared between his chest, which almost split his soul in two. The energy of the nine-layered Sky Pung's world-destroying strike continued to destroy his body. Drink. Time and space were distorted, and Kang Xuanyu and a tall and burly man with unicorn horns and wearing golden clothes walked out. They directly used their magical powers to attack Chu Tian. Mo Lingxuan, the son of the Holy Kirin Emperor, looked horrified as he stood far away in the sky, looking at the severely injured Chu Tian, as if he could not believe at all that this terrifying guy would be beaten like this. Kill, kill. Kang Xuanyu and Prince Qilin shouted coldly with murderous intent, as if they had been hiding aside waiting for this moment and had been planning their killing move for a long time. In an instant, time and space were distorted, the sky collapsed and the earth broke apart. They were the most powerful monsters of the Dragon and Qilin clans, with extraordinary blood and noble status. They were no less powerful than Prince Tianpeng, and they even broke through to become gods earlier than Tianpeng. Boom, boom, boom. Two terrifying attacks, the sharp blade of time and space, and the unicorn horn, directly pierced Chu Tian's chest. Even tens of thousands of secret realms around his body were shattered. But even though he was seriously injured, Chu Tian's eyes were always fixed on Yi Fan, with unprecedented murderous intent brewing in them. Chapter 336 Kill all 9 clans. Buzz. Suddenly, his Chaos Era soul trembled slightly, as if it had suffered a terrible trauma and could no longer exist independently in the outside world. It turned into a stream of light and flew into Chu Tian's mind. Boom. Chu Tian's broken body slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the sky to collapse, the earth to crumble, and endless dust to roll. There was dead silence in the starry sky. The situation was suddenly reversed, catching everyone off guard. The three brothers Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan turned pale in an instant and began to tremble violently with fear. They were overwhelmed by unprecedented fear and at the same time, they were filled with endless anger, which made the veins in their bodies bulge. How dare the Yi family do this? How dare they let the Yi family's genius do such a thing in the human emperor's secret realm? Don't they want to live anymore? Send the order, seal off the Holy Emperor Peak immediately. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Chu Tianxing's hysterical voice penetrated time and space and was transmitted back to the Holy Heaven sect. Yi family, I will kill all 9 of your clans. The endlessly painful voice of King Chu Tian shook the entire starry sky. Pass on this king's order to immediately seal off the boundaries between Hengtian realm and Yangyang realm. All Hengtian guards are dispatched. The voice of the human king Hengkong was hoarse and suffocated, and the human king seal in his hand even flew directly back to the ancestral court. Taoist Master Tianyan, Emperor Master Lingfeng, and Sect Master Divong, you must return and immediately take control of the Yi family. All families and forces related to them must be taken into custody. All possible escape routes must be sealed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 streams of light flew rapidly, piercing through the starry sky and escaping into the Hengtian realm. King Hengkong, Chu Tianxing, and Taoist Tianyan reacted very quickly, almost the moment their minds went blank. The overwhelming rage made them almost want to destroy the entire world. My fellow human kings, in the current situation, some of you resort to such despicable means to deal with the proud heroes of the Hengtian realm and curry favor with the Divine Beast clan. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by all realms and spurned by the entire human race? The hoarse and angry roar of the Hengkong human king resounded throughout the starry sky. Old Peng Huang, you are also a great overlord. In this battle of geniuses, you resort to such shameless tactics. Even if Prince Tianpeng wins, aren't you afraid of leaving an indelible shadow in his heart? This emperor knows nothing, the old Peng emperor roared, his golden hair standing on end, his brows wide open as he gazed into the cracks in the void and shouted, Dragon Emperor, Qilin Emperor, you are unworthy of being emperors. I am ashamed to associate with you. You are so shameless. This emperor declares that the Golden Winged Dapeng clan withdraws from this battle. Shameless and despicable, there was a dead silence in the crack without any ripples. The Qilin Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, who were insulted by the old Peng Emperor by name, seemed to have heard nothing. Ha 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 ha. In the eternal royal court, Yi Qianshang sat on the throne and laughed wildly, his laughter was hearty and unrestrained. It's too late, everything has been settled. Chu Dian, no matter how you try to change the fate of the Chu family and stir up trouble, you still can't change the outcome. In the Taiching Palace, Yi Fan also laughed wildly at the same time. Every strand of his hair was flowing with Hongmeng purple energy, and tears even came out of his eyes. Grandpa Hongwu, your grandson has avenged you. It's a pity that your grandson can't kill Chu Dian personally to avenge you. Grandson will bury all the geniuses of this generation of the Chu family with you, so you can rest in peace in your grave. Boom, boom, boom. Heng Chong, Wei Lian, and Wei Mei flew into the palace, ready to kill Ji Dian. Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently and said coldly, Get out of here now, the 3 of you. I won't kill you. Don't think you are my opponent. The reason I haven't killed you is that I have been waiting for this opportunity. Given your background, get out of here immediately. But all those people in the palace must die. I have to report to the Divine Beast tribe. Get out of here. The netherworld divine fire in Huaime's eyes burned fiercely, and the netherworld hell appeared directly in the palace. With murderous intent, she shouted angrily, Yi Fan, if you have the guts, let Sister Yuyao go. Let's face off and decide whether to live or die. Hillian and Hengchong were both eager to kill, but seeing Chu Yuyao's life and death hanging in the balance at Yi Fan's hands, they were hesitant to act rashly. You people from the Yi family are a bunch of beasts. Yuyao was severely injured by Prince Tianpeng in order to save you, yet you turned your kindness against him and committed such a vicious act. Hengchong scolded angrily, his hair standing on end with rage. Without Sister Yuyao, your Yi family would have been completely slaughtered by the Divine Beasts long ago. A layer of frost covered Saint Hillian's face as she angrily scolded Yi Gulong, who was standing beside her. You betrayed the second the human race. You have lost all conscience and repaid kindness with hatred. I didn't betray you, they made me do it. But at this moment, Yi Gulong's face turned ferocious and he suddenly roared. He suddenly slapped Yi Fan on the back from behind, catching him off guard. He flew hundreds of meters and hit the wall of Taiching Palace hard. Damn it, you dare to betray the family. Yi Fan roared angrily, and with a loud bang, a ray of primordial purple energy turned into a sword, and instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out, piercing through Yi Gulong's head. Immediately afterwards, he flew out instantly and was about to control Chu Yuyao again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Huaimei, Holy Maiden Hillian, and Hengchong reacted immediately, but the Hongmeng holy bone between Yi Fan's eyebrows burst out with divine light, turning into a tsunami and directly knocking the 3 away. It seemed that Chu Yuyao was about to fall into Yi Fan's hands again. Buzz, but at this moment, a broken figure covered in blood with 2 big holes in his chest appeared beside Chu Yuyao and picked her up, staring at Yi Fan with extremely cold and cruel eyes. How do you want to die? Chu Dian, Yi Fan's hysterical roar shook the sky. Chapter 337 Bitch. Chu Dian is here. Yi Fan's pupils contracted violently as he looked at Chu Dian's body full of terrible injuries, his childish face, and his calm and cold eyes. Endless fear suddenly filled his heart, making him feel as if he had fallen into the netherworld hell, and he suddenly let out a hysterical roar. Afterwards, facing the seriously injured Chu Dian, he suddenly turned around and ran away, without any of the coldness and arrogance he had shown towards Hengchong and others. Even though the Hongmeng holy bone has revived, Chu Dian's series of deeds and the multiple beatings he received have already planted an indelible fear in his heart. Facing Chu Dian, he had lost any courage to confront him head-on. After all, if he really had the mentality of being invincible and the domineering attitude, he would not do any tricks or calculations behind the scenes, but would fight Chu Dian head-on. Within the Shengxian sect, the geniuses compete for supremacy, and allowing the younger generation to compete is the ancestral precept. If he can defeat Chu Dian, not only will the position of the young leader of the Shengxian sect be his, but even the position of the young leader of the Hengtian realm can be given to him. This has always been a world where strength is respected. The root of all this is that he has completely lost the courage to confront Chu Dian head-on. The overall situation of my Hengtian realm might be ruined in the hands of such trash. When the Hengkong human king witnessed this scene, he shouted furiously with his hair standing on end. Faced with the severely injured Chu Dian, he didn't even have the courage to confront him head-on. He turned around and ran away, and almost killed Chu Dian. If Chu Dian died, he simply couldn't imagine what kind of terrible situation the geniuses and evildoers of the Hengtian realm would face. The Yi family is really getting worse with each generation. What's the point of keeping this founding family? King Chu murmured to himself in a very low voice, as if he had finally made up his mind. Brother, we can't hesitate any longer. The time has come. The existence of the Yi family has threatened the stability and future of the sect. They must be destroyed at all costs. Yi Qianxing's voice was hoarse. Endless fear filled their hearts. Because of the status of the Yi family as the founding clan, even though Yi Qianxiang was dead and the Yi family was severely damaged, they were unable to completely destroy the Yi family due to too much resistance. I never expected that under such circumstances, the Yi family would dare to collude with foreign races. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Hold him back. Kong Xuanyu shouted angrily from afar, looking at Chu Dian who suddenly appeared in Taiching Palace. He raised his hand and tore the space apart, and flew towards Taiching Palace with Prince Qilin. Chu Dian, you are a young leader. This is a matter of great importance and you must not make any mistakes. You go first. I'm going to kill this traitor. Hengchong tightly gripped the Feng Tianhuaji. Seeing that Chu Dian was not dead, he felt relieved, but he had no time to get excited. His eyes were cold as he stepped into the sky, trying to block Kong Xuanyu, Yi Fan, Prince Qilin, Mo Lingxuan, and Prince Tianpeng with his own strength to buy time for Chu Dian's escape. Chu Dian was hit head-on by the killing moves of Prince Tianpeng, Kong Xuanyu, and Prince Qilin, and was seriously injured. He probably has lost most of his combat power. The protective formation of Taiching Palace has also been destroyed by Yi Fan. If they continue to fight, everyone will die here. If his death can be used to exchange for Chu Dian's escape, there will still be hope for Hengtian realm. Chu Dian, you go first. In a flash, Saint Hillian's eyes were cold and she immediately made a decision. She stepped into the sky and stood side by side with Hengchong. A magical world of ice and snow appeared in the extraordinary realm, covering the surrounding area for thousands of feet. Tens of thousands of ice beasts gathered together, ready to fight to the death. Damn you, Fan, I'm going to pull out your tendons and skin you alive. Huaimei shouted angrily. She was not even going to leave. She wanted to cover Chu Tian's rear. The netherworld hell directly blocked Yifan and sped away. Go, why do you want to go? Even though he was covered in blood and blood was constantly flowing out of the two large, translucent blood red holes on his chest, Chu Tian's eyes were still extremely cold. Holding his second sister Chu Yuyao, his body turned into a golden rainbow and flew out, appearing in front of Yifan in an instant. Want to escape? Even if Yi Qianshang were alive today, he couldn't save your life. Chu Tian's voice was calm, and the eternal abyss expanded directly, covering Yifan inside. Then he took out the creation pill that could bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh, which was a reward from the system, and gave it to his second sister Chu Tianyu to swallow. In an instant, rays of divine light of creation emanated from Chu Yuyao's body. Her head that was torn apart by Prince Tianpeng and her feet that were shattered by Yifan, her flesh and blood kept wriggling, and in just a few breaths they were all restored. Chu Tian took out the last remaining creation pill and swallowed it. A powerful torrent of creation force burst out in his body, and vitality surged. His broken body recovered almost instantly, and his terrifying blood energy was even thicker than at its previous peak. The air chaos soul that was almost severed was also healed directly. In the Tianxinshima Holy Land, the heart demon Saint Luli was barely alive and could be said to be half dead. The creation pill could directly bring her back to life, so you can imagine its tremendous effect. The divine pill of creation. Yifan was shaking with fear, his face was so ferocious that it was almost distorted, and his voice became shrill. He seized the most critical moment and delivered a fatal blow, but he failed to take the opportunity to kill Chu Tian directly. Kong Xuanyu, Prince Tianpeng, Prince Qilin, Holy Qilin Emperor, come and save me. My Yi family has reached an agreement with the eternal King Feng Changhao, and is now a friend of your divine beast clan. Yifan roared hysterically. In the eternal abyss, the oppression of endless years made him feel that his vitality and lifespan were madly slipping away. Even the Hongmeng Holy Bone could not protect him from being affected. The scene made him deeply understand that there was still an unbridgeable gap between him and Chu Tian. Time and space are broken. 8 steps to heaven. Kong Xuanyu and Prince Qilin respectively used their magical powers outside the eternal abyss to bombard the eternal abyss. They didn't even look at Yifan, but angrily shouted at Prince Tianpeng and Saint Qilin Emperor Mo Lingxuan, why don't you take action? Surround and kill Chu Tian. There was anger in Kong Xuanyu's cold eyes, and she was particularly dissatisfied with Prince Tianpeng. The reason why Chu Tian escaped so quickly was because he devoured the physical body of Prince Tianpeng and used the Golden Winged Rock Clan's innate speed ability, the Golden Flame Divine Rainbow. At the moment when she and Prince Qilin severely injured Chu Tian, if Prince Tianpeng had taken action immediately, with Prince Tianpeng's speed, Chu Tian would have had no chance to escape, let alone save Chu Yuyao. He would have been dead without a doubt, and would not even have had the chance to swallow the creation pill. Even if Chu Tian devoured the body of Prince Tianpeng and obtained many of the innate magical powers of the Golden Winged Rock Clan, there was definitely a gap between him and Prince Tianpeng. After all, he was not of the Golden Winged Rock Clan and did not have wings. Mo Lingxuan's face was still pale, and he said in a low voice, this guy is too strong, we can't beat him. In the second level of Tuangtian, the scene of being killed instantly by Chu Tian's punch kept flashing through his mind, making him tremble to this day. Prince Tianpeng's soul and image of heaven and earth stood in midair, staring at Chu Tian with his cold and wild eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly glanced at Kong Xuanyu and uttered 2 words. Bitch, who gave you the courage to interfere in the battle between this prince and Chu Tian without authorization? Chapter 338, War begins. Kong Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly saw the endless murderous intent towards her in Prince Tianpeng's eyes. She said in disbelief, are you crazy? This princess saved your life, otherwise you might have been beaten to death by Chu Tian. This is my prince's battle. Prince Tianpeng's eyes were wild and arrogant, and he said defiantly, I am the supreme of all realms, determined to embark on the path of becoming a mythical human emperor. How can I allow trash like you to interfere in my battle? And I certainly cannot fail. Slutty dragon girl, I will not kill you this time because of my father's cooperation with the dragon clan. However, after the human emperor's secret realm closes, if I see you in the myriad world's ruins, I will devour you alive. Prince Tianpeng looked at Chu Tian with cold eyes and said, you are a very strong opponent and deserve my respect, but this time, we cannot fight fairly. This prince never takes advantage of others' misfortunes. If you can leave this place alive and go to the myriad world's ruins, this prince will be there to take your life and obtain the prototype of the heavenly soldier. If you die under the siege of these scoundrels, this prince will kill them and take the prototype of the heavenly soldier from them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the sky cracked open, and the cold and domineering voice of the old Pung Emperor suddenly echoed, my Golden Winged Dapeng clan is the most powerful divine beast clan in the universe. We never engage in any conspiracy or trickery, and we disdain to associate with you, the villains. This emperor declares that the Golden Winged Dapeng clan withdraws from this divine beast clan cooperation. The golden vortex appeared in various places in the human emperor's secret realm, welcoming the return of the Golden Winged Rock geniuses and evildoers in various places. Prince Tianpeng did not hesitate and directly escaped into the golden vortex and left the human emperor's secret realm. Madman, you people of the Golden Winged Rock clan are all crazy with water in your brains. Kong Xuanyu was furious, his eyebrows were raised, and his beautiful face was filled with endless anger. She clearly saved Prince Tianpeng's life, but in return, the other party wanted to kill her to avenge Chu Tian. One can imagine the suffocating feeling she felt in her heart. Prince Qilin's face was indifferent. He said, the Golden Winged Dapeng clan is a piece of rotten wood. If it weren't for the need for their cooperation to open the passage, my emperor would not even discuss cooperation with them. The passage is open. If they want to leave, let them go. I have already notified Prince Xuanwu, Prince Suzaku and others to rush over. We can kill this human race here without him. Starry sky. The icy voice of the heavenly fate dragon emperor suddenly echoed from the cracks. Old Pung Emperor, are you planning to sever your ties with the ranks of the divine beasts? Don't forget, during the mythological era, your Golden Winged Dapeng clan was also enslaved by the human race. If these geniuses who have inherited the human race's heritage from the mythological era were allowed to step out of that enslavement, the impact would be unimaginable. The human race might even rise again. Do you want the Golden Winged Dapeng clan to once again become the mountain food on the table of the human race? Or are you afraid because of the elemental master mark on Chu Tian's soul's forehead and want to withdraw from the battle? The old Pung Emperor had a blank expression on his face as he said indifferently, if this emperor were to annihilate the human race, it would be done with open and above-board strength, not through these underhanded tactics. It is not your turn as a dragon to comment on how this emperor acts. Buzz. The projection of old Peng Huang's soul instantly disappeared into the starry sky, and the pervasive invisible domineering aura also disappeared, causing the strongest humans in the starry sky to breathe a sigh of relief. This old monster was so terrifying and horrible that even if only his soul projection descended and stood there, they felt heavy and breathless in their hearts. The faces of many powerful people in Hengtian realm were still extremely ugly. The faces of many human kings also became more gloomy. Because from Yifan's words just now, they knew that the eternal king Feng Changhao had actually been secretly in contact with the Destiny Dragon Emperor for a long time. In other words, Feng Changhao may have known about the sudden arrival of the genius of the divine beast tribe for a long time, but did not tell them. Shame, treason, the ancient human emperor said in a low voice. Feng Changhao, you are a disgrace to the human race. How could such a shameless and unscrupulous person like you appear in the dignified human king family? The roar of the Hangkong human king shook the heavens. At this moment, the voice of the Tianyan Daozen suddenly rang out from the ancestral court. The human king, the heavenly king emperor, the senior members of the Yi family, and the supreme elders headed by Yi Hongchen have disappeared. They may have fled to the eternal human realm long ago. The perimeter of the holy emperor peak is covered by a sky-covering formation pattern. The entire holy emperor peak has disappeared from its original location. The Yi family's betrayal was premeditated. The Shengxian sect's top brass searched the warehouse and discovered that everything the Shengxian sect had accumulated over a million years had disappeared. It's very likely that the Yi family had taken it all. In an instant, there was dead silence under the starry sky. The three brothers Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan were all stunned and their bodies suddenly began to tremble slightly. In millions of years, the Shengxian sect has never experienced such a large-scale rebellion. Damn it! King Chu Tian almost squeezed out these two words from his throat and suddenly flew rapidly towards the place where the two realms outside the Shengxian sect were connected. I will destroy your entire clan, no matter how far I go. As a dignified founding family, you actually betrayed me. If you continue to exist, how can the Holy Heaven sect still have the dignity to stand tall in the Hangtian realm? Chu Tianxing said hoarsely, pass on my order, the leader of the Shengxian sect's war affairs hall. Immediately lead 50,000 elite troops and follow the deputy leader into the eternal human realm to hunt down. The deep voice of the Hangkong human king sounded at the same time. Such a large-scale betrayal and defection is unprecedented in our Hangtian realm. This king declares that the realm war will begin immediately, conquering the eternal human realm and annihilating the Feng royal family. Pass on this king's order. 1 million Hangtian guards will immediately move out and enter the eternal realm. If I don't destroy the Feng family, I will not only be unworthy of the honor of the human race, but also unworthy of the ancestors of the Hangtian human race. Endless evil spirit filled the air, making the starry sky dead silent. Many human kings had gloomy and cold expressions on their faces, but they didn't know how to respond for a moment because Feng Changhao's actions had indeed touched everyone's bottom line. Asking for external aid and currying favor with the dragon clan, no one will say anything. But now that the divine beast tribe is slaughtering humans in this way, Feng Changhao is still united with them. This can be said to be a violation of the Nine Realms Agreement. Endless murders intent echoed in the starry sky. Send the message, prepare for battle. Prepare for war. Kill your way into the eternal human world and wash away the shame with blood. Chapter 339. Is Yi Qianshang still alive? The strongest people in the Hangtian realm quickly responded to the order of the eternal human king and gave orders to their own sects. As things have developed to this point, the geniuses and evildoers of the major sects have all suffered heavy losses. He had originally planned to declare war on the eternal human realm after the Nine Realms competition. Now is a good opportunity to use the eternal human realm to vent all the anger accumulated in my heart. In the human emperor secret realm, the geniuses and evildoers of the dragon clan and the Qilin clan surrounded the Taiching palace secret realm. Their number exceeded 500. Under the leadership of Kong Xuanyu and Prince Qilin, they continued to bombard the eternal abyss. Xiaodian, Chu Yuyao woke up and slowly stood up. She glanced at the Yi family members who had been restrained by Huaimei, Hilian, and Hangchong, as well as the dying Yi Gulong. After a moment of silence, she said, you saved my sister again. It's because my sister is too soft-hearted. There was a terrifying murderous intent flashing in Chu Yuyao's eyes. The only remaining right pupil suddenly flickered. Time and space overlapped, and the controlled people of the Yi family suddenly exploded on the spot. Xiaodian, leave Yi Fan to me. I want him to regret being born into this world. Chu Yuyao walked towards Yi Fan, who looked pale, trembling all over, and didn't know what to do. She whispered, I saved you because we all came out of the Shengxian sect together. The ancestral teachings of the Holy Heaven sect state that no matter what the situation, when facing an external enemy, we should unite against them. You have betrayed our ancestors' teachings. Yi Fan's face turned pale. The pain he had experienced on the Holy Emperor Peak when he was tortured by Chu Yuyao with the five-colored poisonous snake resurfaced in his mind, and his whole body trembled violently. Come, let me see how strong your Hongmeng holy bone is. Chu Yuyao flashed and appeared in front of Yi Fan. The supreme bone in her chest burst out with supreme power, freezing time and space, and she slapped Yi Fan hard in the face. Bang! Endless fear overwhelmed Yi Fan, making him unable to exert even half of his fighting power. He just roared madly towards the outside of the eternal tribulation abyss. Kong Xuanyu, what are you doing? There are so many of you, but you can't even blast open the eternal tribulation abyss with a magical power. Come and save me. Don't forget, it was you who asked me to cooperate with you from inside and outside. Otherwise, how could Chu Yuyao and others allow you to be surrounded in these 33 heavens so easily? You can't cross the river and destroy the bridge. Kong Xuanyu's gaze was cold, and there was no fluctuation on her beautiful face, not a trace of urgency. In her eyes, Yi Fan was just an ant. Let him delay for some time, and wait for the princes of various tribes to arrive, and kill Chu Tian and all the geniuses of Hangtian realm here, which would be the greatest victory. What a ridiculous thing, arrogance, Kong Xuanyu muttered to himself in a low voice, victory is the ultimate goal. The one who laughs last is the winner. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. This is the truth from ancient times to the present. Seeing that Kong Xuanyu didn't show any emotion, Yi Fan was in despair and started to roar hysterically, Eternal human king, please think of a way to save me. I am the hope of the Yi family. I can't die here like this. I betrayed you because I listened to you. Huaimei, Hilian, and Hangchong watched this scene coldly, standing in different places in the eternal abyss, without any ripples in their expressions. Chu Tian's expression was calm, his eyes were extremely cold, and he seemed not to notice the hundreds of divine beasts and monsters around him, as well as Kong Xuanyu, Prince Qilin, and others. What a son of destiny. In the original plot, the original owner actually died at the hands of such a waste, which is simply a huge joke. From the beginning to the end, Yi Fan was never regarded as his opponent. This time, he was indeed careless, which led to his second sister Chu Yuyao almost dying at the hands of the Yi family. He had many doubts in his mind. Yi family, why dare you betray me? Why do Yi Fan and even the evildoers of the Yi family have such courage? Does Yi Hongchen have the skills and courage to be able to contact the Dragon Emperor of Destiny? There were too many puzzles in Chu Tian's heart. He had a vague idea in his mind, but he didn't dare to believe it, so he didn't rush to destroy those divine beasts and geniuses. Because compared to these external groups of divine beasts, the enemies in the open seemed to be controlled by a big hand in secret. It was like this in the tomb of the human king, and it was the same this time. He was eager to figure it all out. Traitor, you are worthy of calling yourself the Holy Heaven sect's pride. Chu Yuyao walked towards Chu Tian step by step, her face filled with endless cold murderous intent, her eyes filled with poisonous mist, and poisonous insects, spiders, snakes, centipedes, etc. flew out from her sleeves. What good will the Hongmeng sacred bone do if it falls into the hands of a loser like you, even if it possesses the power to defy the heavens? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The double pupils opened, dividing time and space, and the supreme bone suppressed Yi Fan. Chu Yuyao wanted to directly drive these poisonous insects into his body. No, endless fear made Yi Fan roar. He didn't want to experience that kind of unforgettable pain again. The Hongmeng holy bone between his eyebrows glowed, tearing through layers of time and space, trying to break free from Chu Yuyao's control. Chu Tian's heart moved slightly, and from the eternal abyss, a huge force directly suppressed him, causing him to spit out blood in an instant and lose all ability to resist. Being in the same realm, Yi Fan was like an ant in front of him. So what if the Hongmeng Holy Bone is revived? His condensed and substantial spirit, powerful body, and 180,000 secret treasures formed the foundation of his invincibility. For a truly invincible monster, talent is only the foundation. Yi Qianqiang has pinned his hopes on a waste like you. He is at his wit's end. Chu Tian's voice was indifferent and cold. He looked down at Yi Fan as if he was looking at an ant, and suddenly said, "Tell me, is Yi Qianqiang still alive? Is he the one who ordered you to do all this behind the scenes? Where is he now?" Yi Fan's face was pale and he kept vomiting blood. The endless despair and the suffocating feeling of not knowing when he would die made him even more desperate. "What, Yi Qianqiang? I don't know what you are talking about. My uncle was killed by your Chu family a long time ago." But at this time, Chu Yuyao shot all kinds of poisonous insects into Yi Fan's body, causing him to suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. "No, don't torture me. I'll tell you everything." In the eternal royal court, Yi Qianqiang, who was sitting on the throne, had an extremely ferocious expression on his face. Chapter 340 Inside Story. Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, your dragon clan is a dominant clan, ranked 12th in the myriad realms. Are you going to go back on your word? Seeing the most promising descendant of the Yi family being tortured in this way, Gong Xuanyu, Prince Qilin, and even hundreds of mythical beasts and monsters of various races looked on indifferently. Yi Qianqiang's furious roar resounded in the royal court. When has this emperor ever gone back on his word? The cold voice of the dragon emperor of heaven's fate sounded. The orders from the many great divine beast clans have been sent to the various human races, asking them to fully cooperate with you in the battle against the Hengtian human realm and to help your Yi family move to the eternal realm. You have already gained unimaginable benefits. What else can you not be satisfied with? Yi Qianqiang's eyes were bloodshot as he angrily shouted, "My Yi family's most outstanding descendant has fallen into such a state just to help you. Why did your clan's genius just stand by and watch? It's shameless. The reason why we were unable to completely kill Chu Dian was due to the internal conflicts and disagreements within your divine beast tribe, not the problem of my Yi family." The Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor said coldly, "Yi Qianqiang, the reason why this emperor agreed to cooperate with you is because you are a great hero of your generation, a true strong man, and you have the qualifications. Remember, the divine beast tribe only respects the strong. And look at these losers in our family. After Chu Dian showed up, they were almost completely defeated. The owner of the Hongmeng Holy Bone almost wanted to kneel down and lick Chu Dian's feet and beg for mercy. Such a fellow does not deserve the respect of our divine beast clan. Cooperating with him would be a disgrace to my daughter and even to the many true dragon prodigies." "A bunch of rubbish," the Destiny Dragon Emperor said coldly. "Those guys like Chu Dian will be dealt with by my divine beast clan. I support you to replace Feng Changhao, control the Feng royal family, and take charge of the eternal realm in order to destroy the Hengtian realm. What you should be thinking about now is how to defeat the invading Hengtian realm army and how to kill King Chu Dian, King Hengtian Ren, and Tianyan Daozhen instead of yelling at me for these trash. If you can't do it, I'm afraid I will consider replacing someone else to sit on the throne. Proving your value is the basis of our cooperation." The cold and majestic words of the Destiny Dragon Emperor echoed. Yi Qianqiang sat on the throne with a gloomy face. His eyes were bloodshot. He said nothing, but just stared at the screen on the Kunlun mirror. Yi Fan was being gnawed by countless poisonous insects. His flesh and soul were being tormented and he was dying, no longer resembling a human. There was also Yi Gulong, whose sea of consciousness was pierced by Yi Fan and who fell to the ground with only his last breath left. In his mind, there was also his son Yi Feng who was in Hengtian realm, his life or death unknown. He had risked his life to protect and cultivate the genius 3 years ago, but in front of Chu Dian, he was still so vulnerable. Young geniuses are the future of a family. Even though he replaced Feng Changhao and temporarily ascended the throne of the Eternal Human King with the support of the Heavenly Mandate Dragon Emperor and sat firmly on the throne, Yi Qianqiang understood that the Yi family was his roots. His lifelong goal is to lead the Yi family to rise. But now, not only did Chu Dian fail to kill him and break his myth of invincibility, but he also caused his own family to completely withdraw from the Shengxian sect, escape from the Hengtian realm, and wander in this eternal human world without a foundation. Chu Dian, Yi Qianqiang's voice was trembling, and endless resentment was rising and falling in his heart. He suddenly turned his eyes to King Chu Dian, who had already stepped into the eternal realm and was flying rapidly towards the eternal royal court with murderous aura. "Second brother, do you really think you can sweep across the eternal human realm and be invincible?" Yi Qianqiang's voice gradually became filled with endless murderous intent. His deep voice resounded throughout the eternal king's court. "Pass on this king's order. Awaken all the strength of the Feng family. The eternal guards will be mobilized in full force. The King Jiyu Dragon Court, Tianline Palace, and other forces, all high-ranking officials will be mobilized and fully prepared for battle. Pass on this king's order, and have the Heart Demon Saint Lord Jiaoya and other sect masters and saints return from the starry sky to see me immediately to discuss the matter of fighting against the Hengtian realm." There was an unprecedented murderous intent in Yi Qianqiang's voice. Within the Shengxian sect, he was restricted, but in this eternal human world, there was nothing he could not do. So what if the entire eternal human world is crippled? He must make the king of Hengtian, and even all the strongest people of the Hengtian human race, understand that choosing to stand on the side of the Chu family 3 years ago, watching King Chu kill him, and watching the interests of the Yi family being massively encroached upon and suppressed, was the most wrong choice they had made in their lives. Now, in the eternal abyss, Yi Fan, who was tortured beyond recognition, said in a voice so weak that it was barely audible, "My uncle Yi Qianqiang is not dead. He was the one who orchestrated everything behind the scenes. The incident at the Netherworld Human King's tomb, the Human King Heavenly Palace, the ambush and killing of the Hengtian realm's prodigies, the Yi family's defection, and the 8 Human King's arrival at the Shengxian sect were all arranged by him. My uncle cultivated the art of reincarnation to an extraordinary level. He reincarnated into the body of a Feng family genius through the reincarnation of his soul. Many years ago in the Myriad Realm's ruins, my uncle took advantage of the fact that the Heavenly King Emperor had severely injured Feng Changhao and used the supreme yin-yang technique to refine Feng Changhao into a furnace cauldron. However, he preserved his consciousness and prevented him from turning into a murderous demon soldier. Then, in the name of justice for the human race, he persuaded the Heavenly King Emperor and the Broken Sword Goddess to release Feng Changhao. For the past 3 years, I have been cultivating in the Eternal Royal Court and only know these things. Chu Dian, please don't torture me, just give me a quick death." Yi Fan's eyes were filled with endless despair and pain, and his moving lips and weak voice had already made Chu Dian's eyes gloomy to the extreme, and his fists were slightly clenched. Yi Qianqiang is not dead. Heng Chong, Holy Maiden Hylian, Huai Mei and the others were all completely shocked by the sudden news, and endless waves of emotion rose in their hearts. Regardless of whether Yi Qianqiang wins or loses, no one can deny that he is a figure who has left an indelible mark in the history of the Hengtian human race. It was Yi Qianqiang who led the Shengxian sect and completely broke the Siheng Shenzong's position as the strongest sect throughout the ages and ascended to the top. It was Yi Qianqiang who unified the Shengxian sect with his extraordinary skills and led the sect to expand wildly, now possessing the most vast territory of tens of millions of miles in the history of the Shengxian sect. The story of Yi Qianqiang's great battle with King Chu Dian in the Starry Sky, his final defeat, and his death and destruction in the Starry Sky, has been widely circulated among the Hengtian human race and has become famous. Many people even sighed for the fall of this great hero. But who could have thought? This hero did not die. Instead, he used a trick of pretending to build a plank road while secretly attacking Chen Kang. He escaped from the open to the dark, and took all the charges of colluding with foreign races, allowing the Yi family to get away safely. Chapter 341, Starry Sky Tremor. Yi Qianshang. Chu Tian's eyes were calm as he looked up at the sky. It seemed that he could see through the endless void and see Yi Qianshang, who was in the eternal royal court at this moment. As a godfather of his generation, he had to admire Yi Qianshang's deep calculations. He had actually left behind the foreshadowing of Feng Changhao many years ago, and in the original plot that he knew, there was not even the slightest trace of him. He even once thought that it was Feng Changhao who supported Yi Qianshang behind the scenes and manipulated Yi Qianshang to deal with King Chu and the Chu family. Even the death of his mother Jian Kongzu in the ancient sword god clan was caused by Feng Changhao. But in fact, Feng Changhao showed his skills in scheming outside the Shengxian sect, and was eventually forced to kneel 3 times and count down 9 times, losing his dignity as a king. He began to have doubts in his heart, could the big villain hidden behind the scenes in the original plot be so stupid? However, this suspicion did not make him think that this king of the world was actually Yi Qianshang's cauldron, and no one knew it. Yi Qianshang was even able to escape in full view of the public and be reborn into the eternal royal court. He hid in the dark and plotted behind the scenes. Yi Qianshang, I still underestimated you. Chu Tian muttered to himself, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He also had to admit that Yi Qianshang was really not on the same level as his father, King Chu Tian. It was not unfair that King Chu was defeated in the original plot. Even though he was extremely powerful and tyrannical, he had been played around by Yi Qianshang since his training many years ago. If he had not been reborn and was familiar with the development of the original plot, he would have broken Yi Qianshang's various ingenious calculations and caused his prestige to plummet from the peak to the bottom. The Chu family would have undoubtedly perished. His many arrangements disrupted Yi Qianshang's plan. The premise of all this was actually based on the fact that he was in the dark and Yi Qianshang didn't know that he was familiar with the original plot. After Yi Qianshang was reincarnated, he was in the dark, while he was in the light. This led to everything that happened later. The Shengxian sect, and even he, experienced several life and death crises. Now, Starry Sky. When many powerful people in the Hengtian realm learned that Yi Qianshang was not dead but reincarnated into the eternal human realm, they were also plunged into endless horror and shock. Hengtian Ringwang, Chu Tianxing, Chu Tianyan and others all stood there in a daze. The 3 people, Tianyan Daozhen, Lingfeng Emperor, and Givon Sect Master, who had just flown into the starry sky, also fell into a brief blank in their minds. Yi Qianshang is not dead. All of this truly exceeded the expectations of everyone in the Hengtian realm. Until this moment, a speechless feeling of horror surged up from the bottom of their hearts. Their backs were covered with cold sweat, and beads of sweat broke out on their foreheads. They were terrified and fearful. Yi Qianshang, this guy, is actually hiding behind the scenes and manipulating everything. Tianyan Daozhen muttered to himself, looking at Hengkong Human King and saying, what a lucky guy. If Chu Tian hadn't reversed the situation several times and created miracles, which tied up most of the Yi family's energy, I'm afraid all the Hengtian human race's geniuses who participated in this battle would have died. Tianyan Daozhen was filled with horror and was truly terrified. Yi Qianshang, you beast, I will never forgive you. Emperor Lingfeng suddenly roared hysterically, almost going crazy. It turns out that you have been manipulating everything behind the scenes. Feng Changhao's collusion with the Dragon Clan, and this time the Divine Beast Clan invaded the Human Emperor's secret realm, were all planned by you. Beast, beast, beast. The leader of the Givon sect also kept roaring, endless anger surged in his heart, and murderous intent surged like a tide. At this moment, many powerful people suddenly felt endless murderous intent and anger. This time, the sacrifices made by the younger generations of the major sects were so tragic and painful that it was like cutting their flesh with a knife. It would be fine if there were only casualties in the battle. But now they know that everything was caused by Yi Qianshang's manipulation behind the scenes. The Yi family's genius was behind the scenes and colluded with the Divine Beast tribe to cause all this. One can imagine the anger in their hearts. My Shengxian sect actually produced such a traitor. Chu Tianyan was shaking with anger. He roared in rage, after I break through to the Emperor, I will kill this beast with my own hands. No, Big Brother is in danger. At this time, Chu Tianxing suddenly roared and looked abruptly at Hengkong Human King and Tianyan Daozhen. Yi Qianshang has completely disregarded everything. Now that he has been suddenly exposed, and the Yi family has already fled from the Shengxian sect into the eternal realm, he will not have the slightest scruples. King Hengkong and Taoist Master Tianyan also trembled all over, and immediately realized that Yi Qianshang had been hiding so deeply. If he was exposed this time, as the people who knew King Chu Tian best, they would probably kill King Chu Tian. Chu Tianxing suddenly said in a low voice, the sudden betrayal of the 5 top sects, including the Human King, Tianyan Daozhen, and Yin Yang sect, is probably related to Yi Qianshang. It is definitely not a sudden incident. They must be brought under complete and immediate control. Yi Fan's confession was like a flash of lightning, connecting all the previous abnormal incidents together. Feng Changhao suddenly went crazy and targeted the Shengxian sect, ignoring the counterattack of the Hengtian realm. He is deeply in collusion with the Dragon Clan and is willing to be a pawn to deal with the Hengtian realm. Before the 9 realms competition, the 5 major sects including the Yin Yang sect leader suddenly rebelled and attacked the Shengxian sect. It's too late. Taoist Master Tianyan spoke in a low voice, since Yi Qianshang had already prepared the Yi family to escape from the Hengtian realm, he must have also been prepared for the defection of these top sects. The most urgent task is to rescue the Heavenly King Emperor first. Emperor Lingfeng, Sect Master Givon, follow me to the eternal realm to bring back Emperor Tianhuang. I want to see what tricks Yi Qianshang can come up with. The Hengkong Human King nodded, his eyes filled with an unprecedented murderous intent, and said, in my Hengtian human realm, such a major betrayal has never happened before. This is a huge shame. Yi Qianshang must die, and the Feng family must be destroyed. Yi Qianshang's plan is very deep, I will go with you. There was a flash of blood in Chu Tianxing's eyes, and murderous intent soared to the sky. He flew towards the eternal realm with Tianyan Daozhen and the other 2. Third brother, go back to Shengxian sect and gather the sect's top masters to stabilize the families and forces related to the Yi family. Kill those who should be killed and collect those who should be collected. Then gather the sect's masters. At any cost, you must destroy the Yi family and kill Yi Qianshang. Take back the millions of years of savings of our Tianzong and wash away the shame. Endless murderous intent echoed in the starry sky. At this moment, the faces of many human kings were extremely gloomy. So many changes had occurred in this 9 realms competition, and they were all closely related to Yi Qianshang. Chapter 342, Start a War. My fellow human kings, according to the 9 realms agreement, the 9 realms of the human race may not protect each other's rebellion. The eternal human king Feng Changhao has completely trampled on this rule. Plus the previous incident of trampling on the honor of my Hengtian realm. The king of Hengkong said in a low voice, it is reasonable for my Hengtian realm to declare war on the eternal realm and seek justice. If you, the human kings, still abide by the 9 realms agreement, please follow the provisions of the agreement and resist all foreign interference in our human race. Many human kings trembled slightly, their eyes became more gloomy. They naturally understood what King Hengkong meant, which was to let them resist a possible invasion of the Dragon Clan. Deep down, they were extremely opposed to the war between Hengtian realm and Eternal realm. After all, Hengtian realm had a previous record. Emperor Hengtian almost unified the 9 realms and deprived them of their royal status. But according to the Nine Realms Agreement, they could not find any fault with the Hengtian realm at all, and everything was reasonable. Feng Changhao is nothing but a piece of trash. The Feng royal family is also a bunch of trash. What are they doing here? The burning flame human king's face turned pale as he cursed. The dignified human king has actually been refined into a furnace and used to collude with alien races, causing huge losses to our human race. And they are completely unaware of it. The face of the king of the underworld was also extremely gloomy and ugly. Due to historical reasons, the eternal human realm, the burning flame human realm, and the netherworld human realm have the best relationship, which is why they have helped Feng Changhao time and time again. But they never expected that their help was actually calculated and used by Yi Qianshang. At this time, the Xuanwang human emperor said coldly, the war between the Hengtian realm and the Yonggang realm is reasonable and logical. If the alien races interfere, my Xuanwang human realm will not stand idly by. The Starry Sky Human King also nodded and said, the Nine Realms Agreement was drafted by our ancestors. We, the younger generation, will naturally follow and implement it. At this time, the other kings also nodded. Even though they had many calculations in their minds and were extremely reluctant, the existence of the Nine Realms Agreement was of great benefit to all parties, so they had to maintain it. After all, no one can deny it. Because of the mythological era and the unification of all realms, the human race faced too much pressure. A single family could not survive in the world. This was also the fundamental reason why the Nine Realms Agreement was formulated. The Nine Realms Agreement cannot be trampled upon. The actions of the Eternal Human King Feng Changhao and Yi Qianshang leading the Eternal Human Realm have completely trampled on this bottom line. If Feng Changhao and Yi Qianshang are allowed to act recklessly like this, the Nine Realms Agreement will be dead in name only. Buzz, a vast and supreme mythical aura suddenly resounded within the cracks of the starry sky, and the icy voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor resounded. Fellow human kings, before making any decisions, it would be best to consider whether you can bear the consequences. The eternal human race has formed an alliance with our dragon race. They are the dragon realm's most steadfast allies and friends of the divine beast race. If the eternal realm faces the danger of genocide, we will not sit idly by. The cold and majestic voice, carrying a strong threat, resounded across the starry sky, and an endless murderous aura filled the air. In the star space, many powerful people were cold all over, and their expressions were extremely solemn. As things developed little by little to the present, it seemed that something was suddenly wrong. Yi Qianshang actually reached an alliance agreement with the dragon realm. The Destiny Dragon Emperor actually put pressure on many human kings personally. What does the Dragon Clan want to do? Are they going to take action themselves and destroy the Hengtian human clan? A terrifying pressure spread across the sky. Behind the cracks in the starry space, there were even pairs of eyes filled with endless majesty looking over, and they seemed to be the kings of many mythical beast tribes. The eyes of the human king Hengkong were full of bloodshot, and the human king seal appeared on his palm. He sent messages to the Hengtian ancestral temple, communicating with the gods in the world-suppressing monument. But before he could say anything, the powerful and cold voice of the Xuanwang human emperor suddenly resounded across the starry sky. Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, this is an internal matter of the human realm. No foreign race is allowed to interfere. Today, I, the king, am here to express my stance on behalf of the Xuanwang people. The Xuanwang human realm will not interfere in the war between the Hengtian realm and the eternal realm. The dragon lineage within our Xuanwang human realm, and even the sects with other divine beast lineages, are not allowed to participate in this battle. Everything that happened in the human emperor's secret realm belongs to the realm of fighting among the younger generation. This king has no business doing that. But matters within the nine realms of the human race concern the survival of the race. The Nine Realms Agreement has been resolutely implemented and recognized by all generations of human kings. If anyone dares to trample on it, my Xuanwang human realm will be the first to disapprove. Any sect that cultivates the heritage of an alien race should not forget one thing: you are first human and then the heritage of an alien race. The cold and powerful voice of the Xuanwang human emperor, accompanied by his substantial gaze, swept across every strongest person in the sky, cutting through them like a knife. The heavy murderous aura contained in it almost suffocated the leaders of the alien races such as the Fire Phoenix Saint Lord. This great human king, who ranked first among the Nine Realms, spoke for the first time after the arrival of the 12 clan emperors, and actually confronted the Destiny Dragon Emperor head-on. Your dragon race is very powerful, ranking 12th among all races, but don't forget that my human race has 9 realms, 9 great heavenly weapons, the protection of the human palace, and the protection of the ancient human heritage. You suddenly intervened in the human emperor's secret realm and trampled on its majesty. I, the heir of the Xuanwang human race, the Xuanwang, will officially come out of seclusion and lead the younger generation of the human race to fight back. Buzz, the human emperor Zanhuang used his secret technique to send a message directly to Zanhuang, who was in the ruins of Shangqing Palace, asking him to come out and integrate the major royal families of the human race and the human heritage to fight against the evil monsters of the divine beast tribe. A suffocating pressure was felt in the sky, almost suffocating everyone. The terrifying might of the heavenly fate dragon emperor reverberated through the cracks in the starry sky, causing the void to shatter into terrifying cracks. He growled, "Everyone, did you see that? The human race may seem low-key, but in reality they are always ambitious and unwilling to be trampled under our feet. If they seize the opportunity, they will probably enslave us again." This emperor once again solemnly suggests to you that my tribe of divine beasts should unite and invite the overlords of all races to discuss invading the human race again and eliminate this major threat to the myriad races. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were gloomy and bloodshot. He glanced at the Xuanwang human emperor and knew in his heart that this guy suddenly stood up only because the situation had reached this point. If you didn't stand up, it would seriously damage the interests of the Xuanwang human race, and the prestige of the Xuanwang human race would be deprived by Chu Dian. But when Emperor Xuanwang stepped forward, he still relieved some of the huge pressure on the Hengtian human race. Let's start a war, then let's start a war. My Hengtian people have never been afraid in the slightest. It has been a long time since my halberd drank dragon blood. I am afraid you dragons don't have the courage. The roar of the Hengkong human king resounded throughout the endless void. Chapter 343 Despair, How to Fight This Battle. You, Hengkong, are really tired of living in the human world. The Destiny Dragon Emperor was silent for a long time, but he still couldn't get a response from the other divine beast emperors. Then a low and cold voice slowly sounded. There were struggles and internal frictions among the 9 realms of the human race, but they were eventually unified. The 12 tribes of divine beasts have never even been unified, and the internal conflicts and contradictions are far greater than those of the human race. The reason why he was able to persuade the 12 kings of the divine beast tribes to join forces and open the passage to the secret realm of the human emperor this time was thanks to the various shocking phenomena that appeared in the secret realm of the human emperor and the successive emergence of the human king's inheritance. Otherwise, even though the dragon tribe ranked first among the divine beast tribes, the other divine beast tribes might not pay attention to him. But even if they take action, they are limited to sending geniuses from various races to deal with the younger generation of the human race. It is extremely difficult and almost impossible for the 12 divine beast tribes to jointly attack the 9 realms of the human race, unless the 9 realms of the human race really show a clear rise and threaten their survival. However, the current human race is plagued by internal conflicts and is constantly killing each other. A war between the two internal realms is even about to break out. The emperors of various races would even welcome it. How could they possibly waste their own strength and endless resources on a cross-border expedition against the human race? I just don't believe that the strong and talented people in your Hengkong human world can stay in this small world forever. The indifferent voice of the Dragon Emperor of Destiny was filled with endless murderous intent, echoing in the star space, but the power gradually subsided. The eternal human realm is an ally of our Dragon Clan. Our Dragon Clan will assist us at all costs. When necessary, the powerful Dragon Clan members will intervene at any time. The Dragon Army may not descend upon the 9 realms of the human race, but it can aid the eternal human realm. A cold light flashed in the old and turbid eyes of the Xuanwang human king. The reaction within the Divine Beast tribe was completely within his expectations. Among these Divine Beast tribes, even the weakest one, the Vermilion Bird tribe, ranks 48th among all tribes, which is higher than his Xuanwang human world. As long as the human race does not unite, it will pose no threat to the Suzaku clan. On the contrary, the Dragon Clan poses the greatest threat to the Suzaku clan. They are ambitious and have always wanted to be the leader of the Divine Beast clan. Under such circumstances, how could the Suzaku clan agree to join forces to fight against the human race, serve as cannon fodder for the Dragon Clan, and cross the border to fight against the human race? No matter how many of you dragons come, I will kill as many as you in the Hengtian human world. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were full of bloodshot and murderous intent. Now that his relationship has been completely torn apart, if he endures it any longer, he will be sorry for the ancestors of the Heng family. The Dragon Clan and the Eternal Human Clan have joined forces and have already bullied Hengtian realm to his doorstep. If he doesn't resist, he is not worthy of being the human king. Endless evil energy fills the starry sky. Many of the most powerful people in the Hengtian realm return to their respective sects with endless murderous auras, mobilized strong men, and prepared to conquer the eternal human realm. The strongest man in the eternal realm also returned to the royal court with cold eyes following the order from the royal court. Their human king was actually just Yi Tianxiang's cauldron. This was truly a great shame and humiliation. In the 33 heavens, Chu Tian's heart moved, and he received a secret message from the Hengkong human king. Chu Tian, we have declared a full-scale war on the eternal human realm, and a large-scale war will begin soon. The Dragon Clan and Yi Tianxiang have formed an alliance and fully support each other. The Yi family stole the Holy Heaven sect's treasure and defected to the eternal human realm. The Xuanwang human race openly supports our Hengtian realm in fighting against the Divine Beast tribes, but they are extremely wary of our Hengtian realm in their hearts and will definitely suppress it, secretly supporting the eternal human realm. The Xuanwang human king has ordered Xuanwang to come out of seclusion and bring the royal families of various realms to fight against the Divine Beast tribes and compete for the 9 realms ranking. The resources and luck allocated during the 9 realms competition are extremely important. We must achieve a top result. At this time, Hengchang and Saint Hillian were also shocked. Their pupils shrank slightly, and at the same time they received a secret message. The war has begun, Hengchang muttered to himself. Suddenly, an unprecedented pressure came down, making his heart heavy. Chu Tian, our Hengtian race has been at the bottom of the 9 realms for too long. Although top-notch masters have emerged from time to time throughout the ages, the god realm below the top masters is far behind the other realms and lacks foundation. The world needs more resources and luck now. The ancient luck and various resources left over from the mythological era will allow my Hengtian human world to produce more powerful people in a short period of time to prepare for the upcoming war. The beautiful face of Saint Hillian was still as cold as ice, but one could clearly feel a sense of suffocation in her eyes. The 2 worlds went to war. It hasn't happened in millions of years. They are all only in their 20s or 30s, which makes them belong to the younger generation in the world, but now they have shouldered such an important task. This is no longer just about the glory of one world and getting rid of the bottom position, but it involves the life and death of the Hengtian human race. Behind the eternal human realm, there is the full support of the Dragon Clan. Behind the Hengtian human world, there are only other human worlds dragging it down. If we lose this battle, Hengchang's voice trembled, and a hint of fear suddenly flashed in his eyes. For various reasons, our Hengtian human realm has been secretly excluded and suppressed by the 9 realms. It is only thanks to our unity and independence, which far surpasses all other races, that we have been able to hold on until now. The netherworld divine fire was burning fiercely in Huaime's skull. Even someone as detached as him felt an unprecedented pressure at this moment. Grandpa, are you going to burn the last drop of blood of the Heng family and change the current situation in the Hengtian realm? Hengchang suddenly fell into a dead silence. He had always been strong, but now his face turned pale and bloodless. The kings of the Heng family in all generations have fought all their lives to safeguard the honor of the Hengtian human world. The family's strength and foundation are not deep, and the number of people is small. If we lose this battle, the Heng family might be wiped out. It is even possible that the Hengtian human race will be divided up by the other 8 realms. How could a dignified human king be so shameless? Saint Hillian said in a low voice. On the surface, the Xuanwang Emperor united the major royal families to fight against the Divine Beast tribes, but in reality, it is clearly because of your strength, Chu Tian, that the Xuanwang human king has put pressure on you, so he united all walks of life to suppress you. It's shameless. For millions of years, our Hengtian realm has always been at the bottom. This generation is finally trying to reach a higher ranking, and they are uniting to target us. Huaime's voice was filled with anger. In the 9 realms competition, each of the 9 realms has always used their own methods to fight against each other, and at most 1 or 2 realms have joined forces. But this time, almost all the royal families from the other 8 realms are joining hands to suppress the Hengtian realm. Using the power of one realm, we are fighting against the royal families and geniuses of 8 realms, as well as the geniuses and monsters of 11 Divine Beast tribes. Chu Shang, lying in a pool of blood, had a hoarse voice and a sense of despair. The betrayal of the Yi family was a huge blow to the geniuses within the Shengxian sect, and the loss was extremely painful. The Jiyu family, the Su family, and the Duanmu family all lost most of their geniuses. The total number of evildoers in the sect was less than 1/3. After counting, there were only 16 left. After the massacre of the Divine Beast tribe, the geniuses of the top sects in the Hengtian realm were nowhere to be found. Chapter 344, Eternal Moment. How do we fight this battle? Hengchang's voice was filled with despair. How do we fight? Chu Tian swept his calm gaze over the crowd and said, for millions of years, the 9 realms tournament has been fought just like this time. Kill all the way, snatch all the natural treasures and inheritances, kill all the beasts and all the human races, and plunder them until you become the best. There was a murderous aura in Chu Tian's calm voice that was enough to suffocate people. He suddenly raised his hand and threw the dying Yi Fan into the sky. He clenched his right fist and punched out to kill him. Boom! In an instant, Yi Fan turned into a bloody mist, and his soul was directly exploded, giving the protagonist of the original plot a quick death. The rolling blood mist filled the sky, and Chu Tian's calm voice was like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A piece of bone shimmering with purple light fell from the blood mist. Chu Tian caught it and casually threw it to Chu Yuyao, second sister. This piece of Hangmeng holy bone can be used to fill your other eye. The mystery and power of the Hangmeng sacred bone, combined with the supreme bone in the ancient double pupil, the next time you face Prince Tianpeng, you can kill him with your own hands to avenge yourself. Chu Yuyao's whole body trembled as she pinched the purple bone covered with runes in her hand. This was the Hangmeng holy bone, an inestimable treasure. If connected with the ancient secret technique, it could even create a top genius out of thin air. One of the ancient double pupils was blown up by Prince Tianpeng, which had a great impact on her talent. The Hangmeng holy bone could naturally fill this gap, but at this stage, it seemed more important to use the Hangmeng holy bone to enhance Chu Tian's combat power. Congratulations to the host for killing Yi Fan, the son of top luck. You will be rewarded with 10 million destiny points, 1 myth descent talisman, 3 emperor descent talismans, and 50 fortune pills. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Dian's ears at the same time. The protagonist of the original plot was killed, and the rewards of destiny points and various treasures were even greater and more terrifying than the rewards for destroying the top sect, the dragon god sect. Second sister, there are many people out there with talents similar to the Hongmeng Holy Bone. I don't lack this one. Chu Dian looked calmly at the outside of the Eternal Abyss, where Kong Xuanyu, Prince Qilin, the Holy Qilin Emperor, and hundreds of monsters surrounded by various mythical beasts. At this stage, what my Hangtian realm needs is a demon who can support the overall situation besides me. Hangchong, Huaimei, Hylian, hurry up and digest the inheritance you have received and improve your strength. Chu Dian did not cancel the Eternal Abyss. Instead, he stepped out of it and stood tall in the sky. Facing Kong Xuanyu and Prince Qilin alone, he said in a calm voice, I admire your courage. You dare to stay here alone and face me. In the distance, the pupils of Mo Lingxuan, the son of the Holy Qilin Emperor, shrank violently. Endless fear suddenly filled his whole body, causing his body to tremble slightly. The feeling of suffocation caused by Chu Dian's punch resurfaced in his heart. Chu Dian, if this princess were you, she would abandon these rubbish and escape alone. Kong Xuanyu's perfect face was filled with a sense of supreme dignity. She said indifferently, with your strength, we may not be able to trap you. It's a pity that your indecisive character has cost the life of a genius like you. Superior. Kong Xuanyu waved his hand slightly, time and space twisted, and the space turned into a prison, imprisoning Chu Dian inside. Roar, roar, roar. There are nearly 400 mythical beasts and monsters, each as huge as a mountain and full of ferocious power. At the same time, they unleash earth-shaking attacking and killing powers, destroying the heaven and the earth. A moment of eternity. Kong Xuanyu ascended into the void and transformed into a celestial dragon spanning 1,000,000 feet. Endless noble aura permeated her body. Every dragon scale was filled with endless noble aura, and every inch of her seemed to be perfect, created by heaven and earth. The Time Ruins Phantom Silver Dragon, the supreme bloodline of the Tianlong clan, condensed at the junction of the Dragon Realm and the Time and Space Rift. When it was born, it combined the rules of time and space and appeared only once in the mythological era. Kong Xuanyu, the only daughter of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, possesses this bloodline. This is also the reason why she dares to compete with Emperor Shidian, the first Dragon of Chaos, for the position of the next Dragon Emperor as a daughter. The most noble bloodline in the history of the Dragon clan, containing the power of time and space. Endless time and space evolve, and in an instant, it becomes eternity. Chu Dian, who was imprisoned in the cage of time and space, was stunned for a moment. The next second, he was overwhelmed by the magical powers of hundreds of divine beasts and monsters. A tiny human wants to fight us on his own. I don't know whether to call him ignorant or fearless. Prince Qilin's eyes were indifferent, and he transformed into an 800,000-foot-long black Qilin. He raised his feet and stomped towards where Chu Dian was. The Qilin steps on the sky, chaos collapses. Boom. In an instant, the space and time where Chu Dian was located completely collapsed, and everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. Chu Dian, who had the magical power of eternity in an instant and froze time and space and stepped out of the abyss of eternal suffering, didn't even have the chance to react before he was bound and was bombarded head-on by many terrifying magical powers. The rules of time and space are so terrifying that they are suffocating. Among these divine beasts and monsters, the weakest one is at the divine realm, and most of them are even able to condense the Dharma images of heaven and earth. Without any preparation, even a true god would be annihilated in an instant if he was bombarded like this. Brother, the netherworld divine fire in Huaimei's eyes burned fiercely, and she let out an angry roar. The instant eternity was so powerful that he couldn't react at all. Chu Yuyao, Holy Maiden Hylian, and Hang Chong's faces turned even paler. Looking at the sky dragon that spanned 1,000,000 feet, they were filled with despair. Chu Dian, I'm not that idiot Prince Tianpeng. Kong Xuanyu's dragon eyes, as huge as silver stars, were filled with coldness as he said, I'm throwing away such a great advantage and want to fight you one-on-one. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. Mo Lingxuan, why don't you quickly use your 9 virtues holy land to completely destroy this guy's soul? Kong Xuanyu's cold voice exploded like thunder. This princess's father has sent a message and has consulted the elemental controller clan. He has no connection with the elemental controllers. You can kill him, seize the elemental seal, and hand it over to the heaven. Don't stop, don't be careless. The eternal abyss hasn't dissipated yet, and this guy isn't dead yet. Kong Xuanyu spewed out streams of dragon breath, and the might of the gods rolled in, destroying the heaven and earth and continuously bombarding the place where Chu Dian was. The same is true for many mythical beasts and monsters. Their eyes are filled with endless murderous aura, and they constantly use top-level magical powers to attack and kill. After all, they still remember vividly the battle between Chu Dian and Prince Tianpeng. The aftermath alone was enough to destroy their minds and souls, so how could they dare to be careless? Boom, boom, boom. There was still endless fear in the eyes of the Holy Qilin Emperor's son Mo Lin, and he muttered to himself, impossible, this guy is simply unkillable. In the starry sky, the eyes of the Hangkong human king were full of bloodshot, staring at the place where Chu Dian was. Even though his intuition told him that facing such an attack, even a true god would die, Chu Dian would not be able to survive. But he still has hope. Chapter 345 waiting for you here. Chu Dian, since you choose to fight 1 against 100, you must be very confident, right? The king of Hangkong said hoarsely to himself. When the war between the two worlds broke out, the pressure he faced was enormous. The fighting power displayed by Chu Dian is his greatest reliance. As long as he wins first place in the 9 realms competition, he will have a greater chance of destroying the eternal human realm, annexing it, and unifying the human race, which will allow him to make a big step forward. I like this sentence, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Suddenly, a calm and cold voice echoed from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of destruction slowly spread out, and a chaotic sun slowly rose from that area. The world suddenly fell into darkness, and endless chaotic fog rolled up. It turned out to be a huge green cauldron that had expanded to millions of feet in size, spanning the sky of the 33 heavens. Endless chaotic divine light burst out from it, and it would be a star, illuminating the earth for millions of miles. Even outside the secret realm of the 33 heavens, one could see the 10,000 Tao cauldron by looking into the sky. But you, a conceited woman, are not qualified to compete with me for the throne. In the human emperor's secret realm, all the proud masters of the Hangtian realm, as well as all the evildoers of the human race's heritage, rush to the 33 heavens secret realm immediately. I, Chu Dian, will be waiting for you here. Chu Dian's calm voice spread through the Wandao cauldron and spread to 1,000,000 miles away, almost resounding throughout the entire human emperor's secret realm. Zhan Huang, all the major royal families, various foreign inherited sects, princes of the divine beast tribes, monsters, anyone who wants my life, please come here. I'll be waiting for you right here. Chu Dian's voice was calm, without any ripples. The Wandao cauldron roared, swallowing up all the magical powers that attacked him, and there was not a single injury on his body. The Wandao Ding was refined from a divine object of rules, engraved with 10,000 rules. The elemental divine fire melted the 10,000 rules, making it infinitely hard. For Chu Dian, this level of attack could not even break his defense. How dare you be on the same level as Prince Tianpeng? Even if I give you the most powerful and heaven-defying bloodline, you're still just trash. At this moment, the whole audience was suffocated. It's against the will of heaven. Huaimei was suffocating, and her upper and lower jaws were trembling. She was almost scared to death by what she saw with her own eyes. Is this really an attack that someone in the god realm can pull off? Oh my god, the power of the 10,000 Dao Cauldron, combined with Chu Dian's soul in the top level strength in various aspects, except for the young supreme being like Prince Tianpeng who is at the same level, I'm afraid that all forces at the same level can no longer threaten Chu Dian in the slightest. Heng Chang muttered to himself, trembling all over. The impact of this scene on him was so great that he was speechless. He has always wanted to compete with Chu Dian for the position of young leader. But after witnessing this scene, the desire to dominate was completely extinguished. How is this possible? Kong Xuanyu's huge silver dragon eyes shrank violently, and he suddenly felt a breath of death coming. The dragon tail swung out suddenly, breaking through the sky and hitting Prince Qilin heavily on the back. Bang! Prince Qilin was caught off guard, and his huge body of 800,000 feet suddenly crashed into Chu Dian like a huge meteor. Chu Dian, wait until I meet up with Emperor Shidian, and then we'll work together to kill you. Kong Xuanyu failed in his attack and immediately turned around and left, escaping into time and space. He had no intention of fighting to the death. Kong Xuanyu, you bitch. The angry and fearful roar of Prince Qilin shook the sky. He never expected that Kong Xuanyu would suddenly launch a sneak attack and use him as a shield. Don't even think about leaving. Chu Dian waved his hand slightly, and thousands of energies burst out from the 10,000 Dao Cauldron. Time and space were locked, and the cauldron body, which was millions of feet long, fell from the sky. The sky collapsed and everything was crushed. Bang, bang, bang. More than 400 monsters from the Divine Beast clan couldn't even make a sound, with only fear in their eyes. When the cauldron fell, they were crushed on the spot and turned into blood mist. You are nothing but food. How dare you enter the human emperor's secret realm? Chu Dian's voice was calm. He stretched out his right hand, and the magic power of the word, magic, filled the air with endless magic fog. The devouring power burst out, swallowing up the blood mist of the divine beasts in the sky. Chu Dian, I am the son of the Qilin Emperor, you can't kill me. Under the big cauldron, Prince Qilin roared and screamed desperately, bursting out with his innate magical powers and various killing moves, frantically resisting the descending one-now cauldron. He and the holy Qilin Emperor's son Mo Lingxuan became the only surviving divine beasts and monsters under the cauldron. Bang! In the space and time, a beautiful silver-haired figure was squeezed out, his face pale, and fell to the ground. It was Kong Xuanyu who had escaped into time and space, but was squeezed out of time and space by the power of Wan Ding. How can it be so powerful? That's impossible. Kong Xuanyu's perfect face was filled with endless fear. My laws of time and space are not restricted by anything. Not even a god king can stop me. You are only in the god realm, your realm is lower than mine. How could you possibly understand my laws of time and space? Puff, puff. The endless and vast pressure caused Kong Xuanyu to spit out blood continuously. He immediately joined forces with Prince Qilin to resist the pressure of the 10,000 Dao Cauldron, and at the same time, they let out sharp dragon roars, as if summoning something. Indra, you are already nearby, why don't you show up? Come out and save me, now is not the time for internal fighting. There was suffocation and endless fear in Kong Xuanyu's voice. This was the first time she smelled the scent of death since she was born. Chu Dian said expressionlessly, in the human emperor's secret realm, where the geniuses fight for supremacy, life and death are of the essence. Since your group of divine beasts dare to open the passage, they must be prepared to die. Son of the Qilin Emperor, so what? The daughter of the Dragon Emperor will also die here today. In the starry sky, a vast and boundless black Qilin stepped out from the crack and uttered a cold and majestic voice. Chu Dian, let my son go. The Qilin clan will immediately withdraw from the human emperor's secret realm and will no longer interfere in the struggle between your human race and the Nine Realms. Chapter 346, Shocking Kill. Henkong Human King, I ask you, the Hengtian human race evildoer, to stop. This emperor will immediately lead the Qilin clan's proud evildoer out of the human emperor's secret realm. Your Hengtian clan has already offended the Dragon clan and is about to go to war with the eternal human realm. At this juncture, I'm sure you won't think of offending my Qilin clan anymore. On behalf of the Qilin clan, this emperor expresses his unwillingness to participate in your human race's civil war. The shadow of the Qilin Emperor reaches all the way to the sky and the earth, carrying with it a strong sense of majesty. This is also a clan of overlords that is invincible in all worlds. The Qilin clan ranks 23rd among all clans, just slightly lower than the Golden Wing Rock clan. The dreamlike scene and the sudden change of events made many of the human race's strongest people dazzled. Chu Dian's invincible posture shocked everyone. It was not until this moment that they suddenly understood why Prince Tianpeng was so arrogant and unruly, and even dared to clamor to follow the path of the mythical human emperor. From the scene before us, we can better understand how powerful Prince Tianpeng is. Because Prince Tianpeng was able to fight with Chu Dian for countless rounds without losing. But Prince Qilin, who also has the blood of a mythical emperor, and who possesses the blood of an emperor, plus Kong Xuanyu, who has the talent of the Shiksu Phantom Silver Dragon, combined with hundreds of monsters from the mythical beast tribe, could not even break Chu Dian's defense. Prince Tianpeng and Chu Dian's fighting talents seemed to have far exceeded everyone's cognition. The face of the king of Hengkong was extremely gloomy and ugly. The veins on his big hand that was holding the Feng Tian Waji were bulging. He was holding it tightly and didn't make a sound for a long time. How could he not hear the strong sense of threat from the mouth of the mythical Qilin king? He actually asked him to give the order and let Chu Dian release Prince Qilin. But if Chu Dian was defeated, everyone in the field, including Chu Dian, would probably die. How many of the human races from the Nine Realms were slaughtered? King Qilin, is this what your tribe of divine beasts calls a fair and just competition among the geniuses in the secret realm of divine beasts, where life and death are decided at your own discretion? The voice of the human King Hengkong was low, with strong anger in his words. King Hengkong, behind the fight for supremacy among the geniuses is the fight for supremacy among all races. It's the law of the jungle and the strong are respected. Your asking this question will only make this emperor think you are very childish and ridiculous. The Qilin emperor's voice was indifferent, but faintly, one could sense a hint of anger from his words, but it was not directed at the Hengtian human world, but at the Dragon clan. It was obvious that at the last moment of the battle, Kong Xuanyu pushed Prince Qilin forward as a shield and escaped alone, which made him very angry. Behind this is also a reflection of the Dragon clan's long-standing contempt for the Qilin clan. This is probably the reason that stimulated him to take the Qilin clan out of this battle. But at the moment when the voice of the Qilin emperor resounded in the 33 heavens, with a boom, the elemental divine fire within the 10,000 Dao cauldron suddenly swept up and soared into the sky. The 10,000 Dao laws were melted, and the cauldron swelled again. Between Chu Dian's eyebrows, the soul of the chaos arrow walked out and stepped onto the cauldron. The terrifying pressure directly blew up Prince Qilin and turned him into a blood mist. The 800,000-foot-long soul image of Prince Qilin appeared for a moment, and then exploded directly and was swallowed by the blood-colored abyss. In an instant, countless divine beasts and monsters that had rushed over to the secret realm of the 33 heavens were horrified and immediately turned around and fled. In the ruins of Shangqing Palace, Emperor Zan walked out with the royal family of Zan and happened to witness this scene. The Hengtian realm has always been at the bottom of the Nine Realms competition, and has received the least share of human luck. How come it can produce such a shocking monster? The descendant of the Zan family was trembling all over. Seeing that Chu Dian actually beat and swallowed Prince Qilin, he was almost scared to death on the spot. Princess Xuanyu, the most outstanding dragon daughter of the heavenly fate dragon emperor, is also doomed to die. Another member of the Zan royal family turned pale, thinking of the mission they had just received from the human king, to join forces with royal families from all walks of life to suppress the Hengtian human world, which meant facing this perverted monster head-on. He wanted to die. Brother Xuanwang, we are all human beings. There is no need to fight to the death with the Hengtian people. We have been number one in the Nine Realms competition for so long. We have endless resources, luck, and foundation, and they are not short of them in this competition. A woman said in a trembling voice. She was really shocked by the brutal battle in this competition. The invasion of the Divine Beast tribe has caused unprecedented damage to the Nine Realms of the human race and has given her a huge fright. Now she has to go against this guy who kills divine beasts and monsters like butchering dogs. You can imagine how scared she feels. Zan Huang's body was radiant with golden light and his eyes were extremely cold. Upon hearing this, he turned around and slapped the man away, smashing a palace in the distance. The first place in this Nine Realms competition must be for my Xuanwang human realm. Who the hell is Chu Dian? This prince must personally nail him to the top of the human emperor mountain and prove to all the strongest people in the Nine Realms of the human race that I, Xuanwang, am the strongest of this generation of human race. Zan Huang's voice was filled with deep anger and frustration. He felt that as a descendant of the human emperor, the endless glory and splendor that he should have enjoyed had all been snatched away by Chu Dian. The monsters of the Divine Beast clan are just a bunch of trash. If it weren't for Zan Huang growled, his eyes were cold, but he stopped abruptly at this point. Because the Xuanwang human emperor, and even the human kings from all walks of life, were unwilling to go against the 12 human royal clans in their hearts, they asked these members of my royal family to find a place to hide. After all, even if they defeat these monsters from the Divine Beast clan, there will be no benefit except defending them and suffering huge losses. It would be better to let the young and inexperienced people from the Hengtian realm fight the Divine Beasts. But now, because the Hengtian human realm declared war on the eternal human realm, Chu Dian has a great possibility of winning the first place in the Nine Realms competition and becoming the most powerful person, so they were urgently asked to come out, gather together, and suppress Chu Dian. One can imagine how frustrated Emperor Zan was. He possesses a part of the blood of the human emperor, and does not think that he is inferior to the top monsters of the divine beasts such as Prince Tiankai, Gong Xuanyu, Prince Qilin, and Emperor Shidian. He even thinks that this is a great opportunity to suppress them and make a name for himself. Now such a good opportunity to become famous has been snatched away by Chu Dian. Chu Dian, this prince will soon let you know who is the most powerful genius of this generation of human race, who can lead the Nine Realms of human race to achieve great rejuvenation. Let's go to Renwang Mountain and reunite with the rest of the royal family. Zan Huang took his family and flew away to the 33 heavens. Chapter 347, Kirin Tribe's Response. In the starry sky. At this moment, everyone was suffocating. The projection of Qilin Emperor's soul stood there blankly, watching his child being blown up by Chu Dian, his soul and spirit destroyed and swallowed by the bloody abyss. His mind went blank. I just can't figure out how Chu Dian dared to do that. The moment he finished speaking, this guy used all his strength to crush Prince Qilin and devour him without leaving any room for him. This is clearly a practical action that slaps the face of this mythical emperor. The human emperor's secret realm, the battle for supremacy among the heavenly prodigies, isn't that what you, the Divine Beast clan, have always been talking about? Could it be that I heard it wrong? The dignified mythical Qilin Emperor, facing defeat, actually personally oppressed me. As expected, they are just a group of dogs and beasts that our human race has supported to fight against many forbidden tribes. They are inherently lowly. Even if they become the overlord of the myriad worlds for millions of years, they cannot shake it off. Chu Dian's icy voice spread through the Grand Wandao Cauldron and across the endless sky covering millions of miles. It was like rolling thunder, passing through the Kunlun mirror and resounding throughout the starry sky, containing endless strength and dominance. When the geniuses compete for supremacy, the strong are respected. Since you, the Divine Beast tribe, dared to send a group of beasts to participate and slaughtered many geniuses of our human race, you must be prepared to be slaughtered too. No livestock that enters the human emperor's secret realm will be able to escape. All of them must die and become the dried bones on my road to the top. No matter what your identity or background is. Chu Dian's cold and domineering voice, like thunder, exploded from the Kunlun mirror. The Hengtian human race has never feared the armed oppression and interference of any foreign race. The starry sky is suffocating. It was clearly just a fight for supremacy among the younger generation, and Chu Dian was only at the divine realm. He was very young, not even 18 years old. But the domineering and overbearing power displayed made many of the strongest humans feel their hair stand on end and their blood boil. Some of the strongest and most elderly humans even had tears in their eyes when they heard it, and their blood, which had been cold for a long time, began to boil again. This is what the top genius of the human race should be like. He should have the invincible spirit, the courage to look down on the world, and be able to dominate the world without being affected by any external interference. Perhaps this evildoer of the Hengtian human race has a chance to join forces with Xuanwang and restore the invincible glory of our human race. An old man who was almost in meditation murmured to himself. A large number of elderly people of his age were like this. In the vast 9 realms of the human race, not just the Hengtian realm, there has always been a group of the strongest humans who have long cherished the wish to see the day when the human race is unified, revived again, and stands at the top of all races. Even though millions of years have passed, everything about the mythological era seems to have been submerged in the torrent of time and has long gone. In this era, only a small group of people know about the glory of the mythological era of mankind. Countless humans even believe that the 9 realms of humanity are 9 independent ethnic groups. The hope of unifying the human race has become so weak that it is almost illusory and almost extinguished. However, the appearance of Xuanwang, who possesses the blood of the human emperor, rekindled the hope of a large number of old guys like Hengkong Human King. Now seeing Chu Dian like this, facing the mythical Qilin King without changing his expression, they were even more excited. There is hope for the unification of the human race. Ha 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 ha, the Hengkong Human King suddenly laughed wildly, his hair flying, and said, this is the style of the strongest genius of my Hengtian human race. It's my old bones that are frightened. Talented people emerge in every generation, and the old are replaced by the new. Qilin Emperor, do you see this? This is our Hengtian human race's response to you. When the geniuses fight for supremacy, life and death are decided by fate. If you, the Qilin clan, cannot afford to lose, then come on. Our human race is not afraid of interference from outside forces. But if you want to bully the weak, then first ask the younger generation of your Qilin tribe whether they can withstand retaliation. The Qilin Emperor's spirit projection was silent for a moment. A terrifying aura swirled around him, tearing the heavens apart and turbulently shaking time and space. Finally, his spirit projection suddenly and slowly melted away, and a cold voice echoed through the void. My Qilin clan is the sacred beast chosen by the mythical human king. After the mythical age, we are one of the overlords of the myriad realms. We can afford to win, and we can afford to lose. My Qilin clan has no intention of participating in this battle. Dragon Emperor of Heaven's mandate, my Qilin clan officially withdraws from this struggle for supremacy. What does it matter if the inheritance of the human race's mythological era is born? My Qilin clan has accumulated millions of years of experience. If the human race wants to enslave my Qilin clan again, we are not afraid of a fight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In all parts of the human emperor's secret realm, except for Taiching Heaven, passages of the Qilin clan appeared, guiding the evildoers of the Qilin clan to return to the Qilin clan. Dragon Realm. In the Dragon Emperor Palace, the Qilin Emperor also tore through the void and left. Behind him, the deep and furious voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor echoed from the void. Qilin Emperor, are you afraid of being killed by this human monster? Or perhaps you are also afraid of the Elemental Master's mark on his forehead. I have received news that he has no connection with the Elemental Master clan. Your Qilin clan is so anticlimactic that you didn't even dare to say a word when your own prince was killed. Aren't you afraid that if the news gets out, you'll be ridiculed by all the other clans? The Qilin Emperor stepped into the void, his indifferent and majestic eyes looking towards the Dragon Realm origin, and sneered, Heavenly Dragon Emperor, since you are so brave and fearless, why don't you lead all races across the myriad realms and directly destroy the 9 realms of humanity, but hide in the Dragon Realm origin and dare not show yourself? My Qilin palace has not been destroyed. If you have this much time, why don't you think about how to save your daughter first? Let this emperor see how invincible you are. The Qilin Emperor's words were filled with sarcasm, and his figure completely dissipated into the void. His indifferent voice echoed, Everyone, the heart of the Dragon clan has always been to unify the Divine Beast clans and become the leader. Don't let yourself be used by the Destiny Dragon Emperor and harm your own clan. The Emperor's son was used as a shield by the Dragon Emperor's daughter. This is a lesson for us. The Qilin king left, and the old punk king left even earlier. Of the 12 mythical beast tribes, only 10 remain. The 10 emperors, including Suzaku, Xuanwu, Junho, Xuanwu, Pixiu, and Baihu, sat in their seats with expressionless faces, looking at the place where Qilin Emperor left, and did not speak for a long time. Chapter 348 All. Everyone, I swear on my honor to the heavens that I have no intention of taking advantage of any race. All I am thinking about is how to deal with the human race, so as to prevent the human race from rising again and enslaving my race of divine beasts once again. The sun and the moon can bear witness to my sincerity, and the great way can testify to it. The cold voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor resounded throughout the sky. The Golden-Winged Dapang clan is stubborn and unyielding. During the mythological era, the Qilin clan had the closest relationship with the human emperor. They were hailed as sacred beasts and received the most rewards. We must not be affected. The human race is in great internal strife, and the royal families of various realms are full of contradictions and schemes against each other. We, the 10 great divine beast tribes, and the numerous human sects that have inherited our heritage, will help us. If we slaughter them all and seize all the human heritage from the mythological era, it will benefit generations to come, and your names will all be recorded in history. Even if my daughter is killed, it will not shake my resolve to kill all the human race's descendants and royal family members in the 9 realms of the human race and the human emperor's secret realm. My dragon clan will never allow the human race to have even the slightest chance to rise. To prove to you all the strength of my resolve, I have ordered Emperor Shidian to rush to Human Emperor Mountain as quickly as possible and kill the royal families of all realms of the human race to make my resolve known. The roar of the heavenly fate Dragon Emperor resounded. You emperors can now serve as witnesses. Let the princes and princesses of each clan, as well as the geniuses and monsters, come to watch the battle and see if I have any intention of deceiving you. Then, we, the 10 great divine beast clans, will join forces and destroy these little evil beasts of the Hengtian human world. How do you do it? The 9 divine beast emperors were silent for a moment. The mythical phoenix emperor nodded and said, This emperor also believes that although the human race is divided and declining, historical experience tells us that we must not underestimate it. Everyone, although the dragons are overbearing, they have never enslaved us. How about we join hands to deal with the human race first? This emperor agrees. Can destroy the human race first. At the foot of the Human Emperor Mountain, the 9 realms of the human race have come out to unite. It's just right to slaughter them first, and then turn around to deal with Chu. The mythical emperors were finally persuaded. In the secret realm of the human emperor. Puff, puff, puff. Kong Xuanyu spat out blood, her body cracked, and she turned into a 1,000,000-foot-tall silver dragon. The silver dragon's eyes contained endless suffocation and fear. She was really scared, terrified. Chu, give me a chance, we can talk. I am the Dragon Emperor's most beloved daughter. I can be a hostage, and I can also be your mount. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Give me a chance. I am the descendant of the Shixu Wongkong Silver Dragon. I have an endlessly bright future and prospects. I even have the chance to become the first female Dragon Emperor in the history of the dragon race. Boom, boom, boom. The distortion of time and space was frozen, and the 1,000,000-foot-long silver dragon shrank rapidly, condensed in time and space, turned into a small statue, and fell to the ground. The moment is eternal, time and space are frozen. Kong Xuanyu actually used his innate magical powers to freeze himself in time and space, becoming a living dead in order to resist the suppression of the Wan Dao Ding. Chu, give me a chance, I don't want to die. Kong Xuanyu's last words echoed in the sky, turning into a small silver dragon statue the size of a palm, falling to the ground, flowing with shining silver light, and filled with a noble aura. The Wan Dao Ding lost all resistance and fell from the sky with a loud bang, suppressing the little silver dragon statue underneath. You have completely disgraced the Dragon Clan. The Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor's icy voice echoed across the heavens. I declare that from this day forward, you are expelled from the Dragon Clan. You are no longer my daughter, and you are no longer a member of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. Whether he lives or dies, it has nothing to do with my Dragon Clan. The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was cold and ruthless, as if the suppressed female dragon had nothing to do with him at all, and was not his once most beloved dragon girl. It turns out that dragons are inherently lustful and the most ruthless and cold-blooded. Saint Hylian whispered. Heng Chong also nodded and said, There's a legend from the mythological era that a dragon gave birth to 9 sons, each one different. This tribe is inherently ruthless and heartless. Children who are no longer useful to them will be ruthlessly abandoned by them. It is also because of their powerful reproductive ability, which far exceeds that of other mythical beast tribes, that the dragon tribe has become the overlord, second only to the Titan tribe, ranking 12, far surpassing other mythical beast tribes. Kong Xuanyu has an amazing talent, a natural talent that defies all odds, but it's a pity that he was born into the Dragon Clan. The intensity of the conflict within the Dragon Clan far exceeds that of our human race. If she wants to fight for the position of Dragon Emperor, the difficulty will be unimaginable. That Indra seemed to be not far from the 33 heavens before, but he still hasn't arrived. I'm afraid this is the reason. Heng Chong sighed. The netherworld divine fire in Huaime's eyes burned fiercely, and she suddenly said, Cousin, I read in an ancient book that the flesh and blood of the Dragon Clan seems to have the effect of enlarging breasts. I will ask my eldest brother for some later, and I will cook Kong Xuanyu for you to taste. Buzz. A blue light flickered, and an icy atmosphere filled the air. Before Hylian could finish his words, a severe coldness spread out, freezing him directly into an ice sculpture with a skeleton inside, and the netherworld divine fire in his eyes burning fiercely. Duan Muwaner, tell me, does the flesh and blood of the dragon race have the effect of enlarging breasts? I found this out in ancient books. Is this the reason why you were so big? After all, your Shangxian sect has suppressed so many dragons, and you must have eaten a lot of dragon meat. Huaime's voice came from the iceberg. It was not like before the 9 realms competition, when she was frozen and unable to make any sound. Having inherited the legacy of the mythical netherworld king, his strength has already surpassed that of Saint Hylian. You pervert, I will kill you. Duan Muwaner's round little face turned red like a red apple. In fact, she was used to Huaime's frequent pestering and nonsense, but this was the first time she did this in public. But she was just yelling and didn't really take any action. She also understood that within the Shunxian sect, the only one who could suppress Huaimei was Chu Dian. Saint Hylian was silent for a moment, looking at Huaimei who was not affected at all with complicated eyes, then turned around, sat cross-legged to the side, and began to meditate and practice. In this 9 realms competition, her strength and progress have once again been left far behind by Chu Dian. Even her junior fellow apprentice Huaimei seemed to be much stronger than her, which was a huge blow to her who had always been proud. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Wandao cauldron did not disappear. Chu Dian's chaos-era soul stood on the Wandao cauldron, like a towering chaotic mountain, reflecting endless divine light and illuminating millions of miles. Evil beasts of the divine beast clan, I will be waiting for you here. Those of the human race in the human emperor secret realm who wish to survive should come to the 33rd heaven. No matter who they are, as long as they are not cultivating an alien heritage and their body and bloodline are not altered, they are all members of the human race and can receive the protection of the Hengtian human realm. First place in this 9 realms competition will definitely come from my Hengtian realm. Royal families of the 9 realms, if you are not convinced, feel free to come to the 33 heaven secret realm. I, alone, will fight all of you. Chu Dian's calm and domineering voice resounded throughout the human emperor's secret realm. Chapter 349, Secret Realm Shock. To the human race's heavenly pride in the human emperor's secret realm, I am the current heir of the Xuanwang royal family and the possessor of the human emperor's bloodline. At the moment when Chu Dian's voice resounded through the sky, a voice filled with a strong sense of majesty resounded at the same time, on the other side of the human emperor's secret realm, on the top of the human emperor mountain. This prince has just emerged from seclusion. Upon hearing that the divine beasts have invaded and ambushed and killed our human race, I am filled with immense anger and deep sorrow. The divine beasts are tyrannical and cruel without reason. As the only holder of the human emperor's bloodline in millions of years, this prince is willing to shoulder the great responsibility of the human race and lead all the proud fellows to resist the alien race. The proud people who wish to follow this prince and seek his protection can immediately come to the summit of Renwang Mountain in the center of the Renwang secret realm. You proud and evil spirits of the divine beast race, please do not bully the weak with your might. This prince, leading the proud and evil spirits of the human race, awaits you at the summit of human emperor mountain to fight. The cold and majestic voice of Xuanwang seemed to resonate with the rules of the human emperor's secret realm, spreading from beyond the endless sky. Boom, boom, boom. The bloodline of the human emperor is unique throughout the ages. Even if the Zan emperor only possesses a part of the human emperor's bloodline, his resonance with the secret realm of the human emperor is unmatched by any monster since the mythological era. Chu Dian, you are a rare monster that has only appeared since the mythological era of the human race. This prince cannot bear to see you fall at the hands of the alien beasts. You can immediately lead the geniuses of your Hengtian human world to Renwang Mountain. Because we are all human, this prince can also give you the same protection as the Hengtian human race, as long as you immediately stop slaughtering other human monsters. After the mythological era, successive human kings reached a consensus and an agreement. Humans who cultivate the heritage of alien races are still part of our human race, even if their bodies transform into those of divine beasts. Give up your Hengtian human world's rejection of alien heritage. This prince guarantees that the 9 realms of the human race will also accept you. Zan Huang's voice was filled with the majestic power of an emperor. A grand vision appeared in the sky, with purple air rolling across 100,000 miles, as if demonstrating the great grace of his emperor, the breadth of his mind, and his willingness to forgive past grudges. Zan Huang's voice almost immediately followed Chu Dian's calm and domineering declaration, and it resounded throughout the secret realm at the same time. He was willing to use his own strength to protect all the geniuses of the human race and challenge the monsters of the alien races. His invincible mentality was undoubtedly demonstrated. Chu Dian, the bloodline of the human emperor. The entire human emperor secret realm fell into deathly silence for a moment. Thousands of divine beasts and monsters who were frantically searching for and slaughtering the human race's geniuses looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with terrifying murderous intent. How dare the tiny human ants be so rampant? Facing the one-sided massacre of the divine beast tribe and the total defeat, some humans actually dared to raise a flag and call on all humans to declare war on the divine beast tribe. They are really too ignorant human ants. A white tiger as huge as a mountain roared to the sky, filled with murderous aura, and led hundreds of pure-blooded white tigers of the white tiger clan behind it, heading towards the human emperor mountains. But compared to that Chu Dian, the human emperor bloodline interests me more. The white tiger emperor has sent a message. The dragon clan emperor Shidian has summoned all the divine beasts and demons to the human emperor mountain. He will personally shock the human emperor bloodline Xuanwang. Let's go. If Indra is defeated, I would like to taste the blood of the mythical human king. The white tiger clan's inherited sex genius disciples in the 9 realms of the human race followed at a distance at the back of the white tiger team. Different degrees of alienation appeared in various parts of their bodies, transforming towards the white tiger clan. Looking at the great pure-blooded white tiger monsters, their eyes were full of longing and awe, hoping that one day they could be reborn, sublimely improved, and completely transformed into great white tigers, breaking away from this humble human bloodline. Lord Tianyu, I, the demonic tiger Holy Land, will lead the way for you. A demon saint at the peak of the divine realm flew to the front, prostrated on the ground, and said respectfully. Boom, boom, boom. In various places of the human emperor secret realm, the divine beasts who were searching for the monsters of the human race were also gathering towards the human emperor mountain from all directions under the instructions of the emperors of each race. Xuanwu, Suzaku, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Junho, Pixiu, Phoenix, Dragon Clan, Daodi, Zuyan. The 10 most powerful and evil beasts in the universe are gathering in one direction. After slaughtering countless geniuses of the human race, the bloody steed that reaches the sky is almost suffocating. At this moment, the human geniuses who were hiding in various caves, tree holes, and underground, with pale faces and full of fear, faced the departure of many alien monsters. After hearing the voices of Chu Dian and Zan Huang, they finally dared to slowly release the magic stone and look for nearby human geniuses to reunite. The human king sent a message, asking us to go to the human emperor mountain and meet up with Xuanwang, the bloodline of the human emperor, to jointly deal with the massacre of the divine beast tribe. The holy son of the Beidou Holy Land in the starry sky human realm said in a low voice to his companions who had gathered together. The people of the starry sky royal family are also over there, urging us to go there immediately. Go to hell. At this moment, a slender and graceful woman, her face covered in blood, cursed angrily, Holy Son, I used the demonic soul-searching method to search the sea of consciousness of a disciple of the burning sky dragon palace. From his mind, I learned that these royal families are beasts. They had already learned about the invasion of the divine beast tribe from the disciples of the divine beast inheritance sects in advance, so they all prepared in advance and hid, watching this, the human inheritance, be ambushed and slaughtered. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Chu Dian, the monster from the Hengtian human world, who resisted the alien race and threatened their prestige, these royal families wouldn't care about our lives at all. They would only talk about the struggle for supremacy among the geniuses and life and death is determined by fate. At this time, a male disciple also shouted angrily, that's right, they just don't want to offend the divine beast tribe. They were forced to come forward under Chu Dian's coercion. I suggest we go to the 33 Heavens ruins. Those royal families are so high and mighty, they just treat us as cannon fodder. If we go, we'll probably die. On the current secret realm points list, Chu Dian ranks far ahead and is the only human in the top 10. I think it would be a better choice to join him and jointly deal with the alien race. However, some Beidou disciples expressed different opinions, believing that Chu Dian was just lucky. After all, points depend on the number of adventures obtained and cannot reflect absolute strength. The sound of the human emperor's bloodline caused a huge vision in the human emperor's secret realm. Its strength was obvious. For the sake of everyone's life and future, they should go to the human emperor mountain to join Zhan Huang and the major royal families. Chapter 350 Human King, I refuse. Well, let's judge by the deeds, not the heart. Beidou Saint also nodded and said in a low voice, no matter what the starting point of Xuanwang and the many royal families is, they are more powerful, control more resources, and have a greater grasp. This saint's son also believes that we should head to Renwang Mountain. But since this is a matter of life and death, I will not force you. I will not stop anyone who wants to go to the 33 Heaven secret realm. After all, what those royal families did was indeed excessive. As long as we can walk out of the human emperor secret realm alive, we are still fellow disciples. The situation is urgent. Anyone who wishes to go to Renwang Mountain must follow this saint's son immediately. The holy son of Beidou immediately flew towards the Renwang Mountain. Most of the Beidou geniuses who survived by chance gritted their teeth and followed him. The reputation of the mythical human emperor has resonated throughout the ages and has had a tremendous impact on the human race. Even though Chu Tian suddenly appeared, in the eyes of all human geniuses, the Zhan emperor is more powerful than Chu Tian and is much more trustworthy. This is the word, human emperor, an endorsement of Zhan Huang. In the Beidou Holy Land, only a small group of 4 or 5 people, led by a slender woman with a bloody face, gritted their teeth, disgusted by the behavior of the royal descendants, and turned around to fly to the ruins of the 33 Heavens. The same scene appeared in various places of the human emperor's ruins and in many surviving human sects. In the end, nearly 80% of the human race's disciples chose to fly to the human emperor mountain to reunite with the major human races. They chose to believe that Xuanwang was powerful and could lead them to defeat the alien races and leave the human emperor's secret realm. Starry Sky. The human emperor's bloodline is a heaven-defying bloodline envied by the heavens, invincible for eternity. The Starry Sky human king's expression was indifferent, his brows slightly furrowed. He looked at the Hengkong human king and advised, at this moment, do you, the Hengtian human race, still want to stand out from the crowd? The Zhan emperor has a broad mind and has chosen to put aside past grudges and is willing to protect your Hengtian human race. Hengkong human king, why don't you give the order and let Chu Tian lead your Hengtian's Dianjiao to provide support? I remember, King Hengkong, haven't you always strongly supported the bloodline of the human emperor to shoulder the responsibility, unify the human race, and achieve the great rejuvenation of the human race? Many human kings also looked at the human king Hengkong and asked him to send a message to Chu Tian to go to Renwang Mountain for support immediately. Bullshit. Chu Tianyan was furious. Before the human king Hengkong could say anything, he cursed and yelled. Even if there were many human kings, he was not afraid at all. My nephew fought bloody battles all the way, experiencing life and death. My Shangqian sect paid a heavy price in casualties before he finally gained a foothold in the 33 Heaven secret realm. That bastard Xuanwang is in the Shangqing Palace secret realm on the next level. Why hasn't he shown his broad mind yet? What nonsense are you talking about the justice of the human race? What were you doing before? You were dreaming if you want me, the Hengtian human realm, to voluntarily give up first place in the competition and go to support Xuanwang and obey his command. Human king, you must not listen to their nonsense. I need to think about it. But at this time, the king Hengkong spoke hoarsely, his eyes were filled with bloodshot, his pupils were bloodshot, his whole body was trembling, and it was obvious that he was struggling in his heart. What the Starry Sky human king said was right. He had always valued Zhan Huang, but he was angry that Zhan Huang did not fight for his country and hid in the ruins of Shangqing Palace. Now that Zhan Huang is willing to take the initiative and shoulder this responsibility, the fire of hope in his heart is burning again. Human king, you. Chu Tianyan's pupils widened with anger, and he was completely stunned when he saw the reaction of Hengkong human king. Human king, you can't. Chu Tianyan's voice was hoarse to the extreme. Xiaodian is no less powerful than the bloodline of the human emperor. Can't you see that now? How could this king not understand? Hengkong human king said in a low voice, I cannot help but understand what the human emperor's bloodline means. It is a tremendous appeal. The eternal plans of the human race are all carried on his shoulders. He is the hope of the human race. My Heng family has fought bloody battles for generations, all for the revival of the human race. The human king Hengkong roared and suddenly used a secret technique to send a message to the many geniuses in the secret realm, asking them to go to the human emperor mountain to support Xuanwang. Human king, how could you do this? Chu Tianyan roared and almost went crazy seeing this. If the person in front of him was not the human king who was deeply respected by many powerful people in the world, he would have drawn his sword and slashed at him. Chu Tian. At this time, in the human emperor's secret realm, Chu Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the Taiching Palace, frowned slightly, and the trembling voice of the Hengkong human king sounded in his ears. Chu Tian, let me first say that I absolutely respect your choice. However, this king hopes that for the greater good of humanity and the unification of the human race, you will put aside your past grudges and lead the talented people from our realm, Princess Xingxuan, Jian Kong from the ancient Sword God clan, and the talented people from the 9 realms who have come to you to support Zhan Huang at Renwang Mountain and fight against the alien race. But the choice is yours. This is not an order, but a suggestion. My Heng family has fought so hard and sacrificed so much for the human race throughout the generations. Xuanwang is the greatest hope I see before my death, so this is an order I have to make. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. At this time, the top monsters in the Hengtian realm, including Holy Maiden Hylian, Huaimei, Chu Yuyao, Hengchong, Chu Shang, etc., slowly opened their eyes from their breathing exercises, their faces looking extremely ugly. They slowly raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. The same applies to Hengchong. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Why do you ask us to support Zhan Huang? Hengchong roared angrily, with a sense of hysteria. Grandpa, are you getting senile? Those royal families wish to see all of our Hengtian race's proud heroes die. They were born to suppress us. We offered our heads to them so they could chop them off. The hoarse voice of the Hengkong human king rang out, saying, Chonger, Grandpa is not senile. This is the mission of our Heng royal family. For the independence and revival of the human race, we will fight for our entire lives at all costs. As the only descendant of the Heng royal family in the secret realm, you must go. Winning first place in the 9 realms competition is important, but not as important as the great rejuvenation of the human race. Even if we can't get first place in the 9 realms competition, we can still get second place or even the top 5. We can gain tremendous luck, which is enough for our Hengtian realm to conquer the eternal realm. In an instant, Hengchong's face turned pale and he stood there, with all his sound stuck in his neck. Saint Hylian, Huaimei, Chu Yuyao and other geniuses of his highness, including the geniuses of other sects of the Hengtian human race, also looked slightly pale. Their firm fighting will was greatly shaken by the words of the Hengkong human king. They subconsciously cast their gazes towards Chu Tian, as if asking for Chu Tian's opinion. After the previous battles, Chu Tian has established a strong prestige in their hearts and has truly become the leader of the younger generation of Hengtian realm recognized by them, rather than just a verbal leader appointed by the Hengkong human king. Human king, I refuse. Chapter 351, Challenging Authority. At this time, Chu Tian's expression was calm, and his indifferent voice resounded throughout the entire palace, and even through the Kunlun mirror, resounding in the starry sky. King Hengkong was breathing heavily, and his whole body was shaken when he heard Chu Tian's words without hesitation. Chu Tianyan grinned, feeling faintly relieved. This is the heir to my Chu family, the holy son of the Tianzong. Screw the blood of the human emperor. We won't tolerate this humiliation. This is the character of Chu Tian that he knows. He seems mature, but in fact he is determined. As long as it is what he wants to do, he will not be disturbed by the outside world in any way. Even though King Hengkong is the leader of the Hengtian realm, has done Chu Tian a great favor, and is extremely supportive of the Shengxian sect, it won't work. The eyes of many human kings were cold, especially the Xuanwang human king. A murderous look suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Chu Tian with even a hint of murderous intent. This kind of unruly guy, who has no respect or reverence for the bloodline of the human emperor, is not worthy of being the first general under the Zan emperor, no matter how talented he is. He is even less worthy of following the Zan emperor to the top of the world and enjoy endless glory. Chu Tian's expression was calm and indifferent. King Hengkong's words did not surprise him. After all, in the original novel, his hair turned white overnight because of Emperor Zan's kneeling and begging for mercy. The human King Hengkong had placed all his hopes on Xuanwang. But King Hengkong's choice doesn't mean he will necessarily obey it. He had already learned that Emperor Shidian, the Chaos Dragon Emperor who defeated Xuanwang in the original plot, had led all the true dragon monsters of the Dragon Clan, as well as the monsters of various divine beast tribes, to the human Emperor Mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, the scenes in the original plot will probably be repeated. In fact, the current Xuanwang was just born, instead of going through many trials and tribulations and becoming a god king before going to the ruins of 10,000 worlds and being defeated by Emperor Shidian in the original plot. The will of the current Zan Huang is not even as firm as it was back then. It is very likely that he just thought that the monsters of the divine beast clan were weak because he saw him easily kill the Qilin prince and suppress Kong Xuanyu, so he spoke arrogantly just to show off. The outcome will probably be tragic. Human king, I think you've placed too much hope on the so-called human emperor bloodline, transferring your reverence for the mythical human emperor to the Zan emperor. Chu Tian frowned slightly. He didn't want to say more, but Hengkong human king had helped him after all, so he said, Zan Huang is Zan Huang. Shenhua human emperor has nothing to do with him. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Zan Huang is not worthy of my loyalty, nor can he shoulder the responsibility of fighting against alien races and unifying the human race. I also can't let these monsters of human heritage who chose to follow me go to human emperor mountain and die. In the starry sky, the face of King Hengkong became even paler. Chu Tian's calm eyes swept over the many geniuses in the hall. His words were calm, but with an air of unquestionable confidence. In the human emperor secret realm, I am the young leader of the Hengtian realm. When I am on the battlefield, I am not subject to military orders. Without my order, no one from the Hengtian realm is allowed to go to Renwang mountain. Heng Chong, including you. Chu Tian turned his eyes to the pale Heng Chong. I don't care what royal bloodline you or what responsibilities you have. I said, in the human emperor secret realm, everything must be done according to my will. Anyone who dares to disobey will die. There was a strong sense of murderousness and majesty in Chu Tian's words. He sat cross-legged on the ground. Although his body was motionless, he faintly exuded an unparalleled domineering aura. Yes, big brother, we will all listen to you. Huaimei scratched her head habitually, her voice excited, and she immediately half knelt on one knee on the ground to show Chu Tian that she obeyed his orders. After everything that happened in the tomb of the Netherworld King, he had already made up his mind to follow Chu Tian wholeheartedly. But King Hengkong is the king of Hengtian realm after all, and even his master, Taoist Master Tianyan, has to obey his orders, so he dare not refuse directly. Now that Chu Tian has spoken, he will naturally listen to Chu Tian. Chu Yuyao, Holy Maiden Hylian, Chu Shang and other geniuses were extremely shocked when they saw Huaimei's actions. They did not expect that Huaimei, who had inherited the legacy of the mythical human king, would actually kneel down to Chu Tianja. But he hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, Chu Yuyao took the lead and slowly knelt down, as if to indicate that in the human emperor secret realm, Chu Tian was the leader, regardless of whether they were siblings. Everything is under Chu Tian's command. Holy Maiden Hylian gritted her teeth and knelt down. You saved me once in the outside world, and you saved me again just now. In the human emperor secret realm, you have the final say. But when we return to the outside world, I will still compete with you for the top spot on the Hengtian ranking. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, the 10,000 Dao cauldron, which had never dissipated, began to vibrate violently, emitting endless rolling Dao energy. Chu Tian's voice resounded throughout the human emperor's secret realm. The pride of the Hengtian realm, rush to the 33 heaven secret realm immediately. Anyone who disobeys this will be considered a traitor and will be killed without mercy. Chu Tian's indifferent words contained an undoubted murderous intent. After all, Xuanwang's fate was almost certain, and he could not allow his subordinates to run to Renwang mountain to be used as cannon fodder, die, and be slaughtered by the divine beast tribe. Even though Xuanwang gathered royal families from all walks of life, he was not optimistic at all. If you are heading to Renwang mountain and encounter any difficulties, you can immediately turn around and come to the 33 heaven secret realm. My Hengtian human race will continue to protect you. Human Emperor bloodline Zan Huang, as long as you come to the 33 heaven secret realm, I can save your life because you have the human Emperor bloodline. In the human Emperor secret realm, everyone was instantly suffocated when they heard Chu Tian's words. Countless human geniuses had their pupils shrink violently, thinking that Chu Tian's words were too arrogant. What does Chu Tian mean? Does he think that Zan Huang will definitely be defeated by the divine beasts and monsters? The starry sky was dead silent. All the human kings were stunned and suddenly looked up at the human king Hengkong. They never expected that Chu Tian would dare to speak out and openly go against this human king, causing the genius of the Hengtian human realm to immediately go to the secret realm of the 33rd heaven. You were too bold, kid. Chu Tianyan's face turned pale. After all, Chu Tian was in the 33 heaven secret realm, so it would have been fine if he did this, but he actually made all the monsters in the human king secret realm listen to him. This was too crazy. This is a challenge to the authority of the human king. Chapter 352, Sowing Dissension. He is extremely audacious. At such a young age, he dares to question the authority of the human king. If he is really allowed to grow up, will all the human king families of the 9 realms be replaced by him and trampled under his feet? The king and human king said with cold eyes. The Heng family's contributions to the human race, especially to the Hengtian realm, were recognized by the 9 realms. It can be said that without your Heng family, there would be no Shengxian sect today. This kid is relying on his parents and doesn't even take the authority of the human king seriously. The burning flame human king's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked at the Hengkong human king and said, Hengkong, this is what you defended with all your might, even going to war with the Feng royal family for the Shengxian sect. But like father, like son, this little beast doesn't take you seriously at such a young age. It must be the influence he received since childhood. Fengyan human king, you're bullshit. Chu Tianyan's eyes turned red when he heard this. How could he not understand that the Fengyan human king was taking the opportunity to sow discord? He immediately shouted angrily, my Shengxian sect has always firmly maintained the status of the Heng family's human king for millions of years. During the era of Saint Ancestor Duanmu, the Heng family was weak and in decline. The contemporary human king couldn't even break through the emperor's throne. It was my Saint Ancestor, on behalf of the Shengxian sect, who took the initiative to unite with the Seheng holy sect to fully maintain and resolutely allow the Heng family to become the human king. My eldest brother, King Chu Tian, had an epiphany after entering the heavenly ranking after the myriad world's ruins. He then returned to the Hengtian realm and didn't even offer sacrifices to the ancestral tablets of the sect. He first went to the ancestral temple to pay his respects to the human king. The determination of our Shangxian sect to protect the throne of the Heng family king is witnessed by heaven and earth and is recognized by the Hengtian realm. Human king, this guy is trying to sow discord. You must not be influenced by him. Xiao Dian was only worried about the safety of the Hengtian realm's prodigy and made the decision in a moment of desperation. However, before the Nine Realms competition, when the Yin-Yang sect leader questioned him, Xiao Dian publicly expressed his position. Chu Tianyan was extremely anxious, fearing that the Hengkong human king would become emotionally unstable and do something irrational in a moment of desperation. Human King Fenyan, Human King Kingming, keep your mouth shut. It's not your turn to comment on the internal affairs of our Hengtian human realm. Human King Hengkong's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was shaking violently with a small but sharp amplitude. Anyone could see the ups and downs of his emotions, but he still angrily rebuked the two human kings for their provocations before saying to Chu Tianyan. Master Tianyan, don't worry. I may be old, but I'm not confused. I can see everything clearly. Don't worry, everyone in the Heng family understands that Shangxian sect is protecting our Heng family status. Furthermore, if my Heng family ever becomes unworthy of the position of human king and is unable to lead the Hengtian realm to glory and shoulder its responsibilities, then it would be understandable if your Shangxian sect, or other sects, wanted to take over. When our ancestor Hengtian was still alive, he once said that if the descendants of the Heng family are unworthy of their position and occupy the toilet without doing anything, then the descendants of the human race should take the throne of the Heng family's human king and replace them. The human king family has never had any privileges. King Hengkong was breathing rapidly and his face seemed even older. Chu Dian's words seemed to have dealt a heavy blow to him. Human king, Xiao Dian definitely didn't mean that. You misunderstood. After hearing what the human king said, Chu Tianyan became even more anxious, but he didn't know how to explain. You don't need to explain. Hengkong human king waved his hand, his face becoming increasingly aged, and a decayed aura emanating from him. He said, go back and mobilize the mighty men of Shangxian sect to prepare for war. Even if I die, I will eliminate this traitor, Yi Tiansheng, before I die, to prevent him from leaving behind a great threat to future generations. Don't worry about this. If there's an emergency, I'll let you know. Yes, human king. Chu Tianyan smiled bitterly and had to turn around and fly away helplessly. He felt both amused and helpless at Chu Tian's audacity. When a general is on the battlefield, he may not obey military orders. King Hengkong kept muttering these words to himself, his eyes becoming more and more complicated, and he finally chose to remain silent. Although he still insisted that Xuanwang's bloodline of the human emperor was the hope for the unification of the human race and the realization of a great revival. But Chu Tian fought on the front line, experienced life and death, and because of his mistakes, he almost died in the tomb of the Netherworld King. Chu Tian had also fought against Zhan Huang before. Although he did not agree with Chu Tian's view that Zhan Huang would definitely lose. But he still chose to respect Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian was fighting for the interests of the Hengtian realm, and he was protecting the young geniuses and evildoers of the Hengtian human race with all his strength. He had no reason to blame anyone. As the young leader of Hengtian realm, Chu Tian is indeed the person in charge in the human emperor's secret realm. Chu Tian, I respect your choice, but the decision I made was correct. Hengkong human king muttered to himself, after the mythological age, the human race has been divided for too long. The 9 great human king families have each ruled their own territories. Even Hengtian's ancestors could not unify the nation again. Only when a descendant of the great mythological human emperor is born and inherits his legacy can we unite the people and bring the 9 realms of the human race together around him again. The human race can only rise if it is unified. Relying solely on the Hengtian human race, it can only barely protect itself, but reviving the human race is often impossible. When you grow up, you will understand me. You're asking for your own death. The murderous intent in the eyes of the Xuanwang human king had become extremely strong. The strongest people in the other 8 realms, and even the human kings, were extremely in awe of the Xuanwang who possessed the blood of the human emperor. Only this Chu Tian provoked the Xuanwang again and again, disrupted his plan for his first birth, and damaged the Xuanwang's majesty. Zhan Huang, you need some powerful human monsters to protect you and follow you, but this Chu Tian deserves to die. If he continues to be so arrogant, grandfather will allow you to kill him on the spot without holding back. The Xuanwang king directly conveyed the message to his grandson using secret techniques. Renwang Mountain, with its light golden color all over, is the highest peak in the Renwang secret realm. It is said that it was once the place where the mythical human king, accompanied by 9 great human kings, 13 guardians, 33 heavenly generals, and all the important civil and military officials of the court, was enthroned. It holds endless mysteries. The top monsters of the human race in all generations, after entering the secret realm of the human emperor, would come to the human emperor mountain to pay homage, to admire the glory of the human race's mythological era, and by the way, to see if they could obtain a piece of the human emperor's inheritance here. However, after millions of years in the exploration of many geniuses, there has been no movement or fluctuation in Renwang Mountain. It seems that it is really just the place where the Renwang was enthroned. Xuanwang stood on the top of the mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist. Below, many descendants of the human king family stood in the front, followed by many human inheritances from the 9 realms, and even the inheritance sects of the gods, demons, spirits, etc., in addition to the inheritance sects of the divine beasts, all gathered towards the human emperor mountain one after another. It can be said that in addition to the geniuses of the Hengtian realm and the holy places of the sects that practice the inheritance of the divine beasts, 70% to 80% of the geniuses of the 9 realms of the human race have gathered here. Even if they are not here to fight against the divine beasts and monsters, they are here to admire the majesty and greatness of the bloodline of the human emperor. Chapter 353, Not knowing the highness of heaven and the thickness of earth. Chu Tian, what kind of person is he? Grandpa, you think too highly of him. He's not even qualified to be my enemy. Conquering the human race's genius is just a side job on my way to the top. Conquering the monsters of all realms is my ultimate goal. As the holder of the human emperor's bloodline, how could I bother with an ignorant human child? Zhan Huang muttered to himself, standing on the top of the mountain above the clouds, looking down at all living beings, his eyes filled with endless indifference and majesty. A terrifying roar that looked down on the world filled the air, and faintly seemed to resonate with the entire Renwang mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Faintly, this mythical mountain where the emperor of man was enthroned to offer sacrifices to heaven seemed to have revived. The mountain was flowing with the color of pure gold, the divine light was vast and the light waves were rolling. A sacred light enveloped the emperor of Zhan, making him look even taller, more majestic and more dignified, making people subconsciously want to surrender at his feet and swear allegiance to him until death. The Renwang mountain, which had not been stimulated by any evil spirits for tens of millions of years, revived on its own after the arrival of Xuanwang and resonated with him. This was simply a miracle. On human emperor mountain lies the Tao essence left behind by the mythical human emperor. This is the human emperor's expression of recognition for the Zhan emperor's initiative to protect the human race and resist the invasion of the divine beasts. He has revived on his own. A woman from the Zhan royal family, her beautiful eyes filled with reverence, took the lead in kneeling down, paying homage to the descendants of the human queen. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, all the geniuses and evildoers in the Xuanwang human world knelt down on one knee without hesitation. After all, even if Xuanwang could not become the human emperor who unified the 9 realms, the position of Xuanwang human king would belong to him. In all the major human realms, except for the top monsters of the major royal families and the monsters at the peak of the divine realm who could support it and were not affected, a large group of people immediately knelt down on the majestic human emperor mountain. At this moment, Zan Huang was truly like the emperor of man. A sense of awe that came from deep within the human blood emerged, causing them to kneel down subconsciously and perform the ritual of Kowtow. Ha ha ha, even the human emperor mountain has recognized my grandson. The Xuanwang human king laughed loudly, looking very proud. Many people's eyes were also filled with shock and surprise. After all, for millions of years, countless monsters have come to Renwang mountain and tried every possible means to gain something from it, but all have returned empty-handed. Zan Huang did nothing but stood on the top of the mountain, causing the human emperor mountain to experience this strange and resurgent scene, which was breathtaking and further strengthened his natural authority as a descendant of the human emperor bloodline. Maybe one day in the future, he will really have the opportunity to completely unify the human race again, the starry sky human king murmured to himself, but almost everyone who stood at the top of the human race would think that this was an impossible thing, including him. Although many human kings verbally respect Xuanwang and express their full support for him, this is based on their awe of the mythical human emperor. If Xuanwang really wanted to unify the human race, he would not only face endless resistance from within the human race, but also huge external interference. It would be impossible. But at this moment, the starry sky human king looked at the scene on the human emperor mountain. Thousands of monsters from the 9 realms of the human race, all of whom were powerful and arrogant, knelt willingly at the feet of the Zan emperor and worshipped him respectfully. Anyone who saw this scene would feel a sense of horror in their heart. In contrast to the scene, Chu Dian's words just now seemed a little ridiculous. How dare that little beast let the bloodline of the human emperor seek his protection? The burning flame king sneered with a strong sense of sarcasm. The descendants of the human emperor are the ones who have the greatest hope of shouldering the great task of unifying the human race in millions of years. My choice is right. The human king Henkin muttered to himself, his eyes becoming more and more determined. Boom! At this moment, a vast chaotic fog spread from the horizon, and waves of dragon power and murderous aura swept across the sky and the earth. We've been performing for so long, isn't that enough? A cold voice, almost devoid of emotion, sounded from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a figure nearly 3 meters tall, as sturdy as a hill, and wearing the robe of the Black Dragon King, suddenly appeared on the top of the human emperor mountain, looking down at Zan Huang. He just glanced at the human monsters kneeling on the mountain, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Legend has it that the heavens were jealous and sent down a divine punishment, forbidding the birth of the human emperor's bloodline. Interesting. The tall figure was shrouded in thick chaotic fog, and his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of black pupils were revealed, which were filled with coldness and ruthlessness, as if he was a killing machine. The phenomenon is quite significant, but I don't know how strong it is and how many of my moves it can withstand. Roar, roar, roar. Across the sky, dragon roars shook the heavens. Suddenly, thousands of real dragon monsters came from all directions, filling the surrounding sky. The smallest one was 20 or 30,000 feet long, and the longest one even broke into the realm of the gods, 20 or 30,000 feet long. Kill, kill, kill. The mountains are full of human blood food, which saves us from having to search everywhere for these ants. Finally, I can have a good meal. Human women have more delicate bodies, much more fun than those arrogant dragon ladies of our dragon race. With a little training, they become extremely obedient. The sky was filled with dragon roars, carrying a strong sense of evil and tyranny, and even lewd sounds resounding in all directions of the sky. Endless divine power mixed with evil spirit raged over the human emperor mountain, making the faces of the human race's geniuses on the mountain turn pale in an instant. The scene not long ago once again appeared in their minds. The dragon clan slaughters the human clan and can be said to be the most cruel among the 12 divine beast clans. Especially the human women, they would rather die than fall into the hands of the dragon clan. Don't be afraid, everyone. The one who possesses the bloodline of the human emperor will lead us to fight against the alien races. The leading woman from the Zan royal family spoke coldly, and then the power of a god emanated from her. Among the major royal families, there are also top-level monsters who can burst out with the power of gods and stabilize people's hearts. If this prince's guess is correct, you are Emperor Shidian, the primordial dragon of chaos. Zan Huang had a blank expression on his face, his hands behind his back. He did not have much majesty, but he was like a high and mighty god, looking down at Indra. How dare you call yourself a prince? Emperor Shidian's voice remained extremely cold and indifferent. As far as I know, after the mythological era, the human race has no emperor. Only kings rule the 9 realms. You are just a descendant of the Zan royal family. You have awakened a part of the bloodline of the human emperor. You dare to call yourself a prince. You are too ignorant and arrogant. Chapter 354 Endurance. The legends of your race throughout history, such as Saint Duanmu and the ancient ancestors of your Zan clan, never dared to call themselves emperors. You are so ignorant of your own limitations, yet your strength seems to be nothing more than this. It's a bit ridiculous. Is your race truly devoid of humanity? They allowed a monkey like you to claim the throne and defile the great mythical human emperor, yet no one stepped forward to stop it. The human race has truly declined. There was a strong chaotic killing light flashing in Emperor Shidian's eyes, so majestic that it shook the sky and made the surrounding area seem to have turned into a chaotic killing field. The scene was extremely terrifying and captivating, and the endless sky suddenly collapsed. The great mythical human emperor, although he once enslaved my dragon clan and used them as mounts and food, he possesses this kind of strength. He is the goal I have been pursuing my whole life. With your strength, are you worthy enough to call yourself the prince of the human emperor? It seems that only I, a dragon, can teach you how to respect this greatest being in history. Kneel down and slap your face. Boom. Indra stretched out his hand, and suddenly, a chaos-colored dragon claw spanning 1,000,000 feet covered the endless sky, as if covering the entire Renwang mountain underneath. The rolling chaotic mist that fell seemed to turn into a huge waterfall. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden eruption of terrifying power caused a large number of human geniuses kneeling on the ground to explode in an instant, turning into a blood mist. Their exposed souls were directly blasted and destroyed. The terrifying power of Emperor Shidian completely exceeded common sense. Even the gods and monsters from the major royal families were terrified. They simply couldn't believe that although he was also a god, this guy's power was so terrifying that it made their scalps explode. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly, retreat to the foot of the mountain. The Zan clan woman shouted angrily. The prince wants to fight Emperor Shidian, the primordial dragon of chaos. The aftermath is beyond our ability to withstand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many royal gods hurriedly used their magical powers to protect the many human geniuses from retreating. However, even though they fought with all their strength, nearly 1,000 human geniuses were suddenly killed in a short period of time. This was because they were worshipping the bloodline of the human emperor with all their heart and soul, and had never expected that such a terrifying pressure would fall upon them. They were directly shocked to death on the spot. Ha ha ha, it seems that the bloodline of the human emperor that you worship is nothing more than this. This is the so-called human emperor prince. It's a bit funny. Brother Emperor Shidian was too ruthless. So many blood foods were killed in the shock. It was wasted. If only I had Chu Dian's magic power, it would be great. It's really an enviable magic power. The dragon monsters in the sky roared, and at this moment, Emperor Shidian's cold voice sounded at the same time. The dragon emperor has ordered that the human race on the human emperor mountain are all ants who dare to disobey the orders of our great dragon race and challenge our majesty. With the exception of the descendants of the major gods and demons, no one will be spared. All major royal families are no exception. There was a nice cold sound. At the moment of the explosion, the golden light of the emperor that filled the sky was suddenly blasted apart by Emperor Shitian's dragon claws. The brilliant and majestic vision could not stop Emperor Shitian's killing offensive at all. Emperor Shitian, your dragon clan is just the totem of the human race canonized by my father, and is the mount of my human race. How dare you take advantage of my unpreparedness and attack me? Zan Huang's furious voice echoed under the mountaintop, that was wrapped in endless chaotic fog and suppressed below by dragon claws. Not to mention protecting the many human heritages under Renhuang Mountain, for a moment no one could escape. As someone who possesses part of the human emperor's bloodline, your weakness is even beyond my imagination. Kneel down. Boom. Indra's voice was cold and merciless, without the slightest fluctuation. He pressed his dragon claws down violently, causing the peak of the human emperor mountain to collapse, and huge rocks fell down, from which came the furious roar and shout of the black emperor. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying collision sound rang out, as if Xuanwang was using some magical power below to kill Indra's dragon claws. The golden light was vast and the majesty was endless, but he was unable to escape. Weak, too weak, so weak it's suffocating. Your human race is only this strong. Indra shook his head slightly and retracted his dragon claws. On the top of the mountain, which was almost flattened, the previously majestic and tall Emperor Xuanwang now had disheveled hair, torn clothes, a pale face, and was half kneeling on the ground. In an instant, the starry sky fell into dead silence. This scene was really just as Indra said, since no one in the human race could maintain the glory of the great mythical human emperor, then he, a member of the dragon clan, would be the one to maintain it. No, how is it possible? The Emperor Xuanwang was stunned and could not believe what he saw. The Zan Emperor must have been careless. When he was cultivating in my royal court, the gods of my Zan royal family served as his sparring partners. Almost none of them could match him in a single round. They were all crushed in an instant, even gods who had cultivated for thousands of years and had accumulated profound experience. That's right, Zan Huang must have been too cautious. Many human kings watched this scene without saying a word. The face of the human king Hengkong turned pale in an instant. He couldn't believe that the bloodline of the human emperor was crushed like this in the same level. They were forced to kneel on one knee. This was not due to carelessness. It can be explained in one sentence. Human king, you have always let Zan Huang stay in the family to practice and not go out, and he is the next Xuanwang human king for sure. Those older generations of the Zan family serve as his sparring partners. Will they deliberately let him win to please Zan Huang? At this time, a low voice suddenly sounded behind the Xuanwang human king. It was the voice of Tianyuan Saint Lord, the strongest person in the Xuanwang human world. The Xuanwang man Wang Meng turned his head fiercely, his pupils constricted violently, his whole body trembled, and he growled, impossible. Even if they are suspected of deliberately letting us win, it can't cover up the fact that Xuanwang is invincible at the same level. The heavenly abyss Saint Lord's voice deepened as he spoke. The battle between Prince Tianpeng and Chu Dian happened not long ago. I'm sure everyone still remembers that invincible sweeping gesture, the scene of him killing gods like ants. Zan Huang may not be as strong as we thought. Human king, is it possible that what Chu Dian said is right? The most powerful evildoer has never been one with bloodline or talent, but with willpower. Is Zan Huang just a flower in a greenhouse? Boom. The Xuanwang human king was furious and roared, Saint Lord Tianyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? I have tolerated you for a long time. Chapter 355 Despair, Collapse. No, how could this happen? The mythical human words suppress all worlds. The descendants of the human emperor's bloodline are envied by the heavens. Shouldn't they be invincible? The dragon race is nothing more than our human race's slaves, mounts, and food. How could their top-level true dragon bloodline possibly be a match for the human emperor's bloodline? It shouldn't be like this. This saint son must be hallucinating. This must be an illusion created by Emperor Shitian to confuse us. At the foot of the human emperor mountain, the royal descendants who were besieged by thousands of real dragons and were in the midst of a fierce battle suddenly looked up and saw this scene. They were stunned and subconsciously roared in disbelief. They were directly killed by the opponent's real dragons and flew back, spitting out blood. But they were still trembling all over, unable to believe it. Their minds were blank and they felt as if they were in a state of chaos. Suddenly, endless fear followed, making their faces pale and without a trace of blood. They gathered together not because they were brave enough to lead the geniuses of the human race to fight against the many tribes of divine beasts, but because of the call of the Xuanwang human world, because they believed in the judgment of their own human kings and responded to the invincible call of the descendants of the human emperor's bloodline. After the mythological era, the human race was divided for millions of years. Over the endless years and with the vicissitudes of life, the weakest member of the divine beast tribe is much stronger than the Xuanwang human world. This is an ironclad fact. The legends of the age of gods and the glory of the human mythological era were all written in ancient books and could not save their lives. It's mainly because of the belief in the legendary genius of the human emperor's bloodline. Otherwise, even if they were given 100 courages, they would not dare to unite and fight against so many monsters from the divine beast tribes. A dragon clan with thousands of true dragon blood monsters, with the monsters from the 8 realms united, could barely resist. In fact, because they were inspired by the great vision of the human emperor's bloodline, they were so eager to fight that they seemed to have the upper hand. After all, there were still some top monsters among the descendants of the royal family of the 9 realms. Yu Judao, who was swallowed by Chu Dian, could even fight against Princess Fengli without losing the upper hand. The Netherworld royal family is only ranked among the top 5 among the 9 realms royal family. However, all around, divine beasts and monsters of other races have been gathering, with murderous auras so overwhelming that they cover the sky and the sun, and they are watching the battle from a distance. Among the dark clouds, the princes of various tribes, or the huge bodies of top-level monsters were looming in it. The huge beast eyes like stars made them terrified and almost suffocated. In this situation where they were almost surrounded by layers of enemies, and happened to see Zan Huang being forced to kneel on one knee with almost no ability to resist, one can imagine how frightened they were. Most of the royal descendants even lost their will to fight. Faced with the real dragon coming to attack them, they had no fighting spirit and could only passively take the beating. They even began to think about how to escape and break out of the siege. Even the descendants of the royal family were like this. One could imagine the mood of those evildoers from the 9 realm sects and holy places who were gathered together by the Zan Huang's imposing declaration. They were simply disheartened and wanted to die. Just out of the tiger's den, and into the dragon's mouth. How could this be? Zan Huang, didn't you say that you were a descendant of the mythical human emperor? The holy son of Beidou roared in disbelief, his eyes full of bloodshot, and he roared almost in collapse. Not long ago, he had rejected all opinions and firmly believed that Zan Huang must be stronger. He brought most of the Beidou geniuses who survived with difficulty to the human emperor mountain instead of going to the 33 heaven secret realm. Zan Huang's performance now is not so embarrassing for him, the problem is that he is going to lose his life. Surrounded by the divine beasts in the sky, is not only his own life that is going to be lost, but the lives of an entire generation of geniuses in the Beidou Holy Land. Fuck you, the bloodline of the mythical human emperor is invincible. It's the faith of the human race and a mythical epic. How could it be so weak and vulnerable? You have deceived everyone, deceived the 9 realms, you are a sinner of the human race. Damn it, Zaiwei Temple, trusted you wrongly. I don't want to die here. Shrill roars echoed at the foot of the mountain. Even the royal family was in despair, let alone these sects that were not even royal families. Many of them could not even have one person at the peak of the divine realm to condense the divine soul and Dharma image. At the foot of the mountain, everyone looked up and saw this scene. They looked at the invincible Emperor Shidian, who was looking down at the half-kneeling Xuanwang like the creator. The contrast between the previous image of Xuanwang reflected in the endless imperial divine light was almost like heaven and earth. Their mentality completely collapsed, and their will to fight was gone. The battle that originally had the upper hand suddenly showed a trend of defeat. A large number of geniuses were slaughtered, and some female geniuses even lost their minds in despair and lost all hope of resistance. They were abducted by the real dragon and began to be raped. Some female geniuses, in despair and unwilling to be humiliated, simply end their own lives and shatter their souls. Angry roars, wails, screams, and brutal and rampant dragon roars suddenly resounded throughout the entire human Emperor Mountain Holy Land. Remember, the great mythical human Emperor is not only the only emperor in the history of your race, but also the faith of my dragon race and even the entire race of divine beasts. He is the great myth that we have been pursuing for countless years. Emperor Shidian was surrounded by chaotic mist as he stood tall in the sky, not moving from beginning to end. His tall body was like a towering chaos divine peak. His cold and ruthless eyes looked down at the pale Xuanwang who was half kneeling on the ground. His voice was indifferent. Such a great being, you are worthy of calling yourself the prince of the human emperor. Even if you, by chance, possess a little bit of the human emperor's bloodline, how can you be worthy of being associated with the great human emperor? This is disrespectful to the great human emperor, and even more so, it tramples upon the dignity of our dragon race. It is a humiliation. As an ant and a blood eater, if you are weak, you must have the awareness of being weak. I really can't believe that we have such a great and invincible mythical human emperor, a figure who dominated all realms and was invincible for an entire era, and yet you are so weak that you can only rely on the foundation left by the human god era to survive. You only know how to fight among yourselves and can't even make it into the top 50 of all realms. From now on, you are not allowed to mention the words, human emperor prince, again. Emperor Shidian's eyes were cold and ruthless, and his voice was very calm. He said, kneel down, confess your sins, and beg the heavens to forgive your crimes. Since you do have some of the blood of the human emperor, I will spare your life. The bloodline of the human emperor appears only once in millions of years. If you die like this, it would be a great pity. I really want to see how far you can grow and whether you can reproduce even 1/1000th of the power of the great mythical human emperor. Therefore, I allow you to live. Chapter 356 Invincible Will. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air in the starry sky. The faces of the strongest people in the 9 realms in the starry sky turned pale, and they were also shocked by the invincible power of Emperor Shidian. Even though they were not in the human emperor's secret realm and were separated by realms, they could still feel Indra's invincible will and self-centered mentality. This kind of will, this kind of arrogance, this feeling of looking down on the world, they had only felt in Prince Tianfeng. So what if it's the bloodline of the human emperor? I allow you to continue to grow. I don't care whether you hate me, resent me, or blame me, because I can always suppress you at ease. Is this the will of the invincible young supreme? This is what Chu Tian said. Strength is not just about talent, nor is it about bloodline, but about will. A Xuanwang who has not experienced tempering is just a flower in a greenhouse. Hoarse voices rang out among the starry sky, and many bloodshot eyes focused on Zhan Huang, wanting to see what he would do. Will you kneel down? No, no, absolutely not. The king of Hengkong stood there blankly, stunned. He seemed to be in a confused state, muttering to himself constantly. This is the bloodline of the human emperor, the bloodline of the human emperor, the bloodline of the human emperor. There were many other powerful people of the older generation who were in the same state as him. It seemed that in an instant, they all became hopeless. Zhan Huang was just careless, you bastards. The Zhan Huang human king roared, his eyes full of bloodshot. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Zhan Huang, who was half kneeling on the top of the mountain, seemed to have been brewing for a long time, and suddenly burst out with an imperial power that defied the heavens. His power was shaking the sky, and golden blood was boiling all over his body. It seemed that something terrible was reviving in his blood, resonating with the entire Renwang mountain, and endless ripples filled the air, like a tsunami. Indra, you are too arrogant. You are indeed very powerful. This prince was careless and was suppressed by you. But you should never, ever, be so arrogant and give me the opportunity to gather my strength. This prince will kill you. The roar of Zhan Huang suddenly resounded throughout the sky. The vast blood of Ren Huang boiled and resonated with Ren Huang mountain, as if his power suddenly increased by several levels. The great seal of the void. The emperor's might is overwhelming. This prince says that time and space are a prison that will hold you captive forever, with no escape possible. In an instant, Zhan Huang, who had been nurturing power for a long time, suddenly launched a shocking attack, continuously using many of the emperor's magical powers including the supreme magical power of the golden mouth and jade words. The invisible time and space suddenly turned into a prison and imprisoned Indra. The imperial power was mighty, an invisible supreme force condensed in the void, and went directly to suppress Emperor Shidian. It was the immortal imperial power left by the great mythical human emperor between heaven and earth. It had been engraved by heaven and earth, and would not be erased even after going through the vicissitudes of life. Boom, boom, boom. The endless void was condensed into a huge handprint spanning 1,000,000 feet under the hands of Xuanwang. It was no less powerful than the chaos dragon claw that Indra had created before, and was even more huge and vast. It suppressed everything, and the endless sky was directly crushed. I was careless and arrogant before, and you took advantage of the opportunity to attack me. But now, this prince will not give you the slightest chance to turn things around. Go to hell. Zhan Huang's eyes were full of bloodshot. He knew that the entire human race was watching him. The endless pressure made him almost crazy. Moreover, there were so many geniuses below who might die because of him. He doesn't want to be a sinner of the human race. I don't want to bring shame to the mythical human king. He truly felt the terrifying oppression from Indra, which almost suffocated him, so he had to fight with all his strength. As a descendant of the Queen of Humanity, he shoulders the heavy responsibility of reviving the human race. How could he kneel down to a beast like Indra? Kill, 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 kill him, kill him. The Xuanwang human king roared subconsciously, what chaos dragon? He's nothing but shit in front of the human emperor's bloodline. He must die. At this point, the Xuanwang king no longer cared about leaving a way out so that they could meet again in the future. Killing Indra would offend the dragon clan. Compared to offending the dragon clan, he was more afraid that the Emperor Zhan would kneel before Emperor Shi Tianja and beg for forgiveness for his life. He simply couldn't imagine that scene. Xuanwang, the word Huang, at the end is the embodiment of his endless hope. Kill, 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 the king of Hengkong, whose mind was blank, also roared subconsciously, his eyes full of bloodshot. Kill, 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 kill. Many old men roared hysterically at the same time, as if they were drowning and had grabbed the last straw. The gazes of all the strongest men gathered together, their eyes wide open with anger, watching Emperor Shidian being suppressed by the golden words and the mighty imperial power. The huge handprint of the void covered him from below, time and space collapsed, and the void was annihilated. No one wanted Zhan Huang to lose, or even kneel down, because that would mean that the only spiritual sustenance of the human race for millions of years would be destroyed. It also means that all the geniuses from various walks of life in the field will probably die. Kill. Zhan Huang roared, endless blood, soul, and blood all surged out. With this attack, he had just broken through to the level of a celestial god. In the family, he had even defeated his uncle who was in the level of a true god. But now, he was more than 10 times stronger than he was then. He didn't believe that Emperor Shidian could not survive. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth split, time and space were destroyed, and turbulence in the void raged. The terrifying power was so great that everyone could not see the scene clearly for a moment. Did we win? The holy son of Beto was covered in blood, his bloodshot eyes staring at the sky. In an instant, the world, which was originally filled with endless roars and shouts, seemed to have suddenly fallen into deadly silence. Xuanwang stood on the top of the mountain, gasping for breath. This attack seemed to have exhausted all his strength. But suddenly, the void around him was torn apart, and a chaos-colored dragon claw stretched out from it, directly pinching him, causing him to let out a shrill wail, and was directly cut in midair. Is this your full strength? I'm very disappointed. In the annihilated void, the tall figure of Indra appeared, and suddenly the chaotic fog was still everywhere. Even Xuanwang's all-out attack seemed unable to break his defense. Those cold and ruthless eyes, those 12 chaotic-colored dragon claws, the explosive power, the invincible might. He grabbed Zhan Huang in his hand as if he was grabbing a child. Streams of golden blood flowed out from between his claws. The bones around Zhan Huang were all crushed by him, and the blood dyed his whole body red in an instant. At this moment, heaven and earth fell into deadly silence. Silence. You can hear a pin drop. Chapter 357. Kneel down to avoid death. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, earth-shaking dragon roars echoed throughout the sky and the earth. Those were the roars of thousands of true dragon monsters of the dragon clan, with endless murderous energy rolling in, as they were excited and rejoicing for their invincible true dragon monsters. The dragon race is invincible. Even the bloodline of the human emperor will be trampled under the feet of my dragon clan Chaos Dragon. The human race is destined to live forever and can only be used as blood food for our race. The dragon race is the greatest and most invincible race in the universe today. Kill, kill, kill. Brother Emperor Shidian, kill this bloodline of the human emperor and use his blood to pay tribute to the heroic spirit of our dragon clan's ancestors.